Despite controlling South Korea's largest fortune, the tycoon grandfather always sought the counsel of a 10-year-old boy for his most critical decisions. From which presidential candidate to back to the optimal moment for HDPE investments, the boy's predictions were always flawless. That child prodigy was Dao Jun, a boy gifted with foresight. In his previous life, he was merely a poor youth who, through sheer academic effort, secured a position at Sun Yang, the nation's premier conglomerate. His father even hosted a banquet to boast to their relatives, thinking it was a prestigious feat. But little did he know, Dao Jun's primary duty was nothing more than cleaning. He was a janitor tasked with handling the mundane and the sordid, a man no one cared to acknowledge. Yet it was through this role that he uncovered the deepest secrets of the elite. Then one day, the man once treated with utter contempt was suddenly promoted to chief financial officer, and his first mission was to smuggle $700 million of the chairman's funds out of the country before an investigation could be launched. He believed that with the Sun Yang family's absolute trust, his life would finally take a turn for the better. But it turned into the smoke of incense on his own Memorial Day as he realized it was all a trap to eliminate him. But it was too late, and a cold gunshot echoed through the air. A child gasped, his eyes wide with terror and his body drenched in sweat, as if he had just escaped a horrific nightmare, having awakened within the body of this young boy. His name was Dao Jun, and though 3 months had passed, every night the memories of his past death continued to haunt him. Dao Jun, what's the matter? Are you all right? His mother's voice was filled with warmth and concern, and while Dao Jun stared in shock, he remained silent, looking at the woman who was the mother of his current incarnation. She had once been a silver screen star who rose to fame after a single film, only to vanish from the spotlight after accepting a proposal from his father, a fan who shared her profession. Sitting beside him was his brother in this life, grumbling as he tapped away on his phone. I was sleeping so soundly. Why are you making such a scene? Did you have a nightmare? You don't look well at all, his mother added tenderly, to which Dao Jun tried to compose himself and replied, No, I was just a bit startled. Please don't worry, mother. She smiled with relief. That's a blessing. Sometimes our Dao Jun acts so maturely that it actually makes me worry. Is that so? He stammered. In truth, he understood her anxiety because he was currently in a state of absolute panic over his own circumstances. As today was June 26, 1987, exactly 30 years from this day would be the anniversary of his death in his previous life, and the memory of that cold execution by the tranquil lake in Moldova still sent shivers down his spine. Cruelly enough, the one who ordered his death back then was Jin Dao Jun, the youngest grandson of the Sun Yang group, who was destined to be born 3 days after this date, and that was the very body he now inhabited. He still couldn't fathom the meaning of his reincarnation into Dao Jun's body, for throughout his past life as a loyal servant who bled for Sun Yang, he had never once encountered this family. The reason was simple. At that time, they had been completely struck from the family records and were strictly forbidden from ever approaching the corporation. All he had ever heard were rumors of a scandalous marriage years ago, where the youngest son defied all opposition to marry the woman he loved. Chairman Jin Yang Chun was livid at the time, but because of the unborn grandchild, he reluctantly permitted the union, though the family was immediately stripped of all inheritance rights. However, upon reflection, he felt immense respect for this couple, whereas the other siblings were ready to tear each other apart like ravenous beasts to scramble for every bit of stock. In contrast, his parents in this life chose a peaceful existence, staying far away from that cruel whirlpool of power. It was a truly admirable way to live, and now, carrying the memories of his previous life, he had been reborn as their son. The car slowly pulled up in front of a grand estate guarded by numerous security personnel, and Dao Jun could not help but exclaim that the place was vast beyond his imagination. This was the residence of Chairman Jin Yangchun, the legendary founder of the Sun Yang Group, a massive fortress consisting of 3 main buildings on over 3,600 square meters, with a parking facility featuring 3 levels above ground and 2 below, all enclosed by 380 meters of solid fencing. Seeing his family arrive, the security guards bowed respectfully, a sight that triggered a bitter memory of his previous life, when his very first task after being hired was to come here and pull weeds. He remembered visiting this place more often than he went to see his own parents, and after Chairman Jin passed away, this mansion would belong to the eldest son, Jin Yangji. Today, his entire family had come for Chairman Jin Yangchun's birthday celebration. The front courtyard was already packed with influential figures chatting vibrantly. But as Dao Jun's family entered, those sycophantic guests immediately turned to whisper and gossip with disdainful looks. Dao Jun observed silently, realizing that everyone here openly showed contempt for his family, likely feeling there was no need to even bother pretending to be friendly. He thought to himself as the family held hands and walked through the crowd toward the main entrance, where his father announced their arrival while opening the door. At that moment, the entire Jin clan had gathered in the living room, their cold gazes fixed upon them as his aunt and uncle in this life spoke up with fake concern, asking if they had finally arrived. On the other side stood his aunt's family and various other relatives, and in his eyes, they all revealed their true colors as ambitious individuals, just waiting for the old patriarch to pass away so they could tear into the lucrative prize known as the Sun Yang Group, while Dao Jun stood quietly to the side, secretly observing the expressions of everyone in the room. The quiet atmosphere was suddenly shattered by the shrill scream of his grandaunt, who demanded to know why they were just showing their faces, and if they thought they were celebrities making everyone wait after spending so much time on makeup. Her face looked very familiar, and while he was searching through his memories, his father hurriedly bowed his head and timidly apologized, saying he thought arriving on time would be sufficient. The grandaunt gave a cold snort before finally letting it go, and at that moment, memories of his past life came rushing back as Dao Jun remembered exactly who she was. Even at 70, this woman remained promiscuous, changing lovers like clothes and even corrupting the younger generation, her sour and aggressive temperament from her youth having not changed at all. In his previous life, he had suffered quite a bit because of this woman, and as he was thinking, her gaze suddenly swept toward him, questioning if he had only just arrived while he mumbled a response and pretended to be innocent. She glared at him, asking how he could still be smiling when the situation was so tense, and immediately, the uncomfortable gazes of everyone in the room shifted toward the child. Dao Jun calmly replied that he wasn't smiling, which provoked the grandaunt into screaming and calling him a little brat who dared to lie to her. An uncle standing nearby quickly spoke up to intervene, asking her to stop making such a scene while everyone was gathered together. The aunt refused to let the matter rest, but suddenly, a deep and commanding voice rang out, cutting through the heated argument. "Who dares to raise their voice in my home?" A deathly silence fell over the room as everyone turned in fear to look at the tall, imposing man who had just appeared. Each step he took down the stairs seemed to stomp on the hearts of those present, forcing everyone to lower their heads, not even daring to breathe. Dao Jun's entire family bowed respectfully to Jin Yang Chun, the chairman of the Sun Yang Group, a living legend and the most powerful figure in the clan. Their terror stemmed not only from his authority but also from his immense wealth, fueled by the intertwined fears of losing their inheritance, being robbed by siblings, or losing their elite status. He was a king whose orders went unchallenged. In his previous life, even though Dao Jun worked himself to death like a dog, he never had the chance to be this close to him as his parents offered their timid greetings. The grandfather's cold gaze made Dao Jun's older brother hide behind their mother in fear. Yet the old man said nothing, staring intently at his youngest grandson instead. Dao Jun realized that this cowardly brother of his was likely the reason why their grandfather hadn't opposed the marriage years ago. A chill ran down his spine as his grandfather's piercing gaze shifted toward him, and as the old man approached with a murderous aura, Dao Jun trembled, wanting to cry but unable to. He held his breath, unsure of what would happen. But then the unthinkable occurred as his grandfather's terrifying expression shifted completely into a bright smile and an unusually warm voice. "Oh, my little puppy, it's been so long, didn't I tell you to visit me more often?" Dao Jun stood frozen, completely stunned by this sudden display of kindness. His grandfather affectionately patted his head and asked if he was curious about a gift he had for him, while the rest of the family felt like they were about to explode with envy. His aunts and uncles gritted their teeth in disbelief, while even Dao Jun's parents stood there in shock, leaving Dao Jun with only one massive question burning in his mind. What on earth was happening, and why was he only being so welcoming to him? Dao Jun wondered to himself if this old man had been possessed by someone else. Attention soon shifted to a massive three-tier cake with the number 66 glowing in candlelight. As he blew them out, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause, each person trying to outclap the other to gain favor. "Happy birthday, Chairman. We wish you a wonderful day." The guests began to flatter him, followed by his children wishing their father a happy birthday. "May you have great health and live a long life." The eldest son and the unpleasant aunt chimed in with sycophantic praise, while the grandchildren followed suit with their own birthday wishes. Only Dao Jun's father sighed quietly without saying a word, while Dao Jun himself stood there feeling dejected, lost in the middle of the crowd of busy flatterers. While he was bored and idle, he suddenly heard someone ordering his mother to bring more food, and he looked over to see her struggling with a heavy tray of what looked like wine and glasses. Even though she was being ordered around like a servant, his mother kept a gentle and patient smile, while the unpleasant aunt arrogantly told her to put the drinks on ice to chill them. Another aunt joined in to pressure her sister-in-law, telling her to clear the unused bowls while Do-jun's mother worked tirelessly like a spinning top, her hands and feet never resting. However, the sisters-in-law wouldn't stop, shouting for her to hurry up because everyone was waiting, before returning to their cheerful dining as if nothing had happened. Witnessing this, Do-jun trembled with rage, seeing his mother forced to serve them despite dozens of staff standing around, feeling a sense of helpless frustration as morning memories flooded back. He remembered her gently buttoning his shirt and touching his cheek while calling him handsome, and though he wasn't used to this body, her maternal warmth helped him adapt quickly. As he was lost in those warm memories, the shrill voices of the aunts shattered the atmosphere, demanding to know what their sister-in-law was doing. They told her to go wash the dishes now that the food was served, leaving Do-jun's mother stunned, yet she could only submissively comply due to her low status. Do-jun clenched his fists and suppressed his fury, vowing that he would eventually force everyone to treat his mother with the respect she deserved. He turned his gaze toward the lively crowd gathered around his grandfather, who stood in the center holding a glass of wine. Do-jun thought that this entire situation stemmed from his grandfather's coldness toward his parents, as he recalled the man leading him to see a gift earlier. His grandfather had asked if he liked the gift he promised, leaving Do-jun dazed by the sight of an exquisite, expensive toy horse and wondering why a horse was chosen. He wondered if the original boy had once asked for a horse, especially since this tyrannical and ruthless grandfather was now smiling at him with such kindness. This unexpected kindness made Do-jun suspicious, questioning if the man's conscience had surfaced after discarding his father, or if he was subtly forgiving him by being nice to his son. Having reincarnated into this child's body, Do-jun decided to see how close he could get to the tycoon and acted on it by calling out to him. His grandfather gave a friendly response, to which Do-jun replied that he preferred real horses over those made of plastic. His grandfather's eyes widened as Do-jun continued, stating he liked real cars more than toys and real ships that sailed on water rather than those in a bathtub. As soon as Do-jun finished speaking, his grandfather's gaze shifted instantly, turning from sharp bullets into a heavy cannon aimed directly at him. Do-jun felt a pang of worry that he had pushed too far when his grandfather sternly asked if he understood what real things meant. Knowing he couldn't hesitate now, Do-jun chose to respond with the spontaneity of a 5-year-old while remaining cryptic, saying he meant the things his grandfather created. He added that he liked the real cars, ships, and televisions his grandfather made, prompting the old man to listen intently and lean down to look into his eyes. It was as if he were examining whether the boy was incredibly brave or just reckless, and under that intense stare, Do-jun feared his time was up. I wonder how the chairman grandfather will interpret my intent. Will I be able to pass this test? Suddenly, grandfather's demeanor underwent a change. Feigning a word of advice, he said, Do-jun, if you truly desire the authentic items you spoke of, you must endure a great deal of suffering. You may even encounter situations so terrifying that they could cost you your life. But if you prefer the counterfeits, you won't have to face such hardships. Do-jun sneered inwardly. Didn't you treat me like a beast of burden before eventually killing me in my past life? Did you think I would be frightened by such threats? Not a chance, you old fraud. Seeing that the boy remained unfazed, grandfather proposed a condition. How about this? If you want those genuine items, then within the next year, you must achieve a perfect score in every single subject. If you succeed, I will give them to you for your next birthday. Hearing the condition, Do-jun was stunned. Was this old man actually looking down on him? Although he had only graduated from a provincial university in his previous life, it was a prestigious institution, not some lowly school. Furthermore, to climb the ranks of the Sun-Yang group, he had once exerted himself to the point of never getting a full night's rest. Yet now, the challenge presented to him was merely to obtain perfect marks in elementary school subjects. What? Do you lack the confidence? Grandfather asked with narrowed eyes. Do-jun laughed to himself. This was truly as easy as turning over his hand. He replied politely, yes, grandfather. As long as I get a perfect score, that will be enough, right? Exactly. I shall await your results. After finalizing the deal with his grandfather, Do-jun returned to the party, his mind racing with calculations. I will definitely change everything one step at a time, starting from the smallest matters. While he was deep in thought, a man approached and interrupted his reflections. Follow me. Your grandfather instructed me to take you all to the playroom. Upon seeing this man's face, Do-jun felt as if his very soul had been jolted out of his body. Memories of his past life flooded back like a slow-motion film. On that fateful day, it was this exact voice and this exact face that had uttered those cold words. Of course, I don't even trust my own wife. I only trust you, Xuan Hua. This was the man who had ordered his death in his previous life. Du Jun stood there, paralyzed. He stared intently at the back of that wretched department head. Calm down, I must stay calm, he reassured himself. I am no longer young Xuan Yu. I am Jin Du Jun, I cannot afford to be reckless. He followed the other children sullenly to the toy room. Oh, a rocking horse? His cousin Gang Run shouted with delight. Get out of the way, I'm going first. With that, he shoved the surrounding children aside and rushed to seize the rocking horse. He sat upon it, laughing triumphantly as if the horse were his own personal property. "Ha, giddy up, horse, run faster." The boy's arrogant behavior made Du Jun's blood boil. He clenched his fists tightly. Just as he was about to step forward, his older brother noticed and quickly grabbed his hand to stop him. Du Jun looked at his brother in confusion. Perhaps his brother and his entire family were too accustomed to enduring such bullying. But Du Jun was not. He flashed a mysterious smile. He brushed off his brother's hand and marched forward with determination. Standing before his insolent cousin, Du Jun quickly calculated his next move. First, he had to teach him a lesson to curb his arrogance. Second, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He needed to make a powerful impression on his grandfather right now. Acting on the thought, he spoke coldly, "Hey, this horse is mine." Kang Jun stopped laughing and asked defiantly, "What did you say?" "I said this belongs to me. Get off now." Du Jun growled, but his cousin continued to sneer. "So what if it's yours? I'll play with it if I want to. I'll do whatever I please." "Haha," the cousins nearby joined in the mockery. "Haha, look at him claiming it's his." Without another word, Du Jun gritted his teeth and channeled all his strength into a devastating kick against the horse. The wooden horse snapped in half and collapsed, crushing Kang Jun's leg beneath it. Everything happened so fast that everyone was left in a state of shock. Kang Jun screamed in agony. "Ah, my leg, it hurts so much." The children who had been laughing just moments ago now turned pale with fear. Only Du Jun remained calm, his expression chillingly indifferent. "HMPH, his leg is pinned," he thought, assessing the situation while the other children scrambled to find the adults. As Kang Jun lay wailing on the floor, Du Jun approached him. He leaned down and stared directly into his face, warning him, "Don't you ever touch my things again. Do you understand?" The boy was furious, but the pain prevented him from fighting back. "Kang Jun!" A woman's shrill scream echoed as she heard her son. Kang Jun wailed even louder. "Mom! Mom!" His mother, Du Jun's aunt, rushed in, screaming in panic when she saw her injured son, demanding to know what had happened. A group of arrogant aunts swarmed into the room as well. Kang Jun and his mother clung to each other, their loud sobbing filling the corner of the room. Du Jun watched as his own mother entered last. "Oh, mother, you must be so surprised." He even managed to give her a playful wink to signal his victory, but his joy was short-lived. A thunderous slap struck Du Jun's face, leaving his head spinning. "Have you lost your mind?" Kang Jun's mother shrieked. Before he could even react, she swung her hand again, delivering another blow. Du Jun stood there stunned, taking both hits as his cheeks burned and swelled up like ripe peaches. A fit of rage, the aunt raised her hand to strike him once more, screaming, "How dare you touch my son?" At that exact moment, Du Jun's mother rushed forward. Instead of fighting back, she pulled Du Jun into a tight embrace, using her own body to shield her son. The aunt yelled, "Get out of the way right now." But Du Jun's mother refused to let go, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "I'm sorry, please forgive him." Du Jun stood frozen in her arms. His gentle mother held him close, terrified he would be hit again. Her submissive sacrifice made his heart ache. The aunt gnashed her teeth and spat out a curse. She was about to lunge forward to attack them both when, fortunately, a powerful voice boomed like thunder. "What on earth do you think you are doing?" Everyone in the room flinched and turned toward the door. Grandfather stood there as imposing as a mountain, his cold, sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. The aunt quickly pulled her hand back, feigning a pitiful look as she stammered, "Father." Grandfather cut her off coldly, refusing to hear her excuses. "The house is full of guests, yet you dare to cause such a scene." Kang Jun's mother, "Take the boy to the hospital immediately." Faced with his stern command, the unpleasant aunts reluctantly dispersed, carrying the precious grandson out. The room suddenly fell silent. Only grandfather and Du Jun's mother and son remained. The boy looked up, waiting for the patriarch's judgment. "Du Jun, stay here." He issued the command, his cold gaze sweeping over the anxious mother who hesitated, terrified of leaving her son alone with his notoriously strict grandfather. Sensing her anxiety, Du Jun offered a reassuring smile and told her to go ahead while promising to follow shortly, which finally prompted her to stand up reluctantly. She bowed to the grandfather and retreated silently without a word. The moment the door shut, his voice boomed, asking if he was the one responsible. "Yes, I did," Du Jun replied simply, prompting the old man to ask why he had done something so risky, especially against his own cousin. Remaining composed, Du-jun explained clearly that the horse was his gift from his grandfather, and though the answer made the old man frown in surprise, he firmly added that Kang-jun had stolen it. He admitted to breaking it so no one else could use it, leading the old man to ask if he did it to prevent further theft, to which Du-jun intentionally agreed. Risking a gamble on the reaction of the Shun-yang monarch, he stared directly into the man's eyes until his grandfather suddenly erupted into hearty, booming laughter. Du-jun smirked inwardly, knowing Chairman Jin Yang-chun despised weakness and instead favored the predatory instincts and ruthlessness of a ruler who refused to yield even an inch of territory. These were the essential traits for survival in a dog-eat-dog world, and as his laughter subsided, the grandfather's expression turned stern once more. He sternly declared that despite his intentions, Du-jun's actions had caused injury and required punishment, to which the boy obediently bowed in agreement. The old man ordered him to follow, and while Du-jun trailed behind with a feigned look of remorse, he was secretly exulting inside. As the door opened, Du-jun nearly gasped at the sight of a massive hall dominated by a long conference table, where numerous high-ranking officials sat formally. Du-jun let out a breath in disbelief, realizing that while the Shun-yang Group's main headquarters was on the 27th floor, this mansion held the true power. This was the inner sanctum, where the empire's most critical life-and-death decisions were made, accessible only to key subsidiary directors and the most powerful elite. His grandfather entered with an air of authority and took the head seat, causing Du-jun to briefly recall his past life of over a decade serving Shun-yang. Despite visiting the mansion countless times before, he had never been allowed inside this room until today, where he was now ordered to kneel in a corner by the bookshelves. This punishment proved to be a perfect vantage point for observation, allowing Du-jun to spot his eldest uncle and his son seated in the front row. He noted that the seat rightfully belonging to his father was instead occupied by the arrogant 20-year-old Jin Sheng-jun, the eldest uncle's son. It appeared the youth was already the presumed heir, and as the meeting commenced, the atmosphere grew heavy until his grandfather finally broke the silence. He asked the assembly for their thoughts on how to handle the matter, prompting a cautious director to remark that the man in question was known for his humility. Even though his term is nearing its end, he won't be easily ousted, will he? Is this family truly fearless? Grandfather asked mockingly. Does fearless imply a powerful family? As the director stammered, Grandfather added that the faction had long been considered stable. I heard the government is planning to involve the military, is that true? Yes, sir, it is. Hearing the word military, Grandfather fell into a pensive silence. The meeting room began to buzz with whispers. Sitting in a corner, Du-jun connected the facts, the end of the term, suppression, and the military. He quickly realized this was no longer a simple business matter, but a question of national destiny. Another person in the room spoke up with deep concern. We must consider an alternative strategy. Large crowds are currently gathering to protest nationwide. If the military intervenes to suppress them, the resistance might grow tenfold. In contrast to his subordinates' anxiety, Grandfather remained composed, offering a sharp analysis. Those protesters not know fear even when facing the tip of a spear. The fire of public indignation is burning fiercely. If we knew how to douse it, they would learn fear. Instead, military involvement is like pouring oil on a fire. Even the current administration fails to grasp this simple logic. Loud slam on the table shook the room, making the heavy atmosphere even more suffocating. Jin Yang-chun glared, shouting at those seated around him. And then what? Are you suggesting I should look out for myself when the government collapses? Do you honestly believe the next president will come from the opposition? The director trembled and stammered, yes, that is a possibility. As soon as he finished, Grandfather struck the table again with earth-shattering force. The directors fell as silent as mice. No one dared to make a sound. Still fuming, Grandfather continued to roar, a possibility. Of course, it either is or it isn't. Do you think I have nothing better to do than sit here listening to your useless, non-committal guesses? The entire room bowed in unison, apologizing to the chairman. Grandfather brushed them off, his voice still filled with hostility. I only need one answer. Which side should we choose, Vice Chairman? Startled by the sudden call, the Vice Chairman flustered. Yes, certainly, Chairman. Grandfather pointed directly at him. You speak first. Who is it? The Vice Chairman stammered. I think, before falling silent, drenched in sweat. Both he and the eldest uncle's son sitting nearby kept their heads low. From his corner, Du-jun watched with narrowed eyes. He immediately recognized this vice chairman as the man who had framed, and ordered his execution in his previous life. At that moment, the man regained some composure, stood up, and spoke seriously. Not only the current administration, but also the successor is facing difficulties. Protests have erupted nationwide for the past 7 years. I believe the situation will only grow slightly more severe. As someone finally spoke, the crowd followed suit like a flock of ducks, echoing, "I share the same view." "I think so too," others echoed, while those who didn't dare to join in chose to remain silent with bowed heads. Dao Jun shook his head in disappointment, knowing the president would resign in just 3 days. The Blue House surely had a plan for such a major event. Was the mighty Shenyang group truly this ignorant of information? Dao Jun realized that this was the conglomerate's true face back in 1986. Instead of devising business strategies to adapt to the changing times, they were only interested in betting on which political faction to follow. Dao Jun had expected more from these supposed geniuses, but their narrow-mindedness and lack of vision were appalling. Suddenly, his grandfather lost his patience. He waved his hand and barked an order. "Enough! All of you get out! Go and gather accurate information for me immediately." The group scrambled to bow and retreat as if they had been granted a royal pardon, while Dao Jun sighed in disappointment. The high-level meeting had turned out to be nothing more than a tragicomedy about picking sides. Once the room was empty, his grandfather slowly and composedly sat back down in his chair. "I'm here," he said in a low voice. Dao Jun tried to stand up, but his legs were completely numb from kneeling for so long. "Damn it, my legs are so stiff I can't even stand up," he grumbled inwardly. He groaned silently but forced himself to walk with a steady gait. Unexpectedly, his grandfather began to praise him, saying, "Dao Jun, you did well. You knelt for so long without a single grimace or complaint, whereas even adults would have been shifting uncomfortably. Yet your back remained perfectly straight." In truth, Dao Jun had been so absorbed in the conversation that he had simply lost track of time, unintentionally earning high marks in his grandfather's eyes. "But there is something I want to ask," his grandfather said, narrowing his eyes. "Why has your personality changed so much lately?" Dao Jun froze for a few seconds before quickly slipping into his act. He replied with a look of grievance, "It's because I just can't take it anymore." "What do you mean?" his grandfather asked, raising an eyebrow. "My parents are always so patient and submissive," Dao Jun continued. "They always accept being mistreated by others, so I felt I had to do the same. But now I am so angry that I can't stand it any longer." As he spoke, Dao Jun was carefully calculating his performance. He knew he had to act convincingly. A single tear at this moment would have been a masterpiece. However, before he could even begin his crying scene, Dao Jun was left stunned. His grandfather stepped forward and suddenly pulled him into a warm embrace. "What on earth?" Dao Jun thought, bewildered. This reaction was completely outside his calculations. Was this cold-blooded tycoon actually feeling pity for his young grandson? Thinking quickly, Dao Jun decided to deliver a decisive blow and give his grandfather another shot. He looked up and said, "Grandfather, you should become friends with all 3 of those men." Surprised, his grandfather gently pushed Dao Jun back and looked him in the eye. "What did you say? What do you mean by making friends with those 3? "I mean the candidates you mentioned earlier," Dao Jun replied. "The presidential candidates." His grandfather stared intently at his grandson, waiting for an explanation. Dao Jun feigned innocence and continued, "The president is the most powerful person in our country. When we don't know who will win, shouldn't we just befriend all of them? Since any of them could become president, we have nothing to lose by being friends with everyone." Hearing this, his grandfather stood as still as a stone statue. "Am I right, grandfather?" Dao Jun asked again. This time, his grandfather burst into a hearty laugh, his smile stretching from ear to ear. "Of course you're right. The more friends we have, the better, isn't it?" He laughed with pure delight, his eyes shining with immense satisfaction. Dao Jun breathed a silent sigh of relief. The plan was a success. That was enough for today. His grandfather told him to go outside and instructed him to send Cheng Jun in to see him. Dao Jun quickly complied and turned to leave. As the boy's small figure disappeared behind the door, his grandfather remained deep in thought. Dao Jun wore a triumphant smile. He had successfully outsmarted the most formidable old fox in South Korea. Immediately afterward, his grandfather picked up the telephone, calling a mysterious figure. His voice turned cold and sharp as he ordered them to keep an eye on all 3 from now on, causing the person on the other end to hesitate and ask what he meant. He confirmed it was all 3 candidates, including the VIP, and instructed them to convey that Sun Yang wished to help them resolve the current chaotic political situation. Once his subordinate acknowledged the command, the grandfather hung up and leaned back in his chair, feeling smug that his 10-year-old grandson could devise such a brilliant strategy. A knock at the door suddenly interrupted his thoughts, and Cheng Jun entered, timidly asking if the chairman had summoned him. The grandfather replied with an unusually gentle tone, saying he was still his grandfather. which allowed Chang Jun to breathe a sigh of relief before the old man continued. He noted that while the boy had only listened today, he must have his own thoughts, prompting Chang Jun to answer quickly with a touch of naive confidence. The boy remarked that although the protests were intensifying, he believed the situation would change, since the president had deployed both the police and the military. He predicted the situation would soon be suppressed, leading the grandfather to ask if he should support the current administration, which made Chang Jun start to stammer. He tentatively explained that because the individual was a friend of the sitting president and the designated successor, he would likely win the next presidential term. With an inscrutable smile, the grandfather agreed to follow his advice and side with that person, leaving Chang Jun in such disbelief that he asked for confirmation. When the boy asked if it was true and saw his grandfather staring silently, fear paralyzed him and left him speechless as he stood frozen at the door. As the boy hesitated, the grandfather felt a surge of disappointment, realizing he was terrified by a simple request for an opinion. The image of his courageous youngest grandson flashed through his mind, deepening his frustration as he waved Chang Jun away and told him to leave. Confused by the sudden dismissal after only a few questions, Chang Jun bowed and walked out with a dejected expression. Meanwhile, Dao Jun watched the scene from a corner of the hallway with a smirk, while the grandfather leaned back in his chair and let out a weary sigh. He lamented why such keen intuition belonged to the youngest grandson instead of the eldest heir, as the family began their drive home. Amidst the heavy silence in the car, Dao Jun's mother softly asked her husband what his father had discussed with him in private. The husband replied that his father wanted him to prioritize the children's studies, which shocked his wife before he looked at Dao Jun through the rearview mirror. He told Dao Jun that he wouldn't scold him for the incident at the grandfather's house, since he had already been punished, leading the boy to whisper an apology. The father gently accepted the apology and mentioned that the grandfather would hire a private tutor for them, a revelation that made the older brother scream in horror. "What, a tutor?" the father gently reassured him. "If you don't want to Xiang run, you don't have to study." Then he turned to his youngest son and asked, "What about you, Du Jun?" Du Jun thought to himself that he was already well versed in textbook knowledge and could likely teach the tutor himself, but he knew he couldn't defy his grandfather at this moment. "I will study," Du Jun replied decisively. His father hesitantly said it was fine if he didn't want to, but he firmly insisted that he truly wanted to learn. "Very well, if that is your wish, I will inform your grandfather," the father replied before staring out the window, lost in thought. At that moment, Xiang Jun nudged Du Jun's arm and whispered praise, telling him he did a great job making little Du Jun cry today. Xiang Jun smiled to himself while looking out the window, as Du Jun shook his head, realizing his brother harbored quite a lot of hidden resentment. On June 29, 1987, the president's clear voice resonated over the radio, addressing his colleagues and the entire nation. Amidst a nation facing threats from deep divisions, Du Jun sat in the car casually sipping banana milk while listening to the historic speech. This was the famous June 29 declaration, paving the way for direct elections in September, marking the official start of a new era's power struggle as the boy calculated his next move. He wondered how Chairman Jin would navigate this political chessboard as the car stopped at the gate and he stepped out with his hands in his pockets. As he walked in leisurely, a servant rushed over and whispered that his grandfather had already arrived. Du Jun paused in surprise at the man's quick arrival, just as his grandfather's thunderous shouting echoed from inside the house. Before Du Jun could grasp the situation, he heard his mother's trembling yet firm voice stating that she never had any ambition to own shares in the corporation. She added that Du Jun's father felt the same, prompting a roar from the grandfather, yet she bravely continued, acknowledging his desire to raise Du Jun well. She argued that while he wanted the boy to lead the group, he was only 10, and she wanted him to decide his own future when he grew up. His grandfather's rage erupted as he questioned if she understood that Sun Yang shares meant official family recognition, yet she dared to refuse this final chance, causing her to kneel and sob. She apologized, explaining they only desired a peaceful life where their children could follow their own paths, leaving the grandfather speechless as his blood pressure soared. At the peak of the tension, Du Jun walked in and called out to his grandfather, standing calmly before him as the old man's demeanor shifted instantly to one of affection. He joyfully hoisted Du Jun into the air and asked if he had just returned from school, leaving the boy surprised by the old man's lingering physical strength. From his elevated vantage point, he looked down at his mother kneeling on the floor, a woman who had always been gentle and never dared to defy her father-in-law. Yet today, she had found the courage to resist for the sake of his future, filling Du Jun with immense gratitude as he innocently asked if his grandfather was angry. Du Jun spoke with an innocent expression, prompting his grandfather to deny any anger despite his harsh tone. to which the boy noted that his voice had been quite loud. "So I thought," Duo Jun whispered tremulously. Seeing this, his mother quickly interjected to explain. "He isn't angry, Duo Jun. Your grandfather was just having a discussion with me." Duo Jun thought to himself, "Do these people really think I'm a child?" Yet, on the surface, he continued his performance, saying, "Please don't argue because of me anymore. I won't grow up to do what you want, mother." This unexpected statement left both his grandfather and mother stunned, causing the atmosphere to grow heavy. Upon hearing this, the grandfather's face darkened with irritation, but Duo Jun smirked inwardly. To think a man who feared nothing could be piqued by such words. Seizing the opportunity, Duo Jun made a clear declaration. "I will grow up to become the chairman of a massive corporation, just like you, grandfather." The old man froze for a few seconds before suddenly bursting into a thunderous laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha." His hearty laughter echoed throughout the room, his grin stretching from ear to ear. "Ha ha, you truly are my own flesh and blood. The ancients were right. The grandson has fully inherited the family's spirit." Only Duo Jun's mother remained in a state of shock after hearing her son's words. At that moment, the grandfather turned to look at her, his gaze softening slightly. "Well, daughter-in-law, there is no denying it now. Duo Jun said with his own mouth that he wants to be an entrepreneur." The mother's eyes widened in surprise, and her nose began to sting as tears welled up. She lowered her head slightly. Her voice trembled with emotion as she said, "Father, let me pour you another cup of hot tea." With that, she hurried into the kitchen to hide her feelings. "Yes, very well, Duo Jun. Come into the room, my boy," the grandfather signaled. "I have something important to discuss with my grandson." Duo Jun watched his mother's retreating figure, wondering why she had suddenly become so emotional. She looked as if she were about to cry. Was it because he had called her daughter-in-law? Perhaps this was a rare moment where the grandfather acknowledged her status instead of using distant titles. While his mother busied herself in the kitchen, the two of them entered Duo Jun's private room. As soon as the door closed, the grandfather got straight to the point. "Duo Jun, do you remember what I mentioned a few days ago?" "Which matter was that, grandfather?" the boy asked, feigning innocence. "The matter regarding those three friends, the three powerful ones, remember?" The grandfather smiled suggestively. "Ah, I remember now," Duo Jun replied, though he smirked inwardly. How could he possibly forget? The old man had certainly come here today specifically for this. The grandfather lowered his voice. He explained that to build rapport, he had sent over what was essentially a slush fund to them, just as his grandson had suggested. Duo Jun mused to himself, surprised that the man had acted so swiftly. "Think he dared to invest his slush funds based on just a few of my casual remarks. His decisiveness was truly frightening." The grandfather continued thoughtfully. "But the situation has changed today. Those three no longer wish to coexist peacefully. They have begun to clash. Numbers 2 and 3 have joined forces to defeat number 1. Therefore, I am now forced to choose a single side to support." Duo Jun politely interrupted, steering the conversation his way with an innocent metaphor. "But grandfather, all three of those people want to be the president, don't they? It's just like choosing a class monitor in my school." "Exactly, they are competing to be the class monitor." The boy blinked and asked, "So, if numbers 2 and 3 join forces and win, will they share the roles of class president and vice president?" Grandpa shook his head. "No, child, a country cannot have two kings. There is only one class president." Duo Jun pretended to be deep in thought before exclaiming, "Without a vice president position, would the third person still be willing to help the second? It is quite strange, as only one of them can become the class president." The child's words made Grandpa stop in his tracks, and he asked urgently, "Do you mean they should not cooperate?" Duo Jun replied nonchalantly, "If they receive nothing in return, why would the third person help the second? Even those ranked 10th or 20th in class would not work for free, especially someone who wants to be first. The third candidate will definitely not withdraw unless there is a massive benefit." Chairman Jin froze as if struck by lightning, muttering, "So, an alliance between the second and third is impossible." Duo Jun, with the memories of his past life, knew well that the alliance was just a facade, as those two were never truly on the same side. However, he did not need to reveal the future so bluntly. He only needed to plant a seed of doubt in his grandfather's mind from a simple perspective. With his sharp intuition, Chairman Jin would eventually figure out the rest on his own. Chairman Jin began calculating rapidly. Not even the Sun Yang executives or seasoned political advisors had questioned this alliance. Only this child, Duo Jun, was able to spot the absurdity. He might not have understood politics, but he saw right through the depths of human greed and ambition. Gazing at the young boy before him, Grandpa could not hide his admiration. He reached out to stroke Duo Jun's head, praising him warmly. "How can my grandson be so incredibly brilliant?" What exactly is inside this little head of yours? Dao Jun responded with a perfectly innocent smile. It was clear that his grandfather now fully trusted his insight. The scene shifts to a luxury car gliding smoothly down the highway. Dao Jun sat alone in the backseat, his gaze drifting pensively out the window. He recalled yesterday's conversation with his parents. They were utterly shocked when he insisted on visiting Jiangjin City. When his mother asked why, Dao Jun fabricated a very studious excuse. My textbook says it is the only place in our country bordering the Northern Sea, so I want to see it for myself. While the reason seemed plausible for a diligent child, Dao Jun's true motive was rooted in a profound sorrow. He was not there to admire the ocean. He had come to confirm a lingering concern in his heart. At this point in time, his former self, Yin Xian Yu, and that impoverished family were still living their lives. Dao Jun stopped before a familiar gate, his heart swelling with emotion. This is it. I have finally found it. This is my home. Yet in that very moment, hesitation began to creep into his mind. If he were to run into his parents, what could he possibly say? What if he accidentally called them Mom and Dad? While Dao Jun was lost in his worries, his eyes caught a cherished sight through the window pane. His father and mother were hanging laundry together, happy smiles on their faces. That simple scene made Dao Jun's nose sting as tears welled up. Unconsciously, he whispered, "Dad, Mom." So both of them were still here, safe and sound. Suddenly, the iron gate let out a harsh creak. The door opened, and his mother from his previous life stepped out. Seeing the unfamiliar boy standing there hesitantly, she asked kindly, "What's wrong, little one?" Du Jun bit his lip hard to suppress his sobs. The mother he had yearned for day and night was right before him, yet she looked at him as if he were a stranger. At that moment, his father stepped out and asked his wife with concern, "What's the matter, dear?" His mother turned and told him a boy was crying at their doorstep. His father, still possessing that same honest and gentle demeanor, leaned down to speak to Du Jun. "Is that so? Did you lose your way home?" Du Jun quickly wiped his tears and replied, "No, sir. I'm just looking for a friend's house." "A friend?" his father asked in surprise. "Yes, Hyun Woo's house." Hearing that name, the couple looked at each other, clearly puzzled. "Hyun Woo? I don't think there's anyone by that name in this neighborhood," his father wondered, while his mother thought for a moment before speaking up. "Maybe I should ask Hyun Jai if she has a classmate named Hyun Woo at school." Du Jun was stunned, his heart racing in shock. "Hyun Jai? Could it be?" he asked urgently. "Excuse me, but who is Hyun Jai?" His mother replied matter-of-factly, "Hyun Jai is our daughter." A cold chill ran down Du Jun's spine. In his past life, there was no one named Hyun Jai in his family, and even more terrifyingly, his parents had no knowledge of Hyun Woo's existence. Had the person named Hyun Woo been completely erased from this world? The scene shifts to the majestic office of Chairman Jin Yongchun. On his desk lies the latest newspaper reporting on the new president of the Republic of Korea. Chairman Jin sat in deep contemplation, his gaze fixed on the bold headline. As it turned out, his grandson Du Jun had been exactly right. Months ago, when the current government announced its surrender, many conglomerates rushed to curry favor with the two Kims, Kim Young-sam and Kim Di-young. No one doubted their victory. Fortunately, he had followed Du Jun's advice and delivered the largest contribution to the ruling party instead. As for the two Kims, he only sent a pittance. Chairman Jin smiled triumphantly, amazed that a child's foresight could protect the group's interests so perfectly. In his private room, Du Jun placed the same newspaper on his desk. Up until now, the course of history had unfolded exactly as he remembered. However, the appearance of a girl named Hyun Jai instead of Hyun Woo sounded a dire alarm. This meant the future was no longer set in stone and could change without notice. Perhaps the butterfly effect had begun from the very moment Chairman Jin placed his trust in him. Du Jun pondered his next move, knowing a shifting future meant his weapon of prophecy would eventually lose its power. He had to act quickly. Between now and the age of 20, he had to amass a massive amount of capital to seize control of the Sun Yang Group. In 10 years, Chairman Jin Yongchun would fall gravely ill and be left waiting for death. Before that time, Du Jun had to acquire as many shares as possible to pass on to his father. This would be the spark that ignited the war between his father and his eldest uncle, Jin Yongkai. Most critical of all was the devastating car accident destined to happen when he turned 20. You must prevent the death that Jin Daejun suffered in his previous life. While serving as Xunwoo, the Jin family's fixer, you remembered that your current family perished in that accident. But ironically, they were so neglected and forgotten back then that you never bothered to investigate the details, an oversight you now deeply regret. Your immediate priority is to find a way to escape that destined demise. You wonder if the future might improve if you intervene to extend Jin Yongchun's life. While you are preoccupied with these thoughts while changing clothes, a knock at the door breaks your concentration. It is Jin Daejun's mother from this life, smiling warmly as she tells you it is time to leave. Jin Daejun offers an obedient smile and complies, realizing that no matter how much he ponders, he cannot solve every mystery at this moment. Aside from the fact that he lives under constant scrutiny every day at the Sunyang Group skyscraper, his grandfather greets him with his usual doting expression, calling out to his little puppy as Jin Daejun runs to him. He embraces the man and shouts with feigned joy, "Grandpa," though he curses inwardly, still unable to get used to acting so fake despite all his practice. However, survival demands that he play his part perfectly for this old fox. His grandfather beckons him with an uncharacteristically joyful tone. "Come and sit, my boy." Jin Daejun takes the seat across from him, glancing around the massive, opulent room that now contains only the two of them. With no secretaries or guards present, Jin Daejun assumes the man wants a private conversation, which is understandable given how restless his grandfather had been all morning. Yet, once the election results were finalized, he was ecstatic because his political gamble had paid off brilliantly, observing his grandfather's uncharacteristically gentle smile, a look rarely seen on the Ironwood chairman's face. Jin Daejun asks with feigned innocence why he is in such high spirits today. His grandfather blinks, seemingly pulled from his triumphant reverie, while the president's voice from their earlier phone call still resonates in his mind. "I shall never forget your kindness, Chairman Jin." His grandfather smiles smugly at his young grandson, telling him that his visit alone is enough to make him happy. "I will reward you with all the treats and toys you desire." Jin Daejun blinks in feigned surprise, asking if his grandfather has already heard about his exam results. Seeing the blank look on the old man's face, Jin Daejun realizes he completely forgot his promise of a gift. His mind consumed by the political maneuver, Jin Daejun suggested to secure Sunyang Group for the next 5 years. Nevertheless, he maintains his act as the perfect grandson, claiming he received a perfect score in every subject, which prompts his grandfather to ask for clarification in surprise. "Is that so? A perfect score in every single subject?" "Yes, I was the only student in my class to achieve top marks across the board." Jin Daejun replies with pride. His grandfather lets out a hearty laugh before his expression turns to one of regret as he wonders what to do. "It is already so late that I won't have time to buy the horse I promised you." Jin Daejun sneers inwardly, thinking that he has no interest in such a trivial gift. He intended to use this horse to secure something far more valuable, so he feigned understanding, saying it was fine since he didn't know how to ride yet. "You can buy it after I finish my riding lessons this winter," he said. "But Grandpa, if not for the horse, why did you call me here?" His grandfather looked at Dao Jun, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Because of Dao Jun, his company would grow significantly and he would earn a fortune. Seizing the moment, Dao Jun made his move. "Then you can afford something even more expensive than a horse, right?" His grandfather stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Of course, it must be something much larger and more beautiful than a horse." "Let's see, I plan to give you a horse, but what should I get you now?" Dao Jun quickly feigned concern to lead the conversation. "Grandpa, if I had a horse, it would have to stay at your farm on Jeju Island, right?" "But that's too far. I can't fly to Jeju Island every day just to ride." His grandfather nodded in agreement. "You have a point. What should we do then?" Just then, a knock came at the door as a team of servers wheeled in carts of food, laying out a feast of various delicacies. There was enough to feed an entire village, a true display of the ultra-wealthy's lifestyle. "Let's eat while we think," his grandfather said with a wave, and Dao Jun complied politely. "Yes, please enjoy the meal, Grandpa." As they began to eat, his grandfather suddenly had an idea. "How about I buy you your own private farm? That way you can go riding every day." "How does that sound, Dao Jun?" "Really, Grandpa?" he asked, though his heart was racing with excitement because this was exactly what he had been waiting for. His grandfather confirmed he would give him a real farm, officially documented, so he could visit whenever he liked. Dao Jun acted out a scene of extreme joy. "Wow, thank you so much, Grandpa," he cheered, rushing into the old man's arms. He knew that for the wealthy, the cost of land was nothing when they were in high spirits. Yet for him, this was the most crucial moment to lay the foundation for his future. Dao Jun looked up and asked, "But where is that farm located, Grandpa?" "Not far north of Seoul, in a place called Bundang," his grandfather replied. "There is already a ranch there, so I will buy that area for you." Dao Jun froze. No, that was not the location he wanted. He needed a different spot, one with infinite future potential. Seeing his grandson's dejected face, his grandfather asked, "What's wrong? Do you not like it?" Dao Jun hesitated, giving his prepared reason. "I do like it, but I live in Gangnam, and going north is just too far." His grandfather laughed and shook his head. "Too far? You certainly are a picky one. But south of Seoul, around the Gangnam area, there aren't any farms." Dao Jun replied quickly, his eyes shining with hidden meaning. "We can just build one, Grandpa." Hearing such a naive yet bold suggestion, the veteran businessman was momentarily stunned. What, build a new one? He then burst into a long, hearty laugh that echoed through the room. Dao Jun watched the old man's fit of laughter with a bewildered expression, thinking to himself, what on earth? Why did he suddenly burst out laughing? Did I say something wrong, or did he realize something? His grandfather then spoke up slowly. Of the 48 subsidiaries currently under the Shun Yang Group, only 18 were established by my own hands. The rest were businesses I acquired and merged. Hearing this, Dao Jun could not yet fully grasp the profound meaning behind his words. His grandfather explained that most of the companies he founded personally dated back to the group's inception, implying that only by laying the first bricks yourself can you forge a vital bond with the firm. Only then does a fierce desire to nurture its growth arise. Dao Jun was stunned, wondering if this old fox had interpreted his naive remark about building things so philosophically. Yet surprisingly, his grandfather seemed deeply impressed. Placing a hand on Dao Jun's shoulder with solemn trust, he expressed his satisfaction with the boy's mindset and promised to personally support his first steps, while Dao Jun complied outwardly despite his internal confusion. He wondered if the man intended to provide such hands-on business training before his grandfather suddenly called out with authority to ask if anyone was outside. His grandfather's commanding voice rang out as he immediately ordered an attendant to bring a map of the Seoul and Gyeonggi regions. Dao Jun felt a surge of secret joy, wondering if the map signaled a reward of land as they sat beneath the magnificent and costly chandelier. The two sat waiting until the map was spread across the dining table a few minutes later, as his grandfather wished to test the boy's discernment. To see how sharp his grandson's intuition was, he handed Dao Jun a brush pen and challenged him to mark the location where he wished to establish a farm. Holding the pen, Dao Jun's mind raced with the secret desire to establish dozens of farms across the entire country. Securing land where prices would skyrocket in a year or two would grant him a massive advantage in the future struggle for Shun Yang shares, while his grandfather urged him to choose with care. He warned that expensive central Seoul and the southern urban areas of Gyeonggi province were off-limits, prompting the boy to calculate his move thoroughly. Dao Jun decisively marked a spot on the map, causing his grandfather to squint at the location and question the choice since it was far from home, to which the boy feigned innocence. Despite his lingering doubts, the grandfather turned to his subordinate and ordered him to investigate the current status of that land and report back with every detail. The employee complied and withdrew with the map, leaving Dao Jun to breathe a sigh of relief that the old man had not pressed him further on his reasons for choosing that specific plot. Silence returned to the room as they resumed their meal, with Dao Jun continuing his act of being a well-behaved and respectful grandson to win the man's favor. While sipping premium tea, his grandfather inquired about his school life and whether he had made many friends, to which Dao Jun responded with practiced ease. In truth, he had no friends at all, for how could a man with a 40-year-old soul possibly find common ground with a group of snot-nosed children? Just then, a knock sounded at the door as the subordinate returned with the map in hand, prompting his grandfather to ask for the results the moment the man bowed. The subordinate respectfully reported, "Chairman, this area in the southern Greenbelt is currently facing severe development restrictions. It is merely a rural region filled with cucumber and melon patches where the infrastructure is poor and access is difficult. Furthermore, experts deem its potential extremely low." Hearing the report, the grandfather fell into a contemplative silence, muttering that a farm could be built there, though his eyes betrayed a deeper, more calculating intent. His fingers drummed rhythmically against the wooden table, creating a pressurized atmosphere that made Dao Jun, who was sitting beside him, break into a cold sweat. Eventually, the tapping stopped as he concluded his mental calculations, and he sharply ordered his subordinate to find out how much land could be purchased there. He commanded the subordinate to buy every plot larger than 165,000 square meters, about 50,000 pyong, and the man quickly withdrew after hearing that figure. Dao Jun felt a surge of joy as the word excellent echoed in his mind, and once they were alone, his grandfather began to offer some gentle guidance. "My grandson, the land you have chosen is currently an underdeveloped area of little value. If it were up to me, I would never consider purchasing it." Dao Jun feigned confusion and asked why. So his grandfather explained that it would take far too long for the value to increase, perhaps even after his own death. He noted that there was no profit in it for him, but explained to Dao Jun that he was different because he still had plenty of time to wait. The land could eventually become an extremely expensive location, and you have many years ahead of you to witness that transformation. He told the boy to consider it a gift he was setting aside, and Dao Jun nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, promising to remember the lesson. Despite his outward display of filial gratitude, Dao Jun was inwardly gloating. knowing there was no way he would have to wait 30 years for the land to appreciate. He knew that in just 2 years, the area would be developed into the new Bundang district, making him the owner of 165,000 square meters of prime real estate. Dao Jun savored his meal and his impending victory, while over in Chairman Jin's office, a heavy tension filled the air as he sat regally in his expensive chair. Chairman Jin looked down at his 2 children standing submissively before him and asked in a scrutinizing tone if they really wanted his help with the Jiangno election. Xiao Yun quickly argued that, although it was her husband's first time running, his success would be highly beneficial for both her father and the corporation. The chairman met her words with a scornful smile, coldly stating that the current assemblyman in Jiangno already obeyed his every command without question. He claimed the man would come running at any hour if summoned, so her husband should be content with the seat in Sugundi, where Sun Yang had many factories. He told her that her husband could easily win there without any bribes, leading Xiao Yun to boldly ask if he was simply reluctant to invest in her husband. The chairman's fury erupted as he barked that he had already paved the way for the man to become the chief prosecutor. Yet the son-in-law was the one claiming he had no desire to be a legislator. The son-in-law could only hang his head as Li apologized to his father-in-law. Seeing her husband being scolded, Jin Zai-yun sharply intervened to defend him. She argued that her husband was worthy given his family was among the most elite in the country, and even without the Sun Yang Group's backing, he would be a top choice for any political party. Hearing this, the chairman let out a mocking laugh that wounded his son-in-law's pride, questioning the status of the so-called greatest legal family in Korea. He ridiculed them, stating he used his own power to promote Kiwi's father to chief prosecutor, and that Kiwi's current role as head of inspections was entirely due to his patronage. He asked if they understood why he did it, and as Jin Zai-yun fell silent, Chairman Jin continued to lash out at them with every word. He made it clear he wanted their family to be loyal dogs that protected the Sun Yang Group, his face displaying utter contempt for his son-in-law. Mr. Kiwi turned deathly pale and bowed even lower, clenching his fists but not daring to speak, knowing his father-in-law could ruin his entire family's legal careers with one call. The chairman growled at his son-in-law to stop his delusions and live quietly, accepting only what he was given. He told him to warn his family against further greed or face total ruin, prompting a trembling Kiwi to comply before the chairman finished with him. Chairman Jin then turned to his daughter, Jin Zai-yun, and asked if she no longer wanted to run the shopping center he had assigned to her, startling her. Her face went pale with the fear that her father had discovered her plan to use her husband's political power to eventually seize Sun Yang from her brothers. Terrified by his sharp intuition, she bowed and begged for mercy, while he told her to be content with her current position. He warned that he would replace her the moment the shopping center's revenue dipped, leaving the couple to walk out in utter humiliation. In the corner, Jin Do-jun sat quietly and pretended to be oblivious while drinking milk, though he was secretly analyzing the entire power struggle. He realized the couple's ambitions had been suppressed, and they were now fearing for their inheritance, deciding he would deal with them in due time. As soon as the door shut, Chairman Jin's attitude shifted instantly as he turned to his grandson and spoke with a surprisingly tender voice. He asked Jin Do-jun if he had been bored, to which the boy looked up with clear, innocent eyes and feigned ignorance. He claimed he was just reading, a habit the chairman praised before handing him a thick envelope and telling him to accept it. Jin Do-jun was bewildered and asked what it was, only for his grandfather to smile kindly and explain it contained the deeds for the 265,000 square meters of land he had requested. You originally requested only 165,000 square meters, so why is there an extra 100,000 now? You asked for clarification, and your grandfather burst into a hearty laugh. You little rascal, do you actually remember the exact figures? Do-jun felt a secret sense of pride, having carefully calculated his response to earn points. In business, mastering the numbers is of paramount importance. As expected, his grandfather was very pleased, noting that the land there was fragmented with countless owners. Since no one would sell a mere 165,000 square meters, he bought an additional 100,000 to round it up as a gift, leaving Do-jun secretly thrilled. Suddenly possessing an extra 100,000 square meters, he calculated that within 2 to 3 years, the compensation for the total area would reach 16 billion won before his grandfather asked if he liked it. Do-jun replied immediately that he loved it, for how could he not when an apartment in the Yin-Ma complex currently cost only about 75 million won? With that impending fortune, he could easily afford 200 units, so he rushed to embrace his grandfather and thanked him profusely with flattering words. In his grandfather's arms, Do-jun wore a cunning smile, thinking that for a 16 billion won inheritance, He should certainly play the role of a lovable grandson perfectly. The year 1988 was a truly special milestone, as the Constitution of the Republic of Korea took effect, beginning the era of presidents elected directly by the people. That same year, the president issued the July 7th declaration regarding inter-Korean cooperation policies and the promotion of relations with the North. After 38 long years, local autonomy was restarted, leading to the return of state inspections after a 16-year absence. Although the exchange rate hit 601 per dollar, and the economy entered a three-lows period of low interest rates, low oil prices, and a weak dollar, the massive influx of people into Seoul caused property prices to soar, leading the government to announce a plan for 2 million homes in a desperate attempt to curb the fever. Despite the grand announcements for projects in Shanben, Jiangdong, and Pingchang, the thirst for housing showed no signs of cooling down. When 1989 arrived, the locations for the new satellite cities were finally determined to be Chengnan, Bendan, and Yishan. In the chairman's office, Jin Yang-chun held the first urban planning announcement and laughed with delight and shock before asking Secretary Lee if he knew where Do-jun's land was. "Yes, I am aware," Secretary Lee replied, as Chairman Jin pointed to the development site on the map with a voice full of excitement. "Look at this, isn't this the exact spot that was just chosen for the new urban center?" he asked, leaving Secretary Lee completely stunned. Indeed, the land the boy chose had increased in value hundreds of times in just 1 year, and the chairman laughed loudly, unable to hide his admiration. He remarked that he had initially dismissed the idea of buying there, but the boy had insisted on that region, and his laughter filled the room with immense satisfaction. After a moment, he spoke solemnly, instructing that if Dao-jun grew up to be a capable man, the secretary should watch over and care for him. "Because if I were to divide the Sun-Yang group into 3 or 4 portions for my children, they would tear each other apart to seize it all. I must prevent that, and perhaps Dao-jun will be the variable." Secretary Lee bowed respectfully, vowing to remember the chairman's words as Jin stared at the map with a triumphant laugh. That night in his private room, Dao-jun held his savings book with his mouth wide open, staring intently at the current balance of 14 billion won. Dao-jun quickly calculated in his head that he would first sell 199,000 square meters of land and keep 66,000 square meters to wait for the price to rise further. Consequently, his total assets were estimated at around 20 billion won, and he remembered his grandfather's promise that he had full authority over the money he earned. Dao-jun was filled with excitement, secretly thinking that at this rate, the value of that land could reach 100 billion won in 30 years. While he was lost in fantasies of wealth, a knock at the door snapped him back to reality. Do-jun's parents walked in, their expressions somewhat grave. "Do-jun, we would like to speak with you for a moment." Do-jun quickly masked his excitement and replied politely. As the two sat across from their son, his mother asked in a gentle yet serious tone, "What do you intend to do with such a massive sum of money?" Do-jun replied calmly, using his grandfather's prestige as a shield to deflect the pressure. "Grandfather suggested that I should first deposit it into a savings account." His parents exchanged glances and smiled with relief. Do-jun understood they were merely anxious about a child holding such a vast fortune. "Is there nothing you want to buy for yourself?" his mother continued to ask. "No, mother, you have already bought me everything I need," he answered obediently. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and Do-jun could not help but ask a question in return. "Do you and father want to use this money to buy something?" His words left his parents stunned as if they had been struck by lightning. They stared at their son, their eyes filled with confusion and surprise. His father stood up abruptly, his face darkening as he walked straight out without a word. Do-jun watched his father's back in bewilderment, not understanding what he had said to cause such a sharp reaction. Only his mother's sigh remained in the room. She took Do-jun's small hand and said, "Your father was just very surprised. We will talk about this later, all right." Do-jun could only murmur a soft yes. His mother then stood up and quietly left the room. Out in the yard, she found her husband standing pensively in the darkness. "He is still young and innocent, so he only meant well. Please do not take it to heart," she consoled him softly. Her husband remained silent for a long time before finally speaking in a hoarse voice. "I am not angry with him. I am just ashamed of myself." When Do-jun asked that, my heart raced. For a moment, I thought to myself, this is the opportunity. As a father to actually covet my son's savings, I feel truly pathetic. Hearing this, his wife smiled gently and took her husband's hand. "It is only because the amount is so large, dear. To be honest, I felt the same way. I once thought that with that money, our whole family could move abroad and escape this life of struggle." The husband looked at his wife, and they both laughed with a sense of relief. They leaned against each other, sharing the inner feelings of impoverished parents facing the temptation of wealth. Du Jun, who had been hiding behind the door, heard the entire conversation. He thought to himself, so that was it. Their love and pride for their children are truly immense. A moment later, Du Jun approached his father, who was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. I am sorry, father, he murmured. His father looked up in surprise. Why are you apologizing? I am not angry with you, I was just a bit startled. That's right, what do you plan to do when you grow up? Du Jun looked directly into his father's eyes and replied firmly, I will do the things I want to do. What you want? What is it specifically? His father asked curiously. I want to become the owner of a corporation even more powerful than grandfather. Upon hearing Du Jun's answer, his father, Yun Jai, could not help but burst into a hearty, boisterous laugh. It was as if he had just heard the most hilarious story in the world. Du Jun watched his father calmly, fully understanding the reason behind his laughter. Shenyang was already South Korea's premier empire and an insurmountable peak, making a young boy's vow to build something greater sound like a fairy tale. When his laughter finally died down, Yun Jai looked at his son with a lingering glint of amusement, remarking on the scale of Dao Jun's dream. Dao Jun immediately seized the moment, telling his father he needed his help, which caused Yun Jai's smile to fade into a contemplative look. He sighed and admitted he likely couldn't assist, as he had no interest in the family's business dealings. Despite his business degree from abroad, his heart was in film, but Dao Jun interrupted, noting that his father had studied business in England. He suggested his father must have very talented former classmates, leaving Yun Jai stunned as he stared at his 10-year-old son. It felt as though he were speaking to a business partner scouting for talent rather than a child. Meanwhile, tension gripped the vice chairman's office at Shenyang. The atmosphere was thick in the office of Dao Jun's eldest uncle, who was shocked to hear the boy had received 14 billion in land compensation. He roared in a fit of rage, his face turning red as he realized selling the rest would net the boy another 10 billion won. His son, lounging on the sofa, expressed his deep envy of Dao Jun's sudden fortune. He noted that the bank interest alone would be 2 billion won a year, enough to buy 20 apartments in Gangnam, before a loud thud echoed. The uncle slammed the table violently and barked at his son, calling him a fool and stating that the money itself was not the primary issue. He hissed through gritted teeth that their grandfather was not one to waste money, yet he had personally established a farm for the boy and transferred the title. The core problem was the blatant favoritism shown by spending a fortune to settle the matter, a realization that made the son break into a sweat. Still fuming, the uncle asked his son if he had ever received land or a savings account, concluding it was because he was deemed unworthy. He called his son pathetic for focusing on petty interest before leaning back into his chair with an exhausted sigh. With a calculating glint in his eyes, he eventually ordered his men to keep a close watch on Yun Jai's family from that moment on. A few days later at Dao Jun's house, Yun Jai arrived with a stranger and introduced him as an old classmate from his time in England. The man, Wu Shixian, gave a confident smile and asked for a private word with Dao Jun. Yun Jai was surprised but gave them space, while Dao Jun watched, hardly believing his father was connected to such a legendary future investment shark. I heard from your father that you want to be a businessman. That's right, Dao Jun replied, his voice full of confidence. Wu Shixian furrowed his brows, just like your grandfather. No, Dao Jun replied calmly. I want to run a conglomerate even larger than my grandfather's. Wu Shixian laughed in amusement. In this country of South Korea, Shenyang is already #1, yet you want something even bigger. My, you have quite the ambition. It's not ambition, it's a dream, Dao Jun corrected him, his attitude remaining unusually composed. Ambition is like my grandfather, while a romantic dream is like my father. Wu Shixian nodded at the remark. Dao Jun stopped beating around the bush and asked, You're also the director of a large company, aren't you? Yes, a very large one, Wu Shixian replied. But I'm a bit different from your grandfather. I work to help the wealthy become even wealthier. So I suppose you meet many people with money, don't you? Then could you help my money grow as well? Dao Jun went straight to the point. Wu Shixian was surprised by the child's audacity. Listen, kid, I only came here to talk to you out of respect for your father. You can't be my client. Why not? Because my clients are all ultra-wealthy. A child's pocket money isn't in my investment portfolio. Dao Jun looked directly into Wu Shixian's eyes, his voice turning serious. No longer showing any childishness, he asked, Didn't my father tell you about the money I have? Wu Shixian froze. I currently have 14 billion won in cash in my account. If I sell the rest of my land, I'll have about 10 billion more. That's 24 billion won in total. With this amount, am I qualified to be your client yet? The room fell silent. Wu Shixian was stunned, the smile on his lips freezing. As a financial expert, he understood the value of money, but the figure of 24 billion won coming from the mouth of a 10-year-old was beyond imagination. In his previous life, it wasn't rare for Chaebol children to own massive assets, but that was a matter of the future. At this moment in the 80s, a child possessing such a massive hoard of cash was one of a kind. This 24 billion one would be worth hundreds of billions or even trillions in 30 years. Time passed heavily, placing invisible pressure on Wu Shikshuan. He muttered to himself, seemingly unable to digest the information he had just received. Seeing this, Dao Jun added a firm statement. Yes, you didn't mishear me. Within this year, I will have over 10 billion more. Only then did Wu Shikshuan regain his composure. He took a deep breath and looked at Dao Jun with a completely different gaze, one for an equal partner. All right, with that amount, we can talk. Dao Jun handed a notebook to Wu Shikshuan. This is my personal investment plan. Wu Shikshuan paused for a moment in surprise. He took the notebook and flipped through the pages. The first page made his eyes glue to the paper in shock. As he turned to the second, third, fourth, and fifth pages, beads of sweat began to pour from his forehead. Every number and line Dao Jun wrote was so sharp that it left Wu Shikshuan feeling as if he had been checkmated and speechless. Meanwhile, Dao Jun maintained an innocent face while leisurely sipping from a carton of banana milk. He wondered how Representative Wu Shikshuan would react after seeing this plan, calmly observing every changing expression on the man's face. Wu Shikshuan respectfully closed the notebook. He looked up and asked Dao Jun, "How could you possibly know these things at your age?" Dao Jun smiled. "I'm quite intelligent, uncle. I'm not like this childish appearance." But Wu Shikshuan remained skeptical, shaking his head repeatedly. "This is simply impossible. I cannot believe a 12-year-old boy wrote the contents of this notebook. Could it have been drafted by someone else? Even business students from prestigious S-tier universities might not be able to conceive these strategies." Dao Jun offered a knowing smile and replied sharply, "S-tier university students aren't the chairman's grandson, nor do they dare to dream as big as I do. For 3 years, I visited grandfather weekly and followed him during summers to understand his every word." At that moment, Wu Shixian finally understood. The boy was trying to grasp Chairman Jin's entire philosophy, meaning this plan was heavily influenced by the chairman. If he was merely mimicking the vision of that old fox Jin Yang Kaian, then it made sense. Thinking this, he asked pointedly if the boy was influenced by Chairman Jin, and upon hearing that question, Dao Jun knew he had played his cards right, as even a genius could not produce a plan of this scale at age 12. In moments like these, using his grandfather as a shield was the perfect excuse. He smiled mysteriously at his success and feigned innocence while confirming he was always by his grandfather's side. Because of that, he often shared many important matters with me. After their talk, Wu Shixian prepared to leave, but Dao Jun's father noticed his pensive look and asked why he seemed so serious, to which Wu Shixian asked in return, "Why didn't you tell me about the 14 billion? The father hesitated for a moment before finally remembering and exclaiming, "Oh, that matter. I was afraid you might have a bias regarding the boy's money, so I didn't mention it." Wu Shixian shook his head and replied seriously that it wasn't about the money. "That boy is not an ordinary child at all. I believe your son is a genius," to which the father laughed and asked if he was truly that remarkable. While it is true that Dao Jun is excellent in his studies, Wu Shixian quickly interrupted, stating it wasn't about academics as the two men shared a brief silence. Neither said another word until Wu Shixian suddenly turned away, saying he needed to go home and think more before walking straight toward the gate. He left the father standing there in a daze, wondering if Dao Jun really was a genius, while the boy watched from the window and quickly feigned a silly smile and waved as his father looked up. Looking at that foolish grin, it was hard to imagine where the boy's genius lay. A few days later, Wu Shixian sat across from the boy at Dao Jun's house one evening. Wu Shixian sat across from the boy and sought final confirmation, asking if he wanted to follow this investment plan, because he was the first to receive confidential information from his grandfather. "You want me to execute this investment plan, right?" Dao Jun gave a firm nod, and both remained silent for a moment as they calculated their options. Wu Shixian nodded, realizing that an investment plan based on the vision of the Sun Yang Group's chairman would naturally be far more valuable than any ordinary proposal. After speaking, the man stood up and declared that these basic investment guides could be thrown away as they were no longer necessary, while Dao Jun thought to himself, to get this seasoned man to follow a child's lead, the only way was to leverage his grandfather's prestige. Wu Shixian continued, stating that by year-end, they could establish an American investment firm with the boy holding all the shares. Capital will be held in the United States until you wish to withdraw it, though you must cover the company's operating costs yourself. Du Jun smiled contentedly and told him to proceed as he wished, mentioning he had one more favor to ask. Wu Shixian felt a chill down his spine. wondering how much more the boy would amaze him as he looked at Du Jun's innocent smile. After finishing his business, Wu Shixian hurried out and sighed deeply on the stairs, causing Du Jun's father to ask why he was sighing. When asked if Du Jun had caused trouble, Wu Shixian patted his friend's shoulder and expressed his deep envy for such a talented son. Wu Shixian leaned back on the sofa and explained that after their talk, Du Jun had agreed to use his funds for investment purposes. However, the boy only set aside 10 billion, leaving the father to wonder what he planned to do with the remaining 4 billion. Wu Shixian sighed and told Du Jun's father that if he started the film company he wanted, he would be the prime candidate for CEO. Before he could ask anything, Wu Shixian calmly added that the average production cost for a Korean film was currently about 150 million won. With 4 billion won, he could produce at least 10 movies, a massive figure that left Du Jun's father feeling completely stunned. Wu Shixian explained that Du Jun had calculated that external investment could further increase production, allowing his father full creative freedom. The boy was incredibly thoughtful, knowing his father would refuse cash out of pride, so he came up with the idea of a film company instead. Now he would be forced to manage the company, leaving Du Jun's father moved and humbled by his son's sophisticated display of filial piety. While the two men sat in thought, Chairman Jin was coldly questioning his secretary about a file at his luxurious mansion. The secretary identified the man as Wu Shixian of Power Sales Korea, leading the chairman to ask if he was a friend of Yun Jai. The secretary confirmed they were classmates in England, before hesitantly remarking on how exceptionally intelligent young Master Du Jun truly was. Instead of settling for low bank interest like other children, the boy chose a professional investment firm, prompting the chairman to order a meeting. Suspecting the man might be a swindler trying to take Du Jun's wealth, the chairman sent his secretary to investigate. Alone, Chairman Jin pondered his youngest grandson, surprised that the boy he expected to be quiet was taking such bold investment risks. Rather than feeling worried, he was delighted, as that insatiable ambition for more than meager interest reminded the chairman of himself. In August 1989, world history underwent massive shifts, as nearly 2 million people from 3 Baltic Soviet republics joined hands to form a human chain over 600 kilometers long. This chain linked 3 capitals to demand independence and democracy in an event known as the Baltic Way. That same autumn, as Koreans celebrated Chuseok, Hungary opened its borders. A flood of East Germans began escaping to the west, signaling the collapse of the Eastern Bloc. And while the world watched these political upheavals, Jin Dae-jun was in New York. He was quietly building his own empire by establishing an investment firm where he held 98% of the shares, with the remaining 2% belonging to Wu Shixian and his partners. On November 3, 1989, Jin Dae-jun and Wu Shixian arrived in America, and standing before a skyscraper in the heart of Manhattan, Jin Dae-jun was overcome with emotion. He whispered that this was his company, while Wu Shixian stood beside him and shrugged, remarking that the building looked a bit dilapidated. He explained he didn't want to waste money on appearances and chose a cheap rental. But in the boy's eyes, the place didn't look shabby at all. It radiated the brilliant aura of the future. And even though it was just an ordinary building in a lavish place like Manhattan, it meant everything to him. To him, it was the beginning of a grand dream for the company named Fantasy Investment, an entity meant for miracles. Wu Shixian once criticized the name as being too childish and idealistic, but Jin Dae-jun insisted on it, vowing to create impossible miracles here as they both went inside. While Wu Shixian looked around to inspect the facilities, Jin Dae-jun entered the vast main office, hardly able to believe that this was finally a reality. He intended to raise a monster here that would be powerful enough to devour the massive Shenyang group, but his thoughts were interrupted by a sudden noise. A group of foreigners approached to warmly greet Wu Shixian after a long time apart, and after the initial pleasantries, Wu Shixian's tone became serious. He directed everyone's attention toward Jin Dae-jun and told them to greet their boss, the CEO of Fantasy Investment, leaving Jin Dae-jun slightly stunned. The employees stared wide-eyed at the young Asian boy as Wu Shixian whispered to Jin Dae-jun that these were the partners who would stand by his side. As Wu Shixian mentioned he had already given them a brief introduction, the staff quickly straightened their clothes and bowed, while Jin Dae-jun responded with a calm smile. He introduced himself with a string of fluent English and a perfect accent that was truly startling, leaving the entire room in a stunned, silent state. When a stammering Wu Shixian asked if he knew English, Jin Dae-jun modestly replied he studied it occasionally, making the man break into a cold sweat at the claim. His proficiency was indistinguishable from a native speaker's, as they had no idea that in his previous life, Yin Xuanwu, now Jin Dae-jun, had to exert 100 times more effort than others due to his low-tier university background. just to survive and rise within the Shenyang group. He had toiled day and night to master foreign languages, determined to speak English even better than prestigious Ivy League graduates, and that knowledge had now become his most powerful weapon. Dao Jun suddenly spoke up, suggesting that while it was abrupt to discuss business at their first meeting, he wanted them to thoroughly investigate a specific company. Director Wu Shixian's eyes widened in alarm, unable to understand what the young master was planning, while the rest of the office was in an uproar trying to guess the boy's goal. Wu Shixian decided to ask him directly despite his growing headache, and when Dao Jun named Ma Yun Computer, later known as Bell, the staff nearby nearly fell over in shock. Everyone stared in bewilderment, unable to believe their ears that he meant a computer company. But Dao Jun simply maintained a mysterious smile and made a confident declaration. He announced that this would be the first place their company invested its capital, speaking at length like a true expert with the wisdom of a 52-year-old. Martin Bell had discovered how to exploit intermediary fees in stamp collection auctions and found a method to connect sellers and buyers directly. He then expanded into various sectors and achieved great success through focused marketing, eventually founding Ma Yun Computer and building it into a global empire, leaving the entire company stunned by Dao Jun's presentation. Even the veteran investor Wu Shixian began to break into a cold sweat and asked Dao Jun how he could possibly know so much about Ma Yun Computer. Dao Jun smiled and replied with an unusually mature tone, explaining that the man had already earned $2,000 from selling stamps when he was only 12. By high school, he had made a significant amount of money from a newspaper business, which was the start of Martin Bell's organization, though Wu Shixian remained skeptical. He questioned if Dao Jun intended to invest a fortune based solely on childhood startup stories, noting that the man lacked a wealthy grandfather to back him up like Dao Jun had. Dao Jun calmly countered by pointing out that the man had earned his own money at the same age, asking if such a genius wasn't worth their wager. That sharp and mature response silenced Wu Shixian as the office buzzed with excitement, and he finally ordered the staff to gather all possible information on Ma Yun Computer and Martin Bell. The staff quickly dispersed to work, while Dao Jun watched the busy scene with a satisfied smile. And a few days later, he was still surprised that Martin Bell wanted to meet at a hamburger joint. Wu Shixian expressed his pessimism regarding their chances of investing in Ma Yun Computer since they had just secured $30 million elsewhere. But Dao Jun nonchalantly revealed he already knew, startling Wu Shixian. Realizing that timing is everything in investment, Dao Jun muttered to himself about the points of entry and exit before telling Wu Shixian they were a step too late, to which the latter agreed. He added that Bell's choice of a fast food restaurant for their meeting showed it wasn't important to him, and that he had struggled just to get the man to agree to a brief meeting. Dao Jun sighed with a hint of disappointment before Wu Shixian urged him inside the noisy, crowded fast food joint, where they searched for their contact until a voice called out to Mr. Wu. They spotted a very young man waving at them, and Dao Jun watched in surprise, recognizing Martin Bell, the man who would become the world's youngest billionaire in the top 500 by age 27. By the age of 34, he will be among the top 5 wealthiest people in America with a net worth of $21.4 billion. And after the initial greetings, Bell pointed at Dao Jun and asked, "Who is this kid?" Bell inquired, prompting Wu Shixian to quickly invent a story about him being a passionate fan, which made Bell laugh out loud with delight. As the three of them sat down, Bell didn't waste time on small talk and got straight to the point, telling them to hurry because he had to return to his company in 15 minutes. Wu Shixian hastily explained Fantasy's investment goals, but before he could even mention the specific amount or the benefits, Bell coldly dismissed him. "I don't need any more investors since my capital is currently sufficient," Bell stated, while Dao Jun sat nearby, fully aware that Bell's confidence came from just pocketing $30 million. Remaining completely unfazed, the young boy suddenly spoke up and outlined a plan to use $15 million to become a majority shareholder in Main Computer. Hearing the child talk fluently about such massive sums, Bell was stunned and asked Wu Shixian if the boy was his son, only for Wu Shixian to nonchalantly reply that the boy was his boss, leaving Bell bewildered. He let out a sudden snort before erupting into louder laughter and slamming the table in amusement, then turned to Dao Jun and said he would ask him 2 questions. For the first question, he asked who told the boy about his profits from selling stamps, to which Dao Jun sharply responded, asking if Bell thought he would bring $15 million here without a thorough investigation. Bell nodded in satisfaction and then asked the second question, noting that since he wasn't accepting more investments, he wondered how the boy planned to become a major shareholder. "I control more than half of the voting rights on the board of that company, so my word is law," Bell asserted as Dao Jun looked him straight in the eye. calmly delivering a decisive blow. The boy predicted that the company would launch an IPO in about 6 months, a statement that struck a nerve and immediately silenced Bell. The boy smiled inwardly, knowing the man was shocked that he knew such a secret, then looked his opponent in the eye and clearly presented his proposal. I will use cash to acquire all of your company's shares currently circulating on the market, and $15 million should be enough for me to become a major shareholder, right? Furthermore, I can mobilize an additional $10 million in cash within this year, he added, causing Martin Bell to feel a chill run down his spine as he listened. His mind struggled to keep pace with the reasoning of this small Asian boy, and before the man could recover from his shock, Dao Jun added that as a major shareholder and investor, he demanded a seat on the board and the right to participate directly in business strategy as a prerequisite, leaving the two older men in the room stunned by the child's words. Nevertheless, Dao Jun smirked and added that if the investment was accepted, he would delegate all voting rights back to the man until the shares were eventually resold. He also promised to grant the man priority buyback rights at the exact market value at the time of sale, prompting Wu Shixuan to interrupt in a state of panic. He apologized to Bell and pulled Dao Jun aside to whisper, asking if he was insane, as buyback prices are typically higher than market value to compensate for risks and protect management rights. Why sell at the market rate? Seeing Wu Shixian's reaction, Bell laughed heartily and slapped the table. So it's true this boy is actually your boss. I was skeptical until now. Bell turned to Dao Jun with a look of great interest. What is your name, young man? Dao Jun smiled and extended his hand. My English name is Wagajin. Bell nodded, committing the name to memory. He then struck the table decisively. All right, Wagajin, let's get into the details. Dao Jun gave a subtle smile, knowing he had won this match. Only Wu Shixian remained bewildered, unable to understand why Dao Jun was being so foolishly generous. On the first-class flight back to South Korea, Wu Shixian was still troubled. He would be incredibly busy until the investment deal was finalized. But there's a problem. They won't accept the full $15 million. What do you plan to do with the rest? Dao Jun casually turned a page of his newspaper and gave a short answer. You and the analysis team should deliberate and report potential targets to me. I will be the one to make the final call. Wu Shixian looked at the boy and shook his head in wonder. You truly astonish me. I still can't understand that negotiation with Miracle. I tried to put myself in the shoes of a genius child to explain it, but it still didn't make sense. Dao Jun suddenly turned with a knowing smile. Pointing to his temple, he said, Actually, I'm from 30 years in the future and was reincarnated. So inside this small head are the memories and mindset of a veteran 40-year-old businessman. Wu Shixian was stunned for a few moments. He narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Dao Jun as if trying to see into his soul, then suddenly exhaled and gritted his teeth. Stop messing around, you little rascal. You've been watching too many science fiction movies. I don't like these silly jokes. Dao Jun burst out laughing and asked, Don't you find it funny? Wu Shixian fell silent for a moment before muttering, It's strange. If that hypothesis were true, meaning this is the insight of a seasoned 40-year-old entrepreneur, then everything you've done becomes perfectly logical. No one would dare question your competence anymore. Hearing that, Dao Jun just smiled and let it go. The plane continued to cut through the wind toward Seoul. At the Cheyenne Group headquarters, the close secretary was cautiously reporting the results of the New York investigation. Chairman, the report says they only went for sightseeing and shopping. Chairman Jin Yongjun snorted coldly while reviewing the files. That old fox Wu Shixian went with them, which means it was a business trip, not a vacation. The secretary quickly bowed and promised a more thorough investigation, but then he hesitated as if he had more to say. Chairman Jin's eyes turned sharp. Why are you acting so hesitant? Speak. Only then did the secretary find the courage to report. Sir, Master Runji is currently establishing a film production company. The formalities are almost finished. I heard he plans to start production on 2 films at the same time next year. Upon hearing this, Chairman Jin's anger flared up. He gritted his teeth and spoke each word slowly. It's because of Dao Jun's money again, isn't it? Yes, the boy gave his father 4 billion won. 4 billion. Chairman Jin's hands clenched into tight fists, trembling with rage. But then he took a deep breath, and his expression became cold and merciless. Fine, Dao Jun needs to experience failure to gain some perspective. If he wants recognition, he shouldn't use money to buy people's favor, especially when mixing business with emotions. The secretary asked if he meant Dao Jun, and Chairman Jin confirmed that even though Yun Chi was his father, Dao Jun had to experience this harsh lesson himself. Never throw money away without a clear path to profit, viewing the 4 billion won as a cheap tuition fee to make him more decisive, and to shed his sentimental need to prove himself to the family. Secretary Yizi then asked what would happen if Master Yun Chi's film actually succeeded. Chairman Jin sighed and waved his hand dismissively. calling Yun-chi a mere dreamer who had never run a business in his life. He remarked that if filmmaking were easy, no one would go bankrupt doing it, leaving the secretary silent and unable to offer a rebuttal. However, the secretary secretly thought that if even one film succeeded, they would have to reevaluate the young master's exceptional investment instincts and Dao Jun's keen eye for talent. Meanwhile, at Dao Jun's home, Wu Shikshuan was updating his young boss on their $9 million investment in Amazon. He added that he had shortlisted several potential candidates for the remaining $6 million before handing the documents to Dao Jun, who began scanning the list. Dao Jun's eyes suddenly sparkled when he saw a familiar name, and he excitedly shouted, "Microsoft," though Wu Shikshuan quickly warned him that it sounded obscure. He admitted he didn't know much about the company and that it was a risky bet, but Dao Jun, being from the future, understood perfectly how Bill Gates' Microsoft would become a global empire, and the word risk simply didn't apply to this company in his mind. When Dao Jun asked for his reasoning, Wu Shikshuan explained that while they kept releasing operating systems, the market's response had been lackluster. He noted that they planned to release a third version next year, but given their failures, the future looked bleak, especially with IBM developing its own OS to split from them. Dao Jun tried to recall if they were about to launch Windows 3 or 3.1 next year, but he figured a year or two wouldn't make much of a difference. He asked for his partner's opinion, and Wu Shikshuan admitted that he actually found Microsoft somewhat intriguing as well. Dao Jun smiled, realizing the man was willing to take risks in new fields, and he finalized the decision to move forward with the investment. He expressed confidence in their future success, and after Wu Shikshuan agreed, Dao Jun suddenly asked him to sell his land in Bundang, leaving the man wide-eyed with shock. Wu Shikshuan argued they should wait for the peak price, but Dao Jun explained he couldn't neglect the New York firm and needed funds after investing $15 million. He explained they needed liquid cash for operations and other investment rotations, and Wu Shikshuan nodded as he finally grasped the boy's strategic thinking. "Very well, but we will only utilize half of the proceeds from the land sale." He had to save the remaining half. After seeing Wu Shixian out and closing the door, Dao Jun slumped into his chair in frustration, lost in thought once more. He was merely utilizing fragmented pieces of knowledge from the future rather than being a true expert, as he was just an ordinary office worker in his past life who never traded stocks or visited Wall Street. His only assets were bits of information gathered from the media, and although he didn't know the precise moment to invest or which companies were truly worth a fortune, he was certain that one industry would become an invincible legend 30 years later: cinema. Among thousands of Hollywood movies, he knew every high-grossing blockbuster by heart. Investing in films was a guaranteed success, and with a calculating smile, Dao Jun realized that cinema would be the key to transforming him into the Midas of Hollywood. A few days later, Wu Shixian brought some documents to Dao Jun's home, remarking that while he didn't understand the boy's interest, he had obtained them as requested. He placed the files regarding the current state of film production and investment on the table, and Dao Jun immediately began his research as Wu Shixian watched curiously. "Are you planning to show this to your father? These films can be imported into the country," he asked, to which Dao Jun casually replied that he was considering it. Dao Jun gave a vague answer, his eyes glued to the pages, but he suddenly paused and sighed inwardly with regret upon seeing that a future blockbuster already had a distributor. It was a shame, as his father's company could have made a massive impact by distributing it, paving the way for his father's own films. Just as he was feeling discouraged, his eyes suddenly landed on another title, prompting Dao Jun to ask urgently, "Uncle, is this movie still in production?" "Which one?" Wu Shixian glanced at the document Dao Jun held out and shrugged, noting that it was a small-scale project waiting to begin filming. He explained that the director and lead were rookies, the actor being a child around Dao Jun's age, and advised him to skip it, but Dao Jun questioned why, noting the studio had approved a $14 million budget. However, the costs had suddenly skyrocketed, causing the project to be pushed to Fox for review. Wu Shixian argued that such a troubled production could never succeed. Despite his uncle's pessimism, Dao Jun remained firm, insisting that he wanted to invest as much capital as possible into this specific film. This time, Wu Shixian frowned, his voice growing stern as he explained that investing in the stock market and the film industry were two entirely different matters. With stocks, one can monitor the losses and exit, but if a film fails to reach its break-even point, the entire investment vanishes instantly. "There is no way out," he concluded strictly. "I oppose this because it isn't an investment, it's gambling," leaving Dao Jun to plead with him. Despite being the one who actually held the purse strings, he begged, Just this once, uncle. I promise I won't bring up film investments ever again after this. Absolutely not, Wu Shixian insisted with a firm shake of his head, his sudden shout echoing so loudly that it made Dao Jun jump in surprise. This time, his face hardened, and his brows furrowed in extreme displeasure. Dao Jun understood that Wu Shixian's harsh reaction was perfectly reasonable. However, he knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and fantasy investment could not afford to miss this golden chance to make its mark on the Hollywood film investment map. The profits from this deal would not just double or triple, but increase tenfold. He looked calmly into his partner's eyes and spoke with firm conviction. If there are losses, it will be my responsibility. You promised my parents you would let me do as I please, he said, leaving Wu Shixian stunned by the child's stubbornness. And though furious, the man was helpless as Dao Jun delivered the final blow. Besides, even if I squander all the company's capital, it won't matter, because my grandfather is the wealthiest man in South Korea. Isn't that right, uncle? That arrogant yet practical statement left Wu Shixian speechless, forcing him to take several deep breaths to suppress his rising anger before finally letting out a long sigh. Relenting, he muttered, "Fine, have it your way, I give up," while Dao Jun smiled triumphantly and gave further instructions. "Make sure the Korean distribution rights belong to my father's company," he noted, to which Wu Shixian sarcastically replied that they might be the only ones foolish enough to invest in such a project anyway. "That is all," he replied, and upon hearing this, Wu Shixian immediately grabbed his briefcase and stood up to leave, curtly stating he would handle it quickly and report back later. Dao Jun's mother emerged from the kitchen and kindly invited him to stay for dinner, but the frustrated Wu Shixian flatly declined, addressing her as sister-in-law. "I am in no mood to eat right now, so please excuse me," he said, leaving Dao Jun's mother staring in confusion at his retreating figure. Not understanding what had happened, she turned to her son and asked if he was all right and what was going on, to which he replied that everything was fine. "Don't worry, mother," Dao Jun said with a reassuring smile, privately thinking that his uncle's anger would melt away like spring snow once the year-end box office results arrived. Holding the script, Dao Jun wore the mysterious smile of a winner, looking at the title Home Alone, printed boldly on the cover as time passed and events unfolded exactly as he had planned. After Microsoft released the Windows 3 operating system and entered the personal computer market, technology stock prices began to skyrocket. Martin Computer's stock repeatedly broke records, yielding massive profits for fantasy investment, and thanks to this tech success, Wu Shixian's anger vanished, replaced by a beaming smile whenever he saw Dao Jun. He even generously consoled the boy, saying that the projected $8 million loss, roughly 5.6 billion won, from the Home Alone investment was of no consequence. "We will recover the capital in a few years," he said with grand gestures of magnanimity. But Dao Jun, possessing the soul of an experienced 40-year-old man, only chuckled to himself. He knew for certain that Wu Shixian would soon have to swallow those redundant words of comfort. And indeed, that day arrived sooner than expected. Stunned by the reality of the situation, Wu Shixian rushed to see Dao Jun with a look of utter disbelief and excitement on his face, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea? The net profit from that single film alone has reached 33 billion won, a six-fold increase over the initial capital, and that only accounts for the earnings within the United States. A global release would make those figures even more staggering. Compared to elementary students worldwide, you are the richest child on earth," though Dao Jun calmly noted he was now in middle school. Wu Shixian, Reborn Rich Episode 2. He had completely forgotten how quickly time flies and panicked at the thought of the boy starting middle school in March, wondering who would make money if he was in class all day. Just then, Dao Jun's father entered the room looking dejected, prompting Wu Shixian to ask if he was still troubled by the same old problem. When asked if his film still lacked a theater, the father sighed deeply and explained that while theaters had openings, they were all turning him down. They claimed they had to reserve screens for a hit called Home Alone during the holiday season, while Wu Shixian suppressed a smirk and acted surprised. He questioned if the film was truly that popular, and the father confirmed it was a family comedy, currently shattering every box office record. Dejectedly, Dao Jun's father admitted his film wouldn't stand a chance until Home Alone finished its run, while the other two exchanged a knowing glance. With mischievous eyes, they both knew exactly who the true owner of that blockbuster was before Dao Jun spoke up to offer a suggestion. He advised his father to set a condition. Any theater willing to screen his movie would also receive the exclusive rights to show Home Alone. Since the Lunar New Year was the peak season for revenue, his father stood frozen for a moment before looking at his son, as if he were a literal gold mine. Realizing the brilliance of the plan, he hurriedly grabbed his documents and rushed out the door, calling back over his shoulder as he left. He promised to discuss things further after settling the matter, disappearing like a gust of wind and leaving the other two to share a laugh. Wu Shixian suddenly remembered a crucial detail he had overlooked in his excitement. How did this boy know for certain he would secure such a lucrative contract? Following their success, Dao Jun leveraged his knowledge of the future to make a bold move, asking his uncle to compile a list of films scheduled for production this year. When he mentioned his plan to invest $200 million, Wu Shixian was startled and immediately tried to talk him out of such a massive risk. Despite the warning, Dao Jun remained composed and asked what the average investment return was for the fantasy staff back in New York. Wu Shixian calculated quickly and replied that it was roughly 600% annually, which was actually the lowest return among the boy's chosen ventures. The older man suddenly realized he had just contradicted himself, acknowledging that he had been completely outmatched by the child's brilliance. Dao Jun simply smiled at the stunned man, and with no arguments left, Wu Shixian conceded and promised to prepare the list before the boy finally rested on his soft bed. Even while his body rested, his mind worked at full capacity. Now that he was in middle school, he had to focus on his studies to maintain his top ranking and not disappoint Chairman Jin. Over the next 3 years, Du Jun expected to have more free time, as his investment work simply involved selecting blockbuster films that were guaranteed to be successful. While he was lost in thought, a knock sounded at the door and his mother peeked in, gently asking if he had finished his discussion with his uncle, prompting Du Jun to sit up politely. He confirmed he had, and seeing their son was free, his parents invited him to go out for a meal, which Du Jun happily agreed to immediately. The following day, Du Jun heard heavy footsteps thumping down the stairs and saw his naive, honest father hurriedly preparing to head out. Du Jun politely asked where he was going, and his father replied with a voice full of excitement and nerves that it was his movie's premiere day, so he was heading to the theater to check the situation. Watching his father's frantic departure, Du Jun couldn't help but laugh at how endearing he was before the middle schooler settled down to read the Korean Economic Daily like a seasoned expert. He was scanning for hot news or a newly crowned beauty queen to invest in when a piece of world-shaking news suddenly caught Du Jun's eye. The boy had to set the newspaper down and carefully reread every word to be certain. Every major publication was simultaneously launching an attack on Ha Jin Motors. Du Jun frowned as he searched his memories, recalling that in his previous life, no such event had occurred in 1991. Ha Jin Motors only truly collapsed after the 1997 foreign exchange crisis and was acquired by the Dae-Ung Group in 1998, making him feel increasingly tense. He wondered if his interference had altered the course of history, or if this was merely a competitor's scheme, or perhaps something else entirely. It could even be a move by the government during corporate restructuring. So Du Jun rushed to find his mother, who asked him what was wrong when she saw his frantic state. She assumed he was pestering her for money, but instead, Du Jun urgently asked when they were scheduled to visit his grandfather's house. When she said tomorrow, Du Jun shook his head and sat up, insisting he couldn't wait and wanted to go today. And seeing his determination, his mother gave in. She agreed they would leave after breakfast, but warned him not to anger his grandfather, as his wrath could leave the family penniless, prompting Du Jun to ask why she wasn't at the cinema. Since it was his father's premiere, his gentle mother sighed and confessed she was too nervous to go, fearing that a lack of an audience would be too heartbreaking, and Du Jun knew he couldn't just reassure her. This was because she was completely unaware of the film's potential, perhaps having forgotten about it or believing from the start that it wouldn't be any good. Du Jun only acted as the one who provided the opportunity. As for how their lives would change, he would let them experience it for themselves. He felt that watching from a distance without interfering too much in their private affairs was a sophisticated pleasure. As he arrived at Chairman Jin's mansion, the maid informed him that the chairman was busy with guests, so Dao Jun waited in the living room, staring intently at two unfamiliar pairs of shoes on the threshold and wondering who they belonged to. As he moved toward the sofa, Dao Jun reasoned that the article attacking He Jin was released just before the holiday, and this private meeting had begun at the crack of dawn. These fragmented facts provided no leads, leaving him waiting in agony as he wondered what those old foxes were scheming in that closed room, while the scene shifted to the study. Chairman Jin Yangchun looked at his eldest son and asked in a stern voice if he possessed the confidence to seize He Jin Motors. Upon hearing his father's question, the eldest uncle summoned all his strength to shout as if saluting, agreeing that this was their best opportunity to rise to second place in the industry. He vowed to acquire He Jin and claim the top spot, prompting Chairman Jin to nod in satisfaction and delegate the task. instructing him to consult with the department heads. He commanded that Jin must be acquired within the year, promising to hand over full control of the automotive division if successful, which left both the uncle and the secretary in utter shock. A moment later, the eldest uncle flashed a smug smile as he envisioned the wealth and power coming his way, while the secretary watched and began his own internal calculations. Secretary Lee looked at the chairman with concern, thinking that handing the automotive business to Jin Yangji was tantamount to unofficially granting him the entire Shun Yang group. He wondered if the chairman had already finalized his choice of heir, but their train of thought was broken by the commanding voice of Chairman Jin Yangchun. He turned to his eldest son and asked if he was unwilling to accept or simply lacked the confidence to shoulder the burden, causing Vice Chairman Jin Yangji to bow his head with a trembling voice. He expressed his deep gratitude to his father, while Chairman Jin watched his eldest son with an inscrutable gaze before waving him away and telling him to leave. He warned that the business world is a battlefield and told him to avoid foolish mistakes, noting that he only needed to arrive in time for the New Year's ceremony the next day. He urged him to get to work since time was as precious as gold, and Jin Yangji nodded frantically like a pecking chicken before hurriedly bowing and retreating. He walked away with such visible joy that Secretary Lee and Chairman Jin watched him until he vanished, at which point Lee remarked on the massive gift the vice chairman received, prompting the chairman to frown and ask what he meant. When the secretary suggested that the chairman had just signaled his succession plan, the smile on Jin Yangchun's face suddenly turned remarkably cunning. He sneered, asking when he had ever mentioned giving the boy the entire Shun Yang group instead of just the automotive branch, leaving Secretary Lee stunned by the old man's sharp wit. Chairman Jin leisurely picked up his teacup and calmly explained that if his son held more than half of the automotive shares owned by the subsidiaries, then the chairman could still protect the management rights of the entire group, revealing his true strategy while acknowledging the automotive division was still a substantial prize. Secretary Lee sighed in admiration, noting that the vice chairman would be devastated to learn the truth, but the old fox Jin Yangchun simply laughed with pride and disagreed. His greed will only intensify as he seeks every way to compete, for Rong Jai possesses the same naive thoughts as you. Hearing this, Secretary Lee was left speechless. Truly, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets, as Chairman Jin's shrewd mind was always several steps ahead of everyone else. That afternoon, after the guests had left, Dao Jun entered the study. Seeing his grandfather still buried in work, he asked affectionately if he had to work even during the new year. Chairman Jin looked up, his face softening at his favorite grandson, saying he had no choice but was finishing now. Dao Jun stepped inside, his eyes scanning the luxurious study before stopping on a newspaper on the desk, the very same one he had read earlier that morning. As expected, Dao Jun thought to himself that today's meeting was certainly about the Yajinmoto issue, so he feigned innocence and spoke with a sweet, deceptive tone. "You seem very happy today, as I just saw my eldest uncle leaving with a smirk." Chairman Jin merely hummed, attributing it to the new year, before quickly folding the documents as if fearing his grandson might peek. However, he could not deceive Dao Jun, who held the soul of a sophisticated 40-year-old man. The boy continued to probe, asking if he could inquire about something, to which Chairman Jin remained composed. At that moment, Dao Jun stared intently at the folded documents regarding the automotive industry as a bold suspicion flashed through his mind. Could it be that his grandfather was the mastermind pulling the strings behind this entire scandal? Seeing his grandson staring blankly, Chairman Jin asked why Dao Jun had suddenly become so quiet. Startled, Dao Jun quickly made an excuse, saying he found it strange that the news was reporting so much on a certain matter, then asked if it was about Yajinmoto. Chairman Jin nodded in confirmation and asked why he found it odd, to which Dao Jun replied with feigned innocence that usually, whenever the press wrote about Shun Yang, his grandfather would be furious. He would demand to find the author, yet today he remained perfectly calm. Chairman Jin let out a satisfied laugh, praising the boy for having such a sharp memory. In high spirits, he began to lecture his grandson, telling Dao Jun to remember that newspapers are essentially places that sell words for profit, prompting Dao Jun to act bewildered. Indeed, articles that seem unrelated to money, such as a complaint about Seoul's traffic, are actually meant to sway public opinion for the road expansion projects of construction firms. Dao Jun stood still, hanging on every word, as Chairman Jin pointed at the newspaper and asked who would profit from the articles criticizing Yajinmoto. Dao Jun replied instantly that it would be the competitors who wanted to see Yajinmoto collapse, earning a hearty laugh and praise for his intelligence. Chairman Jin laughed with delight, beckoning Dao Jun closer to pat his head in praise. But inside, Dao Jun's mind was in a state of turmoil. Damn it, so he was the one behind it. He never expected that the first person to strike at Yajin-moto would be his own grandfather, and he began to feel anxious. According to his memories from his past life, it was the De Yang Moto group that eventually acquired Yajin-moto, not Shun Yang. Perhaps in that timeline, his grandfather had failed, allowing De Yang to seize the opportunity. The following day, the New Year atmosphere filled the Jin family mansion, with the sounds of chopping and clattering dishes echoing from the kitchen as the chefs busily prepared the feast. The servants moved swiftly, bringing steaming dishes to a banquet table spanning 8 meters and laden with every delicacy imaginable. The opulence was staggering as the entire Jin family gathered, with Chairman Jin Yongchun sitting silently at the head of the table. He radiated absolute authority while the others ate in silence, the only daughter and her husband chewing cautiously alongside the eldest son, Jin Yonki, and his wife. Next were the second son, Jin Zhangqi, and his wife, while at the far end, the youngest son Yunki's family sat rigidly without uttering a single word. The atmosphere at the Tycoon family's table was suffocatingly tense despite the feast, especially for Daejun's parents. As those with the lowest status in the clan, they sat timidly and reserved, unlike Daejun, the wealthy and favored grandson. He enjoyed his meal leisurely without fear, until the eldest uncle suddenly feigned interest in Daejun's father out of a sense of brotherly duty. He asked about the performance of the movie that premiered yesterday, leaving Daejun's father flustered and hesitant since he was rarely acknowledged by the family. The chairman merely frowned in silence at the mention of his useless youngest son, but Daejun's father regained his composure and looked up. He replied firmly that it was doing well with nearly half the tickets sold at that theater, prompting the eldest uncle to offer some hypocritical praise as Daejun's father smiled modestly, explaining it was only the first day and they must wait for the final results. Daejun sat nearby, overjoyed to see his father speak with such confidence as he smiled to himself while eating. Suddenly, the arrogant and stout second aunt pointed an empty bowl at Daejun's mother and curtly ordered her to fetch more soup from the kitchen. His gentle mother submissively prepared to comply, making Daejun's blood boil at the old woman who never missed a chance to bully her. Daejun's father was furious, but helpless, until the chairman's authoritative voice cut through the tension, ordering his second daughter to serve him soup instead. Daejun's mother and father were stunned, while the second aunt froze in disbelief, prompting the chairman to glare and thrust his bowl toward her. He barked at her for being hard of hearing, and she scrambled to take the bowl, terrified of upsetting the man who was her living bank. The other two women at the table breathed a sigh of relief as if they had escaped a disaster, while Daejun's parents remained in a state of shock, staring at the chairman. The most powerful man in the house continued eating indifferently, but Daejun knew his grandfather had just publicly validated his parents' status. Realizing no one would dare bully them again, he smiled meaningfully, thinking he should have been moved to tears by the gesture. However, his mind was already occupied with a plan to betray him, and after dinner, he cautiously approached his grandfather's study. He peeked around cautiously before quickly slipping inside, his target being the crucial report his grandfather had left on the desk yesterday. To thwart his grandfather's plans, he had to understand every detail within. Eventually, Du Jun located the stack of documents on the desk. He hurriedly flipped through the pages to examine them, becoming so absorbed that he forgot to stay alert and simply sat on the floor, rummaging through the papers. The more he read, the more Du Jun felt something was amiss, as this was far from a simple strategic report on the acquisition of Yajin-moto. It was a detailed proposal regarding the urgent need for restructuring the automotive industry, complete with government policies and support plans. The document argued that allowing De Yang Moto to acquire Yajin would create a dangerous market monopoly. Thus, it concluded that Sun Yang Moto was the ideal candidate for the takeover. Reading this, Du Jun clenched his fists in anger, finally understanding the truth. He had drafted policies to his own advantage, and then fed them to the government, which proceeded to act exactly according to his prepared script. In other words, the Sun Yang Group and the government were working hand in glove, causing Du Jun to bite his finger in frustration. He realized he couldn't exploit any loopholes in this situation, and wondered what to do next, knowing that if he gave up, Yajin-moto would fall to Sun Yang, and his entire plan would vanish. Lost in thought, Du Jun was unaware of the footsteps approaching from behind, until a familiar voice asked what he was doing there. Du Jun was stunned, his body freezing and his face turning pale at being caught red-handed. Yet he slowly looked up with a faint glimmer of hope still in his heart. Unfortunately, standing tall before him was his grandfather, the powerful and ruthless chairman, whose face was flushed with rage as he looked down at Du Jun sitting on the floor like a beggar pleading for mercy. From his vulnerable position, Du Jun looked up at his grandfather and tried to remain calm while making an excuse, apologizing and claiming he was only looking for reference materials as tension filled the room. Unexpectedly, the chairman's angry expression softened into a slight smile as he asked if the boy had found the answers he was looking for. Du Jun was overjoyed but feigned innocence by scratching his head, saying he didn't quite understand yet. The chairman then regained his sternness, noting it was a pity his questions remained unanswered despite his commendable eagerness to learn. He warned that Du Jun was forbidden from entering the room without him in the future, and having been pardoned, the boy happily tidied the documents back onto the desk. After offering his apologies and quickly retreating, the immediate crisis was resolved, yet concerns about the future still weighed heavily on him. He had hoped the report would contain the acquisition plan for Hijinmoto, but reality fell short of his expectations, forcing Du Jun to ponder a different way to turn the tide as he walked away. Just as he was about to exit, Du Jun paused and looked back at his grandfather. Chairman Jin sat there with a gentle smile, as if he had never harbored any ruthless intentions. Du Jun bowed respectfully, but a realization flashed in his mind. The one he needed to stop was not his grandfather, but the government itself. You must find a way to ensure the government is too distracted to notice Sun Yang Group's proposal for restructuring the automotive industry. Dao Jun began scouring his memories of his past life, connecting the major events about to unfold, and then he smiled. The next day, a heavy atmosphere filled the chairman's boardroom. Chairman Jin leaned back in his chair and listened to the secretary's report with a grim expression as the man confirmed that all the rumors were true. Chairman Rong Tixu of the Hanbo Group had been secretly purchasing land, and the politicians involved had also received massive bribes. Secretary hesitated before expressing his fear that the scandal would cause a massive shockwave and suggesting they limit contact with the Blue House and pause the acquisition of Hijinmoto. Throughout the report, Chairman Jin's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table like a hammer pounding on the secretary's mind, making him break into a sweat before the chairman roared that they were all useless. He shouted that he had already warned them against investing in land under this administration and decisively ordered an immediate withdrawal from that risky venture. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the proposal for the government-backed automotive industry acquisition on his desk, which now looked like a complete eyesore to him. In a fit of rage, he threw the file straight into the trash. While at Dao Jun's home, the boy was leisurely sitting and drinking milk. Dao Jun silently praised himself for remembering the Hanbo scandal, as his anonymous tips to the press had finally worked. He set the empty milk carton down and smiled triumphantly. With the scale of this scandal, the government would be busy managing the crisis for a long time and would ignore Sun Yang's proposal, meaning he had finally secured Hijinmoto. The next day, he went to Wu Shixian's office. Dao Jun suggested that it was time for the man to come work for him permanently, leaving Wu Shixian staring at the boy in confusion, unable to understand what he meant. Maintaining the demeanor of a true boss, Dao Jun told him to stop working for power sales and focus entirely on fantasy investment, especially since he already held a 2% stake. He added that his company was thriving and could easily afford a massive salary, prompting Wu Shixian to laugh and ask what would happen if he refused, to which Dao Jun curiously inquired why he would. When asked why he would decline such a great opportunity, Wu Shixian seriously pointed out that Dao Jun held 98% of the shares and made every critical investment decision himself. He noted that since the boy was always successful, there was no clear role for someone like him, giving Dao Jun a meaningful look. Dao Jun realized it was a matter of professional pride and knew he had to offer the right bait to keep this talent, so he quickly proposed opening a branch in Korea. He explained that he planned to allocate capital to run the local office and mentioned that his grandfather also had a slush fund that required a manager. This statement startled Wu Shixian, as Dao Jun was well aware that his grandfather had recognized the man's talent during his background investigation. Having recently been secretly entrusted with important tasks by the chairman, Wu Shixian stood frozen, wondering if Chairman Jin had told the boy these secrets or if the child had discovered them himself. Dao Jun added a final point, stating he would only withdraw his investment from marketing computer, combining those proceeds with his grandfather's slush fund. You will have full authority to manage it all. Is that acceptable? Wu Shixian gasped in horror. What? You're pulling out of marketing computer? Yes, I intend to liquidate everything by early next year, Dao Jun replied nonchalantly. This time, Wu Shixian lost his composure entirely, leaping to his feet and shouting at Dao Jun. Are you insane? Marketing computer is our golden goose. Why withdraw now? Their stock hasn't dropped once since the IPO. It's a diamond-tier asset. Are you planning to just throw your money away? Dao Jun remained perfectly composed as if it were nothing, saying, "We can discuss that later. What do you think of the proposal I just made? Please don't misunderstand. I'm not giving orders, but sincerely asking for your help." Hearing the brat's arrogant tone only made Wu Shixian's blood boil further. He snapped his head toward the window, refusing to answer while cursing the insufferable brat in his mind. Yet he still suppressed his irritation to respond. "Fine, I'll organize my requirements and let you know later so we can discuss them in detail." Hearing this, Dao Jun was overjoyed, thinking that any condition would be fine since he planned to agree to everything anyway. At this moment, what he needed most was a partner like Wu Shixian, an adult who didn't treat him like a child, someone both brilliant and seasoned. Above all, he was a sly fox in the business world who would never be bullied or cheated. Until he reached adulthood, Wu Shixian was the only one who could represent him. Suddenly, Wu Shixian turned back to ask, "Dao Jun, let me ask you something. Where do you plan to invest the profits from marketing computer next?" "I intend to invest in the Japanese market," he replied simply. Upon hearing the word Japan, Wu Shixian's brows furrowed deeply. He stomped his foot in fierce opposition, nearly shouting, "Absolutely not. You've read the news. If the economic bubble bursts, Japan will be the epicenter of the crisis." Dao Jun, however, maintained the calm demeanor of a wealthy young master. He calmly replied, "Uncle, the most dangerous places often hide the greatest opportunities. Don't you know that better than anyone else?" Wu Shixian was livid but powerless against the boy. He tried to explain, "That's just a hollow theory used by those who got lucky. Out of 100 people who rush toward death, perhaps only one will seize an opportunity, while the other 99 will lose everything they own." Dao Jun smiled confidently and countered, "Don't you think I'll be that one person out of 100? His arrogant overconfidence left Wu Shixian stunned and utterly speechless. Seeing Dao Jun's mysterious smile, he blurted out, "Stop smiling like that. It's creepy." Meanwhile, at the Shenyang family mansion, the atmosphere was far from pleasant. The eldest uncle, Jin Yangji, was questioning his son. "How did your meeting with your grandfather go?" "He told me to stay in Europe until I turned 30. The son replied, causing his father to fly into a rage. "And then, don't tell me you dared to show him any attitude." The son grimaced in annoyance. "Who do you take me for, father? I am no fool." Naturally, I smiled and pledged to do my utmost, which prompted my uncle to soften his tone and praise me, saying, "Well done." He then turned his gaze toward his 3 children, sternly instructing them that they were all adults now and must engrave his words into their hearts. "Grandfather is undoubtedly having your every move monitored, and any misstep will implicate not just you, but me as well." Meanwhile, the 2 younger siblings listened with indifference, their faces sour from enduring the lecture. The uncle turned to his daughter, Yi Jun, telling her that since she would graduate next month, he would find a suitable match for an early marriage before she could study abroad or pursue other interests. Before he could even finish his sentence, his daughter cut him off, exclaiming that it was ridiculous to force a marriage immediately after graduation in this day and age. She pleaded to wait a few more years, but her father roared at her to be obedient, forcing the girl to suppress her stubborn streak after being harshly reprimanded. She sat motionless, feigning fear to avoid losing her allowance, while the uncle pointed directly at his 3 children and emphasized every single word, telling them they must remember, "Your current luxurious lifestyle exists solely because you are Chairman Jin Yang's grandchildren. Should he turn his back on you, your standard of living would plummet by more than half." Sensing the heavy atmosphere, the eldest son inquired why his father was suddenly speaking this way, prompting the uncle to glare at his 3 children in frustration, asking if they were all blind. "Can you not see that grandfather's attitude has shifted since last year? He now shows immense affection for your youngest uncle and Daejun's family." The eldest son countered that while Daejun is indeed favored lately, grandfather never truly viewed the youngest uncle as his own flesh and blood, and he isn't the type to extend his favor to the entire family just because he dotes on the boy. The other 2 children remained silent with somber expressions, unsure of whose side to take, as the uncle let out a long sigh and told them to listen closely. Despite his overwhelming schedule, grandfather actually makes time to watch the films produced by your youngest uncle, a revelation that left the entire family frozen in shock. The uncle continued, urging them to consider grandfather's age and limited time, warning them to stay out of trouble until the Shenyang group is officially his, after which they could live however they pleased. Their eyes lit up at the prospect of future freedom and luxury, and they quickly voiced their obedience before the uncle irritably dismissed them all from the room. The 3 children hurried away to avoid further scolding, leaving the uncle alone to nurse a growing headache as he began to blame himself. He regretted not fully acquiring Hejin Ben last year, noting that since that failure, various matters within the group had been moving forward without his knowledge. Lingering issues he had struggled to resolve at the subsidiaries were ultimately settled smoothly under his father's direct orders, fueling rumors within the group about a change in the line of succession. Some branch managers had even grown bold enough to bypass him and report directly to his father, making it clear that the old man was changing his ways. He slammed his hand onto the table in anger, realizing that his father held no guard against Daejun, a single grandson who was now destabilizing the entire family hierarchy. He wondered if his father believed that if his children were incapable of leading the group, they should simply be cast aside, a thought that filled him with both intense rage and terror. Fantasy Investment in New York had just allocated 10% of its capital to establish a Korean branch, with Woo Shixian officially serving as the legal representative for both the American and Korean offices. The bond between him and Daejun, the young majority shareholder, grew increasingly close, though Woo Shixian maintained his usual level of professional respect toward the boy. However, he no longer vehemently opposed the boy's ideas, and Daejun was secretly pleased to see that the seasoned financial expert had finally begun to truly listen. Whenever their opinions differed, Woo Shixian would provide logical analyses based on actual data for discussion, rather than dismissing the ideas outright. Today marked another intellectual battle between the two, with Woo Shixian facing a difficult decision as he urged the boy to reconsider his position. Woo Shixian sincerely advised him, asking if he truly intended to liquidate all his shares in Marketing Computer without retaining even a small portion, to which Daejun calmly took a sip of tea and gave a brief reply. Uncle Woo, 100-fold profit is more than enough. We must know when to stop, as there is no reason to be greedy anymore. Seeing the boy's resolve, Woo Shixian nodded in agreement, but as he prepared to leave, his gaze fell upon a folder on Daejun's desk. Picking it up for a quick glance, he was surprised to find that he had also been researching this company, a target that was extremely hard to swallow with last year's revenue at 100 billion won. That is nearly 800 billion won at the current exchange rate, a scale that already places them among the ranks of major corporations. Daejun nodded, agreeing that such a stature could not be underestimated, while Woo Shixian's eyes lit up as he noted their solid foundation in the IT sector. As you know, the more IT booms, the stronger they become, and their future is limitless. Daejun smiled and looked back at the folder, which had a name printed on the cover. SoftBank. A thought flashed through Daejun's mind. He had targeted this company long ago, but out of respect, he had asked his uncle for a list of recommendations first. He hadn't expected their thinking to align so perfectly, so he asked what his uncle meant by it being a tough nut to crack, to which Woo Shixian expressed concern about their need for investors. Furthermore, the founder was no ordinary man, but a third-generation Korean-Japanese. Daejun knew him well, Sun Zhengyi, a living legend in the world of venture capital. He was the man who would write history in the global tech industry. Daejun asked if they had plans to go public yet, but according to Woo Daejun information, they did not. Woo Shixian shook his head, and Daejun felt a surge of joy, realizing the opportunity was still wide open as memories of his past life came flooding back. Though he only vaguely recalled a few news snippets, one thing was etched into his mind. After SoftBank went public, its stock value skyrocketed to over 100 times its original price. Daejun calmly remarked that his grandfather once taught him everything has a price, and what matters is how one values it. As long as expectations are met, they will sell immediately. Woo Shixian listened intently, waiting for his young boss's next move, and asked how much he intended to offer them. Daejun cleverly shifted the responsibility back, asking for his uncle's opinion. Caught off guard, Woo Shixian thought for a moment before holding up 5 fingers, suggesting 5 times the current valuation. At this rate, we could earn about a 30% profit during the first wave after their IPO. Daejun shook his head with a light laugh, saying that at only 5 times, they wouldn't even glance at the proposal. Woo Shixian scratched his head in confusion, noting that such a price was already very high, and that most other investors would likely only dare to offer that much. Paying any more would make the risk too great and the investment unworthy. But at that moment, Daejun displayed the confidence of one who held the future in his hands. He stated they simply needed to pay more than everyone else. Seeing the boy remain so cryptic, Woo Shixian grew impatient and asked exactly how much he wanted to offer. Daejun looked him straight in the eye and spoke clearly, predicting their stock value would increase 100-fold. So he was considering offering them 50 times the current price right now. What? Woo Shixian was struck dumb, his mouth agape as if hit by a bolt of lightning, for a 50-fold increase sounded like the insane joke of a madman. Du-jun remained as calm as if he were discussing the weather, telling him not to be so shocked since marketing computer had already grown 100 times over, and surely a future giant like Shortbank could achieve the same this time. Wu Shixian was truly terrified and tried to intervene, questioning what would happen if they failed, as Shortbank was not a manufacturing company like Marketing Computer. He argued they were merely a distribution and investment firm, and a hundredfold return seemed absurd. A mistake could mean losing everything, making the venture as risky as gambling. Du-jun smiled, recalling the image of the powerful future billionaire, and remarked that one cannot force an opponent to the negotiating table without holding cards of sufficient weight. In a game of cards, there must be a winner and a loser, right? No one plays alone. Hearing such profound philosophy from a child under 12, Wu Shixian could hardly believe his ears. He wondered how the boy could think so deeply and loftily, questioning if this was truly the power of the tycoon blood flowing through his veins. Trusting the innate business intuition of the Jin family, Wu Shixian let go of his doubts, stood up with a sigh, and agreed to place his bet on the boy who seemed blessed by the god of wealth, telling him to proceed as he wished. As he reached the door, he paused and turned back with a serious expression to warn Du-jun that a passion for gambling could lead to total ruin. He told him to keep this in mind, and though Du-jun was slightly taken aback since he had no connection to gambling in this life, he offered a reassuring smile, understanding the man's good intentions. He promised that this would be his final reckless gamble until he reached adulthood, which prompted Wu Shixian to leave with a satisfied grin. He turned and left Du-jun to his calculations for a future empire, and the next morning, Wu Shixian arrived at Du-jun's residence with a thick stack of documents. He announced with a smile that he had finalized the purchase of 5 million shares, 35 times the initial amount, and that everything now rested on the boy's luck. While Wu Shixian appeared relaxed, Du-jun responded with a comforting smile, telling him to rest easy as everything would turn out fine. Noticing Du-jun sipping a glass of milk, Wu Shixian inquired if he had decided to sell off all his shares in Marketing Computer. Du-jun nodded slightly, stating they had already gained 100-fold profit and had no regrets, adding that after settling the shares and investing in Power Hand, the man should manage the remaining capital. He explained that he would enter high school next year and wanted to focus entirely on his studies for the next 3 years, leaving Wu Shixian amazed that a student could give up money so easily. The man laughed, noting it was the first time a child's promise to study hard sounded so credible, and assumed he was aiming for the economics or business administration department at S University given his top grades. Contrary to his expectations, Du-jun replied that he intended to enter the faculty of law, leaving Wu Shixian surprised as the boy began to explain his reasoning. I am already surrounded by Korea's most elite businessmen like my grandfather and you, who studied business in England, so there would be no distinction if I studied it too. What then do you think I could gain from law? Wu Shixian wondered if he intended to become a prosecutor, but Du-jun flatly denied it, leaving him even more perplexed. I simply wish to prove myself, he stated. When asked what he meant, Du-jun offered a composed explanation. He wanted to show that third-generation heirs could do more than just grow rich. Though many attended S University, none had the talent to enter its law department, a fact that left Wu Shixian stunned, since no descendant of a major conglomerate had ever been capable enough to pass the entrance exam for S University's law school. The chairman was nearly floored by his grandson's ambition. He recalled the Zai-Xuan Group chairman's incessant boasting at a business federation meeting about his grandson's admission to S University, despite the obvious schemes involved. That man had bragged relentlessly, irritating everyone. It was rumored he had mobilized his private secretary and dozens of reporters to scout the campus. They hunted for information until they found the major with the lowest competition just 6 hours before the deadline, resulting in the boy's admission to Oriental philosophy or history. Without such manipulation, he never would have set foot in S University. Yet the chairman of that group spent the entire following year flaunting the achievement like a commoner. It was a hollow boast, but if Du-jun truly entered the law department, the narrative would change entirely, as that faculty accepted no fraud. Every achievement there was a mark of absolute merit. Realizing this, the chairman urgently asked if Du-jun had applied to S University law solely for his sake. Du-jun replied with a gentle smile, "Of course, why else would I study law when I have no desire to become a prosecutor?" Deeply moved, the chairman looked at his grandson with a satisfied grin, realizing that while many had grown his fortune, none had ever brought him such profound happiness. Choking back his emotions, the chairman promised that if he enrolled at S University, he would grant him any entrance gift he desired. Du-jun laughed and agreed to please the old man, though he secretly aimed for the ultimate prize, the absolute authority of the Shun Yang Group. It was July 1994. Power Hand's stock price hit a peak of 18,900 yen per share, and immediately after listing, the company successfully raised a massive capital of 200 billion yen. Driven by global ambitions, Chairman Jin Yang-ji announced an aggressive pursuit of strategic M&A deals, while Dow Jun's initial $230 million investment surged to $850 million within a single year. This provided him with a net profit of $620 million, yet he prudently withdrew his capital and halted all investment activities just before the economic bubble burst. Alongside these multi-million-dollar deals, Dow Jun dedicated himself to his studies throughout high school, occasionally funneling funds into Hollywood film projects. These were merely pastimes for him. Even if others viewed his investment in James Cameron's Titanic as a reckless gamble, he was perfectly willing to take that risk. Regarding his family, his older brother Shang Jun had completed high school but failed to achieve the necessary grades to enter a top-tier university. Chen Xiang-jun decided to study abroad in America. Despite his stubborn nature, being overlooked by the family was an advantage that allowed him to pursue music without restraint, and he soon departed for the States. Now, within the third generation of the Shun Yang group, all eyes were on Dow Jun, a high school senior expected to be the first to enter the prestigious law school at Seoul National University. This scrutiny came from both curiosity and wariness. Only his parents and grandfather placed their full trust and expectations in him. A day before the results were announced, the chairman was beaming during a boastful phone call. My youngest grandson ranked 39th nationwide, not just in his school, but the whole country. Haha, in the humanities, he's in the top 10. With a maximum score of 400, the boy achieved 367, trailing the national top scorer by only 6 points, which is hardly any difference at all, right? The chairman continued his enthusiastic bragging. After hanging up, he looked at the results and muttered to himself, only SNU law is worthy of the title hardworking. Is SNU even enough for my grandson? Should it have been Harvard or Oxford? I promised to cover tuition for those without scholarships, but with these grades, he will surely win one. He sighed performatively. What a difficult dilemma. After another call, he scanned his contacts. He picked up the phone and ordered his secretary to summon the media department immediately. That afternoon at the estate, he handed the results to the arriving head of media. After finishing the document, the man respectfully offered his congratulations. Congratulations, Chairman. The chairman coldly cut him off. No need for that. Release this news immediately and arrange for reporters to take photos of Dow Jun tomorrow. The head of media looked confused, not yet understanding. The chairman added, are you not catching on? What will the public think? People rumor that the chairman's descendants rely only on wealth and connections for elite schools. But with this score, can money and influence buy such a result? Make sure those rumors vanish after tomorrow's article. The head of media quickly replied, understood, I see your point, Chairman. Chairman smiled with satisfaction as he admired the results, completely pleased with his grandson's performance. The next day, reporters swarmed as if Dow Jun were a superstar. He calmly answered the interview. Over the past year, I have been tutored by the finest teachers for every subject. He casually revealed the cost equaled 15 years of a reporter's salary, leaving everyone stunned. His parents standing nearby felt embarrassed for their son. Due to his immense wealth, Dow Jun didn't realize his words were causing a reaction that silenced the crowd. He asked in return, what is it? Are you afraid the grandson of Korea's richest man only learns from textbooks? A reporter replied, oh no, it's not that. The crowd began to murmur, but who is the top scorer this year? Another person confirmed it was a student from Jeju Island. Dow Jun continued, you reporters should go to Jeju for news and then write about me. Goodbye, everyone. That is what I want to hear. And the reporters obediently replied, yes, sir. Dow Jun concluded, it is obvious you all came here to flatter me. My grandfather has studied many books. He will surely be delighted to read an article praising how deeply I learned from reference materials. Dow Jun's interview ended amidst the reporter's awkwardness. Only his father, Chen Run-jai, stood silently to the side, letting out a soft laugh. It was the 1997 opening night at the Sun Yang Group, where the air was thick with the festive noise of a grand celebration among the elite. Dow Jun was quietly savoring a glass of fine wine when a familiar figure approached him, remarking on how the youngest sibling had been causing quite a stir lately. It was his older brother, Cheng Jun, whose voice carried a hint of mockery despite his outward display of warmth as he offered congratulations on the recent interview. Cheng Jun extended his hand for a shake, and Dow Jun accepted the gesture with a bright smile, thanking his brother and welcoming him back to the country. As their hands met, Cheng Jun leaned in close to his younger brother's ear to whisper a calculated remark about him becoming the future prosecutor general. He suggested that since he would eventually pass down the legal inheritance, Du Jun needed to conduct himself properly, to which Du Jun replied with an air of innocence. He noted that a prosecutor general should naturally support the future chairman of Sun Yang, while he himself was destined to become a lawyer specializing in ghost cases. Startled, Cheng Jun asked who had said such a thing, and Du Jun calmly credited their grandfather, mentioning his advice that practicing law was better than being a prosecutor. Du Jun took a sip of water while secretly judging his brother's lack of competence, thinking that without support, the man would have likely burst into laughter. Cheng Jun seemed to regain his enthusiasm, eagerly asking if their grandfather truly said that, and if Du Jun really intended to pursue a career as a lawyer. Du Jun hesitated, quickly analyzing his brother, who was considered the most stable and intelligent among the siblings, even earning Chairman Jin's recognition. He wondered if the man would become a rival, yet felt somewhat relieved that Chairman Jin had indirectly encouraged him to study law to support the conglomerate. Perhaps the old man wanted to turn him into a capable assistant, so Du Jun feigned uncertainty about his future, knowing he could give the answer his brother desired. Cheng Jun put on a magnanimous front, telling him there was no rush to decide since he had only just graduated from high school. He laughed, telling Du Jun to let him know if he didn't want to fight for minor positions, promising to find him an easy job within the company. Du Jun offered a polite thanks to satisfy his brother, though he inwardly noted that the man had matured significantly and gained much composure during his time abroad. Cheng Jun continued his facade of brotherly care, suggesting they show their bookworm sibling a good time and promising to reveal how wonderful the world could be after the party. Once the brief display of affection ended and Cheng Jun departed, Du Jun watched him go, muttering to himself that his brother should enjoy the world while he could. He knew that in the future, all those experiences would be nothing more than fading memories, just as a flattering voice suddenly called out to him. His aunt rushed over, marveling at his high exam scores and wishing her own children were half as talented, while his uncle chimed in about finally having a worthy successor. "Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand while studying, Dao Jun. I'll do my best to help," the uncle offered, but the aunt looked visibly annoyed, questioning if he was truly a senior who had graduated from S University. "I haven't even had the chance to look at the gates of S University," the husband snapped back. "I didn't say we were alumni of the same school. I meant he's my junior at the Judicial Research and Training Institute." The aunt's attitude immediately shifted a full 180 degrees as she exclaimed, "Oh, that's wonderful. Dao Jun, you should hire your uncle as your tutor in the future. Your uncle is just a voter now, spending all his time sitting at home," she said, which reminded Dao Jun that this man had failed in the parliamentary elections this past April. He had overestimated his own strength and stubbornly ignored grandfather's advice by running in the Seoul district, while the aunt had secretly taken money from the mall to invest in him, only for it to result in nothing as the couple bickered. Dao Jun guessed their recent friction was due to financial issues, so he curled his lip into a slight smirk and asked, "Uncle, do you still intend to run for office in Seoul next time?" With a face full of vitality, the uncle declared firmly, "Certainly, how could I stop after 2 terms? I will complete this term and then head straight for even higher positions," while Dao Jun laughed mockingly in his heart. On the surface, he maintained the innocent smile of a child and said, "I know you're very happy about my achievements, uncle," as the man continued in a voice full of hidden meaning. "There is a by-election coming up." "I understand," Dao Jun interrupted, leaving his uncle momentarily stunned. "You must win that upcoming by-election, uncle, and I will have someone support your campaign with funds," he added, making the couple overjoyed as the aunt quickly flattered him, calling him a brilliant boy who understood everything perfectly. Seeing how smug they were, Dao Jun decided to throw out another piece of bait, suggesting that if it was inconvenient for others, he would personally provide the campaign funds for his uncle. "After all, you are my senior uncle," he said, causing the stunned man to ask where he would get the money, to which Dao Jun asked in return if he had forgotten. He still had a large sum of money from selling the Bundang farm sitting untouched in the bank, a fact that finally made the uncle realize the existence of that fortune. Dao Jun calculated silently that he had to get his uncle into the National Assembly, as only there could he help gather a faction of assemblymen to his side. The uncle joyfully gripped Dao Jun's hand to express his deep gratitude, and that night, after the party, a luxury car carrying Dao Jun drove off into the night. He spoke up to ask his cousin where they were going, but the man only gave a vague answer, telling him to just follow along since he had promised they would have a few drinks together. The car turned into a massive, secluded estate where the parking lot was packed with expensive cars, and seeing Dao Jun's dazed look, His cousin laughed and asked if it was his first time there. This is just a place where my friends and cousins hang out. My father rarely visits, so come here whenever you want some peace without being disturbed, he said, though in reality. Dao Jun immediately recognized this as the private villa of Vice Chairman Jin Yangji, a place he had never had the chance to set foot in during his previous life. A servant ran out to greet them respectfully, and when the cousin asked if she was waiting inside, the worker stammered that Miss Yin Huixiang had to leave for an unexpected location shoot, referring to the actress from the record-breaking weekend drama. Suddenly, Du Jun heard a sharp slap ring out as his cousin struck a servant across the face, shouting, "I told you today was an important day." He then showed no restraint, raining down a flurry of kicks and punches upon the foolish servant, refusing to stop even as the man collapsed in agony. He continued to kick the man like a savage beast, snarling, "I warned you. Even if you have to drag her by the hair, you must bring that bitch here." This sight made Duo Jun's blood boil, reminding him of how he had been treated so poorly in his past life. "Do I pay you to be this incompetent?" the cousin barked. "Damn you, find a way now," he screamed. Seeing his cousin ruthlessly abusing the servant, Duo Jun decided to speak up to quell the man's rage. The violence ceased the moment he spoke. "Brother," Duo Jun said with a hint of annoyance, "weren't we supposed to be here today to celebrate my success? I've lost interest. I want to go home right now." His cousin looked at him with a fleeting sense of regret as they stood in silence, broken only by the servant's muffled sobs, until the cousin finally spoke. "I forgot your personality, and besides, you're the guest of honor today." He then turned to the servant and barked, "You're lucky Duo Jun is here or you'd be dead. Get out." The terrified servant scrambled toward the car but froze when he heard Duo Jun's gentle voice call out, "Sir, I'm only staying for a moment before I head back." Duo Jun continued, "Please be the one to drive me home." The servant nodded frantically. When his cousin asked in surprise why he wouldn't stay until dawn, Duo Jun simply replied, "No, I'll head back now. I think meeting so many people at the party has made me a bit tired." His cousin didn't object, simply saying, "Fine, whatever you want." Internally, Duo Jun was triumphant. A golden opportunity had arrived, so why waste time here? He glanced at the servant waiting in the car and flashed a satisfied smile. This was the perfect moment to win over Jin Yanji's loyal henchman. Inside the house, the table was cluttered with various premium liquors. His cousin warmly invited Duo Jun to sit on the living room sofa, casually picking up a bottle and laughing. "Let's drink. We'll start off easy. Have you ever tried beer?" he asked, pouring some into Duo Jun's glass. Duo Jun calmly accepted the drink, raising it and draining it in a single gulp. It felt like drinking barley-flavored water. He seemed accustomed to such beverages, and after finishing, Duo Jun reached for another bottle on the table. His cousin praised him in surprise. "Wow, you have a high tolerance and even know your way around drinking etiquette." As Duo Jun poured more, he asked a question that stunned his cousin. "In your opinion, would it benefit you more if I became a prosecutor or a lawyer?" His cousin clearly didn't grasp the intent behind the question, but Duo Jun knew for certain. No matter how much the man pondered, he likely thought Duo Jun was just trying to act grown-up. He raised his glass and finished the drink that Duo Jun considered a mere barley smoothie. "Grandfather has Han Zuji by his side," he began with a facade of seriousness. "My father also has close confidants like Li Zuji." He set the empty glass on the table and continued, saying that those people were merely outsiders, and that while they were cousins, they needed to remain united, as Dao Jun stood there feigning a daze. "Brothers," the cousin replied with a forced, friendly smile, confirming it was exactly so as he continued to pour more beer. While Dao Jun remained puzzled by his true intentions, his cousin added that during his time in Europe, no matter how much loyalty his subordinates displayed, the reality remained unchanged. The truth was always the truth, he said with a malicious smile, noting that everyone had their own hidden agendas, which Dao Jun found utterly ridiculous since the man was trying to appear unsuspicious while blaming his environment for his own inherent distrust of others. His cousin continued, telling him to look at it this way. The chasm between the one who gives money and the one who receives it is vast and nearly impossible to bridge. However, he claimed that brotherhood was different, being a bond of shared joys and sorrows rather than a mere transaction, though Dao Jun found such words absurd as he held his glass. Had he been the Jin Dao Jun of his previous life, he might have believed it, but he knew better, aware that this very cousin had imprisoned his own brother, Jin Yi Jun, to seize the family fortune while the man continued his performance. "Don't you know what's best for me? Honestly, I never cared about passing the exams or anything else from the start," he said, prompting Dao Jun to ask why he didn't care. When Dao Jun questioned him, the cousin maintained his facade of sincerity, insisting that he would always stand by him regardless of what he chose to do. He promised to help him become the second in command of the conglomerate, a claim that made Dao Jun smirk coldly, as the man declared that he only trusted him among all their cousins, dismissing the others as incompetent. He claimed that even when the others matured, they would lack the ability to run the company, so he needed someone as intelligent as Dao Jun by his side, while Dao Jun silently wondered if the man viewed him as a rival. Or perhaps he intended to make him his right-hand man. But just then, a voice called out to him as Dao Jun remained seated, maintaining his innocent and guiltless expression. Two provocatively dressed women entered and offered their greetings, to which the cousin responded as they arrived, while Dao Jun recognized them as famous faces from films and music shows before the two sycophantic girls spoke up upon seeing him. "Oh, hello, is this my first time meeting you?" one asked. But Dao Jun suddenly stood up, drawing surprised looks from everyone as he explained that he had already mentioned feeling a bit exhausted. He asked to be excused and leave early, to which his cousin feigned understanding and promised to call him later, though he watched Dao Jun's departure with a pensive and calculating gaze. As soon as he was out of sight, Dao Jun hurriedly loosened his tie and let out a long sigh of relief, having suppressed his true feelings for far too long. It was the first time he had consumed alcohol in this body, leaving him slightly lightheaded, but he felt better after getting some fresh air while the driver sat waiting in the car. As Dao Jun approached, he noticed the man dozing off with the marks from his previous beating still visible on his cheek, causing him to feel a flicker of sympathy. Realizing that making a living was no easy task, he walked around to the other side to enter the car, startling the driver, who woke up and hurriedly apologized for falling asleep. Dao Jun promptly apologized for keeping him waiting, but the driver insisted he sit in the back for comfort, though Dao Jun firmly refused, saying he wasn't some young master or official and would feel awkward sitting there, telling him to just drive. The driver was surprised but quickly complied and focused on the road as the car slowly pulled away from the house. In the silence of the late night, the vehicle sped down the highway like an arrow piercing through the darkness. The polite driver offered to turn on the radio, but Dao Jun softly declined before speaking in an unexpectedly cold tone, asking why the man called him young master. It sounded truly chilling, leaving the driver stunned and unsure of how to respond to such an abrupt question. But Dao Jun did not wait and continued his interrogation. "You work in the strategy department, don't you?" This assertion made the driver jump in surprise, while he explained in a calm tone as if he were merely discussing the weather. "I speak with my grandfather often, so I am well aware that the planning department is split into two branches, one for the elite graduates of prestigious universities who plan the group's strategies, and the other group consists of those from humbler backgrounds, tasked only with cleaning up the messes made by the family's descendants." Hearing this, sweat began to pour down the driver's forehead as his hands trembled so violently he nearly lost control of the wheel. "You definitely belong to the second group," Dao Jun added suggestively, "just like Xian Yu in his past life." This direct strike at his past and status caused the veins to bulge on the driver's fists as deep resentment etched into his face, revealing his suppressed humiliation. Dao Jun suddenly shifted his tone to one of feigned comfort, remarking that the man was actually more fortunate than those elite students. Driver was utterly bewildered by this cryptic praise as Dao Jun continued, as if lecturing on macroeconomics, noting that the chairman was nearly 80 and did not have much time left. "When he passes away, 3 uncles and an aunt will tear Sun Yang apart, and the vice chairman will surely use every scheme possible to seize everything." The driver could not fathom why a child was sharing these internal secrets with him, but Dao Jun leisurely concluded that the family secrets the man held would then become invaluable assets that could be sold for an astronomical price. That amount of money is something the elite graduates in the business department could only dream of earning in a lifetime. Suddenly, the driver exploded and shouted at the boy, "Who on earth are you? What are you implying?" That lack of honorifics immediately ignited Dao Jun's fury, and he warned the man not to use that tone with him. "It irritates me. Drive carefully." The driver's face instantly turned pale as he fell silent, completely cowed, while the boy mentioned he was tired and wanted to nap for a while. Dao Jun ordered him to wake him up upon arrival, and despite his resentment at being commanded by a child, the driver was forced to obey. The car accelerated again to take the young master back to the mansion. In 1997, the Hanbo Group, a steel icon on the western coast of Jiangjin County, collapsed spectacularly. Once an empire ranked 9th in credit management and 14th in assets with 22 subsidiaries nationwide, Hanbo had now crumbled into dust. Over 70 financial institutions, including specialized banks, were also swept into the dangerous vortex. This season, The predators were heavily wounded. The battle for the prey had officially begun. Inside the chairman's office, a suffocating atmosphere took hold as the chairman pensively repeated a single figure. 2.37 trillion won, he said, looking around the frozen meeting room. Is this figure accurate? The dead silence infuriated him as he demanded to know why no one dared to answer. The vice chairman quickly agreed, and the chairman continued his analysis, stating that if Hanbo was worth that much, De Yang would surely bid 2.37 trillion won. Furthermore, since De Yang already possessed steel-making technology, their advantage was even greater, leaving everyone in a chilling silence when asked how much Sun Yang should spend. The chairman singled out department head Jin Dongzhang and asked for his opinion, to which he promptly suggested a bid of 1.8 trillion won. The chairman growled and asked why. He explained it was the maximum Sun Yang could afford right now, leading the chairman to ask if they were conceding to De Yang. The entire meeting room hurriedly intervened, arguing that they shouldn't take on more debt and that 1.8 trillion won was a reasonable price. They urged him not to let the rivalry with De Yang lead Sun Yang astray, but the chairman slammed the table, declaring that a public auction was naturally a war of capital. Jin Dongzhang countered that they needed to prove Sun Yang would create the most powerful synergy upon acquiring Hanbo. De Yang's existing technology would diminish their synergy, and though the vice chairman frowned in silence, the chairman decisively ordered a report on Sun Yang's potential strength upon taking over Hanbo. It had to be so flawless that it would deeply move the evaluation committee. Just as Chairman Jin stated, he allowed everyone a week to prepare before asking defiantly if anyone else had a different opinion on the 1.8 trillion won price tag during the tense meeting. Suddenly, a courageous voice shattered the heavy silence, offering 2.5 trillion won and leaving the vice chairman and his son completely stunned. The room fell silent as Chairman Jin turned a sharp gaze toward the bidder, the CEO of Sun Yang Construction, demanding to know his reasoning. He quickly explained that since there was no significant difference in bonds between De Yang and Sun Yang, it shouldn't matter which group acquired Hanbo. He argued for a higher bid to avoid rumors of an unfair deal, which clearly displeased the vice chairman and his son, while the chairman questioned where the remaining funds would come from. The director explained that Sun Yang Construction could mortgage a potential plot of land for an apartment project to raise 700 million won, but the chairman questioned the source of the other 700 million. The director firmly stated that the construction company would handle the remaining portion discreetly, so the chairman wouldn't have to worry about selling unfinished apartments. The chairman felt a secret sense of satisfaction, as this solution not only addressed the immediate issue, but also streamlined the process and shifted any potential legal risks. All responsibility would fall on Director Hong, leaving the chairman completely uninvolved and without even the need to feign ignorance of the truth. Nevertheless, the chairman continued to probe, noting that 700 million won was a substantial sum that could not be easily acquired. Director Hong hurriedly waved off the concern, while the vice chairman silently calculated how he might personally benefit from the situation. The following day at the chairman's residence, the secretary reported that De Yang had bid 2.3 trillion won, prompting a knowing laugh from Chairman Jin about Chairman Zhu's straightforward nature. When the secretary questioned the 2.5 trillion won bid, the chairman asked if he disagreed, leading the secretary to warn that it would severely restrict the group's cash flow. Chairman Jin turned to Dao Jun with a meaningful smile, asking if he believed there was any alternative to using cash to resolve the matter. He waited in silence for his grandson's response, while Dao Jun smiled inwardly, seeing through the old man's dark intentions despite his performance. Dao Jun politely asked for a hint, to which Chairman Jin replied with a metaphor about selling a sapling only to someone who intends to nurture it. He explained that one shouldn't sell to someone who only wants firewood, a realization that struck Dao Jun as the secretary quickly grasped the chairman's intent. The secretary asked if De Yang intended to liquidate the assets after the takeover, but the chairman dismissed the focus on De Yang's specific plans. He instructed them to think from the perspective of the grower and the seller, and after the secretary's relief, he asked Dao Jun if the hint was sufficient. Dao Jun replied that if De Yang acquired the land, they would likely build and sell off apartments quickly while exporting the steel plant's machinery. Consequently, the Hanbao Steel Group would vanish entirely, while the Shun Yang Group, a newcomer to the industry, would strive to restructure Hanbao as a testament to their capability, causing Chairman Jin to smile with immense pride. Dao Jun silently calculated that he might have overstepped with his suggestions, wondering if this strategy would succeed given De Yang's formidable network of connections. Despite their ultimate goal of liquidating Hanbao, they still maintained significant support, leading Dao Jun to ask his grandfather how much capital would be required to acquire the company. a question that prompted a hearty laugh from the surprised Chairman Jin. Chairman Jin firmly stated that 1 trillion won plus $1 billion was the limit, ignoring his secretary's immediate warning that a 500 billion won discrepancy was far too substantial. He declared he would cast the line himself once the perfect bait was found, which Dao Jun deduced would be the media, the most effective tool for creating such an allure. He considered leaking information to compel the press and television networks to emphasize the necessity of salvaging the steel industry as the nation's backbone, thereby pressuring the appraisal committee. However, he questioned if this selfish old man's 500 billion won gamble was too perilous, just as the image of a cunning old fox surfaced in his mind, along with the chairman's echoing words. He told the boy to watch closely how he would resolve the matter by exploiting the very employees he had painstakingly nurtured for decades. Dao Jun suddenly grasped the full extent of his grandfather's ruthless plan, and as the meeting concluded, the chairman called him over to kindly inquire about his schedule. He mentioned that tomorrow was the opening ceremony and that he had already spoken with the principal and dean, suggesting that Dao Jun should occasionally invite them to lunch. The chairman advised him to turn those individuals into allies who could provide support when needed, a lesson Dao Jun dutifully committed to memory as his grandfather continued. He explained that a smart and trustworthy individual had been selected to wait outside and assist Dao Jun with various errands, news that filled the young man with joy. After profusely thanking his grandfather and exiting the meeting room, Dao Jun was startled to find a tall man waiting for him with a respectful bow. The man introduced himself as Assistant Jin Engsi from the Strategy Department and requested Dao Jun's guidance before the young man accepted his business card and entered the luxury vehicle prepared for his journey home. As the car glided effortlessly down the highway without any hindrance, Dao Jun gazed thoughtfully out the window before quietly addressing Assistant Jin. When asked who had arranged for his assistance and if it was the vice chairman, Assistant Jin replied in the negative. He clarified that it was actually manager Lee H.G., a name that prompted Dao Jun to search through his memories. Realizing this was his grandfather's most loyal aide who remained by the chairman's side until the very end, Dao Jun decided he was worth trusting and asked if the assistant reported to the strategy manager or to him. Assistant Jin appeared startled and flustered by the inquiry, admitting that it was the first time he had ever been asked such a question. Dao Jun spoke even more bluntly, asking why the man was so surprised when it was obvious he had been sent to monitor his every move. Assistant Jin quickly composed himself and said, "I don't report to him directly. Please let me know if there's anything I should be aware of." Dao Jun looked at the new assistant and thought, this man is quite sharp. Since he had to report everything anyway, Dao Jun decided to be open. "It's fine, just report the truth. Monitoring me is your job, but Manager Lee is your direct superior, so you must follow his instructions." Assistant Jin was stunned, unsure how to react to this unexpected situation. Dao Jun was certain that during the entire journey home, Assistant Jin would realize which side he needed to take. The next day at Dao Jun's house, Wu Shixian expressed his anxiety. "We should stop before they actually acquire Hanbo. Hanbo isn't a company we can just toy with. If we take it over, I have no intention of running the business. I'll just break it up and sell it, which is a waste of time. It'll take a year to find a buyer for the auction, and even then, a sale isn't guaranteed." Dao Jun cut him off. "I don't want to miss the chance to acquire Hanbo. I just want to throw the bidding process into chaos." Wu Shixian frowned. "What are you planning now? You know this is a direct confrontation between Shenyang and Dayang." Hearing this, Dao Jun gave a mocking smile. He told Wu Shixian, "I want to give him a hand. Shenyang must be the one to win Hanbo." Every time he spoke with this boy, Wu Shixian reached a new level of astonishment. He let out a heavy sigh and asked, "Since the major shareholder has made up his mind, I can only follow orders. What do you want me to do?" The next day, the news broke. Fantasy Investment, a U.S.-funded firm, officially entered the battle for Hanbo Group with a shocking bid of 2.5 trillion won. Let's hear from the CEO of Fantasy. On the screen, Wu Shixian began to speak. "Many conglomerates rise and fall. Hanbo's is no exception. We aren't obligated to keep it running forever. We see Hanbo's core value and are fully confident in our ability to acquire it." A reporter interjected, "If you gain control of Hanbo, what are your plans?" "We are investors, not managers," he replied. "The steel plant will be handed over to any interested business, and Hanbo's land will be liquidated to construction firms." The reporter continued, "So you mean the funds will be returned in cash, correct?" Wu Shixian appeared annoyed. "The point is that the banks lending to Hanbo must choose the highest bidder to recover their bad debts. Otherwise, the banks themselves could face danger. The TV was switched off with a sharp, frustrated click. In another room, the chairman's secretary and Wu Shixian sat facing each other. The secretary spoke first. "You're not just causing chaos for the sake of it, but you're even dragging the Hanbo acquisition into this." Wu Shixian replied with a hint of indifference. "Did you drag a busy man like me here so early just for this?" At the phrase, "just for this," the secretary nearly lost his mind. He pointed directly at Wu Shixian and barked, "Do you have any idea who you're upsetting with your dismissive attitude?" He recalled the chairman's rage as he smashed the TV remote and barked orders to bring that man in for daring to meddle in his affairs, while Wu Shixian simply gave a social laugh and rose to leave. He remarked that if one reviewed the interview thoroughly, they would realize how the grandson had been supporting and assisting his grandfather all along. While the vice chairman remained dazed, Wu Shixian continued, stating he was busy and needed to depart for a meeting with his lenders. The secretary began to reflect deeply, wondering if the grandson mentioned was Dao Jun, and if he was truly aiding the chairman. It suddenly dawned on him that while Shun Yang saw fantasy investment as a sudden rival, if Wu Shixian was the one intervening, he clearly grasped the chairman's true objectives. In this initial phase, Wu Shixian would act as a catalyst to sway public opinion in Shun Yang's favor, allowing the secretary to finally breathe a sigh of relief. He leaned back on the sofa, muttering about the tangled web of their relationship, just as his phone began to ring. The chairman told HG that this was more than just venting anger and could be a great spark, while the secretary reported that Wu Shixian intended to act as their bait. The chairman was surprised and asked if he had said so himself, and the secretary confirmed it was a joint effort between him and Dao Jun to assist the chairman, prompting a hearty laugh. Exclaiming in delight at the news of Dao Jun's help, the chairman laughed even harder upon the secretary's confirmation, pleased that while his own children only sought his wealth, his grandson had mobilized American investors to help him. As the secretary outlined the plan to release articles branding fantasy as a money-hungry predator, they planned to highlight risks of speculative capital and the loss of national assets, with the chairman inquiring about the next steps involving televised discussions and economic experts. When the chairman asked if De Yang was mentioned, the secretary confirmed that since they already owned a steel plant, their interest in Hanbo was merely a land grab. He smugly reported that their true aim was building apartments, and that even a small provocation would cause a massive stir in the industry. The chairman agreed that the timing was perfect, concluding happily that while exposing De Yang from the start might not have been ideal, Wu Shixian had provided a golden opportunity, and the next day at S University, a place teeming with elite students, Dao Jun strolled leisurely with his hands in his pockets and no books, heading toward the main hall where a crowd of students gathered around steaming hot pots amidst the sweltering heat. The hall was filled with students and food when all eyes suddenly turned toward the door as Dao Jun entered with the confidence of a model on a catwalk, radiating the aura of a Chaebol heir. He seemed to glow with a brilliance that drew everyone's gaze as he sat at the only empty spot at a table laden with hot pot, lobster, crawfish, and beer. This scene was hard to believe for a university setting, and Dao Jun thought to himself that if he only possessed the memories of a third-generation Chaebol heir, he wondered how he would react upon arriving, likely sitting down with a bewildered expression, just as an older man holding a microphone stepped onto the podium. "Greetings, I am from the class of 95, he said, and following introductions by the class of 53 representatives and the professor's welcomes, the freshmen began their self-introductions. The first was a rustic youth with a bowl cut who introduced himself as being from a nearby village, followed by a dazed-looking student who vowed to uphold the nation's future laws, and even a student from Jeju. After the student from Jeju introduced himself, Dao Jun realized he was living in a rare golden age, when admission to prestigious universities remained accessible to talented individuals from all over the country. It was an era not yet stifled by the absolute dominance of Gangnam's elite, a time when the idea of circumstances creating heroes still held meaning, and as he reflected on this rare social fairness, female senior wearing glasses sitting nearby suddenly thrust a microphone in front of his face, and Dao Jun reluctantly took it to prepare for his introduction. Every eye in the hall, from the boisterous students to the keen observers, turned toward him as Dao Jun politely asked if he could speak at length, to which the senior casually agreed, prompting him to bow. He began his speech with calculated humility, stating that many might already know him as Jin Dao Jun, a person fortunate enough to have a tycoon for a grandfather. He noted that such luck had brought him there today, eliciting a few smiles while most remained neutral, knowing academic prestige couldn't be bought, before expressing his desire to befriend his peers and seniors. Acknowledging the difficulty of that task, he stated his intent to prove his worth and asked the senior if giving gifts to his classmates and upperclassmen would be considered bribery. The senior laughed and explained that it wouldn't necessarily be so, as the crime of bribery requires the exchange of specific material value. Since the gifts he intended to give represented only the abstract value of friendship, Dao Jun blinked and pivoted, asking what would happen if he gave expensive presents to the professors instead. A nearby professor burst into laughter and confirmed that would indeed be bribery, as professors wield the power of grading, and grades are certainly not abstract. Dao Jun sighed in relief, but the hall's attention was suddenly diverted by a chaotic scene as men in formal black attire began pushing numerous large cardboard boxes inside. A wave of murmurs spread through the room as the excitement of those about to receive gifts became palpable, and Dao Jun seized the moment to conclude his attempt at winning them over. He explained that the skill he learned from his grandfather was to always provide gifts that exceed expectations in value. Just as the staff began distributing items to every student, they stood frozen with their mouths agape upon discovering that each box contained an unreleased Shenyang laptop, a Pentium model that Dao Jun excitedly described as having an Intel chip, massive RAM, and incredible storage. However, as he continued to passionately detail the technical specifications, he realized no one was listening, and everyone was fixated on the physical gift, causing a frustrated Dao Jun to drop the microphone. Ending his speech, he silently noted that they only cared about the hardware rather than his analysis of core value, recalling a scene from the chairman's study a few days prior. The chairman had been horrified by his grandson's request, asking if he knew the cost of 200 laptops, which at 3 million won each, totaled 600 million won. Yes, that is the cost of securing additional support and promotion, Dao Jun replied calmly. His grandfather frowned. Promotion? I don't understand what you mean by promotion here. Dao Jun explained with wisdom beyond his years. When students from S University, the gathering place of Korea's elite, carry our laptops everywhere, it will create an internal buzz, sending a message that our product is not just for office workers, but is also perfectly suited for the youth. The chairman remained skeptical, noting that campus-only promotion had limited reach. Exactly, which is why we need a follow-up hit, Dao Jun replied, leaving his grandfather even more puzzled. Since our late launch missed the start of the semester, we need special student discounts, academic events, and promotional photos set at S University. As his grandfather hesitated, Dao Jun delivered the final blow. If you're too reluctant, I'll use my own money. You know that 600 million won is just pocket change to me. You rascal, the chairman barked. Are you trying to make me look like a miser in front of my grandson? Dao Jun remained silent, accepting the old man's grumbling. The chairman asked again, still sounding perplexed, but why only 200 units? My records show the law department has nearly 400 students. Dao Jun spoke up politely. Grandfather, I heard that only half of the freshmen were invited to the welcoming party, implying that only those present truly received the reward. Chairman Jin looked confused and asked about this distinction, to which Dao Jun chuckled softly and explained with cold composure. That is the distinction, grandfather. Those who attend and those who are absent cannot be treated the same. I must show them that only those who follow my path receive worthy treatment. Hearing this, Chairman Jin slapped his thigh in excitement. Despite the slight sting, he spoke sternly. Exactly. To win over talent, one must use a strategy of both the carrot and the stick. Realizing he had perfectly aligned with his grandfather's thinking, Dao Jun smiled without a word. Meanwhile, at the university's freshman banquet hall, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly lively, with brand-new laptops as the center of attention. People marveled at the hardware specifications, with some even declaring, "With this machine, I'm going to sleep while hugging it tonight." They were overjoyed by the unexpected windfall. Dao Jun watched the scene with satisfaction, as this was exactly the outcome he had been pursuing. Suddenly, Assistant Jin approached, respectfully placing a folder before him and softly calling out, "Young master." Dao Jun took the documents and quickly scanned the contents. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. It turned out some people had refused the gift, and these individuals would require special attention in the future. A few days later, the campus atmosphere had shifted noticeably, and not just because of the April-spring weather. On the path from the school gate to the lecture hall, Dao Jun was now greeted warmly, with many volunteering to walk alongside him. He entered the classroom with the aura of a star. Just as he returned, a familiar voice called out, making him pause. It was a friend saying, "This laptop is incredibly distracting. Lately, I spend all day dreaming about playing with it instead of studying." Dao Jun gave a polite smile, and replied with a calculated joke. Is that so? Actually, my true purpose was to give these toys to my rivals to distract them from their studies. Another friend immediately retorted that there was no need for such gifts, causing several people nearby to glare. Zhao Jun scanned the people standing outside the conversation, taking particular notice of a male student sitting by himself further up. Those who hadn't received a laptop watched him with envious eyes, making him think he should organize another giveaway for the upcoming May festival. In the university hallway, Zhao Jun paused when he spotted someone carefully brewing a fragrant cup of coffee from a vending machine. The coffee's quality was on par with premium packaged brands. He quietly approached, observing the man wearing glasses who stood there. He was one of those who had rejected the laptop. Zhao Jun wondered what kind of motivation was strong enough to refuse 3 million won, double the starting salary for a new graduate at Dion, just to protect one's ego. After finishing his coffee, the bespectacled man inserted a coin into the vending machine, seemingly thirsty. Zhao Jun stepped forward and initiated a conversation, mentioning he heard the man had refused the laptop. It surprised me a bit, Zhao Jun said. The man with glasses suddenly turned around and snapped irritably. Fine then, do you want me to just grab that thing and thank you for it? Zhao Jun maintained a gentle demeanor, claiming he had no such intention. However, his thoughts were different. He realized the reason was merely pride as the bespectacled man flared up in anger. You don't need to show off for me to know you're a third-generation heir of a conglomerate family. But are you now using money to entice your own peers? The man shouted. Zhao Jun calmly countered him with logic. If a senior bought you a meal worth 1,500 won at the cafeteria, would you refuse it, claiming it was an act of showing off? Or 2 101 coffees from this vending machine? The man with glasses lost control even more, shouting, "Damn it, how can those things even be compared to a laptop? They are exactly the same," Zhao Jun asserted decisively. His brief answer left the man with glasses utterly stunned. Zhao Jun thought to himself that seeing the man's shocked expression was quite entertaining. While pride is something to be guarded at this age, he would soon realize the truth. Once he enters society and sees everything crumble, pride will become nothing more than a cumbersome obstacle. The frames of his glasses seemed to further emphasize the irritation on his face. Man snapped at Zhao Jun. "What kind of nonsense are you spewing?" Zhao Jun replied with a tone so nonchalant it bordered on arrogant. "To me, everything boils down to a single frame of reference. You might count every single coin, one by one, from the ones and tens to the hundreds and thousands. As for me, I only care about milestones. 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion, or 200 billion. Anything below the 100 million mark is just insignificant pocket change. Therefore, a laptop or a cup of coffee makes no difference to me." He deliberately emphasized his arrogance, as Zhao Jun understood that despite the harshness, this was the only way to humble the man and establish his power. This would prevent any future hostility from this individual. When a senior offers you a meal in the cafeteria, you accept it without a second thought, don't you? If you dropped 101 coin on the street, you would certainly bend down to pick it up. Pride vanishes in those trivial moments. Zhao Jun continued to press further. "But after picking up 3 million won in the dormitory, your pride suddenly resurfaces, doesn't it?" He looked directly at the man with glasses and concluded coldly, "If that is what you call pride, then it is truly worthless." After speaking, Zhao Jun put on a theatrical display by forcefully tossing his empty coffee cup into the trash with a perfect shot that left the man in glasses stunned, as Zhao Jun turned and walked away. Outside on the campus, brilliant golden sunlight bathed the grounds where students frolicked and gathered in small groups. They seemed to be gossiping about a wealthy girl, while Zhao Jun finished a conversation with a university friend, who then stood up and departed. Left alone amidst the noise, Zhao Jun felt disappointed, thinking that most reactions were the same and offered nothing new or worth anticipating. Just then, a voice called out to Zhao Jun, as a tall young man dressed in hip-hop style approached him. The senior claimed his actions weren't bribery, but they actually were, and Zhao Jun remembered this boy had previously refused the laptop he offered. When he asked why it was considered bribery, the hip-hop guy sat down across from him and explained that bribery was essentially the act of receiving something. It was seen as a gift of gratitude for a favor, but Zhao Jun feigned innocence, noting he wasn't a public official and hadn't asked for anything, which made the man laugh and ask if bribery only happened right before a request. He suggested someone might be laying the first brick for the future, confidently declaring he would be a prosecutor's office official in a few years, so he should be bribed clearly now. Zhao Jun stared at the man, as if observing an extraterrestrial being before flashing a mysterious smile, without saying a word. When asked if he learned this from his grandfather, Dao Jun replied that as the youngest grandson, he was never taught anything, as his grandfather only instructed his uncle's children. The hip-hop guy showed sympathy, asking if he was an outsider in the Shun Yang group, to which Dao Jun tragically replied that he could be considered as such. He continued bitterly, wondering if the man knew his father, the chairman's youngest son, had been sidelined early on, which was why he went into filmmaking. Hearing Dao Jun humble himself, the hip-hop guy felt pity, asking if he only held the title of a third-generation Chaebol, and Dao Jun nodded in agreement. The two sat gazing at each other so intensely, it seemed they might confess their feelings until the hip-hop guy suddenly scratched his head, thinking he was getting the wrong idea. Dao Jun found the man amusing and wanted to see his next move, but was surprised when the hip-hop guy suddenly asked if he could have the laptop now. He asked if it was too late, which greatly intrigued Dao Jun, who believed those with no intention of accepting gifts wouldn't become enemies. So he asked if the man had retaken his exams 3 times. Annoyed by the question about his age, the hip-hop guy asked if Dao Jun was implying he was old, claiming he had just touched a sore spot. Dao Jun quickly tried to smooth things over by offering the laptop as an apology, but the hip-hop guy stood up and told him to save it for next time. As he turned to leave, he added that he would forgive him since it was the first time, and Dao Jun realized the man truly didn't want to accept it and was finding a way to dodge the offer. I called out to you, so you should answer me. How old are you? The hip-hop guy didn't look back, merely raising his middle finger to signal Dao Jun to shut up. The following day, in the lecture hall, a crowd of students hurried into the classroom. A female student was chatting with her bespectacled friend, while Dao Jun questioned the classmate sitting beside him. Is that girl Su Min Ying? His friend confirmed. Yes, that's Su Min Ying. At that moment, Su Min Ying was smoothing her hair and adjusting her outfit. She seemed aware of the attention and was intentionally acting coy. Dao Jun stared at the beautiful girl, rendered speechless. His friend with glasses warned him, but don't you dare try anything with her. Dao Jun looked confused. Who? The bespectacled friend narrowed his eyes and raised an eyebrow, saying, You have to give us a chance with Su Min Ying, since you're already a third-generation tycoon. Dating celebrities should be a common occurrence for you. Dao Jun laughed heartily at the suggestion. Stop talking nonsense. I don't think I saw her at the welcoming party. His friend replied. She only showed up briefly for appearances and then left. When you were giving away laptops and the whole room was in an uproar, she had already vanished. Hearing this, Dao Jun flashed the cunning smile characteristic of the wealthy elite. Oh, I was just asking out of curiosity. In the lecture hall, a professor announced, I am considering replacing the final assignment with a new method. The assignment will involve an in-depth study of controversial social events, specifically issues that conflict with constitutional values. You need to dig deep and present fresh perspectives. The deadline is the end of this semester. After hearing this, Dao Jun thought to himself that this method might be too demanding for freshmen. Although it was well suited for seniors, the professor continued, it will be difficult for freshmen to complete this alone. Therefore, please form groups of 5 to carry it out. The group lists are printed on the last page. Please find your respective groups. As the lesson began, Dao Jun felt a bit bewildered to find he had already been assigned to a group. He looked at the list and froze for about 5 seconds. One name on the roster left a powerful impression. At that moment, a girl was looking in his direction. It turned out to be Su Min Ying. She must be the female lead of this story now. Dao Jun swallowed hard once more upon realizing a beauty was watching him. Inside the car, Dao Jun handed a slip of paper to Assistant Jin. Jin, investigate these 2 people for me in secret. Assistant Jin hesitated. Should I hand this over to the corporate intelligence team, or can you handle it yourself? Dao Jun interrupted. If it's just gathering basic information, I can certainly manage it on my own, he replied. Good, Dao Jun nodded slightly. Meanwhile, harsh sunlight streamed through the windows of Wu Shixuan's building as he pushed the door open and entered wearily. Before he could even settle his nerves, a relaxed voice rang out. Uncle, are there any rumors regarding the He Jin Motors case? Turning around, Wu Shixuan saw Dao Jun casually holding a carton of baby milk and asking nonchalantly, Aren't you in school? Why are you working even before I am? Wu Shixuan wondered. Don't you read the papers, uncle? Dao Jun replied cryptically. The country is in turmoil. I no longer have time to sit in school reading law books. Are you worried about the Southeast Asian financial crisis? Or do you plan to seize this chance to sweep up all the US dollars you've accumulated in America? No, why would I do that? Dao Jun feigned innocence. Wu Shixian began to deduce that Dao Jun was also troubled by the foreign exchange crisis. While a profound thought flashed through Dao Jun's mind, he considered suggesting a strategy to see how the man would react, noting that Southeast Asia was a living hell where 4 major Korean conglomerates had already collapsed by April. Despite this, they still boasted of being the 4 dragons of Asia, though there was no harm in preparing for the impending storm before Wu Shixian could even process the news. Dao Jun added fuel to the fire, noting that even his uncle felt uneasy now, as he recognized Wu Shixian as someone who meticulously monitored global financial trends. There was no way he would miss the signs of the approaching tempest, and Wu Shixian thoughtfully replied that rumors suggested De Yang was targeting He Jin despite being out of funds. If several major powers joined forces to suppress the price, they would perish instantly, making Dao Jun secretly relieved that history had not deviated much. His uncle's success in blocking the He Jin motor acquisition 6 years ago had held, but now that those 6 years had passed, the moment to rewrite history had arrived. Dao Jun looked directly at Wu Shixian with a cold, sharp voice and asked if they should just devour He Jin themselves, leaving Wu Shixian completely stunned. Utterly shocked by the boy's ruthless calculations, Dao Jun revealed his plan to rewrite history so that a foreign entity called Fantasy International, not De Yang, would seize the deal. The meeting at Shenyang was thick with fury as Chairman Chen slammed the table, his voice booming about the strategy they had painstakingly developed 6 years prior. The chairman of De Yang was applying that exact same plan, and as the executives cowered in silence, the chairman's rage intensified over their acquisition of Hanbo Steel. That victory had drained their finances, leaving them unable to seize He Jin Motor, leading him to wonder if this was all part of Chairman Yu's scheme with no way back. When asked about the consequences of De Yang swallowing He Jin, the automotive director stammered that their market share would plummet, prompting Chairman Chen to roar for Yu Hao. The director turned pale and scurried to obey like a loyal dog, as he was ordered to finalize an action plan by this time tomorrow. Despite feeling powerless, he had to comply as the chairman dismissed everyone, sending the leaders fleeing from the room to escape his wrath. Not wanting to face the wrath, the chief secretary sensed the lingering anger and cautiously asked a question. Chairman, should we move quickly to liquidate the 7% of He Jin Motor stock we have been accumulating under other names? Chairman Chen glared at him, asking if he had no intention of fighting to the end, while the secretary explained that bankruptcy was inevitable if De Yang took He Jin. Why? The chairman growled, noting that the strategy De Yang was currently employing was the very blueprint they had designed 6 years ago. Had it not been for that corruption scandal, Shenyang would have already secured He Jin, and the chairman ground his teeth as he recalled that perfect plan. So is it possible to leverage those shares? I cannot just sit idly by. Since those shares are scattered across too many locations, we need a representative to step forward, the secretary replied. Chairman Jin suddenly wore a calculating smile. I know someone very suitable, Shixian. The secretary was taken aback by this ruthlessness. The chairman continued, let him serve as our representative in the Hejin deal, using the shares purchased under other people's names. Moreover, we have a slush fund held in trust at Fantasy. This is the opportunity to recover it. The secretary was profoundly shocked, trading billions of won from the Fantasy slush fund for a 7% stake in Hejin Mudo. The chairman's instincts were certainly not dull. The next morning at Shixian's office, he was speaking with Daejun, saying, I just met with manager Lee of HG. Your grandfather is surely furious. Daejun nodded. It's because of Daeng, right? Correct. The chairman wants to use the 7% stake in Hejin he holds to turn the tide, and he wants me to be the representative. He also mentioned the 100 billion won slush fund in Fantasy that we are holding. He wants to use that money to buy shares and demand his rights. Daejun replied calmly, of course you refused him, didn't you? There is no reason to rush into buying stocks that are on a downward spiral. As he spoke, Daejun analyzed it in his mind. His uncle was not one to bring up a refusal only to fail again, but it seemed he had something else to say. Daejun looked directly at his uncle, and Shixian suddenly became incredibly serious. Is acquiring Yajin Dao truly your sincere goal? Dao Jun replied firmly. Yes, it is absolutely my intention. Wu Shixian continued. This is a massive conglomerate with 14 trillion won in revenue. Acquiring the parent company, Yajin Modo, means we are buying the entire Yajin group. Hypothetically, if we actually seize Yajin, what are your plans? Dao Jun asked in return, do you mean how you want me to act? Wu Modo replied solemnly. Rationally, we must restructure all 28 subsidiaries and eliminate what is unnecessary. We need to rebalance assets, sell off scrap metal, and restore the remaining viable parts to their original value. Dao Jun was slightly surprised. Are you planning to sell even the most valuable assets? Wu Shixian looked directly at Dao Jun with a determined voice. Even if it's worth just over a 10,000 won bill, I will sell it. Dao Jun knew Wu Shixian's answer was just the justification of a reckless gambler, so he asked directly, then what if it isn't about being rational? Wu Shixian laughed loudly with an implied tone. We must do it properly. Cut out the damaged parts, apply antiseptic, and inject supplements. What comes after that? Dao Jun asked. With a faint smile, Wu Shixian began to hesitate. It ends there. I don't have the confidence to manage such a massive conglomerate with my own 2 hands. I want to, but it's beyond my capabilities, Dao Jun calmly replied. If so, how do we even get to that point? Once we reach that stage, the specific details can be figured out later, Wu Shixian sighed. The first thing to consider is that even if we enter the bidding war, the chance of winning is nearly 0. To be precise, it's impossible to win, Dao Jun smirked. But why are you suddenly so interested? You aren't someone who likes sitting at a betting table with such low odds. Facing the direct question, Wu Shixian was a bit flustered. If the 7% stake in Yajin Moto held by your grandfather falls into our hands, we can use it to investigate Yajin Moto internally and what else? Dao Jun urged. Wu Shixian glanced toward the chairman and said, Chairman Chen, your grandfather. Dao Jun immediately grasped the key point. As expected, without borrowing Shenyang's power, this task is extremely difficult, Wu Shixian added. If it's just buying Yajin Moto shares, your money is enough. But as you know, we don't just need private funds. We need the power to influence the board of directors, creditors, and even politics. Besides Shenyang, is there any other group that can rival Dayang? He looked at Dao Jun like a child begging for a coveted toy and asked softly, I understand. So do you have my consent? Wu Shixian smiled, but Dao Jun understood it was the smile of an elder, not a person in power. Dao Jun thought to himself, 28 subsidiaries, over 50,000 employees, and 14 trillion won in revenue. That is a massive fortune that the winner will swallow whole. He continued thinking, that money is the ammunition, as a soldier in a battle that could destroy the livelihoods of tens of thousands. Instead of excitement, shouldn't one maintain composure when facing casualties? Wu Shixian hesitated. I will go meet Department Head Li Zuzhai. Before he could finish, Dao Jun interrupted. I will go meet Chairman Chen Yangzhe of the Shenyang Group. Wu Shixian looked at Dao Jun with eyes full of absolute trust. Dao Jun responded with absolute confidence, as the sunlight filling the room seemed to herald a future free of storms. At the chairman's villa, he interrogated his grandson, asking why the boy hadn't been to school and noting the principal's questioning phone call. Dao Jun nonchalantly replied that his goal was to enroll rather than to graduate, especially since he had already been studying so diligently, and now he should spend some time enjoying himself. The chairman grew furious, asking if he dared to lie when he knew the boy went to Ruidao instead of class. Dao Jun secretly rejoiced that Assistant Jin's report had reached his grandfather, calmly maintaining that his activities were merely a form of play as the chairman's tone turned stern. The chairman warned of suspension and scholarship deductions, questioning why his attendance was so rare, to which Dao Jun replied that donating was a good deed. He calculated that his grandfather had ruined his plan for a long university stay, and given the busy year ahead, he should apply for a leave of absence as the chairman continued his questioning. When asked what he learned from Wu Shixian at the Ruidao office all day, Dao Jun confirmed he was currently researching He Jin Motors. Chairman Jin Yang Jun was shocked by the mention of He Jin Motors and asked for the reasoning behind Dao Jun's prediction of their bankruptcy. Dao Jun explained that the financial sector was in turmoil, especially after Huang Sheng Motors launched their massive promotion last year. He noted that He Jin Motors sales had plummeted, their capital was exhausted, and the De Yang Group had already begun tightening their debt collection. When asked what would happen if they failed, Dao Jun bluntly stated that a stronger entity would reel them in, just as the chairman acquired Hanbo Steel. The chairman paused before giving the satisfied smile of a leader among tycoons and awarding the answer 8 points, though Dao Jun felt slightly slighted. When asked why he didn't get a perfect score, the chairman laughed and said a 100-point answer required predicting exactly who would acquire the company. He noted the outcome was still unknown despite De Yang's pressure, prompting Dao Jun to smile and ask if the chairman had ever been truly lost. Dao Jun argued that De Yang's takeover wasn't certain until the deal closed, leading the skeptical chairman to ask why no other buyers had emerged. The chairman asked if he noticed the unusual business climate, and Dao Jun agreed, citing the financial crisis originating in Southeast Asia. He confirmed they needed to protect the group as other tycoons fell, forcing everyone to tighten their belts and hoard cash. The chairman noted that acquiring He Jin Motors required capital they lacked, but Dao Jun confidently suggested that hidden resources like himself still existed. The chairman laughed at the possibility, but as his laughter faded, he suddenly seemed to realize something of earth-shattering importance. Wait, the chairman nearly shouted, his face pale with horror. What did you just say, Du-jun? He stared at his handsome grandson with utter disbelief. Du-jun remained composed. I'm right here. Stunned as if struck by lightning, the chairman stammered repeatedly. What? In a cinematic slow-motion moment, they locked eyes before Du-jun spoke to reassure him. It would be a disaster if you fainted now. Are you all right? The chairman, still dazed, tried to process what he had heard. All right, repeat what you just said. What exactly did you say? Du-jun boldly declared, I said I am capable of acquiring the He-Jin group. Upon hearing this, the chairman looked as though his chronic heart condition was about to resurface. Du-jun quickly feigned panic. Grandfather, are you okay? Should I get your sedative? You're being too loud, boy, the chairman interrupted. Do you think this old man is so weak he needs medication? Du-jun sheepishly rubbed his head. I was just worried. The chairman then shifted the conversation and asked, Du-jun, you don't mean you want He-Jin Moto as your admission gift instead of a car, do you? No, sir. I mean I will use my own personal funds to acquire it. Suddenly, Du-jun asked a question of his own. You don't seem very surprised, Du-jun noted. The chairman laughed and replied, Why should I be? Should I be shocked by how much money you have, or do you want me to praise you for a job well done? Du-jun replied calmly, Save the rewards for later. The amount of money I currently possess is even greater than that of the Sun Yang Group. Did you think I would be surprised to see you surpass the nation's top conglomerate? Hearing this, the chairman flashed a cunning smile. He said, You brat, I know you want to show off, but if someone wants to acquire He-Jin, they must possess resources far greater than that. I was shocked enough just hearing you declare you would buy He-Jin, the chairman continued. While I am curious about the source of your wealth, now is not the time to satisfy that curiosity. Curiosity is not the priority. He-Jin Moto is the most important thing. Du-jun suddenly realized the core issue. Curiosity is a powerful temptation, yet it is not the top priority. At Sun Yang, every day something new is born. When standing at the pinnacle of power, determining the order of priorities is vital. Curiosity must be set aside in favor of more pressing needs. Therefore, I only ask what is truly necessary. Du-jun looked directly at his grandfather. Regarding the He-Jin acquisition, what do you estimate the remaining costs to be? The chairman crossed his arms and said firmly, I do not know. Du-jun was nearly speechless. How could the ruler of an empire claim to be ignorant of such a core figure? Because I never considered an acquisition, the chairman explained. 6 years ago, I calculated every detail, the chairman explained, but things are very different now. Du-jun immediately shifted his approach. Will you support me then? I need time to consider it, he replied. I must understand why you want to acquire He-Jin Moto and what specific benefits it would bring to Sun Yang. Du-jun was astonished, wondering what the old man was hiding. Was it the concern of a grandfather or the absolute protection of the Sun Yang group he had built? After a tense silence, the chairman nodded. Very well, do as you wish, just this once. Du-jun's shock turned into secret joy, though he wondered if his grandfather might later change his mind. His grandfather continued in a calculating tone, proposing that if his grandson, Dao-jun, fully owned He-Jin Motors and he owned Sun Yang Motors, he would be the one to merge the two companies, a sudden move that forced Dao-jun to rethink his strategy. He felt a sense of dread, wondering if his grandfather had seen through his plan to use He-Jin as a springboard to take over Sun Yang Motors, as the chairman then asked what he thought the merger ratio should be. Since the merger seemed to be a foregone conclusion, Dao-jun countered by asking why it was assumed they had to merge, and what would happen if they chose not to. His grandfather questioned whether he believed he could protect He-Jin Motors from a Deyang takeover for a year, or if he truly thought his business would run that smoothly. Dao-jun told him not to worry about business matters because he had his own convictions, a display of confidence that made the chairman look at his grandson more closely. The chairman asked if such leadership would only lead the merger to bankruptcy, making Dao-jun realize that his grandfather was setting another trap for him. He responded by advising his grandfather not to be overly confident in that scenario, to which the chairman shook his head, noting that no offer was non-negotiable. He stated they would adjust the scales if they were unbalanced, and looked directly at Dao-jun, asking how much he would put on the scale for the merger ratio. Dao-jun blurted out a ratio of 1 to 0.2, causing the chairman to react in anger at the perceived robbery, though Dao-jun quickly clarified it was based on market share, brand value, and new model potential. He explained that Sun Yang Motors' technical capacity was only equivalent to 20% of He-Jin Motors, citing the evaluations of automotive experts rather than his own opinion. The chairman countered that Dao-jun lacked technical expertise and argued that when looking at the car manufacturing sector alone, he had ignored hidden values like Sun Yang's stock price, which was double that of He-Jin. This was because Sun Yang Motors held the controlling interest in the Sun Yang Group, meaning that controlling the motor company was equivalent to controlling half of the entire conglomerate. Dao Jun told himself he had to secure He Jin Motors as the chairman asked if he intended to include that hidden value in their negotiations. Feeling slightly flustered after being cornered by his grandfather, Dao Jun listened as the chairman urged him to show how he would weigh those factors, leading Dao Jun to a realization. His secret was his ambition to take over Sun Yang, while his grandfather's secret was the desire to find a worthy heir. Even if the current answer wasn't perfect, it was enough for now. Dao Jun gave a subtle, meaningful smile and remarked that it was sufficient for the time being, prompting Chairman Jin to speak slowly with a scrutinizing tone. The chairman expressed his curiosity about where such a massive sum of money, which exceeded even Sun Yang's reserves, had actually come from. Dao Jun honestly explained that he had invested the proceeds from the farm sale into foreign high-tech firms, resulting in massive profits as the stocks skyrocketed, which made Chairman Jin laugh at the 100-fold return. The chairman remarked that Wu Shixian must feel extremely satisfied, but Dao Jun quickly attributed the success to mere luck before being asked about his specific role in the fantasy investment firm. When questioned about his position, Dao Jun confidently declared that he was the largest shareholder, possessing 98% of the company's stock. Chairman Jin was nearly speechless at the 98% figure, but Dao Jun nonchalantly remarked that Wu Shixian was merely the executive director. He explained that professional managers only hold a tiny fraction, leaving the chairman increasingly stunned by his grandson's achievements. After a pensive silence where both calculated their gains, Chairman Jin asked if he knew his funds were at the company, to which Dao Jun replied that the 100 billion won had grown significantly. Dao Jun proposed that if he were given 7% of Ha Jin Moto, he would repay the chairman both the principal and the interest, making the man roar with laughter. The chairman laughed, asking why he would ever consume his own wealth, while Dao Jun feigned innocence, saying he had hoped it was an admission gift. Chairman Jin's expression suddenly turned grave as his voice boomed, telling Dao Jun that he would buy him a 100 billion won island if he desired. He offered to buy a private jet of the same value, but refused to provide liquid cash, prompting Dao Jun to ask if it was because having cash would allow him to accomplish everything independently, to which the chairman dangerously confirmed while sharing a fundamental rule of survival. He advised that when subordinates perform well, they should only receive indirect rewards, such as being taken out for expensive bottles of wine. A bottle worth millions was fine, but cash was strictly forbidden, as they might believe their labor was only worth the price of a drink. Dao Jun realized it was the art of fostering false hope, making them believe extra effort would yield rewards as valuable as that costly wine. The chairman was pleased with his grandson's insight, while Dao Jun recalled his past life when that man had rewarded him with hundreds of millions just to cover a bar tab. He marveled at how calculated it was to substitute bonuses with wine money, remembering his past unlimited card access before Chairman Jin called his name again. Dao Jun responded, and the chairman told him to feign ignorance until Ha Jin Moto was secured, letting Wu Shixian act as the public face. Dao Jun gave a cunning smile in agreement, but the chairman interrupted with a devious laugh, noting that even Li Hg was still in the dark. Dao Jun returned the smile as a silent vow, and the two stared at each other for a long moment, a scene unfolding with dramatic tension like an Indian film. The chairman pressed further, asking Dao Jun about his total assets and how much would remain after the Ha Jin Moto acquisition. Dao Jun shook his head sternly, telling him it was improper to peer into another's wallet and suggesting he just ask if he needed cash. He offered to lend the money, leaving the chairman gasping in shock as they shared a long, tense look before he suddenly bolted upright from his sofa. His face turned purple with rage, making Dao Jun fear he had overstepped his bounds as the chairman began walking slowly toward him. Suddenly, he placed his hand on Dao Jun's shoulder, causing the boy to flinch as his expression shifted entirely, his voice turning warm as he called him a clever little pup. He remarked that Dao Jun had truly grown up, leaving the boy stunned by the sudden emotional shift just before the atmosphere at the chairman's residence grew incredibly tense. The group's old fox ordered his secretary to recruit the sharpest minds to dismantle Ajinomoto's financial veins as soon as the shareholders' meeting concluded. The secretary respectfully replied that everything was prepared, though their longtime rival Daxian had already planted spies within the upcoming meeting. The urgent situation demanded an immediate counter-strategy, yet the chairman sat motionless like a wooden statue for so long that everyone began to break into a cold sweat. Suddenly, he vented his fury by slamming a file onto the table, crossing his arms as he grandly declared that everyone must roll up their sleeves and get to work. It was just like the time they painstakingly labored over the Ajinomoto report 6 years ago, And hearing this, the subordinates fell into a state of chaotic confusion. Some asked in bewilderment if he intended to take over Ajinomoto, while others tremblingly tried to dissuade him because the group's treasury was nearly empty. It lacked the resources to enter the fray, but the chairman coldly declared that they weren't buying it outright, only blocking Daxian from seizing the opportunity. The subordinates stood there dazed, unable to grasp their boss's cunning scheme, until one dared to ask who would reap the benefits if Daxian was blocked. He questioned if the chairman was targeting Giyu Yamoto, while another argued against it, noting that the opponent had American backing, making it a difficult target. Witnessing his incompetent subordinates bicker back and forth, the chairman ground his teeth in frustration, as if he wanted to tear them apart. He roared, asking if they thought him ignorant of such trivial matters, then ordered them to shut up and execute his command within a week or face the consequences. Terrified, the subordinates fell silent and bowed in obedience before fleeing the room as quickly as possible, once the meeting adjourned to avoid further wrath. Still fuming, the chairman beckoned his secretary over and issued a secret directive to arrange a private meeting with Chairman Song Huijiang of Ajinomoto. He intended to negotiate with the man personally, leaving the secretary puzzled as to why a heartless tyrant would want to meet a defeated foe or what the old fox was plotting. The scene shifted to Wu Shixun's office the next day, where the figurehead director anxiously asked Dao Jun if the deal between him and his grandfather was still on track. Dao Jun calmly replied that everything was proceeding as planned, as his grandfather would provide the necessary funding once the handover procedures were finalized. Wu Shixun remained uneasy about Dao Jun staying hidden in this affair, but the boy simply sipped his milk and smirked, saying his involvement would only invite public ridicule. Dissatisfied, Wu Shixun pressed for a deeper reason, to which Dao Jun slowly explained that too many people were eyeing the succession of the great conglomerate. Hearing this, Wu Shixun fell into deep thought and nodded in agreement, realizing that if Dao Jun revealed himself now, those cunning foxes would use the pretext of him using his grandfather's money to attack the board. He urged that time was short, and they needed to grasp the situation before Ajinomoto released their final announcement, while Wu Shixun noted the accounting team was auditing all public records as he busily checked files with an unusually joyful look. Shixun Jun sat observing, thinking his uncle seemed quite happy, yet his own heart was in turmoil despite possessing a trillion-won fortune that could sustain a royal lifestyle for 3 generations. However, the ghost of his past tragic death haunted him every night, with memories of his previous life appearing as vividly as if he had just awakened from a nightmare. Dao Jun told himself he ventured onto this thorny path not merely out of fear, nor for the decadent life of a wealthy man. He yearned for the suffocating sensation of struggling every moment, wanting to crush every enemy to establish his own impregnable empire. He wished to witness that glorious conclusion himself, even if he stood alone on a windswept peak, until Wu Shixun's voice pulled him back, asking what he was calculating while being so silent as he looked at his uncle's puzzled face. Dao Jun feigned a serious tone, replying that he was considering how he would have to return 100 billion won in slush funds to his grandfather once he finished absorbing the shares. Wu Shixun jumped in shock and cried out that half the money was already spent, asking where they would find the rest. But Dao Jun stood up calmly and said those were the rules of the game. Debts must be repaid, and since his grandfather had provided full support, they had to be fair, leaving Wu Shixun scratching his head in confusion as he asked if Dao Jun hadn't already revealed he was the mastermind behind fantasy investment. Dao Jun coolly replied that he hadn't mentioned being the owner yet, because if he had, he wouldn't have been able to use his grandfather's influence to clear the path. Wu Shixun was struck with immense panic upon realizing that even though the grandfather knew he was the major shareholder, he still demanded the money back, despite this being a perfect chance to legally keep 50 billion won. Dao Jun looked into the distance with deep intent, stating firmly that if his grandfather were someone who easily left slush funds behind, the Shun Yang group would have fallen to his eldest uncle long ago. Hearing that, Wu Shixun could only exclaim in admiration that the older the ginger, the spicier it gets, especially with such legalization. Dao Jun gazed into the distance with a somber look and coldly remarked that if his grandfather were the type to leave slush funds so exposed, then this Shun Yang empire would have fallen into his eldest uncle's hands ages ago, leading Wu Shixun to click his tongue and marvel that the older the ginger, the spicier it gets, as that old fox was truly deep and unpredictable. He noted that the more talented one is, the more cruel they become, and Dao Jun nodded in agreement, saying he had to find a way to survive and maneuver through that pack of vicious wolves. Shixun could only remain silent in stunned disbelief, amazed that such a young man could be so sharp and worldly. while at the Daeun Group's lair, a thunderous roar demanded to know why the police remained as still as statues. The secretary trembled like a leaf, explaining that the authorities found it difficult to mobilize based only on vague and unclear circumstantial evidence. The chairman's rage intensified as he shouted that there was a living witness right there, questioning why things were so difficult because of just one person. The secretary stammered in fear, explaining that while it would be easy to handle commoners, these were powerful figures with significant status. So the Supreme Prosecutor's office warned them to tread lightly and proceed with extreme caution. The chairman's fury erupted even more violently upon hearing this, and he roared, questioning why the influential press was reacting as weakly as sickly cats. He had ordered the exposure of celebrity drug scandals to distract the public, yet his subordinates remained as silent as clams, forced to swallow the bitterness of his abuse. Trembling, the secretary reported that Ajin appeared to be supported by a formidable and mysterious underground power. While newspapers were reporting, they seemed strangely hesitant, and another person chimed in to add fuel to the fire, noting that the hand sung daily was suspiciously quiet. Enraged, the chairman snapped back, asking why they hadn't used advertising funds to silence the hand sung daily or demand they publish promotional content for the company. Looking down, the man muttered that they had tried everything, but the paper refused to publish a single line, causing the chairman to slump heavily onto his sofa in disbelief. He questioned if the rumors of them colluding in the shadows with Sun Yang were true, and his henchmen replied that it appeared to be the case. Since seizing Ajin Auto would deal a fatal blow to their rival Sun Yang, the chairman felt frustrated that timing, circumstances, and support were all against him. He cursed aloud, accusing someone of betraying their own biological nephew just to flatter the opposition, exactly as the script had been arranged. The government stepped in to protect Ajinomoto to prevent a domino effect of bankruptcies, officially placing it under the Bankruptcy Extension Treaty on April 21, 1997. To qualify for this relief, Ajinomoto surrendered its business rights, and the union agreed to wage cuts while a management delegation took over for 2 months to delay its demise. Ajinomoto then began a campaign to disperse its carefully hidden slush funds, a mission secretly orchestrated by the mastermind pulling the strings. That man was Chairman Song Huijiang of Ajin and his strategist Wu Shizun, who one day at the magnificent mansion was asked about rumors of multiplying wealth. The chairman asked if he had helped Du Junhao increase that money 100-fold, causing Wu Shizun to break into a cold sweat, fearing the boy hadn't reported it yet. He hadn't just increased it 100-fold. The figure was far greater, yet he calmly replied that it was merely luck, and he was relieved to have preserved the principle. The chairman chuckled at his false modesty, wishing such talent served him, while Wu Shizun acted humble before the chairman brought up hiding the illicit funds. Wu Shizun held 270 billion, and once the bankruptcy extension treaty expired, the assets would inevitably be scrutinized by the state according to statutory law. They were forced to make the money vanish before that deadline, as any exposure would result in Chairman Song and his leadership clique being sent to prison. Reviewing the report with great satisfaction, the chairman cryptically asked if he wished to wash his hands of the game or proceed with laundering the money. Wu Shizun bashfully admitted it was the latter, prompting the chairman to feign deep contemplation, as if calculating a brilliant move. At that moment, Dao Jun spoke up and suggested that his grandfather should use that massive sum of money as retirement funds for the board members of Ajinomoto. The chairman laughed heartily and asked why he should bother worrying about the retirement of those men, as they were all cunning old foxes. They had surely plundered enough to secure their own futures. So the tycoon turned to Director Wu and asked for his thoughts on transferring the entire amount to the Fantasy U.S. branch for safekeeping. Wu Shixun's eyes widened in shock as he asked if they were going all in with everything, to which the chairman nodded smugly, suggesting they reinvest the money back into Ajinomoto under the guise of foreign capital. He believed that if he stuffed the mouths of those eyeing the money with salaries, rewards, and bonuses, everything would settle down without any issues. Hearing such an astronomical figure made Wu Shixun restless, and he secretly calculated that while it was the ultimate way to legalize the cash flow, trying to disperse 270 billion won through salaries and bonuses was utterly unrealistic and insane. Sitting to the side, Dao Jun silently observed every one of Wu Shixun's expressions, thinking that his grandfather had likely already found the perfect path to avoid spending a single penny of that money. Wu Shixun spoke up anxiously, explaining that the problem lay with the employees who were itching to have the funds dispersed in cold, hard cash. Most of them had already submitted their resignations and were demanding their share of the profits before they would leave quietly. But the chairman coldly replied that in a world where everyone was nitpicking to withhold employee wages, he questioned why he should be so naive as to offer the fat to the cat like that, then slammed the file onto the table with a thud and growl. The moment that money leaves your pocket, they will instantly turn into complete strangers and might even join forces with the opposition to give you a painful bite in return. In the eyes of those who just lost their entire livelihood at Ajinomoto, you are the most detestable thief. And hearing this made Wu Shixun's head spin and his heart sink with anxiety. Suddenly, as a mere employee, he felt pressured by the capitalist tycoon to the point of mental exhaustion, while Dao Jun remained silent, watching like a spectator. He secretly assessed that Wu Shixun only saw the dry figures on paper and failed to grasp the treacherous hearts of those who blow with the wind. The chairman crossed his arms and delivered a hard-earned lesson, stating that money in the hands of a ruler is both a whip of punishment and a piece of fat dangling before a cat. One must hold it tightly and release it only bit by bit to tame those unruly horses. For if the employees knew you intended to pour 270 billion into reinvesting to revive Ajin Shixun, they would likely bow down and kneel at your feet to beg for mercy. And Wu Shixun grew increasingly bewildered as he listened, his face turning as pale as a ghost. Dao Jun leisurely sipped his hot tea, calculating that Wu Shixun needed to experience the ruthlessness of this old fox, since they would inevitably face each other in the cutthroat business world for a long time. He then spoke up to break the silence, asking if his grandfather was actually planning to use a stalling tactic to dodge the debt, which made the chairman freeze for a few seconds before laughing heartily as if he had found a kindred spirit. He burst out laughing and asked if the boy intended to turn his own grandfather into a crooked merchant who would pocket the hard-earned money of others. Wu Shixun stood between the grandfather and grandson of the Shenyang family with a blank expression, looking completely bewildered. The chairman turned to ask Wu Shixun pressingly about his plans, questioning if he intended to spend his entire fortune or just put on a brief show for the public. Wu Shixun cried out in a panic, asserting that if there were an escape route, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to part with his money. The chairman smirked, noting that the truth of life is that no one is dumb enough to pay a debt that doesn't strictly require settlement. He advised him to carefully persuade Chairman Song that this was the most brilliant strategic move. He then announced that he would personally handle the assets that Yajin was currently attempting to liquidate in secret. They needed to act quickly to sweep everything into Fantasy's treasury before the law could intervene. Wu Shixun immediately stood up and bowed deeply to express his gratitude for the chairman's favor. The chairman waved his hand, telling him there was no need for such formalities. He explained that everything he did was merely to pave the way for his precious grandson. At that moment, Dao Jun also rose to take his leave as the meeting had come to an end. However, the chairman signaled for him to stay behind for a private discussion. Sensing the shift in the family atmosphere, Wu Shixun hurriedly bowed and made a quick exit, not daring to linger for even a second longer. When only the two of them remained, the chairman questioned the rumor that Dao Jun intended to take a leave of absence from his studies. Dao Jun was startled, not expecting news to reach the old fox so quickly. He had only signed the application that morning and was already being summoned for a talk. Dao Jun replied with a polite smile, confirming that he had indeed submitted the application earlier that day. The chairman asked for the reason with rising anger. Dao Jun respectfully argued that, as his grandfather knew, the constant family turmoil had left him with no peace of mind to focus on his education. The chairman dismissed his excuse, stating that no one expected him to attend every class like an ordinary student. Showing up occasionally for attendance would be enough. He revealed that he had already instructed the school to destroy the leave of absence form. Dao Jun uttered a frustrated grandfather in helplessness, but the chairman remained firm in his autocratic stance. He commanded him to follow his instructions, then lowered his voice, adding that he knew exactly what he was worried about. Dao Jun gave a bewildered response. He didn't understand how the old man could read his mind so perfectly. The chairman exposed his thoughts, asking if he wanted to hide behind the harmless student label to avoid the scrutiny of others. He warned that he would eventually have to face those jealous vultures among his relatives and couldn't hide in his shell forever. He taught him that when it is time for a life-or-death struggle, one must take up arms, and when it is time to save an ally, one must reach out decisively. Dao Jun continued to listen to the lecture with a feigned look of confusion. The chairman added that when the time is right, being an inexperienced student would become a fatal weakness. Dao Jun finally countered. He asked what it mattered since his grandfather was the one holding the handle of the knife. The The chairman was taken aback upon hearing his grandson's blind faith in his power. He scolded him affectionately, asking if he thought the Shenyang group was just a corner grocery store, noting that even his blade of power had its limits. If the loyal directors of the subsidiaries conspired to support his eldest uncle, the Shenyang Empire would be severely shaken. Only then did Dao Jun truly begin to feel the tension. He realized that the older man was indeed wiser as he prepared to officially step onto the stage of fame to inherit the throne. Sun Yang's veteran board members will still view him as a mere novice because of his student status, ensuring that power remains with his eldest uncle instead of an immature youth like him. Fully aware of the circumstances, Du Jun bowed submissively and agreed to follow the arrangements, prompting the chairman to praise his obedience, while Du Jun secretly smirked, knowing the old man's favor had shifted toward him. Seated within the luxury vehicle that usually chauffeured him, Du Jun commanded his assistant to drive him toward the Zaijiang district. As the elegant car glided past the towering skyscrapers of Seoul, Assistant Jin seemed to hesitate, as if he were concealing something before finally breaking the silence. "I have a matter to discuss with you," he began, and Du Jun casually told him to speak his mind, leading a timid Assistant Jin to admit he might be paranoid about recent events. "It appears that someone is following us closely." Hearing this, Du Jun's expression darkened immediately as he pressed for details on when this surveillance began. Assistant Jin shook his head with a trembling voice, claiming he was unsure of the start date and had only noticed it recently, causing Du Jun to scowl and speak sternly. "Explain yourself clearly," he demanded. Assistant Jin stammered that although no specific individual was visible, a vehicle was relentlessly tailing them, attempting to map out their every move. Daejun narrowed his eyes as his mind raced, trying to deduce the identity of the hidden pursuer. Assistant Jin suddenly recalled and added that the boy worked at the guest house, meaning he lacked any formal training in identifying surveillance. So how did he manage to notice it? He turned his head and continued, explaining that Captain Zin had warned him about an unusual surge in stalkers lately. Daejun was stunned when Captain Zin's name was mentioned. He was the head of Strategy Department 1. When Daejun inquired if the pursuers were merely reporters, Assistant Jin spoke with absolute certainty. "Not a single paparazzo has been following us since this morning." Daejun began to deliberate, and a specific name surfaced in his mind. They be working for his eldest uncle. Assistant Jin glanced at Daejun again with a hesitant look before continuing his report. "Captain Zin is discreetly tracking the mastermind, and it seems they have begun to probe us. If you are not occupied, would you like to verify this in person?" Daejun's eyes brightened at the suggestion, and he cheerfully agreed, telling him to drive with caution. Assistant Jin's expression suddenly turned solemn. "Fasten your seatbelt, for I am about to accelerate." Without a second thought, he floored the gas pedal, causing the luxury vehicle to roar and surge forward like an arrow across the wide boulevard. Later, inside a secret chamber during a mysterious meeting, where modern projectors illuminated the space like an underground club, a voice suddenly rang out. "There is no need to worry much about the third son, Jin Shangji, or the youngest, Jin Junji. Jin Shangji only knows how to flatter his eldest brother, while Jin Junji has made his mark in the film industry and remains completely indifferent to Shenyang." A man diligently reported to a powerful woman before asking if the second son, Jin Zhangji, was the true key to the situation. Someone replied that Jin Zhangji's talent far exceeded what he displayed, as he was the primary architect who propelled the nation's heavy chemical industry to its peak. He even received endless praise from subsidiary directors and the board, despite only being assigned to manage the hotel sector in the inheritance lineup. Nevertheless, he earned immense admiration from his subordinates. As soon as one person finished the report, another man interjected, agreeing with the assessment. At this rate, Jin Zhangji is highly likely to lead the science and heavy industry sectors. The man in glasses then inquired about the only daughter of Jin Kaianian. The individual replied that while her ambition was boundless, she lacked the necessary competence, likely limiting her to managing shopping malls, golf courses, hotels, and cultural organizations. The daughter suddenly blurted out a protest, but the man in glasses growled to silence her, ordering Ziyuan to remain quiet and listen carefully. He then ordered his subordinate to proceed. The subordinate continued, stating that during the investigation they discovered an unexpected player, the grandson, Jin Daejun. Startled, the man in glasses asked if he meant the youngest grandson. Subordinate confirmed he was the youngest son of Jin Junji. The man in glasses pressed further, asking what was so special about the boy. "Isn't he just a bookworm from the law department at Seoul University?" The subordinate explained that his attendance was so low it could be counted on one hand, as he worked at the Ying Group every day. He also makes frequent visits to Chairman Jin's private residence. The man in glasses fell into a pensive state when the name Ying Group was mentioned as his subordinate continued. Yes, he seems to have a deep connection with the foreign investment firm Fantasy, and according to our investigation, he possesses a significant amount of wealth. Resting his chin on his hand, the man in glasses calmly asked for the amount, to which the subordinate replied it could be tens of billions, or even reach 100 billion won. The man in glasses froze in shock at the mention of 100 billion won, wondering if Chairman Jin had really been so generous to a mere child, though the subordinate noted the circumstances were unique. A decade ago, he gifted a farm to Jin Junji, and by chance, that land is now the site of the new city of Bundang. Everyone present was stunned, as the man in glasses exclaimed that it was a stroke of divine luck for a plot worth tens of millions to skyrocket to 10 billion won. The subordinate continued his report, stating the funds were invested in Fantasy, where the CEO is Wu Shixun, a friend of Shen Zhengji from his time studying abroad. Folding his arms in contemplation, the old man in glasses pressed for more clues, dismissing the current report as a dull account of a mere child's extraordinary luck. The subordinate quickly added the most valuable detail. The boy had exclusive access to the chairman's study all summer, making everyone wary of their unusually close bond. Upon hearing this, the old man narrowed his eyes to reassess the situation, while his daughter suddenly erupted in anger after her fiancé complained that the study was Sun Yang Group's restricted command center, not a public space. Even the vice chairman and other grandchildren had to wait in the parlor, yet that boy alone was granted the privilege of private discussions with the patriarch. The subordinate added fuel to the fire by noting that even Vice Chairman Jin Zhangji never had such an honor, as he was always accompanied by manager Li Ziqian, the only person previously allowed private audiences. The man in glasses coldly ordered his daughter to gather information from her fiancé regarding Dao Jun's actual standing within that treacherous family. He emphasized that this rare opportunity must not be squandered, urging them to sharpen their resolve for the day Chairman Jin's entire legacy would fall to Xin Zhangzhen. The daughter responded with a gaze as sharp as a blade, filled with resentment and envy, while at a secluded public parking lot. Dao Jun calmly asked Assistant Jin if he was certain they were being followed. Assistant Jin confirmed the vehicle had trailed them from the mansion, though the driver refused to reveal himself. Taking a sip of water, Dao Jun smirked, knowing that only his eldest uncle, who was desperate to seize the corporate throne, would have the power to spy on family members. Quietly calculating his next move, he pulled an object from his pocket and pressed it into Assistant Jin's hand, instructing him to use it whenever an emergency arose. Assistant Jin stared in bewilderment at the thick envelope in his hand, while Dao Jun simply told him to use it as he saw fit, leaving the assistant stunned by his young master's sudden generosity. Dao Jun's expression suddenly shifted as he delivered a poignant business lesson, stating that those who only follow orders are as cheap as common vegetables while talent is plentiful, and that Shun Yang's favors are a gift from above. Assistant Jin broke into a cold sweat while listening to the boy's logic, fearing he was about to be fired. But Dao Jun applied further psychological pressure by telling him that once he entered that sanctuary, he had to take control of his own destiny. The first step was choosing what needed to be done, and more importantly, using that money to buy the loyalty of useful pawns. After speaking, he stood up, tossed his empty coffee cup into the trash, and turned back with a cryptic smile. "Let's go," he urged, leaving Assistant Jin stunned like a deer in headlights, as he realized he had just been recruited by a wealthy benefactor, prompting him to quickly stash the cash and obediently follow Dao Jun's lead. The following morning was bright and clear, yet a storm was brewing in Wu Shixun's office when the pale-faced receptionist arrived to deliver some dire news. While both Wu Shixun and Dao Jun were still trying to grasp the situation, the mention of the Daxian Group's chairman struck them like a bolt of lightning, shaking them to their core. Wu Shixun frantically told the receptionist to stall for time, while Dao Jun quickly instructed him to keep his phone active for eavesdropping as he retreated to the adjacent conference room to devise a plan. Wu Shixun nodded repeatedly, terrified that if that old fox spotted the Shun Yang grandson, whose face was plastered all over the television, it would jeopardize their entire operation. Dao Jun hastily pulled his hood over his head to conceal his identity and hurried out, while Wu Shixun attempted to regain his composure and put on a dignified smile to welcome the visitor. By a strange twist of fate, Dao Jun immediately encountered the Daxian chairman's massive entourage upon exiting. The old fox seemed to find the young man's silhouette familiar, and squinted suspiciously, forcing Dao Jun to lower his head and quicken his pace to escape his dangerous gaze. As the door swung open, Wu Shixun bowed deeply to invite the billionaire inside, and the chairman feigned friendliness, extending his hand to thank him for receiving an uninvited guest. Wu Shixun quickly reciprocated the courtesy, remarking that no one in South Korea would dare treat him as an unwelcome visitor, and once seated, the chairman revealed a profound and triumphant smile. He offered a backhanded compliment laced with hostility, noting that a fledgling company capable of acquiring Yajin Motors was certainly formidable, so there was no need for false modesty. Wu Shixun's face turned pale upon hearing the chairman's declaration that there was no reason to feel ashamed, since they were all part of the same family. Dao Jun then took a seat and asked probing questions, wondering if these rumors were widespread or if Daxian's intelligence-gathering capabilities were simply superior, which made the chairman think to himself. Expected that even if the truth were obvious, the man would try to deny it, but he remained remarkably composed. Realizing there was no need for further mental sparring, he waved his guards away to discuss confidential matters. The bodyguard acknowledged the order and hurriedly left, closing the door tightly behind him, allowing the chairman to speak freely, stating that since he wasn't being evasive, he would get straight to the point and ask what he truly desired. Wu Shixun smirked and replied that his goal was obviously Yajin Motors, prompting the chairman to question him, noting that his backing came from an investment firm. Since maximizing profit was the ultimate objective, he suggested that if the price difference was settled, this conflict could be resolved, causing Wu Shixun to knit his brows in thought. "Are you suggesting that you intend to name a price to finalize this matter?" he asked, as the chairman smiled like a cat toyed with a mouse, indicating that his assessment was exactly right. It was just a petty scheme to inflate the price, but Wu Shixian shook his head, suggesting the chairman had misunderstood his intentions. He smiled and claimed that his group of investors had plenty of cash and were simply looking for some entertainment, as everyone loves cars. He expressed a desire to own a car factory, making the chairman's face turn purple with rage at the thought of a brat buying a plant just for a toy. Suspecting the man was avoiding negotiations, the chairman threatened him with a news report exposing how foreign capital was draining national assets. He asked if the man would have anywhere to hide among the patriotic Koreans, but Wu Shixian just smiled, saying the bidding results would reveal the true patriot. The chairman's face turned pale, and even the ringing of the phone died down as a chilling silence fell over the confrontation between the two men. The chairman irritably demanded to know his goal, and Wu Shixian replied that he should use all his public funds to compete solely on the acquisition price. He smirked, saying it was a win-win that minimized losses, leading the chairman to ask if they were to share the debt and compete fairly on the purchase price. Wu Shixian was nearly scared to death, but managed to agree before the conversation stalled again, forcing him to speak up once more. He suggested that a fight with rules becomes a civilized sport, which infuriated the chairman, though the old fox still maintained his composure to respond. Calling him an interesting opponent, the chairman looked like a dark assassin as he declared that Dazheng's dignity was forged in the mud, not built on grace. Wu Shixian broke into a cold sweat, seeing the old man as a sorcerer, and the chairman suddenly stood up in a rage and slammed the door as he left. As soon as he vanished, Wu Shixian collapsed from exhaustion just as Dao Jun cautiously entered the room, still appearing somewhat hesitant. Wu Shixian worried if the move was right and if the man would accept the terms, but Dao Jun was certain that he would eventually agree. He smiled confidently, noting that Chairman Zhu was a seasoned tycoon, and no businessman would ever refuse a deal that consolidated power and saved money. Meanwhile, at the Dazheng building, subordinates were trying to convince the chairman to agree, noting that Yajin Motors' debt stood at 3.28 trillion won. They proposed clearing 1.58 trillion won of the subsidiary's debt and converting the remaining 2.52 trillion won into a direct investment. It was a generous offer to wipe out 7.38 trillion won, but the chairman listened with a headache as his subordinate explained the high cost to Dazheng. He noted that interfering with Fantasy's debt relief would force them to start over, whereas a partnership would allow them to focus on the acquisition price. The chairman then asked if the boy truly had enough money to spend trillions of won, to which his subordinate replied that he was as wealthy as Fantasy. No one can grasp the financial capabilities of our Dejiang, as it is entirely backed by American capital. But he suddenly hesitated, leading the annoyed chairman to ask what he was butting about. The subordinate quickly reported that according to the investigation of the American legal entity, the funds are expected to be sufficient, as they are a notorious major player in Hollywood. Among all the blockbuster films to date, not a single one has lacked the involvement of Fantasy, making the chairman scowl as if he had swallowed a fly while listening to his subordinate's endless chatter. The subordinate continued to drone on about fantasies, so-called legend of being undefeated, firmly asserting that no investment deal they handled had ever resulted in failure. Another person chimed in, praising the opponent's investment intuition to the skies, and arguing that such a seasoned fox would never rush into a death trap only to lose everything. As the subordinates persisted in their pleading, they cited the chairman's own philosophy, suggesting that sometimes reluctantly taking an enemy's outstretched hand is the best strategy to preserve one's own well-being. To avoid pointless bloodshed, the old chairman fell silent upon hearing this, beginning to seriously consider the move of showing courtesy before resorting to force. As evening fell over the majestic Shenyang Group mansion, the chairman leisurely enjoyed a cup of hot tea before turning to ask Dao Jun if that old man Zhu Dongyu had shown his face yet. Dao Jun nodded in confirmation and reported that the old man had backed down, offering to compensate for damages if their side agreed to withdraw from this takeover game. The chairman sneered, mockingly remarking that the conservative old man must have been backed into a corner to finally make such a painful concession. He noted that the man had chosen the hard path over the easy one, just as an interloper appeared at the most critical moment. When the chairman asked for the next development, Dao Jun calmly recounted that their side had demanded fair play and direct financial competition, casting aside all lucrative government incentives. During this, the chairman looked visibly pleased at having saved a significant amount of wasted money, and he continued to press for details on how the opponent had reacted. When Dao Jun recounted the challenge to engage in an honorable one-on-one duel, the chairman burst into hearty laughter that echoed throughout the entire room. Dao Jun wittily asked if that old friend was going mad with anxiety and requested a word of wisdom from his grandfather, to which the chairman, sipping his tea, profoundly replied that Dao Jun surely already knew Chairman Zhu's next move by heart. If I were in his position, I would also have to rack my brains to decide whether to scrap that reckless proposal, the chairman said, once again testing Dao Jun. He calmly analyzed that the man would have to swallow his pride and accept the situation since the debt reduction amount was a fixed constant, and he would not be foolish enough to invite further risky variables. At this, the chairman nodded in satisfaction, as his grandson had hit the nail on the head, for to seasoned businessmen, variables are the most terrifying things in the world. Dao Jun secretly noted that these two old foxes indeed shared the exact same mindset, but the chairman suddenly changed his tone to remind him that all the trump cards in his hand had already been played. While Chairman Zhu had yet to make his move, he would soon launch a large-scale counteroffensive, which Dao Jun quickly guessed would be a media blitz. The chairman confirmed that the press would be mobilized to brainwash the creditors and the judging panel. Not to mention that the government, the National Assembly, and even the Blue House, all of which had been nurtured by the Dejiang Group's funding for a long time, would also simultaneously exert suffocating pressure. Du Jun wondered if no further help was needed, to which the chairman sighed and explained that although he wished to help, he was powerless, noting Du Jun's bewilderment as he revealed that Chairman Song Huijiang had blocked all aid. This move made him wonder if Old Man Song was eyeing Ajin Motors, but that pressure kept the Dejiang faction in check, reflecting a mutual understanding between predators that Du Jun felt wasn't the whole story. The chairman added that the country's officials would be caught in a dilemma, as they had been loyal subordinates for many years. He remarked that if they pulled one way while Chairman Zhu pulled the other, those sacrificial puppets would be torn to pieces. While Du Jun listened intently to the old man's lecture, he thought to himself that the words were eloquent but lacked any mercy for the pawns. Sensing the man was plotting something deep that he couldn't quite grasp, Du Jun pretended to be obedient and promised to work well with director Wu Shixian, leaving the chairman speechless at his grandson's bold confidence. Du Jun asked with a smile if he should rely on someone else, but the chairman only asked if he was truly that close to Wu Shixian. Du Jun replied that he was, and when the chairman asked if the man was trustworthy, Du Jun laughed and said everything had been fine so far. He added that his father vouched for the man, saying that despite his profession, he wouldn't betray others for money, which made the chairman flash a sinister smile that left Du Jun speechless and at a loss for words. The chairman continued his lesson, stating that Du Jun should keep two types of people close, talented and reliable ones like Wu Shixian for important matters. When Du Jun asked about the second type, the chairman coldly replied that it was those who would sacrifice their lives for him. This left Du Jun even more confused, wondering what could possibly warrant such a sacrifice in this day and age. The chairman bluntly declared that such martyrs would seek him out on their own when his glory was at its peak, so there was no need to waste effort searching for them. Du-jun listened in silence as the old man looked satisfied, as if he had just finished delivering a sacred sermon, before waving him away and saying the guests had arrived. He told him to go upstairs and change into the clothes prepared for him as night began to fall over the chairman's magnificent mansion. A crowd of people soon arrived like a festival, filled with elegant young socialites and notorious figures from the world of the ultra-rich. The lavish party featured all sorts of delicacies, from a massive 5-tier cake to chocolate towers with strawberries and sweet lollipops. The bride and groom then appeared in a setting filled with roses, with the bride wearing a diamond ring so large it looked like it could crack someone's skull. Meanwhile, the protagonist Du-jun seemed to have a lifetime endorsement for banana milk, as he carried a carton of it everywhere he went. Du-jun silently observed his cousin Rong-jun, noting that his affectionate gaze suggested he truly loved his fiancée, even though his past life memories only recalled them meeting a few times, which he found quite puzzling. Could the power of wealth truly make people develop feelings this rapidly? Suddenly, a refined voice rang out, praising Dao-jun's appearance. It was his calculating future sister-in-law. She complimented Dao-jun as the family's most handsome man, forcing him to play along and offer his congratulations, while Rong-jun thanked him profusely upon seeing the interaction. After a brief introduction, Rong-jun hurried off to answer his parents' call, leaving his future wife with a request to have a heart-to-heart with his younger brother. Dao-jun stood there, his face flushing with awkwardness, unable to find anything to say after the initial pleasantries, until his sister-in-law broke the ice by calling him every girl's ideal type. She launched her psychological offensive, remarking that Dao-jun was tall, handsome, and brilliant, and as the youngest of a Chaebol family, he could simply enjoy luxury without fighting for inheritance or entering the brutal business world. Dao-jun scratched his head and gave a forced smile, knowing her words were a deep probe despite their pleasant sound. So he feigned innocence and claimed the family fortune would never reach him. His sister-in-law laughed it off, reassuring him that Chairman Jin's favorite grandson had nothing to fear. Yet both of them immediately fell into a silence filled with hidden calculations. Dao-jun knew a background check was inevitable for the future eldest daughter-in-law of the Sun Yang group, so he continued his act of being poor and pitiful, questioning how he could be considered a favorite. He pointed out that while the older siblings received stocks and cash upon reaching adulthood, his grandfather had only given him a supercar that he couldn't even drive yet. His sister-in-law feigned great surprise and comforted him by saying he would surely receive something larger later, while sarcastically noting that a model student like him probably never spent money anyway. Dao-jun flatly denied this, claiming it wasn't that he didn't spend money, but that he had none to spend, and that he would be just as extravagant as anyone else if he had the means. Swirling his wine, he thought that if this old fox knew the staggering sums he had invested in deals, she wouldn't be standing so calmly. Meanwhile, she promised to fund his leisure and speak well of him to Rong-jun. Dao-jun thanked her profusely, deciding to play the role of a submissive brother to gain her favor, while she stood there with a modest smile that hid her scrutinizing gaze. Sensing the tension, Dao-jun made an excuse to head to the restroom, and his sister-in-law saw him off with the friendly, practiced smile of a professional actress. However, her gaze turned sharp as she watched him leave, silently judging that the boy was no simpleton for claiming to be broke while visiting the stock market daily with Chairman Jin. Rong-jun returned and asked for his wife's impression, and the couple both looked toward Dao-jun with eyes that seemed to be appraising the value of a piece of merchandise. Wife remarked that her brother-in-law was incredibly guarded and possessed the unmistakable, composed aura of a child from a wealthy family, which Rong-jun noted with satisfaction. Recalling the past, Rong-jun remembered Dao-jun as a weak and submissive child, leading him to believe that instead of being cautious, he could turn the boy into a loyal pawn and a perfect right-hand man. His wife gave a meaningful smile and took his arm, playfully reminding him of his promise of pocket money, to which Rong-jun readily agreed as it was standard practice within their family. Meanwhile, in the men's restroom, Dao-jun entered while grumbling about the inconvenient formal suit, but as he prepared to relieve himself, he was startled by a voice calling, "Young master," from behind. Turning around, he saw assistant Jin Lulu appearing like a persistent ghost, refusing to let him even use the restroom in peace. Du-jun was stunned since he had granted the man leave, but assistant Jin reported urgent news with a grave expression. The man's unusually tense demeanor gave Du-jun a premonition of an impending crisis, but since his physical needs were calling, Du-jun agreed to meet in the parking lot to talk after handling his private business. However, right after relieving himself, he felt a lingering unease due to the man's awkward and suspicious behavior. Du-jun walked quickly toward the parking lot to locate his luxury vehicle. Unfortunately, the mansion of the ultra-wealthy was as vast as a labyrinth, forcing him to scan the area and wander around for a long time before finally spotting his car tucked away in a corner. The moment he opened the door and settled inside, Jun immediately demanded to know what crisis was unfolding. However, Secretary Jin remained evasive, telling him to wait patiently for Team Leader Zin to explain everything in person. Jun narrowed his eyes with suspicion and asked who this Team Leader Zin was. Secretary Jin respectfully confirmed that he was the brilliant mind of the strategy team mentioned once before, asking if Jun recalled him. It was then that Jun realized the truth, asking if this was the dangerous individual who had uncovered the wiretapping incident. Just as the tension peaked, a figure suddenly loomed by the car window, startling Jun so much his heart nearly stopped. The mysterious man bowed politely and introduced himself coldly as Team Leader Zin. Looking at the man's face, Jun felt he looked familiar as if they had met before, yet he couldn't quite place the name despite searching his memory. Team Leader Zin hurriedly bowed to apologize for the sudden intrusion, even as Jun waved it off. However, he remained bothered by the sense of familiarity. It turned out they were old acquaintances who had crossed paths at the Jiangsamyi villa. This was the very man who had escorted him home on that fateful morning. Upon hearing this, Jun slapped his forehead in realization, finally understanding why the face was so recognizable. He vaguely recalled saving the man from a certain defeat back then, and then casually setting a trap to see if the target would take the bait. Unexpectedly, after waiting a long time with no response, he had put the matter out of his mind ages ago. Not wanting to keep the young master waiting, Team Leader Zin got straight to the point due to the limited time. He revealed the earth-shattering news that his group, known as the Third Generation, had been closely shadowed by a mysterious force for over a month. Jun listened with wide eyes and asked for confirmation if everyone was being targeted. The team leader nodded, explaining that the pursuers weren't tracking every move but were monitoring all travel routes. Even his brother, Jun, was on the blacklist without exception. Jun's mind began to race with possibilities. Could his eldest uncle be so ruthless as to order his own biological son to be stalked? If that were true, the move was far too extreme. But if it wasn't the eldest uncle, who else would dare to be so bold? Team leader Zin admitted bitterly that their manpower was spread too thin, leaving them powerless to uncover the mastermind. Were merely secretaries accustomed to paperwork, not professional agents capable of playing cat-and-mouse games or launching a counterattack. Jun narrowed his eyes, wondering why the man chose him to leak this classified information. According to standard procedure, he should have reported this to superiors like Chief Secretary Lee or the Intelligence Department instead. Knowing full well what the rules dictated, Team Leader Zin clenched his fists as if to summon his courage. He spoke a sentence that sounded shameful, yet it was the absolute naked truth. He wanted to find a solid pillar of support, a lifeline to pull him out of this dark and murky quagmire. Jun was taken aback and asked what sort of lifeline he was referring to. It'd be the kind of connection you're imagining. Team leader Zin nodded firmly, stating that the strategy team was currently like a ship without a port. A bleak future caused staff to drop like flies, and even a veteran like him saw no light at the end of the tunnel. Yet Jun remained unmoved. He argued that as the youngest and least influential member of the massive Sun Yang group, he lacked the status to serve as a lifeline for others. Secretary Jin tried to intervene, but Zin silenced him with a heartfelt confession, asking if Jun intended to just stand by without offering him a hand. Yet Jun remained cold. He calmly replied that he couldn't just partner with anyone, questioning if there was truly no one else worthy of the man's loyalty besides himself. Hearing this, team leader Zin's expression turned unusually serious as he suggested they reveal their true intentions, vowing to hold onto any trustworthy hand with his life. He shouted excitedly that he would have ignored anyone else, but among Chairman Jin's many grandchildren, only Jun knew how to maintain his integrity. Sincere and devoid of deceit, team leader Zin bowed respectfully, pledging to serve devotedly according to the expectations and boundaries set by the young man. He added that if he ever fell behind, he would accept being abandoned without a single complaint, to which Jun bluntly replied that he had no use for blind loyalty. This was merely a fair transaction, where the strategy team provided what he needed for a proper price, be it cold hard cash or the bright future they desired, prompting team leader Zin to ask a question. He asked if the young man's coldness stemmed from not feeling like he belonged to the Sun Yang Empire, and Jun replied that since his trust in them was zero, they should just treat it as a business deal. He told them to prove themselves through actions if they wanted more, privately reflecting that while he never experienced true loyalty in his past life, he knew the devotion of the incompetent was worthless. He suddenly called out, startling Assistant Jin, and ordered that he would take taxis from tomorrow while Jin's task was to track their tail. emphasizing that being slow and steady was better than being reckless. Afterward, Dao Jun began issuing orders to team leader Xin like a young monarch, decreeing that all secret reports from the strategy team must be presented to him first. He forbade them from reporting to the higher-ups or anyone else once he drew a red line, then dealt a psychological blow by telling them not to worry about finances or living frugally. He told them to speak up regarding any funds needed for operations or personal expenses, promising to cover everything so that his men would never feel disadvantaged. Hearing Dao Jun's promise to provide for them entirely, the two men were moved to tears, while Dao Jun leaned against the luxury car window and closed his eyes to rest. He felt secretly triumphant about today's great harvest, having both exposed a fox and recruited new, loyal eyes and ears to serve him. The next morning at Wu Shixian's headquarters, the television broadcasted shocking news about Fantasy's ambition to acquire the Ajin Group using suspicious capital from Japan. Conspiracy theories suggested that Ajin Motors would become a springboard for Japanese cars to invade the Korean market, causing Wu Shixian's blood to boil as he watched. He turned to Dao Jun and yelled that they had to hold a press conference to clear their names, as this was a lethal strike against national pride. Being branded a traitor who sells out the country is a sin that cannot be washed away even in the grave. Dao Jun calmly asked if there was proof for that rumor, or if it was just journalists writing fiction for money. Wu Shixian clutched his head, saying the enemy had used Powerbank as a shield. Since it was a prominent listed company in Japan, everyone would blindly believe they were Japanese lackeys. Dao Jun frowned, asking if a clarification would be like water off a duck's back. But Wu Shixian pessimistically said the news had spread, meaning the Ajin Motors acquisition was dead. Dao Jun irritably declared that if they were being pushed by dirty media tactics, they had to play their trump card by having Chairman Song step forward. If the Ajin Union used this as an excuse to riot, all would be lost. Wu Shixian said in terror that it was their last card, but Dao Jun coldly replied that holding back now would lead to ruin. He inwardly thought these Chaebols played incredibly dirty. They even used the national broadcaster to spread unverified fake news. This was the mad dog style of the Daeyoung group, who were experts at throwing stones while hiding their hands. At the intense press conference, the media vultures scrambled to snap photos, while Wu Shixian tried to stay calm, stating that the rumors of Japanese capital were entirely fabricated. Fantasy merely engaged in speculative trading in Japan and left after profiting. That money was spoils of war, not a loan. A sharp reporter countered, asking if those yen weren't still Japanese money. Wu Shixian explained they were using Japanese money to save Korea's Ajin Motors, but the reporter persisted like a leech, questioning why a vulture fund would buy a dying car company. He argued that with such a risky investment, it was unknown when they would see a return. The high risk of total loss suggested there must be a hidden agenda. He asked if he accepted this risk because he was a puppet for the Japanese auto industry. Wu Shixian was enraged by the false accusation. He lost his temper and shouted into the mic, asking who dared to spread such lies and where they found such garbage information. The entire room gasped in shock. Reporters clamored, asking if he was denying everything and claiming no connection at all. They challenged him to swear an oath to confirm his words. Dao Jun watched from the shadows and shook his head in disappointment, thinking his partner was a complete amateur at handling the media. No one should ever argue emotionally with those vultures. Suddenly, a powerful representative stood up and declared he knew every detail of the technical ties between Ajin and Japan. He pledged his honor to guarantee that the Japanese were completely uninvolved in this deal. The reporters continued to whisper, refusing to back down. Someone asked Chairman Song if sitting together meant he had secretly conspired to support Fantasy's takeover of Ajin. Chairman Song remained as steady as a great tree and replied that it was true. He stated that not only he but all Ajin employees were in full agreement. The union had sworn to freeze wages and not strike until the company was profitable again under Fantasy. He declared this was the union's life-or-death resolution, causing reporters to snap photos frantically. Chairman Song delivered the final blow, stating director Wu Shixian had promised to separate ownership from management. Secondly, they are striving to resurrect Ajin without any layoffs, while also pledging to inject massive capital to salvage this sinking ship. Wu Shixian's fury had vanished as he sat there in silence, absorbing every word from Chairman Song, who then continued speaking with an even more resolute tone. I wish to add two more crucial points. Businesses, ladies and gentlemen, are not merely profit-driven corporations, but sanctuaries and workplaces that provide people with their daily bread. They sustain the lives of thousands. Should the Dixian Group acquire Ajin, they would not hesitate to cast more than half of the workforce out onto the streets. Under the guise of so-called restructuring, Chairman Song's declaration rang out like a battle cry. leaving Dao Jun watching in stunned silence at this vital and timely message. Chairman Song continued with a gaze as sharp as a blade, stating that if Dixian were to take over Ajin Motors, they will naturally seize hegemony, capturing nearly 70% of the domestic automobile market. If a monopolistic enterprise solely pursues profit, the choices of the people, our patrons, will vanish entirely. Where else could they turn? At this moment, the reporters began to buzz, their chatter suggesting a prearranged coordination. They argued that Yaxin's core essence must not be overshadowed by Japanese influences, especially since the Yaxin group had poured so much public funding into it. Chairman Song continued, his voice possessing a magnetic charm, reviving Yaxin as a national enterprise, clearly separating management from ownership, and expanding the scale of large corporations only through state funds. That is the true essence that needs thorough consideration. Immediately, a thunderous round of applause erupted, causing Lucy to wear a satisfied and gloating smile. Chairman Song's message was fully conveyed and permeated every corner, but the timing of the action was indeed a move that required careful calculation. This fateful press conference should have been held a day before the scheduled appraisal and handover, with the core objective of giving De Xian no time to counterattack. Hastily revealing the trump card, too early inadvertently gave De Xian the opportunity to leisurely calculate and calmly weigh each move before striking back. In the fierce arena of the global automobile market, a large-scale competition has long since begun, where only the top 10 global corporations can survive. Daewoo Motors' sales structure had already expanded overseas, far exceeding domestic market demand. If Yaxin and De Xian were to merge, they would certainly create superior competitive strength, breaking through by synchronizing designs, optimizing the parts supply chain, and closely linking sales networks. At that point, consumers could naturally own cars at much more affordable prices. Of course, personnel restructuring and reorganization would be unavoidable, but there can be no honest workers without a company large enough for them to serve. Chairman Song earnestly hoped everyone would look a bit further ahead. We can fully expect the creation of thousands of jobs. Employment opportunities will open up until Daewoo Motors is strong enough to reach international status and join the ranks of the top 10 global giants. After watching the news, Du Jun turned off the television and thought to himself that his TV had been looking strange lately, old and somewhat degraded. He began to sigh, no longer looking as triumphant or satisfied as before. Beside him, Wu Shixian had also fallen into a state of extreme tension, his nerves as taut as bowstrings. Du Jun asked how the stock value was doing. The older man replied that De Xian's stock price remained stagnant, showing no change at all. Du Jun said disappointedly that such an effect was insignificant and ineffective. Wu Shixian explained that it was because two conflicting opinions were clashing fiercely, leading to this situation. Those who believe the acquisition of Yaxin Motors is a disadvantage, and those who see it as a golden opportunity are almost evenly matched. It was a stalemate. Du Jun thought to himself that, in the end, it wasn't the result of both forces accepting the change of ownership for the Yaxin group to De. Wu Shixian let out a sharp breath, remarking on how terrifying it was. Despite being an advertiser, how could one possibly manipulate the media? How could they control broadcasts and the press at will? Hearing his uncle's remark, Du Jun pondered for a moment before responding to Wu Shixian. It is not because of the conglomerates but the media itself, those who wield the pen. They write for money. Does the pen not follow the wine while the lens devours the news? Wu Shixian was stunned to hear the boy lecturing him. What was this child saying? He sounded exactly like a seasoned elder of society. Du Jun quickly scratched his head in embarrassment, replying that those weren't his words but his grandfather's wisdom. If any trouble were to arise, it would begin with a media blackout. Wu Shixian had already acted accordingly. Du Jun thought helplessly that if he had known this years ago, when he tried to take over Ajinomoto, he should have avoided interfering. In this difficult situation, he racked his brain until his head spun, yet he still could not find an answer. Du Jun said, "Uncle, let's take a break and set everything aside today. Let's go have a few drinks." Wu Shixian jumped in shock. What? Alcohol? It was the first time the boy had invited him to drink, so he was quite startled. Du Jun asked if he wasn't allowed to drink now that he was grown. Wu Shixian waved it off, asking if he even knew how. Du Jun recalled his past life. He had drunk more than just a few times, enough to ruin his health. If he had saved the money spent on alcohol to handle daily disasters, he could have owned several apartments. The thought made him chuckle. He stood up and declared he needed to test his tolerance today. He then produced a powerful black card. It was as dark and commanding as the night. He suggested they use it since it had no limit, telling his uncle to choose the most lavish and prestigious place he knew. Wu Shixun was utterly astonished. What? A card with no limit? He hurriedly took the card from his young employer's hand and asked what it was, wondering if it was the golden pass of Han Cheng Daily. Du Jun explained that his future sister-in-law, the daughter of Han Cheng Daily, gave it to him as pocket money. Hearing about his nephew's incredible background and a sister-in-law who was also filthy rich, the uncle's jaw nearly hit the floor in shock. Seeing this, Du Jun pressed his psychological advantage. He firmly stated that this was a matter of pride for third-generation Chaebols and told him to spend freely. If he was determined to spend his nephew's money, he had to show his sister-in-law just how extravagant he could be. Hearing a young boy talk about squandering money like it was nothing made the uncle feel a pang of self-pity over his own poverty. After absorbing the shocking information, he chuckled, calling the mindset absurd, but agreed to go along. Back at the chairman's residence, the chairman asked why he had come at this hour, certain it wasn't just for a drink. Du Jun immediately shifted to the main topic. As he had mentioned, it wasn't over yet. The chairman was confused, asking if he still had a trump card. Du Jun replied bluntly that his final card was the one the chairman currently held. "And I want to take it," he said, leaving the chairman stunned. What of yours am I holding? It is Sunyang Motors. Do you know when you will retire from this game?" This question left the chairman frozen in place. Dao Jun continued to emphasize that Sunyang Motors was not merely honey or a hangover cure. The announcement of the merger between Hajin and Sunyang Motors will be the lever that shifts the situation. Do you remember the merger ratio you once mentioned? I want to accelerate that process. With every word Dao Jun uttered, the chairman did not need to calculate any hidden motives. Now was the time for him to demonstrate his ambition and firm resolve. After a moment of silence, the chairman asked, "What do you have to trade for that?" Dao Jun looked momentarily dazed, not yet grasping the question. The chairman explained, "A merger is the combination of what I have and what you have into a single entity. I possess Sunyang Motors, but what about you? You do not yet own Hajin Motors." Dao Jun countered that the merger announcement was the very opportunity to turn the tide. Although the process had changed, the final result remained the same. Hajin Motors would be in his hands. However, the chairman began to act evasively. "The merger I mentioned before was only to recognize each other's potential. Do you not think I could change my mind about wanting to merge?" Dao Jun replied instantly. "Turning a joke into a serious matter and a dream into reality, that is the work of negotiation, is it not? There is no negotiation in this world that cannot be compromised. If the scales are uneven, we must adjust them to achieve balance in exchange for the merger announcement. I am ready to put much more on the scales." The chairman remained leisurely. "Oh, have you become that strong already? Fine, let us assume I agree to announce the merger even before the appraisal, as you said. But that does not guarantee the situation will turn around as you wish." Dao Jun interrupted. "It is not just the merger announcement. We will have two powerful forces colliding with each other." The chairman also cut him off. "The prestige of the Sunyang Group still holds an advantage over the Daeng Group, right? Now, the government media, creditors, and judges will weigh Sunyang and Daeng against each other, not fantasy. So what is the remaining factor?" the chairman asked. Dao Jun answered calmly. "It is the peace of mind wrapped in balanced and fair control." The chairman was shocked. "Peace of mind? Yes. The image of unhealthy speculation surrounding the fantasy investment firm will completely vanish as if washed away." Hearing this, Chairman Jin Yangchun fell silent, lost in thought. He looked at his talented grandson and said, "The scales still do not match." Dao Jun immediately replied, "If we adjust the merger ratio, we can make them match." But the chairman maintained his superior smile. "Regrettably, I feel that is still not enough." Dao Jun was surprised that after all his efforts, the old man was still not satisfied. He gritted his teeth in anger. "How greedy, please? Am I not even worth the dust on your heels? You truly have no intention of giving me Sunyang Motors, or has this test not yet ended?" Dao Jun continued, his voice dropping lower. "I have collected all the shares of the subsidiaries that Sunyang Motors holds." The old man was utterly astonished. "You said Sunyang Motors should be spun off." Dao Jun replied, "With 8 subsidiaries, including both Hajin Motors and Sunyang Motors, we will have a much larger automotive conglomerate." Hearing this, Chairman Jin Yangchun began to waver before the bold arguments Dao Jun presented. Dao Jun observed the chairman's expression and noticed with alarm, "What is this? The way he looks at me holds a desire more intense than ever before." Dao Jun furrowed his brows and calculated a daring excuse, knowing he had to pinpoint that specific desire for the negotiation to succeed. He continued, asking if announcing the complete separation of Shun Yang Moto to merge with Yazhen Moto was perhaps a bit too impulsive. Declaring the branches separation would cause Shun Yang Moto's stock to plummet instantly, leaving the chairman stunned that his grandson had targeted this strategy. Dao Jun continued his plan, stating he would buy up shares under a different identity once they bottomed out. The chairman held his breath in anticipation as Dao Jun spoke calmly about the merger with Ye Zhen. He explained that for various reasons, the spin-off would eventually be treated as if it never occurred, further solidifying the Shun Yang Group's total dominance. The chairman began to perspire at the prospect of merging Shun Yang and Ye Zhen, noting that many investors would surely withdraw to avoid the risk. Dao Jun responded with a metaphor, comparing their situation to a massive carriage moving forward despite small stones clinging to its wheels. He argued they couldn't dodge every pebble, prompting the chairman to ask about the Shun Yang Moto shares Dao Jun had already acquired. When asked if he intended to become a major shareholder, Dao Jun smiled and called it a wonderful gift should the stock prices eventually soar. He noted he would profit while avoiding income tax, making the chairman laugh with satisfaction at the boy's audacity to break the rules at such a young age. Dao Jun was momentarily startled by the cryptic praise, but after a second of reflection, he regained his composure and smiled at his success. The chairman immediately ordered his subordinates to acquire the Ye Zhen Group, leaving the two executives staring at him in utter disbelief. The secretary thought to himself that he knew it was important when called at midnight, but he never expected this, so he quickly warned that Ye Zhen had already leaned toward De Ying, and they lacked preparation time. He added that they currently lacked sufficient cash, while another executive agreed that jumping into the fray as it neared its end seemed a bit risky, but the chairman calmly interrupted, stating they only needed to get a foot in the door before shouting the secretary's name. As the subordinates stood there confused, the chairman explained that if Fantasy acquired the group, Ye Zhen Moto would then merge with Shun Yang Moto. He asserted that Shun Yang Moto was the only logical partner for Ye Zhen, and that the new entity would be led by Yun Qi as the CEO. The executive standing nearby couldn't help but point out that Fantasy would remain the largest shareholder regardless of the merger ratio. The chairman replied that Wu Shixian of Fantasy had already extended an offer, and if they didn't act, Shun Yang would end up doing the dirty work for others. He concluded that they would establish a new automotive company, package it perfectly, and then transfer it over to their Shun Yang group before the secretary asked his next question. About Fantasy, they are merely financial players after all. They will be content with that expensive packaging. As for the chairmanship of Sun Yang, I will handle it myself. Do not worry about that. Now help Yun with the preparations. The chairman gave a decisive order. The next morning at Wu Shixian's office, the atmosphere was somewhat more relaxed. Has your grandfather confirmed he will hand over Sun Yang Motors to you? Wu Shixian asked. Dao Jun shook his head. Not quite. He is not the type to easily part with something he has painstakingly built. Why is that? If he separates the motor division and Hajin Motors falls into your hands, wouldn't Sun Yang Motors automatically become yours? He knows very well that Fantasy is your company. That is because the merger ratio has not been finalized yet. Dao Jun replied with a knowing smile. If he does not yield, the true occupant of that seat will have to change. Wu Shixian frowned in confusion. What are you calculating now? What do you mean by accepting the merger? Uncle Wu, Dao Jun explained with profound insight. Grandfather is not the type to simply seize someone else's assets, merge them, and hand me a small piece. Instead, he will take everything before redistributing a tiny fraction to me. Hearing of the chairman's ruthless strategy, Wu Shixian could only remain silent. Meanwhile, Dao Jun thought to himself that Wu Shixian would never see the true face of Chairman Chen, a man who prioritized ambition over bloodline. Without that ambition, Sun Yang could never have risen. So, has the merger ratio been decided yet? Wu Shixian asked. Not yet. That is something we will discuss after the Hajin Motors deal is finalized. Dao Jun stood up and walked to the large glass window looking down at the city. I will handle that matter myself. You do not need to worry. From the window, he began to outline a new plan to counter his grandfather's cunning. By the time the Hajin deal is concluded and the merger process begins, the harshest winter in history will arrive. At that time, Sun Yang, Dayang, and even the government will be exhausted, left with no choice but to huddle for warmth. Then, grandfather will have no alternative but to accept his proposal. At that moment, Dao Jun calculated, I will present him with that gift, and he will have to accept it with gratitude. The next day at the press conference, the spokesperson announced that Sun Yang Motors would officially spin off as an independent entity. It would merge with Hajin Motors to solidify its position as a pioneer in the automotive industry. Reporters frantically snapped their cameras. In the auditorium, Wu Shixian spoke as the representative of Fantasy. I wish to affirm that Fantasy is not merely speculative capital. We are committed to dedicating all our resources to elevating the Korean automotive industry into a new era. The room instantly fell into chaos. Is there a connection between Fantasy and Sun Yang? Director Yun Jihao, please explain. What is the future of Sun Yang? A scene of utter turmoil was unfolding. At the same time, in the Daeyang mansion, another remote was smashed to pieces. The chairman of Daeyang was consumed by rage. "This godforsaken situation," he roared at his subordinates. "Was there no sign of a leak? We had people tailing both Chairman Sun and Wu Shixian." A subordinate rushed in to report that no suspicious activity had been detected as of last night, causing the chairman to erupt in fury, questioning if they were blind for failing to see that a lack of movement was the most significant warning sign of all. He demanded to know how many phone calls were needed for those three to coordinate an agreement, noting they had met dozens of times, while questioning what his staff had actually been doing. His face turned bright red with rage as he declared they had been completely blindsided without any warning, ordering everyone to present a plan to salvage the situation immediately. His subordinates merely exchanged silent glances, prompting him to scream and ask if they had become mute in addition to being blind, since no one was speaking up. As the staff looked at one another in a state of slow-motion bewilderment, the chairman slammed the table and gave them 2 hours to devise a strategy to overturn the current circumstances. He ordered them to mobilize every relative of their in-laws for a massive lobbying campaign, pressuring everyone from civil servants to bankers as he roared like a cornered beast. That morning, the chairman's mansion was in an uproar when his eldest son, the vice chairman, burst through the doors and shouted in a panic. After the son declared the situation unacceptable, Chairman Jin remained eerily calm and simply invited him to sit down and share a cup of tea. When the man indignantly asked why they were abandoning the motor company, the chairman coolly replied that there was nothing left worth holding onto. He explained that he had discarded everything that had been weighing them down to start fresh, but his indifference only served to further incense his son. Sun demanded to know why he wasn't consulted on such a major restructuring of the group's branches, expressing outrage that he had to learn the news from the television. He lamented that his position as vice chairman felt like a hollow title and was deeply embarrassing, while Chairman Jin silently observed his son's burning anger. He continued his tirade, mentioning that Director Yun Zhehao had brought him all the approval documents and had even spoken publicly about the Sun-Yang Moto merger after receiving his consent. When the son asked if he was being treated like a mere puppet, Chairman Jin coldly interrupted to ask if he had finished venting his frustrations, leaving the man stunned and confused. The chairman remarked that if he was done blowing off steam, they should move on, questioning if his son had come there for the sole purpose of throwing a tantrum. As the son shouted for his father, Chairman Jin's face turned purple with rage as he slammed his hand onto the table with a thunderous bang that surely stung. He bellowed for the boy to stop, causing the son to realize he had crossed a line and instantly freeze like a stone statue, not daring to utter another word. The chairman then unleashed his own fury, asking if the son was truly ashamed of the Sun-Yang vice chairman title and telling him to resign if he found the position so humiliating. The son desperately called out to his father to try and de-escalate the situation, but the chairman continued his harsh critique of the man's attitude. He pointed out that the entire nation would fight tooth and nail for that title, and that the son only possessed it because he was born as the firstborn, failing to appreciate its value because it was handed to him. The chairman barked, "You are already over 40 and only just reached vice president. If you weren't my son, would you ever have had the chance to become a director?" The uncle stood frozen as those blunt words struck his hidden insecurities. After a dramatic, slow-motion moment, the father and son ended their confrontation, and the next day at the corporation, the CEO was briefing his subordinates. "Keep a very close watch on Daejun. He is acting as the intermediary between Wu Shixian and the chairman. That brat knew everything about the recent merger from the very beginning." The two subordinates listened, but failed to grasp the full implication, leading one to boldly ask if the final succession would go to Jin Daejun, to which the director shot him a sharp glare and replied that it was impossible. He mused that while the chairman had doted on the boy since childhood, he never intervened when he chose the law department, even though Daejun had the talent to become the top student at S University. If he required skilled lawyers or prosecutors, he could simply use his wealth to buy them, and word had it that the boy had no intention of pursuing a formal business education anyway. All my father desires is a trophy to flaunt, a way to boast that his son has such an exceptionally intelligent and academically gifted child. He only expects Daejun to bring glory to the family name. Had he intended to hand over the corporation, he would have enrolled the boy in the business department, prompting the subordinate to ask another question. But why did he entrust Jin Daejun to Wu Shixian of fantasy? Isn't he merely a decorative figurehead? The subordinate inquired, to which the director provided an answer. Because this particular ornament is actually functional. Perhaps he recognized the boy's true gift, the ability to manipulate wealth, what one might call a natural talent for money. He might be able to seize control of the group's financial sector, from life insurance and pension funds to the education division, he continued. But there is no need for concern just yet. This conflict will be settled swiftly with a single decisive strike. For now, we must simply solidify our reputation step by step, without committing any errors. If we act prematurely, the entire plan will collapse. He then questioned his two subordinates about whether the stock price of Shenyang Motors was currently declining. Is that correct? A subordinate quickly confirmed that even loyal investors had begun divesting, prompting the director to order them to buy everything once it hit rock bottom, strictly forbidding any branch separation. Subordinate was stunned, noting they had already decided on the split, but the director merely wore a sinister smile and remarked that his father was not the type to hand over something he had painstakingly built to anyone else. If we reclaim our former standing, the stock price will skyrocket and our control over the group will be cemented, he added, instructing them to prepare meticulously and ensure no mistakes were made. Two subordinates hastily complied, and the following day, amidst a lavish and magnificent dinner, Daejun was enjoying a high-end meal. Sitting across from him was his curly-haired cousin, who asked if he had known about the Shenyang Motors merger beforehand, leaving Daejun to wonder how such words could even come out of that man's mouth. Since the man couldn't even hide his expression, Daejun decided a direct approach was best, and replied that he had indeed known a day before the television announcement. How did you know? His cousin asked irritably, to which Daejun explained while eating that director Wu Shixian of Fantasy had asked him to present a proposal to their grandfather. He also sent the detailed plan and merger terms, causing his cousin to slam the table in a rage and demand to know why he was being tasked with this. Meeting the chairman in person should have sufficed, but Du-jun explained that the group was tracking every move made by director Wu Shixian. If he went to see the chairman himself, the opposition would find out instantly, though Du-jun reflected that nothing seemed out of the ordinary this time. Yet how did this man know, or had he personally sent someone to tail him instead of his uncle? His cousin scowled and asked if that was everything, to which Du-jun remained indifferent. He asked if there was supposed to be something else, making his cousin even more irritated as he questioned if Du-jun was merely acting as a courier for these documents. Du-jun feigned a look of terror, claiming the outburst had startled him, which forced his cousin to sit back down while Du-jun let out a quiet sigh of relief. He added that a confidential agreement existed between the chairman and director Wu that he had to keep secret until the official reveal, prompting his cousin to snap in anger. He asked if he was considered a stranger or an outsider, while Du-jun watched him with amusement, wondering if he should provoke him further by confirming he was indeed an outsider. He pointed out that Cheng-jun currently held no power, causing the man to roar and ask if he had refused to be his right hand just to cling to the chairman or challenge his father. Du-jun replied calmly, telling him not to scowl, as he was merely observing the situation from his position as the youngest member of the family. He claimed to have no ties to Shenyang and no desire for the group, stating there was absolutely nothing for him to regret. Though it sounded conceited, he expressed confidence that he could pass the bar exam within 2 years if he simply focused on his studies. When asked what would come next, Du-jun described a future as a prosecutor or judge where he could wield authority and enjoy his life. He spoke of gaining social respect without financial stress, noting his father's success in the film industry and the beautiful actresses who sought him out. He boasted about the prestige of being a third-generation Chaebol prosecutor and a film director's son, asking if his cousin had ever felt truly lost. He noted the difficulty of ensuring Daeyang's acquisition of Hejinmoto, leaving his cousin fuming with rage, but completely unable to act. The man growled, asking if he intended to abandon his place in Shenyang, but Du-jun laughed and said he might reconsider if he were the one in charge. He remarked that Cheng-jun was not the supreme leader, leaving the man to sit in silence and endure the humiliation. The man countered that if he took power, he might not keep Du-jun around, reminding him that they had many other cousins. He doubted Du-jun could survive a week against a Shenyang stock raid, while Du-jun inwardly mocked the man's fragile ego. "You even dare to resort to threats," he replied in a carefully calculated tone. "My answer is that I have no regrets at all. Currently, just maintaining what my family possesses is enough to make others envious," he thought to himself, deciding the conversation should end there. "I have planted enough doubt in his mind to convince him that my family lacks political ambition," Du-jun thought as he continued to sow unease. Honestly, being the youngest in a tycoon family is much more comfortable. My brother Xiang Jun dropped out of college to pursue art in New York. He doesn't cling to things beyond his reach, he said, as his cousin reacted with shock while Du Jun calculated his next move. All that remained was to plant the seeds of suspicion and insecurity. Brother, I will only say one thing. The eldest uncle, the second uncle, and all the aunts and uncles are incredibly ambitious. It is not that simple. They won't let the Sun Yang group fall into your family's hands so easily, he warned, to which his cousin irritably snapped. Do you think I'm unaware of that? My father will handle everything anyway. My family won't just stand by, the cousin said, before suddenly coming to his senses and looking at Du Jun with suspicion. Wait, could the secret contract you mentioned be related to the succession structure? Even the cousin was shocked by the thought that had just crossed his mind. At the chairman's house, the talk with his eldest son was still ongoing. The eldest uncle stood motionless before his father, whispering that he was being too unfair, which only angered the chairman more. Unfair? Look at your own actions, behaving like a puppet. Do you really think you're in a position to talk back to me? The chairman looked at his eldest son with disappointment. After a moment of silence, he sighed and spoke more gently. Ying Jai, I know you are upset about finding out the truth through the news, but that is how I utilize public opinion. You should focus on future events, the extra preparations needed, and the actual benefits our group will gain from this merger. He continued, that is the responsibility of a vice chairman, not getting angry like this, as the chairman reached out his withered hands. Placing them on his eldest son's shoulders to comfort him, he said, Ying Jai, if you just work for 10 minutes as others do, this position will be yours. Do not act impulsively. Think of the group's future and give your all to develop and protect it, he said, as the eldest uncle bowed his head and listened submissively. The chairman remained there, patting his grown son's shoulder while inwardly mocking himself for still having to coddle his child at over 70 years old. Meanwhile, in a lavish room, the intense talk between Du Jun and his cousin continued. The cousin watched him closely as if wanting to speak, but stopped until Du Jun said, It might be, or it might not. What exactly are you trying to say? The cousin yelled, making Du Jun frown in displeasure as he asked, Are you shouting at me? The cousin immediately turned as docile as a young rabbit, flatteringly saying, Du Jun, think about it again. I am the eldest son of this family and cannot be cast aside like this. Du Jun laughed coldly and said, Brother, power should be inherited by bloodline from the eldest son to the eldest grandson to ensure stability. If the second or youngest son takes control, it will inevitably lead to bloody purges. By the proper order, power should belong to the eldest uncle and then to you. Therefore, you must assume the chairmanship of Sun Yang to safeguard our family's assets from any unnecessary losses. His cousin suddenly brightened and nodded in agreement, remarking that Du Jun had truly seen through everything. While the man tried to appear wise, he was merely being misled by Du Jun's performance. The boy feigned a weary sigh and continued his act regarding the Sun Yang Moto merger. Shares in Moto's subsidiaries will be transferred to another branch, which will then become the group's linchpin, right? His cousin replied with an air of wisdom, but he was left dazed when Du Jun asked what would happen if someone other than the eldest uncle held that pivotal company. He wondered if that was a secret clause in the contract. Du Jun didn't answer immediately, thinking that it wasn't a shocking secret but something easily deduced. He continued, stating that was the exact title of the document he saw, the Group Governance Restructuring Plan, which left his cousin feeling as if he'd been struck by lightning. Du Jun concluded that his father had done his best to support him, and now the responsibility of protecting it fell upon the eldest uncle and him. Although his cousin gave a deceptive grunt of agreement, his mind was a mess because he was only used to a life of pampered luxury. Seeing his helplessness, Du Jun felt satisfied. He looked directly at the hidden claws of this ruthless family and told himself, let the sharpest claws gradually reveal themselves to see who is the strongest. Meanwhile, the author seemed inspired to add more scenes of Wu Shixian's office. His grandfather was reviewing his own photos and news in the papers, muttering that things had finally come to this. We are the ones being acquired, yet I worry about being pulled into Sun Yang's vortex. Every time he visited, Du Jun would chug a carton of banana milk. He asked when they would pay for the acquisition. Wu Shixian put down the paper, saying that after the 1.2 trillion won merger, they must transfer $1 billion. He asked if the deadline was next year. Wu Shixian replied he should ask his grandfather, noting that if procedures finished by year-end, it would total $3.2 billion. The exchange rate was 1,101 per dollar, but had risen past 3,500. Shixian Jun bit his straw and asked about the $600 million tied up, which Wu Shixian had kept as cash. That $600 million would be recovered next year. After finishing his milk, He noted that the sum would be quite significant if managed well. He had used his entire memory to reach a profit 100 times the original capital. He wondered what would happen if a Wall Street fund manager had been reincarnated instead. That person would surely become the world's richest man. In the office, Wu Shixian proposed transferring $1 billion to ensure payment capability, but Shixian Jun stopped him. There is no need to hurry, as the payment must wait until the end of the year anyway. Wu Shixian replied in surprise, appearing bewildered by his nephew's calculations. Have you already noticed the abnormal fluctuations in the exchange rate? Isn't everyone just pretending to ignore it? Dao Jun countered. The dollar has surged by 251 in just 1 month. Don't you see it rising like a tide? He asked, but Wu Shixian questioned if that wouldn't stabilize the market. Wu Shixian asked the question, while Dao Jun thought to himself that those who seemed observant were asking meaningless questions. Everyone felt the impending storm of corporate collapses and election impacts, but tried to ignore it. He explained clearly to his uncle that there was a significant difference between a rising exchange rate and the devaluation of the dollar. If one held tens of billions of won while the dollar devalued, that money would be useless. Compared to 10 billion won on a deserted island, a loaf of bread is worth much more right now, Dao Jun said, as Wu Shixian smirked and asked if he was referring to the US dollar. Dao Jun looked at his uncle, who seemed to have realized the answer. He knew well that the IMF crisis would soon explode, and dollars would be nowhere to be found, while Wu Shixian continued to probe about the rising exchange rate. Do you plan to use dollars to acquire Hedgen? Wu Shixian asked, but Dao Jun calmly replied that he would negotiate. When asked what about, he said he would set conditions. The acquisition of Hedgen Motors must be paid for using the very US dollars we are currently holding, Dao Jun declared, causing Wu Shixian to stare blankly before laughing out loud. Haha, that is right. Why would someone holding a gold bar think of trading it for a life jacket? The dollar has now become the lifeblood of the people. If the blood ceases to flow, the body will eventually die. A person holding a blood bag can easily extract gold from someone who has collapsed. Wu Shixian gazed at Dao Jun with admiration as the nation's foreign exchange reserves hit rock bottom. Will you become the savior? Dao Jun replied with a smile. No, I am the owner of the fantasy company, causing Wu Shixian to let out a slightly unnerving laugh. Are you staying hidden because of your youth, or are you concealing something else? Dao Jun countered. If you held 1 trillion won, what would you do? Gifts, bribes, or inheritance? Does this world truly allow such things to be made public? Wu Shixian grew wary, seeing how you handle things that might be the case. Dao Jun simply shrugged, yet Wu Shixian maintained a gentle smile. Very well. From this moment on, I shall be your horse. Feel free to pull the reins and lash the whip as you please, but time is running out. I am already 50. In 5 years at most, even if you take over directly, I will need time to rest. Dao Jun looked at him in shock. You plan to retire at 50? You are in your prime. Wu Shixian replied nonchalantly. That is correct. It might be early, but I already have far too much money. If I do not take the time to enjoy it, all the effort spent earning it would be wasted. Dao Jun could hardly believe his ears as Wu Shixian pointed toward him. For the past 5 years, I have treated you like my own nephew. Now I wish to retire early and find a deserted island to live on. Having said that, he leaned back in his chair with a satisfied expression. Dao Jun stood in silence, watching him. Beyond the topic of money, he seemed at a loss for words. The following evening at the Shenyang Group building, the chairman was listening to a report from his eldest son. Is that so? He asked. Yes, Dao Jun saw it with his own eyes, father. Upon hearing this, the chairman slammed his hand onto the table with a loud thud. That strike must have been incredibly painful. He gritted his teeth in secret. His father had clearly patted his shoulder, promising a seat on the board, yet was he secretly altering the leadership structure behind his back, whispering sweet words while acting covertly behind his son's back. At this thought, his eyes narrowed like a cunning fox as the eldest uncle continued to offer reassurance. Though his voice sounded strained, he said, if spinning off the motor division is mandatory, then a slight structural adjustment will suffice, even if the overall framework is shaken. But it is not yet a cause for concern, the son asked impatiently. But father, if the motor shares are transferred, the chairman cut him off furiously. I told you it is fine, I know how to handle it. As for production, simply focusing on normalizing the process is enough. Do not miss this opportunity. Let me see your true capabilities. Silenced by his father's stern response, the son could only bow his head. I understand, father. He hurriedly bowed again and quickly exited the room. Once alone, the chairman sank into deep thought. Then, he turned and vented his mounting rage on an old, outdated telephone. What era is this that we are still using such an obsolete phone? He shouted irritably into the receiver. Planning department, everyone assemble in the meeting room immediately. After speaking, he slammed the phone onto the floor with a crash. If he wanted to break it to vent his anger, why do it so abruptly? he thought to himself, "Father, before you make any more reckless decisions, I must quickly accelerate my final sprint." The loyal secretary and the younger brother then entered a private room, where the latter greeted him hurriedly, asking if he was interrupting such a busy man. Smiling, the secretary replied that no matter how busy he was, he had to make time for a meal with the chairman. The younger brother immediately acted sycophantic, urging him to sit while admitting he was still feeling conflicted. He wondered which side would benefit more from merging Sun Yang and Ha Jin, though he acknowledged his father had handled the matter perfectly. The secretary agreed with a smile. The secretary admitted he was also confused by how quickly everything had transpired. Seeing this apparent agreement, the younger brother grew irritated, wondering if the man intended to play dumb until the end before asking him directly. He claimed he would be saddened if the motorcycle division were separated, as Director Du would no longer have ties to Sun Yang. Seeing through the excessive flattery, the secretary asked bluntly if he was being sincere or merely testing him. He added that he would be truly disappointed if it were a test, causing the chairman's son to freeze as his suspicions were confirmed. The plan wasn't to hand over Ha Jin, but to swallow it whole. The director quickly forced a bright smile, denying any testing and claiming he only spoke out of caution. But the secretary merely glanced at him and noted he had served the chairman for over 30 years. He mentioned that in all that time, he had only opposed the chairman once, then asked if the man knew when that was. Naturally, the director had no idea. It was when they started the oil refining business in the Middle East. The secretary continued, explaining that the prolonged war had put the crude oil supply into a state of emergency. He and the chairman had to fly to Texas to sign an urgent contract for crude oil, and after driving down an endless highway, they entered a steakhouse. However, the heat that day had left him exhausted and without an appetite, so the chairman ordered a massive steak and shared it with him. Even the smallest steak there was 600 grams, he recalled with a hint of longing, while the director chimed in about those Southern American steaks. The director joked about the weight, but the secretary clarified that his opposition was because he wanted his own separate plate. Hearing this, the director asked if he simply didn't want to go on another trip. The secretary gave a sinister nod of agreement, leaving the director to think that he had expected an important story rather than a mere joke. The director suddenly grasped the deeper meaning. The refusal to share the meat symbolized opposition to splitting the business division. He diplomatically remarked that while Director Du disliked sharing, he himself couldn't bear to see anything go to waste. He argued that if there was too much to eat, it would have to be discarded, but Secretary Du firmly replied that he and the chairman had finished every bite, having handled it all despite the portion size. Noted that 600 grams wasn't actually that much if one truly applied themselves, causing Director Yang Kai to freeze as his face turned pale and he began to reflect. These old-fashioned businessmen, despite being mere employees, cherished the Sun Yang group like a family heirloom. Even when the carriage's owner changed, the drivers and passengers might shift, yet they never stopped worrying if the vehicle would break down. That was the nature of such dedicated workers. But to acquire the carriage, one first needed a skilled driver. Director Yang Kai then shifted back to a sycophantic tone, commenting on Director Du's healthy appetite, only for the secretary to interrupt. He stated he could no longer eat like that in his old age, then remarked that since the director seemed healthy, he clearly hadn't reached the point of being truly elderly yet. Director Yang Chi sinisterly pointed out that he had consumed 600 grams of steak, while Secretary Yu grew irritated at being addressed as director repeatedly. He addressed him familiarly as Yang Chi, to which Director Yang Chi respectfully replied, "Yes, brother," prompting Secretary Yu to speak solemnly. "Vice Chairman Yang Chi is your biological elder brother and the firstborn. You won't receive a share," he said, making Director Yang Chi snap. "Brother, you know he lacks any real talent." Secretary Yu calmly replied that he should simply stay by his side and support him. But Director Yang Chi questioned why his brother couldn't support him instead, to which Yu replied that a useless person only causes trouble for the capable. Director Yang Chi called him brother, affectionately once more, but the secretary firmly asserted that he could not envision a scenario where the elder brother served the younger. "That idea will surely be discarded soon," he said, prompting Director Yang Chi to flatter him by suggesting he would arrange for his brother to manage a few subsidiaries so they could each have their own domain. However, Secretary Yu maintained his stance, stating that even as a mere farmer of the Sun Yang group, he took pride in contributing to the development of this land. "I refuse to watch it be torn to pieces," he said, but Director Yang Chi gritted his teeth and refused to yield, thinking that since his true nature was exposed, he would see it through by claiming he could make the land more fertile. "I am confident in my ability to reclaim this land and expand it into a vast plain. Isn't that the vision you desire?" he asked. while Secretary Yu listened in silence before responding. The chairman is not the one who decides and nurtures a successor, he said, looking directly at the man. Stop dreaming. Surprised, Director Yang Chi replied that he wasn't asleep, then asked what it meant to have no power to decide. Secretary Yu explained that the chairman might continue evaluating and scoring until his final breath, potentially announcing the successor to the Sun Yang Group only in his last will, which left Director Yang Chi fuming. He angrily asked if failing to prepare for the inheritance would result in heavy taxes, but Secretary Yu nonchalantly replied that the group's future was far more concerning than any tax burden. Director Yang Chi's rage intensified as he demanded to know what Secretary Yu had been implying, asking if he hadn't just suggested that his brother would inherit everything. At that moment, Secretary Yu stood up wearily and remarked that it was merely his own opinion, noting that the chairman was the one seeking his advice, which left Director Yang Chi stunned. Realizing he had misspoken, he wondered if this was a warning not to underestimate the power of the driver who held the reins tightly. He understood the warning was to never dream of replacing the master of the carriage, knowing that the opinions of men like Yu Zhehao carried significant weight in the chairman's final decision. Despite this, he smirked and noted that the battle had not yet begun, promising to remember those words as Secretary Yu smiled faintly and walked away without another word. The following morning, in an unidentified office, a man wearing glasses was reviewing documents when he looked up to see a visitor. "What business brings you here in person?" he asked, to which the visitor replied, "My little brother, am I not allowed to visit?" Why the surprise? The guest was revealed to be the chairman's second son. Smiling, the man in glasses hurriedly stood up to shake his hand, noting it had been 10 years since his last visit. "Has a decade really passed that quickly?" the second son asked in surprise. "Time flies when one is busy," the father replied, his smile remaining unchanged. The second son fell silent for a moment. He seemed to be mourning the years of his youth lost to the struggle for power. "I heard you've made quite a fortune, but why do you look so disheveled? Even if you've acquired Ella, you still haven't reached my level of success." The father responded, but the second son suddenly looked irritated. "You are truly an eyesore to me. I will send someone over tomorrow. Make sure to clear out the director's office and dress professionally." The man in glasses flatly refused. "I cannot. I am still indebted to someone." This revelation stunned the second son. "Debt? What is it this time? Did you use company bonds again?" The father waved his hand dismissively. "Don't be so shocked. I didn't intend to use the company's bonds. This business venture was initially backed by Dao Jun. Did you not know I had to sell the farm to raise the capital?" It turned out the man in glasses was Dao Jun's father, who now appeared indifferent to fame and fortune. He spoke calmly. "Borrowed money must be repaid. If you take it, you must return it." It seemed that any money earned had to be paid back immediately. There was no such thing as a free ride. The second brother laughed in response, but when Dao Jun was mentioned, the father's tone shifted. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not discuss that. What wind blew you here today?" The second brother was momentarily stunned, appearing confused about his location and purpose. A moment later, he began to press Dao Jun's father with questions. "Yunjai, do you plan to stay on this path forever?" "Huh, what do you mean?" Yunjai replied, completely bewildered. "I mean, is that film finished yet?" the second brother asked sharply. "Do you expect nothing from that company?" Dao Jun's father asked back with a somber expression. "Yes, both you and your son," the second brother said, his tone turning grave at the mention of children. "I do not wish to lose my youngest brother." The two men stared at each other with an intensity that was almost unsettling. The younger brother was puzzled. "What are you talking about? Our eldest brother is still around, after all. He hasn't been a brother to me for a long time," the second brother replied coldly. "That boy is only the youngest in name. He is merely playing the role of the eldest brother." This declaration caused Yunjai to sink into deep thought. The second brother grew alarmed. "What is it? Do you have your own ambitions as well?" Yunjai replied calmly. "It is not exactly ambition, but I think I will try to fulfill my responsibilities as a father for once." "Then, what do you think of Dao Jun?" the eldest brother asked impatiently. "The boy wishes to become a great businessman like his grandfather." The second brother was startled. Yunjai quickly waved his hands. "Do not misunderstand. He does not intend to be a mere errand boy for a few branches. He wants to build his own empire from the ground up." Hearing this, the eldest brother thought the father and son were being delusional. Yunjai continued, "And I will devote all my strength to supporting Dao Jun." "What does that have to do with the company?" the eldest brother wondered. Yunjai crossed his arms. "Even if I am the youngest son on the outside, I still carry the blood of Chairman Shun Yang. I will not refuse what you offer. However, if you have no specific proposal, I will simply take my lawful share of the benefits." The eldest brother, plagued by a headache, stated he would only take his designated share before falling silent as a realization dawned on him. Yun Chi's sudden shift in behavior suggested something major was happening on his end. Do you think Sun Yang is behind this stock market volatility? He asked. But the eldest brother irritably denied it before standing up and telling him that he simply needed to take his side. If I prevail, I will find the capital to realize Du Jun's dreams, he promised, though Yin Chi stubbornly questioned what would happen if the eldest brother won instead. Second brother declared that if the eldest won, he would have to fight him to become a true father, leaving Du Jun's father in a state of silent contemplation. The eldest brother stood up and stared at the poster of the lovers from the movie Titanic on the wall, curiously asking what kind of film it was and what Titanic meant. His younger brother explained it was a film his company would release the following year, and that they were currently scouting for theaters, prompting the eldest to kindly offer his help. If the tickets don't sell, I'll buy them all myself, the eldest offered, much to his brother's delight. As the night grew late at the chairman's residence, the eldest son and his wife stood before Chairman Jin, who let out a weary sigh and asked if they had only come to see him at such an hour to ask for a loan. He frowned at the unfolding mess, questioning how the eldest could be so oblivious to family matters when his sister had visited that morning, and he had arrived that night to borrow from a film director. He wondered if the daily profits of a department store were now worth less than the revenue from a single movie screening, leaving the younger brother feeling quite humiliated. His sister defended herself, explaining that when their father took over Hanbo, he had drained all the cash and frozen the funds of her department store. She claimed she was still submitting her financial reports to their father, while her younger brother watched in horror, wondering what trouble she had caused as she turned her frustration toward her husband. She blamed him entirely, revealing that their father had locked their accounts because of his sole mayoral ambitions, leaving her unable to touch the mall's money and her brother stunned by the news. She questioned if he had any spare cash given his recent success, but he irritably shot back, asking how much she thought a Korean film actually earned. He growled, asking if she knew the production costs, or how much 6,001 multiplied by 6,001 actually amounted to. He argued that 670,000 viewers only brought in 4 billion won, which left very little after distribution and production costs, urging them to speak with more logic. Upon hearing the figure of 4 billion won, the brother-in-law scoffed and stood up, coldly telling his relative to act as if he had never heard a word of their request. The couple departed after realizing that while the younger brother was sharp-tongued, he was essentially penniless, leaving him to rub his head in exhaustion. He had a headache from being hounded for money all day, and as his sister and her husband left, Du Jun arrived home and offered them a polite greeting. He asked if there was an emergency that brought them there so late, and upon seeing her handsome and wealthy nephew, his aunt couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Du Jun entered the living room and found his father sitting there. He greeted him, "Father." "Du Jun, come here and talk to me for a moment," his father said. "Yes," he replied. "You're home a bit late today. I'll try to be earlier next time," Du Jun promised quickly. "I no longer have the strength to enforce a curfew on a grown man," his father replied with a hint of bitterness. His father spoke with a hint of bitterness, adding, "Uncle Songjai came by this afternoon and Aunt Songmei stopped by this evening." "Is that so? I just ran into Aunt Songmei at the gate," Du Jun answered. His father took a quiet sip of coffee without saying another word, making Du Jun feel uneasy. After finishing his drink, the man looked directly at his son. "You are clearly my son, yet you are nothing like me." Hearing this, Du Jun was startled, feeling as if his soul were splitting in two. One was the Du Jun from his past life, and the other was the Du Jun of the present. "I take great pride in my artistic sense and aesthetics," his father continued reflectively. "But you don't listen to popular music at all. Pop trends seem to go against your nature. Calculating money has always bored me. Yet my son has a miraculous talent for investment. Isn't it strange? We are so different." Du Jun was filled with panic upon hearing this. "Why are you suddenly saying these things, father? Have you realized I'm not the real Du Jun?" Seeing his son's reaction, the father asked, "Why do you look so surprised?" Du Jun struggled to remain calm, saying, I don't know how to describe it." Suddenly, his father gazed at his handsome son. Looking at his wealthy child, the father smiled with deep satisfaction. "Actually, Shishian told me everything a while ago." Du Jun froze for a moment. Unsure of what Shishian had revealed, he listened as his father continued. "My son possesses a fortune of over 3 trillion won, acquired the Zia Jin Group, and holds actual control over a Hollywood investment firm." Du Jun thought of that annoying Uncle Shishian and cursed his loose lips, before telling himself he was overthinking it. Having relied on each other in a foreign land since their youth, they were incredibly close. It would have been stranger if he had kept his best friend's son's secret for 10 years. His father looked at Du Jun and laughed. "My expression right now is exactly how I felt when Shishian told me about you." Du Jun quickly bowed his head in apology. "I'm sorry for not telling you," but his father waved it off. a high school student managing 20 billion and speaking fluent English. Du Jun stood dazed, fearing his father would realize he wasn't his biological son, but the man only laughed heartily. To be honest, you've done something magnificent. Du Jun felt his eyes sting. This was the first time he had received such heartfelt praise from his father. His father asked kindly, Du Jun, do you want to take over the Shenyang group? Du Jun smiled and replied, that is merely a tool for my future, not my ultimate goal. His father then asked, is that so? Then what is my son's true dream? Du Jun straightened his back and spoke with confidence. To establish a conglomerate that far surpasses Shenyang. To build such an empire, I need a solid parent company from the start, so I will acquire the subsidiaries of Shenyang Motors. Naturally, I will also need branches from other major conglomerates. There was no need to focus solely on Shenyang. His father smirked sarcastically, asking if Shenyang was just some small shop he could buy, like a neighborhood supermarket. Du Jun replied with a defiant tone, telling his father that inheriting the conglomerate from his grandfather wasn't his desire, as he didn't want to endure gossip about being lucky enough to inherit just by being born into a Chaebol family. Hearing this, his father probed with a sharp gaze, asking how he intended to buy it and if he planned to acquire Shenyang's core companies. Du Jun calmly replied that if that were the most valuable gift, it would remain nothing but a dream. Upon hearing his son's words, the father flashed a sinister smile and remarked that in this situation, he feared he could not offer any help, though he had been considering many things. Du Jun asked in surprise what he had been considering, and his father continued, saying he had thought of a way to help him achieve that dream just once. He mentioned that if necessary, he would exercise his legal rights as one of the chairman's sons to make a decision. Du Jun froze, wondering what his father meant by those legal rights as the man suddenly stood up and placed a hand on his shoulder. With an affectionate yet cryptic tone, he thanked his son, noting that even if the family fell apart, he would still have to fight against his own siblings. He suggested negotiating with several subsidiaries to demand cash or shares, leaving Du Jun completely stunned by this sudden turn of events. This was a scenario he had never anticipated, and while Du Jun remained frozen in shock, his father leisurely walked toward the stairs. He claimed he no longer wanted to fight as it exhausted him, but then asked if his son didn't need those things before noting how late it had become. Telling his son to go to bed as he was heading upstairs to rest, Du Jun quickly snapped out of it and called after him, pleading for him to wait while trying to act cute. He begged his father to talk a bit more, but the man decisively headed upstairs. The next morning, at the chairman's mansion parking lot, Du Jun wandered among a fleet of luxury supercars, a sight that made him exclaim at how many guests had arrived. He then trudged up the long, grand staircase leading into the chairman's house. While inside the main conference room, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Every bit of foreign currency flowing into the group, whether dollars, yen, or marks, needed to be reorganized immediately to cover urgent overseas payments. It seemed the banks were staying still, fighting over dollar resources. The chairman listened in silence to reports that while foreign exchange profits looked good due to rising rates, the conversion into one was being delayed. Secretary Yu stood nearby with a pensive expression and asked if he had contacted the deputy prime minister, to which the chairman grumpily snapped back, asking if the secretary had called him yet. Secretary Yu replied that he had called repeatedly without an answer, prompting the chairman to shout that the man surely knew a call from the secretary was a call from him, before dismissing it by saying he was likely busy with economists. The chairman then angrily asked how much cash would be left if they pooled everything within the group, and the secretary reported that from now until the end of the year, if all urgent debts were settled, they would have over 400 billion won left, though foreign reserves would hit rock bottom. The group had suffered massive losses after the Hanbao acquisition and still needed constant capital injections. The chairman's rage boiled over as he roared for an immediate halt to spending and a total capital recovery, ordering all cash to be converted into US dollars despite a subordinate's warning about market rates. As the public despaired over the dollar shortage, the chairman glared at the defiant subordinate who insisted that a breaking point was inevitable. He argued that even if the exchange rate skyrocketed to 2,000 or 3,000 won per dollar, the extreme scarcity would make it impossible to acquire any currency. A suffocating silence filled the boardroom, while the staff nervously wiped away sweat until the secretary finally broke the stillness. When the secretary mentioned the He Jin group, the chairman instinctively barked, asking if they had discovered more dollars hidden in a secret vault. It wasn't that. The 1.2 trillion won earmarked for the acquisition remained available, a realization that instantly replaced Sun Yang's tension with immense joy. confirming the funds belonged to Fantasy and were held in dollars. The secretary noted they would receive USD in exchange for 1.2 trillion won, covering any shortfall with bank loans. With an abundance of won but a shortage of dollars, they planned to issue Sunyang bonds to absorb all the U.S. currency currently held by Fantasy. A subordinate questioned Manager Lee, noting that if they offered higher interest than Fantasy's annual returns, the deal would succeed, though the firm surely sensed the national currency crisis. He wondered if they would truly be satisfied with bond interest, when doubling the exchange rate would allow them to double their foreign exchange profits. The secretary clarified that while the 1.2 billion USD would be settled at the current rate, the bond interest would apply to the surplus dollars remaining after the transaction, a plan that delighted the staff. The chairman laughed heartily, confident he could resolve the issue, leaving his bewildered subordinates to watch his sudden shift in mood with confusion. He explained his close relationship with Fantasy's true owner, and when the secretary warned that Wu Shixian was a difficult man who knew the dollar's worth, the chairman gave a mysterious smile. He asked Manager Lee if he truly believed Wu Shixian was the owner, revealing that he was actually close to Fantasy's chairman and that Wu Shixian was merely a representative. The room fell into a stunned silence at the revelation, prompting the chairman to sharply ask why everyone was staring at him. He told them not to misunderstand, as the money wasn't his, and blamed their lack of diligence for his own empty pockets. While the secretary silently reflected on his own perceived laziness, the chairman slammed his hand on the table in pain, maintaining his composure while shouting orders. He dismissed them all, telling them to execute the plan meticulously without missing a single instruction, and the subordinates hurried out in relief. The secretary remained for a moment, looking at the chairman with a complex expression before bowing and exiting, still feeling the lingering tension of the meeting. Alone, the chairman laughed with malicious delight, satisfied that his sinister plan was falling into place, while his subordinates outside believed the danger had passed. Dao Jun sat on the sofa waiting and observing them. They were as jubilant as if they had just returned from karaoke, so he took a sip of banana milk while recalling that the meeting was supposedly called due to an urgent crisis. He had expected everyone to be grave, yet their cheerfulness was unexpected, making him wonder if Shun Yang was truly so stable that there was no need to worry about capital. Suddenly, the chairman opened the door and welcomed him warmly, inviting the master inside, which left Dao Jun slightly startled by this unusually hyperactive demeanor. He wondered if the man had designated him as the successor during the emergency meeting, but he told himself it was impossible for his grandfather to do such a thing. Chairman Jin looked at Dao Jun not with affection, but with the gaze of a major rival, addressing him not as his grandson, but as the master of Fantasy. Dao Jun knew this change in title signaled a complex motive, so he quickly replied that such words were frightening and asked why he was speaking that way so suddenly. The chairman laughed loudly and told him to stop pretending since his true colors were now exposed, while Dao Jun privately thought that the expression belonged to the old man, not himself. This game belonged to the one with the upper hand where there was no room for negotiation, and he analyzed that while his grandparents lacked absolute power, they each held a hidden card. His own card was clear, but he wondered what his grandfather's trump card was to remain so composed amidst the looming foreign exchange crisis, as Chairman Jin asked if he had prepared enough funds to acquire He Jin. Dao Jun feigned innocence and asked what else was needed since he could simply transfer the funds from his overseas accounts, prompting the chairman to joyfully confirm that dollars would be used, which made everything clear to Dao Jun. He confirmed that he was holding dollars in a U.S. bank to prepare for the impending exchange rate crisis. The chairman calculated that they needed to convert roughly 1,000 to 1,200 billion won, noting that at the current rate of 1,200 won per dollar, it amounted to exactly $1 billion. Dao Jun confirmed the amount, and when the chairman suggested finalizing the transaction the following day, Dao Jun let out a sharp, cunning smirk. He leisurely leaned back and gave a definitive refusal, stating that he did not want to do so, which caused the chairman's smile to instantly vanish. When asked why, Dao Jun coldly explained that it was too complicated and suggested letting the bank provide a direct loan instead of routing it through overseas accounts. Chairman Jin grew even more furious and nearly shouted, but Dao Jun smiled and interrupted his grandfather, claiming he had his own sources of information. He pointed out that the dollar was skyrocketing and that the merger between He Jin and Shun Yang Motors had to be finalized first. Only then would the lender sign the purchase certificate before proceeding to payment, and from his perspective, delaying the payment was actually more advantageous. Chairman Jin sat nearby, nearly tempted to kick his prized grandson, wondering if the boy thought he was being too greedy. Yet he surprisingly burst into a satisfied laugh, exclaiming that this was exactly how his grandson should act. He remarked that the situation was finally becoming interesting, while Dao Jun looked at his grandfather with a mix of pity and contempt, thinking the old man might be senile, yet was laughing only to stall for time and find a countermeasure. The chairman proposed a new rate of 1,501 per dollar, but as Du Jun began to haggle for more, the old man laughed and affectionately scolded him. "You little robber, fine 1,601, he said, but Du Jun shook his head, prompting Chairman Jin to resort to his most potent psychological tactic. "Boy, isn't the money you have just the proceeds from the farm I bought for you? Have you forgot?" Du Jun countered by reminding him of a past agreement. He explained that his childhood academic success had brought his grandfather joy, earning him that farm. While it cost millions, it was a fair trade for such happiness. "To you, tens of millions are like tens of thousands to an ordinary person," he said, making the chairman scratch his head in admiration at the boy's ruthlessness. "You remember all that?" the chairman asked, to which Du Jun replied that his grandfather was the one who brought up the past, making the old man laugh at his own blunder. Deciding on a final approach, the chairman stopped stalling and asked Du Jun to name his price, prompting the young man to sit up straight. Pulling his chair closer, Du Jun affectionately called out to his grandfather before calculatingly stating that if one was becoming scrap paper, something of equal value was needed to balance the scale. The chairman was startled by the term scrap paper, but he knew the scarcity of dollars was exactly why he had been forced to seek out his grandson. Du Jun analyzed that money loses its value and becomes mere paper when it can no longer function, a sharp argument that left his grandfather reeling. A flicker of panic crossed the chairman's face before his eyes narrowed in calculation, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the expensive wooden table. Du Jun grew nervous during the long silence, wondering if he had pushed too hard, yet he noted that his grandfather was clearly deep in thought. Thinking his grandfather might be softening, Du Jun briefly considered offering a reasonable amount of dollars before quickly checking his emotions to maintain his advantage. He realized he couldn't let sentiment ruin this golden opportunity. Meanwhile, the chairman finally broke the silence to ask how Du Jun knew about the national dollar shortage. When Du Jun credited the newspapers, the chairman was shocked, but the boy explained that the press had been signaling danger while writers searched for solutions. He noted it was already too late, though the old man tried to defend his stance by claiming the media was simply exaggerating for the sake of sensationalism. Realizing that his grandfather's dismissal of the threat meant he actually felt it, Du Jun decided to offer another comparison to drive his point home. He explained that the truth was much like a book of poetry. When the chairman asked for clarification, Du Jun noted that most people simply never read it. Despite that, new volumes are always published, and poets still win Nobel Prizes, leading the chairman to agree that people often ignore even the most powerful truths. The chairman then seriously asked what he needed to put on the scale to make the deal fair, while Du Jun watched him and silently calculated his next move. He would not be so foolish as to admit he had the dollars ready, especially since Sun Yang was sinking while he held the lifebuoy, waiting for the water to reach their nostrils. Only when Sun Yang truly felt the agony and was forced to discard the gold bars in their pockets would he intervene, a prospect that made Dao Jun smile with satisfaction. The chairman could no longer contain his impatience and urged him to speak, prompting Dao Jun to bluntly suggest that he place the merger ratio on the negotiating table. Appearing bewildered, the chairman questioned the mention of a merger ratio, while Dao Jun wore a grin as if he had already secured his prize. Finding himself in a disadvantaged position, the old man pointed at his grandson and remarked on his cold-hearted nature, causing Dao Jun to chuckle inwardly at his grandfather's keen observation. His condition was that during the merger, Sun Yang Group's shares had to be transferred to Sun Yang Motto, thereby tilting the merger ratio in his favor. Dao Jun replied that he did not consider it cold-hearted, but rather a perfectly reasonable demand to put forward during a negotiation. Chairman scolded him for being such a cunning and ambitious grandson, to which Dao Jun responded with the poise of a seasoned business veteran. He asked who in this world lacked ambition, noting that business was simply the process of diminishing the aspirations of others to fulfill one's own. Chairman sat in silence, listening to his favorite grandson's lecture, as Dao Jun defiantly concluded that the ambitions of others would eventually be condemned by the world regardless. Since he was already being criticized, he decided to embrace even greater ambition, maintaining a steady and unwavering gaze directly at the chairman. His sheer determination forced the old man to pause. A satisfied smile spread across the chairman's lips. "You truly are a filial grandson," he corrected himself. "Yes, a filial grandson indeed." Du Jun quickly stepped into his role. Feigning compassion, he replied, "Of course, I have always known how to please you, haven't I? From studying hard as a child to securing all the funds you require now. It is rare to find a grandson who understands his grandfather's heart as well as I do. The old man replied, however, you have given me something far more valuable than money. Du-jun was taken aback, failing to grasp the sudden philosophy his grandfather was spouting. The chairman continued, when I built Sun Yang from a mere subsidiary into this empire, no one dared to stand against me. Everyone only knew how to bow and plot to seize my assets. After a pause, he tightened his grip. I watched with keen eyes, yet I found no one with the courage to steal from me. Du-jun looked at his grandfather with confusion. Was the old man trying to reignite his competitive fire at the age of 70? Could he be treating his own grandson as a rival to test his strength? The old man declared cheerfully, no matter who I choose to share with, I will never allow anyone to take what is mine. Seeing his grandfather's intense resolve, Du-jun felt a bit intimidated. Grandfather, surely the greater thing you mentioned isn't about a struggle over inheritance, is it? At that moment, the old man wore a sinister and meaningful smile. He seemed to want to fan the dying embers of his passion back into a roaring flame. Exactly. I shall make this fading fire burn bright once more. Let us have a contest. Let us see who emerges victorious. Du-jun was instantly alarmed. Grandfather, I am your own flesh and blood. The old man's spirit surged. That is precisely why it will be interesting, a battle between grandfather and grandson. Du-jun began to show hesitation. It was over. There would be no more easy games from now on. The old man's voice shifted into the serious tone of a seasoned merchant. Now then, young master, since you hold such a vast amount of capital, I shall present my proposal first. Du-jun waited anxiously as the chairman made his offer. I will determine the merger ratio based on the subsidiary shares that have been consolidated into Sun Yang Motor. If you simply accept, perhaps what I give you will be worth more than what you would gain through conflict. I am your grandfather. No grandfather would be heartless toward his own grandson. What do you think? Du-jun replied with a hint of irony. As you said, I am a filial grandson, which means I must know how to show my devotion. The chairman asked happily. Does that mean you agree to my proposal? Hearing this, Du-jun gave a cold, knowing smirk. He continued, what if this filial grandson ends up making all your joy vanish? The old man was startled by his grandson's sudden malice, but then he laughed heartily. That is the spirit. One is not a true man if they concede without a fight. Naturally, you will reject my first offer. Du-jun immediately asked, then what is the second offer? The chairman replied, it is not so much a proposal as it is a threat. If I carry it out, you will regret turning down the first offer. Du-jun felt a slight tremor of unease. What kind of scheme was he planning that required such a warning? Currently, there was nothing to be threatened by. The old man said, since you rejected my offer, the merger between Sun Yang Motor and He Jin Motor will not take place. Du-jun was stunned. What? The chairman continued his hypothetical scenario. Tomorrow morning, Director Zai Hao will hold a press conference to announce that the acquisition of the He Jin Group failed due to the unreasonable demands of fantasy investment. I apologize for causing the public such concern. The old man finished his imaginary monologue, leaving Du-jun frozen in shock. The chairman smiled with great satisfaction. I have finally managed to intimidate my dear grandson. Du-jun called out submissively, Grandfather. The chairman replied gently, yes, speak. Du-jun narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping to a low, hellish tone. It seems your threat is a bit weak. The chairman froze, unsure how to respond to this challenge. The grandfather and grandson gazed at each other with feigned affection. Du-jun looked at him with his usual innocent, charming, and handsome expression. The old man, perhaps due to his age, still didn't grasp what Du-jun meant by weak. He shouted, are you saying it doesn't matter if the Yajin acquisition exceeds the limit? Are you taking the takeover of Yajin lightly? He glared angrily at his grandson. Do you want to quit because things aren't going your way? Even Deputy Prime Minister Kang had to go on TV to beg for loans from allies. Is that so? Du-jun replied calmly. I wasn't suggesting your power is declining. As the chairman smirked craftily, Du-jun dealt a fatal blow. It's not declining, it's vanishing. I am talking about your influence. The smile on the chairman's lips instantly froze as if he had been slapped hard. What? He growled. I might personally struggle to survive, but would a single phone call from you still carry any weight? Du-jun asked with an air of innocence. The chairman never expected his grandson's audacity to reach such heights. Du-jun continued in a terrifyingly obedient tone. You should reassess the current situation more realistically. Even if your influence has waned, having to rebid is not a disaster. On the contrary, I should thank you, as there will be no other competitors. This will become an exclusive auction for fantasy. Think about it. In this climate, 1.2 trillion won is no longer that same figure. Even if I bid 800 billion won, the lenders will still kneel before fantasy, won't they? The chairman sat motionless, listening to the powerful speech from his young grandson. Du Jun feigned innocence again. Chairman Zhu of Da Yang must be breathing a sigh of relief. If he had spent 1.2 billion USD to buy Yajin, he would likely be panicking over a lack of liquidity now. By this point, the chairman fully understood the game. He called out softly. Du Jun raised his hand with a firm gaze. Please allow me one last word. The old man fell silent, agreeing to listen. Clearly, deep down, he also yearned for this critical situation to improve, or more accurately, that was what he wished for. Du Jun's voice suddenly dropped, cold as an echo from the abyss. But that will not happen. The old man watched his grandson become increasingly ruthless. Unsure how to react, Du Jun continued without hesitation. You just need to face the truth. This country will certainly not escape the risk of collapse. Within Du Jun, a vague sense of unease arose. Something that should have collapsed was still clinging on. Not just his grandfather, but everyone shared the belief that a large-scale economy like Korea's would not easily fall. Du Jun realized that such belief was merely a denial of the anxiety consuming them. Are you certain about that? The old man asked tentatively. Yes, a major upheaval is coming in just a few days. So Sun Yang must have the 1 billion USD you are holding, right? Dao Jun confidently stated that with national reserves at only 2 billion USD, he held half. Once that capital entered the market, every bank would be lining up at fantasy. The old man joked that he might need a ticket to see him then, but Dao Jun politely noted that his grandfather's priority number was 0. Since they were currently speaking face-to-face, the two then began to calculate the specific maneuvers for their upcoming clash. The chairman felt a mix of pride and grim acceptance, laughing as he decided to call Li HG immediately to reconsider his grandson's position. Dao Jun was confused by the mention of that name, realizing with surprise that his grandfather had actually conceded ground for the first time. He wondered if the chairman was truly weighing his grandson's proposal. Yet despite the thrill of victory, Dao Jun remained expressionless. When Dao Jun claimed he had lost interest, the chairman fumed, asking if the boy thought his dollars gave him the right to mock his elder. Dao Jun insisted he was serious, stating he needed to finalize the He Jin takeover quickly to make room for his other massive objectives. Chairman Jin stared at him with deep suspicion, asking what could possibly be more vital than managing such a colossal fortune. Dao Jun explained he had to move his funds into another conglomerate's basket at the best exchange rate, leaving the veteran son Yang chairman speechless. For the first time, the old man saw his grandson flaunt his monetary power, his eyes widening as if a grand secret had been unveiled. Dao Jun saw he had shocked the legendary Jin Yang Chun once again, the man who had built the Sun Yang Empire from nothing. Realizing he had finally surpassed the legend, Dao Jun watched as the chairman's face turned crimson before he demanded to know the boy's total holdings. Dao Jun smiled confidently, stating that while he wouldn't reveal his full balance, it was certainly enough to purchase all of Sun Yang Moda. The stunned chairman asked if he truly had the funds to seize Sun Yang Moda, and Dao Jun calmly confirmed his plan to rival De Yang Modo's scale. He struck the table with finality, promising to reclaim those assets and restore the Sun Yang name as a tribute to his grandfather. Touched by this unexpected display of loyalty, the chairman listened as Dao Jun presented this as his second gift of filial piety. Dao Jun urged a swift decision on the second proposal before the queue of suitors outside grew, while the chairman bristled at being treated as a peer. He growled that his intimidation must have failed, recalling Dao Jun's own philosophy that nothing is settled until the very end. Acknowledging the wisdom in those words, the chairman began to speak at length, causing Dao Jun to smile at his grandfather's sudden talkativeness. He replied that one must also know when to withdraw, a lesson the chairman himself had taught him, causing the old man to burst into laughter upon hearing his own words repeated. The two of them laughed together as if they had just won the jackpot, but the mirth soon faded, leaving Chairman Jin alone in the vast boardroom, tapping his fingers on the expensive table and questioning himself. He clearly sensed the danger, but its magnitude and depth were unprecedented, as this was no ordinary foreign exchange issue that the government could resolve by borrowing dollars from the US, Europe, or Japan. Tapping the table, he reflected on Du Jun's words about the country being unable to avoid this crisis, realizing that this particular turmoil would be unlike anything before. Even if the great powers provided loans, having only $2 billion in domestic reserves was like having plenty of food but no clean water. Ultimately, one would perish from thirst rather than hunger, and Chairman Jin envisioned himself withering away in a desert, a truly hideous end. Just as he was sinking into the terror of that vision, a knock sounded at the door, and he immediately regained his dignified composure as his subordinates filed back in. Expecting the usual reprimand, they listened as the chairman loudly ordered the electronics division to keep all export revenue in US dollars and use loans for necessary payments, to which they hastily bowed in obedience. The chairman barked out a decisive command for the construction division to bid on overseas projects at prices 20% lower than usual. He insisted on no concessions, demanding they secure deposits and brokerage commissions as early as possible, a directive the construction director acknowledged with frantic nods before the chairman turned to finance and insurance. He ordered the immediate recall of all capital invested in foreign financial products, regardless of the contract penalties, to preserve their dollar holdings. The insurance head protested about the massive losses on the balance sheet. The chairman roared for him to shut up and obey, leaving the directors staring at the floor in silence. Not even the usually sarcastic secretary dared to speak, though his conniving nature eventually gave him the courage to open his mouth. He urged the chairman to remain calm, claiming he had prepared everything thoroughly and was strictly controlling the foreign exchange of all subsidiaries. The chairman dismissed him, stating that merely preparing reserves was insufficient and that one must be mentally prepared to lose an arm or a leg. The secretary fearfully asked if he had tried speaking directly with the owner of Fantasy, a mention that only served to further incense the chairman. He responded with a curt word, and the atmosphere in the room instantly turned as cold as hell, signaling to the subordinates that the negotiations had failed. The billion-dollar connection had not been secured, and when the secretary persisted in asking if they had been rejected, the chairman replied with a voice full of bitterness. He remarked that he had made money even during the June 25th war and had never feared conflict, but his face began to contort with visible discomfort. He confessed that he was now truly afraid, sending a chill down the secretary's spine, as the attendants wondered if their future of wealth and power was coming to an end. The chairman continued in a low, gravelly voice. Someone is holding far too many dollars, someone I cannot eliminate even while they stand right beside me. They even have the audacity to threaten me. This was the first time he had encountered someone more ruthless than himself, and the old man suddenly felt a surge of fear, realizing there truly was someone more wicked than him. The secretary standing nearby began to speculate wildly about the identity of Fantasy's owner, wondering who could possibly force the chairman to admit his own inferiority. At that moment, the chairman shouted to all the employees, urging them to stay determined. On November 19, 1997, Lin Changli was appointed as Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and Economy. He boldly declared that the crisis would be resolved without IMF intervention. Yet only 2 days later, at 10 p.m. on the 21st, he held an emergency press conference to announce that this was a request from the IMF. Simultaneously, he officially requested a bailout package to stabilize the international balance of payments, control currency value, liberalize trade, and enhance corporate management transparency. The following day, the president delivered a special address to the nation regarding the bailout request, marking the beginning of the IMF crisis as South Korea's credit rating plummeted and the KOSPI index lost nearly 400 points. 9 major financial institutions suspended operations, and the Hanla Group declared bankruptcy. Then, on a day like any other, the scene shifted to Wu Shixian's office. Wu Shixian was speaking irritably over the phone, arguing, "Chairman, didn't we agree that the acquisition payment would be made after the merger was finalized? Review the contract carefully. The negotiation period lasts until February of next year," he said, before the person on the other end said something that made Wu Shixian gasp in shock. "What? Why are you demanding payment in dollars? We will settle that 1.2 trillion won with your royalties, so just accept it," he yelled before slamming down his cheap phone, prompting Jin Daejun to ask if it was Jai Bank. Wu Shixian replied, "Yes, and it's not just that bank. Everything has descended into total chaos. How are things on your end? Is Chairman Jin still weighing his options?" Jin Daejun nonchalantly replied that his grandfather likely wouldn't act carelessly where his grandson was concerned, leading Wu Shixian to laugh and remark that one couldn't become a tycoon without being ruthless, noting that Jin Daejun was also focused on stripping his grandfather's assets. He then asked what the plan was if the exchange rate skyrocketed to 2,000 won per dollar, to which Jin Daejun replied that such an outcome would be even more favorable. At that point, 3 trillion won would be equivalent to 5 trillion. Wu Shixian narrowed his eyes and asked Jin Daejun how it felt for a young capitalist to hold 5 trillion won at the tender age of 26. Jin Daejun merely smirked, and told him there was no need to state the obvious, as he himself was eager to use that mountain of cash to indulge in a life of extravagant luxury in Europe. Hearing this, Wu Shixian's eyes widened in surprise as he countered that while he could certainly do that, he wondered whether being a king in one's own land or a wealthy socialite in Europe was the better deal. The old man, having lacked wealth his entire life, was clueless about such matters and could only click his tongue, remarking that the boy was truly dull. But Jin Daejun smiled cryptically and told him to be patient, promising that he would become the king of the Korean tycoons. That time, I will support you so you can enjoy a lavish retirement like a true European aristocrat, he said, causing Wu Shixian to burst into a hearty, satisfied laugh. He nodded in agreement to wait, for nothing in this world was more delightful than having a precious grandson provide money to spend. That afternoon at the Sunyang headquarters, the sunset glowed blood-red, signaling an impending purge. Subordinate bowed low, vowing to never forget this kindness, but the irritable Chairman Jin waved him off, telling him to stop the sycophancy. His mission was to secure those $2 billion and deliver them directly to the chairman. The subordinate then hurriedly retreated from the tycoon's oppressive lair. Chairman Jin wearily set aside the top-secret file and closed his eyes to find a moment of peace, though his elderly secretary seemed ready to disturb him with a report. The man inquired if the chairman could reveal the identity of the mastermind behind Fantasy, offering to personally confront him for a final negotiation. Chairman Jin signaled for him to stop, stating he would handle that side himself while the secretary should instead probe the opposition with high-end gifts to smooth the way. If the $2 billion aid was secured, the Federation of Korean Industries would fully cooperate with the next administration. The secretary left to carry out the secret order. After the intense mental battle, Chairman Jin finally found a brief moment of silence to scrutinize the grim documents and the life-or-death contract on his desk. The figure of 17.7% loomed over him, as the old man calculated how this prime piece of the nation's economy could be swallowed by Ajin Motors. The weight of that 17.7% represented more than just $1 billion. Despite the boy's claims of returning Ajin after the merger, such a notion was purely absurd. He was a fox who would pocket everything and never let go of a single shred, prompting the old man to slam the paper down, realizing he could no longer indulge him. If the estate were divided among his 5 incompetent children, each would only receive 20%, yet he had already coldly bypassed his own son to empower his grandson. Upon reflection, the boy was the only one truly fit for the throne, as his ambitious eyes were a perfect reflection of the chairman's own youth. Understanding the intoxicating pleasure of seizing wealth, he knew that once a target was locked in, there was no escape. For Dao Jun, 17.7% was merely the opening shot of a grand takeover. A monster born with cold blood who valued profit over family had set his sights on Ajin, meaning the other descendants were destined for ruin. The old man shuddered at his grandson's ruthless ambition, knowing he would transform Ajin into an impregnable and ever-growing fortress. He would build high walls and deep moats to bar anyone else from that sanctuary, though he at least showed some conscience by helping his father realize a distant dream. The more the old man thought about this brilliant grandson, the more uneasy he felt. Yet he reminded himself that now was not the time for weak emotions. He had to focus on the conglomerate's survival, sighing as he consoled himself that even if he was being robbed, the thief was his own flesh and blood. Chairman Jin sat in solitude within the vast, empty room, looking utterly lonely as the afternoon began with a tense atmosphere at the familiar headquarters. Wu Shixian gripped the documents provided by the older man and asked which fish had the highest probability of surviving the final settlement. The man replied that being at the peak of the food chain with superior skills naturally brings massive profits, asking if he didn't intend to make a world-shaking fortune, to which Du Jun gave a cryptic smile and replied that he was certainly prepared to go all in. He then began scrutinizing every line in the file, while the man carefully noted the critical points, wondering if the construction giant Dea would truly collapse as rumored when their reserves were full and international orders stretched for miles. Du Jun smirked and asked if he still doubted his divine foresight, claiming that only Ajin and Daxin in this country possessed the strength to weather the impending financial storm. The rest, like Lola, were merely oil lamps flickering in the wind, waiting for their end. Yet the man stubbornly argued that even if that were true, if Dea Construction received a government bailout, they could still cling to life. But seeing how conservative and stubborn the man remained, Du Jun knew the man wouldn't listen and simply gave a mysterious smile. Knowing he was the type who wouldn't weep until he saw the coffin, he stood up and coldly told him to just wait and see. Wu Shixian was so incensed his head was practically steaming, unable to fathom the boy's intentions, while Du Jun leisurely departed alone and headed down to the parking garage. Leaning back into the plush seat, he ordered Assistant Jin to take him straight to the chairman's lair, and the assistant complied loudly before accelerating away. The car sped onto the wide highway like an arrow piercing the night, while Du-jun mused that Wu Shixun's perspective was clear as day, since Daya Construction was a rock-solid enterprise. If it weren't strong enough to stand firm, he wouldn't have bothered investigating it. But after the horrific storm of the 1997 IMF crisis, South Korea would officially enter an era of the big fish devouring the small, a fierce savanna where predators coexisted with weak prey. In that place, carnivores could hardly hide their true nature. Yet from this moment forward, it would be the era of the jungle. A world where only a few rare, bloodthirsty beasts dared to show their claws. And if one was determined to be king here, they had to act with absolute speed and decisiveness. Right then, Assistant Jin spoke up in an urgent tone, reporting that based on what he had gathered over the past period, along with the news Captain Zin gathered, it was concluded that Hansheng Daily had secretly planted someone to follow him, prompting Du-jun to ask with a sharp gaze if Hansheng Daily was their family's future in-law. Assistant Jin replied without hesitation that it was true, leaving Du-jun stunned and deep in thought as he realized how shocking this revelation was. He had assumed it was an internal matter, yet it turned out outsiders were already salivating over them, and Assistant Jin continued with a more thorough explanation. He admitted he had known the details early on, but because he was concerned they might become in-laws, he had been cautious, which led to the delay in his report. Furthermore, the chairman already knew everything, as the information and security team had secretly reported to him that they were instructed to feign ignorance. This made him even more confident in his assessment, and hearing Assistant Jin's report, Du-jun was utterly astonished as he suddenly thought of the chairman. It turned out he was aware, but chose to ignore it, likely to facilitate some deep-seated scheme. Even if the Han-sung Daily took action, they were not an opponent worth his concern. Perhaps he was being cautious because they were in-laws. He had to carefully weigh every minor move the man made. He scrutinized and applied such trivialities as part of his master strategy, while Du-jun was lost in thought. The car glided smoothly to the front of the grand estate. As the home of the wealthiest man in Korea, the residence was as magnificent as an airport. The vehicle had to travel several miles along the winding path just to reach the main gate. Du-jun handed Assistant Jin a mysterious black card and gave his instructions. "Use this card today to treat the advisory team to a truly lavish feast," he said. Assistant Jin bowed in gratitude as Du-jun added further instructions. "Do not worry about the cost. Spend freely and purchase the most expensive items." Overjoyed by the windfall, Assistant Jin quickly replied, "Thank you, young master." Du-jun stepped out of the car and slammed the door shut, thinking to himself that he would definitely make the most of his sister-in-law's black card this time. He intended to go all out. Upon entering the house, the chairman asked, "What do you think? I assume that is enough to satisfy your desires." He took the document from the chairman and opened it to see the figure 17.7%. Du-jun carefully calculated the value of a 17.7% stake in the Ajin Group, along with its 8 subsidiaries. Once merged into a single entity, the company would naturally belong to him. Then he asked with feigned innocence, "Grandfather, is this figure merely a simple transaction, or is it part of the inheritance I am entitled to?" This question clearly annoyed the old man, but he soon burst into laughter and said, "You brat, just how vast is your ambition? Inheritance? Why should I give you my estate? I only divide my assets among my own biological children. You should receive your inheritance from your own parents." Du-jun replied innocently, "It is just that my father is not as successful a tycoon as you are, so I thought I might have a slight advantage." However, with a cunning expression, the chairman replied, "That is your own concern. Handle it yourself." Du-jun thought to himself that if the inheritance was divided among the children, his father would only receive a meager portion. At that moment, the chairman spoke in a firm voice, "This is my second and final offer. Apply your seal and transfer $1 billion to me immediately." Du-jun calculated that he should not haggle any further. Attempting to divert the conversation might result in a significant setback. Even a small pebble can create ripples in a calm lake. No matter how much he was favored, a single moment of disillusionment would cause that fragile layer of ice to shatter mercilessly. He could not afford a mistake that would break the ice. With that thought, Du-jun replied, "Yes, I will prepare $1 billion at an exchange rate of 1,600 won." Startled, the old man asked, 1,600 won? Du-jun replied, "Yes, why are you so surprised? Did you think I would make you frown even more?" The chairman looked at his grandson in shock, amazed by this sudden display of filial piety. Du-jun continued, "I am always on your side, acting as your advisor. Since you have conceded this much, I should not be overly greedy or insatiable." The chairman found it hard to believe his supposedly prodigal grandson's words. smiling as he asked what kind of scheme Du-jun was plotting behind his back. But Du-jun acted surprised by the question, so the chairman countered by asking if he thought he was someone easily led by the nose with sweet talk. Du-jun looked at him and realized the man never lowered his guard, so he simply stated that their agreement had officially reached its conclusion. He noted that since the rate was 1,342 won on the 8th, and he had promised to pay at 1,601, there was no possibility of a hidden agenda. The old chairman replied that the rate could exceed 2,001, and if he took the $1 billion now, Du-jun would suffer a catastrophic loss. With losses piling up, Du-jun thought to himself that he needed to evaluate the forecasting abilities of the Ajin Economic Research Institute. Wondering if the rumors about the chairman monopolizing all the top talent were true, he feigned ignorance and asked if the rate would really reach 2001. The chairman stated there was a 90% chance it would hit 2,201 according to his researchers, noting that while not always right, they were occasionally spot on. He called these the prophecies of the paper-pushing PhDs at the institute, admitting that while it was like a lottery, they sometimes got lucky and hit the mark. Jun was slightly startled by the massive figure, and the chairman immediately questioned if he would be resentful when the rate climbed to 2001. Du-jun calmly replied that he had warned him it would peak and felt no regret, as it would be disgraceful for the eldest grandson to wish for his grandfather's failure. Acknowledging the boy's cunning nature and refusal to lose out, the chairman grumbled for him to stop beating around the bush and reveal his conditions. Du-jun calculated that since this old fox was as suspicious as Cao, acting too much would be risky, so he decided to lay his cards on the table. He held up 2 fingers and requested 2 small favors, which made the chairman laugh heartily at the prospect of a profitable arrangement. He urged the boy to speak up to see if it was worth the effort, and Du-jun placed a map of Seoul marked with red ink on the table, shocking the old man. Du-jun explained that the red marks represented public land, revealing his ambition to acquire all of these prime locations at dirt-cheap prices. The chairman suspiciously asked if he intended to use his influence to dominate the Seoul market, but Du-jun clarified he was targeting the next mayor's seat. The chairman's face paled in shock as he asked if Du-jun really intended to push his incompetent uncle into the tiger's den. Du-jun remained persistent, explaining that he would fund the campaign, and once his uncle became mayor, he would sell the public land to them. He added that the chairman only needed to nudge the assemblymen to approve it, though they would likely hand it over on a silver platter out of fear. The chairman shouted furiously, reminding him of the ban, but Du-jun stubbornly argued that during this economic downturn, if Seoul sold wasteland to raise relief funds, the public would surely offer their thunderous support, a suggestion that made the chairman's blood boil. Gritting his teeth, he barked at his troublesome grandson, yet the defiant youth shamelessly asked why he was so vehemently opposed to the idea. The old man bluntly stated it was because that man was a Cho, not of the Ding royal bloodline, a ridiculous reason that left them both stunned before Du-jun argued the Seoul mayor's office was too insignificant to affect the group. However, the old man exposed the truth that the son-in-law was merely a puppet for his ambitious wife, leading Du-jun to realize the underlying motive. His aunt Ye-jun sought to use politics to bridge her power gap as a woman, an ambition the old man had already seen through. If her husband held such authority, she would scrutinize the group's darkest secrets more closely than a microscope and use them as leverage to demand her share. She would demand a portion equal to the son's, but Du-jun countered by suggesting they turn the couple into puppets controlled by the group instead. They would be forced to clean up all the filth until he secured the mayoralty, essentially acting as nothing more than straw scarecrows. The chairman feared that if the group's scandals were exposed, they would all sink, but Du-jun confidently promised to hold all the incriminating evidence himself. He would hold the blade to the couple's throats, allowing the old man to sleep soundly, leaving the chairman wide-eyed with shock as he questioned what he heard. Du-jun added that he would act as a mobile treasury to fund them, allowing the old man to use the resources as needed, which only irritated the old man for being interrupted. He remarked that if the boy handled the money, he would only need to pull the strings from the shadows, so there was no need for his permission, prompting a sly smile from Du-jun. He explained that without the chairman's approval as the ruling party leader, his uncle could never secure a nomination, an astute analysis that left the old man startled by the boy's political insight. Du-jun held up 2 fingers and declared that for just 2 terms, he should let his uncle serve as a puppet guardian for Seoul for 8 long years. During that time, they could freely reap benefits and settle all affairs, while the chairman stared at those 2 slender fingers, weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he crossed his arms and asked what the second condition was, and Du-jun, knowing the bait had been taken, paused before delivering his final blow. he declared his desire to acquire Daya Construction, leaving the chairman bewildered as to why he was involving another company. Yet Du Jun remained completely unfazed. He explained that the chairman should sever the financial lifelines and block government relief funds from reaching Daya Construction, a suggestion that left the old man in utter shock. At that moment, Du Jun added that they couldn't just use the land for a dull parking lot. They had to build something truly magnificent upon it. To achieve that, you would need at least a small construction firm as a stepping stone, wouldn't you? The chairman roared, asking if he thought Daya Construction was a mere junk shop, when it was actually ranked among the top 500 contractors. But Du Jun replied without hesitation, stating that he was the one in control of Ajin and was also the owner of Sunyang Motors, comparing them to their own empire. He claimed Daya Construction was nothing more than a tiny grocery store, while the chairman remained silent, listening intently to the entire story Du Jun had just presented. After listening, he gave a cryptic smile and remarked that Du Jun certainly had the nerve, leaving the young man puzzled as to where exactly his boldness lay. The chairman continued, noting that Du Jun wanted the world to see him build his own legacy by seizing Daya instead of asking for a piece of Ajin, prompting Du Jun to ask if he would have simply handed it over if his father had requested it. The old chairman feigned indifference, coolly replying that he might or might not have, while Du Jun glanced at the cunning old man, telling himself not to be deceived. He knew those words were only meant to provoke him, but then the chairman mused that Daya Construction was a fine choice, adding that no business could escape the current raging currency storm, and Daya Construction was undoubtedly desperate for US dollars by now. The company would collapse instantly the moment the government cut off its financial lifeline. Du Jun looked directly at the chairman and asserted that he would acquire it by then, causing the chairman to turn around abruptly. He stared intently at his cunning grandson before nodding slightly, noting that Daya was merely a failing business that could be revived with a few transfusions. So Du Daya and Uncle Q's bid for Seoul mayor belong on the same plate. Du Jun calmly replied that if he provided support and his uncle nurtured it, the results would surely be magnificent. The chairman remained silent after hearing the plan to elevate Daya, listening intently to every word his grandson spoke as Du Jun continued. He explained that once it flourished, he would skillfully attach the Yajin name to it, leaving the chairman utterly stunned as his scowl transformed. His expression turned to delight as he remarked that those words truly pleased him, noting that Du Jun was the only one in the family besides himself capable of expanding the Yajin empire. Hearing the old man's words sent a shiver down Du Jun's spine as he sensed an ill omen approaching. That smile was certainly not one of genuine joy. The chairman then stated he would consider those 2 points, noting their agreement had reached its end. He urged him to accelerate because even the managers were wavering, insisting that $1 trillion must be injected quickly to put them at ease. Du Jun agreed to follow his instructions, then bowed and departed, pondering the strange, icy sensation that still lingered in his spine. The old chairman remained behind, watching Du Jun walk away and noticing how the boy's peculiar nature became increasingly apparent. The mayor of Seoul would help revive the national economy, and selling public land to raise funds was a clever move that would allow the chairman to seize that prime real estate after supporting him. He even planned to absorb the construction company to turn that land into a mountain of wealth, creating a truly flawless scenario. To complete this masterpiece, someone was willing to spend hundreds of billions at a low price while exchange rates surged, proving the brat was confident enough to pocket a fortune as the chairman stared at his palm. As if he were an expert palmist, he suppressed the urge to nod immediately after hearing Du Jun's explanation. He couldn't simply allow the boy to exploit his influence, so the old man clenched his fist, once again shuddering with a sense of dread. Beneath that refined and handsome exterior lay the nature of a bloodthirsty beast who would surely devour both Yajin Motors and Yajin Construction to secure the names of Yajin and Daya, leaving Chairman Jiang sitting in deep sorrow. Taking the trembling steps of an old man, he mused that it was strange to feel more pride in a grandson who wanted to steal from him than in children who only wanted their share. The following morning at Du Jun's home, a startled voice asked about 40 billion, to which his uncle confirmed the amount. He explained that 3 billion was needed for special party fees, 5 billion for key leaders, and 30 billion for the campaign, totaling 40 billion with reserves, leaving Du Jun thinking that such a sum was no small change. They truly are ignorant of the times, asking for such a massive sum so casually without any details. Are you just pretending to be a naive child? Wow, that is an enormous amount of money, his aunt asked anxiously. Why do you look so surprised? Do you not have enough? Daejun trembled as if he were destitute. I am actually quite short on funds. I even have to withdraw the money intended for my father's film studio construction. His aunt hurriedly spoke up. I can provide 15 billion. You only need to prepare 25 billion. Would that work? Daejun replied instantly, yes, that amount should be manageable. His aunt was delighted, but I cannot withdraw 15 billion all at once. The special party fees are due early next year, so please prepare 3 billion first. Daejun thought to himself. Is this how the minds of the elite work, completely oblivious to the situation? How could she casually borrow tens of billions from a 20-year-old nephew? Nevertheless, he replied, yes, I will have it ready quickly. Afterward, Daejun said, oh, we should probably draft a contract, right? The couple was startled. What, a contract? What kind of contract? Daejun replied, a sum this large cannot go without a receipt. At the very least, there should be a binding agreement, shouldn't there? The two looked at each other in confusion. His uncle said, you are still young and do not understand how the world works. Who on earth writes a contract for election campaign funds? His aunt chimed in. Our nephew likely only deals with investors, which is why he thinks this money will just vanish. He probably thinks this is an investment rather than a donation. Daejun feigned a smile while thinking, they really do take me for a naive, wealthy child. He spoke with an air of innocence. Ah, I should have explained more clearly, but I forgot. Please wait a moment. Someone will explain everything in detail. The couple was bewildered, not knowing who was supposed to explain. At that moment, Daejun looked toward the back and called out, Uncle, my aunt and her husband still don't understand which gentleman is waiting there. Suddenly, a man descended the stairs. Wu Shixian appeared and said, it is a pleasure to meet you both. Daejun watched the scene unfold with a satisfied grin. The following day, at Wu Shixian's familiar office, Wu Shixian remarked, that woman is certainly no amateur. Unlike her flustered state when borrowing from her nephew, her expression shifted the moment she realized this was a political business deal. He recalled his aunt's scowling face. Daejun laughed and said, she is my grandfather's flesh and blood after all. Wu Shixian replied, I don't know when you plan to use this contract for leverage, but make sure you wait until I've retired abroad to enjoy myself, not while I'm in prison. Daejun picked up the document. This contract cannot be made public. Wu Shixian pointed at Daejun. You little rascal, you already know how to use the bomb in your hand to exert influence. But Daejun said, no, I intend to give it to my grandfather. Wu Shixian shouted in shock. Are you insane? If you give that contract to the chairman, it's as good as handing him your shares. Daejun explained. He doesn't care about the business itself. He only cares about having a hold over the business owners. This contract will serve as a bargaining chip so that my uncle and aunt won't dare to have other intentions. We must ensure my uncle remains under grandfather's thumb. Only then will he agree to let my uncle run for mayor of Seoul. Wu Shixian changed the subject. By the way, I wanted to ask if that 17.7% represents the controlling stake in Shenyang that you currently hold. One needs at least 80% to truly become the chairman of Shenyang. Although 80% is the theoretical requirement, even reaching 10% is difficult if they are hostile. So how much of a stake does the chairman plan to leave you? Dujun replied. My mind is full of my father's image, but my heart is empty. O.C. Hyan was stunned. What? Dujun stated firmly. You know it too. No one in Shenyang besides me is fit to be the CEO. But he is naturally self-centered. He certainly won't hand over his assets to anyone when he passes. He might even take the entire conglomerate to the grave with him. O.C. Hyan looked at Dujun with skepticism. I didn't ask about the chairman's ambitions because I understand his true motives, yet you seem so indifferent. Dujun replied, I'm not entirely sure myself. When logic and emotion clash, logic doesn't always emerge victorious. You're unsure? O.C. Hyan asked in disbelief. Yes, but I don't care what he thinks. I view the shares I'm allocated as a reward, even if it is quite substantial. In the chairman's eyes, I am the ideal, a grandson who doesn't care for wealth but possesses exceptional talent. By ignoring the inheritance, I ended up winning the largest share. He glanced at the documents in his hand. Regardless, this contract will play a pivotal role. Dujun noted to himself that step 1 was finished. It was time for step 2. He turned toward O.C. Hyan. Sir, Shenyang has converted 1 billion USD out of the 3.2 billion. We still have 2.2 billion USD remaining. Right, O.C. Hyan was stunned. What do you plan to do with that 2.2 billion USD? It needs to be converted immediately, Dujun replied. After the presidential election ends and the administration changes, I plan to use that money as a victory gift. O.C. Hyan nearly shouted. What are you thinking? Are you trying to copy the old Chaebols? No, it's not about building a media city just to attract residents, Dujun quickly explained. We will draw in corporations that align with the vision of Media City. For instance, television stations. Broadcasting stations are beyond imagination, O.C. Hyun protested. Do-jun smiled, both terrestrial and cable television. Everything must be done step by step. He continued his analysis, noting that from a national strategy perspective, the Sungam DMC project was excellent. Building new infrastructure would not only address employment issues, but also stimulate the economy. This new government's business model seemed viable. O.C. Hyun understood. So you're going to throw that 2.2 billion USD at them? That's madness. What? Why would I give my money to the government? Do-jun asked in surprise. The government has to exchange dollars for me. Only then did O.C. Hyun realize. Along with all of Seoul's public land? Do-jun smiled. Precisely. This entire investment package is designed to meet the nation's urgent needs, as South Korea is facing a severe shortage of US dollars. Now, a private investor bringing in 2.2 billion USD to build media infrastructure is enough to make the entire nation applaud in welcome. O.C. Hyun nodded. If the Seoul government cooperates to expand the business, we might even receive support from the central budget. If that's the case, it couldn't be better, Do-jun said happily. Suddenly, O.C. Hyun stared at him with a look of bewilderment. Are you a carbon copy of your grandfather? How could you have calculated things to this degree? Do-jun feigned innocence, claiming it was all out of filial piety, causing Wu Shixian to nearly choke on his drink. What nonsense are you talking? Where is the filial piety in this? Do-jun chuckled, explaining that once he transformed the DMC site into a media empire, he would hand it over to his father. Wu Shixian stood up abruptly, rendered speechless by the scale, as Do-jun continued to detail his plans for films, television production, cable, and the internet. My father is the son of Chairman Zun Yang, so he needs a business of that magnitude to maintain his status, he said, leaving Wu Shixian still dazed and unable to find words. Furthermore, since fantasy in America has close ties with major corporations, we can build a global media conglomerate if we connect them effectively. Wu Shixian put on his reading glasses and scrutinized the document on the table word for word before asking if he had finally obtained it, which Do-jun confirmed. With these contents, even if he became the mayor of Seoul, he could never oppose Do-jun, as making the contract public would lead to a career-ending trial over political fund violations. So you only require a few plots of public land. Yes, you can keep the rest. My aunt was quite impressive when we drafted the contract, Do-jun replied, prompting the old man to ask, your aunt? The old man was surprised, but Do-jun just laughed, noting that she didn't grasp the immediate value of public land and had warned him not to expect all public assets for mere campaign funds. The chairman suggested taking all the land himself and then redistributing a portion to Do-jun, who knew he had succeeded once the elder agreed to take the lion's share. Still, he feigned humility, claiming he had no interest in profiting from apartment construction, though the old man shook his head at the speculative nature of the venture. Even if my son-in-law Qi runs, victory isn't guaranteed, the chairman remarked. But Do-jun confidently replied that his chances of winning had certainly improved. Because you are now thinking more positively, Do-jun said, causing Chairman Jin to sigh and admit defeat. Unable to match his grandson's sharp intuition as Do-jun smiled subtly. He wondered who the next political puppet would be, pitying them as Zun Yang's analysis team would uncover every secret, exposing even the smallest speck of dust to the world. Every media outlet would erupt, leaving that person defenseless. Chairman Jin then conceded, acknowledging that Do-jun had helped him secure a vital grip on the Seoul market. I will also exert my influence during the election, the chairman added. And as Do-jun bowed gratefully, the elder looked at his brilliant grandson and wondered if he had truly gained control. Realizing he was essentially piggybacking on Do-jun's achievements, he hid his irritation and asked if there was something else the boy was still dissatisfied with. Do-jun feigned indifference, prompting Chairman Jin to smile and attempt to regain the upper hand by offering him a gift as a gesture of goodwill. Tell me how I can help you, the chairman offered, and Do-jun immediately replied that he was planning a new venture to be presented once the election results were finalized. A business requiring government intervention. Chairman Jin frowned, noting that involving politicians during such sensitive times could make things far more unpredictable and complex. They didn't just want help, they wanted everything to go smoothly even if they had to endure grievances, leaving Do-jun wondering if the man was giving him advice or testing him. He stood up and promised to present the detailed plan later for appraisal, vowing to stop immediately if his grandfather expressed any opposition. He triumphantly thought this was the answer his grandfather wanted, but Chairman Jin laughed and told him to use his own money without waiting for approval. as even failure would be a valuable lesson. Upon hearing that, the ruthless chairman flashed an uncharacteristically kind smile, while Do-jun realized he still couldn't decipher the hidden intentions behind the man's gaze and words. On the morning of December 19, media outlets simultaneously reported that candidate Jin De-jong of the Democratic United Congress Party had been elected president. This was thanks to the cooperation with Jin in PIL and Pu Tai-jun, and the next day at a common pub, a friend ordered another serving of pollock. Do-jun agreed and asked if they wanted seasoned or fried chicken, before ordering a portion of fried chicken for the group as his friends watched him intently. He asked if he frequented such places, questioning how a third-generation heir could be so familiar with a draft beer pub, finding the situation hard to believe. Do-jun suddenly felt curious, wondering if his cousins had ever stepped foot inside a draft beer pub like this one. He wondered if they had ever sipped soju with a steaming pot of fish cake soup, then told his friends that he visited such places quite often. My family usually goes for barbecue, and my cousins and I often drink soju with hot fish cake soup. We don't always dine at luxury restaurants or have 12-course feasts at home, just simple stews and side dishes. He asserted that there was nothing special about it, claiming that since he was essentially a commoner, playing the part was effortless. This was his chance to shed his image as a third-generation tycoon, and as the group laughed together, a senior in the pub suddenly bowed to them. The group turned in surprise as they greeted the senior, who apologized for the intrusion of these graduating students. Do-jun stood up politely to respond, but the senior spoke up impatiently after the greeting, asking if he could consult Do-jun directly as the new year approached. Do-jun kindly told him to proceed, and the senior explained that the three of them had all applied for positions at a financial firm. However, that firm went bankrupt while two others rescinded their job offers, claiming that no new personnel would be hired this year. As Do-jun's friends looked on with suspicion, the senior quickly clarified that he wasn't asking for help in securing a job. He asked for Do-jun's insight on the IMF and upcoming U.S. actions, noting that since he had access to high-level information, they needed to know if they should pivot toward the bar exam or civil service exams. Do-jun sat up straight and reflected, while his friend's eyes were fixed on him in anticipation, feeling torn between revealing the truth or simply offering them some consolation. He feigned taking a sip of water to buy himself some time, wondering if these youngsters would truly grasp the cruelty of reality, even if he told them about the future. After a long pause, Do-jun set his glass down and offered some decisive advice, suggesting they abandon their corporate job hunts and focus on the bar or civil service exams. The senior remained stubborn, but Do-jun recalled the facts of the impending IMF crisis, knowing that the situation would become exceptionally harsh starting next year. He declared that job opportunities would continue to shrink, sparing not even Seoul University students, and that those currently employed would face massive layoffs. A massive wave of terminations would occur under the guise of corporate restructuring, leaving his friends and the senior horrified at the mention of layoffs. Major conglomerates will slash at least 30% of their workforce, Do-jun concluded softly, explaining that the nation was on the verge of economic bankruptcy. The group, who had been enjoying their drinks, now looked grim with worry for the future, while the older senior sank into deep contemplation. Do-jun continued by stating that the era of lifelong employment had ended, as companies could now terminate any employee at will. He mentioned that a new term, irregular employee, would emerge. A confused friend asked what that meant before another person inquired about taxes. Do-jun turned to the senior to ask about pensions, to which the man nonchalantly replied that part-time workers have no such benefits. When asked what would happen if a boss fired them instantly, the senior said they would just have to leave, prompting Do-jun to nod and identify that as the essence of an irregular employee. Do-jun explained clearly that this practice would not be limited to small shops, as even major conglomerates would adopt this method of recruitment. As the senior and his friends sat dazed and pale with worry, Do-jun concluded that economic recovery would take a long time and advised them to enlist in the military. He suggested this would at least delay their graduation to avoid the current storm, leaving the group feeling as though they had been doused in cold water. Those aware of Do-jun's status as a Chaebol heir were utterly shocked. He realized that while freshmen might not be hit immediately, they would understand once the layoffs began next year. They would eventually realize why he advised avoiding the storm. The senior looked up and thanked him, admitting that Do-jun's words had truly opened his eyes. He gazed at Do-jun with affectionate gratitude, leading Do-jun to think that a senior's perspective was indeed different before modestly replying that it was nothing. Do-jun remarked that his outlook might seem negative because the executives he knew always prepared for the worst, prompting the senior to raise his glass in agreement. He noted that graduation was approaching, and apologized for dampening the mood, urging everyone to raise their glasses for a celebratory toast. Raising his glass high, he added that they still had plenty of time to avoid the heavy downpours and prepare themselves thoroughly. Don't worry about anything. Just drink to your heart's content today. The students were overjoyed at the mention of free beer, while Chen Daejun forced a smile, thinking that even a strained grin helped liven the mood. The group raised their glasses and toasted at every table, oblivious to the tavern door opening. Even Chen Daejun, the most perceptive among them, failed to notice a pair of sneakers stepping inside. The person spoke up. Chen Daejun, it's been a long time, leaving him stunned as he realized it was an exceptionally beautiful girl. In over 40 chapters, he had never seen anyone so stunning. Being young, Chen Daejun didn't know her name and could only stare. The girl pointed at him and teased, "Hey, don't tell me you've forgotten my name," just as a senior called out, "Mining, what are you doing here?" which jogged Chen Daejun's memory. Perhaps living through 2 lifetimes made his memory a bit slow, but this girl was Su Mining. She sat down and picked up a beer glass with an air of elegance. "Just half a glass for me. I'm not going to the library," she said, while Chen Daejun sat opposite her as if hypnotized. A senior remarked that those preparing for the bar exam were truly different. No graduation, no summer break, just constant studying. "So why do you have time to visit?" Su Mining replied sharply. "From what I see, even busy seniors shouldn't have time to lounge around here. It probably takes about 2 years to prepare for the civil service exam, right? As for the bar exam, no one can be certain, so everyone must judge for themselves." Chen Daejun was puzzled by what she was saying and its connection to the IMF, while another senior asked why she was suddenly bringing it up. Su Mining replied, "Aren't you all busy but still came to confirm things with Chen Daejun? How is the current corporate situation? How long will this terrible foreign exchange crisis last, right?" Chen Daejun remained silent, but inwardly praised her sharp insight. Based on the senior's stories, he had thought she was just a model student aiming to be a judge, but she clearly understood how the world worked. After speaking, Su Mining drained her beer and slammed the glass down, saying, "I heard that even the status of a Seoul University student can't secure a job now. A cold wind is blowing fiercely outside. All graduates are suffering, and that chill won't easily fade, but we are fortunate because we study law. So the civil service exam shouldn't be too difficult." Chen Daejun wondered why she sounded just like him, while a senior asked if they were dating. "Do you discuss the Korean economy on dates?" A smitten fellow stood up and protested. "That's impossible. Chen Daejun isn't an ordinary human, so how could Su Mining date an alien?" Su Mining laughed and replied, "No, he said those who flaunt power are loathsome, and those who flaunt wealth are contemptible." The man pointed at Chen Daejun and said, "This kid has both wealth and power, get a grip." He then turned to him and added, "Chen Daejun, go back to your own world. You should be meeting daughters of Chaebol families or dating Miss Koreas and famous actresses." Su Mining finally said, her voice sounding somewhat annoyed. "Why has it been so long? Since enrollment, I've only seen Doo-jun 3 times, so how could we possibly date?" A senior sitting nearby agreed. It made sense, as he had neither the time nor the opportunity. Doo-jun didn't bother attending class, while Min Yang only lingered in the library or lecture halls, making dating impossible. The other friends remained silent, only chuckling and thinking to themselves that seeing these kids made them feel truly envious, as they were just middle-aged men with withered romantic spirits. Sometimes masculine hormones would surge, but work pressure had suppressed them. Min Yang stood up and said she was leaving now that she'd seen him, but then she suddenly turned back and called out to Doo-jun, asking him to stay and meet her for a moment. She said she had something to say, leaving Doo-jun surprised and unsure of what she wanted. But Min Yang continued with a determined voice, stating she had something that needed to be made clear. Doo-jun's grandfather was nearby and stared at the girl with a blank face, asking what she needed to clarify, after which the two of them stepped outside to enjoy the cool breeze. Jun spoke first, noting the cold weather and asking what she wanted to inquire about, while Min Yang appeared extremely embarrassed yet tried to maintain her poise. She admitted she was dying of embarrassment but still had to speak, telling him to think carefully before answering. Seeing her seriousness, Doo-jun agreed, though Min Yang hesitated again. Still acting coy and refusing to speak directly, she finally blurted out that her goal and duty were to pass the judicial exam before graduating, to which Doo-jun responded. He understood the goal but asked about the duty, so Min Yang explained that her family were all lawyers and most passed the exam before graduating. If she didn't pass in time, her whole family would scrutinize her, so she absolutely had to succeed. Doo-jun listened to the long explanation but still hadn't grasped the main point and asked what came next, at which point Min Yang suddenly stepped closer to him as if intending to use her charms. She looked directly into his face and mentioned the time for dating him, leaving Doo-jun feeling as if he had been struck by lightning, completely unable to comprehend her words as he stood there dazed. Min Yang quickly added that she was confessing her feelings for him and asked if that was his only reaction, prompting Du Jun to ask her a question in surprise. He mentioned hearing that she disliked those who flaunted power and wealth, both of which he possessed, but Min Yang stubbornly countered that he was very handsome in return. Goodness, after hearing those words, Du Jun didn't know how to respond, yet Min Yang continued to press him, noting that his reaction remained exactly the same. He asked what she meant. Min Yang sighed wearily at his awkwardness and returned to the main point, concluding that since neither had much time, they should simply decide to eat together once or twice a month. There was no need for frequent meetings, and though Du Jun listened to her rapid speech, he still didn't understand what she had just decided until Min Yang concluded that they were now officially dating. Du Jun's grandfather, still nearby, couldn't fathom what was happening or what was wrong with the girl, while Du Jun, finding her quite beautiful, chuckled and asked if she already had his phone number. He privately thought it was rather strange that she knew his number after only 3 meetings, then told her to just call him, and he would send a car to pick her up, leaving Min Yang confused. When she asked what kind of car, Du Jun replied that it would be a chauffeured vehicle, reminding her that he was a third-generation tycoon, and their dates could not be ordinary. "You should prepare yourself," she said, having confessed awkwardly only to be accepted in an even more clumsy manner, leaving her unable to fully process the situation. Du Jun turned and walked straight inside, leaving Min Yang alone in the cold wind as she hurriedly shouted that this had to remain a secret. She told him to say she forgot her classification homework if anyone asked, and Du Jun casually agreed before entering to find a group of lecherous men staring at him. Before he could respond with their prepared excuse about what they had discussed, the door swung open, and Min Yang poked her head in to shout loudly. She announced her decision to start dating Du Jun today, leaving the men stunned as she slammed the door and vanished. Du Jun was left to face the envious glares of the others, and the next day at a brand new building, powerful figures in elegant suits masked their cunning natures with outward politeness. Li Zhongshan introduced himself politely while shaking hands, and Wu Shixian thanked him for taking the time to visit. Li Zhongshan smiled and told him not to be formal, insisting he was the one who should be grateful since Wu Shixian had saved He Jin from the brink of crisis. Du Jun watched silently, his gaze fixed on Li Zhongshan like a laser as he recalled a previous conversation with his grandfather, Sun Yang. At that time, Chairman Sun Yang had admitted that Chairman Li Zhongshan was a formidable figure who had graduated from the 16th class of the military academy and served as a key intelligence official. Returning to the present, Li Zhongshan asked about the young man, and Wu Shixian quickly introduced him as his interpreter, stating they shared no secrets. Wu Shixian requested permission to relay the entire meeting to him, and after Du Jun bowed politely, Li Zhongshan gave his casual consent. He stated there was nothing to hide, and told them not to worry before shifting the topic to something more intense that Chairman Sun Yang had mentioned. He asked if they intended to transfer the 2.2 billion USD in cash held by Fantasy in New York to Korea, and Wu Shixian nodded, asking if there were any conditions. Li Zhongshan questioned him directly, and Wu Shixian explained that discussing those conditions was the reason for their meeting as he produced a set of documents. Placed the SMC construction and media industrial plan on the table, and while Chairman Li merely glanced at it, Du Jun noticed the man showed no surprise at the mention of the 2.2 billion USD. Du Jun wondered why he remained so composed, or if he failed to grasp the true value of such a sum, until Li Zhongshan finally spoke after a moment of reflection. He questioned why investors wanted to involve themselves in construction, noting that finance and cement seemed like an odd pairing. Wu Shixian quickly replied that the plan did not focus on the cement business, explaining that while it played a role, the objective was entirely different. He asked for a more favorable outlook, to which Li Zhongshan inquired if a positive response would mean the dollars would flow into Korea, and Wu Shixian confirmed that was correct. The chairman sneered, remarking that funneling dollars for profit only to return them to America was the standard procedure, and Hejin's future would likely be the same. He scrutinized Wu Shixian, asking if they planned to dismantle the market for profit, but Wu Shixian quickly countered that they were doing the exact opposite. Du Jun stepped in to play his part, explaining that Fantasy Fund committed to reinvesting American profits into Korea, having already seen success with Microsoft, Hollywood, and Powerhand, Japan. He stated they used those funds to acquire Hejin Mutang, a national export pillar, causing Chairman Li to frown before laughing at the bold claim. Chairman Li joked about the young man's wit, but Du Jun argued that while they didn't sell products, they were still bringing foreign currency home for now. Wu Shixian tried to persuade him, noting that while focusing on exchange rate fluctuations could have doubled their profits, the potential of this plan was far greater. He earnestly requested the chairman to take the time to review the entire proposal, emphasizing that the rewards would not stop at mere currency gains. Li Zhongshan felt swayed and slowly picked up the file, as the concept of an export pillar remained a symbol of national pride for those in their 70s. Having seen Korea rise from poverty through exports, men of his age were highly sensitive to any remarks implying the complacency of currency speculators. After skimming the report, the chairman remarked that the plan to develop Korean media seemed decent, asking if they truly intended to invest all 2.2 billion USD into it. Wu Shixian explained their plan for diversified investments, stating they would leave their American operations to a local team to focus entirely on the Korean market. Li Zhongshan sat up straight and seriously inquired about the IT industry, leaving Wu Shixian surprised that a veteran politician would take an interest in the medical field. Dao Jun realized this was a pivotal moment, knowing that during a national crisis, the government prioritizes venture investments in medical and cultural sectors to rebuild the economy. He understood that by stripping away Fantasy's label as an American investment firm, the Media City project would align perfectly with the new administration's core objectives. Dao Jun added that the IT industry would serve as a powerful lever for small businesses, citing how Silicon Valley's venture boom succeeded despite initial bubble fears. He argued that with proper government guidance, results would manifest quickly, earning a satisfied nod from Chairman Li, who praised the young man's intelligence. When Li Zhongshan asked if he would consider investing in IT, Dao Jun flatly replied that Fantasy had no intention of investing in the medical sector. Both older men were stunned as Chairman Li's mood soured, but Dao Jun explained that private capital entering the medical field too early would only stifle innovation and steal technology. He argued against capitalists exploiting young venture entrepreneurs, leading Li Zhongshan to realize that the government itself must be the one to nurture the industry. Dao Jun politely confirmed that the government should provide the incubator and infrastructure, then simply observe as the positive results flourished on their own. Silicon Valley flourished in that exact way. Finding the logic sound, Li Zhongshan began calculating the possibilities in his mind. Wu Shixian remained silent, completely overwhelmed by the sheer scale of this macro-strategic dialogue. Following a brief silence, Chairman Li concluded that he had heard some very sharp insights and would study the proposal thoroughly before getting back to them. Could you provide more details regarding the 2.2 billion USD reinvestment plan? I will evaluate it from the perspective of government policy support. Wu Shixian was astonished, while Dao Jun offered a private smile. The chairman's active consideration was essentially a code for approval. Following the agreement with Chairman Jin, Wu Shixian proactively extended his hand for a handshake. Dao Jun watched their hands meet, mentally calculating the impending profits with a satisfied smile, noting that despite his own decisive arguments, the chairman shook Wu Shixian's hand to maintain the hierarchy. Afterward, the two walked down the street together despite having their own cars. Wu Shixian asked if he truly intended to avoid the IT sector, and Dao Jun confirmed it, leaving the older man puzzled. Why is that? With the government announcing its support, shouldn't that be a literal gold mine? Daejun sighed, noting that many venture capital firms had approached them, implying they were now direct rivals to Daeng Motors. Wu Shixian remarked that venture capital was just a playground for amateurs chasing short-term gains, whereas they needed to compete in the major leagues. Wu Shixian frowned at his arrogance, warning that scale didn't justify ignoring such prospects, but Daejun countered with a cold comparison. He asked if his uncle knew Shyang Electronics earned nearly 2 trillion won during the semiconductor boom, making small ventures seem insignificant, while he privately noted the vast opportunities ahead. He felt he had no time for IT firms that would take 20 years to grow, but Wu Shixian patiently argued that true wealth comes from valuing every cent. He suggested a new Shanghai or Sun Zhengyi might emerge, to which Daejun responded with an air of arrogance. He told his uncle to invest small amounts in his own interests for coffee money, earning a sharp, dagger-like glare from the older man. Daejun calculated that the truly valuable companies had yet to appear, remembering that Nexon's Free City had only begun operations the previous year. With NCSOFT's lineage set to debut this spring, Wu Shixian suddenly shouted at Chen Daejun to stop being so delusional, startling him. He asked if Daejun thought that knowing powerful officials and handling billions of dollars already made him a Chaebol chairman, his face hardening with fury. For the first time in a decade, his uncle was this enraged as he coldly explained that Chairman Chen only personally managed multi-billion-won businesses. He noted the chairman dines with top politicians solely to protect hundreds of billions, describing it as the heavy burden of a conglomerate leader. Those leaders manage tens of thousands of workers, saving every penny from small expenses to acquire steel mills and build sites in China. He emphasized that without laborers there is no master, without farmers there are no landlords, and without commoners there is no king. He pointed out that Daejun had no workers or subjects, only capital, yet he was already prematurely acting like a conglomerate chairman. He explained that the small savings they accrued could total billions, which was the true value of those minor expenses, leaving Daejun stunned by the rebuke. Daejun realized Wu Shixian was right, acknowledging that 10 years after his rebirth, his habit of acting like a tycoon had made him arrogant. After reflecting, Daejun bowed respectfully and apologized for his shallow thoughts, which caught Wu Shixian off guard. He awkwardly praised Daejun's quick understanding and suggested they return to discussing the best investment opportunities. When Daejun asked him to make the choice, Wu Shixian declined, insisting that while he sets the direction, Daejun's intuition is the deciding factor. When asked if there was any part he was dissatisfied with, Dao Jun thought for a moment and stated he chose the online gaming sector, which surprised Wu Shixian as he was unfamiliar with the field. Dao Jun explained that 2 locations would receive 1 billion each, while the remaining funds could be invested at Wu Shixian's discretion after careful consideration. Wu Shixian formulated a strategy to utilize the full 10 billion won, heavily funding the 2 game companies while diversifying the amounts under 1 billion into smaller investments. Dao Jun agreed, noting that a single major success would recover their capital, but Wu Shixian laughed, pointing out that the next government's medical spending meant multiple sectors would likely boom. Dao Jun merely smiled without responding, thinking it a pity that the person he was deeply grateful to would retire in 5 years, just as the unusually cold winter of 1997 arrived. It was the only winter where familiar Christmas melodies did not echo, and while frost covered the skyscrapers, high-ranking officials were gathered for a meeting inside one of the buildings. Those involved in bribery whispered among themselves, while the tycoons remained cold and distant, even though these men holding the world's greatest wealth should have been at ease. Despite being revered by banks, the current crisis panicked them more than ever, leading an elder to ask if they could proceed with the acquisition now that the Shenyang Motor merger talks had concluded. Wu Shixian replied that they had not yet signed the merger agreement because the Shenyang Group was still in the process of restructuring its shareholdings. When the man asked for a completion date, Wu Shixian coldly retorted that such a question should be directed to the Shenyang Group rather than to them. Another director interjected that Chairman Jin had already made a commitment and only administrative procedures remained. But at that moment, Dao Jun spoke up, stating that was not the case. The directors looked at the young boy in bewilderment, wondering where he had come from, until one of them asked Wu Shixian who the person sitting beside him was. Wu Shixian explained that he had urgently summoned him from the U.S. headquarters to take full responsibility for and lead the entirety of these acquisition discussions. Upon hearing the boy was from America, the directors and chairman fell silent before reluctantly standing to offer polite greetings, admitting they had been disrespectful. Dao Jun silently calculated that they were curious about his position and would undoubtedly conduct a background check to see if he was qualified for such a role. The directors stared at the name Hao Ki-jin on the business card in confusion until Dao Jun introduced himself as a second-generation immigrant and asked for their understanding regarding his English name. He understood that the name Hao Ki-jin represented a key figure at the fantasy headquarters in the U.S., a young man who managed their core investment systems. This implied Korea's situation was so dire that the main office had to intervene, prompting a general manager to politely invite Dao Jun to continue his presentation. Dao Jun calmly stated that the headquarters appraisal team was currently conducting a thorough re-examination of the acquisition deal, which immediately sent the directors into a panic. They frantically questioned why a re-evaluation was necessary and what was happening, while Wu Shixian sat beside him, his expression reflecting the gravity of the situation. Dao Jun thought to himself that in this situation, banks still adhered to the principle of not negotiating with subordinates, only speaking with those who held real power. At that moment, Wu Shixian scratched his head and said it was indeed true, as everyone knew the people there only worked according to the system. He refused to listen to the director because of issues with the company's system. So we must pay attention to this young man, as he represents the perspective of the American investors at Fantasy. Therefore, please listen to his presentation of the facts. After hearing the introduction regarding that business card, the bank directors were completely overwhelmed, and Dao Jun began to present the case, explaining that the initial incident had unfolded like this. The Shenyang Group wanted to acquire Hajin Motors, but because they had funneled their capital into Hanbo Steel, they were nearly bankrupt, which was when Fantasy appeared. Plan to take over Hajin temporarily and then resell it to Shenyang at a high price once they have enough money, a move that I believe everyone has already anticipated. Upon hearing this, the directors were terrified, fearing that Dao Jun would no longer carry out the acquisition, while Dao Jun continued to analyze the situation. However, we cannot forget that South Korea is facing a foreign exchange crisis. If the initial purchase price was 1.2 trillion won at an exchange rate of 800 won per dollar, we would have $1.5 billion. Yet with the current exchange rate of 1,800 won, that amount is only $670 million. And if the rate continues to climb to 2,500 won, the figure drops to $480 million. Three bank directors all showed clear signs of horror, and one director quickly spoke up to object, saying he was wrong because the IMF had intervened and injected about $2 billion. There is no way the exchange rate will skyrocket to 2,500 won. It will certainly drop below the 2,001 mark and stabilize soon. Dao Jun responded calmly with an unwavering tone, noting that they had promised $55.5 billion in aid. But in reality, only $2 billion had been dispersed, and since the administration had changed, they were forced to renegotiate terms with the new cabinet. As everyone understands, $50 billion cannot be gathered overnight, causing the three directors to fall into immediate silence, with one adjusting his glasses to appear calm. The other coughed dryly as if to distract from his embarrassment, while Dao Jun continued, saying that with only 2 days left before 1998 begins, everyone needs to complete this year's financial settlements. But simply looking at the books will not provide an answer when the new government takes power, as they may restructure and merge the banks. If you want to survive, you must act. You must transfer Fantasy's dollars into the bank before the new year begins, as he knows well that exporting companies are hoarding dollars. Meanwhile, importing companies are starving for them. So if Fantasy holds the dollars, these businesses will flock to them, driving up the demand for foreign currency payments through the banks. Dao Jun emphasized his position, noting that from Fantasy's perspective, South Korea is extremely unstable. Many international observers doubt that this economy can recover, and South Korea is at risk of being downgraded to the standards of Southeast Asian nations. This statement left the entire bank meeting room stunned, until one director summoned all his courage to ask what he meant, prompting Dao Jun to look directly at him with a cold gaze before declaring his intent. Although we are the party with priority negotiating rights for the acquisition, we have decided to waive that status. As the three directors' eyes widened, Dao Jun continued, stating that in other words, they were withdrawing. If we do not buy Hajin, the Daeng Group will step forward, will they not? You should negotiate with them instead, he said, leaving the directors with splitting headaches. There was no way Daeng would show their face now. They were too busy extinguishing the fires of their own crisis to think about business. Back at the chairman's mansion, the chairman looked at Dao Jun with a knowing gaze and remarked that if it weren't for him, this would be no different from a robbery of 800 billion won. Dao Jun replied, "What kind of robber would sit down to negotiate?" The chairman smiled profoundly, noting that cornering a rat forces it to make a choice, and that choice is the knife. Dao Jun listened silently to his grandfather's philosophy, while recalling the 800 billion won figure he had proposed at the bank. The bank manager had asked in terror, "Isn't that price only 60% of the original purchase value?" At that moment, Dao Jun, who held the capital, naturally exuded the aura of a superior. He stated that if they accepted, he would transfer $400 million to the designated account that very day. Though tempted by the massive sum, the directors felt it was too little and hesitated to agree. Dao Jun thought to himself that they certainly couldn't reject this proposal unconditionally. Back in the chairman's office, the old man said he did well by not giving them time to think. He added that if a cornered rat is given enough time, it will find an escape. Dao Jun confidently replied that by morning everything would have vanished. The chairman then asked, "Next, we must finalize the milestone to approve your conditions, right?" Dao Jun looked at him blankly and agreed, though he felt a flicker of fear under his grandfather's scrutinizing gaze. He then suggested preparing a senior advisor position at Shenyang. "I will personally cover all the costs for that position." The chairman looked at his grandson and smirked, remarking that he was learning bad habits quite quickly. Dao Jun thought to himself, I learned from the very people who raised your sons, and now they are passing it to the next generation. I am merely observing and applying it." The chairman decisively said he understood. He handed a folder to Dao Jun, who took it and opened it in surprise. The detailed notes regarding the list of banks about to be sold or merged left Dao Jun speechless. The cunning old man said he hadn't known what to do with this information, but it turned out to be a gift for him. Dao Jun feigned innocence, asking if the banks on the list were also being acquired. The chairman laughed triumphantly. Such trivial information didn't need to be reported to someone of my rank, as news regarding Dian alone was enough to keep me busy. Dao Jun was completely stunned, standing dazed to the point of forgetting to react. The chairman continued, stating that the restructuring policy would be strictly implemented and his luck had arrived. He noted that once he graduated, those banks would surely cling to him, and they might even rush to thank him for being the one to choose them. Holding the paper, Dao Jun felt a secret pang of regret. Had he known this information beforehand, he would have offered 50% and never accepted the 60% rate. His grandfather called his name, pulling Dao Jun back to reality. Early next year, Shun Yang would announce a large-scale restructuring plan. Dao Jun calculated that transferring power through $1 billion seemed more difficult than expected, as the chairman had never restructured the subsidiaries before. He wondered how many companies would be handled in this purge, noting it was an incredibly difficult decision. The chairman then let out a sigh of relief. "This is a positive development. I will consolidate all the parasitic or uncompetitive departments and liquidate them entirely so that no one can accuse me of unfair dismissals again." At that moment, Dao Jun realized he had overlooked a key point. The IMF crisis was a golden opportunity for major conglomerates to eliminate weaknesses and dominate the market. Grandfather stood up with an authoritative gaze, stating the family would use this chance to settle delayed matters, and noting that since Dao Jun was over 20, he deserved a gift. Dao Jun was filled with surprise and anticipation, as the chairman promised to transfer a small portion of the group's shares to him at a discounted price during the restructuring process. Dao Jun was puzzled by his grandfather's sudden generosity, but the chairman laughed, asking why he was so pleased with a few shares after already acquiring Shun Yang Motors. Inside Wu Shixian's familiar residence, the phone rang to confirm that $400 million had been deposited into the loan account, prompting him to notify Fantasy in New York. The next morning at Yejin's main bank, dozens of lawyers reviewed the acquisition contract with Dao Jun's revised terms, and the agreement was officially signed that afternoon. On that day, Dao Jun officially became a shareholder in the nation's second-largest automotive company, while the chairman's residence felt warm and opulent on New Year's Day, 1998. Amidst the shimmering golden lights of the family gathering, Dao Jun watched as the chairman approached Xiang Jun to ask if it was true that he was studying music. Xiang Jun bowed quickly as his grandfather expressed surprise at his choice to become a composer, to which he explained that he would be creating albums for singers. The old man acted annoyed, asking if Xiang Jun thought he was too old to understand, while Xiang Jun felt a rare sense of fear before Dao Jun spoke up. Asked if it was truly all right for the boy to change his field of study as he pleased, the chairman surprisingly replied with kindness, saying that doing well in his chosen path was enough. This unusual tenderness left Xiang Jun stunned, but the chairman quickly turned to his second son, instructing him to follow his own father's example. The chairman asked if it was true he now ran the country's largest film company, to which Dao Jun's father humbly replied that he still had a long way to go. The chairman questioned what his son had actually achieved in that insignificant industry over the last decade, prompting the son to claim his company would take the lead this year. When asked again what significant results he had produced in such a trivial field, the son confidently declared that his company would undoubtedly seize the top position in the film industry this year. He urged his father not to worry, while Xiang Jun silently noted that despite not seeing his grandfather for a long time, the old man's fiery temper remained unchanged. Even Xiang Jun's mother was wide-eyed with surprise, finding her father-in-law's current gentleness to be a stark departure from his usual imposing and majestic demeanor. The chairman's voice calling out to Xiang Jun made the boy jump in terror, and he hurriedly responded with a submissive, "Yes, grandfather." With a voice full of expectation, the chairman told him that he held great hopes for him, just as he did for his father, and urged him to finish his studies and become a proud leader within a decade. Shanrong was caught off guard by his grandfather's sudden and uncharacteristic gentleness. Upon hearing those words, his clenched fists froze in place before he bowed respectfully and replied firmly, "Yes, grandfather, I will become the most talented and outstanding individual, and I promise never to let you down." Du Jun stood there in silence, a subtle, knowing smile playing on his lips without uttering a single word. The lead story of the New Year's news broadcast was the ownership transfer of two major banks, the first being a representative institution established in 1929 known as the People's Savings Bank. The second was the local bank, founded in 1959, which later underwent a spectacular transformation into a world-class national bank. The reason this news left the public in such utter disbelief was that both banks had been singled out as primary targets for acquisition by foreign conglomerates. Everyone viewed these banks as the nation's gold reserves and the very lifeblood of the country's finances, causing the citizens to boil with indignation. Their eyes turned red with fury when the IMF announced its intervention in the emergency bailout fund, and my own sense of gratitude vanished instantly. It was then that I realized the heartbreaking truth. They weren't providing a genuine rescue with dollars, but were merely using the loans as a pretext to seize the banks for themselves. It was a truly sinister maneuver. Among the millions watching that broadcast, I was likely the most stunned, staring with my mouth agape in total disbelief. I had scoured my notebook of past life memories dozens of times, yet there was no trace of this event, which made sense given that I had spent my college years immersed in endless parties rather than dry economic news. Two conflicting thoughts raced through my mind. Had I known beforehand, could I have seized the banks, and was there still any opportunity left for me to buy them now? Major corporations and banks were salivating at the prospect but remained powerless to act. If I could secure those banks, it would be like a tiger growing wings, multiplying my strength many times over. I wondered what the acquisition price for these two banks would be, tens of billions or perhaps tens of trillions of won, as I began to calculate the staggering figures. My initial excitement about dominating the automotive industry evaporated in an instant as a far more lucrative prize suddenly materialized right before my eyes. Something larger and far more profitable appeared, and the burning fire of ambition to seize that prey made my blood boil with an uncontrollable intensity. Countless reporters swarmed like bees outside the chairman's magnificent estate, where a continuous procession of the most expensive luxury cars created a truly grand spectacle. The parking area at the chairman's residence was packed with high-end vehicles, leaving no space as the distinguished female guests whispered excitedly among themselves. Thanks to you, we finally have the chance to see the Xuanjiang Group chairman's estate in person. It truly is a magnificent property, one woman remarked with admiration. Another woman praised the family, noting that the glory of such a prestigious lineage was evident in their handsome descendants, which explained their noble standing. When asked whether the newlyweds would reside in a luxury villa in Jiangdan, Hannan, or some other expensive apartment, the young bride simply offered a proud, subtle smile. My husband's family lives in a private villa, an incredibly spacious place, the young bride said as she officially entered the world of the elite to begin her new life. Another friend remarked mockingly that they were a true tycoon family, still clinging to the extravagant and outdated customs of the Joseon era without any desire for change. The bride giggled and called her friend foolish, saying that even if they were told to live independently, she would still cling to them and refuse to leave. She argued that no member of the royalty would ever choose to live outside the palace walls, and as the daughter-in-law of Vice Chairman Xu Hanjiang, she shouldn't be stuck in the kitchen. She had no intention of doing laundry or cleaning like a servant, as her life now consisted of sitting regally at the dining table and offering nothing but a charming smile. Bride said haughtily that she deserved such luxury, while in a corner of the chairman's vast courtyard, a group of men were gossiping about Zhang En getting married. They wondered who would lead their group now, but another man dismissively asked if they truly believed marriage mattered, as it was merely a routine formality. He claimed it was simply a duty to be fulfilled, and that Zhang En would surely continue to drink and carouse with them afterward, so there was no reason for concern. Zhang En, the groom, let out a long and weary sigh before his expression shifted as he began to speak. He remarked that anyone listening would think they were all still bachelors, even though he was the last one among them to wed, to which his friends replied that they pitied him. They noted how all their friends became inseparable from their wives after marriage, and warned him not to follow that same path. Another man pointed out that since their friends' in-laws were wealthier, they were forced to behave, unlike Zhang En, who could still afford to be reckless and unrestrained. Zhang En crushed his half-burnt cigarette under his shoe and admitted that once the wedding was over, he would no longer have the chance to sneak out for his usual fun. The old man had already forced him to start working seriously, he said, as he used his luxury shoes to grind the cigarette butt into the dirt before continuing. He explained that even if he ignored his wife, he still had to be wary of his father-in-law, noting that since everyone has one, he had to keep his partying within reasonable limits. His friends acknowledged his point and Zhang En waved them off, shouting that he was leaving for a romantic honeymoon but would join them for a proper drinking session upon his return. After speaking, Zhang En glanced at one of his friends, and the two of them stepped aside to a quiet corner to whisper privately, where Zhang En began to question him. He asked if that actress had been there the previous day, and his friend clarified if he meant the supporting actress from the film they had seen, to which Zhang En confirmed. He instructed his friend to arrange for her to fly out to him in 2 days, promising to send the hotel details while asking him to handle the appointment and the Korean broker smoothly. His friend remarked that he was truly a notorious player and a master of the game, while Zhang En patted his shoulder and noted that the honeymoon would last for 10 precious days. How could I possibly stay with a stranger for 10 whole days? I deserve to enjoy myself properly and have some private time. His friend replied that he would handle the arrangements, calling it a belated wedding gift. Inside the magnificent mansion, sycophants bowed deeply, offering their congratulations to the chairman. Chairman Sun Yang politely thanked them before an elderly man interrupted, calling them in-laws as he approached to shake hands, remarking that the guest list was far too extravagant for such a small wedding, and that his precious granddaughter should feel at ease in their home. Admitting he might have overdone it, the two chairmen shook hands with a tension that felt like a duel. Chairman Sun Yang gave a forced smile and suggested they move to a private room to discuss something. Not daring to refuse, Chairman Hong agreed with a smile, and they moved to a secluded room dominated by a table so massive it occupied nearly the entire space. They sat at opposite ends of the table in an atmosphere as tense as a first blind date, where Chairman Sun Yang slowly set down his teacup and addressed the other man by his surname. He told Chairman Hong that since they were now in-laws, it was time for him to cease his current behavior, leaving Chairman Hong confused as to what he meant. Chairman Sun Yang's expression shifted instantly as he demanded that the surveillance on his family stop immediately, leaving Chairman Hong's face frozen in shock. Chairman Sun Yang warned that while he tolerated the investigation into his family for the sake of the upcoming marriage, such actions had to end now, though Chairman Hong quickly tried to deny everything. When Chairman Hong tried to protest, Chairman Sun Yang angrily told him to remain silent and obey, forcing the financially weaker man to swallow his resentment, as the chairman authoritatively noted that Chengjun had not yet fully matured. He remarked that the boy was still reckless despite being over 30, suggesting Hong thought he could be easily controlled, which Chairman Hong once again denied. Chairman Sun Yang continued his suppression, stating it didn't matter if the boy lived a flawed life because he was his grandson, leaving Chairman Hong to listen in silence, clenching his legs in suppressed rage. Chairman Sun Yang added that he should not summon his grandson to his home without reason, as there was no need for him to meet the in-laws outside of professional matters. He suggested that if Hong missed his granddaughter, he should simply call her back, declaring that today would be the last time Chengjun met with their family unless it was strictly for business or advertising purposes. While Chairman Hong wondered why he had to endure such a lecture, Chairman Sun Yang continued by banning anyone with the surname Hong from setting foot in any building bearing the Sun Yang name. He warned that the influence of the Hansheng Daily could be crushed by Sun Yang's wealth, leaving the speechless Chairman Hong to realize that poverty was indeed a profound disadvantage. Chairman Sun Yang departed coldly, leaving one final warning at the door for the other man not to underestimate his words. Chairman Hong sat frozen in his chair, fuming as he recalled the insults, yet his calculating nature soon began to take over. He realized that by keeping his grandson away from the in-laws, the chairman had effectively accepted Jin Chengjun as his heir. While old men like them had little time left, the future remained bright for the youth, including both Hong Shaoyang and Jin Chengjun. Although he wished to warn others against interfering with Sun Yang, time was no longer on his side, and late into the night, the light in the chairman's meeting room remained on. For the first time, he and his youngest son sat across from each other. The son asked tremulously, "What do you wish to say, father?" The chairman asked directly, "Is it true you've prospered on your own in the film industry?" Yes, that sector is less affected by the foreign exchange crisis. However, attracting film investors to weather the storm is no easy feat. The son replied that while it wasn't easy, they remained steady amidst the gale. Other sectors were facing survival issues, not just mere difficulties. Hearing his son's words, the chairman offered a kind smile for the first time. Crossing his arms, he said, "I can lend you a hand." The son recoiled defensively. "Stop joking, father. I'm no longer as easily swayed by you as I once was." The chairman sighed, "Oh, heavens." After a moment of silence, the son continued, "Just tell me plainly what you need." The chairman closed his eyes and rubbed his head, calculating for a moment before speaking. "Fine, I'll put it simply. I will transfer the Shun Yang Medical Foundation and the Human Resources Development Institute to you." The son stared in shock, unable to believe this sudden generosity. The hospital under the Shun Yang Medical Foundation was one of the top 3 facilities in the country, with annual taxes reaching 1 billion won. However, the Human Resources Development Institute was merely an independent entity specializing in training personnel from new hires to executives. It wasn't truly a profitable business. The father looked at his son. "Why are you reacting like that? Do you still feel it's not enough?" The son thought to himself that since he expected nothing, he should just take what was given. He decided to accept whatever was offered, but then he thought of Duo Jun, his beloved son. Gritting his teeth to suppress his indignation, he told his father, "Yes, I still feel it is quite insufficient." The chairman couldn't believe this sudden greed. "What?" The two men stared at each other in silence. The chairman then questioned him. "Insufficient? I thought you had given up on competing and no longer cared about the company. Why have you suddenly become ambitious?" The son replied, "That's not it. I also need to fulfill my responsibilities as a father." The old man feigned surprise. "A father's responsibility? Are you talking about Duo Jun?" The son looked directly at his father and confirmed it. The chairman sighed, pondered for a moment, and said, "Just ask Duo Jun what the value of that hospital and the Human Resources Institute is. If that boy knew, he might raise both hands in celebration." The son was utterly astonished because he had never paid attention to these non-business assets. All the money he had was created by his son. The chairman continued, "Protect what I give you and transfer it to Duo Jun at the appropriate time. I will also look after Duo Jun separately. Of course, I don't intend to give it for free. I'll sell it to him cheaply." The son was surprised. "You're selling to your own grandson. You want to make money off him?" The old man grew irritated. "Just leave it at that. Duo Jun will understand this better than you." The son guessed this was a massive bargain, so he asked no further questions. The chairman concluded, "Many eyes and ears are watching right now, so for the time being, only you should know about this." The son stood up and bowed. "Thank you, father." Father waved him away, ordering him to leave. Later, on a luxury flight, the newlywed bride and groom sat alone in a completely empty cabin. The new bride looked around for someone to talk to but saw no one. She softly called to her husband, "Xing Jun, did you charter this plane?" The tycoon husband let out a snort of laughter and replied that he had only rented first-class and business-class seats, with the latter being for his 6 bodyguards. His wife was struck with panic, wondering if this was truly the life of a tycoon family, noting that neither his father nor hers could live so extravagantly. Inside a luxury airplane cabin, the silence was shattered when the wife pulled a folder from her designer briefcase and asked him to look it over. Husband took it with an air of indifference, but at her urging, he opened the document to find familiar charts that soon revealed themselves as detailed information about his own family. His face turned purple with rage, realizing such intricate details required nearly constant surveillance. Yet his wife merely smiled as if she had expected this reaction. The most significant targets were director Jin Yang Kiwa and especially Jin Daejun, who had officially appeared alongside the CEO of Fantasy. "Lunatic," the man bellowed, his face twisting like a demon from hell as he claimed to have figured out the youngest son's motives. He demanded to know how she dared to spy on his entire family, and seeing his murderous expression, the wife began to tremble as he shredded the reports while hurling insults. He called her disgusting for trying to act like the lady of the house so soon, while 2 nearby flight attendants fled and closed the cabin door to avoid the chaos. After tearing the documents to pieces, the husband stood up in a boiling rage and glared at his wife with murderous eyes for daring to monitor the elders of his family. He told her she was just a mere journalist who dared to enter this clan and should know her place, which was solely to bear him a son. He warned that if she acted without his permission again, she would be locked in a back room for life. The wife could only sob into her hands, unable to resist. The husband called out for Secretary Kui, who responded immediately and ordered him to separate their luggage upon arrival and find him a hotel right away. He commanded that she be strictly monitored and only allowed to go shopping, ensuring she did nothing foolish, to which Secretary Kui could only comply. Despite feeling a hint of pity for the weeping wife, the husband left the area to find another first-class seat where he could sit alone. He thought to himself that while it was revolting, it was convenient, providing the perfect excuse to enjoy a 10-day honeymoon alone after breaking her spirit on the first day. He decided he no longer needed to wait 3 days to contact her and would call upon arrival. That same evening, at Jin Daejun's mansion, the boy spoke to his father. He guessed that his grandfather was secretly using the hospital, and as his father looked on in surprise, Jin Daejun explained that Sunyang Hospital was rumored to host many VIPs. High-ranking officials and celebrities who wished to keep their health status private sought out places like Sunyang that guaranteed absolute confidentiality. His father was stunned as Jin Daejun continued, explaining that from now on, those seeking special privileges or priority treatment would contact him, gradually building their network. While producing films, you can also look after directors or lead actors at Sun Yang Hospital. As for human resource development at the Training Institute, naturally, all those promoted must pass through there. Even if the institute doesn't directly decide on promotions, it has a massive influence on weeding out candidates, which astonished his father since the Sun Yang Training Institute is known for its judicial-level rigor. There are no gaps in their schedules, seminars, exams, or evaluations, but during the talk with his father, Du Jun skillfully turned the tables. If you want to be a key player in the group, you must be trained at the Development Institute, where many will seek your help and become your solid network. The Sun Yang director looked satisfied. Indeed, I will build a strong network both inside and outside the conglomerate, his father agreed, while Du Jun added that since his father desired it, grandfather wanted to make them his father's men. His father laughed, saying they would be Du Jun's men instead, but Du Jun only smiled without comment, leaving his father to wonder how he grasped grandfather's intent so quickly. Du Jun replied that his father hadn't foreseen it because he didn't truly care about these things. So his father changed the subject to ask about the institute's current share structure and assets. Du Jun answered gravely that this wasn't just about networking. If it weren't a secret and the other uncles found out, they would protest fiercely, making his father frown in frustration. Is there still a secret behind the instruction to keep it secret? Du Jun asked with a light laugh, noting that grandfather was the one with the most secrets, which made his father sigh. You are much more like grandfather than I am, and being a father is no easy task, his father remarked, and seeing him softer than usual, Du Jun simply remained silent with a smile. Despair at Dahi Construction. The scene shifts to a shabby construction company where employees still report for duty despite the lack of pay. They held on with a final sliver of hope, waiting to receive even a small portion of their unpaid salaries. It was this very illusory hope that was torturing them. At the base of the building, Dao Jun and Wu Shixian stood watching as Dao Jun asked coldly what would become of these people. Wu Shixian merely gave a faint smile and told him that he must be the savior, suggesting that Dao Jun pay their wages and provide bonuses to lift their spirits. Inside the chairman's office, a new confrontation began as a portly man stood up and introduced himself as Jiang Muksun, the CEO of Dahi Construction, while Dao Jun and Wu Shixian sat with 3 other company men as Dao Jun thought with disdain. He wondered why only a steward was present in the chairman's office without the owner, especially since Fantasy had acquired 5% of Dahi's shares immediately upon notification from the major shareholders. Staring at the vacant chairman's seat, Dao Jun told himself that purchasing shares in a nearly bankrupt firm required swift action, particularly since the arrival of a predator like Fantasy, which had swallowed He Jin, terrified them. CEO Jiang Muksun gave a forced smile and remarked on their surprise that a major investor like Fantasy Investment would take an interest in their company, to which Dao Jun offered a response. He wondered if the man was anxious or truly terrified, as the CEO claimed their company was too insignificant for Fantasy's attention and asked for the reason behind their interest. Wu Shixian flashed a professional smile and stated that investors needed no grand reason to buy shares other than profit. But an elderly man sitting nearby suddenly interjected. Attempting to sound wise, the old man remarked that while it might be improper for him to speak, anyone who read the news would know that shares in a failing firm like Dahi Construction were an immense risk. He claimed that stock investors had all been reduced to beggars, while another elderly man added that money should be kept in banks instead, given the high interest rates. Wu Shixian immediately frowned in disdain and turned to the old man, asking if his rank was higher than the CEO's, his expression hardening as he suggested that if he held no high position, he ordered the man to leave, stating that the fact they had gathered shareholders with over 5% just for the CEO to meet them instead of a representative was already annoying enough, and the old man turned pale and fell silent in shame. Dao Jun remained silent while observing Wu Shixian's clear irritation, prompting the portly CEO to stand and bow, asking for their understanding as Director Wu was merely trying to raise funds to save the firm. He mentioned that the director had even gone so far as to meet with an assistant from the Shun Yang Credit Fund, then glanced toward the humiliated elderly man. Understanding the hint, the old man stood and bowed deeply to apologize for his rudeness, but Wu Shixian crossed his arms and coldly told him to leave the room so they could speak in private. The stout CEO signaled to the old man and another associate, who both took the hint and quietly exited the room, leaving the CEO to address Wu Shixian once they were gone. He invited him to continue and asked for the reason behind their sudden interest in purchasing the company's shares, to which Wu Shixian gave a sharp retort before answering. He asked if the CEO shouldn't first explain why he wanted the meeting, while Dao Jun watched Wu Shixian closely. noting that this was the first time he had seen him so surly and aggressive, likely because he suspected the management of he was gutting the company. The portly CEO explained that he only wished to know their motives, as they were clearly targeting something, and urged them to be direct since management was obligated to listen to shareholder requests. Wu Shixian replied that his goal was simply to make money, as that was the nature of an investor, to which the CEO gestured and noted that profit required selling the shares at a higher price than they were bought. But that was clearly impossible, so Wu Shixian feigned a head scratch and remarked that he wasn't certain, though perhaps someone else would be willing to buy it at a better price. Director's expression hardened as he suggested they reconsider, noting that many still held faith in the potential revival of Zia construction. Dao Jun noted that those people were likely preparing to buy back their shares, realizing the opposition was cunning, while Wu Shixian added that their visit was meaningful if the director was trying that hard. Wu Shixian asked him to find that person quickly, and while the director promised to do so, he secretly wondered if they would withdraw their plan before he could ruin everything. He wondered if they were just stalling for time as Wu Shixian stood up, stating that they had said enough and were now taking their leave. The director hurriedly acted polite and shook hands, relieved that the shareholder seemed satisfied, promising to find a buyer to fill Wu Shixian's pockets as Wu gave a businesslike smile. Wu Shixian urged him to act fast with a deadline of tomorrow, causing the portly director to panic and claim that such a short notice was far too difficult. Wu Shixian coldly replied that he would call for an emergency shareholders meeting the morning after tomorrow, warning the man to hurry if he wished to prevent it. After Wu Shixian and Dao Jun left the stunned director behind, Wu impatiently loosened his tie once they were back inside the car. Dao Jun remarked that those scoundrels were definitely up to something, and suggested they immediately assert their right to audit Zia Construction's books and assets tomorrow, impressing Wu with his quick learning. Zia Jun smiled and humbly replied that he still had much to learn from his master, prompting Wu Shixian to laugh and dial a number on his brick-style phone. He ordered his team to assemble the appraisal board immediately and instructed the Sangsing accounting firm to send over their consolidated reports. He told the field investigation team to stand by for a meeting in 10 minutes as the scene shifted to the chairman's grand mansion, where the old man sat with his arms crossed. The chairman asked why Dao Jun wanted to see him so urgently and why he was being kept indoors, to which Dao Jun requested his help, earning a smug smile from his grandfather. The grandfather told him to speak so he could calculate the fee, while Dao Jun secretly smiled, knowing the old man always gave more than he took despite his talk of money. Knowing his grandfather was always generous to him, Dao Jun stated plainly that he was targeting Zia Construction, a vital asset for this year's MAPO SMC project. The chairman told him to get to the point, so Dao Jun explained that the company's management was currently scavenging the final remains of a decaying corpse. He expressed his intent to acquire the firm before that process was finished, leaving the chairman astonished before a delighted grin spread across his face. The chairman laughed heartily and called him a lucky brat, while Dao Jun thought it best to let him believe he had already foreseen the entire plan and its consequences as his grandfather asked thoughtfully. He inquired about the identity of the construction company's CEO, wondering if it was someone from the Jiang family, and Dao Jun confirmed it was director Jiang Muxun. His younger brother, Kang Jungsu, is currently the CEO. The old man asked if he had already met with the executive. Yes, I personally went to verify it and confirmed those individuals are stripping the company's assets. Indeed, as soon as Fantasy acquired a 5% stake in Daihe, they reached out to us. He expressed an interest in repurchasing those shares. The chairman was astonished, noting that in the stock market, many predators use a 5% stake to scavenge for profit. Dao Jun explained that this was Wu Shixian's concept. Since Daihe Construction is weakening and facing bankruptcy rumors, we won't need much capital to seize control. Using a 5% stake to destabilize a firm isn't limited to failing businesses. Some investors become major shareholders in healthy companies just to resell at exorbitant prices. However, acquiring 5% of a stable company requires a massive investment, which is why typical market predators hesitate to take such risks. Stroking his chin, the chairman remarked that they would surely panic and lose sleep if a shareholders' meeting were called for tomorrow. Dao Jun replied that instead of a meeting, he planned to audit their financial records tomorrow to gather proof of their asset embezzlement. The old man asked if he intended to imprison them, and he confirmed that every stolen asset must be recovered for the company. He suggested that if the company is restructured for a fresh start, its reputation will gradually improve. Dao Jun then silently observed his grandfather. The chairman pondered for a moment, noting that since Kang Mu-zun's family holds a significant number of shares, controlling them would simplify securing management rights. Dao Jun added that embezzled cash or assets would face additional penalties if Kang Mu-zun's family converted their holdings into Daihe Construction's property. This would mean fewer shares are required to maintain control. The old man was pleased, as the representative director would then oversee the collective assets. Dao Jun smiled and confirmed that was the case. The chairman added that while the path is long, they are short on time. Everything must be settled with the Daihe Construction acquisition by next month, so they can launch the marble project alongside Yang Kun. By that time, Yang Kun will have become the mayor of Seoul. Dao Jun mentioned that the favor he needed was related to that specific period. The chairman was surprised and reflected briefly, stating that time is a priceless commodity. Dao Jun calmly countered that while longevity is not for sale, one can certainly purchase a person's life. He pointed out that the chairman used wages to purchase the lives of 100,000 Shun Yang employees. The chairman looked at Dao Jun with a mix of awe and a growing headache. The first step is to impose a travel ban on Kang Mu-zun's family. Since a large sum was moved abroad, the Ministry of Justice has ordered an investigation. Dao Jun's eyes lit up as he flattered the old man. The old man told him to massage more vigorously before calling Prosecutor Jin, questioning how they could ignore a failing company while others hoarded wealth during an economic crisis. The chairman interrupted with an authoritative tone. "No, first we must halt the wave of people fleeing abroad. I will investigate thoroughly and report back later. We need a private discussion." Having achieved his goal, the chairman hung up and turned to Du Jun, asking if he was satisfied while the boy warmly massaged his shoulders. "Thank you very much, grandfather." The old man continued his instructions. "Merely reviewing the ledgers tomorrow won't suffice. You must secure concrete evidence to charge the board with embezzlement. If the tax bureau and the prosecution intervene together, the opposition will surely yield." Du Jun was surprised, wondering what surrender meant in his grandfather's plan. Closing his eyes, the chairman asked, "Du Jun, what is the primary goal of acquiring Daihe Construction?" When he mentioned the SMC project's success, the old man told him to pause. "We can calculate the later steps in due time." Du Jun reflected on this lesson, realizing he should focus solely on immediate objectives and the actions required right now. The more urgent the situation, the more you must narrow your focus to short-term goals instead of distant visions, his grandfather added. To form an alliance after the June elections, you must control Daihe Construction by early next year. That is correct. Then if the prosecution investigates the embezzlement, the process of recovering frozen assets could drag on for several years. During that period, Daihe will collapse and creditors will liquidate its assets. It would take at least 2 years for you to take control. Du Jun finally grasped the core problem. It was a matter of time. He had requested to speed things up, and this was the solution. Surrender meant providing the opposition with a way out. The old man gave a cold, satisfied laugh. Exactly. The authorities are merely tools of intimidation to force a choice, prison and poverty, or surrendering their assets to escape abroad. Du Jun was stunned by such formidable power, the ability to manipulate state agencies at will. Even trillions of won could not purchase the authority to start or stop investigations on a whim. His grandfather used time to bridge financial gaps and money to buy the consciences of officials. Once their integrity was sold, he held them in the palm of his hand. This was the cycle of power within Sun Yang. Du Jun's fingers trembled slightly as he massaged, finally realizing that money truly could buy time itself. As his grandfather remained deep in thought about the calculations of the wealthy, Du Jun quickly regained his composure and promised to handle the surrender negotiations. "Please continue coordinating the authorities as planned." The chairman chuckled mischievously, eager to see his performance, while the boy promised to give his absolute best. "Don't just give me empty words," the old man warned. Du Jun replied respectfully, "Whatever you require, please instruct me, and I shall listen with the utmost seriousness." After a moment of reflection, the chairman spoke. "If you take over Daihe Construction, you must fill the vacant leadership positions with my own people." Jun stiffened as he realized the nature of the request. If even the CEO and the ultimate decision-makers were his grandfather's appointees, then who would truly own Daihe Construction? To whom would it truly belong? Chairman Jin looked at Du Jun with a meaningful gaze, noting that since the boy lacked his own trusted allies, he had no choice but to use his grandfather's men. Regarding who he had targeted, Dao Jun proposed a solution, noting that many high-quality personnel remained at the collapsed Dongsu and Jiu Cheng construction companies. Promoting department heads to executive roles at he would immediately improve the situation, prompting the surprised chairman to ask if he had even planned the personnel appointments. to which Dao Jun feigned a smile and asked for his opinion, only for the chairman to cross his arms and sarcastically disagree. Construction company executives are only skilled at managing sites and laborers who are accustomed to drinking rice wine at lunch and intimidating evicted residents. Hearing that such men were being promoted to high positions, Dao Jun fell silent, realizing he had underestimated the human resource factor within the construction industry. He had assumed anyone above the rank of CEO could become a politician, but perhaps he had miscalculated this move. Noticing his grandson's hesitation, the chairman asked if he was wavering, wondering if he feared the glass offered was poison or medicine, or if a company filled with the chairman's people would cause him to lose everything to Shun Yang. Dao Jun froze at those words, realizing that nothing could be hidden from such a seasoned tycoon, yet he struggled to maintain his composure and speak persuasively. He reminded him that he had promised to hand He Construction over to Shun Yang, but Chairman Jin laughed coldly, doubting an ambitious person like him would truly surrender it. As Dao Jun stood there stiffly, wondering how his grandfather could predict everything, the chairman questioned whether he should believe those words while watching his grandson remain motionless. With an unreadable gaze, Chairman Jin asked what he was thinking about so seriously, and continued to provoke him by pointing out that all he possessed was cash. He noted that the boy lacked time, power, and especially manpower, warning that rejecting the offer would lead to the destruction of not only He, but SMC as well. Dao Jun realized the truth in his words, acknowledging he should only worry when he still had options. Yet the one consistent thing his grandfather always provided was manpower. He decided to compromise on personnel, but insisted that the chief auditor position must be filled by Wu Shixuan's person, prompting a cunning smile from the chairman. Dao Jun remained silent when asked if he wanted the key to the treasure vault, as Chairman Jin's tone turned serious, reflecting his harrowing life experiences. He explained to Dao Jun that those in construction are masters at embezzling costs and can mobilize hundreds of workers in an instant. He asked if Dao Jun thought that was all, questioning if Wu Shixuan could even distinguish between raw timber worth tens of millions of won and cheap wood worth only a few dozen. Could someone accustomed only to typing on a computer recognize raw timber when they even dare to skim off the weight of steel reinforcements and the workers' side dishes? Dao Jun was startled to realize he hadn't fully anticipated this issue, while a cheerful Chairman Jin asked if he still didn't understand, leading Dao Jun to fall into deep thought before suddenly having an epiphany. Realizing construction was a hotbed for Korean corporate corruption involving backroom deals and cost skimming, he wondered if his grandfather was advising him to seize the entire system and get his hands dirty to see the truth, as the chairman watched him with pride. He told him that if he could comfortably control the executives of construction companies, it would mean he had finally learned how to manage servants. They will intuitively understand the necessary maneuvers to secure the funds you require. And when it comes to clandestine dealings, no entity is more reliable than a construction firm. Dao Jun suddenly realized he had only grasped half of the chairman's intent, as acquiring He Construction was not just a stepping stone, but a way to protect his hidden capital from financial traps. He smiled at his cunning grandfather, realizing he was being taught the most valuable practical lessons, while Chairman Sun Yang stated he would send the audit team from Sun Yang Construction tomorrow, noting that Wu Shixian was nothing compared to their subordinate auditors. They only need to review the invoices and tax records for everything to come to light, leading Dao Jun to think that his grandfather had already helped him immensely. He felt that failing to completely take over He would be a sign of incompetence, so he bowed and thanked him, though the old man replied that gratitude should be reserved for when the task is finished, leaving Dao Jun to look up in a daze. You must understand that these actions are not entirely for your sake, as they also serve the interests of Sun Yang. So do not look down on this old man or complain about getting your hands dirty, the chairman said before laughing heartily. Dao Jun mused that the man was always playing a game of push and pull to back him into a corner, just as the scene shifted to the He Construction building, where employees were staring toward the main entrance in confusion. The receptionist froze as a formidable group marched in, led by Wu Shixian, and a team exuding an overwhelming aura that immediately captured everyone's attention. The portly director rushed over and asked what was happening, to which Wu Shixian calmly stroked his chin and questioned if he really wanted to discuss the matter right there. "Everyone will hear us," he warned, causing the fat director's face to flush with anger. Yet he dared not object and instead invited him into the meeting room while watching Wu Shixian walk away leisurely. He turned to demand what kind of game was being played and how a buyer could have been found overnight, insisting that he had promised to resolve everything within the day. Wu Shixian calmly replied by asking if the executive in charge had arrived yet, stating that everything was over and that they would now represent the shareholders' interests, leaving the fat director stunned. A man in a black suit from Wu Shixian's group spoke up sharply, citing Article 14, Clause 5 of the Independent Audit Act regarding joint stock companies. Shareholders or creditors have the right to examine all documents related to business operations at any time after paying the prescribed fees. Demand the handover of these documents, Wu Shixian emphasized, asking if he understood before ordering all settlement records from the past 2 years and related vouchers to be brought to the room. As a shareholder, I doubt the management's competence and wonder how you all ran this company into such a state. I want to investigate this myself, which left the fat director pale and frozen as he watched the newcomers take complete control of the situation. A member of Wu Shixian's team spoke coldly, asking the director what he was waiting for and demanding that the requested documents be produced immediately. Unless you want this matter to escalate further, he added, causing the fat director to break into a cold sweat as the scene shifted to another room where a loud voice rang out. Are the people from Fantasy demanding an audit and waiting in the conference room? He shouted, questioning how this happened after being told it would be handled quietly, as the fat director hurried to respond. Clearly stated my intention was to sell the shares. I never expected them to launch a sneak attack like this, the man snapped. Just how are you doing your job? It turned out this man was Jiang Wuxun, the CEO of DHA Construction. The fat man remained silent, not knowing how to respond, as Jiang Wuxun reached out and dialed a number on the desk phone. He spoke into the receiver. This is CEO Jiang. Suddenly, he panicked. What? Your side was hit too? Have they already swarmed your accounting office? The voice on the other end stammered incoherently. The two Jiang brothers were sitting in a private room, with the elder brother pacing restlessly. The fat man tried to appear calm, telling him not to worry too much. How could those investors from Zuyudu possibly find what we've hidden so carefully within those documents? They are just trying to apply pressure for better negotiation terms. It won't be that easy. Jiang Wuxun remained pensive, not saying a word. The fat man said smugly, they don't know exactly what they're looking for. They will surely have to call us after getting buried in that mess of paperwork. At the same time, in the massive archive room, countless files and ledgers were spread out across the tables. Dao Jun's team split up to search for traces of embezzlement. Everyone worked with great seriousness, meticulously tracing every remaining clue. While Dao Jun was intently studying a document, an employee approached Wu Shixian and reported, Director Wu, please take a look at this. It seems to be due to unusual foreign exchange speculation. Wu Shixian examined it carefully. The person continued, furthermore, the final transfer was never sent back to the country. Wu Shixian asked, so they intentionally ignored the exchange rates and embezzled the dollars as well. Yes, they made false declarations about importing raw materials to obtain dollars, then used that foreign currency for speculation. With the exchange rates currently fluctuating wildly, they are siphoning off money aggressively. Jun asked further, was the raw material import also a lie? Absolutely. Looking at this invoice, it shows they were importing high-end interior fixtures like chandeliers. For this quantity, they should have needed about 6 containers, but they only actually received 1. These men have colluded with customs as well. Wu Shixian stared thoughtfully at the documents for a while before looking up to ask, are you sure? The employee replied firmly, absolutely, we have handled these products hundreds of times. While I don't know what their homes look like or how many items they have, I know the size and value of every single piece. Mr. Wu closed his eyes solemnly. He then stood up and declared, then let's go straight to the CEO's office. Dao Jun quickly intervened. Wait, you should call to confirm first. Dao Jun then pulled out his phone and made a call. The person on the other end asked, what is it? Dao Jun said, you sent such capable people. They found a shocking secret in less than 2 hours. At this rate, the upper hand will be firmly in my hands. The chairman on the other end laughed loudly. See, as they say, only true professionals were brought in. Dao Jun replied confidently, I've seen it with my own eyes, so I understand perfectly now. The old man continued, I will call the prosecutor's office today. They will bring a search warrant. Dao Jun quickly thanked him. Thank you, grandfather. He hung up the phone with satisfaction, turned to the other two and said cheerfully, let's go. Dao Jun and the others headed to the CEO's office, where the fat man quickly stood up and greeted them with a fake smile. "Oh, hello, why have you all arrived so soon? There is still plenty of time for a thorough inspection. Don't you want to see the documents that everyone has been waiting for so long?" Jiang Muxuan wore a faint smirk, while Dao Jun simply smiled back at the two men and remarked that their behavior made it clear why the company had fallen into such a state, asking if they truly believed he had spent the last 2 hours merely overturning furniture. Two brothers asked in a panic who he thought he was to speak so insolently, to which Dao Jun replied with a smile that he was the person who had just reported the board and owners of Dihi Construction to the prosecutors, asking if that was sufficient reason for them to mind their manners. The brothers stood up in terror, exclaiming in shock, while Dao Jun calmly noted that they likely had 3 or 4 informants planted within the prosecutor's office already. He told them to verify it themselves if they doubted him, leading the brothers to exchange a silent signal before the stout one rushed out of the room to confirm Dao Jun's claims. Jiang Muxuan pointed an angry finger, demanding to know what game they were playing and warning that if the company went bankrupt, their shares would be worth nothing more than a pile of scrap paper. Dao Jun watched him as if observing a circus clown's performance, while Wu Shixuan merely looked on with disdain, not even bothering to offer a response. At that moment, the stout man burst back into the room shouting that the Western District Prosecutor's Financial Investigation Unit had already issued orders. Noting that everything was moving so quickly, it seemed someone was exerting immense pressure on them. Jiang Muxuan ground his teeth and cursed, while Dao Jun smiled at his grandfather, stating that the acquisition of He Jin and the takeover of Sun Yangmoto were now complete. He remarked that they needed their own eyes and ears in those transactions, since Mr. Jiang and his associates had breached their partnership agreement, then addressed Director Jiang Muxuan directly. He asked if the voluntary assistance of government officials would be considered bribery, and suggested that the director's experience might provide some valuable insight, leaving Jiang Muxuan fuming in helpless rage, as Dao Jun turned to the Jiang brothers with a freezing tone. He informed them that their entire family and the board of directors were now under a travel ban, warning them not to dream of escaping on a night flight and telling them to simply accept the coming ordeal. As the Jiang brothers stood frozen in shock, Wu Shixuan stepped forward to twist the knife, telling them to call him if they felt intimidated by the investigators since they already had his number. He warned them not to fabricate stories before the investigation began, leaving the brothers completely paralyzed, while an emergency meeting of construction industry leaders took place that night at the chairman's mansion. The chairman looked around and asked who the youngest person present was, prompting Sun Yang Construction Director Song Chun to stand and identify Director Jin En-shi of the support department, who immediately bowed. The chairman expressed surprise at his rapid promotion, to which the man replied that he had been elevated to director following the periodic review last spring. His grandfather remarked that rising so quickly in just a year meant he was favored by the times, causing a stir in the meeting room as they discussed his jump from director to executive director. Just a single year. The chairman's secretary explained that a transfer to another company was imminent, promising that the compensation and rank would be higher than at Sun Yang Construction, involving a promotion of at least 1 or 2 levels. Confusion spread as they wondered about the transfer, fearing it might be a demotion if the new firm wasn't a direct subsidiary. But the secretary continued the announcement. He stated that Executive Director Pu Shi-yin would be appointed as Representative Director, Yin Gang-tai would become Vice Director, and Director Jin En-shi would take over as Executive Director of the Business Management Department. With the entire leadership structure being reshuffled, they wondered what this new company was, knowing that if it matched Sun Yang's stature it was a promotion, but fearing the alternative. The secretary revealed a shocking name. Everyone's new company was Diha Construction. The room nearly erupted in chaos, as Diha was on the verge of bankruptcy and had no ties to the Sun Yang Group. At that moment, the chairman spoke in a commanding tone, promising an explanation to put their minds at ease, and the crowd immediately sat back down. He chuckled, announcing that Diha Construction was about to fall into Fantasy's hands. "You all know Fantasy, right?" someone replied. "The company that acquired Hajin and is merging with Sun Yang, correct?" "Exactly that, investor. The partnership is underway. Within 2 months, they are expected to become Diha's largest shareholder." A balding director with a protruding belly chimed in. "I heard Diha is about to declare bankruptcy." The chairman calmly stated that he would take control before it collapsed and restore it to its normal course, warning them not to interrupt him, causing everyone to bow in apology. In short, their mission was clear: ensure Diha returned to normal as quickly as possible. "Yes, Chairman," they replied as he closed his eyes with a satisfied smirk. Once Diha stabilized, it would remain a Sun Yang subsidiary for 2 years rather than merging directly into Sun Yang Construction. A merger would mean job cuts, so DHA would exist as a separate construction unit within the group. A bespectacled veteran interrupted Chairman Jin, asking for forgiveness before inquiring about the true relationship between Fantasy and Sun Yang. He wondered if Fantasy was an investment firm the chairman had secretly established, a question that froze the entire meeting room as Chairman Jin merely offered a slight smirk. "I wish Fantasy belonged to me," he remarked, noting rumors of the company's massive cash reserves. The veteran remained confused, but as he prepared to ask more, the chairman crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. Secretary Lee Hez held his breath, not daring to make a sound, wondering if he would finally get an answer today. Chairman Jin suddenly revealed that Fantasy's majority shareholder was someone he trusted implicitly, much like those present. That person had used their own capital to build the company. Lee Hezai was stunned, as only one face came to mind upon hearing such high praise. Jin Daejun. He clenched his fists as he looked at Chairman Jin's meaningful smile, realizing the final piece of the puzzle had finally clicked into place. Chairman Jin never supported anyone who wasn't of his own blood. The person he trusted completely, the key figure hunting domestic assets for Fantasy, could only be Jin Daejun. The inheritance would likely go to the grandson rather than the son. The secretary could only silently accept this reality. At the prosecutor's office, the tide had turned completely. Inside the South Korean prosecutor's office, amidst piles of paperwork, Kang Muksun sat across from Daejun, Woo Shixian, and another mysterious man. Daejun spoke in a negotiating tone, asking Chairman Kang if there was any better offer than the one he had presented. Kang Muksun grimaced in silence as Daejun continued to press him, leaving no room for refusal. He would have enough money to secure his life without needing to flee abroad. He could return at any time or even simply remain settled in South Korea. However, if he refused, every cent of the salary the company had paid his children would be deemed illegal and would have to be repaid in full. Kang Muksun glared at the mushroom-haired man who was eating nonchalantly, gritting his teeth in rage, as he recalled a chaotic confrontation that had taken place earlier in the office. The mushroom-haired man pointed at the security seal and reminded Jiang Wuksun, who roared, "You bastard, how dare you?" While the man calmly took a puff of his cigarette and muttered, "Scoundrel. While the nation faces economic collapse due to a dollar shortage, you have embezzled everything. Do you really think anyone would object if you were sentenced to death?" Jiang Wuksun could only grit his teeth in resentment as the director calmly offered him a pack, asking if he wanted a smoke, to which he replied, "How ridiculous. Why is the prosecutor's office doing this to me?" The director took a slow, long drag and asked who he thought held absolute power in the country today, leaving Jiang Wuksun panicked as he wondered if it was the high-ranking officials. "No, currently the one who holds the dollars is king," the director replied, noting that Fantasy Investment holds the currency and is negotiating with the government to release it if they acquire DAH Construction. Unfortunately, Director Jiang has become their target, making Jiang Wuksun feel as if his entire world was collapsing, especially since the director added that the evidence of his embezzlement was undeniable. With everything from executive testimonies to complete documentation, he could no longer interfere, realizing this meant he would inevitably face prosecution. To avoid disaster, it is best not to take any side. Jiang Wuksun snapped out of his painful memory, looked at Dao Jun and thought, "Fantasy Investment?" before finally asking what he truly wanted. Dao Jun replied that he should bring all the money he embezzled from the company, and they would fairly purchase the shares currently held by his family. With that amount, he would never have to worry about his old age, as Dao Jun smirked and assured him that the investigation would be closed immediately. Hearing this, Jiang turned pale as a ghost, knowing he had lost the game entirely, and could only bow his head in surrender, promising full cooperation if they kept their word. Dao Jun beamed with satisfaction like a farmer with a bumper crop for finally clearing out this trash, before his luxury car sped off down the boulevard. Inside the car, Woo Shixian began calculating and estimated they might recover about 8 billion won. But Dao Jun shook his head and coolly stated it would be at least 150 billion, leaving Woo shocked enough to exclaim, "As much as 200 billion won." Woo Shixian gritted his teeth and remarked that they were truly vermin, as that 8 billion was likely just the tip of the iceberg from the previous year. Since that man had bled the company dry to the bone, they had to recover every cent, to which Dao Jun indifferently replied that it would certainly be done. That old fox must be made to suffer, with the rest of his life valued by the very money he swallowed. Woo Shixian, still unsatisfied, added that even if they stripped him bare, he still felt enraged thinking such scum could enjoy his retirement with the lucrative share proceeds. But Dao Jun coldly concluded that wouldn't happen, as all that money would be seized to reimburse the company budget. Wu stared in shock, asking if he truly intended to leave the man penniless and homeless, to which Dao Jun shrugged and said that reincarnation is an art. One must find the right parents, or better yet, a formidable grandfather. Speechless at his nephew's sarcasm, Wu could only stare blankly as Dao Jun turned to gaze out the window, his expression pensive as he reflected on the nature of life. This life is truly a dark comedy, where the world turns according to the whims of those in power, and the wealthy view the world as their personal playground. Meanwhile, those with nothing see life as a living hell, a brutal reality he had felt deep within his bones. The scene then transitions to an office radiating authority. While leisurely sipping a cup of bitter coffee, the elderly chairman inquired if that stubborn director Gan had surrendered so easily, to which Du Jun reported that the man had confessed to embezzling 80 billion won. Currently, Sun Yang's audit task force, alongside meticulous accounting experts, is digging through every dark record from the past several years. The prosecutor's significant assistance, a treasure trove of even more shocking secrets is bound to be uncovered. The chairman then narrowed his eyes and asked if Du Jun intended to pay in cash for the share transfer, noting that such a sum was certainly no small pittance. Du Jun replied with a smile that the truth eventually comes to light, and since the embezzlement was exposed, he planned to use the proceeds from the man's share sale to compensate the company directly so the director could avoid rotting in prison. The chairman chuckled with delight, remarking that Director Gan would soon be joining the ranks of beggars. But Du Jun's expression hardened as he declared his utter intolerance for such a man, prompting the surprised chairman to ask if he truly found him unforgivable. What monumental event could have provoked my usually composed grandson to such a degree? Dao Jun replied with fury that despite the delayed wages and hardships, had he been willing to part with even a small portion to pay his loyal staff, I might have shown mercy and granted him some pittance to survive on. Instead, his selfishness has plunged 2,000 employees into misery, forcing them to struggle for survival. With bank credit channels recently paralyzed, many have had to rely on corporate bonds just to endure each day. A man like Director Jiang Wu Cheng must also taste the bitterness of their despair. Hearing this, the old chairman sighed with deep emotion. Life is truly unpredictable. How is it that you understand the innermost struggles of these wage earners so profoundly? Dao Jun lowered his head in reflection, for he too had once been a mere employee whose family nearly collapsed upon seeing a month's wages withheld. They were shattered and drowning in a quagmire of debt. He understood that agonizing sensation better than anyone else. Dao Jun replied, I can never forget the expressions of the DAEA employees when I first arrived there. The old chairman closed his eyes in contemplation and said, very well, do not lose that feeling. No matter what happens, you must ensure your workers are fed, as nothing is more tragic than starvation. Dao Jun looked up at the old man in surprise, wondering if he truly possessed such a side. He was a cold, unfeeling man who cared only for profits and costs, even ignoring the deaths of workers at construction sites. The old chairman continued his lecture, explaining that people will betray you when pushed to the brink and stripped of their basic livelihoods. One only needs to look at DAEA now. All the employees who handled financial records are united in their resolve to track down the fund's Director Jiang is hiding, are they not? Dao Jun suddenly realized that the old man's words about not letting employees go hungry held a deeper meaning. The old man continued, only two types of people will betray you, those driven to desperation who can no longer endure, and those whose insatiable greed knows no bounds. Regarding the former, it is your failure for not providing them with enough to eat. As for the latter, it is your fault for misjudging their character. Engrave this into your heart. Dao Jun feigned a serious expression and complied, though he thought to himself, he isn't moved by compassion. He is merely being cautious and guarded. On February 25, 1998, the new president of the Republic of Korea was officially inaugurated. He declared, to my precious and esteemed citizens, today I officially assume the office of the 15th president of the Republic of Korea. On a beautiful day, within a vast skyscraper like any other, Wu Shizun and Dao Jun sat with several high-ranking officials. Wu Shizun said, I am considering the innocent employees of DAEA. If the lenders show a bit more leniency, those workers won't lose their livelihoods or end up homeless. The official then asked, what specific measures do you want us to implement? At that moment, Wu Shizun presented a stack of confidential documents, which the officials received with bewildered expressions. Wu Shizun continued, explaining that the organizational chart clearly showed their inseparable link to the Songjiang group, which caused the officials to begin whispering among themselves. Wu Shizun then asked if they still harbored doubts about whether an investment fund focused on profit could effectively manage a construction empire. The officials exchanged silent glances until the one in the center, acting as their representative, agreed that Fantasy's board of directors possessed great foresight. He then asked what the Fantasy Alliance truly desired from them, to which Wu Shixun candidly requested a credit extension of at least 1 year. When the officials asked if there was anything else, Wu Shixun added that they required a reduction in late payment interest and total debt forgiveness. Furthermore, he demanded the transfer of voting rights for the DAEA shares currently held by the banks, causing the officials to look at one another in surprise. Stout official argued that those shares were their final safeguard for monitoring the debtors' operations, questioning why they should hand them over. Wu Shixun confidently asserted that such measures were necessary to restrain a failing entity like DAEA, promising to return the shares once stability was restored, leaving the room in silence. Meanwhile, at the Songjiang Group headquarters, the uncle stared at a stack of personnel orders, wondering why several construction directors had resigned simultaneously without informing him. A subordinate reported that Director Hong Shengui had acted under Chairman He's orders and had personally orchestrated the recruitment of the Beijing CEO. Those who resigned were now gathered at Fantasy's office in the Jigudo Sanctuary, and Pu was stunned to hear the names Fantasy and Wu Shixun linked together. The subordinate hurriedly confirmed that the acquisition of Songjiang Motors by Fantasy was undoubtedly connected to the chairman's own father. The uncle's head throbbed as he calculated the possibilities, concluding that Fantasy couldn't be the old man's secret treasury, as he wouldn't draw such public attention to it. He turned to his men in a rage, demanding better intelligence, while the terrified subordinate stammered apologies, explaining that the other side was keeping everything strictly confidential. The vice chairman considered investigating personally, but hesitated to protect his status, grumbling that his father's associates were all cunning foxes who revealed nothing. The subordinate quickly suggested Jin Zhengxi, a power-hungry young man who would surely come running if the vice chairman merely beckoned him. Finding the idea persuasive, the uncle ordered a private dinner to be arranged, emphasizing the need for a gentle approach to avoid alerting their enemies. At the lavish banquet, the uncle spoke with feigned sincerity as he poured wine to offer a belated congratulation on Jin Zhengxi's recent promotion. When Jin Zhengxi humbly declined the praise, the uncle feigned surprise, asking why he had submitted his resignation so soon after being promoted. After Jin explained his hasty departure, the uncle smiled generously, remarking that he was still a Songjiang man regardless of his employer, before asking if working for Wu Shixun was stressful. The vice chairman secretly noted the man's lack of caution and began fishing for information. As soon as work was mentioned, Director Jin spoke at length about the DAEA construction acquisition and the Sungam Media City project. Everything was prepared and ready to go within 6 months, leaving the uncle bewildered as he wondered what nonsense the man was spouting about a digital city. In his excitement, Jin inadvertently praised manager Du Jun for his exceptional talent, remarking that the boy seemed like the true mastermind pulling the strings rather than a mere intern, proving that greatness runs in the family. Startled by the name Du Jun, the uncle urgently asked if it was his youngest nephew, to which a stunned Jin replied by asking if he was unaware that the young master was assisting Director Wu. The man could not believe his ears and wondered what his precious nephew could possibly learn in such a place. And though Jin apologized for his slip of tongue, the uncle smirked and dismissed it, claiming he was too busy to worry about his nephew's trivial antics. He encouraged Jin to speak freely, leading Jin to reveal that the boy's goal was to become an investment shark and a master of mergers and acquisitions. Upon hearing this, the uncle was secretly overjoyed, thinking that the boy had no interest in fighting for power within Sun Yang and instead preferred to be a mere businessman. He concluded that the boy would never reach the throne and felt relieved that instead of becoming a prosecutor, his nephew was just as money-hungry as the rest of the family. He poured more wine for Jin to loosen his tongue and inquired if the Trillion-1 project was truly lucrative, to which an enthusiastic Jin guaranteed 100% success with no possibility of failure. Hearing the Trillion-1 figure, the vice chairman dazed off thinking of his father but quickly snapped back when Jin spoke, concluding that even if the project succeeded, Fantasy would consume it all, leaving Sun Yang with nothing. At that moment, Jin stammered that the chairman had said something different, and hearing that title, the uncle's ears perked up instantly as if he had been struck by lightning. Recalling his father's calculations, he stood stunned for a moment until Jin's voice brought him back, at which point he feigned agreement and continued the conversation. Indeed, even if the project is successful, merging it with Sun Yang Construction remains difficult, as Fantasy will undoubtedly acquire DAEA. However, Jin Yishi stammered that the chairman's words were different, causing the uncle to immediately turn serious and pretend to maintain his distance. Claiming he was only discussing business, the uncle later encountered the second uncle in a tense meeting at Sun Yang and bluntly asked why he hadn't called ahead, noting it was strange for employees from the adjacent office to visit. The second brother defensively noted that those people had never set foot in the room before, while the eldest brother simply smirked and continued to probe without offering an explanation. He asked if his brother knew about the mass resignations of Sun Yang Construction's directors that were causing a stir, to which the brother cautiously replied that he was aware, and was then asked if he knew the reason. Brother mentioned he had only heard uncertain rumors, asking if it involved director Wu Shikshuan of Fantasy, and confirmed they were reportedly operating in Ueda. The eldest brother secretly confirmed his suspicions, noting that Jin Rongjai's informants were indeed sharp, and that he surely knew this was a maneuver to take over DAEA construction. Then posed a more pointed question about the connection between their father, Fantasy, and Wu Shikshuan, to which the second brother calmly asked if he had noticed something. "And what about you, do you not care?" "It is not yet time," the younger brother replied. "I suspect it is because of Run Jai. Father adores Dao Jun, so he naturally values Run Jai. Furthermore, the boy is currently a prolific earner, so perhaps father intends to bestow a gift upon his youngest son," he said, though the eldest brother frowned at such a fantasy. Father granted Run Jai both the construction and automotive sectors. "Do you not think he is showing him excessive favor?" "You mean Deya Construction?" the younger brother asked. "Deya's assets are merely half of Shun Yang Constructions, and father has not divided Shun Yang for him," he noted, prompting the eldest brother to smirk with triumphant derision. He continued his verbal assault, remarking that since the younger brother seemed so unperturbed, he must be unaware of Deya's primary project for the current year. The younger brother realized he lacked this information and wondered if a secret had been uncovered. The eldest then revealed that Deya was pursuing a 1 trillion deal, causing the second brother to leap up in shock. "Did you just mention a 1 trillion project for Deya?" "Indeed, and if it succeeds, Deya could potentially rival Shun Yang Construction. We must determine why father diverted this project to someone else," the eldest said, while the younger brother, still stunned, questioned how a 1 trillion deal could exist during the IMF crisis, especially for a nearly bankrupt firm like Deya that should be repaying debts. "Yet what if father is the one orchestrating everything?" the eldest suggested, as the younger brother stared back skeptically, unsure if he was being serious or merely jesting. The younger brother listened as the eldest emphasized that father had already handed an automotive company over to Run Jai. "What then of that 1 trillion enterprise? Could we consider it the next gift intended for Run Jai?" the eldest asked, his provocations becoming increasingly extreme to his brother's ears. Clenching his fists, the younger brother shouted to know his sibling's true aim, but the eldest calmly told him to ask father who he was protecting and for what reason. "In this struggle for Shun Yang, the two of us are enough," the eldest stated, nearly driving his brother mad as he questioned if they weren't afraid of father growing weary of their constant interference. After his outburst, the younger brother quietly pondered the suggestion that proposing to acquire Deya and ensure the project's success would constitute a legitimate business move rather than a complaint. "If we wish to avoid appearing as supplicants to father, we must first exchange our information," the eldest said, though his condescending tone deeply irritated the younger brother. Regaining his composure, he stated that Run Jai was not the one involved, as their conversation had made it clear that this was not what Run Jai desired. "He only wants to provide something for Dao Jun," he explained, and when the eldest brother, Rong Jai, expressed shock at Run Jai's lack of greed, he noted that Run Jai was also a father. Had he truly coveted Shun Yang, he would never have said those things. "We simply need to ensure we do not fail him," he said, noting that compared to Run Jai, Dao Jun appeared to wield more influence since father valued him highly, and the boy never disappointed, leading the eldest to conclude that father was grooming Dao Jun as an investment expert. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely, the boy is currently training under Wu Shixian," he replied, though the younger brother argued that Shixian had been cast aside and Hua Yang had no chance. The two brothers were lost in a pensive stalemate, unable to identify the mysterious figure behind these maneuvers. That evening at the chairman's residence, he questioned his sons about their ties to fantasy, but both Jin Yangji and Jin Zhangji remained silent. The chairman was visibly irritated as he addressed them individually. "Jin Yangji, and you, Jin Zhangji. First of all, you must learn to distinguish between those who wield a knife and those who bring roses. Do you two really believe you are fit to discuss the succession of the Shenyang group?" Both men were taken aback by their father's blunt inquiry. The chairman went on, "Have you forgot? Just a few months ago, they brought $1 billion to exchange for local currency, covering all fees and even the shares held by Shenyang Modo. I have never encountered such a blatant thief in my entire life. Yet you have the audacity to ask about my relationship with them. The eldest son began to sweat profusely. He remained silent, but the second son asked, "If you didn't know them, why did you agree to such an illicit transaction?" The chairman countered with his own question. "What would have happened if I hadn't?" The second son realized his mistake, knowing the company wouldn't have survived 10 days, let alone half a month at that time. He recalled the desperation of facing bankruptcy, realizing that any of them would have been forced to accept even the most outrageous demands. Bowing his head, he apologized for his slip of the tongue. The chairman, still displeased, explained that he sacrificed Shenyang Modo and a small portion of the group to navigate the IMF crisis. "Do not feel so aggrieved," he said. The eldest son then spoke up. "But father, we didn't have to lend a hand to a knife-wielding thief." The father replied sharply, "Before you try to justify yourselves, reflect on why I made that choice. It is absurd that you would question my decisions." The sons quickly backtracked, claiming they only wanted to understand his perspective better and meant no disrespect. The chairman continued, "What was it called? The giant wooden horse used in war to hide soldiers? Ah, the Trojan horse." The eldest son was startled, while the chairman wore a cunning smirk. "Naturally, I intend to recover both the principal and the interest." The two brothers finally understood the grand scheme. In the end, they were merely overgrown children who still ran to their father for help in their 50s. Yet he still hadn't addressed the matter of Dao Jun and Dia construction. The chairman looked at Dao Jun, who remained steadfast, and his knowing smile widened as he remarked that fantasy was merely a tool for him. They intend to use Shenyang's influence to absorb Dia construction and launch that massive project, growing significantly in the process. Once Dia infiltrates the Ajin group, we will seize Ajin ourselves. Losing Shenyang Modo was simply the price for acquiring Ajin construction and Dia. It is a profitable trade, is it not? The eldest son felt like a fool as the chairman noted that his sons would likely be the ones to finalize the takeover. The eldest son expressed his gratitude, promising to remember the advice, while the second son remained deep in thought, sensing that the full truth was still hidden. His father always acts as if he has disclosed everything, yet he surely keeps his strategic cards hidden. The second son questioned how the ultimate owner was not Sun Yang despite reclaiming Ajin Group and DA Construction. The chairman was surprised and asked what he meant, so the second son continued, explaining that Sun Yang Motors had been completely separated and suggesting that this sector should be handed over to Yun Jai. Claiming Ajin Group remained the immediate priority, of course, but the chairman was stunned to hear his second son bring up Yun Jai. Standing nearby, the eldest son gritted his teeth, wondering if his brother dared to bypass the family's eldest grandson, while the chairman silently watched his sons and noted the eldest's suppressed rage. Meanwhile, the second son feigned indifference while skillfully concealing his calculations, leading the chairman to wonder who was truly protecting whom. They were merely spectators who watched helplessly as an inexperienced grandson snatched the company. So the chairman called out to his second son, Rong Jai, who quickly answered. He irritably asked where the son had learned to treat his father's property as his own, causing the second son, who had been feigning kindness, to bow his head and offer a hurried explanation after the rebuke. He apologized for his slip of the tongue, claiming he only spoke out of pity for Dao Jun, but the chairman cut him off, saying he had heard enough and telling them both to leave. He ordered them to focus on reclaiming what had been stolen, and the two sons obediently nodded before the chairman spoke again. At the end of the month, they will announce the relaunch of Ajin Group, so both of you should attend to offer congratulations and remember to encourage Director Zhu Jiahe. He will have to fight hard on another front, the chairman added softly, telling them to watch closely as their Sun Yang fell into the hands of another. After asking if they understood, the two sons, each with their own hidden thoughts, grasped the underlying message and silently turned to depart. Once his sons were gone, the elderly chairman sighed heavily, thinking that protecting his grandson from these predatory sons would be no simple task. He mocked himself for playing the fool and lying in his old age. And later, at the ceremony for Ajin Group's relaunch and the new director's inauguration, the director took the podium to greet the guests. He thanked the audience for their presence, noting that he was back in this position after nearly destroying Ajin, then paused to feign emotion before continuing. He spoke of a young company looking toward the future and preparing to achieve the impossible through creativity and a strong will, stating this was the image they must strive to recover. From this moment on, they would discard the names of Ajin and Sun Yang from the past in favor of a new name, Ajin Motors. They pledged to make the company last forever. While back at the Grand Mansion, the chairman expressed his surprise at Dao Jun's early arrival. maintaining the air of a respectful grandson. He entered and greeted his grandfather, who asked why he had come so early when the party was just getting lively. Dao Jun politely replied that it was only because of his grandfather that he had officially become the chairman of Ajin Group, so he could not possibly enjoy it alone. "I would like to offer you a celebratory toast," he said, and though the chairman eyed the glass, wondering why he was being served wine from a nearly bankrupt firm, Dao Jun only smiled. This wine carries a 70-year legacy, and Jiang Heyak, the founder of the Beihua brand, likely never anticipated that this particular line would endure for such a long time. Even though the company has collapsed, Beihua wine remains widely available, and he looked directly at his grandfather, asserting that the brand would never truly vanish. The old man took the bottle and studied the label intently, agreeing that while owners may change, the brand persists, before raising his glass in approval of that sentiment. "Take a sip and see," he said, knowing the chairman surely grasped the subtext that Beihua was the future of Sun Yang, or simply that as long as the bloodline endured, the master was replaceable. As the chairman raised his glass to toast his grandson with immense pride. "When I was your age, I had nothing but a few gold pieces, yet at only 20, you have acquired what took me until 40 to achieve," the chairman said as Dao Jun rose to express his thanks. "That is only because you were not gifted a $1 million estate at the age of 10 as I was," he replied with a bow, adding that he was deeply grateful to his grandfather for everything. "It was not my doing," the chairman countered with a proud tone, noting that many other descendants of the elite also possessed million-dollar farms by the time they were 50. Yet those others, now in their 20s and 30s, do nothing but indulge in pleasure, whereas you alone have managed to multiply the value of that farm 10,000 times over. Your current success was not a gift from me, but a miracle you created yourself, and you have every right to be proud," he said, leaving Dao Jun beaming with satisfaction at the praise. It was quite strange to see the old man so uncharacteristically excited and pleasant today as he finished his drink, remarking that although he had tasted it many times, the flavor no longer felt the same, a thought Dao Jun echoed in silence while swirling his own glass. "In the past, I enjoyed drinking this with pork belly, but the flavor is different now. Anyway, how is the Dia construction situation?" the old man asked, and Dao Jun replied that negotiations with the bank were progressing as both sides made concessions. They were in the process of recovering the funds embezzled by director Kang Muksun, leading the chairman to feign sympathy for the prosecutors who must have endured a great deal of hardship. It sent a very generous gratuity, yet director Kang remained adamant about not surrendering his shares, even though the police had threatened to arrest his daughter and grandson for embezzlement. Dao Jun remarked to his grandfather that money was truly frightening if it could make someone so stubborn, but the chairman paused and stated it wasn't about the money, which surprised him. "Those shares are his final weapon," the chairman explained, as the man believes it is not yet the time to make a full retreat during such a decisive moment. Dao Jun questioned if Director Kang realized his time was running out, since if his entire family were convicted and detained, all those shares would be confiscated to pay for their criminal penalties. Indeed, how could he possibly have any other options? He asked, causing the chairman to give a knowing laugh at Dao Jun's relative innocence in this power game before offering an explanation. "That money would be surrendered to the state treasury where even you could not touch it," the old man said, while Dao Jun realized that if Kang returned the shares to Dia, his family would avoid prison. If he remained stubborn, the money would go to the treasury, and his family would be arrested, making the first choice far wiser as it was clear to everyone that Kang had no way out. Why did his grandfather claim he still had a chance? Chairman Jin gazed at Dao Jun, his voice carrying a cold, philosophical weight. "You are being swayed by pointless emotions and letting opportunities slip away. You have forgotten the fundamental spirit of a true merchant." Dao Jun immediately countered, "Pointless emotions? Not at all. I am focused solely on profit. DAEA construction will be stabilized thanks to that money." Chairman Jin suddenly barked the word, "justice." Startling Dao Jun, the old man continued, "You are fuming over so-called righteous feelings. Director Kang and his family are willing to plunder a dying company's funds to live in luxury while leaving employees unpaid. It is absolutely intolerable, isn't it? That old Director Kang out there views you as a genuine businessman. He believes Dao Jun will make an offer to extract maximum profit, which is why he is holding out." Dao Jun was stunned by his grandfather's insight. Chairman Jin declared further, "A merchant is not someone who evaluates or passes moral judgment. How others live or what they think is none of our concern. A merchant's only duty is to find a way to move money from another's pocket into their own, down to the last cent." Those ruthless words left Dao Jun nearly broken. He realized his fury toward Kang Musun was merely a reflection of the pity he felt for the DAEA employees. It was an emotion the chairman was determined to eradicate. Chairman Jin commanded. Think it over carefully. If you want a share of the money in Kang's pocket, how much must you leave him to ensure his submission? Dao Jun asked tentatively. Do you mean I should leave enough for Director Kang's family to avoid charges and receive a lighter sentence? The chairman laughed heartily. Precisely. If he returns half of the stock sale proceeds, it will be viewed as a gesture of remorse. His sentence will be suspended. This outcome is highly beneficial for the group. Dao Jun felt a surge of rage, yet he knew he was being pulled into his grandfather's game. Chairman Jin seemed to read his mind. Do not seek other solutions. Do not think of keeping that money for yourself to settle scores with Kang later. I repeat, you must only care about the money. Unless Director Kang becomes a direct threat to your interests, set aside your morality. Dao Jun was shaken by the old man's piercing insight. He bowed his head. I will keep your teachings in mind. My decision will align with the standards of a merchant. He felt as though he were being ground down by this raw capitalism. The following morning, at the high-security prison, Dao Jun sat across from Kang Musun. Is the prison food to your liking? Dao Jun asked politely. Kang Musun replied, It is only because I underestimated an obscure company like Fantasy that I have ended up in this state. Dao Jun was irritated by the man's arrogance even behind bars. He silently noted that the man remained sharp. His weapons were still intact, just as his grandfather had cautioned. Dao Jun moved to the main point, as visitation time was short. I am here to convey Director Wu's proposal. Do you intend to return the full proceeds of the stock sale to the company, or surrender all your shares? Kang Musun replied haughtily. I know you are suggesting the assets be transferred to the state. Dao Jun exhaled in relief. The prosecution will cease their investigation here. Your sentence will be suspended. We are inviting you to serve as a consultant for DAEA construction. The salary is quite generous, provided you cooperate fully from now on. He remained silent as Dao Jun continued with the prepared script, promising to help him scrub the shameful reputation of exploiting the company. Everything would be framed as a misunderstanding, where his name was tarnished during his service, and they were hiring him as a consultant out of respect for his goodwill. Media would use flowery language to sway public opinion, and Dao Jun realized that as an old man, he certainly prioritized his legacy. While being a Dahe consultant wasn't a prestigious title, it beat a prison sentence for embezzlement, so Jiang Wuxun listened before finally speaking. He inquired about Dao Jun's true objective, and Dao Jun demanded the return of all stolen funds while offering to buy his family's shares at a fair price. He told him not to worry about his retirement, though the consultant argued that given the company's holdings, he deserved a much larger payout. Dao Jun simply noted that taxes were quite high, prompting Director Jiang to laugh and offer a handshake, remarking that honest tax payment is a duty. He asked for assistance, and Dao Jun shook hands with the thief, stating he would get the consultancy contract ready. Later that day, Wu Shixun was shocked the man agreed, but Dao Jun explained he surrendered all Dahe shares just to secure a high-paying consultant role. Wu Shixun questioned if he was certain about the agreement, and Dao Jun calmly pointed out that the man's entire family was headed for prison regardless. He opted to forfeit his shares as a penalty, likely figuring it was better to take a small cut than to lose everything in a desperate struggle. When asked about the payment amount, Dao Jun revealed the man requested a salary totaling 3–4% of the stock value over a decade. Wu Shixun pondered that while it provided security, it was still significantly more than his former salary as the head of Dahe. Dao Jun grinned and clarified it would only be higher initially, leaving Wu Shixun puzzled until Dao Jun revealed his devious logic. He planned to pay the full amount for a few months before gradually reducing it, so the man could feel the pain of being unpaid. Wu Shixun didn't see how he would manage the cuts, but Dao Jun reminded him that the entire nation was currently struggling. Everyone had to endure hardships until he turned a profit, mirroring the excuses the man once gave his own employees. Meanwhile, Dao Jun relaxed on a flight. Noticing Assistant Kim looking uneasy, Dao Jun encouraged him to relax since he was paying for all the onboard amenities himself. He invited him to order any food or drinks he liked and suggested he have some wine to rest during the long journey, which the assistant accepted before asking a question. He mentioned he had news concerning Vice Director Jin Changjun, and Dao Jun asked if he was referring to Changjun. Yes, he was appointed as a director, but within Sun Yang Construction. In reality, he wanted to be the executive director of electronics, but Vice Chairman Jin Yanji ignored that request. Dao Jun replied that since he was excluded from the leadership, there must be many vacancies. He should have at least received an executive directorship, making it quite ruthless. Assistant Jin continued, mentioning that while the construction sector isn't bad, it isn't exactly a lucrative prize, prompting Dao Jun to ask for his opinion. Between a director at Sun Yang Electronics and a standing director at Sun Yang Construction, which position holds more authority? Assistant Jin scratched his head, fearing the key role at Sun Yang Electronics would be more powerful. Dao Jun muttered something softly before speaking up, stating that tasks like driving, running errands, or reporting on company fluctuations be assigned to any of the thousands of Sun Yang employees, leaving Assistant Jin startled but silent as he listened. Dao Jun asked again, reminding him that he told him and manager Zin they had a transactional relationship, then questioned what was needed to move past that barrier and build mutual trust. Assistant Jin pondered in silence with professional composure as Dao Jun continued to instruct his subordinate not to merely report past events. You must analyze the causes, predict potential future changes and their consequences. I want to hear those assessments from you, to which Assistant Jin bowed and complied. Dao Jun smiled faintly and added that trust is only built when your judgments are consistently accurate and verified over time. A trader can be replaced at any moment, but trust is irreplaceable. Assistant Jin replied respectfully, promising to remember the lesson. I cannot seem to discard the habits of a mere errand boy. He corrected himself, thanking him for the advice, or rather, the warning. Dao Jun remained silent, hoping he would truly remember this, as many show resolve, but those who prove it through action are rare, while the plane continued its journey toward the horizon. The next morning at ESG University in the U.S., the scene shifted to a document room where countless books and newspapers were piled haphazardly on the floor and chairs. Dao Jun was with a plump, middle-aged man who asked in surprise why Hollywood magicians would want to meet with him. I am just someone struggling with mathematical formulas, he said, to which Dao Jun replied that Hollywood was only a small part of their investment strategy. We are always interested in startups with advanced technology and features, prompting Mr. Samuel to ask if he was interested in Cognitech. Dao Jun asked the professor to explain it, and after a moment of thought, Samuel described Cognitech as a 3D optical solution capable of measuring the absolute precision of metal parts or complex assemblies. It was both the name of the solution and the company. Dao Jun smiled, realizing that while he didn't understand the technicalities, it was unimportant. This man was a genius professor whose every creation had a massive impact, and he wanted to include this company in his investment list. Samuel was surprised and asked if he wanted to add it to the list, to which Dao Jun explained that he had sought out the professor because of his specific interest in technology that could provide camera-collected data to users with minimal error. Professor Samuel was stunned and asked how he knew about that. So Dao Jun mentioned he had once skimmed an article regarding artificial intelligence and computer vision systems. He clarified that it wasn't necessarily him who read it, but rather his company staff who found the article, giving him only a general grasp of the concept. Samuel asked if he thought the concept was groundbreaking enough to overcome continental barriers, and Dao Jun stroked his chin, noting that the value would shift depending on the field of application. When asked which application the professor had in mind, Samuel admitted he had thoughts but was curious about Dao Jun's perspective, who then seriously replied that it should be the eyes of an automobile. Professor Samuel was astonished as Dao Jun continued his explanation, describing a vision of a car using the professor's technology, where a small camera gathers environmental data to warn the driver with extreme precision. It would provide alerts before any external impact, and if a camera on the rear bumper could display a panoramic view on an internal screen, the driver would never need to look back while reversing or parking. If the front camera accurately calculates the distance to the vehicle ahead, collisions will decrease significantly. It can also brake automatically upon detecting traffic lights, and Samuel excitedly added that he would focus on improving lane recognition. That will prevent vehicles from drifting out of their lanes, and by converting analog data to digital, we can integrate it into modern automotive systems. Dao Jun smiled, noting that the professor's ultimate objective was indeed a self-driving vehicle capable of autonomous movement. Professor Samuel stood up in excitement as Dao Jun smiled and suggested they get straight to the main point, prompting Samuel to ask what that was. Dao Jun replied that it was the reason he had crossed the ocean to be there, while Samuel crossed his arms, stating he only possessed basic concepts and theories. When asked if he wanted to invest, Dao Jun replied that while he hadn't mentioned terms yet, the professor shouldn't be surprised, though Samuel's eyes widened as he argued that the odds of developing autonomous cars were extremely low. He claimed it only existed in science fiction and was theoretically possible but uncertain for practical use. Yet Dao Jun gave an enigmatic smile, saying nothing beats turning dreams into reality before mentioning his company, Fantasima, and his current location at the sitter. He told the professor to consider the investment terms carefully and reach out anytime, mentioning Cognitech as well before saying goodbye. The professor remained frozen for a moment before regaining his composure to bid Selden farewell and promising to get back to him. Du-jun left the room with a smile without responding, knowing the man would soon become a major shareholder in a company worth over 10 trillion won. Owning the core technology for autonomous driving, he would accept any proposal the professor made to boost He-Jin Moto's market share in Korea and compete with foreign high-tech systems. The scene shifted to the chairman's villa, where the old man sat with his arms crossed in anger, asking why the boy had gone to such a dangerous place, while Du-jun gave a sycophantic smile. After Du-jun assured him he was fine, the old man continued, saying he had restrained himself from calling to avoid interfering with his work. Du-jun replied that he could have called since he was just out for some fresh air. But the old man scoffed at the idea of flying across the world for air and told him to stop the nonsense, as Du-jun gave a faint smirk. He stated that wasn't the reason for the urgent meeting just as a knock sounded, and the chairman's daughter entered, noting Du-jun's presence. The old man looked sternly at his daughter and son-in-law as they entered, telling them to sit because he had an important announcement while glancing at his son-in-law, Huey. He asked if there were any issues with the Seoul mayoral nomination, to which Huey replied that everything was going smoothly, while Du-jun silently observed their joyful expressions. They had completed the first step and considered the election won, but the chairman's next words were like a bucket of cold water. He admitted his news might be discouraging, but stated the fact that the ruling party had already selected Gao Gu-bai as their candidate for the Seoul mayoralty. The two were horrified, while Du-jun recalled that in his past life, Gao Gu-bai was the ruling party's candidate who won the mayoralty in the second local election. He has just run into a formidable opponent. The old chairman glanced at Du-jun and remarked with a smile, "It appears your money was spent in vain, Du-jun." Du-jun replied, "But grandfather, I haven't seen any news reports yet." "How did you find out?" The chairman countered. "How else? That man Gao Jiu called to greet me this morning. He inquired about how to secure a position within the ruling party's ranks," the chairman said, leaving Du-jun puzzled. "Why would he require your consent?" Du-jun asked. The chairman replied, "A man who used my influence to reach his position naturally needs my blessing before daring to oppose my son-in-law. I also wanted to hear him confirm he wouldn't interfere in this matter." That evening at the mansion, Chang Zhai pleaded earnestly, "I beg you, father-in-law, please help me." The room fell into a heavy silence. Yang Tian furrowed his brows in clear irritation. "What are you doing? It shouldn't matter who the candidate is. Do you expect to win without any confidence?" Turning pale, the man explained, "That's not it, sir. It's just that Gao Jing's Yuan was someone I never anticipated." Zayun chimed in, "Father, you only need to say a single word for us. Just tell him, my son-in-law is also running for office. Do you truly wish to oppose him? That would be enough." "Gao Jing's Yuan would surely know to withdraw then, wouldn't he?" The old man roared in fury. "Do you honestly believe that simply stopping him will resolve everything? What if someone even more formidable emerges behind him? Am I expected to step in and stop them as well?" The husband and wife remained utterly speechless. Yang Tian clicked his tongue in disdain. "How pathetic. If you only desire to walk a path lined with flowers, you might as well give up now." Du-jun remained silent, seeing through the situation easily. These words weren't directed at his aunt and uncle. The old man was telling him that turning a subordinate into a close confidant was no simple task. Du-jun pondered whether this was another way of testing him. This particular trial seemed far too demanding for a young man in his 20s. The old man pointed directly at Chang Zhai. "Instead of sitting there whining for my help, you should be speaking with the officials." Yang Tian raised his voice. "The mayor of Seoul is the highest position in the local elections. You should be giving it your all. Go and find a solution immediately." The two left submissively, stammering their compliance. As Du-jun pensively saw the guests out, the old man clicked his tongue in disapproval. "Tusk, tusk. Those who have been pampered since childhood. They start wailing the moment they face the slightest hardship. The Kui family truly has no idea how to raise their children." Yang Tian then abruptly asked, "What are your thoughts? You know who Gao Jing's Yuan is, don't you?" Du-jun thought to himself. "Of course I know him well, during his tenure as the mayor of Seoul. The media was constantly reporting on both his achievements and his failures." However, he stated aloud, "This is the first time I've heard that name, grandfather." The old man gave a brief summary. "He comes from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He served as the ambassador to the United States and held several key positions within the government. Despite his age, his experience provides a sense of stability, so he likely won't face many obstacles." Du-jun simply asked, "Does that mean my uncle will face many challenges then?" Yang Tian clicked his tongue. How could the son-in-law of the Sun Yang Group possibly be caught in a scandal? After all, his father-in-law is the chairman of Sun Yang. With a wife owning a shopping mall, only a fool would take bribes, he pointed out bluntly, noting the real issue was being a Chaebol's son-in-law. Yang Chen closed his eyes, as the media constantly reported that the IMF crisis originated from the Chaebols, which would give the public a negative impression. He reflected deeply with regret, having ignored politics before and failing to remember the opponents or the election details during Gao Jingzhan's term as mayor. Dao Jun then asked if he intended to help his uncle, leaving the old man stunned as he questioned why he should. Yang Chen sighed wearily, stating he had nothing to lose because if Gao Jingzhan became mayor, he wouldn't be in a position to refuse his requests, even as Qi's son-in-law. The old man smirked, comparing his situation to holding flowers in both hands while suggesting Dao Jun would find it wasteful. The young man frowned, judging how the elder could act so nonchalant while secretly calculating his moves regarding the Media City project. DAEA construction would become a parasite and create a difficult problem, but he had already dispatched many people from Sun Yang to handle the situation. They would likely starve, causing Dao Jun to tense up as he realized the old man was testing his reaction. Asking for help would make him no different from his aunt and uncle. He calmly remarked that Gao Jingzhan was only human and would surely cry out if his weakness was struck. All that was needed was to find that specific vulnerability. Although his uncle was a Chaebol's son-in-law, he argued this was actually a strength. When the old man asked why, Dao Jun explained that a wealthy man wouldn't make the mistake of embezzling tax money. His uncle could even use the old man's reputation. Dao Jun added cheerfully, suggesting he promised that the Sun Yang chairman would create jobs and build apartments in Seoul, though Yang Chen irritably questioned why he would do business there. Dao Jun remained unconcerned, stating it was just a claim. Everyone knew political promises were empty, yet they were still made as a precaution. Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction and looked at him with interest, admitting it sounded reasonable while noting it wasn't a guaranteed winning strategy, to which Dao Jun straightened his back and replied. Elections were meant for such competition, and he planned to meet with a man to talk, which surprised Yang Chen, who asked if he truly intended to speak with Gao Jingzhan. When asked what he would say, he frankly admitted he wasn't sure yet, but if they reached an understanding, he might switch sides, leaving the old man filled with doubt. Since he had invested heavily in his uncle, the old man asked if switching sides meant abandoning that money, but Dao Jun gave a calculating smile and spoke with certainty. He claimed to have a business capable of earning hundreds of millions of dollars, explaining it wasn't about losing 40 billion, but rather gaining 400 billion, which made Yang Chen question him. His uncle would boast about Media City everywhere, but Yang Chen doubted Gao Jingzhan would honor a loser's promise, concluding that the chances of the two sides cooperating were extremely low. Because the odds were so low, Dao Jun explained that a meeting was necessary, leaving the old man in deep thought until the next morning when Xixian brought out the files. It seemed the military line was indeed protecting South Korean citizens. As he read through the documents regarding exemptions, his associate confirmed that the man himself had been exempted. Both his brother and son were also exempt, leading Xixian to mockingly call them children of God, while Dao Jun cheerfully replied that they should focus their efforts on the military angle for now. In reality, the election had already commenced before the official campaigning began. Gao Qingxian's only vulnerability was his exemption from military service. My uncle's weakness, however, was being a Chaebol's son-in-law. While the two sides were clashing, grandfather introduced me to a man who was Gao Qingxian's right hand and the most skilled election strategist. If Gao Qingxian became mayor, this man would take the position of deputy mayor. Guan Ziyu entered and asked, "Are you the one who wanted to see me?" as he presented his business card. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Chen Daejun." He sat across from me, finding it difficult to refuse the invitation. Guan Ziyu looked up, surprised to encounter someone from the company that had acquired the Ajin Group. Daejun began, "Thank you for sparing your valuable time to be here. I will try to be as brief as possible so as not to take up too much of your time." He searched his pockets as Guan Ziyu handed over his card, saying, "I am Jin Guangxiu." He took the card and looked it over. Daejun replied politely, "Since you are a busy man, you likely haven't had time for a proper meal, so I have ordered some simple dishes. I hope I am not being intrusive." His attitude was quite the opposite. "That won't be necessary. I am very busy. Get to the point," Guan Ziyu stated firmly. "Regardless of what you intend to say, I will refuse everything. Specifically, you will never get an audience with the candidate. Do you still have something to say?" He maintained his smile despite the man's short temper. Daejun wondered if he was being looked down upon due to his youth. He adjusted his emotions, having long been accustomed to serving superiors. Daejun then played his hand. "The person I wish to meet is not the candidate." He looked the other man straight in the eye. "It is you," Daejun thought confidently. "Just wait, I will make sure you find this interesting." Guan Ziyu gasped in surprise. "Me?" Daejun confirmed, "That is correct." I have no intention of meeting candidate Gao Qingxian, not now and not in the future. The man let out a disdainful laugh. Guan Ziyu remarked, for someone who invests abroad, you certainly know a lot about domestic politics. Usually the point of such a request is to meet the principal party. He quickly explained, you misunderstand. I have no intention of opposing Mr. Gao Qingxian. Taking a sip of tea, he continued, why would a businessman who doesn't intend to oppose him need to see me? Guan Ziyu probed. Ah, was I too blunt, making you cautious? Daejun repeated, no, as I said before, my objective is to meet with Director Jin. Guan Ziyu fell into deep thought before setting down his teacup. He listened intently to hear what the objective was. He began to address the main issue. Thank you. Although I still have much to learn, I would like to ask one question, Daejun said suggestively. Has there ever been a case where the second-in-command inherited the position of the first? Guan Ziyu frowned slightly. He continued calmly. The second-in-command will always remain in that position. The right hand of a powerful man eventually becomes a tail that is destined to be severed from the body. Agitated, the man said, keep talking. Daejun prompted, where do you think terms like second-in-command or right hand originated? These words are not meant to elevate anyone. He offered his observation. They are used to exploit one's sincerity, making them believe they are as vital as the leader's own limbs. Ultimately, it is just an excuse for the leader to avoid resentment after they have used and discarded the second-in-command. Guan Ziyu clenched his fists as old voices echoed in his mind. You are the only one I trust. Let us rise together side by side. He could not help but question himself. How sweet those words sound. Daejun felt a sense of nostalgia. He had once been intoxicated by that sweetness, voluntarily serving as a mere pawn. He had once sacrificed himself, taking the fall for crimes he didn't commit just to prove his loyalty. Du Jun being discarded was a foregone conclusion. He was liquidated in the forest, and now Du Jun was here. Jin Guan, he certainly couldn't shake those same thoughts. Guan, he was losing his composure. He only needed to provoke those ideas further. He smiled with calculation. Du Jun asserted that the director actually held Gao Jingzhan's entire life within his two palms. He spoke highly of him, noting that the man's future political career would rise or fall based on Director Jin's actions, wouldn't it? Jin Guan, he bit his lip and laughed nervously, calling the young man truly devious. Jin Guan, he broke into a cold sweat. He was exactly like the person who had recommended him for this post. He tried to get to the point, asking him to stop talking in circles and state his main objective, as he was already aware of such matters. Du Jun boldly proposed that he wanted to purchase the remainder of Director Jin Guan He's life. Guan He was shocked and asked what he meant. He continued to persuade him to serve as the right-hand man for the person who would become the mayor of Seoul and potentially enter the Blue House. Of course, the mayoralty was not guaranteed, and the path to the Blue House was arduous. Du Jun was blunt, stating that the director's chances of obtaining that position were nearly zero. He suggested negotiating instead of chasing fragile power. He told him to consider selling his future to him for a steep price. His hands trembled as Jin Guan he glared and asked what he meant by that. Du Jun suddenly remembered and added that he would also take responsibility for the man's children. He became slightly agitated. He calmly promised to support his children in doing whatever they liked if they wanted to live a life of leisure. I am also willing to take responsibility, Du Jun said, appearing friendly. Do not misunderstand. I am not asking for anything significant. You only need to say one thing. Jin Guan, he kept fidgeting, realizing that because of that one sentence, his relationship with Gao Jingzhan would fracture. He frankly confirmed that was correct, but if the candidate truly saw him as a right-hand man, he would not discard him over a minor slip of the tongue. Du Jun enticed him, suggesting this was a chance to see if he was truly a right-hand man or if it was just empty talk. Guan, he was convinced. Silence fell. As long as the seeds of doubt and mistrust were planted in that person's heart, they would eventually bloom. He had succeeded in the first step. If they weren't there, the seeds would be sown now. Du Jun continued, saying he only needed to say one thing that would cause candidate Gao Jingzhan to lose the election. Just say it as if it were an accidental slip. At that moment, he named a figure. I will give you 20 billion won. He immediately froze as Du Jun continued speaking. I will launder the money and deposit it wherever you wish, whether in Sweden or the Virgin Islands. Furthermore, I will invite you to join the leadership of fantasy if you wish to live abroad. Just tell me the name of the country, and I will establish a branch there and invite you to work. He asserted firmly that, of course, he would enjoy the benefits of a board member. Du Jun was extremely confident. The issue with every transaction lay in the price. By offering an astronomical amount of money, the opponent would waver. He reminisced about the time he followed Jin Yang Jun He had once said that the easiest way to deal with someone in power. Dao Jun discovered the 100 million won allowance during the family's financial audit and calculated that 20 billion won would be enough to bribe someone into betraying Gao Qingzhan. Dao Jun remained composed, knowing that with such a sum, he could easily settle special party fees for either the ruling or opposition parties. He observed every movement, aiming for a National Assembly seat through proportional representation, musing that he was transitioning from being a subordinate to one who makes others his own. He offered reassurance, telling the man to trust whoever arranged the meeting as Jin Guan Zaiwo looked up tensely. Dao Jun stood up first, asserting his words were serious, and their conversation would remain confidential while giving him time to think. If I don't hear from you by this time tomorrow, I will find someone else, as someone will eventually expose the candidate's flaws anyway. I am referring to Gao Qingzhan, he said to the surprised man, smiling as he remarked that in an era where people donated their hidden gold, many would surely sell their souls for 20 billion won, causing Jin Guan Zaiwo to freeze. That evening, Yang Tian asked who Jin Guan Zaiwo was, but the old man indifferently claimed he had no idea. I simply had an acquaintance arrange a meeting with Gao Qingzhan's confidant and told them not to reveal my name to avoid any misunderstandings, Dao Jun explained with a wry smile. Yang Tian was intrigued and asked what they discussed, wondering if he had promised to switch sides or offered support for the election, to which he responded directly. No, I told him to betray Gao Qingzhan, he said, causing the old man's eyes to widen in shock. As Zhan Jun explained, he had promised to completely transform the man's future. Yang Tian failed to see why he would bother with a subordinate instead of just controlling Gao Qingzhan directly, but he explained that Gao Qinggao belonged to his grandfather's era. Yang Tian analyzed the situation, noting that even if the man accepted the offer and shook hands, he would only offer superficial gratitude despite the financial support. He calculated carefully, noting that even if the SMC project proceeded, the man would view it as a personal favor rather than a professional relationship, where the recipient looked down on the giver. Dao Jun concluded that people like his uncle-in-law or Jin Guan Zaiwo would work diligently to repay the favors he bestowed. Then he turned to ask the old man a question. Those who act the moment they receive a call from you usually bow in your presence, don't they? He asked, prompting Yang Tian to burst into a hearty laugh. This boy wants to buy people yet still distinguishes between generations, Yang Tian remarked as Dao Jun wondered how he was being evaluated. The old man expressed his intrigue, having expected him to control Gao Qingzhan through Jin. But you simply threw money at him, the old man said with a satisfied smile, praising him for exceeding his wildest imagination as Dao Jun felt a chill and celebrated his success privately while the next morning arrived. As Gao Qingzhan's campaign posters were being put up, Jin Guan Zaiwo sat in deep thought, recalling the promise that if he ensured the candidate's defeat, he would receive 20 billion won. Furthermore, I will invite you to join the leadership at Fantastic, he had promised, and the man clenched his fist, remembering the offer to establish an overseas branch for him in any country. Naturally, you will enjoy all the privileges of a board member, he had added. Just then, Gao Qingzhan walked in, and Jin Guan Zaiwo asked him if everything was going well. Qi Qingzhan cursed foully and grumbled in frustration that they only called for him when needed. Yet now that they were settled, they dared to disrespect him. He stammered in confusion, asking why the representative acted so, while the man loosened his tie and explained that the Seoul district members needed funds to relocate, so half the election budget was promised to them. Guan Ziyu became extremely tense and hesitated, knowing it wasn't the time for verification, yet realizing this was the perfect moment to see a person's true nature. Guan Ziyu decided to speak first to the candidate and test him, and though his words were abrupt, Qi Qingzhan stopped and looked up at the strange tone. When asked what was wrong, Guan Ziyu quickly excused himself for a week due to family matters, but the man immediately bristled, questioning how he could leave at such a critical time. Qi Qingzhan silenced him by asking how a sensible man could say such things, shouting that no one could balance family and work in their line of business. He complained about living in a hotel for 2 weeks and nearly forgetting his children's faces, while Guan Ziyu's resentment grew as the man continued to grumble. Exclaiming in frustration, the man ordered him to treat the Seoul representatives and local officials to a meal to show them where the money went, leaving Guan Ziyu visibly gloomy. Guan Ziyu replied that he understood, and when the man suddenly called out to Director Kim, he felt a flicker of secret hope. He expected some concern given the chaotic situation, but the man only asked if the results of last week's public approval ratings were available. He was momentarily stunned and took a second to compose himself before reporting that the candidate was currently leading within the margin of error. He added that the gap was widening and next week would bring better results, to which Qi Qingzhen nodded in satisfaction and dismissed him, leaving Guan Ziyu standing there alone. Feeling deep regret, he had only hoped for a single word of concern, yet he tried to restrain himself despite knowing that an election commander's absence should have prompted a question. He felt utterly betrayed, realizing he had prioritized his superior's personal life over his own family and household affairs up until this very moment. Guan Ziyu gritted his teeth in fury at the injustice, having served the man for 10 years without ever uttering a single word of complaint. He quickly regained his composure and told himself not to judge too hastily, hoping that perhaps the man would ask about his situation by the following morning. Time flew by, and a week later, Guan Ziyu was tensely lighting one cigarette after another in a state of high anxiety. He crushed the cigarette pack in rage and cursed foully before taking action that night, while Dao Jun expressed surprise at the close relationship between Fantasy and Shenyang. Guan Ziyu confirmed the news, noting they had acquired Shenyang Motors, but he then sincerely asked if the relationship between the heads of the companies was truly that deep. He pondered whether all of this was to make the son-in-law the mayor of Seoul, wondering if the man intended to simply enjoy the benefits he was given rather than wasting effort on useless tasks. Du Jun smiled and replied that it was unrelated, for if the Sun Yang group merely wanted to help their son-in-law win, they wouldn't need to take such convoluted steps. Guan Zi nodded and suggested they speak candidly from then on, then frowned and questioned why Sun Yang wanted to install their son-in-law as the mayor of Seoul. He naturally declined to answer, stating it was a corporate secret that couldn't be disclosed to outsiders, causing Guan Zi to raise an eyebrow and slam the table in anger at the term. He complained that since he had already become a traitor, if even Du Jun's side viewed him as an outsider, he would have no faction to belong to and no place to stand. Du Jun calmly stated that he would be an insider the moment candidate Gao Jixing lost the election, coldly adding that until then, he should simply consider himself the demarcation line. Guan Zi grew tense and laughed self-deprecatingly, remarking that being a traitor meant only being recognized once the bridge back had completely collapsed, while Du Jun simply tilted his head. Du Jun apologized for being blunt and explained that while betraying friends was treachery, breaking trust with a superior was merely ending a transactional relationship, then poured wine as Guan Zi paused. He asked if Guan Zi truly shared a deep bond with Gao Jixing, or if he served him wholeheartedly without any demands, prompting the man to instinctively hold out his glass. He gradually drew Guan Zi in, remarking that in this modern era, feudal loyalty should vanish, and his gaze suddenly darkened. He questioned what loyalty meant when superiors treated subordinates like dogs, asserting that subordinates weren't animals and deserved mutual respect, as if he were recalling his past life. Du Jun sincerely advised him to stop since he wasn't being respected, leading the man to gloomily admit that he was merely someone who valued material wealth. He calmly accepted this, noting that most people were the same, though many failed to actually make money despite their greed, which annoyed Guan Zi, who asked if Du Jun thought he was better off. Du Jun suddenly proposed that he could keep the money while pursuing the position he desired, suggesting he stop being someone's right-hand man and try becoming a member of the National Assembly with Fantasy's full support. Stunned by the prospect of becoming a legislator, he listened as Du Jun laid out the plan, noting that the 16th general election was still 2 years away. Guan Zi realized he lacked the time and funds to prepare for the election, but after a silent moment, he decided to have the money transferred to a Swiss bank or elsewhere. Guan Zi laughed gleefully, telling Du Jun to have reporters ready if he called 2 days before the election, because he intended to make a massive move, to which Du Jun responded with a friendly smile. He assured him not to worry about the money as he valued integrity and had no intention of betraying him, while Su Xian watched on with concern. Although he was focused on the matter, she felt things would be difficult and grew restless as the election was only 10 days away, while the gap in support continued to widen, prompting Su Xian to frown. She explained that they didn't want to quit, but given the current circumstances, reversing the situation would require a major event, yet everything that could happen already had. Her expression shifted as she recalled Yang Tian saying Fantasy had invested 40 billion won in the children, warning not to underestimate Wu Shixian of Fantasy, who used funds from American investors to acquire Ajin and establish DAEA construction. He holds the contract in his hands. He previously warned that even if he loses the election, should those two show any sign of wanting to quit, there is no telling what he might do. Yang Tian is the root cause, so you should go speak with Wu Xian. While the older man was lost in thought, Su Xian suddenly stood up and suggested that he try to turn the situation around. He smiled with absolute confidence, leaving Su Xian completely bewildered. At a banquet table, Several sealed envelopes had been placed discreetly. They sat there silently, their contents obvious to everyone. Hu Xian sneered and remarked that while he didn't know the occasion, he hoped this meal wouldn't cause him indigestion. Su Xian gave a forced smile and replied that it was merely some pocket money for reporter Pu. No one would dare cause trouble over pocket money provided by a superior. Even the president occasionally tosses his wallet to me. He took a breath, acknowledging that it was indeed the case. At this point, he candidly asked for a favor, requesting that they stop spreading rumors about the bleak future of DAEA construction or the status of those held accountable. The other man was momentarily stunned. Su Xian defended his stance, asking for understanding of his position since everyone knew they needed those people to excise the corruption. Hu Xian waved the envelope, remarking that this was truly an Achilles heel. He frowned deeply again, stating that was his only request before raising his glass for a toast. The adjacent room was also celebrating, with someone telling the group to drink freely because Gao Jingzhan would become the mayor of Seoul after the vote the day after tomorrow. Yu Zhen's eyes widened at the mention of Gao Jingzhan. He took a sip of wine and asked who it was, wondering if it was a supporter. Su Xian waited patiently as Yu Zhen questioned if it was a candidate, but he was quickly hushed because the voice sounded familiar. Everyone leaned in to listen with intense focus. Su Xian complained wearily, asking why they were acting that way and ruining the mood for drinks, urging them not to get distracted. Yu Zhen immediately cut him off, telling the director to be quiet so he could verify things. The reporters were also eagerly waiting for news. They strained their ears, terrified of missing a single word. Su Xian had succeeded. A voice from the next room announced that only one day remained. They had gathered to eat and drink to boost their spirits one last time, promising that after the election, their hard work would never be forgotten. The critical moment arrived when someone asked if the director would surely become the deputy mayor, prompting the response, "What do you take me, Jin Guanzhao, for?" He asked if he seemed that obsessed with the position. Everyone realized who the next deputy mayor would be and stared at each other in shock at the mention of Jin Guanzhao. Chai Min was also stunned that the person in the next room was the central figure of this election. As they wondered if it was truly Jin Guanzhao, the reporters already had their recorders ready. The entire group continued to listen intently. In the other room, Jun Hao spoke up in confusion, suggesting that the director should be the one to succeed the mayor's position. Jin Guanzhao ground his teeth and muttered. He slammed the table and shouted, demanding to know what they meant by successor, when he was the one who had put candidate Gao into the mayor's office. He declared that candidate Gao was the one who had to bring him to Uido, as he was the one who had scrubbed away the man's filth. Song Ji watched in a daze, wondering if the suspicions were actually true. Yuan Ziyu raised an eyebrow and asked what suspicion the uncle was referring to regarding the military exemption, then laughed mockingly at the man's perceived naivety. Yuan Ziyu bluntly confirmed that a high-ranking candidate like Gao Jingquan would never allow his own son to perform military duties, his laughter dripping with disdain. Remarked that military service was meant only for commoners like them while Shi Xuan sipped his wine, his sharp gaze fixed on the reporters who had grown tense at the news. As the talk of the exemption continued, Yuan Ziyu boasted about personally forging dozens of fake medical diagnoses to ensure the three sons avoided service, a mocking smirk on his face. He suggested the man should have had children while working in America to gain citizenship. But Sun Yi countered that even with U.S. citizenship, a sole mayoral candidate's son would have to volunteer. Yuan Ziyu nodded in agreement with that logic. But then Li Yuan asked why the third son was only sent to the civil defense instead of being fully exempted like the others. After taking a drink, Yuan Ziyu prepared to reveal the truth, somberly explaining that the third son was not actually the candidate's biological child, a revelation that was truly shocking. The reporters were left speechless by the news of an illegitimate son, and even Shi Xuan was stunned, cursing under his breath that even he had been unaware of this secret. The eavesdropped conversation continued with the explanation that the affair happened while the man worked alone in Japan, as it was impossible for a man to live abroad for years without a woman. Yuan Ziyu smugly noted that the wife was generous enough to even include the boy in the family registry, so sending him off to perform military service was the least they could do. They delved deeper, explaining he joined the civil defense due to poor eyesight, leaving the uncle in silent reflection as Shi Xuan wondered what kind of upbringing Du Jun had endured. While the reporters lit cigarettes to discuss the gossip, the uncle suddenly called out to reporter Qi and reporter Pu, telling them to wait a moment. Hu Xuan whispered a question about why they should stay calm, but Shi Xuan urgently stopped them from breaking the news immediately, noting that releasing it the day before the election would flip the situation. Yu Zhen confirmed that the candidate had violated two of the nation's biggest taboos, predicting that he would lose half the votes from both parents of soldiers and women, ending his chances. The uncle analyzed the situation with a frown, while Shixuan feigned righteousness, suggesting that Gao Jingquan's superior skills made it a pity to disqualify him over personal matters and they should bury the story. The man vehemently protested, arguing that as a reporter, one must disclose the truth and leave the final decision to the voters rather than suppressing such information. As the uncle gritted his teeth, Shixuan suddenly suggested that perhaps the two reporters were only taking this stance because they feared receiving fewer benefits if candidate QE won instead. The group froze in shock at the accusation, with Zi Min shouting in anger, while the uncle calmly pointed out that the first outlet to break the news would be seen as a hero by candidate QE. He continued his analysis, suggesting that Sun Yang would surely reward the agency that secured the victory for their son-in-law, candidate QE. Shixuan continued to tempt them with the prospect of increased advertising revenue, while the uncle professionally dangled the possibility of securing a lucrative one-year contract. Shixian muttered darkly, wondering if those fools needed a full explanation to grasp the worth of an article. He smirked with self-satisfaction, believing he had provided enough evidence to convince even the editor-in-chief. Zai Jin was the first to stand, saying, "Director Wu, I'll buy you a drink next time. I'll take my leave first," he said as the five of them exited one by one. Shixian was left in a daze, stammering, I also. He tried to call out, but no one listened. "See you later," they called back, leaving him momentarily speechless. He quickly poured himself a drink, certain that he had succeeded. The next day arrived swiftly, and the entire office was in an uproar. Meanwhile, Qing Jun's face was clouded with a dark, somber expression. He was finished. From the morning news to the daily papers, everyone was reporting on his draft evasion and illegitimate child. 3 employees were summoned. His approval rating dropped by 10%, and Guan Ziyu stormed in furiously. He shouted his interrogation, demanding to know which bastard dared to leak the information. Guan Ziyu pointed directly at Li Jun and asked if it was him. Without another word, he struck him hard before turning to kick someone else. Guan Ziyu was clearly agitated as he asked if it was another person, the tension becoming thick enough to snap. Then Guan Jian fell to his knees and repeatedly slammed his head against the floor, apologizing and claiming it was all his fault. He wailed and pleaded, saying he had spoken out of turn because he was drunk. He told him to go ahead and kill him while Gao Jian stared blankly at the sky. Meanwhile, Guan Ziyu sobbed in feigned agony, trembling with fear while secretly struggling to hide a smile. He thought that he wasn't a traitor now, but had merely made a mistake while intoxicated, and that the real traitor was among the others as the crowd of supporters cheered loudly. Candidate number 2 always looked toward the people as the choice for the city of Seoul, being mobilized as the sole candidate for the entire nation. Everyone was filled with passion, casting votes for the future and safety of Seoul, while Yangchen sat in his car listening to the chants for candidate number 1. Wondered curiously if a compromise had been made with Gao Jian's right-hand man, and what scheme the boy was plotting. Yangchen frowned slightly, noting that he had seen many people throw their lives into politics, where those with great ambitions only sought the money necessary to gain power. Meanwhile, subordinates viewed money as a tool to acquire power, and as Gao Jian's right-hand man, he was undoubtedly an ambitious individual. He was not someone who could be swayed by mere money, and the driver respectfully announced the chairman's arrival. He tilted his head to look outside, and shortly after, they arrived at the corporation. The two of them looked up in surprise and spoke almost in unison, addressing him as chairman and grandfather. Yangchen remarked with a smile that they both seemed quite busy. Xian stood up quickly and said they still had time to speak with him. The old man nodded in praise, noting that Director Wu's demeanor had changed significantly and that he now looked like a chairman, to which the man replied with a forced smile. He demurred, saying he had simply gained some weight because he hadn't been exercising lately. Yangchen sat down comfortably and clarified that he wasn't referring to his weight, but rather his attitude. Shixian was momentarily flustered as tea was quickly prepared. The old man noted with satisfaction that he had seen the news today and that everything had unfolded exactly as the boy had predicted. Yangchen asked curiously how he had managed to reach a compromise. Daejun explained that Kim Guan Ziyu was not the type of person to be satisfied with being in second place or serving as a right-hand man. He possessed such great ambition that he was willing to trample over others to create opportunities for himself. Shixian then asked if the chairman had received the predicted election results yet. He raised an eyebrow and asked if the man hadn't received them as well. He replied flatteringly that the chairman's sources were surely different from his own. Yangchen gave a smug smirk, noting a 7% difference, while Daejun clenched his fist. He happily stated that, according to their investigation, the gap was 10%, and if nothing unexpected occurred, Yang would emerge victorious. The old man made his assessment with confidence. He remarked that with only a few hours remaining, no incidents would occur and there would be no problems. Yangshan then asked if the project he intended to carry out was already more than halfway finished, leaving Daejun to smile and think. Only 50%? Since this is a project for the city of Seoul, I assumed it would be at least 70%. Perhaps I underestimated it. The old man saw right through his thoughts, thinking, this brat. The one who sets the table and the one who eats are never the same. Just you wait. From now on, it won't just be one or two people trying to snatch a spoon. Yang Kaiyan narrowed his eyes slightly. If they cannot take the rice bowl from me, they might just jump up and flip the table over. He considered the words carefully, as the man understood the construction industry better than anyone. Therefore, this was certainly no meaningless warning. The old man suddenly spoke, addressing Director Wu and Dao Jun, to which Dao Jin replied in the affirmative. Yang Kaiyan made a proposal, asking what they thought about handing the construction of Sungam Media City over to him. He could hardly believe his ears. Pardon. Dao Jin was stunned. Was this man really the first to try and stick his hand into the feast he had already prepared? The old man gave a challenging smirk, asking why he had such an expression. Are you dissatisfied? Shikshuan felt a sense of unease and quickly spoke up, asking the chairman what he meant by handing it over. Yang Kaiyan replied that his words were quite literal. He explained arrogantly that Shun Yang Construction would be the party signing the contract with the city of Seoul, though Deya Construction would still play a major role. Shikshuan was momentarily stunned, asking if that meant Shun Yang would take the project, while Deya merely acted as a subcontractor. Yang Kaiyan burst into laughter, questioning the use of the word subcontract. With calculating eyes, he suggested it be called a collaboration instead. A chill ran down the man's spine, wondering how someone could be so greedy. How could he seize the opportunity his own precious grandson had spent tens of billions of won to create? Dao Jun lowered his voice and asked if his grandfather was truly being serious. Yang Kaiyan leaned back wearily, asking the boy if he had ever joked about business matters. He added a deliberate threat, mentioning that others believed the project was far beyond their capabilities. Furthermore, with the current climate seeing construction firms collapsing one after another, he bit his lip in frustration. The survivors would never let such a delicious piece of prey slip away. Yang Kaiyan nonchalantly justified his stance, claiming that in some respects, this could be considered a national enterprise. Dao Jun asked once more if he meant they lacked the strength to handle the project. The old man confirmed it immediately. He furrowed his brows in confusion, asking why his grandfather wouldn't just help them instead of trying to take everything for himself. Yang Kaiyan denied that it was merely about helping. He firmly asserted that without his intervention, the project would be torn to shreds, leaving them with 20% at most. Yang Kaiyan coldly analyzed the situation, stating that otherwise, the construction cartels would overturn the current state of affairs and set up a different game in the coming years. Naturally, Deya Construction would never have the chance to rise by then. Shikshuan spoke up indignantly, noting that since Deya's leaders were mostly from Shun Yang, that should be enough collaboration without involving Shun Yang Construction directly. The old man clicked his tongue in annoyance, wondering why young people were so slow to understand. Yang Kaiyan raised his voice, barking that he wasn't intervening to help anyone at all. If the two of you cannot manage the business, then wouldn't I naturally become the one in charge? The atmosphere grew heavy instantly, leaving Dao Jun truly bewildered. He kept questioning himself why the man would suddenly say such a thing, especially since he never cared about building DAEA. No, was the entire HWK group so ambitious despite being separate from Shun Yang? Could it be that if the business made enough money, he would stop caring about bloodlines? Dao Jun swallowed hard. This is a habit of chairmen at Viet A, he began tensely. Dao Jun's grandfather analyzed that the number of companies under the Shun Yang brand was growing. Eventually, he was surrounded only by people who wanted something from him, so he never had to leave his study. He realized the crux of the matter, but now, he had personally come all the way here. The old man's eyes wavered. Yang Kaiyan cleared his throat nonchalantly, saying he wanted to go out because the weather was pleasant. Dao Jun asked naively, "Is that so? Isn't it because you're anxious?" The man looked at him with disdain. Anxious? What could possibly make me anxious? Dao Jun stated plainly, "As soon as my aunt becomes mayor, I will immediately advance this project. Right now, only my company is ready to join." He declared firmly, "I will never allow other companies to get involved." Yang Kaiyan chuckled. "So you're saying," he tightened his grip, "you know that if you don't seize the project before it begins, the chance is gone, right? Is that why you hurried here?" The man's face darkened and his fingers clenched slightly. Dao Jun told himself, "I'm not sure if he's testing me or not, but I must demonstrate my willpower to him." he decided to take the risk. He might think I'm being rude, but I have no choice. Dao Jun pondered that if he kept yielding, he would be just like his uncles and aunt. He asserted, "We lack construction expertise and need your help, but we cannot hand everything over to you." Dao Jun spoke without restraint. "We will be the primary lead, and Shun Yang Construction will be our trusted partner." He left Shikshuan in shock. "This is my final compromise." Yang Kaiyan bit his lip. He growled a threat. "If you try to eat something you can't swallow, you'll tear your mouth open. Being too sure of yourself will lead to a bloody nose." Dao Jun didn't flinch and smiled with confidence. "Children have to get hurt to grow up, don't they? I'll see what I can do." Yang Kaiyan applied more pressure. "Did you just decide to become my foe?" The tension in the room was palpable. Shikshuan broke out in a cold sweat. Dao Jun responded casually, "A foe? Not at all. I still view Shun Yang Construction as the ideal partner for this venture." The man slammed his hand against the chair. "Defying my wishes makes you an adversary." Yang Kaiyan stood up. "Think it over until the election ends tomorrow, then we'll talk. Director Wu, you should think carefully too. This game will be nearly impossible to play without me." Then he walked away. The two stood there dazed. Dao Jun let out a sigh of relief. The luxury car sped along the road. Yang Kaiyan sat there in thought. He stared out the window silently, his eyes sharp. The time had finally come, with news reports showing that the candidate Kui Chang-su had secured 42.1% of the votes for the Seoul mayoral race. Jin Dao Jun called to offer his congratulations, and an enthusiastic Kui Chang-su replied that he would never forget the favor Jin Dao Jun had done for him. He suggested they continue to cooperate well, prompting Jin Dao Jun to meaningfully ask for confirmation that his uncle intended to take very good care of him. Jin Dao Jun remarked that he was satisfied simply having an uncle as the mayor of Seoul, before hanging up and calculating that 30 minutes had passed. Since the election results were already on TV, it was the right time for him to call and express his gratitude, showing he wasn't entirely shameless. Wu Shixian couldn't help but grumble that despite the victory, he wasn't happy at all, loudly questioning Jin Dao Jun on whether he planned to follow his grandfather's orders. When asked if he would counterattack, Jin Dao Jun resignedly said he would yield to his grandfather once more and only strike back if things became unbearable. Wu Shixian looked visibly annoyed, mentioning how he had dropped hints to the construction company leaders, only for them to tuck their tails and retreat. Jin Dao Jun wasn't surprised since those men were his grandfather's pawns, while a frustrated Wu Shixian felt deceived for having trusted Chairman Jin. Wu Shixian lamented that their plan to hand over Deya Construction was a mistake, but Jin Dao Jun maintained it was their best option since they couldn't have gained so much without Shun Yang. He assessed objectively that thanks to those people, they had recovered the slush funds and avoided interference from unnecessary businesses. With the top business divisions secured and the money-draining ones discarded, Jin Dao Jun advised Wu Shixian to stop dwelling on regrets since it was over. He noted that in the worst-case scenario, they would simply hand over the SMC project and merge Deya Construction into Shun Yang. He felt somewhat satisfied, viewing their losses as a tuition fee for the lessons he had learned, though Wu Shixian remained irritated. Wu Shixian admitted he was relieved if Jin Dao Jun had learned something, yet he still felt they had been stabbed in the back, causing Jin Dao Jun to grin widely. Jin Dao Jun remarked that the lesson was to never trust anyone, and while Wu Shixian pouted, Jin Dao Jun secretly admitted he still trusted his grandfather. He believed that even if SMC was a massive enterprise, his grandfather wasn't the type to shamelessly rob his own grandson of everything. Jin Dao Jun frowned as he wondered what was going on, then decided to visit his grandfather and told Wu Shixian he would be in touch if anything important happened. Jin Dao Jun sighed dejectedly as he walked, reflecting on how he would be the first grandson to offer up a meal he had painstakingly prepared to his grandfather. As the two of them conversed, the elder asked if his uncle had called, and Jin Dao Jun confirmed that he had phoned the moment the election results were announced. Yang Kaiyan was intrigued and asked how long it took. Dao Jun thought for a moment and said it was about 30 minutes, but the old man arrogantly claimed the man had called him less than a minute after the results were announced. He expressed his gratitude and insisted it was all thanks to me, even though I told him I had done nothing. Dao Jun remained silent, completely at a loss for words. Since you did nothing at all, he was quick to offer his thanks. To grandfather, this was merely a simple way to send his son-in-law far away, leaving Dao Jun with a bitter smile. One should indeed feel grateful when such a powerful man shows leniency. He spoke flatteringly, saying that grandfather must have been worried, and even without a word, his uncle would have followed his lead. Yang Qian praised his sharp insight before suddenly fixing his gaze directly on Dao Jun. "What about you?" the old man asked, to which he cautiously replied that he had a question for his grandfather before sharing his own thoughts, and Yang Qian casually told him to go ahead. Dao Jun asked directly if he truly desired the MAPO project, or if he had another motive, causing the old man's eyes to widen in surprise as he questioned what other motive there could be. Asked what he meant, he replied vaguely that he didn't know, prompting Yang Qian to calm himself and tell him that he was simply overthinking things. He firmly stated he had no other motives, explaining that since Shun Yang's funds were depleted due to the IMF crisis, he naturally had to take action, leaving Dao Jun stunned. "So you snatched the livelihood right out of your beloved grandson's hands?" he asked. But Yang Qian remained indifferent and asked about him instead, leaving him wide-eyed with shock. The old man nonchalantly pointed out that he had provided a billion-dollar loan, or rather, hadn't he profited from the car companies by manipulating the currency exchange? He suggested that even with exchange rate adjustments, it was still an excessive form of extortion. Dao Jun was stunned, wondering if the old man had remembered and was now retaliating, so he hurriedly asked if he was being serious. Yang Qian replied nonchalantly that he was being perfectly honest, as he had calculated that the controlling shares in the automotive industry had suffered significant losses. He explained that he needed to make up for those losses this time, and as Dao Jun stood there in shock, Yang Qian chuckled and advised him not to feel so wrong. He promised that even if Shun Yang took over the business, he would ensure he was well provided for, leading him to ask suspiciously exactly what well provided for meant. The old man stroked his chin and suggested it would be enough for Deya to settle its debts and pay the employees overdue wages, causing Dao Jun to frown and ask for more specific details. Yang Qian stated bluntly that Deya would be responsible for at least 30% of the entire project. As silence fell over the room, he began to seriously evaluate the offer. The overall scale had been defined, and while 30% wasn't a massive sum, it could be considered sufficient. It seemed this was the most reasonable figure his grandfather would offer, especially since the Deya construction executives reported to him. Dao Jun clenched his fists, and though he felt betrayed, he had no intention of getting rid of them, thinking that these people would be useful to him when he eventually seized Shun Yang. Dao Jun began to probe, asking if he would give anything more, but the old man coolly reminded him not to be too greedy, as he knew 30% was more than enough. He became even more resolute. If he backed down now, the cinematic empire his father built would be for nothing, as his objective wasn't merely profit. Even if 30% was enough to live on, he couldn't agree. Dao Jun broke into a cold sweat and apologized to his grandfather, but Yang Tian glared at him menacingly. "You should think twice before saying that," the old man warned. But the boy's eyes were so full of determination that it was too late to retreat, leaving the elder stunned. Dao Jun stated clearly that he had been reflecting since yesterday and wouldn't change his mind. He smiled calmly, insisting he couldn't yield this time. Yang Tian's face contorted in shock, but Dao Jun didn't waver, saying he would proceed even if his decision differed from his grandfather's. The old man roared, "Are you serious? Are you certain you won't regret this?" the elder asked, and he firmly replied that he wouldn't regret it even if he didn't receive a single penny from SMC. He added that he wouldn't blame his grandfather since he only reached this point with his help, though Yang Tian remained skeptical, questioning if he was being sincere. Dao Jun teased, "Yes, but since I've just been robbed of everything, I won't be contacting you for the next few days." He asked for understanding despite the awkwardness. The old man fell silent before flashing a mysterious smile, finding the selfish threat quite intriguing. "Not even a phone call to check in?" the elder asked as the boy stood to leave, promising he would try not to let the silence last more than a week. Dao Jun bowed and took his leave, turning away with a tense resolve to work hard and strike first against his aunt and uncle. But Yang Tian suddenly called his name. "Yes," he replied, noticing the old man's gaze soften as he invited him to come early tomorrow for a stroll before the battle began, leaving Dao Jun dazed for a long moment. That evening at the corporation, Yan Jai frowned and asked if he currently held the most shares. Zhang Xian confirmed that he did, with the exception of the chairman. He continued to press, asking if securing those shares would allow him to challenge his father, but Zhang Xian replied that it was highly unlikely. Without inheriting the shares, he couldn't secure management rights. Yan Jai gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in frustration before posing a cruel hypothetical. "If my father passed away, what would the ownership structure look like?" he asked, causing the two men to stare in visible confusion until he laughed it off. He told them not to be surprised given his father's age, noting that a sudden death wouldn't be unusual, and he was only asking because the inheritance plans were still unsettled. Zimin explained that the chairman's shares would be split, with 23% going to his wife and 15% to each child. Yan Jai then brought up another point. He asked about a valid will, but the man honestly replied that none of the corporate lawyers had received one yet, sir. However, they didn't know if the chairman's private lawyer had received it. Zhang Xian suddenly spoke up, suggesting there might not be a separate will, prompting the man to ask why. Inheritance taxes on corporate shares are extremely high, and I have always been instructed to work toward avoiding them. If a separate will exists, it would include all personal assets like land, houses, and private belongings, excluding the group's shares. Yang Qi pondered in silence, inwardly agreeing that unless it was an illegal inheritance, the taxes would amount to hundreds of billions or even trillions. Therefore, most tycoons transfer management rights through illegal gift assets while alive, and Yang Qi smirked, knowing his father would never pay such a massive inheritance tax. He continued to investigate how management rights would be handled if assets were divided equally without a will, and Zhang Xuan stated it would be complex, as the chairmanship would shift based on share counts, leading Yang Qi to ask what would happen if his mother supported him. He remained cautious, noting that precise calculations were still required, but then Zhang Xuan suddenly remembered the third son. He asked if Director Jin Shangji was on your side, noting that if both the lady and Director Jin Shangji supported you, everything would be fine, and the man could not suppress a smile. Yang Qi tried to remain calm, remarking that although things seemed fine, the most crucial matter was finalizing the inheritance issues before his father passed away. He slapped his head as Zhang Xuan pointed out another variable, revealing that Sun Yang Auto's shares had now exceeded 17%, which prompted him to investigate. He heard that Wu Shixian of Fantasy and director Jin Xuanji are very close, but he firmly asserted that Xuanji only cares about movies. Pays no attention to the family's internal power struggles, so there will be no issues. Then Yang Qi rubbed his temples and told the two of them to leave. They bowed respectfully and quickly departed, leaving Yang Qi to relax as he vaguely wondered if he now had to keep an eye on the youngest brother. Thinking he no longer needed to worry, Yang Qi lit a cigarette and took a long drag, inwardly grumbling about how much longer his father intended to live. Since he could not take anything with him anyway, yet still incited conflict among his children, the man silently decided he had to keep an eye on the youngest brother. Yang Qi was calculating, realizing that while he hoped the children would not be caught up in this, his brother's thoughtlessness was even more concerning. Early the next morning, the car sped down the highway while Yang Kaiyan remained silent, leaving Dao Jun puzzled as to where they were going before dawn. He estimated that taking the western highway meant they were heading toward Zhongnan or Zhailiu, just as the old man called out to Dao Jun, who immediately responded. Yang Kaiyan smiled and asked if he was curious about their destination, and he carefully replied that he was dying to know but hesitated because his grandfather seemed so serious. The old man looked outside again and calmly stated they were traveling to the birthplace of the Sun Yang group, which surprised Dao Jun when he named it as Quinshan. He searched his memories, noting that Quinshan being the origin of Sun Yang was beyond the knowledge he had gained from studying the group's history in his previous life. It was the site of the Chaoxian rice farm, a property left by the Japanese enemy after liberation, where his grandfather had seized rice from the plantation. It was a place renowned for its delicious rice, and he used those funds to establish the current Sun Yang group. Dao Jun asked excitedly, "Does the Josian rice farm still exist today?" Yang Tian was momentarily surprised that he knew of the Josian rice farm. Dao Jun quickly composed himself and came up with an excuse, saying it appeared frequently in magazines. Besides, you've mentioned it in interviews before. Every Sun Yang employee is aware of it, so how could your own grandson not know? The old man laughed heartily. This is exactly how you earn my favor. Though I have dozens of grandchildren, they only know how to squander money. Only you understand how that wealth was actually made. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief as Yang Tian began to explain that the farm was abandoned during the war after being used by the U.S. military, and he only reclaimed it much later. It has now become a historical museum. I donated it to the nation because of its significance, allowing it to be meticulously preserved without costing me a cent. Dao Jun asked innocently, "If it's a museum, are there any stories about you in it?" Yang Tian laughed loudly at the absurdity. Would they really keep records of me being a thief? He suddenly realized the truth. Back then, the old man had indeed tampered with the rice. He silently acknowledged it. Yang Tian had always been ambitious, knowing even then that while a petty thief is condemned and punished, a grand thief remains untouched. Turning to Dao Jun, he asked, "Do you know why?" He replied blankly, "Is it because they are too powerful to be challenged?" Yang Tian didn't deny it, simply stating, "That's not wrong, but it's actually because the great thieves are the ones who hold the power. And if you return a portion of what you've taken, they will look the other way. Dao Jun keenly sensed that this was the beginning of the collusion between politics and business. He asked tentatively, "So the rice that was tampered with back then?" Yang Tian immediately confirmed. "That's right, I distributed it among those who held authority." Looking out at his empire, he remarked, "I used those funds to build factories and establish the company. I couldn't even begin to count the wealth I've amassed since then." Yang Tian confided that he had reinvested everything into expanding the company. The number of Sun Yang factories and buildings grew incessantly. He noted dryly, "Now, I must protect them from being stolen away. It truly is a tedious task." Dao Jun remained awkwardly silent, his brow furrowing slightly. "So, was the reason you cut ties with your elder brother to shield Sun Yang from danger?" Yang Tian remained pensive and silent. Dao Jun probed cautiously, filled with curiosity. Wasn't his grandfather known as the iron-faced man who would even betray his own siblings? He wondered what the old man's true feelings were. The old man confessed, "No, I simply did what was necessary to survive." Dao Jun judged him coldly, wondering if he truly believed betraying his own brother for survival was justifiable. Yang Tian continued. The military had seized power and began targeting the wealthy to win public favor. At that time, my elder brother was the factory manager, but he knew nothing about running a business. He knew all too well that Sun Yang was a target. It had to be either him or his brother. One of us had to be sacrificed to the regime. With a wild look in his eyes, Yang Tian added, "If I had been arrested, Sun Yang would have surely fallen into someone else's hands, so I resolved to betray my brother." Dao Jun analyzed the situation tensely, wondering if it was a choice forced by circumstance or a calculated betrayal to seize everything. What was the actual truth? Suddenly, the old man shifted the topic. "What about you?" He was momentarily dazed. "Pardon?" Yang Tian questioned him further. "I am asking if you would betray your own family to protect what belongs to you." Du Jun's eyes widened as he faced the necessity of telling the truth. Seeing the old man's hopeful gaze, he hesitated for a long time, finding it difficult to provide the answer his grandfather desired. Just as Du Jun began to say, "Grandfather," they were struck by an accident, and he eventually opened his eyes to the sight of a hospital ceiling. Du Jun realized he was still alive despite thinking he had perished. He softly asked if he could hear her, told him to wait for the doctor, and gently stroked his head. She gave him a sincere smile as he drifted back to sleep, and later, Yudan arrived to examine him, instructing him to follow a finger with his eyes. Du Jun urgently asked about his grandfather's condition, prompting the doctor to pause his work and ask if the man who arrived with him was indeed his grandfather. He confirmed it immediately, and Yudan reassured him that the old man was fine and would wake soon, noting only one of the 5 victims required surgery. Du Jun was stunned to hear there were 5 victims and wondered how many vehicles were involved as he quickly sat up in bed. He told the doctor his grandfather was the chairman of Shun Yang Group and urged him to handle the matter before the hospital became crowded. But the doctor remained indifferent. The doctor questioned why a Shun Yang chairman would need special treatment for a minor car accident and why he should care about such status. Yudan calmly explained that they needed to involve the police for an investigation and that this local public medical center lacked VIP facilities. Du Jun insisted he didn't want VIP treatment, but needed to be by his grandfather's side the moment he regained consciousness. To him, seeing his grandfather was more important than a checkup, as he calculated that his grandfather should be the one to decide when to inform the family. While a normal event for others, this accident could impact the national stock market, so Du Jun knew it must not be leaked before an official announcement as he found Yang Ji awake. The old man teased him affectionately, calling him a rascal and asking if he was hurt, to which Du Jun rushed over and said he only had minor burns. He asked if his grandfather was all right, and Yang Ji replied that the doctor cleared him, expressing relief that Du Jun was safe while patting his hand. Du Jun looked around the special treatment room as Yang Ji explained they needed a few quiet days and that he had already settled everything, so Du Jun should forget the crash. He felt a wave of relief standing with Yang Ji, simply grateful they were both alive and well as he thought back to the moment of impact. Neither of them expected it, and he hadn't even stopped to think when he shielded his grandfather from the oncoming truck. It was a purely instinctive act, without any calculation as he knelt by the bed. He had long since stopped merely trying to be a brilliant grandson just to inherit Shun Yang. Du Jun trembled on the verge of tears, realizing this man truly was his grandfather, and he was his grandson. Yang Ji gently patted Du Jun's back and looked at him with care as a soft knock came at the door, and Han Dun cautiously asked if he was interrupting. The old man stood up straight as Han Dun entered uninvited to record the information, presenting a slip of paper and stating he had found the wallet of the person currently in surgery. "I brought this because I wasn't sure if anyone knew who he was," he said, as Dao Jun's expression shifted while he stared intently at the business card, wondering how this person could be here. Dao Jun was in disbelief that the man who should have finished work and been resting at home was now in the operating room, just as Yang Tian reached out and asked if it was someone he knew. He didn't hide anything, confirming it was his close escort who had driven him that morning, though Dao Jun had told him to head home, a realization suddenly hitting him. Reconstructing the situation in his mind, it seemed Assistant Jin had ignored his instructions to act with the utmost sincerity, leaving Dao Jun stunned that he had tried to fulfill his escort duty until he reached home. He was truly shaken that the man had offered up his entire body and even his life, a fact that Yang Tian also perceived before questioning Han Dun. When asked if the young man would survive, he calmly reported that they were currently doing their best, prompting the old man to make a sincere plea. "I beg you to save him at all costs, for he may very well be our savior," he urged, to which Han Dun gave a slight nod and a respectful "yes, Chairman," before quickly departing. Yang Tian praised him, noting his good fortune in meeting such a person, while Dao Jun felt a somber sense of unreality that someone would actually be willing to trade their life for his. The old man nodded with satisfaction, remarking that while many had gone to prison in his place, none had ever risked their life for him. And as he advised Dao Jun to consider how to repay the debt, the young man noted that he wasn't the only recipient of this favor, making Yang Tian laugh. "Is that so? Then I suppose I am also indebted to this young man," he mused, while Dao Jun gave a wry smile and suggested he get some sleep, as there was likely nothing either of them could do until the surgery was over, since he didn't believe there was anything they could do at the moment. Yang Tian lay back down, agreeing to take a short nap, and quickly fell back into a slumber, while he remained lost in thought with a troubled frown. And Jai at the authorities confirmed that he had received a communication from the district governor. HG expressed his gratitude for the concern and asked if he was aware of the situation, to which he replied while taking notes that further investigation at the scene would be necessary. However, based on the opinions of traffic experts, Njai analyzed the situation, noting that their check of the speed marks showed the chairman's vehicle had been waiting at the traffic light. Yet, for some reason, the truck heading straight toward the intersection swerved and collided with the chairman's car, causing him to raise an eyebrow and remark that the chairman must have been severely injured. Using his hands to describe the scene, he confirmed that there was another vehicle, a BMW, behind the chairman that had charged into the truck before it could strike the chairman's car. Jai explained that the tire tracks clearly visible on the asphalt indicated the BMW had suddenly accelerated, which was what had successfully diverted the truck's path. As HG pondered in silence, he continued by saying they had initially assumed it was the car of the secretary accompanying the chairman, but that did not seem to be the case. Leaning forward slightly, he asked about the BMW driver, and Njai confirmed the person was critically injured, noting that no matter how safe a German car was, surviving a collision with an 8-ton truck was impossible. Xiang Zai regained his composure, noting the chairman's car had been struck twice, and inquired if the culprit's identity or name had been discovered. He replied that they had found the man's wallet and asked if he knew Assistant Jin En from the strategy department, though Xiang Zai could not recall him. Deciding to investigate that later, he asked about the truck driver, whom Njai confirmed was severely injured and under the watch of a detective to prevent escape. Xiang Zai stroked his chin in thought, prompting Njai to ask if he was still uneasy, but he dismissed the concern, suggesting the driver had simply fallen asleep, since such accidents were common after driving all night. Njai agreed but insisted on further investigation, leading Xiang Zai to make a request to the chief. He asked for the truck driver's personal information, and Njai provided the documents detailing the vehicle and the driver's history for his review. He bluntly stated that the district chief would request a cover-up, leaving Njai shocked, as Xiang Zai explained that the victim was their employee and the matter was sensitive. Njai was stunned for a moment before realizing that Shun Yang Group required discretion, agreeing to do whatever was most convenient for them. Having finished his business there, Xiang Zai realized his next priority was to reach the hospital and neutralize any potential informants. Chen Yangshan asked if the investigation had been called off, and He Qing nodded firmly, confirming he had instructed the chief to personally erase all traces. He reported meeting the director to ensure no accident details leak, and as the old man pondered, he suggested a secret probe into the truck driver might reveal more, drawing a sharp look from Chen Yangshan. He Qing felt the tension as he wondered if they would find anything, lowering his gaze while stating they had to consider every possible outcome. He questioned if the chairman's own suspicions were the reason he hadn't contacted his family, prompting the old man to let out a weary sigh as he leaned back. Chen Yangshan convinced himself that since no one knew of his trip to Quinshan, It might have been a simple accident. Deciding to wait for the driver to wake up while He Ching noted that Daejun had been brought along. He Ching perceptively wondered if that was the intention, noting that the rice mill in Quinshan, the birthplace of the Xiang group, was a secret known only to a handful of people. While the building had been converted into a museum, the basement served as Chen Yangshan's true private gallery. It was a sanctuary for mementos spanning from his childhood to the present, a personal archive where he could quietly reflect on his life's path. In that very place, both the eldest son Chen Rongji and the second son Chen Dongji had been designated as Xiang's heirs, leading a stunned Zhengxian to wonder if Daejun was next, until Chen Yangshan bluntly confirmed it. When asked if Daejun still seemed lacking, Zhengxian immediately disagreed, acknowledging that the young man was exceptionally brilliant for his age. The old man remarked that while his other sons were overjoyed at the prospect of managing Xiang, he was eager to see Daejun's reaction and felt it would be a shame to miss it. Zhengxian was puzzled, assuming the boy's serious nature would keep him composed, but Chen Yangshan suspected he might simply wave the offer away and decline. Zhengxian was taken aback, prompting the old man to laugh as he wondered how cunning the boy truly was, noting that at 20, he already commanded such loyalty that his subordinates would die for him. When asked if he would sacrifice his life for the chairman, He Ching honestly admitted he could not, as he had a wife and 3 children depending on him. He added that he was still looking forward to spending his earnings and didn't want to die in vain, causing the old man to realize that He Ching had grown old and now feared death. Seeing He Ching's guilt, Chen Yangshan laughed and reminded him that he had already served 3 years in prison on his behalf. He assured him of his eternal gratitude, to which He Ching jokingly replied that he would prefer monetary rewards over words to truly feel the chairman's appreciation. Chen Yangshan felt at ease seeing He Ching's boldness, and as he gazed outside, he realized just how much time had slipped away. A knock interrupted them as Handong announced a visitor for the manager, and after He Ching promised to be right there, he bowed and mentioned he had called security as a precaution. He Ching told the chairman to rest while he went to handle matters, and after receiving permission, he departed under Chen Yangshan's watchful gaze as the old man looked out at the hospital in the twilight. He announced to the public that the chairman had just finished surgery and was recovering. According to the doctor, the results would be available in about a day. Yun Kai was momentarily stunned. A day later, HG observed closely as the other 2 grew visibly tense while he waited in silence. Yan Kai lost his temper first, demanding why their father was in a rural hospital and insisting on an immediate transfer to the Sun Yan Medical Center. "No, summon all the best doctors," he ordered, but HG calmly replied, "Vice Chairman, what we must do now is wait. The chairman could be endangered by even a slight shock. Wait a bit longer, and once he is stable, we will move him back to Seoul," he stated as the man questioned him loudly. "So I'm just supposed to sit here and wait?" Yang Kai asked, calmer now. "Manager Lee, what is the doctor's opinion? What did they say?" He replied that they were uncertain. HG's expression remained stoic, as he said they could only wait for 48 hours. The room fell into a silence filled with calculating gazes and scheming. Some were genuinely worried, and he observed them all. Yan Kai began shouting at Manager Lee again for not reporting immediately after the call. "What is this? Does it make sense for his children to find out a day later?" HG remained unfazed, stating he was only following the chairman's emergency protocols. He did not hesitate to bow, apologizing for the disappointment. HG professionally hid his thoughts, recalling how he had suggested informing the family about the accident. Yan Chen immediately understood his intent to gauge their reactions. HG confirmed, suggesting this might be a setup rather than a mere accident, making the old man smile as he realized he didn't think this was simply an accident. He nodded and apologized, then asked if the chairman didn't find it suspicious that he had been moved to the intensive care unit. Yan Chen gave his approval, telling him to proceed with the plan. HG lowered his head slightly as the old man laughed with delight. "Thanks to you, I can rest for a few weeks," he told Yan Chen, adding that he would inform Dao Jun, who was smart enough to understand. Yun Kai then asked if Dao Jun was all right. "He is currently recovering," HG said before departing, suggesting that everyone talk while he went to check on the situation. He promised to report any emergencies immediately, showing no openings. Yan Kai clicked his tongue in annoyance before Yang Kai suggested a private talk with his brother. The man agreed, having his own questions. Unable to bear it, he asked if they really had to act this way here and told them to stop. He patted Yun Kai's shoulder, telling him not to worry needlessly as it wasn't what he thought. The 2 then left him alone at the hospital that night. As the 2 walked and talked, one asked if the other knew he was the only one who couldn't be reached, and the other confirmed he had heard. "Father intended to take Dao Jun to Gunsan," Yang Kai noted cautiously, asking for his brother's thoughts. Yankai asked if he was curious or just wanted to share his own, laughing with interest as the man replied frankly, "No, I know what you're thinking, so there's no need for curiosity." Rong Jai's face darkened as Yang Jai pointed directly at him. "You suspect I'm the one who caused the accident, don't you? Because you'd benefit most if father passed away without handing over the inheritance." Without needing to explain to a trembling brat, the uncle immediately retorted, "It's not certain if you'd be the primary beneficiary. Investigating the corporate structure would take at least half a year, wouldn't it?" The man beat his chest excitedly. "I am the eldest son. If father dies, I will be the chief mourner, and my face will be the only one featured in the news and the press. Everyone knows I am the one who will become chairman. At that time, the shareholders and authorities will all side with me," Rong Jai muttered with a scowl. "Damn it, the eldest son in a poor family is just a burden, but in a wealthy one, he receives such a reward," the uncle said provocatively. "Is that so?" Rong Jai remarked. "You've played a massive gamble, haven't you?" Yang Jai's expression shifted as Rong Jai stared him down, and Yang Jai eventually admitted it solemnly. He tried to brush it off, saying he already knew the answer, but the uncle pressed him firmly not to evade. Yang Jai then admitted it candidly. "It's tragic and regrettable that father might never wake up, but it's not necessarily bad for me. He didn't bother hiding it." That was his final answer. Rong Jai fell silent, then tapped his forehead and remarked, "However, no matter how foolish you are, you couldn't have caused such a messy accident." Rong Jai asked what should be done about Dao Jun. Yang Jai dismissed the issue, saying he should handle it himself since making others submit was his specialty. The uncle made his stance clear. "Promise me you won't touch the boy." The man laughed scornfully, asking why he didn't stop acting so virtuous, as Yang Jai pointed out. "If Dao Jun becomes a threat, you'll be the first to strike even before me." Rong Jai didn't object. On the TV, music was playing while Dao Jun was with Yang Tian. Two doctors entered, and he widened his eyes in surprise at their expressions. The old man spoke first, asking if there was bad news or if Jin Yang-shi's condition had worsened. Han Duo denied it. "No, chairman," he signaled with his eyes, and Nan Yao added, "Jin Yang-shi has recovered much faster than expected. Judging by his vital signs, he should wake up soon." Dao Jun looked delighted, but Yang Tian's reaction was the opposite. "Then why do you all look so grim?" He announced that the chairman's test results were in, and they had discovered a small tumor. He became agitated immediately, and Dao Jun jumped up in shock. "A tumor? Do you mean cancer?" The old man calmly steadied Dao Jun, noting the doctor hadn't finished. He felt restless and apologized. Han Duo explained that it wasn't too worrying, as the size indicated it was likely only in the early stages. Surgery should be able to remove it completely. Yang Tian continued to question why the doctor's expression remained so troubled if that was the case. Namjiu explained that the brain tumor's location was quite sensitive, sending a chill down the old man's spine, while Jin Du-jun stood frozen, lost in thought over the diagnosis. He had no idea how the original Jin Du-jun had died in his previous life, knowing only it was an accident, and wondered if his survival meant a future accident still awaited him as he gazed at Jin Yangchen. He clearly recalled his grandfather's brain tumor was a different matter, as Jin Yangchen, who built the Sunyang Group, was supposed to pass away from illness next year at the age of 78. Jin Du-jun was stunned, wondering if the tumor was the cause of death, while the doctor noted that although it was small and its nature uncertain, finding it early before any metastasis was fortunate. The old man grew suspicious, noting his recent checkup mentioned nothing, leading Namjiu to suggest it might be malignant and that they should proceed with surgery immediately. Jin Yangchen made a swift decision, asking them to prepare as he was ready for the procedure at any time, which took both doctors by surprise. Handan explained hesitantly that as a local public hospital, their facilities were too inadequate to guarantee a flawless surgical outcome. They admitted that the prestige of the Sunyang Group's chairman was a heavy burden, and the pressure of handling their first VIP patient might lead to critical errors. The old man realized he could not rest peacefully there, and began making urgent preparations to leave. He asked who the nation's top doctor was, expressing his desire to live long enough to see the boy marry, leaving Jin Du-jun stunned as Jin Yangchen laughed and turned to his staff. He instructed them to discuss the details with manager Li, and as they bowed, a somber Jin Du-jun watched his grandfather tighten his grip on his hand. Looking at him with affection, the old man called him his lucky star for saving him multiple times, leaving Jin Du-jun feeling slightly awkward. Jin Yangchen pointed out that while his subordinate had rescued them, the boy himself had shielded him during the actual collision. He remarked cheerfully that the accident was a blessing in disguise, as it allowed them to discover and intercept his illness just in time. Jin Du-jun pressed his lips together before happily insisting that his grandfather must live a long life and that the surgery would surely be a success, earning a smile from Jin Yangchen. There was a knock at the door, and Lee Hak-ju rushed in frantically to check on the chairman's condition after hearing the test results. But the old man remained composed. He calmly stated it was just a minor surgery, and there was no need for concern since the tumor was caught early, leaving the manager in deep thought. Jin Yongchen regained his spirits and told manager Lee to stop worrying so they could plan their next move, to which Lee recommended Professor Jiang Jun-sik from Myung-in University Hospital. He promised to arrange the surgery date personally, and the old man decided to inform his children that he required an additional operation. The manager was surprised, fearing the news would shock them, but Jin Yongchen believed that if they were flustered, they would only end up making mistakes. Su-yun offered a polite greeting, asking if her late arrival was rude, to which Si-xian kindly replied that it was not yet midnight. Si-xian looked around for Mayor Kui to congratulate him on his election, but she explained he was meeting with the party to select personnel for the Seoul government. She mentioned she came to express gratitude on his behalf, knowing Si-xian's hard work, which surprised him given the late hour. Su-yun smiled calculatingly and revealed her father had been in a car accident, while Si-xian carefully observed her facial expression. He deduced it was a collision, but wondered why she was informing him, then asked with concern if Chairman Jin was all right. She remained indifferent, stating her father was in intensive care after surgery and that rushing there would be pointless since she couldn't see him anyway. Si-xian could not hide his shock, judging her for acting so nonchalant while her elderly father was fighting for his life in the ICU. As Si-xian thought tensely, Su-yun chuckled and calculatingly asked if she should cause a scene, leaving him feeling fearful in the heavy atmosphere. She nonchalantly declared that if her father died, she would be more worried than grieved since she had yet to receive any of her inheritance shares. With a cold expression, Si-xian acknowledged that those born into the Jin family must abandon normal emotions and a typical life. She relaxed, noting his understanding, while he remarked that her seemingly ordinary demeanor made him feel comfortable speaking with her. He mentioned Chairman Jin's ambition for the MAPO SMC project and his request for them to yield, which took Su-yun by surprise. Si-xian confirmed the chairman had expressed this to Dao Jun, causing her to laugh at what she considered his unnecessary concern. Si-xian was puzzled by her words, but Su-yun insisted her father wouldn't steal from the grandson he intended to make his successor. Su-yun's pupils narrowed as she mentioned the heir and revealed the accident in Gongju involved Dao Jun, causing Si-xian's face to pale. Si-xian jumped up in agitation, asking if Dao Jun was seriously injured, but Su-yun told him to save that memorable expression for another time. She claimed they were short on time, and when an impatient Si-xian questioned her, she asked what his plan would be if her father and Dao Jun never regained consciousness. Si-xian was enraged by her words, but Su-yun feigned innocence, telling him not to get worked up as she was merely offering a proposal. Si-xian calculated silently, realizing that despite having no blood relation to Dao Jun, he felt a deep sense of worry for the young man. While Si-xian was consumed with anxiety, he found it inhuman that a daughter would discuss cold business proposals while her father lay injured. If my father passes away without a designated heir for the group's shares, Yun Jai and I will each inherit 11%, totaling 22%, correct. Jin Shu-yun continued nonchalantly, noting that the controlling interest might only be 15% or less since her two older brothers already held shares. Wu Shixian frowned, surprised she was calculating equity now. She calculated that Sun Yang Motors, now known as HW Motors, holds a 17% controlling stake, which would bring the total to at least 30% if combined. Jin Shu-yun was incredibly ambitious, thinking 30% would be a sufficient foundation to claim the chairmanship. Then she asked with feigned surprise if that was the case. She chuckled and proposed a deal. If he assisted her in becoming the head of Sun Yang, she would grant him over 10 prime subsidiaries. If that company merged with the HVK group, Representative Wu would become the leader of a major corporation ranked among South Korea's top 20 enterprises. Wu Shixian's expression remained cold as he gave a faint smile and told her she had miscalculated. Her eyes widened as she asked what he meant, and he calmly began his analysis. Yun Jai is my friend and is closer to me than a sister with whom he shares nothing but blood. If we joined forces, Director Jin's shares would be worthless, so the proposal should be reversed, leaving Jin Shu-yun stunned before she flashed a devious smile. He suggested she should help him or Yun Jai lead Sun Yang instead, offering her 10, no, 15, stable subsidiaries, claiming this was the more accurate calculation. He grew tense for a moment before Jin Shu-yun grinned and admitted he was certainly not ordinary. Since he spoke so bluntly, she decided to reveal her hidden secrets while Wu Shixian raised an eyebrow at her scheming. She explained that if her father died, her mother would also inherit many shares, so there was no reason to cooperate with Yun-Jai when they could barely stand the sight of each other. Wu Shixian weighed her words and got straight to the point, asking what she meant by Jin Dao-jun becoming the heir, to which she clicked her tongue in annoyance. Although Jin Dao-jun isn't the sole heir, he is recognized as one of them. Wu Shixian casually remarked that if he were an heir, there would be even less reason to partner with director Jin, especially since she held no shares. Jin Shu-yun brushed it off, confidently asserting that Jin Dao-jun is only in his 20s and questioning if he could truly inherit Sun Yang, or even manage to keep it if he did. She claimed he lacked the true power of Sun Yang, which Wu Shixian identified as the group's network of connections. Jin Shu-yun smirked and praised his sharp intuition. She noted that while the Prime Minister would come immediately at her father's call, he certainly wouldn't respond to a 20-year-old boy. Wu Shixian countered quietly, pointing out that unless there was an official announcement or recognition from Chairman Jin, the Prime Minister wouldn't even show up for Director Jin. She was left speechless as voices echoed through the hospital. Yun-Jai and Wu Shixian rushed toward Jin Dao-jun, who was recovering well and felt a bit surprised to see them. He asked anxiously if the boy was all right or seriously injured, and Jin Dao-jun quickly replied that he was fine, having suffered only a few scratches and bruises. Yun-Jai asked worriedly if that was true, and Jin Dao-jun tried to reassure them, saying he had undergone a full-body examination and everything was perfectly fine. "So everyone please stop worrying," he said, patting the man's shoulder with a relieved smile. Shixian couldn't help but wonder. "Why did you come to Gongdu anyway?" Shixian asked. Dao-jun replied, "I was heading to the Jiaxin rice mill in Gunsan." He then explained why he had to leave so early. Upon hearing the significance of the Jiaxin rice mill, Shixian slapped his knee and exclaimed excitedly, "So that's how it is. So that trivial ritual was the Jiaxin rice mill." Yun-Jai, who knew nothing of this, asked, "Hey, what nonsense are you talking about?" Shixian sighed. "Good grief, a father who only cares for his son like you doesn't even know why. Listen closely. The chairman has decided to name your son, Dao-jun, as the successor to the Sun Yang group, even if he isn't the sole heir," Shixian added. Yun-Jai was stunned, and Dao-jun was equally shocked as the realization finally dawned on him. It wasn't just a museum visit or a simple outing. Dao-jun felt the weight of the situation, realizing he was now the third successor after his two uncles. Shixian looked at him and remarked, "Look at this sly kid. You don't look like someone hearing news they've been waiting for. You already predicted this, didn't you?" Dao-jun sat up straight and asked, "But how did you find out?" Shixian complained wearily, "I met your aunt before coming here," which left Dao-jun quite surprised. Shixian recounted the events. "That's right. I also intended to discuss SMC, which is why I met her, but perhaps it was because of the accident in Gongdu. The others already seemed to know something beforehand." He mocked bluntly, "Only your father remains in the dark." Yun-Jai clarified, "I knew as well, but I didn't have high expectations." Shixian was baffled, and Dao-jun couldn't keep up either. Yun-Jai noted, "My two brothers, Yehangji and Zhangji, were appointed as heirs there. It's truly a childish ritual." Father said this while looking at the history of the Sun Yang group, Yun-Jai recalled with a grimace. "He told them to continue this legacy." Shixian's expression shifted. "How do you know that? Could it be that you?" He gave a bitter, pained smile. "My eldest brother proudly shared that story after he returned. He was so happy. He was thrilled to announce that he would be the heir from that day on." Shixian asked, "So, why did you say you have no expectations?" "Dao-jun is also an heir. Perhaps he'll receive a third of Sun Yang." Yun-Jai, having seen through it long ago, replied, "Just look at the current Sun Yang shares. Both my eldest and second brothers received less than 10%. It's been nearly 20 years since he was named heir. Don't you realize it yet?" His face darkened as Yun-Jai lowered his voice solemnly. "Dao-jun, your grandfather." His eyes flickered with a hint of sorrow. "He possesses immense ambition." Yun-Jai asserted firmly, "It's far greater than any ordinary person could imagine. He absolutely loathes giving away anything that belongs to him." He warned clearly that even his own children are no exception. Shixian swallowed hard in tension as the atmosphere in the hospital room grew heavy. Dao-jun pondered in silence. Though he agreed with his father, he couldn't say for certain that he was right. He knew the old man viewed him differently than his father. Dao-jun concluded that while his grandfather's greed was immense, his desire for Sun Yang's prosperity was even greater. Dao-jun analyzed the situation. Why had his two uncles remained mere heirs with less than 10% for 20 years? It was because the old man only had 10% faith in their ability to lead Sun Yang. With a confident smile, Dao-jun asserted, "Father, if one has no expectations, they should be grateful for whatever they receive." Yun-Jai was puzzled and asked, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting your destiny isn't to inherit Sun Yang?" "Think about it, father. Didn't that accident prove that the heavens don't approve? Thus, I should be thankful even for a small portion of the inheritance." He stared in shock while Shixian looked down silently. The man narrowed his eyes, judging the boy and sensing his hidden motives behind those nonchalant words. Yun Jai patted Chen Jun's shoulder. He was delighted, praising the boy for such a mature thought. Xixian suppressed his frustration. The next morning, HG arrived with a report. Chairman, the directors and executives are becoming restless. Yang Chen was surprised, wondering if rumors had already spread. No, the public is still unaware of the traffic accident. The old man realized his own children were the ones stirring up trouble, and HG confirmed it. Yes, they are frantically investigating the shareholding status of the other subsidiaries. Yang Chen smiled deviously, seeing this as a perfect opportunity. He prepared his trap to identify which directors supported his two sons. He broke into a cold sweat, knowing the end of the surgery would signal the start of a bloody war. Yang Chen asked if anyone had approached outside investors. HG regained his composure and replied, "Not yet, but we must be cautious about any information leaks." He further noted that neither of the sons seemed involved in the accident. The old man was genuinely surprised by this possibility. HG confirmed he had eavesdropped on their conversation. They both understood that the succession structure would crumble if the chairman died now. Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction. It was a relief they weren't foolish enough to realize the group's management was currently on thin ice. Although some doubts remained, it was likely just a random accident. The old man remained calm, deciding to investigate further just to be sure. Sun Wu knocked and rushed in, asking if the chairman was all right. The old man was pleased to see him, noting the effort he took to get there. "How about moving to the Sunyang Medical Center now? Our surgical department has many talents, like Professor Zhang Junshi." Yang Chen spoke formally. "My friend, do you think I'm here because I lack trust in our hospital? I'm simply here to observe this highly praised Zhang Junshi. I will bring that young man over and hand him to you, so make sure you utilize him effectively when the time comes," Yang Tian said as Xuan Wu struggled to maintain his smile while remaining alert. "Don't be deceived by that grin," the old man suddenly remarked, causing Xuan Wu to snap to attention and reply, "Yes, sir." Yang Tian threatened menacingly, "What is the meaning of this tumor? Didn't you claim everything was fine just a month ago?" His expression grew dark and grim. As expected, he was being held accountable, causing Xuan Wu to break into a cold sweat. Knowing a single wrong word could end everything, he tremulously argued, "I deeply regret saying this, but it was impossible to detect the tumor a month ago." Xuan Wu tried his best not to stutter as he explained that it might be an acute tumor, and since no CT scan had been performed yet, he couldn't provide any further details. The old man pressured him angrily. "So you are certain there was no tumor during the general examination?" He quickly bowed low and pleaded, "Yes, Chairman, dozens of doctors thoroughly verified everything. Please trust me." Yang Tian grumbled in irritation. "Goodness, I haven't even said anything yet. I was merely confirming the facts. You're making me look quite bad here." Xuan Wu bowed even lower and stammered, I am truly sorry." The old man let out a weary sigh as Yang Tian lay back on the bed. "Fine, get out. I need to get some rest." He issued one final warning. "And remember, only you know that I am undergoing surgery here. You understand the weight of that, don't you?" He felt as though he had just narrowly escaped death. "Yes, Chairman." The hospital room fell silent once more as Yang Tian sought another opinion. "What do you think? I don't believe he did this intentionally." HG did not disagree. The medical staff at MGON University said the same thing, that anyone should have been able to spot it. The old man remained uneasy. Despite the general explanation, the events were too coincidental. The hospital concealed the brain tumor, and the accident occurred at the worst possible moment. It felt as if everything was following a script written by someone else. Yang Tian then issued an order. "Keep the hospital director under close surveillance," HG replied. "I have already assigned people to watch him. I will find out exactly who he has been meeting with." The old man was resolute. "Indeed, and in a few months convene a board meeting to have him dismissed." Surprised, he asked, "You mean you intend to fire him?" Yang Tian confirmed his decision. "Yes, the more I think about it, the more it bothers me. Just fire him." HG accepted the command. "I understand." Later that evening, Dao Jun bowed deeply. "Thank you. Yun Xiu has finally regained consciousness." He seemed overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Are you having any difficulty speaking?" Yun Xiu confirmed, "No, my pronunciation is a bit clumsy, but I'll be fine." Dao Jun relaxed slightly and advised him carefully, "I have many questions, but I will ask them later. For now, please just focus on resting." "Please go ahead and ask," he replied with a light-hearted laugh. "I've been resting for 10 days, so my mouth is practically itching to talk." Dao Jun felt a wave of genuine guilt. He decided to follow Yun Xiu's lead. "In that case, could you tell me about the day of the accident? Just share whatever you can remember." He began to search his memory. Well, Yun Xiu began his account. I expected the secretary's escort vehicle to follow the chairman, but only one car ended up departing. He was a man of great responsibility. Even though the manager told me to head home, leaving so early didn't feel right. It was a coincidence, really. Since you had changed cars, I followed to familiarize myself with the new vehicle and test the brakes one more time. Dao Jun casually remarked that the roads would surely be empty early in the morning, realizing that switching cars might have been an act of fate. He survived despite such a horrific accident, causing the other man to look on with wide, moved eyes and call out, "Manager." He encouraged him to speak his mind, so Yun Xiu thought for a moment about the accident and admitted he wasn't entirely certain. Yun Xiu explained that the truck didn't just lose control while driving, which startled Dao Jun into asking, "What do you mean?" Recalling his memories, Yun Xiu described seeing the truck parked and waiting, a revelation that sent a chill down Dao Jun's spine. Dao Jun stood frozen in disbelief as Yun Xiu confirmed that while he wasn't positive, it seemed the vehicle had been waiting for them. It wasn't an accident but a setup disguised as one, leading him to wonder who the culprit was and who their target could be. He questioned if his grandfather hid his recovery because he felt unsafe, but finding no answers, Dao Jun gave a careful warning beforehand. He felt awkward saying it, but asked him not to misunderstand, as he wasn't questioning him out of suspicion regarding his motives. Looking surprised, Xin Jun asked him directly why he sacrificed himself when he could have died, calling his survival a miracle. Yun Xiu pondered for a while before confessing that he made a split-second judgment, seeing it as the perfect chance for a great deal. Confused by the mention of a deal, Dao Jun listened as Yun Xiu reminded him of what he told him and Captain Xin when they joined him. He remembered clearly that Dao Jun didn't demand their loyalty, but simply stated that they were engaging in a business transaction. Dao Jun confirmed he remembered, thinking to himself that he only said it to motivate them, never expecting it to be applied this way. Yun Xiu confessed that after waking from his coma, he calculated that the deal involved the manager's life and future on one side. He asked what should be written on the other side to complete the transaction, then smiled confidently and told the manager to fill in the blank. It had to be something worthy of the manager's life, leaving Dao Jun silent as he realized this man was no mere loyal subordinate. He wondered if the man had matured after escaping death before smiling professionally and asking if he wanted a lump sum or lifetime payments. Yun Xiu decided on installments, noting he could just collect savings from the chairman, which reminded Dao Jun of his grandfather. He told him to take his time, noting that a lump sum would be a life-changing amount for Assistant Jin, but Yun Xiu remained firm. He insisted there was no need as he had already decided to accept it gradually. And when Du Jun asked if he was serious, he offered a simple excuse, saying that while he had not yet learned the joy of spending money, he knew such pleasure would quickly fade. Yunzai had made his decision. However, he believed that staying with the manager would bring far more satisfaction than merely spending well. His eyes widened in astonishment, and Du Jun pursed his lips before giving a slight reminder, telling Assistant Jin that he did not know if he still remembered, but his previous words remained in effect. He had forgotten which words were spoken, so Du Jun firmly stated that he would not keep anyone without sufficient strength by his side. Yet Yun Zai showed no shock as he explained simply. He understood that nothing could truly repay the debt of having his life saved, and since wealth was all he had, he would express his sincerity through financial means. Du Jun weighed the implications, noting that wanting to follow him meant something else entirely, so he raised his voice in determination, vowing to develop his abilities and strength to be worthy of serving the manager. He requested to be told at any time if he was found lacking, at which point he would step down, as Du Jun held up 3 fingers and made a stern announcement. Du Jun declared that he would overlook his mistakes 3 times, granting 3 chances even for major blunders or negligence, but warned clearly that their relationship would end upon a 4th mistake. Yunzai forced himself to speak up, asserting that he would do his best not to exhaust even one of those 3 chances. The room grew quiet as Dao Jun smiled contentedly, kindly advising him to rest well before departing for Seoul later that evening. A knock came at the door and Hai Yang entered, much to Yun Shi's surprise, followed by Yang Tian, whose presence made the pale young man struggle to sit up for the chairman. Yang Tian politely told him to stay down, noting that a severely injured patient is the most important person in a hospital and shouldn't fuss over an old man. He reached out to shake his hand, while Yun Shi remained confused, as Yang Tian sincerely thanked him for risking his young life to save an old man. Carefully choosing his words, he told the chairman not to worry, as there was another young person far more talented than himself who deserved the attention. The old man looked intrigued, asking if his actions were for Dao Jun's sake, then cut off the flustered Yun Shi to offer his heartfelt thanks. Yang Tian let out a groan as he sat by the bedside and sincerely stated that he was even more grateful for the rescue of his grandson than for his own life. Yang Tian then began to offer his repayment, telling the young man that he wished to reward him handsomely with whatever he desired, while Yun Shi pondered the offer. The old man spoke first, telling him not to ask for things like housing or tuition, because he had already moved the family to an apartment in Gangnam. He promised to take full responsibility for the children's education, covering everything from admission fees to full tuition, so they could study as much as they liked. Yun Shi was stunned as Yang Tian expectantly noted that he could no longer use family stability, everyone's top priority, as an excuse to refuse. Having already handled the matters of his home and children, the chairman urged him to show his true ambition for an elite life, leaving him to stammer out his thanks. The chairman spoke with flowery words, saying it was only his duty and that he felt ashamed to only offer money when wealth was all he had to give, leaving Yun Shi hesitant. Yun Shi replied that he didn't need so much money. As for people like him, having housing and his children's education secured was everything. Since the chairman had already eased those worries, he had nothing more to ask for, causing Yang Tian to widen his eyes in disbelief. Even if he had asked for tens of billions, he would have given hundreds of billions, yet the young man refused a life-changing opportunity, leaving Yun Shi to simply smile with satisfaction. Yang Tian silently accepted the answer and feigned a bitter laugh, asking if he truly disliked taking money from an old man who had nothing else to offer. When Yun Shi confessed that he didn't even know what his heart truly desired, Yang Tian teased him for his uncertainty before closing his eyes to think. Yang Tian suddenly mentioned the saying that opportunity knocks 3 times in a lifetime, and Yun Shi agreed as the old man began to issue a stern warning. He warned that he had already missed 2 of those chances, leaving Yun Shi bewildered as he asked if he meant twice, while Assistant Jin had assumed this was only the first opportunity. But he had already squandered 2 opportunities. If he didn't understand, he should pay close attention to Chairman Jin Yongquan's explanation. The first chance is being born to the right parents. If you are born into a wealthy family, you have already achieved half of your dreams. At that point, one only needs to perform well. The old man bluntly asked if his parents were wealthy, and when Yun Xiuo said no, Jin Yongquan concluded he had missed his first chance and asked if he knew the second, to which Yun Xiuo guessed university. He nodded in agreement, noting that the world today differs greatly from the past, as even ordinary universities represent a significant opportunity in this era. Jin Yongquan believed that in this country, social connections now originate from universities rather than one's hometown or high school. University is the ideal place for networking, offering a golden opportunity to transform one's social standing in a single stroke. With a slight frown, Yun Xiuo looked directly at the old man and asked if the chairman meant he only had one final opportunity remaining. Jin Yongquan clarified that the remaining opportunity was actually happening right now, leaving him utterly stunned as the old man lowered his voice enticingly. He offered an amount of money that even Seoul University graduates with bright futures or children of the wealthy could never match, asking if that would satisfy him. Yun Xiuo was truly astonished, causing the old man to laugh in amusement. It turned out he had rushed in to save Daejun instead of me. HG thought silently that he didn't object, since he was the one responsible for transporting manager Jin Daejun. Jin Yongquan remained skeptical, questioning if he was truly wagering his life on his grandson, and if this was his true desire, prompting Yun Xiuo to quickly offer an explanation. He clarified that he didn't intend to entrust his entire life to manager Jin Daejun, but rather he simply wanted to be as close to him as possible, leading the old man to demand a reason why. Looking bewildered, he asked for clarification, but Jin Yongquan pressured him by demanding to know why he would risk his life to stay near Daejun, glaring intensely as Yun Xiuo swallowed nervously. He replied that he also wished to stand at the forefront, which Jin Yongquan found incomprehensible, prompting Yun Xiuo to share his honest feelings. He confessed that he had always been as faint as a shadow in the eyes of others and felt ashamed of it. Since manager Jin Daejun had told him to state his desire, he admitted he wanted to stand proudly at the front without feeling ashamed of himself anymore. The old man's fingers tightened as Jin Yongquan gnashed his teeth in anger, wondering how someone of such low status dared to speak that way, while HG remained silent as the old man suddenly stood up in agitation. He shouted, asking how he dared to think of clinging to his grandson like a leech just because he saved him once, asserting that people like him would only hinder Daejun's progress. Startled and frightened, Yun Xiuo raised his voice to deny the accusation, stammering that he had never harbored such thoughts and that if he ever hindered manager Jin Daejun, he claimed he would rather resign. But Jin Yongquan immediately snapped back, telling him to be quiet and declaring that he had just squandered his third opportunity. The old man hurled insults, stating that people like him were always the same, fools who couldn't even distinguish between filth and food. Jin Enshi was stunned as Yang Tian left in frustration, declaring he wouldn't take back what he'd given and would evict him once he could walk. The old man firmly warned that he would end the man's life if he continued to linger around Dao Jun, ignoring his desperate attempts to explain. Chairman. Yang Tian paid no mind to Jin Enshi's distress as Dao Jun arrived with a bag of chicken, wondering why he had been summoned so suddenly. Dao Jun offered the chicken he bought, but Yang Tian grumbled as he sat by the bed, asking if Dao Jun knew about the man who wanted to be his dog. When Dao Jun asked if he meant assistant Jin Enshi, Yang Tian confirmed it, noting that the man had even turned down a massive financial offer. After the man refused the money to stay by his side, Dao Jun confirmed he had given him a chance with conditions, promising to forgive him 3 times. Dao Jun mentioned he would forgive 3 mistakes since the man saved his life, but Yang Tian wondered if that was enough to repay the debt. Yang Tian then asked what the true virtue of a dog was, leading Dao Jun to suggest it was the loyalty a loyal dog shows to its master. He added that loyalty was a trait uniquely associated with dogs, but Yang Tian frowned deeply and told him his understanding was incorrect. The old man argued that true loyalty required an upright character, serving as a moral compass to guide a master toward the right path. He asserted that a loyal servant would speak harsh truths to prevent a master from straying and would even forge a new path for them. Dao Jun suggested that following a master regardless of the path was loyalty, but Yang Tian sneered and dismissed such blind obedience as the mark of a traitor. Yang Tian maintained that devotion was the true essence of a dog, requiring the total and selfless sacrifice of one's body and soul for a master. He looked Dao Jun in the eye and explained that unlike loyalty, devotion was unconditional, then asked if he really believed the man was capable of such a feat. With a cold expression, Dao Jun replied that he believed so for now, as the man had been completely honest about his own emotions. Dao Jun kept his explanation brief for his grandfather, who only valued key points, but Yang Tian frowned and revealed that the man had already made a mistake. Yang Tian recounted with displeasure how the man had asked for his permission to serve Dao Jun, questioning why a dog would seek approval to choose its master. Dao Jun was surprised as Yang Tian pointed out that the man clearly held him in higher regard, though Dao Jun felt it was a trivial matter of respect for the chairman. Though he felt it was unfair, Dao Jun knew his right-hand man had to be perfect and asked if there were any other mistakes while restraining himself. Yang Tian expressed his utter contempt for Jin Enshi, mocking the idea of a dog having self-esteem after the man claimed he wanted to be confident. Yang Kaian felt disgusted, noting that even a dog would wag its tail when its master reached out, despite being beaten. He began to feel tense. That was the second error. Dao Jun cautiously inquired if there was a third mistake. The old man was truly surprised that he still intended to give the man a chance. He immediately confirmed it, as he had made a promise. He refused to become someone who easily broke promises to subordinates, a principle Dao Jun held dear. If a subordinate's virtue is devotion, then a superior's virtue is keeping one's word. He secretly resolved that he would never become a person like Jin Yang. When Jin Yangjun was vehemently opposed by Yang Kaian, who claimed the man had too many flaws, Dao Jun immediately countered, stating he didn't believe the man was lacking, but merely needed training. The old man scolded him loudly, asserting that Zun Yang was already teeming with flawless, talented individuals, and that he should simply choose someone from among them. He responded calmly, saying he lacked that particular destiny. He noted that those people could become his at any time after they achieved success, and there was nothing more to it. Yang Kaian was left speechless, and the old man clicked his tongue in annoyance. Yang Kaian rose from the bed and made a confident declaration. "Follow me, and I will show you his third mistake in an instant." Yang Kaian warned him to watch closely to see who the man feared and who he was scrutinizing. Dao Jun was slightly surprised, as he understood exactly what the old man intended to test. If Assistant Jin Yishi was truly determined to be his man, he would not be concerned with his grandfather's presence. According to his grandfather, a loyal and devoted dog would only have eyes for its master. Dao Jun calculated the odds, wondering if it would be that simple. He looked at the old man's back, remembering that he was, after all, the chairman of the Zun Yang group. At present, he was a master far more powerful than himself, so it was only natural to observe and watch him more closely. The two of them then entered the hospital room. The atmosphere was overwhelming, sending a chill down Yin Shiyu's spine. Dao Jun silently observed to see who those eyes were directed toward, as the man trembled with fear, wondering for whom he would speak. Yin Shiyu spoke hesitantly and bowed deeply, apologizing to the manager. Yang Qian was caught off guard as Yin Shiyu voluntarily withdrew. Perhaps our connection ends here, as my many shortcomings have only served to disappoint the manager. The old man felt humiliated, while Dao Jun remained composed. He wore a calculating smile as the tension in the room grew thick, and Yin Shiyu bowed his head low. Dao Jun pondered for a moment before commenting that, although he didn't know what had happened, the man was giving up quite quickly. The man replied with extreme self-deprecation, stating he had simply come to his senses after accidentally saving the manager with his own body. He admitted he had the ambition to achieve something greater through that act and would not deny it. Yang Qian listened in silence as Dao Jun offered words of encouragement. Everyone has ambitions, and one must naturally seize opportunities to satisfy them. Yin Shiyu disagreed, stating he lacked both ability and strength yet had prioritized his ambition, expressing gratitude to the chairman for waking him up. He offered his sincere thanks, leaving the old man's eyes filled with shock. He glanced at Yang Qian, noting that Assistant Jin had set his grandfather aside to speak with him first, which left Dao Jun feeling truly curious. He wondered how his grandfather would react to Jin and Shu's attitude. Yang Qian then asked Dao Jun to step outside for a moment. "I have something important to discuss with him," the old man said, causing Du Jun to pause before bowing and replying, "Yes, sir," as he quickly departed, leaving the elder to sit by the bed. Du Jun glanced back to see Yun Seok looking pale, while Yang Tian asked skeptically if he truly felt no resentment for risking his life, only to receive an apartment and tuition for his children. Yun Seok pressed his lips together and admitted he was trying to be content with a brief but brilliant dream, leading Yang Tian to praise his sincerity after studying him closely. "Very well, I commend your willingness to step back. I will provide you with enough wealth to live in luxury without any hardships," the old man promised. He assured him that he would never worry about survival again, but the young man quickly declined, stating that he was still young and could not bear to live a life of idleness on the chairman's charity. "My mind is made up, so do not be needlessly modest and just accept the money to live comfortably. This is your chance to exist without ever having to struggle again." Yun Seok hesitated and gave a bitter smile, remarking that living without effort had once been his dream and wondering if such a life wouldn't indeed be wonderful. Yun Seok confessed that meeting manager Jin Du Jun made him realize his own foolishness and immaturity, which prompted a surprise Du Jun from Yang Tian. He explained honestly that while working in the strategy department, he had overheard how Jin Du Jun's cousins lived their lives. Their wealth was inexhaustible, and their credit cards had no limits, making their glamorous lives the envy of everyone. Yet as the old man frowned in anticipation, Yun Seok spoke with genuine admiration. Although manager Jin Du Jun was also a third-generation tycoon, he never wasted a single day or even an hour, a fact the young man had observed personally. Yun Seok had carefully noted that he arrived at Uedo by 7 in the morning and would grab a quick, simple meal at a nearby ordinary restaurant. He would then immediately return to work, and though Yun Seok didn't know the specifics of his tasks, Yang Yun listened in silence as the young man shared his thoughts. "If I accepted such a large sum from the chairman, I wouldn't have the discipline to live like manager Jin Du Jun. I would likely squander it and waste the rest of my life." He didn't want that kind of life, but Yang Tian leaned back and bluntly stated that no matter how loudly he claimed he would work hard, no one would care to listen. "The world is full of people who work themselves to the bone, yet still cannot make ends meet. Do you really want to throw your life away on such a difficult path?" Yun Seok remained firm, asking if hardship wasn't better than debauchery, but the old man pressed on, mentioning he knew Du Jun had offered him 3 chances. "It is only because you are so incompetent that it came to this," the elder remarked. But the young man accepted his lot, expressing only gratitude for the other's generosity. Yang Tian then asked why he hadn't sought his help earlier, as a single word from him would have secured his position as one of Du Jun's men. The old man couldn't understand why he had rejected that opportunity, but Yun Seok fidgeted with his fingers and admitted the chairman was right. He had realized he was only an obstacle to manager Jin Du Jun. "He is resilient. If I were to keep someone who only gets in the way, wouldn't that just be pity? I don't want that anymore." Yang Tian exhaled. Since the boy had quickly realized his situation, he was still worth using. The old man acknowledged Yin Shu, saying, "Fine, I won't discard you anymore. Since you know your place, continue working at the company." He replied hesitantly, "Didn't I just say it? I don't want to accept any more pity." Yang Tian was quite annoyed. "Fine, if you don't like it, I won't force you," the old man suddenly remembered. One more thing, I have something to ask, but we've only been talking." Yin Shu quickly replied, "Please speak, Chairman," Yang Tian probed. "The truck you blocked, do you think that was an accident?" he firmly replied. Regarding that matter, I have already informed manager Jin Dao-jun. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. What? Yang Tian understood. The boy meant that since he had told Dao-jun, the old man should hear it from him. He chuckled with amusement. That kid really holds a grudge. Dao-jun was waiting outside when Yang Tian pushed the door open. He stood up to greet him, asking, "What did you two talk about?" The old man replied wearily, "You don't need to know, honestly." Yang Tian then lowered his voice to ask, "He told you about the accident, didn't he? What was that about?" Dao-jun considered the accident. So Assistant Jin hadn't said anything to his grandfather at all. That was a good attitude. He chose his words carefully. He likely didn't say anything because he wasn't certain himself. He told me there's a possibility it wasn't an accident. The old man's face darkened. Not an accident? Dao-jun added. Yes. Although he isn't entirely sure, he felt that the truck was waiting for us. He explained the situation in detail. Those are just his memories. Nothing has been verified yet. Yang Tian already had a plan. Fine, I will handle this matter. Dao-jun wondered. Then what about Assistant Jin Yin Shuo? Is it just going to end like this? The old man asserted. Leave that to me as well. The old man had acknowledged Yin Shuo. I will make sure he fulfills his duties so you can head back. If he doesn't show his capabilities, he will only become a nuisance by your side. He was truly surprised. Grandfather, why? Yang Tian remarked. Yes, he has something worth utilizing. Dao-jun asked curiously, what is it? The old man spoke with conviction about respect as Yang Tian instructed him. That is the first and most vital requirement for a subordinate following a superior. He respects you. Dao-jun's eyes widened in shock. The old man was quite satisfied. He has almost all the necessary basics, so he must be given an apprenticeship. Without a working mind, trouble will inevitably follow, whether one is a beginner or fully qualified. Early the next morning, luxury cars drove up. They entered in a line, and one of them came to a stop. Mr. Ming stepped slowly out of the car. They entered the house together. Yan Jai spoke politely. I apologize for causing everyone trouble, because lately many eyes have been watching us. They were all present, their eyes focused. They listened intently as he began. Have you confirmed the things I mentioned? Chuan Yu immediately reported. I've searched everywhere in Mingren University Hospital. I heard the surgery was a success and his health has improved enough for discharge. What? Yan Jai asked again. What was the surgery for? He answered that the operation was to excise a malignant brain tumor, leaving everyone in shock as they exchanged wide-eyed glances and hushed whispers. Yang Qi's judgmental gaze swept the room before he called out Director Sun Wu, who looked up as Yang Qi adjusted his glasses and mentioned the diagnosis. Regarding the malignant brain tumor, he asked bluntly about the possibility of it recurring, causing Sun Wu to pale and swallow hard as the room fell silent. Perspiring heavily, he explained that the brain is highly unpredictable, and the nature of a malignant tumor means it can return at any time. Yang Qi impatiently demanded to know the specific recurrence rate for his father, prompting Sun Wu to continue his explanation. He stated that for the elderly, the recurrence rate exceeds 50%, and as everyone sat as tense as bowstrings, he noted that many die of old age first. That man grinned and praised the director's attentiveness, remarking that the chairman must live a long life, while Sun Wu bowed deeply in response. After Sun Wu promised to do his best, Yang Qi dismissed him by suggesting that the director likely had no more time to linger there. Sun Wu stood up and bowed before practically fleeing the room, leaving Yang Qi to sip his tea and calmly pose another question. He asked if the Sun Yang directors understood the true significance of the Dezin Rice Farm exhibition, held recently in Quinshan. With a cold stare, he noted that the chairman had brought his grandson there a few days ago, leaving the directors visibly stunned as they grasped the situation. It was clear the chairman had dismantled the traditional succession plan for his two sons by dividing the inheritance into three, with Dao-jun as the newcomer. Adjusting his glasses, Yang Qi remarked on the chairman's uncertain lifespan and the group's clouded future, which signaled a decline in business stability. He calculated that a third of the group's shares, or perhaps even the entire stake, was now controlled by a mere 21-year-old youth. Yang Qi trembled with rage at his grandfather's misguided affection, and once he regained his composure, his assistant entered to place several documents before the silent directors. Yang Qi explained that the files detailed the current shareholdings of each director, causing Cheng Min to gasp in utter confusion. The other directors were baffled, but having already plotted his move, he coldly concluded that they merely needed to affix their corporate seals. This meant that all the shares held by their companies would be consolidated under Sun Yang CNC, which would then acquire the entire stake. Their hearts skipped a beat as they realized that Vice Chairman Jin Yang Qi was the majority shareholder of Sun Yang CNC. The directors were stunned to realize he would have the power to shake the entire group, while Yang Qi smiled and reminded them of their authority. Zai Xian felt a sense of dread, stammering that the vice president's termination of the contract was a blatant abuse of authority and that they would all lose their heads regardless of how many they had, while the others remained silent in agreement. That man effortlessly manipulated the room's sentiment, questioning why they were looking at him with such eyes and claiming he was merely demonstrating the extent of the power they currently possessed. He clarified that he wasn't suggesting they overstep their bounds immediately, while Yang Jai spoke with a voice full of contempt, annoyed that a mere brat was acting as if he were the chairman. He displayed clear malice as the others grumbled about the conglomerate being fractured and threatened to depart. But Yang Jai ignored their complaints, insisting he was only discussing the exercise of their existing authority. He glared at them threateningly, asking if they understood, leaving the room in total silence until evening arrived at the mansion, where 3 people sat quietly as Yang Jai remained lost in thought. Yang Jun broke the silence by suggesting he go meet Dao Jun, prompting a surprised response from the man, who questioned if he was serious as Yang Jun began to weave his scheme. Yang Jun explained that he would investigate the boy's intentions and persuade him to abandon his plans, but he was told to stop wasting time since the accident occurred on the road to Jun Shan. Yang Jai expressed his displeasure, noting that since nothing might have been disclosed yet, taking such action would be no different from handing information over to Dao Jun. He calculated that it was a way to test the boy's intentions, knowing Dao Jun had amassed significant wealth and might just become an idle rich man, while Yang Jun frowned, considering that the boy might have no interest in the conglomerate at all. He suggested that perhaps their grandfather simply wanted to give it to him, a point that seemed to convince the man, and Su Yang chimed in to agree with Yang Jun's assessment, though Yang Jai eventually dismissed the idea as impossible. She shared information that the boy had been seen carrying a fantasy business card, arguing that if he were merely studying investment, there would be no reason for him to keep the card so close at hand. She noted that staring at a computer screen would suffice for investment, causing Yang Jai to close his eyes and Yang Jun to fall silent as Su Yang added that Representative Wu Xixian was treating him like a personal assistant. It was evident that he was apprenticing in the field of M&A, and his decision to study law was likely because it was an indispensable part of that business sector. She concluded that the conglomerate was likely not Dao Jun's primary interest, leading Yang Jai to seriously consider the matter before asking Yang Jun if he truly believed he could persuade the boy to step aside. With a malicious glint in his eyes, Yang Jun recalled a conversation with the boy after high school graduation, where the brat had asked why he shouldn't become the second most powerful person in the Shun Yang group instead of inheriting a mediocre subsidiary. The man was quite surprised by the mention of a second in command, and Yang Jun confirmed it, noting that Dao Jun was indeed very intelligent and would be perfectly suited for the role of a counselor. Curious about the outcome, Yang Jai asked what his response had been, to which Yang Jun replied that he had been too young at the time to fully grasp the situation. He then pointed out to his father that younger children typically preferred to relax in the shade of large trees rather than endure the hardships of forging their own path. Unable to deny the logic, Yang Jai pondered for a moment, realizing that gauging Dao Jun's intentions and reaching a compromise might not be a bad strategy after all. Since the boy was the most diligent and academically successful member of the family, utilizing him as a consultant would be even more beneficial, leading the man to finally entrust the task to him. Meeting him once wouldn't be a bad idea, and since the boy just had a car accident, I should check on him. Yang Jun replied confidently, "Yes, father, leave it to me." Yang Qing gave a stern warning not to overstep, and only probe him as much as necessary before walking away, while Xiao Yang smirked triumphantly. Suddenly, Yang Jun asked her why she interrupted while their father was speaking, to which she looked back defiantly and asked what he meant, causing him to question her angrily. "I told you to stay as quiet as a dead rat for a year," he said, sending a chill down Xiao Yang's spine as she bit her lip to restrain herself until evening arrived. Lost in thought, Dao Jun glanced inside as 2 bodyguards bowed to him. He gave a wry smile in return and walked away, only for Yang Jun to approach and ask what he was looking at. Dressed formally, he was greeted by Dao Jun, who asked how many pyong the place was, remarking that it was his first time in such a massive villa. Yang Jun replied that he wasn't sure but estimated it was over 200 pyong. He sat down across from him, suggesting it was a perfect spot to dine and drink alone while brainstorming business plans, then asked if it looked all right. He judged silently that while it looked fine, it was also absurd, as Dao Jun could clearly see the true purpose of such a high-end villa with its strict security. It was the perfect place for debauchery and hosting women, though he couldn't say it aloud. It was obvious the man had purchased the villa using company funds. Even the interior design would be billed to the company. Yet he likely never considered it embezzlement. Dao Jun clenched his fists, unable to believe that while many workers spent their hard-earned overtime pay on a single meal, he lived like this. As Yang Jun maintained his smile, he kept wondering why Yang Jun had suddenly requested a meeting. With a confrontation looming, he wondered if the man intended to extract information after learning the significance of the trip to Gunsan. Just as Yang Jun poured wine for his guest, he asked solicitously if he was all right and if there were any lingering effects from the accident. Dao Jun knew the question was merely for show, as the man didn't actually care. Yes, the accident wasn't too severe, he replied innocently, explaining that while his elderly grandfather suffered a heavy shock, he himself only sustained something akin to a bruise. Yang Jun appeared relieved, noting that he feared the worst since their grandfather had been hospitalized for so long. But Dao Jun insisted the hospital had exaggerated, remarking that manager Lee of HD was likely just trying to prove his worth. He explained that at times like these, the manager would act out to make his presence felt by the family, such as bringing staff to the hospital and putting it under lockdown. He mentioned the secretive transfer back to Seoul and the media blackout to keep the accident quiet. The man frowned, agreeing that keeping the news from spreading was for the best. Yang Jun looked at him as if he were a fool, pointing out the chaos caused by the falling stock prices before asking how their grandfather was doing. He mentioned hearing the surgery was a success, but Dao Jun lied without blinking, claiming he hadn't seen his grandfather since leaving the Gongdu Medical Institute shortly after being discharged. He seemed skeptical and asked, "Is that so?" As silence filled the room before Yang Jun began probing, asking why he had gone to Gongdu in the first place. He feigned sympathy and asked if it was all right to inquire about the matter, or if it was a private secret between him and grandfather, to which Du Jun naively asked if the older man also shared secrets with the patriarch. Yang Jun quickly denied it, claiming grandfather disliked him before casually changing the subject to ask if things were still the same lately. He complained that he hadn't seen grandfather since his wedding, mentioning his father's advice to focus on work so the old man might reconsider. Yet Yang Jun was not easily deceived. He pressed for details about why they went to Gunsan, and Du Jun calmly replied that he didn't know either, as grandfather had simply summoned him to go there. At the mention of Sun Yang Group's birthplace, he excitedly asked if it was the warehouse known as the Dosian Rice Farm, while Du Jun maintained an air of innocence. Du Jun suggested the old man just wanted to revisit memories in his old age, prompting a tense Yang Jun to probe for anything unusual while Du Jun watched with interest. Thinking the man was dying to know if he was the chosen heir, Du Jun asked if Gunsan was truly that significant, causing a startled Yang Jun to back down before Du Jun asked if there was something he ought to say. Du Jun told him to speak his mind, since the vague chatter was becoming irritating, which surprised Yang Jun into laughing and remarking on how perceptive the boy was. Yang Jun attempted to recruit him by asking if he wanted to work together, a move Du Jun had already anticipated as an attempt to reach a compromise before the succession. Not much time had passed when he remarked that in his experience as an executive director, it was rare to find someone as capable as Du Jun. Du Jun naively asked what he meant, leaving a stunned Yang Jun speechless, while Du Jun secretly mocked him for offering praise without truly knowing his character. Toying with the man, Du Jun noted that at a company, telling an employee there was no one else like them would usually make them feel incredibly grateful and happy. He wondered if the man thought such tactics would work on him, while Yang Jun gestured wildly, insisting that was exactly the feeling he was talking about. Yang Jun complained that although his subordinates had excellent educations and credentials, they were still lacking in a way that was difficult to put into words. He flatly rejected the offer, stating it was a fine proposal but didn't suit him, which made Yang Jun grimace and ask if they were truly such a poor match. Du Jun sincerely explained that he simply felt uncomfortable working with others, as he preferred to study and work entirely on his own. Confused, Yang Jun asked why he was gaining experience at an investment firm, to which he explained that investing only required analyzing data and making solitary decisions. He added that it suited him better, leaving Yang Jun to ponder the word investment and conclude that the boy had no interest in the conglomerate. Yang Jun admitted that hearing this made him feel greedy, and when a surprised Du Jun asked why, he confessed to being poor at planning and analysis. He claimed to only be skilled at managing people rather than numbers, leaving Du Jun stunned by the realization that the man was essentially admitting to being incompetent. He forced a sycophantic smile and asked why that was since the other had already gathered and managed all the nation's talents. But that man let out a sigh and insisted it wasn't the case, claiming that while the exterior looked polished, the interior was entirely hollow. Dao Jun thought to himself that he had already cast the first bait. Then he adjusted his posture and addressed Yang Jun as the other man responded. Asking this question would effectively cast the second bait, so he chose his words with care, posing a hypothetical scenario while that man waited for him to speak. Dao Jun asked if he would have to find another path if he stopped investing, concluding he would end up at the corporation, which Yang Jun confirmed before Dao Jun asked about working alongside him. When asked for clarification, that man chuckled and arrogantly declared that Dao Jun would essentially become his own personal Lee HG. Dao Jun wondered if he would be managing the group's affairs, and Yang Jun pointed out that he would actually wield even more power than manager Lee HG. He explained that manager Lee was merely a stranger and a salaried employee, whereas Dao Jun was a relative of the owner and his own younger brother. That man asserted that the directors of the subsidiary companies would not show any jealousy or opposition toward him. He claimed Dao Jun would become the second master once the third generation took over, since he was the founder's favorite grandson, while Dao Jun toyed with his glass in feigned hesitation. Yang Jun painted a picture of the future where he would provide support and direction, remarking that investing was ultimately nothing more than playing with money. He argued that transforming Sun Yang into a global corporation would be far more exciting than investing, because the scale of the endeavor was entirely different. Dao Jun remained indifferent and asked if that would still make him a mere employee, leaving that man stunned and confused by the remark. Dao Jun addressed the issue directly, stating that their blood relation meant nothing since he held no actual shares in the Sun Yang group. As Yang Jun stood speechless, Dao Jun pressed further, questioning his silence and reminding him of his earlier words about being a relative of the owner. That man stammered in response, insisting they were family, which only caused Dao Jun to raise his voice in a fit of agitation. He angrily demanded to know if being cousins meant he would receive no shares, accusing the other of wanting to exploit him like a common laborer, despite the talk of partnership. Yang Jun recoiled before slamming the table and standing up to scold the brat, while Dao Jun maintained his stance as Yang Jun thumped his chest and questioned him. That man asked if he was seen as a scoundrel and fell silent to think, while Dao Jun anticipated a rebuttal before Yang Jun finally spoke up with conviction. He told the boy that he currently possessed no shares either, making the argument baseless since they were discussing a distant future while Dao Jun frowned and listened. That man calculated shrewdly that it would take a decade for his father to inherit the group from his grandfather, and perhaps 15 years before his own turn arrived. Knowing no one could predict the future 15 years ahead, he realized he could no longer act like a naive child without any ambition for the corporation's shares. If he showed a moderate amount of ambition, the man would likely believe him more. Dao Jun didn't back down, asking if he was expected to wait 15 years for the shares to reach him, then stood up and questioned if he should just trust that and work under him. Unbelievable, Yang Jun quickly corrected him, asking what he meant by under him, and how being his right-hand man could be considered working under him. Dao Jun glared back while the man held his head in exhaustion. Yang Jun humbled himself, promising that if he truly felt that way, he would share the stocks, noting that one needs a full wallet to have the energy to work. He didn't truly believe it, thinking the acting was quite good. The man negotiated, telling him to speak plainly and state how much he wanted, while Dao Jun calculated silently. He knew he had to answer carefully from now on, saying just enough to make the man believe he had no ambition regarding the management rights of the group. He pondered carefully on what the most appropriate number for this man would be before Dao Jun proposed 25% of the Sun Yang group, shares that the man would eventually hold, leaving Yang Jun stunned. He had anticipated this vague figure, neither too much nor too little, Dao Jun thought to himself, though the man's speechless expression looked quite pitiful. After all, this was a matter for the distant future. He waited and observed, realizing the man was merely testing him with no actual intention of giving anything away. In moments like these, one should immediately shout, "Fine." In his past life, Dao Jun had been asked how much he would give his wife if he won the lottery, and he had been stunned then as she repeated the question. He had thought about it in confusion, but that brief hesitation led to a fight between the couple, and he had to endure his wife's cold shoulder for an entire week. He learned his lesson. Since he wouldn't win anyway, he should have just said he'd give it all to her to make her happy. Even if he did win, he could have just kept it a secret, and Dao Jun realized that his current expression must look exactly like it did back then. He began to analyze, stating that the 25% he would hold would be permanent, friendly shares to protect the man's management rights. And Dao Jun affirmed that when the man retired and passed them to his son, he would sell them back cheaply. His eyes widened in shock before Yang Jun laughed heartily, asking if he was even considering a child who hadn't been born yet, then suggested leaving those shares to Dao Jun's own son instead. Meaning your nephew, he replied with a faint smile, while Dao Jun wondered if their grandfather would faint from shock if he witnessed this scene. It was absurd to see two young grandsons acting so brotherly while discussing such matters. He expressed a bit of bashfulness, admitting he hadn't even decided on his own future yet. The man nonchalantly replied that it didn't matter, as it would serve as a plan B for his life. If his other endeavors failed, he should remember today's promise, which the man vowed not to forget. Dao Jun calculated that he needed to adjust his mood appropriately, sincerely thanking him and admitting he hadn't expected such consideration. But Yang Jun quickly brushed it off, saying there was no need for such words between them. However, he thought that this was the only way to naturally cast the second bait. He excitedly noted that while it was a future matter, the important thing was their mutual understanding and support to take the Sun Yang group to the top. Dao Jun raised his glass in a toast, promising that if he worked for the group, he would always stand by his side. The two clinked glasses, and Yang Jun drained his drink in one gulp. He observed composedly, realizing it was time to cast the bait. Dao Jun set his glass down and asked the man if he had any money. Yang Jun was startled, asking why he needed it, but Dao Jun leisurely denied it, noting he wasn't short on funds, leaving Yang Jun bewildered. Dao Jun's eyes gleamed as he explained he simply wanted to prove his loyalty to him. The man knit his brows in confusion, asking what he meant. He provided Yang Jun with information, questioning if he knew that Representative Wu Shixun had contributed a massive amount of funds to their uncle's mayoral campaign. His eyes widened in shock as he asked if it was true. Dao Jun confirmed it, explaining that she had initially approached him for a contribution, but he had already invested all his capital into fantasy. He mentioned that he had introduced Representative Wu to her instead. Yang Jun finally understood, inquiring if she was currently conducting business deals with Wu Shixun. He asked if Dao Jun knew what she had promised to give him in return, unable to suppress a laugh. Dao Jun emphasized that this specific detail was the most crucial part. Yang Jun stood frozen for a moment before abruptly ordering his two bodyguards to leave and wait for his call. Once they had bowed and departed, he urgently pressed for more information. He wondered if it was Media City, the project his uncle had promised during the election, and speculated if that was the reason he had acquired De Ying Construction. He didn't deny it, noting that several executives from Shun Yang Construction had transferred to De Ying. Dao Jun revealed that his grandfather and Representative Wu were actually in a partnership, though they kept it a secret. The man was stunned again, asking what information they were hiding. He lowered his voice gravely, mentioning the location, but Yang Jun still didn't understand what he meant. Dao Jun further explained that the construction site for Media City had not been officially announced yet, which was understandable given the circumstances. He noted that because the project was so massive, rumors were inevitable. The man nodded in agreement, realizing that land prices would surge the moment the announcement was made. Everything from the announcement and permits to selecting the contractors had to follow a specific sequence. He then delivered the key point, perfectly designed to lure in more investment. Yang Jun hummed and took a sip of his drink, reacting slowly at first. Then he suddenly became agitated, asking Dao Jun if he actually knew the location. He pressed for the location, swallowing nervously. Dao Jun gave a faint smile and revealed it was the entire Shangyan area in Mapu district, causing the man's expression to shift instantly as he repeated the name. Dao Jun confirmed it, but noted that most of Shangyan was either state-owned or city-owned land. The man grew suspicious, questioning if city-owned land meant it was just a superficial prospect. He analyzed further, explaining that crossing just one small road in Shangyan would lead directly into the Shui's area of Enping district. He mentioned that because the land there was so cheap, it was practically like getting it for free. Yang Jun was stunned, realizing that if the central area's value rose, the neighboring regions would follow suit. Dao Jun nodded, stating that the documents he reviewed mentioned Shangyan and its surrounding areas, which likely included the Shui's region. He noted that since their uncle was the mayor, he wouldn't pass up the chance to gain political support from both Mapu and Enping districts. He calmly pointed out that Media City would inevitably span both Shangyan and Zuxi, making the man feel as though he had struck gold. Yang Jun thought simply that he only needed to acquire a few plots of land in Zuxi to at least recoup some spending money. Dao Jun reminded him that while that was true, he shouldn't overexert himself and should only invest his spare capital. Since the project's reach in Zuxi was uncertain, Yang Jun calculated that he should increase his stakes whenever he felt unsure, crossing his arms in anticipation. Dao Jun realized this was the exact reaction he expected, as the greedy Yang Jun plotted to buy extensively to capitalize on the ripple effect. He reasoned that whether he made a little or a lot, or even lost money, the end result would still be a profit, so he had to buy as much as possible despite the higher risks. The man refused to back down, stating that with enough capital, it was a gamble worth taking since one couldn't lose a game when holding enough ammunition. Dao Jun expressed his admiration with a look of surprise, but then a voice called out for him, and Yang Jun stood up to greet the newcomer with a faint smile. Confused as to why he was standing, Dao Jun asked to leave, leaving Yang Jun bewildered until he explained he had to go see his girlfriend. He mentioned they hadn't met in a long time, leaving the man stunned. The next morning, Rong Chi asked Yun Chi if he finally understood their father's intentions. Yun Chi told his brother there was no need to be so sensitive, as their father was old and had simply decided to visit Kunshan to give a gift to his beloved grandson. He noted that regardless of the reason, the outcome for the company was what mattered, and since Dao Jun was still young, everyone would be focused on him. He pondered what to do, but Yun Chi saw through Rong Chi and told him to stop asking and instead share his own plans, as he hadn't come just to ask questions. He didn't bother hiding it, reminding him that he had already said Yun Chi only needed to act as his younger brother. He made his position clear, asking him not to force things blindly, but to explain the strategy so he could remain a loyal brother, which caught Rong Chi off guard. Yun Chi declared that if Dao Jun's dream was to become the chairman of the Shenyang group, he asked if Rong Chi intended to oppose his own nephew. He argued that if that happened, he would no longer be a brother but a father to his son, while the other man tried to convince him it was just an unrealistic dream. He insisted that it must be stopped, but the father was very clear that a parent's role is not to hinder their child's dreams. Rong Chi fell silent in thought, so Yun Chi told him to find another way since there was only one chairman position at Shenyang Group. He warned him to only compete with their eldest brother and never dream of forcing Dao Jun to yield or using power to crush him, reminding him he was a businessman. "You should devise a solution that satisfies both parties before we discuss this further," he said, leaving the other man speechless. Dong Jai understood clearly. Although he loathed his son's involvement in the succession battle, it didn't mean he was prepared to surrender everything. Having made his decision, Dong Jai acted nonchalantly and stated he would speak with Dao Jun, as the boy was the key to resolving the issue. Yun Jai earnestly asked to join, and Dong Jai immediately agreed, loosening his tie and inviting them for a few drinks before Dao Jun's arrival. He was surprised they were drinking so early, but Yun Jai complied after Dong Jai smirked. Later that evening, Dao Jun returned home to the sound of laughter and greeted his uncle in surprise. "I heard you stayed out last night," Dong Jai teased. "If you're already acting this way, what are we to do?" Leaving Dao Jun feeling slightly flustered. Realizing his uncles were visiting him in a specific order, he knew their motives without asking, just as Dong Jai offered him a glass and told him to sit. As he raised his glass to accept the drink, Dong Jai called out his name while pouring, and after Dao Jun responded, his uncle began to probe him directly. "Do you truly wish to become the chairman of Shenyang, even if it means skipping over entire generations?" he asked, startling Yun Jai while Dong Jai tried to reassure him. Dong Jai calmly argued that Dao Jun wasn't like the other grandchildren and shouldn't be treated like a child, expressing his desire to hear the plans of this sophisticated nephew. "We won't get anywhere without knowing his thoughts, don't you agree?" he asked. And as the other man remained silent, Dao Jun finally began to speak. "I am well aware of Shenyang's significance, but I also recognize that such a goal is currently impossible," he stated, leaving both men stunned by his words. He continued by explaining that he intended to accept everything his grandfather gave him, only to sell it to the highest bidder, prompting a shocked Dong Jai to ask if money was his ultimate goal. Dao Jun denied this, stating he didn't necessarily require payment in cash, and when a wide-eyed Dong Jai pressed for more, he simply smiled and said he hadn't decided yet. "Since the assets aren't in my possession yet, it is difficult to say. I will only decide once they are officially mine," he explained, leaving Dong Jai speechless. Dao Jun calmly sipped his drink, his response being enough for his uncle to speculate on his intentions, regardless of whether the boy was being truthful or not. His uncle sincerely praised his caution and cleverness, while Yun Jai remained silent and Dong Jai struggled to maintain his composure. So you intend to weigh your two uncles against each other, knowing that if we cannot handle the pressure, the price of your assets will skyrocket, he asked. He smiled and confirmed that because such a process was tedious, he might just sell from the start, forcing his uncle to admit how formidable he truly was. Dao Jun realized his uncle wasn't easily deceived, just as Dong Jai stood up and declared that Dao Jun was undoubtedly the most talented member of their family. His uncle's gaze was warm as he remarked that if he weren't the youngest in the family, he would already be the third-generation chairman. He caught the hidden meaning that the man hadn't even mentioned the second generation. Duo Jun quickly realized that the man was determined not to lose his position as the succeeding chairman, and as the night grew late, Duo Jun finished tidying up the place. Yun Jai suddenly asked if Duo Jun still harbored ambitions for the Sun Yang Group chairmanship, or if he had truly given them up, to which he didn't deny it, stating it was only for the time being. Stepped closer and asked if that meant things might change in the future, and Duo Jun replied that it would naturally depend on what his grandfather gave him and how much. Yun Jai burst into laughter and advised him to tell his parents if he needed anything since that was their duty. The next day at the hospital, Yang Tian received a report. Vice Chairman Jin, Yang Jai had just held a breakfast meeting with the directors of the smaller subsidiaries, causing the old man to frown and ask if they still didn't know what had been discussed. HG cautiously suggested that while they could make a clear guess, calling everyone to ask would only alert the vice chairman and make him more secretive, which would complicate future surveillance. Yang Tian demanded to hear his speculation, and HG honestly replied that the man had likely asked the subsidiaries to support him using the group's shares they currently held. He believed that once the man became chairman, he would treat them as his greatest contributors, a thought that left the old man somewhat surprised as he asked if that was all. He added that the man had sent his son, Jin Yang Jun, to meet Duo Jun, and that Duo Jun had also met directly with director Jin Zhang Jai. Yang Tian was surprised to hear about Zhang Jai, and HG confirmed that the man had gone to Yun Jai's house to share a drink with him. The old man clicked his tongue in annoyance, noting that not only the eldest, but now even the second son was causing a stir to win Duo Jun over to their side. He speculated they felt threatened because they didn't know if Duo Jun held the deciding vote, while Yang Tian scoffed that those fools would be fine if they just did their jobs, though they failed to realize that. HG wondered how far he intended to go, questioning if he truly believed Duo Jun was worthy of being entrusted with the deciding vote. Yang Tian probed for his opinion, and he replied that they should avoid any risks that might cause the group to fall apart. The old man disagreed, asking if he meant the power should only go to one person and that Duo Jun should be excluded. But HG stood his ground, stating that age could not be ignored. Yang Tian remarked that war wasn't just internal, as enemies were everywhere on the outside as well, before turning to question him again. He asked HG if the other two would immediately target the one holding the power to sway the deciding vote, and HG confirmed that was correct. Yang Tian continued, asking who was stronger, the one who swayed others or the one being watched by the two, leaving HG to swallow hard and wonder. He wondered how much wealth had been left behind if it possessed the power to shift management control, then asked if the man intended to use Duo Jun to balance the scales. He pondered in silence, his gaze cold yet composed as he ordered the development of a plan to inflate their controlling interest. He also demanded a way to transfer his shares. HG was momentarily surprised but quickly complied, promising to prepare everything immediately. Yang Tian then inquired about the accident investigation, and HG reported that his men were closely monitoring the truck driver. He asserted that 24-hour surveillance would eventually expose any mastermind, while Yang Jai impatiently demanded updates from the reporting staff. They reported a lack of viable private land in the Shangan and Mapu districts, causing Yang Jai to frown in disbelief. Zemin asked if someone had already bought everything, explaining that the registry showed transactions were completed back in April or May. Infuriated, he suspected Wu Shixian and the politicians, while Yang Jun bellowed, asking if the land in the Shai's district had also been snatched up. After reviewing the documents, they noted that the lack of commercial activity there allowed for free trading once he gave the command to purchase. Clutching his head, he dismissed them, and as they retreated, Yang Jun clicked his tongue in frustration and reached for his phone. Yang Jai urgently inquired about the bank's response, and the person on the other end confirmed his unsecured credit limit could reach 2 billion. He snapped at the low amount, but they explained the branch limits, noting that his two supply companies could secure 20 and 16 billion under certain conditions. Yang Jun lowered his voice to ask about the terms, and they informed him that the bank required his personal assets as collateral. He recklessly ordered them to proceed, demanding a 10 billion won advance from Zhenyang Construction to be transferred to his transport company. They warned it wasn't enough and required the CEO's approval, adding that many properties remained unsold following last year's financial crisis. With the company's finances struggling, taking 10 billion would be risky, but Yang Jun screamed at them to just follow his orders. He lost control, shouting that he would deal with director Hong Songshan later, and that they should simply execute the transfer now and report it afterward. He planned to use the funds to purchase land, which would then serve as collateral for further loans, promising to repay the advance if any issues arose. Yang Jai firmly told them to stop babbling and prepare the documents so that everything could be processed within a single day once he gave the command. After they confirmed, he slammed the phone down and calculated that he still needed to siphon more funds from other subsidiaries. He felt he needed at least 100 billion to make an impact. Frustrated, he slammed the table, wishing he had married a banker's daughter to ease his financial troubles. Huey Changji reported that the Blue House and the National Assembly had reached a compromise, gaining significant support for the Seoul redevelopment project under the guise of a cultural policy. "That is quite fortunate, Mr. Mayor," he replied. "I assume this will be officially announced during the inauguration ceremony on July 1st. He calculated his words carefully. "No, I plan to issue a press release instead of a formal announcement to facilitate the contract negotiations with Daya Construction, intended to announce part of the bidding process." But Huey Changji looked uneasy as he mentioned Representative Wu, admitting he had not yet met his father-in-law and would be helpless if Shun Yang Construction intervened. "You understand, don't you?" he chuckled, noting that the project would fail if Chairman Chen blocked it. So he hoped Daejun would assist them, though the boy noted his grandfather was still hospitalized. He assured them that his grandfather would not be greedy for such things now, and promised to speak with him tactfully, causing Huey Changji to grasp Chen Daejun's hand in delight. "Please help us, Chen Daejun," Huey Changji requested before asking the boy to step out for a moment so he could speak privately with Representative Wu. Wu Shixian became wary, but his uncle spoke up first, telling Mayor Huey that there were no secrets in this room that Chen Daejun should be excluded from. He insisted that since Chen Daejun was the starting point and would eventually hear everything anyway, the mayor should just speak, which left the man feeling embarrassed. After apologizing to Chen Daejun, who sat back down, Huey Changji began by mentioning that his current term as mayor was scheduled to end in June 2002. He noted that the presidential election would take place at the end of that year, a fact that did not surprise Wu Shixian, who had already anticipated his political ambitions. Chen Daejun observed them carefully, thinking that while he wasn't sure if this was his uncle's own ambition, his aunt was certainly the one instigating the matter. Wu Shixian raised an eyebrow, asking if he intended to run for president, to which Huey Changji arrogantly replied that with the era of the two Kims ending, he should lead a younger Korea. He argued that his experience as a prosecutor, a member of the National Assembly, and the mayor of Seoul meant no one would doubt his qualifications for the presidency. Without offering a rebuttal, his uncle agreed he was qualified, though Wu Shixian found it hard to support him, questioning if the public would accept a president from a Chaebol family. He doubted the public would accept a Chaebol member as president, but the mayor was overconfident, believing he could achieve a glorious legacy within the next 4 years. He argued that being a son-in-law rather than a son would distance him from the Chaebol image, a point his uncle acknowledged before suggesting they move on to the main issue. Wu Shixian sharply asked what he truly wanted to discuss, knowing it wasn't just about the election announcement, which made Chen Daejun smile with satisfaction. He silently praised his uncle for being a cunning old fox, realizing that Wu Shixian knew exactly what the mayor wanted, but was forcing him to voice those uncomfortable words himself. Huey Changji could no longer avoid the topic, admitting that to shed the Chaebol label, he could not accept any campaign funds from the Shun Yang group during the election. Presidential campaign funds are no small matter. Uncle asked skeptically if he meant for Fantasy to bear that financial burden. He quickly denied it, clarifying that he didn't expect them to take full responsibility. Ironically, the greatest hurdles on his path to the presidency were the nation's own tycoons, as Chang Zi plotted maliciously. "Don't you think the Sun Yang group would become even more powerful if I entered the Blue House? Therefore, I intend to accept funds from other conglomerates instead of Sun Yang. I must demonstrate that I am not their adversary." Dao Jun listened in silence. He knew all too well that the words his uncle spoke were exactly what his aunt was thinking. Dao Jun wasn't surprised. If they couldn't grasp his grandfather's weakness, they would simply point their blades at Sun Yang. She had surely calculated that if she used presidential authority to eliminate the others, the Sun Yang group would naturally fall into her hands. He clenched his fist, realizing this was his perfect chance. Dao Jun spoke up. "Uncle, let me help you completely scrub away your image of being born into a tycoon family." His eyes widened in shock. Chang Zi asked excitedly, "What do you mean by that? Do you have a plan?" He calmly made his proposal. "There is a simple way, though perhaps not entirely easy," Dao Jun warned in a low voice, "because it might involve shedding some blood." Xixian instinctively swallowed hard. He spoke nonchalantly, noting that he wasn't a butcher at the prosecutor's office, nor was he someone afraid of getting his hands dirty. Uncle issued a worried reminder. "Dao Jun, don't let your thoughts wander too far." He intentionally led him on, speaking of the person who displeased him most, someone whose downfall wouldn't affect the Sun Yang group, someone who deserved such a fate due to their daily misconduct. Dao Jun, full of calculation, told him to pick a person. Chang Zi fell into deep thought. He asserted firmly that considering the potential damage to the Sun Yang group, the second generation must be excluded, leaving only the third. Dao Jun waited. Wasn't the third generation of tycoons already being criticized for their lack of social awareness? He watched intently, urging him to think. The man remained silent for a long time. Chang Zi finally spoke. Given those conditions, only Yilang Jun remained. As expected, he had made his choice. Though the boy had a family now and was more cautious, he had long been the family's greatest embarrassment. Scandals with celebrities, drunk driving, and assault. He was always causing absurd trouble. Dao Jun gave a faint smile, noting that they now knew whose blood would be spilled. He continued his assault, suggesting that even as the grandson of the Sun Yang group and the nephew of the mayor of Seoul, to create a just and fair city. Dao Jun led him further, suggesting that an act of sacrificing one's own kin for the greater good was necessary. Chang Zi was startled and began to reflect. If he used his nephew as a sacrificial lamb, there would be nothing left to fear. However, once he moved against his wife's family and made a mistake, he might cross a river from which there was no return. He knew for certain that his uncle couldn't make the decision, as the one truly in charge was his aunt. Indeed, Chang Zi was flustered, wondering what the mayor of Seoul could even say about the boy's celebrity scandals and accidents. Dao Jun gave a slight shrug, telling his uncle he would have to figure that part out. He threw out a bit of bait, stating that by sacrificing a family member, he would overcome the barrier of being just a tycoon's son-in-law. Chang Jai's eyes widened in surprise while Dao Jun waited expectantly. Though this would help his uncle overcome obstacles and earn praise, he remained silent. "Now, uncle, you should return and explain this strategy to her," he suggested. The man fell silent for a moment, and Xixian also remained pensive. A moment later, Chang Jai stood up and announced he would think it over. Dao Jun smirked as he watched him shake hands, exactly as he had anticipated. That evening at the apartment, Rui Yun welcomed him, noting her nephew had arrived. She remarked that he looked more like his mother as he grew, and Dao Jun replied politely. "Is that so?" Rui Yun asked warmly, urging him to sit. Once at the table, he asked why she had summoned him, and she got straight to the point, asking about the interesting things he told his uncle. Dao Jun acted sincerely, confirming she had heard. He explained he only told his uncle because the man wanted to escape the stigma of being a mere son-in-law to a tycoon family. Rui Yun sighed and praised him for being quite devious, knowing his uncle was easily manipulated. He feigned ignorance, prompting her to shrug. "Still pretending to be innocent? Fine, I'll be blunt," she said, her cunning nature showing as she questioned if he was truly capable of betraying his own kin. Dao Jun cautiously replied that she could do it, and if so, he would devise a plan. Rui Yun was startled, realizing he actually hated Yang Jun, which he did not deny as he began to speak ill of him. "Yes, I simply despise his constant boasting. He thinks he's brilliant just because he was born first," he stated. "Even if he goes that far, he'll still try to keep others beneath him," he added. Rui Yun expressed her disdain, agreeing that the boy was exactly like that. However, she knew their father wouldn't get angry even if Yang Jun was scolded, so she would take action. He realized that no one in this family feared the harsh judgment of the law. Since they could evade legal consequences, Dao Jun recalled that look in their eyes. Instead, they feared their grandfather's judgment, and he calculated that she viewed Jin Yang Jun as the eldest grandson. He figured a simple scolding would suffice for now, but he secretly smirked, wondering if this matter would truly end so easily. Sitting up straight, he told her he would place his trust in her. He advised her to tell his uncle to include one more location when announcing the Media City project. Dao Jun emphasized not to just announce Sang AM Ward, but to include a portion of Su Sik Ward as well. She was slightly surprised by the mention of Su Sik Ward. He continued, mentioning he had another idea. Rui Yun realized his intent and smirked with genuine interest. She asserted that he hadn't just thought of this but had planned it all along. As they discussed it, Dao Jun admitted it was only a rough outline. Rui Yun seemed to understand why his grandfather loved him so much. He humbly replied that it was simply because he was the youngest grandson. Setting down her teacup, Rui Yun began to entice him, suggesting that once she held power, she would share half with him if he contributed his assets, telling him to think it over. Since your brothers likely wouldn't give you even a tiny fraction of that, Du Jun asked directly, what exactly is your source of power, aunt? She arrogantly asserted it was the man sitting in the phoenix-carved chair. He reminded her, I heard that even if uncle becomes president, he still cannot touch the Sun Yang group. Zayun wildly claimed that the National Tax Service, the National Intelligence Service, the Prosecutor's Office, the Board of Audit and Inspection, and the Fair Trade Commission, such powerful agencies would fall into his hands. Based on what you said, the group is untouchable, right? She added with heavy implication. But people can be targeted, can't they? Du Jun smiled thinly and probed. The people you mean are my uncles, aren't they? Zayun plotted. If all your brothers are swept aside, wouldn't you be the only one left? At that time, the shareholders will realize they have no choice but to support me, she coaxed, urging him to side with her as a fellow shareholder. Then I will give you half, she promised, while Dao Jun remained silent, weighing the offer of the person who said they would help him become second in command. Another person offered a high buyout while the last promised him half. Dao Jun chuckled inwardly and spoke with a relaxed air. Auntie, that seems like something 10 years away, so let's take it slow, Dao Jun said casually, noting that if his grandfather acted unpredictably, he might remain just the youngest grandson. Why wouldn't he want to wait? They had to hurry before his father became erratic. He was quite surprised that evening at the hospital when Yang Kaian looked visibly displeased. They won't even give me a chance at half, Dao Jun reported to the old man, complaining that it was truly unfair and wondering how he was expected to survive on so little. Sun Yang Construction could endure without those assets, but DAE Construction would collapse immediately if it were deprived of them. You know how much money we've poured into it, he said, to which Yang Kaian remarked that nothing in life is free, mentioning he had heard rumors about the DAE group. Xian has seduced your uncle-in-law, and if he makes a mistake, he will be betrayed instantly, Yang Kaian said, prompting Dao Jun to ask for his help in resolving the matter. You loudly declared you would stop it, so I will give you 30%, he said. The old man sighed wearily, telling him to stop focusing only on construction profits and mentioning Wu Shixian. Yang Kaian saw right through him and told him to be honest, asking if he had already secured the land in Sang AM and its surroundings, noting that a loan would earn him a fortune. Dao Jun immediately denied it, claiming he didn't invest in land and pointing out that since Representative Wu and his father were friends, there would be no suspicion of stolen information. He understood perfectly, noting that this was the first project after taking over DAE Construction and maintaining that he had done nothing unethical from the start. The old man praised him for a job well done, and Yang Kaian decided to accept the 30%, but said he would instead let him owe a debt. I mean, I will give you a 20% discount, he said. Dao Jun agreed, knowing that while he saw it as a negotiation, his grandfather viewed it as a concession framed as a debt. As they continued to talk, such forceful words and behavior were typical of the elite. Yang Jai then asked Yang Jun what he had been doing lately. Yang Jun was stunned and replied that nothing special was happening, but that man had heard news that he was buying land everywhere and asked if it was true. Startled, Yang Jun's face clouded with irritation. He wondered which bastard had snitched as Yang Jai questioned him, asking why he wasn't answering, and if the reports were true or just rumors. He grew flustered and asked his father to let him explain, but that man was seething with rage, snapping that if he had to explain, then the rumors weren't baseless. Yang Jun swallowed hard, realizing he had never felt so lucky to be married. Had he still been single, he would have been punched in the face before the conversation even started. Because his daughter-in-law was watching, he restrained his fist. Yang Kai allowed it, telling him to explain so he could listen and judge later. He spoke hurriedly, asking if his father had heard about his pleasant conversation with Dao Jun. The man nodded in confirmation, noting that the boy mentioned being very interested in him and that they shared a great connection. Yang Jun fearfully agreed, stating that was how it all began before recounting everything while Yang Kai listened in silence. Su Yang felt something was wrong. As the story ended, the room fell silent and his expression darkened. So, based on his explanation, he had trusted Dao Jun's words and poured money into those plots of land. Is that right? Yang Jun further explained that he had actually verified things before buying, as Dao Jun had relayed the statements made by the director upon taking office. Blinded by greed, he claimed to have confirmed with Seoul City officials that development was a certainty. Yang Kai suddenly asked his daughter-in-law when she found out, startling her. He pressed on, asking if she had also spent money on land, leaving Su Yang feeling uneasy. She admitted it was true. Yang Kai pointed directly at Yang Jun, questioning if he had done all this just by believing that boy. He was speechless while she tried to calm the situation. Yes, but she had also confirmed the information through journalists regarding Sangam in Mapo district and Suzik in Yunpyong district. Everyone knew those two locations were confirmed, which was why land prices there had risen slightly. He frowned deeply and demanded to know where she got the money. Did she borrow it from her parents? Su Yang broke into a sweat and confirmed it. Yang Kai held his head, realizing that her parents were now aware of the situation as well. The Sui family had purchased a massive amount of land. She remained silent, as this was no different from taking money from her husband's family to give to her own parents. Su Yang was terrified, knowing that in this era, information was as good as currency. He gripped the arms of his chair, exasperated by the two of them. Yang Kai sighed, remarking they were a perfect match. Yang Jun shouted in frustration, arguing that the information was accurate and profiting from development news was nothing new. The foolish Yang Jun raised his voice, claiming he didn't understand why his father was so angry. Su Yang was shocked as the man lost his temper, his face burning with rage. Yang Jun looked dazed as Yang Kai loudly demanded to know what money he used to buy the land. Startled, he shouted back in anger that he had taken loans against his personal assets, so it shouldn't matter if he lost everything since it was his own property. If it had ended there, he might have turned a blind eye, but Yang Kai could no longer restrain himself, pointing out that he had even taken funds from other company branches meant for construction advances. He loudly questioned if the man was in his right mind. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Yang Jun failed to understand where the problem actually lay. Since land prices were rising, he believed the debt could be covered by the eventual profits. Yang Kai saw right through him, asking if he really thought his father didn't know what he was planning. He likely assumed that simply paying back the debt would suffice. The man was left speechless. Then, he suddenly asked if he thought his grandfather remained unaware if even his father knew. Yang Jun was startled. Yang Kai explained that he probably didn't understand why his grandfather knew everything yet chose to say nothing to him. Since his grandfather was the type to overlook anything as long as the final result was good, he felt certain the old man would turn a blind eye even if the process was messy. He exhaled in relief since the outcome was already predetermined, while Yang Kai warned that since the die was cast, he wouldn't nag, but if things went wrong, he shouldn't come begging for help. He coldly reminded his son to take responsibility for his own actions, and Yang Jun confidently asked his father not to worry, as the result would be a resounding success. Su Yang remained silent at a luxurious restaurant with extravagant dishes, where Yang Ji-en sarcastically asked if he was being invited to dinner for a profitable job after being ignored during his brain surgery. Asking if it wasn't too blatant, Yang Yin sneered that his lifespan was impressively long and expressed regret that he hadn't descended to hell while on the operating table. The old man mocked him by asking what he would do if he died first, wondering if he intended to endure those lonely days all by himself. Claiming that only his presence kept the other from being bored, he took a sip of wine before Yang Yin asked if the culprit behind that traffic accident had been caught yet. Yang Ji-en praised his sharp ears for knowing about that matter and smirked, suggesting that simply dividing everything equally would be much more convenient. The old man showed interest, asking if everything had been divided, to which Yang Yin set down his glass and noted his many sons, while Yang Ji-en mockingly remarked on his pride and suggested they should be in the same boat. When asked what kind of woman he had found, he nonchalantly replied that while he had no one before, women suddenly began following him as soon as he came into money. He expressed his view that leaving it to just one child was correct, as dividing it would only lead to them fighting one another for the whole share after he passed away. Yang Ji-en spoke with disdain, as if forcing them to fight would bring their father peace, while Yang Yin chewed noisily and dismissed it as their own problem. He argued that since he wouldn't be watching them from the afterlife, their infighting was irrelevant to him, prompting the old man to laugh and call him a cruel old soul. As the two began their meal, Yang Ji-en ate calmly while the atmosphere grew heavy, and the old man warned him not to interfere with his son-in-law's business. Claiming it wasn't his concern, he raised an eyebrow and asked if he was also overlooking it, to which Yang Ji-en confirmed that they must be mindful of the government's scrutiny, and that it was time for companies of that scale to take their turn. He noted that while they could survive without it, many other companies were lining up to be resurrected through that specific project. Unsurprised, the old man remarked that they would simply take it, and that the Blue House was aware, which was why the permits were granted so easily. Yang Yin reminded him that even to pick up a rice cake that had fallen to the ground, one would still need his permission, a fact that Yang Ji-en then reiterated. warning him not to overstep if he already knew that. He told him to wait quietly, confidently declaring that he would handle everything so there was no need to cause a stir. He gave a wry smile and realized he would have to pay for the drinks today, to which Yang Ji-en agreed without hesitation as Yang Yin's gaze turned cold. He brought it up again, mentioning his son-in-law and the rumors that he intends to run for president once his 4-year mayoral term concludes. Yang Yin inquired if he would allow that, but the old man slammed the table, shouting about the absurdity of a presidential bid. Yang Tian was livid, calling the man his daughter's puppet who couldn't even eat without her, let alone dream of the Blue House. He calmly poured some wine, questioning why it mattered since the citizens are the ones who vote. Once someone captures the media's attention and gains fame, it is no longer a far-fetched dream, Yang Yin remarked. If he prepares methodically from this moment on, his chances of success will increase significantly. The old man waved his hand dismissively, insisting it would never happen, and that the man's political career would end with his 4-year term as mayor. Yang Tian glared, noting that Chairman Zhu seemed quite concerned with his family's internal affairs. He laughed, claiming he only asked as a precaution, as it would be a disaster if the Shun Yang Group's son-in-law became president. If my Dahe group were placed under such scrutiny, we would be paralyzed. The old man chuckled with satisfaction, and Yang Tian firmly asserted that if that man became president, Dahe would only be second. First place, naturally, would belong to Shun Yang. Yang Yin sighed with emotion. It seems your daughter is indeed quite ambitious. The old man took a sip of wine, remarking that being the only daughter, she was overindulged, which led to her current state. Her ambition is far too great. He pointedly suggested dividing and distributing the assets fairly. Yang Tian ignored him, telling him to stop his incessant nagging. Stand up now. Yang Yin expressed regret, noting he had detained an elderly man in poor health for too long. He saw his guest out, telling him to go ahead as he had another appointment. Yang Tian spoke arrogantly, suggesting that once one has given everything to their children, they should retire to the back room. Yang Yin told him not to be so conceited. As long as one is breathing, one must work to earn their keep. The old man smiled bitterly as he escorted the guest out, and the door slammed shut. Yang Yin's expression became inscrutable. He turned and approached a side door. He opened it, radiating an intimidating presence. He stepped inside, apologizing to Mayor Kui for keeping him waiting so long. Changji's face turned pale as Yang Yin sat down and spoke. You must be exhausted from your duties day and night, likely skipping meals. You should eat your fill today. He looked for a reason to excuse himself. I only need some raw fish bibimbap. I have already wasted far too much time here. The old man shrugged awkwardly, admitting he had made a significant error. Changji spoke urgently, asking the chairman to say whatever was on his mind immediately. Yang Yin quickly replied, telling him not to misunderstand, as he only wished to congratulate him on his victory. Changji warned him to abandon his interest in Sangam-dong. Just as his father-in-law stated, he would strictly uphold the principle of excluding major conglomerates like Shun Yang and Dahe. Yang Yin smiled secretly, realizing the man had overheard everything Chairman Jin said in the adjacent room as planned. He reassured him that reviving failing construction firms was a sound policy that must be upheld, asking him not to misinterpret his intentions. I mean this sincerely, Zhuangji said, clenching his fists. Then I will accept your sincere words, Chairman. As for the meal, let's save it for next time. I have. Yang Yin quickly stopped him, thinking it strange that someone wanting to achieve great things would be so hasty. Zhuangji's expression shifted at the mention of great things. Yang Yin spoke enticingly, telling him to stay a bit longer, and Zhuangji complied. Yang Yin showed sympathy, noting that as Mayor Kui already knew. Being a son-in-law living with the wife's family isn't usually that difficult, though one is naturally watched by their wife, a situation all men in our country face. But being watched by both parents-in-law and even your nephew is another matter, he added. Zhuangji felt annoyed. Chairman Du, wounding my pride like this is not a good thing. It wouldn't be difficult for the Seoul government to hinder the D. Hyun Group's licensing, you know. Yang Yin burst out laughing. Oh my, how terrifying. Shouting loudly in public is a common trait among sons-in-law who must constantly worry about their in-laws' perceptions. Zhuangji raised his voice. Chairman Du, Yang Yin suddenly said he would help him escape his in-laws, confidently asserting he would pave the way for Mayor Kui to reach the Blue House. What do you think? Greed stirred at the mention of the Blue House as they discussed grand plans. Yang Yin noted, your father-in-law has already drawn a line, didn't you know? He warned that the man would not only refuse to pave his way, but would also set up obstacles to block him. Yang Yin was sowing internal discord. He even hesitates to pass anything to his own bloodline, let alone a son-in-law. He truly is someone who doesn't want to see others prosper. Zhuangzi was livid and confused. I don't understand why you're saying this to me, Chairman. Yang Yin explained, haven't I always invested in people? When an administration ends, a new era must be opened. He expressed his view that whether it's democracy, dictatorship, or the Yang Kim era, a new figure must emerge. Yang Yin dangled the bait, suggesting the mayor of Seoul might become the top leader. He smiled with calculation. Zhuangzi reminded him, I am a man of the Sun Yang group. Yang Yin didn't care. Where are a politician's roots? They just revolve around here, aren't they, everywhere? Wherever they pull someone in or embrace them, that becomes their root. Zhuangzi wavered as Yang Yin continued to entice him, saying that whether as Seoul's mayor or the president, one must have a grand heart. Only then can you embrace both Sun Yang and Di Haiyan at once. Zhuangzi's greed flared at the thought of having power from both groups, his heart pounding. Yang Yin gave a thin smile and continued, let me give you one more piece of advice. Zhuangzi immediately straightened his back. I am listening carefully, sir. Yang Yin mentioned he had 3 wives. 2 are in the family register and 1 is not. Zhuangzi felt at ease. Isn't that an open secret? In your generation, Chairman, having 3 wives isn't something to be ashamed of. Yang Yin calmly said, exactly. It's not much different now. There's nothing wrong with divorce and remarriage. He hinted, so putting 2 or 3 wives' names into the family register is no big deal. Zhuangzi froze. He waved his hand, saying, this is going a bit too far. I never considered divorcing my wife. Yang Yin sowed discord again. No one is telling you to divorce her right now. Just stay together as needed and decide when the time is right. There is no harm in continuing to live while following orders. He flattered him, but in reality, the moment he became mayor, he held the upper hand. Chang Ji was startled. He was convinced that without him, not only Sun Yang but even the Zaiyun supermarket would not exist. Furthermore, as the mayor of Seoul, he had the right to aspire to the presidency. Chang Ji fantasized that if he became president, Seoul would no longer be using him. Instead, he would use Seoul to seize the Sun Yang group. Yang Yin calmly sipped his wine while Chang Ji asked how much longer until the sashimi arrived, mentioning his sudden hunger. Yang Yin burst into laughter. The next day at City Hall, Zaiyun politely inquired how much Yang Jun had accumulated so far. Chang Ji noted that after the development plan was announced, speculators had rushed in like madmen, making it difficult to single out Yang Jun as he sat down. Duo Jun perceptively noticed a change in the atmosphere. Something was off, the mood had suddenly shifted. She noticed it too as he assessed the situation. Auntie, Yang Jun tried to buy in at double the market price. However, prices spiked unexpectedly, and now he is complaining that they have risen 4 or 5 times over. He must have bet everything on this. Zaiyun smiled triumphantly. So if we cancel it now? Du Jun confirmed that it would be a devastating blow from which recovery would be nearly impossible. Chang Ji slammed the table with a loud bang. Excellent, let's do it now, he declared. She raised an eyebrow, suggesting they wait until they understood the full picture, but Chang Ji abruptly interjected, no. I just realized that if we mention Yang Jun from the start, both of us will face significant trouble. He widened his eyes in shock, wondering what was happening now. Du Jun was confused. His goal was to make Yang Jun vanish from his grandfather's sight, yet now the man wanted to change the objective. He glanced at Zaiyun. She was flustered, arguing that he needed to target Yang Jun directly to shed his reputation as a mere son-in-law of a tycoon. He spoke smugly, of course I will, but there's no need to start there. The first shot will be fired elsewhere. Afterward, I'll simply step on Yang Jun once he's already been hit. Du Jun's expression darkened as things became increasingly difficult. A puppet who once only followed her orders now had his own schemes. He wondered if this sudden change was due to his status as a superstar mayor. Chang Ji boasted about his long tenure as a prosecutor. When planning an investigation, one must start from the outside. Charging straight in would only be misconstrued as a targeted probe. He calculated that the National Tax Service would hold the gun while the prosecutors held the knife. He would just collect the spoils. Du Jun grew wary, wondering if he had other motives. Later, at an interview, I cannot bear the suffering and the rising anger within me. To overcome this IMF crisis, which is no different from a national crisis, citizens have even brought out their most precious treasures. Chang Ji shouted loudly. Yet the wealthy buy gold as prices rise and hoard land, stocks, and devalued buildings as if they were on a shopping spree. He spoke in a loud, condemning tone, describing it as a project to stimulate construction and promote culture to avoid stagnation during these trying times. Chang Ji spoke righteously, stating they had designated public land as a communal asset, yet they discovered real estate speculation was being used to gain unfair profits. The city of Seoul has initiated an investigation into the current speculation and confirmed that a serious situation is unfolding in Suzik War. in Yunpyong district, he announced that he would not allow the matter to escalate further, prompting a revision of the new Seoul development plan as reporters hurriedly took notes. Chang Jai took a breath and drank some water before slamming his glass down, firmly declaring that Suzik Ward in Yunpyong district would be excluded from the new Seoul project. The project would be limited to Sungam Ward in Mapo district with a reduced scope, as he vowed that while he was mayor of Seoul, he would strictly manage speculators. He intended to prevent them from earning even a single 10-won coin in profit, and as the news spread rapidly, Dao Jun watched the developments calmly. He was certain that because the mayor of Seoul had expressed such outrage over the excessive speculation, the two appraisal agencies could no longer remain silent. The nation in financial chaos, the public would not tolerate land speculators, making an immediate investigation unavoidable to appease the people. Shikshuan observed with satisfaction that the man finally looked like a proper mayor, while Dao Jun noted that he was originally a prosecutor after all. Once he identifies a target to eliminate, his true nature is revealed, leading Shikshuan to conclude that the man was quite intelligent. He managed to trap Jin Rong Jun without getting his own hands dirty, and Dao Jun suddenly remarked that even Chairman Jin might not find this unpleasant. It seemed the man had changed, a point Shikshuan did not dispute as he leaned back and wondered if the man was trying to flee. He appeared to be gathering his strength for an escape, and Dao Jun laughed, asking if he was running from a life threatened by his wife as Shikshuan speculated. Indeed, that man could not even voice his own beliefs or opinions despite having secured the mayoralty through his own efforts. No matter how much support his wife provided, this was the limit of the mayor's own ability, which was why he lacked true confidence. Dao Jun fell silent in thought, while Shikshuan predicted the couple would fight every day from now on, and asked if Dao Jun's aunt had returned home. He nodded, agreeing that arguments were now inevitable, though Dao Jun knew the newlyweds would begin their discord before the mayor and his wife did. At Rong Jai's mansion, Rui Ying was overcome with anxiety and trembling with fear, having invested the 5 billion she borrowed from her parents into the project. Now that the money was gone, she was frantic, especially since her parents had also invested a large, undisclosed sum, leaving the house feeling like a place of mourning. Someone brought word that the vice chairman was looking for the young mistress, causing her face to drain of color as she hurried downstairs. Yang Jai clicked his tongue at their cowardly appearance and sternly asked his daughter-in-law if she was still hungover, which she hastily denied by claiming she felt unwell. Yang Jai frowned, questioning if she intended to skip breakfast, while Su Yang remained silent, annoyed that he kept probing despite knowing the truth. He sternly commanded her to listen closely to his instructions and relay them to her own family, leaving her with no choice but to obey. Yang Jai suddenly declared that she had never bought any land, and when a stunned Su Yang questioned him, he silenced her with a threatening glare. He asserted that regardless of how many plots were registered in her name, she was to remain completely ignorant of them, further declaring that her father, or perhaps someone else from her family, had purchased the land without her knowledge, and she had never given them permission to use her name. He concluded that she had absolutely no connection to this incident, leaving Su Yang struggling to find words as she addressed him. She wanted to curse her own stupidity, remembering how she had personally scouted the Suziok district with real estate agents despite being the daughter of a media tycoon. She knew that even a novice journalist could easily confirm her personal involvement in the land purchases just by visiting a few local real estate offices. As Su Yang stood in awkward silence, he tiredly explained the consequences if the public discovered the eldest daughter-in-law of the Shun Yang family was speculating on land immediately after her wedding. Yang Jai warned that if even a single news report identified her, both she and her maiden family would be forced to pay a devastating price. She bowed her head in a fit of trembling. With that matter settled, he turned his gaze toward his eldest son, Yang Jun, who looked completely dazed. Yang Jai glared at him, telling him to lift his head so he could at least slap his face, since he was far too old to be struck on the back of the neck. He mocked that his son's already failing intellect would only deteriorate further, prompting a prideful Yang Jun to grit his teeth and vow to resolve the matter himself. Showing no trust, he asked for a plan, leading Yang Jun to admit that only a small portion of the land was in his name while the rest belonged to the company. He added that he had already transferred his personal holdings to the company at the purchase price, but Yang Jai remained skeptical as land values continued to plummet. Yang Jun helplessly argued that they couldn't sell now anyway because there were no buyers, prompting Yang Jai to mock him for wasting a fortune on worthless land. He arrogantly claimed that once the Sangam district was developed, the land would regain its value due to the central road, eventually allowing them to recoup their losses. Yang Jai acted surprised, seemingly coming to the realization that his son truly believed he would recover the lost funds one day. The development timeline is 10 years away, so 10 years it is, he barked. How can you say such a thing? Yang Chi swung his arm. Su Yang spoke up quickly. Father, I'll go see uncle. No, I'll see my aunt to resolve this. Yang Chi's eyes reddened with rage, but he stopped himself. Yang Chi sneered, right, how could I forget my daughter-in-law? Fine, if you have a plan, let's hear it. Speak. She trembled as she explained that despite the official press conference, they only needed to maintain the supplementary procedures. Meanwhile, I'll spread rumors in Jiangnan that this is just a move to cool down speculation, and that everything is still on track. He fell silent. Su Yang concluded that they could sell the land instantly. The man gave a mocking laugh. I never knew my daughter-in-law was so clever, coming up with such a wise strategy in an instant. Her face went pale. Su Yang trembled, remembering that men like him hated repeating themselves. Yang Chi ordered, daughter-in-law, go to your mother's house now. Don't return until you've erased all traces of your involvement. Understand? She straightened up and replied, yes, sir, before Su Yang fled like a beaten dog. Silence fell at Yun Chi's house. Dao Jun weighed the situation. His uncle, who usually followed the script, was acting out of turn. Despite his reassurances, Dao Jun felt uneasy. If he made a mistake, it would cause trouble without benefit. He had to watch his uncle while starting his own separate plan. This will be harder, Dao Jun noted, as this plan relied on his knowledge of the future. It wasn't a plan to fight an enemy. He looked up, realizing he had to spark greed in someone without ambition, and Yun Chi asked, your pensive face worries me. Why so serious? Dao Jun thought that the man without ambition was now smiling at him. He replied that he should be laughing, but he couldn't. Yun Chi was surprised. If it's good news, you should smile. Dao Jun corrected him. It's a major crisis. A major crisis? He asked. Yes, he confirmed. It's the first piece of a massive puzzle that will be finished. In 10 or 20 years, I've prepared the pieces, but I have no one to assemble them. Yun Chi realized. You're asking for my help to find someone right. Dao Jun confirmed it. Yun Chi was ready to help. Tell me what's happening so I can find the right person. He then mentioned it. You know about the new Seoul City project my uncle announced, called Media City, right? He adjusted his glasses. That is the work Xixian and I initiated, Dao Jun replied. You are right, but I do not view that project as a mere construction endeavor. Yun Jai was quite surprised and asked if there was more to it. So he firmly declared his resolve to build a media city exactly as the name implied. He did not fully understand at first, but then Yun realized that he wanted the interior to have a core that matched its outward appearance. Dao Jun expressed his ambition, noting that since the era was shifting from analog to digital, it would serve as a symbol for the new millennium. With great determination, he stated his desire to fill Shangyan Ward with major media enterprises, and Yun Jai understood there were many related businesses like film companies, independent production houses, record labels, and entertainment firms. Yet he warned that the division of labor there was so absolute that one could not control everything. So Dao Jun pointed to the current Shenyang Group as a prime example. He pointed out that it encompassed everything from electronics to food. And as he listened in silence, the ambitious Dao Jun mentioned not just movies and broadcasts, but also his plans to venture into the television channel business, prompting an interested Yun Jai to ask if he meant starting a broadcasting station. He immediately confirmed it, leaving the man quite surprised, while Dao Jun realized he needed to provide further explanation on the matter. He reconsidered the issue, noting that in this era, people only thought of terrestrial waves when mentioning broadcasts or TV channels, as cable broadcasting was still very limited. Dao Jun quickly clarified that he should not misunderstand, as he was not referring to terrestrial waves, but was considering starting simply with cable TV channels instead. Yun Jai immediately objected, asking the boy if he thought the cable TV business was easy, as obtaining licenses and registration was difficult, and most current cable companies were suffering losses. He quickly reassured him that this was why he suggested a simple start, as they could begin by acquiring a broadcasting company that was currently losing money. Surprised again, he asked about the acquisition, and Dao Jun suggested that something was already up for sale, which Yun Jai immediately recalled. A movie channel launched in March 1995, which despite being a free-to-air film station, was suffering heavy losses due to reckless investments made to secure foreign currency. Now that it had entered the multiplex cinema business, the company was caught in the foreign exchange crisis and stood on the brink of bankruptcy as he pondered the situation. Regarding cable television, he continued by providing evidence that it would not be long before cable channels dominated the airwaves. Dao Jun tried to persuade him by mentioning basic cable channels like US, TNX, Seoul, MTX, and Safety. as well as premium channels like Show X Time and SDRZ. Led by HBX, these were becoming very popular, especially in America where they produced their own original series in addition to rebroadcasting television programs. Yunjai frowned and wondered if their country would truly become like America, given that there was already so much content being broadcast across the 3 terrestrial networks. He concluded that victory is decided by exceptional programming and great films, as Dao Jun pointed out that customers will always find a good restaurant even if it's hidden in an alley. He affirmed the strategy, asking if quality content wasn't the key to running a channel. And while the man hesitated, Dao Jun assured him that this was currently an emerging market. He guided Yun Chi, suggesting that everything they relied on was ultimately based on theory, prompting the man to adjust his glasses and look at Dao Jun. Yun Chi analyzed that many would claim his plan was feasible and demand he hand it over, loudly boasting that they could execute it perfectly. He warned that most of those people were frauds, leaving Dao Jun stunned as he wondered if his father realized he intended to entrust the matter to him. Yun Chi lectured passionately, stating that unless one partnered with a truly decent businessman, starting a company with anyone else would be incredibly difficult. He explained that someone must provide support to minimize deficits for at least 10 years. And as Dao Jun listened, the man asserted that those who profited too quickly were frauds, prompting Dao Jun to laugh with satisfaction before falling into thought. He remarked that there was no one more reliable than the person he had in mind, which surprised Yun Chi, who asked why he was being consulted if a choice had already been made. He happily confirmed, "Yes, no matter how much I think about it, that person remains the only candidate who could be considered the top choice. I'm asking you because I thought you might recommend someone else." He asked excitedly, "So who is it? Do I know them?" Yang Jai speculated, "Could it be Oh Shishian?" Duo Jun immediately denied it. "Uncle Shishian is already buried in his current work." He began to hint. "The person I have in mind studied management and economics formally in England and has worked in the media industry for 10 years. Duo Jun looked straight ahead and added, "And they are currently in control of Cheongmuro." He paused for a moment. Yang Jai fell into deep thought before asking, "My father?" He smiled and confirmed it. That evening at the mansion, Yang Jai sat formally. Yang Tian was waiting expectantly. He stammered, "Father, Yang Jun has borrowed a sum of money from the affiliate companies." The old man replied gloomily, "I've already heard about that, yet you still dare mention it to me." Yang Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. "It seems that money has completely vanished, hasn't it?" Yang Jai said fearfully. "I apologize for failing to raise my child properly." The old man remarked, "Like father, like son." He remained silent and trembled. Yang Tian added, "Isn't it because you are just like me that you failed to educate your children?" He wondered aloud, "But isn't that boy Yang Jun obsessed with making money? Why did he suddenly buy real estate?" Yang Jai asked blankly. "What?" Yang Tian analyzed. "Do you think I'm staying still because I don't know about the development zones? The country is in chaos, and this is son-in-law Q's first project. Therefore, he must be cautious, as it could attract unnecessary gossip. But why did Yang Jun act this way?" He thought anxiously. Yang Jai confessed, "Actually, the boy received the development information in advance." The old man wasn't surprised. "Is that so? Did son-in-law Qe tell him? Or was it Zai Yun?" At that moment, he suddenly realized. Yang Jai quickly concluded, "It was Jin Zai Yun. Surely Zai Yun tricked Yang Jun through Duo Jun, and brother-in-law Qe has betrayed us." He was furious, but he couldn't admit to his father that his younger sister had outsmarted him. Yang Jai quickly covered it up. "No, it seems Duo Jun accidentally saw the development plan, and it likely leaked while the two boys were drinking together. He tried to hide the truth. Yang Jun used Duo Jun's words as a clue and started investigating." Yang Tian was surprised. "Duo Jun? Really?" Yang Jai hurriedly explained. "It was probably just a passing comment. It's all due to Yang Jun's ambition." The old man said wearily, "What's done is done. The issue is what happens next." He quickly reported, "I've already handled it, so please don't worry, father." Yang Tian looked over coldly. He called out, "Yang Jai." He replied awkwardly, "Yes." Yang Tian saw right through him. "I don't want to see my eldest son being outwitted by his younger sister." He raised an eyebrow mockingly. Yang Jai panicked. "That won't happen. I will handle everything well." Yang Tian gave his permission. "Fine, leave." He scurried away like a beaten dog. "Yes." Yang Jai bowed deeply. As the door closed, the old man leaned back in his chair. "That's fine. At that age, I couldn't even guess who was aiming an arrow at me." Yang Tian sank into deep thought. filled with anticipation. Now Du Jun is finally showing his claws. Yang Tian speculated that if Du Jun had written the script, it wouldn't end so easily. Early the next morning at City Hall, Chang Zai was presiding over a meeting. By the way, have you looked into it yet? Yes, a third-generation Chaebol is indeed different, Xianzhu reported. This could be seen as a complete sweep of everything. Jin Yang Jun didn't act in his own name, but used two companies where he is a major shareholder. Propping up his chin, he questioned where the capital originated. Xuan Su confirmed it was the Sun Yang Group, prompting a triumphant smile from Chang Ji, while Zhai Cheng added that the local prosecutor's office had suppressed the matter, which could lead to embezzlement charges if investigated further. However, they hushed it up the moment Sun Yang's name surfaced, and he expressed his outrage, noting those scoundrels had all been Sun Yang scholarship recipients. They naturally had to repay the favor, and amidst the silence, Xuan Su hesitantly pointed out that they had also received Sun Yang's money through him, making it a matter they shouldn't touch. Chang Ji acted with a sense of justice, declaring he would handle it himself since they were merely dragged into the situation, and told them to stop worrying. He stated his father-in-law wasn't one to boast about his subsidies, and urged them to distance themselves from the matter, as they well knew that no one escapes after taking money from Sun Yang. As they fell silent in visible confusion, Chang Ji seized the opportunity to loudly proclaim his intentions. He promised to take full responsibility for those boys so they could relax, prompting them to bow in gratitude, while Chang Ji exuded an aura of immense confidence. He declared they must capture both Jin Yang Jun and his protector this time, allowing them to take over those positions, which left Zhai Cheng in a state of shock. He asked if the person being referred to was the chief prosecutor, and suggested they only target Jin Yang Jun, causing the man to clench his fist. He asked if the other man was belittling the office of the mayor of Seoul, which he quickly denied before Chang Ji stood up abruptly. He commanded them to listen, stating that when the mayor speaks, the media acts as his mouthpiece, then noted that the prosecution and Ministry of Justice currently side with the ruling party. Chang Ji planned to work with the opposition to demand a special investigation, scripting a scenario where his nephew would hire a lawyer and escape conviction by claiming the land was for business, not embezzlement. With great resolve, he stated the primary goal was to dismantle the ruling party's prosecution office, which had been incompetent and prone to cover-ups. The objective was to build a foundation so that the prosecution would provide him with total support for his future presidential bid once his mayoral term ended. The entire room was stunned as they asked if he truly intended to run for president, to which Chang Ji replied with a smirk that he did. He declared the first step toward the presidency was to trample his in-laws and purge the prosecution, then told them to wait and see before bowing at the press conference. He claimed ignorance of the details, but acknowledged his family's involvement in an unacceptable matter and offered his sincere apologies to the public. As reporters snapped photos, Chang Ji continued his speech, explaining the measures taken a few days ago to prevent real estate speculation from becoming a severe issue. He noted they had announced the amendment plan at that very location, after which numerous reports surfaced regarding illegal activities during the property acquisition process. Seoul has handed all that information to the prosecution, and the media is now focused on reporting Zhang Jun's accusations. However, there is no sign yet that the prosecution has begun an investigation. Instead, reports say suspicious individuals are flocking to Suzik to demand the deletion of transaction records. He shouted, asking how this could happen, as Zhang Jun declared right there that his wife's family had encouraged real estate speculation, and the prosecution had aided them despite knowing the truth. In a shocking development, he slammed the table and stated that as the mayor of Seoul, he could no longer ignore this, so he was sending a request to the National Assembly. Zhang Jun urged the National Assembly to act if the prosecution would not, while Yang Kaiyan watched the live broadcast in a fit of rage. Calling him a scoundrel, Yang Kaiyan asked Dao Jun what kind of trick he had played to provoke the prosecution, but the boy only looked at him with a bewildered expression. As Yang Kaiyan seethed with anger, Dao Jun realized his grandfather had misunderstood, thinking he was trying to trap both sides in a difficult situation. He quickly explained that since his uncle wanted to shed the label of being a Sun Yang's son-in-law, he only suggested a moderate way to end the association, prompting the old man to ask if he meant Zhang Jun. Dao Jun hurriedly explained that it should have ended with the Suzik area being excluded from development, but he hadn't expected his uncle to betray the prosecution, leading Yang Kaiyan to huff that he was quite capable, noting that the boy wasn't even trying to hide things from him anymore. Yang Kaiyan listened as Dao Jun tensely confessed that since the truth would come out anyway, there was no point in hiding it. Dao Jun knew that in moments like these, it was better to be blunt, as concealing his involvement would only irritate the old man further, so he cautiously gauged his grandfather's reaction. He remarked that there should be no secrets between close relatives, prompting Yang Qian to ask what his next move would be. Dao Jun replied that there was no longer any room for him to intervene, but Yang Qian grimly asked if he truly believed he had Zhang Jun under his thumb. Mentioning the 40 billion won election sponsorship, Dao Jun indifferently replied that it wasn't quite like that, but rather more like an insurance policy. The old man warned him not to assume everything would be fine just because he held the reins, a sentiment Dao Jun admitted he shared to some extent. Yang Qian sneered and suddenly remarked that because of this incident, the young horse Dao Jun was leading had failed to grow properly and had ultimately died. Confused, Dao Jun asked what he meant, and Yang Qian explained that from now on, he would have to properly groom Zhang Jun into a useful horse himself. Wondering if his grandfather had been the one to sabotage the plan, Dao Jun quickly asked for a more detailed explanation. Yang Qian kindly pointed out that his uncle was overlooking something, and though Dao Jun guessed it was the prosecution due to his uncle's background, the old man disagreed. He unexpectedly mentioned that it wasn't the prosecution, but rather the in-laws, Zhang Jun's wife's family. A cold shiver ran down his spine as he realized he had forgotten that Han Sung Daily, the media giant, was the powerhouse behind Hong Xiaoyang. Yang Qian analyzed that his sister-in-law was no pushover, noting that her family had likely liquidated all their assets to buy that land, which was a significant blow to them. Dao Jun recoiled as the old man pointed out that his own uncle was the one who caused this, and he swallowed hard, his tension rising. Yang Qian asserted that journalists feared conglomerates like theirs the most because while they provided funds, there were certain lines that should never be crossed. Dao Jun interjected that it was politics, and the old man smiled with a calculating look, agreeing that it was the only arena where power could be wielded legitimately. With a predatory glint in his eyes, Yang Qian noted that media companies intimidated politicians and asked what would happen if rumors spread that the sole mayor was harassing Han Sung Daily. They would certainly be branded as a useless media firm. Yang Qian sneered, remarking on the humiliation while Dao Jun stood there in utter shock. He hadn't considered this at all, finally realizing that if the nation's oldest media company targeted the sole mayor for 4 years, even the presidency would be a lost cause. Dao Jun broke into a cold sweat, realizing the mayor couldn't even hope for re-election once Han Sung Daily decided to swallow Media City whole, and he clenched his fists. As the true battle began and public opinion became unpredictable, Yang Qian suddenly called out to Dao Jun, asking if he thought the price of this move was too steep. Dao Jun didn't quite understand and asked for clarification, leading Yang Qian to admit that he couldn't stop the children's infighting and was actually fueling it. Even though his grandson was in a bind, the old man felt a sense of joy, while Dao Jun mused that everyone has another side, prompting the elder to laugh with satisfaction. Yang Qian observed that Dao Jun was no longer hiding his true intentions, suggesting he had gained clarity after the Gunsan trip, which Dao Jun immediately confirmed. He admitted he could see it clearly through the way his aunt and uncle were constantly trying to lure him in, while the old man declared that only the victor claims the prize. Yang Qian remarked that he knew that man well. He was the type to only take what was handed to him, and he had never seen him successfully hold onto anything. The old man casually gave his blessing, noting how many corporations had collapsed in the 50 years since liberation, and offering them all to him for free. Dao Jun wondered aloud if he should even participate in the conflict, but Yang Qian saw through him, stating he had joined long ago and wondering how much more he had to give him. Dao Jun frowned slightly, confused by the old man's words about giving more when he hadn't seemingly received anything in return. The old man irritably reminded him of the 17% stake he had provided during the cruise, but Dao Jun countered that he had only borrowed it and paid interest on it. Yang Qian's eyes widened as he shouted at the thief, but then he fell silent before bursting into laughter, while Dao Jun reminded him there were things he should never forget. Yang Tian noticed that Dao Jun was leveraging the favor of having saved his life during the accident, and the old man laughed heartily, telling him to look. He remarked that he was perfectly fine after the accident, while Dao Jun's eyes remained calculating, a fact Yang Tian noted before calling out to him, to which Dao Jun politely responded. Yang Tian remarked that he seemed like a child crying for an extra piece of rice cake, leaving him confused as to why the old man would suddenly make such a strange comment. The old man explained that those were his thoughts upon seeing him, noting that his poor Dao Jun still performed excellently, even when given a bit less than the others. He added that if Dao Jun were given the same resources as the others, they would have no chance to compete, while Dao Jun remained silent as Yang Tian continued. He stated that those were his thoughts, and as they both fell into a pensive silence, he realized he understood his grandfather's perspective on how their shared bloodline ruthlessly exposed the truth. Dao Jun recognized that despite sharing the same bloodline, an invisible barrier seemed to exist between him and his relatives. He watched the old man silently, acknowledging their shared blood, while Yang Tian mused that he would have settled everything otherwise, though Dao Jun could sense the pride behind his grandfather's words. He suddenly announced that starting tomorrow he would begin to complain and reveal his true nature, though Dao Jun promised to remain a dutiful grandson until the end of the day. The old man was genuinely surprised, but he slowly stood up and told him to do as he pleased, asking if Shun Yang Group didn't belong to him anyway, leaving Yang Tian stunned as Dao Jun smiled. He was a man who valued the Shun Yang Group more than his own flesh and blood, and that very obsession was exactly what he was counting on as the next morning arrived at the office. Xixian slammed the newspaper down in suspicion, questioning why he was exerting such unnecessary effort when it threatened to push SMC into the crosshairs of public scrutiny. He calmly read the paper, noting that aside from land speculation, SMC was a known hub for corruption whose weakness lay in negotiated contracts rather than open bidding, though Xixian grew impatient with his detached attitude. He urgently asked if they should stop the Han Cheng daily, warning that while only one paper was reporting today, others would follow tomorrow, and pressed him for a more clever solution. Dao Jun calmly told him to stop if he was considering his grandfather's involvement, as he had already established boundaries to keep him out, causing Xixian to click his tongue in concern. He expressed his deep concern that SMC would eventually collapse if this continued, but he firmly asserted that such an outcome would never happen. Shun Yang Construction held at least a 30% stake in the project. Dao Jun knew perfectly well that his grandfather would never remain idle. He confidently declared that he would show him how he intended to influence his uncle-in-law, noting that the Han Cheng Daily would be ruined if they dared to interfere with the business. Xixian breathed a sigh of relief, while Dao Jun privately calculated his next move regarding his uncle-in-law, who still blindly followed his wife's lead despite his recent appointment. He had assumed they were harmless, but a minor oversight had complicated matters, and Dao Jun whispered to himself that he was well aware of his uncle-in-law's shallow nature. You attempted to link everything together, yet still remained opposed to politics. Dao Jun swiftly initiated his plan. Before my uncle creates any more significant problems, please take me to see my aunt to discuss the matter. Xixian remained firm, refusing because it was too dangerous, and telling him to stay quiet until SMC resumed operations. That evening at the corporation, Xi-Yun was in a panic, asking her husband what was happening. She was in a state of panic, urging him to stop immediately since fighting the prosecutor would bring no benefit. At that moment, Dao Jun arrived and bowed politely, prompting Xi-Yun to end her call quickly. "I will speak with you later," she said before hanging up. Xi-Yun then stepped forward to greet her guest, asking if Director O had arrived and if everything was fine with Dao Jun. Dao Jun wore a weary expression, noting that many things were happening as she knew. She was left speechless. He felt stifled because grandfather had been upset that she left early that day. Grandfather had scolded him for hours on end. Xi-Yun's expression shifted as she asked if he was certain. Dao Jun replied tiredly, asking if she was foolish and clarifying that he was not talking about her. He explained that he was referring to the reason for his visit. She felt relieved and invited them both to sit down, while Xixian appeared somewhat hesitant. She sincerely apologized for causing Director O to worry about her husband. Xixian remained calm, stating that since the situation had already occurred, they should work together to find a solution. He cautiously inquired, mentioning he had overheard her call and sensed she was facing another issue. She hesitated, but Xixian reassured her, saying that since they were in the same boat, they should resolve the matter together. Xi-Yun fidgeted with her fingers before admitting that her husband intended to go to the Central District Prosecutor's office to protest the investigation. She feared it would trigger another massive backlash, leaving him momentarily stunned. Dao Jun watched with wide eyes, realizing the man intended to start a conflict despite having sent a peace offering to the prosecutor. He found it unbelievable and wondered what kind of person his uncle truly was. That evening at the corporation, the meeting room was silent as Xi-Yun displayed her helplessness. Dao Jun raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked his aunt if she had failed to plant a spy near his uncle. He looked bewildered and asked what he meant. He was genuinely surprised by how strangely naive Xi-Yun was, realizing she had vastly underestimated her own husband. While she had planted spies to monitor her brother's every move, she had failed to do the same for her husband. Du Jun gritted his teeth in frustration at the oversight. Xixian offered a cautious reminder, suggesting that the situation surrounding Mayor Kui might change, especially since Seoul's annual budget had exceeded 10 trillion won this year. He pointed out that managing such a vast sum of money would naturally attract many parasites. She suddenly realized the implication and wondered if someone had indeed seduced her husband into this. Xixian was speechless, admitting it was highly probable. Yun's eyes widened as he struggled to contain his emotions, thinking she was naive to believe her husband posed no threat, and now she was paying for that negligence. He felt the same way and searched for clues about who it could be. To make his uncle cut off funding and ignore a wife so vital to the presidential election, it wasn't just a parasite. It seemed his uncle had latched onto a powerful eagle. Du Jun spoke up, carefully advising his aunt not to nag his uncle anymore. He noted that his uncle seemed to be venting years of suppressed frustration, and at this point, no one would be able to stop him. She immediately protested, asking what on earth he had to endure. Du Jun sighed to himself, realizing he should probably stop discussing the matter with her altogether. He was currently in a state where he could not control himself. He listened to Shu Yun grumble about both herself and his uncle-in-law, and the next day at the office, Shu Yun frowned. How on earth could this have happened? I simply cannot fathom what transpired over the course of a single night. Dao Jun was also deeply concerned, as every newspaper, led by the Han Cheng Daily, was praising the courage of Mayor Kui Changji. Despite being the Sun Yang family's son-in-law, he bravely exposed his relative's speculation, an act requiring a level of resolve that ordinary people could not achieve. As he watched thoughtfully, Xixian had a sudden realization. "Hey, don't tell me this is your grandfather's doing," she said. But Dao Jun firmly insisted that such a thing would absolutely never happen. He was certain that the old man was not someone who would easily go back on his word. Yet Dao Jun's teeth clenched as even the Han Cheng Daily attempted to flatter that man. He reached a conclusion and said, "Uncle, it seems my uncle-in-law has found himself a major benefactor," which left the man momentarily stunned. Dao Jun asserted that only an incredibly powerful sponsor could promise to fill the central daily newspapers with advertisements. Xixian agreed and rubbed his temples, noting that since that man now had a reliable source of funding, he no longer even bothered to listen to his wife. He had finally escaped his subordinate son-in-law status. Dao Jun crumpled the newspaper in frustration, realizing his anger stemmed not from his uncle-in-law's flightiness, but from his own narrow-mindedness in choosing such a man to be a leader and a trusted partner. He nearly lost his composure while Xixian watched calmly, causing Dao Jun to startle and stand up in embarrassment, apologizing for letting his uncle see him in such a state. "I don't feel great either," the man replied, as we both misjudged him, leading Dao Jun to calculate that they should probably be content with what they had gained from SMC. "If we stay near my uncle-in-law, we might end up facing collateral damage," Dao Jun warned, and Xixian agreed, noting that a man who only pursues those he favors is truly hopeless. "I am certain that while we don't know the sponsor, they are clearly just using that man," he stated, and he felt relieved that both he and his uncle had agreed to abandon him. Dao Jun felt weary now that his uncle-in-law was no longer their ally. Meanwhile, at the corporate headquarters, Yang Kaiyan looked down with a stern expression. Rong Jai was also present, facing Yang Jai and Yang Jun, when the old man called out to Yang Jun, who looked up as Yang Kaiyan bluntly asked how much money he had lost. He tried to gloss over it, claiming it wasn't much, but the old man barked the question again until a startled Yang Jun admitted it was a little over 60 billion. Rong Jai raised an eyebrow in silent shock that he dared to call 60 billion not much, while Yang Kaiyan sarcastically asked why he still couldn't resolve it if the amount was so trivial, leaving him speechless. Yang Kaiyan then ordered him to quickly look into an apartment on Jujai Island, noting that Sun Yang Heavy Industries owned several units for their employees there. He decided that the walls should be repapered and the signage changed today, while also instructing that all the necessary electronic appliances be arranged. "Starting tomorrow, this will be the new home for my eldest grandson, so pay attention." Though Yang Jun cried out to his grandfather, Yang Tian ignored him. When asked about the shipyard supply warehouse supervisor role, Rong Jai straightened up and called it a manager position, forcing a smile despite not knowing the job's actual details. The old man ordered business cards to be made, and Rong Jai complied. Yang Tian then officially asked what his grandson was still waiting for. He told him to pack his bags immediately, and though Yang Jun was unwilling to submit, his father Yang Jai angrily ordered him to leave at once. He was sent to Jeoje Island with orders to stay out of trouble. As a despondent, Yang Jun left. Yang Tian told Rong Jai to oversee the boy's progress until he matured. Rongjai was slightly confused but agreed, and as the old man turned to his eldest son, Yang Jai straightened his posture while Yang Tian issued a warning. He bluntly threatened that if his son caused any more trouble, Yang Jai would have to clean it up, especially since a criminal prosecution might be looming. If evidence of embezzlement by Yang Jun surfaced, he would face prison, so he needed to handle the situation discreetly if he wanted to keep his son out of jail. He obediently complied, and as Yang Tian leaned back, he remembered one final matter, causing Rui Yun to sit up straight as he addressed her and her husband, Kui. He told them to get a divorce, leaving Rui Yun agape and Rong Jai stunned, while Yang Jai looked up at the old man who had long been displeased. Since he wanted to shed his title as Sun Yang's son-in-law so badly, they would grant his wish, a statement that sent a sudden chill down her spine. He coldly ordered the divorce to satisfy the man's desires, remaining indifferent while Rui Yun reacted with indignant protest. She screamed, asking why he would say such things and if he wanted her to be a divorcee, but he offered her a shopping mall, a hotel, and a golf course as a reward. He guaranteed those assets would be entirely hers and untouchable, causing Rui Yun to fall silent while Rong Jai and Yang Jai watched in shock. When they protested, Yang Tian asserted that he wasn't forcing her, nor did he wish to be a father who encouraged his children to divorce. He pressured Rui Yun by stating the choice was hers, and after she went silent, Yang Tian admitted that he had been wrong until now. Amidst the tension, he explained his past plan to find someone capable to lead Sun Yang, but he had now made a cold and final decision. He decided it was better to discard those who were useless as the meeting ended. Meanwhile, in America, children were playing happily. In the bustling area near Fantasy Investments headquarters, people held the philosophy of earning a fortune just to spend it all. While that didn't matter to him, it was vital to those listening to the detailed reports as Wei Zhou watched coldly and Dao Jun calmly waited his turn. He announced his decision that direct investment in .com companies would henceforth be prohibited, as Dao Jun asserted that they were untrustworthy regardless of how promising the future appeared. He advised caution, noting that one should rely on neither personal intuition nor raw data. As she frowned in confusion and the crowd began to murmur, Dao Jun acknowledged the situation was indeed chaotic. He further explained that since the world's capital was currently concentrated in America's Silicon Valley, investing directly in those firms now would leave them unable to control their exit timing. Smiling, Dao Jun asked if they hadn't been taught since childhood to avoid being ensnared in games, persuading them that they must control the game instead of playing the .com founders' game of direct investment. Dao Jun bluntly declared that Nasdaq was their true playground. As everyone weighed his words, Rachel cleared her throat to draw their attention before speaking. Rachel gave a calculating smile and asked if securing high profits through direct investment before a listing wasn't his particular specialty, or would. She asked if he was only being careful now, while he felt a sense of irony, unable to reveal that he had already seen the .com bubble burst online. He knew vast fortunes would vanish, so Dao Jun stood tall and asked what it was called when people were lured with non-existent promises into parting with their own money. When Frank suggested it was fraud, he confirmed that it was indeed a scam, though it had recently adopted a different name. As the room fell silent, Dao Jun solemnly called it the spirit of venture capital, emphasizing that every cent was valuable and that they should focus on companies with actual revenue. He argued that even if sales were poor, they should invest in IT firms providing concrete services, a point Rachel listened to with great care. Dao Jun suggested a company like Azan as an example, leaving everyone stunned until one man asked if he was referring to the online bookstore. He confirmed with a smile that he meant Azan.com, but Frank analyzed the data and noted that if it was the company founded in 1994, its investment value was zero. Although its shares were listed at $18 last year, the price had plummeted to a mere $1.96 on the very first day of trading. Dao Jun was surprised by his detailed knowledge, which left the man momentarily flustered as the room understood why. He then laughed and inquired how much the man had lost. Rachel revealed the figure was $50,000 as Frank sighed in agony, recounting how everyone had tried to dissuade him by saying it was a hopeless endeavor. Since he had invested his own funds, he alone bore the loss, yet Dao Jun remarked that he would have invested 100 times more, leaving everyone horrified as Rachel cried out in shock. When she asked if he was serious, he nodded and explained that Azan generated revenue by taking orders and delivering books, however modest those earnings might be. He asserted that despite its simple concept, it differed from other noisy .com firms, as a company with a straightforward and understandable service was a genuine business. As they listened intently, he claimed everything else was merely a bubble and encouraged them to withdraw their direct investments from .com companies, highlighting the crucial point. provide a valid justification, accept the possibility of minor losses, and restrict investments solely to companies listed on the Nasdaq. That is the first rule. Rachel leaned back to relax and asked if there was a second, to which Dow Jun smiled and set a deadline to withdraw all capital by the first quarter of 2000. She remained somewhat indifferent and asked for the reason, to which Dow Jun asserted that by then, everyone would realize venture capital was nothing but a scam. Shortly after, the group dispersed for entertainment. Rachel sat with him and stared intently, prompting him to speak up casually. "It seems you have something to tell me, given how you are staring." Rachel stiffened for a moment before bursting into laughter, unable to contain herself. Dow Jun took a sip of water and told her to speak freely. Rachel suggested they go to LA, which surprised him until she mentioned the film industry. "Yes, there is a preview for Saving Corporal Jack next month," Rachel explained, noting that they received invitations all the time. "Since I have invested in all the films as you suggested when Dreams was first established, it has practically become a partnership." Dow Jun remained indifferent, asking if that was all she was interested in. Recalling a few scenes, he realized he was already tired of that movie. It was a film he had seen in theaters several times upon its release. Dow Jun paid it no mind, especially since it was broadcast on TV whenever there was an empty slot. He felt as though he had watched it over 20 times. She then mentioned that Dreams had sent them a signal, piquing his interest. Rachel elaborated, explaining that since they knew Fantasy's capital originated from Korea, they inquired about bidding for the Asian distribution rights. Dow Jun calmly remarked that while he was not interested, someone else would desperately want it. Her eyes widened in surprise as he placed his glass back on the table. Dow Jun revealed it was his father. Early the next morning at the apartment, the two sat down to talk, with Yun-jae anxiously asking if he was truly all right. Dow Jun assured him that he would never engage in anything that resulted in a loss, urging his father to stop worrying about money and instead consider helping with his plan. Still uneasy, Yun-jae mentioned he had heard from Rachel that the deal required $500 million, questioning its worth until Dow Jun persuaded him it was his father's dream. He told his father not to equate dreams with money, questioning if a dream ceased to be one simply because it could be purchased, speaking plainly to shift his perspective. Money is merely a tool to achieve a dream, and tools are meant to be used and then discarded. Dow Jun encouraged him to spend it, leaving Yun-jae dazed. After reflecting for a long time, Yun-jae burst into laughter and adjusted his glasses, remarking that he had once thought he was the son of a ruthless tycoon while looking at him warmly. But it turned out he was actually the father of a wise young tycoon. Dow Jun was momentarily stunned before agreeing and laughing as he entrusted the task to him. "Wei-jo has already made the appointment, so father just needs to coordinate with her," he said, and the man confirmed. Yan-chi then asked if Han Dae-jun had plans to go anywhere else, to which he replied softly, "To Stanford first. If one were to aggregate all the enterprises founded by the entrepreneurs this university has produced and will continue to foster in the years to come, their collective economic might would surpass that of an entire nation like South Korea. Typically, due to its proximity to Silicon Valley, people assume that Stanford graduates or students on leave flock there, but the reality is quite the contrary. As the university actively championed the entrepreneurial efforts of its alumni, a surge in venture capital investment erupted. It was only when these students converged to launch their startups and establish firms that Silicon Valley truly began to take shape around the campus. As the shuttle sped forward, Han Dae-jun furrowed his brow, realizing that while he assumed they were still at Stanford, they had actually already relocated to Silicon Valley. He pondered silently, wondering if they had already secured the necessary investment to launch their startup. Dow Jun gazed at the stack of documents and relaxed his posture, noting they were still inside the garage as he surveyed the cramped space. It did not appear to be the office of a major investor, but a sudden shout interrupted him as Sergei asked why he was standing in front of someone else's workspace. He offered a smile in response while greeting Larry Green and Sergey Brin, though the latter remained wary and demanded to know his identity. He dropped a hint that left them tense, using a metaphor about the angel wings spread across his back, which left Larry stunned while he smirked inwardly. The opportunity they had been longing for had finally arrived, yet it felt surreal that a young Asian boy could actually be an angel investor. Sergei dropped his box in shock, so Dow Jun broke the silence by asking if they were going to keep staring or finally invite him in for a beer. They explained this was a friend's garage from Extel while he casually drank some water, though Larry still harbored deep doubts about his true identity. Finding it hard to believe he was truly an investor, Dow Jun pondered for a moment before suggesting they make a phone call using the speakerphone. As the dial tone rang out, Larry and Sergei remained skeptical until a man named Bell answered the call on the other end. Dao Jun greeted him as Howard Jin, prompting an enthusiastic response from Bell, who was delighted to hear from him after such a long time. When asked if he was in America, Dao Jun confirmed he was in California and promised to visit after finishing some business, though he needed a favor first. Bell told him to speak freely, so he explained that he was with two people he wanted to invest in, but they were looking at him with eyes full of suspicion. Bell laughed loudly, stating that if Howard had personally scouted them, he would invest immediately, leading Dao Jun to tell the pair to introduce themselves. Upon realizing it was indeed the famous Bell Martin, the two became incredibly excited, while Dao Jun stepped aside to let them talk privately. He went to the door for some fresh air while they remained speechless, realizing he should probably inform his father and Rachel that he would not be home today. While he sat in thought, Sergei waved happily to signal they were finished, prompting Dao Jun to tell Bell he would be staying in the States for a while. Bell responded warmly, telling him to call anytime or offering to fly out to California himself if Dao Jun was too busy to travel. Seeing their eyes shining with admiration, Dao Jun smiled to himself, knowing he had finally earned the respect he was looking for. Larry was floored by the revelation that he had invested $9 million into Martin Computer when he was only 10 years old. Sergei added that he had even waived all shareholder rights for the founder, to which he teasingly asked if they thought Bell was lying to them. Larry stammered, not because he was skeptical, but because he couldn't believe Dao Jun was actually there. He confirmed once more, "You said you're from Hogwarts, right?" "Hogwarts Jin," he replied naturally, leaving Larry beyond thrilled as he mentioned that Bill Martin had said Dao Jun's arrival was a guaranteed sign that their business would flourish. "Isn't that right? He even mentioned wanting to invest himself." Dao Jun chuckled softly, noting the sheer excitement on both of their faces. Setting his beer down, he told them to forget about Bill Martin, as the man was already a successful billionaire. Dao Jun asked if such a person would really impose his own secrets of success on them. Furthermore, he argued that Martin Computer was fundamentally different from Nugo. While Martin used online services, it was essentially a distribution business, leaving Larry confused while Dao Jun smiled with confidence. "It seems there's a misunderstanding here," he said as they stared blankly, reminding them of his past and noting with a faint smile that he had invested $9 million when he was only 10 years old. "So do you think I'm worth any less than Bill Martin now?" he asked, leaving the two stunned by the realization as the lights stayed on late into the night, and Dao Jun clapped his hands to begin the discussion. He asked about their current progress and what they needed most urgently, and after considering an office and a shared workspace, they looked at each other and shouted in unison, "Servers!" Zai-Er reported that they had already launched the search engine, adding that Stanford and Silicon Valley residents were already using it, allowing them to accumulate a vast amount of data. Zai-Er pointed to their current server, explaining that they lacked sufficient data lines and the technical specifications required to achieve maximum performance. Dao Jun was pleased and asked if they had already calculated the costs for a satisfactory server setup, to which Larry replied immediately that they had. He decided they should do everything at once, which left Zai-Er a bit dazed as Dao Jun began listing the requirements, starting with expanding the servers. He included moving to a proper office, hiring more staff, and even replacing their vehicle, explaining that if they kept driving that rickety red pickup truck and ended up in an accident, he wouldn't be able to recover his investment. His goal was to build a new world starting from this garage, so Dao Jun asked them for the price. The two grew tense and discussed the matter carefully while he waited patiently until Zai-Er cleared his throat and prepared to announce the figure of $150,000. "No, $200,000 should be enough," he corrected, while Dao Jun calculated that $200,000 was barely enough to stay in a luxury suite for a few days. He remained silent for a moment, making them worry the price was too high, before quickly offering to invest $1 million initially, followed by another $10 million once he saw results. Their jaws dropped in utter disbelief, and unable to contain their excitement, they both jumped up and rushed toward him, hoisting Dao Jun into the air. After the initial rush of adrenaline from their good fortune, the two drank a beer to settle their nerves, fully aware of the paths to success taken by those who came before them. They understood that this investment wasn't a gift, and were well aware that they would eventually have to share the profits they earned in the future. Shidai finally regained his composure and asked Huade for the specific terms, noting that while they had heard of his reputation as a daring investor through Ma Qi-ting, they still required a formal contract. Duo Jun pondered, realizing it was somewhat pointless to fret over which conditions to impose on them. He reminded himself to meticulously evaluate every bit of corporate value, which could reach hundreds of trillions. He felt a sense of dread imagining himself acting too hastily out of a desire to seize more. Du Jun resolved to abandon the thought of controlling these two world changers just because he knew the future. They would be the ones to change the world, while he only needed to alter the future of the Sun Yang group. He understood the risk that if he were consumed by greater ambition, he might lose his only weapon. Du Jun determined that he only needed enough ambition and action to ensure the future he knew remained unchanged. He complimented them, remarking that their luck was quite formidable. Du Jun offered a friendly smile while they remained in a state of confusion. He then raised the stakes, announcing he would incrementally invest up to $30 million. Du Jun casually noted that if they required further investment later, it would either mean the company had scaled significantly or they had squandered the funds. He pointed out that if growth necessitated more capital, they should accept funding from the countless other investors who would be eager to join under those favorable terms. La Li spoke up in confusion, asking Hua to wait a moment. He asked Hua not to misunderstand his question, and Du Jun immediately gave him permission to speak. Still puzzled, he asked why Du Jun would stop investing if the company was thriving and needed more capital. He pointed out that Du Jun had claimed to have more than enough money. Du Jun explained that capital should be sought from various sources, especially those with extensive investment experience. He didn't mind missing out, as those investors were living witnesses to the many successes and failures in Silicon Valley. Du Jun guided them, advising that needing more funding was the perfect time to seek their counsel. He explained that those people would offer the most valuable advice, but he also cautioned them both never to abandon their personal values. While their goals might shift slightly depending on the company's growth, it was better not to let their core values waver. The two shared a long look before Dai hesitantly brought up the risks. He asked about the latter scenario, requesting the terms for reclaiming the investment should their business venture end in failure. Du Jun immediately asserted that in such a case, they would simply start over together. He gave them his commitment to providing funds until they finally achieved success. He pledged that whether it required 100 million or a billion, he would provide it. He spoke with a tremble, calling out to Hua as they were both moved to the point of tears. They asked if he truly believed their new girl was destined to succeed, and Du Jun, already knowing the future, confirmed it was a certainty. Dai slowly added that they understood his sincerity. However, he noted that investments could not be made based on abstract trust alone and asked for a specific figure. Du Jun looked at them, still confusing their names. He wondered if the slightly more handsome Russian man was Dai. Du Jun stated that, as they knew, he had no intention of holding voting rights and wanted an equal share of equity for the two of them. He discussed the exchange for the $30 million he would invest in the future. La Li confirmed if their initial shares would be equal, and Du Jun agreed that their brains and his money made for a fair trade. ISEKAI expressed his confusion, stating it was unfair and that Hua was taking a loss. He added that only a fool would refuse such an investment, even if a 50% stake was demanded. He agreed that using $30 million to buy them out entirely wouldn't be unreasonable, but since Du Jun didn't change his mind, he asked them to help protect his shares in the future. Whether through direct or indirect capital increases, both had to maintain their average shareholding. He reached out his hand as ISEKAI spoke with great enthusiasm. ISEKAI suggested they finalize the deal before he changed his mind, and Du Jun quickly promised to prepare the contract for them by the following day. He told them to review it carefully along with the $1 million. The deal was set, and La Li was very grateful that Du Jun had swiftly achieved his goal. He was overjoyed, but La Li suddenly raised an eyebrow in doubt, unable to believe Du Jun was only 20 years old, to which Du Jun merely laughed. They continued their discussion until morning, and after Du Jun left the garage, time passed until he successfully signed the contract with the two founders of Nugo. He had already planned to return to New York to increase his investments in comm companies, specifically choosing safe and long-term options. He diligently studied the derivative financial markets with company experts, watched the U.S. president's public apology for the scandal, and cheered for Pu Jai in the LPGA match. Although he really wanted to watch Pu Hao's baseball game, his schedule did not permit it, so he could only follow the match on the television screen. On September 4th, Nugo was officially established, and as the appearance of Christmas trees signaled another holiday season, he boarded a plane back to South Korea. The one who gave him the warmest welcome in South Korea was not his parents or grandfather, but Jin Ryu-yun, and Dao Jun was stunned to hear the news of her divorce. Ryu Yun looked visibly haggard as she told him how long she had been waiting, even planning to fly to America before Representative Wu stopped her. Yun Qing looked weary and remarked on the quick assessment, wondering if grandfather truly wanted her to divorce or if he was just trying to reclaim her. Dao Jun was baffled and asked what he could possibly do, noting that grandfather seemed very angry, but she blindly believed he could persuade the old man. She believed grandfather would listen to him, so he asked how she planned to handle her husband and if he was already aware of the situation. Ryu Yun began to cry, saying she hadn't been able to bring herself to mention the divorce yet, leaving everyone feeling awkward and him unsure of what to do. Dao Jun thought that beneath her cold shell, she was just an ordinary person who didn't show this side to everyone, and he felt sympathetic because his uncles were not family. They were merely rivals waiting to betray one another, and Dao Jun imagined that if he were reborn as their brother, the outcome would likely be the same. They could discuss matters calmly, but the moment they saw their parents, the inner child within each of them would inevitably be revealed. He understood clearly that parents were his only family, not rivals. Dao Jun suddenly remembered and asked about the status of the prosecution. Both sides are still arranging a date. Xu Yun mentioned that the lead prosecutor had already completed the handover according to the proper procedures. Your grandfather handled that matter personally. He noticed Yun Qi watching as Xu Yun comforted her, and the father and son quietly withdrew. They went out to the yard where he instructed him not to get involved. Dao Jun replied yes, and Yun Qi mentioned he still couldn't contact Xu Yun. According to Xu Yun, it seems your uncle is being manipulated by the Da Xian group. He was truly surprised to hear it was Da Xian. He explained that the Han Cheng Daily's sudden return was at Da Xian's request. Dao Jun was astonished by how obvious the situation had become. Is Da Xian the new sponsor for your uncle? Yun Qi firmly asserted that there was no way his grandfather was unaware of this. That is why he suggested a divorce. He knows for certain that Da Xian is his only true rival in the business world. He will never forgive a traitor. Yun Qi analyzed slowly, noting that if Dao Jun spoke up, his grandfather's rage would be directed at him instead. He worriedly asked if he understood, and Dao Jun confirmed he would keep his mouth shut and feign ignorance, which finally put Yun Qi at ease. He told him he would comfort his aunt and suggested he go to his room to avoid her. After he went inside, Dao Jun remained silent and deep in thought. Dao Jun calculated that, while he felt no sympathy for his aunt or uncle, he had to consider how the profitable malls and hotels would be divided. He tried to discern if his grandfather truly intended to let his daughter manage these companies, though Shun Golf was a possibility. Separating the malls or hotels from that spiderweb-like management structure would require purchasing a massive amount of shares. After pondering for a while, Dao Jun chuckled, deciding there was no way he would let the chance to seize these malls and hotels slip away. Dao Jun took action the next morning at the office. Xu Yun complained about how pathetic she must have looked yesterday, getting drunk after just a little alcohol. He smiled politely and said she seemed fine, but she blushed and dismissed his words as useless. Dao Jun stayed silent as Xu Yun anxiously brought up a topic. When she asked what his plan was, he feigned ignorance, but she sternly told him to stop acting innocent as it was too late for denials. Xu Yun accused him of planning to inherit a portion of the Shun Yang estate on his father's behalf, noting that the more capable one is, the more they receive. Dao Jun maintained his smile, wondering if she wanted him to step back or join her side. He acted innocent and replied that he wasn't denying it. I anticipated you would ask for my help. She stood up abruptly in agitation, declaring that regardless of what was said, this was a battle for adults, and Rui Yun stood with hands on her hips, asserting that no matter how much inheritance he received, the eldest brother would never leave him in peace at any cost. He will surely take it all back, and if you are lucky, he might buy your shares at a high price. Du Jun then asked her directly what she intended to do. She was momentarily stunned and asked if he meant her. Then Rui Yun snapped in frustration that she had nothing yet, which was why she had such a headache while he began to list them. Shopping malls, hotels, apartments, and golf courses. He noted that this was no small collection, but she frowned unhappily and asked if even he was suggesting she get a divorce. Du Jun suggested that the choice was hers to make between her husband and Sun Yang, though he doubted she would ever abandon Sun Yang for the sake of her husband. Rui Yun's gaze sharpened as she agreed to settle it quickly according to his suggestion, and while he was slightly taken aback, she smiled maliciously and proposed an alliance to protect their assets and gain even more. Du Jun felt a bit suspicious of her haste and calmly asked what he would gain from such an alliance, to which she spread her arms and declared that everything they acquired would be split in half. Rui Yun immediately laid out a plan. stating she would gather the executives and directors of the subsidiaries who held half the power within the Sun Yang group to help them. Du-jun appeared to be deep in thought for a moment while she watched him in silence, and before long, he spoke his decision regarding their immediate steps. Du-jun advised her to simply accept the portion their grandfather gave her for now, warning her not to demand too much at once, but to take it bit by bit. He explained that following such a sequence was the only way to succeed, but Rui-yun glared at him and roared in agitation, asking if he truly wanted her to get a divorce as well. He looked weary and told her she needed to hold the upper hand because hesitating would achieve nothing. And when she snapped about how a divorce could be an advantage, he corrected her that it was a divorce agreement. He suggested she show the divorce agreement to her husband, noting that the man might even fall to his knees and beg her. Du-jun pointed out that being a politician and the son-in-law of Sun Yang was a weakness, asserting that without Sun Yang, her husband would soon realize he was nothing. Hearing this, she seemed to wake up as Rui-yun realized with astonishment, as if enlightened, that the divorce papers were like a double-edged sword. Du-jun was quite satisfied that his aunt was finally using her head and understanding quickly, so he continued to explain that with those papers, she could reclaim the malls, hotels, apartments, golf courses, and the supermarket market. Rui-yun exclaimed in admiration, wondering how he could be so brilliant, and noting it was no wonder their grandfather doted on him so much, to which Du-jun replied with a smile. He remarked that being smart alone wouldn't help much, leaving her confused as she asked what he meant and why intelligence wouldn't be useful. He hinted further, asking if anyone had ever become king solely because of their intelligence, noting they were merely the king's capable right hand while he observed her carefully. His aunt was quite perceptive as well, and he thought silently to himself that he needed to make them believe he was someone to be used rather than a competitor. Du-yun stood frozen for a moment before gently placing her hand on Dao-jun's shoulder and smirking, suggesting he was being far too modest about his great talents. "My dear nephew, why have you lost your confidence?" she encouraged him, adding that he was still very young and shouldn't impose such limits on himself. Dao-jun looked dazed by her words and asked if it was truly unnecessary, to which Shu-yun laughed with delight and said they could discuss it later. She looked troubled, wondering how to properly handle the divorce papers, so he calmly offered her some strategic guidance. Dao-jun quickly suggested she submit the divorce papers as grandfather requested, but advised her to demand one more thing, making Shu-yun raise an eyebrow. When she asked what it was, he brought up the management of Sun Yang Group's distribution company, noting the group was preparing to launch a hypermarket. She suddenly remembered and asked if he meant the discount superstore, to which Dao-jun confirmed that the project was currently attracting significant investment. He added that since Sun Yang's distribution arm wasn't listed yet, she should turn it into a parent company and transfer the mall and hotel shares there. Shu-yun's eyes widened as he firmly asserted that by doing so, she would effectively control every cash transaction within the entire group. Her eyes sparkled at the thought of it being Sun Yang Group's private bank, while Dao-jun smiled secretly, knowing he had already won. After all, shopping malls and discount superstores shared the same organizational structure and only differed in the quality of the products they offered. Dao-jun pointed out that since she was already famous for managing malls, she should at least receive a worthy settlement during the divorce. He guided her further, explaining that after making the distribution company the parent firm, she should split the company to secure a solid foundation for herself. Shu Dao immediately understood, noting that by making it a parent company, she only needed to keep those shares while using company funds for the transfer. Dao-jun confirmed that since it was just moving money between pockets, she could split the company without losing a cent, killing two birds with one stone. She suddenly stepped closer and hugged him tightly, exclaiming how she could have such a brilliant nephew, leaving Dao-jun startled before the scene shifted to City Hall. Shu-yun spoke up indignantly, telling Mayor Kui that rumors were spreading everywhere and asking if he intended to conduct his business properly. Chang Zi remained indifferent, claiming he didn't know which rumors she meant, so the man bluntly asked if he had been meeting privately with Chairman Du of Gai Xuan. Showing no intention of cooperating, he stated they only met regarding the new town construction set for next year, as Chang Zi made a smug demand. He suggested that General Manager Wu should also stay out of it this time, since the payments had already been finalized using SMC. Shixian clicked his tongue and sighed as he analyzed that the new town he mentioned would be mired in controversy if a contract was signed with De Xian Construction. Shixian gave a fair warning, telling him not to misunderstand as HVK had no interest in apartment buildings, though the man didn't seem to care. HVK has changed its name to DAE Construction, and you are now the head of the HWA group, he said, noting that Chairman Ajin was the actual leader. Mr. Songxian Chang, I am merely the director of a joint stock company, Chang Ji said with a wave of his hand, wanting to move past the management talk to the main issue. He mentioned that he thought the boy had come for the lucrative opportunities in the new town, while Xixian tried to stay calm despite his visible displeasure. When I requested the removal of the Sun Yang Group label, I meant I wanted you to erase your image as a member of that Chaebol family. It wasn't about switching from Sun Yang to colluding with the Da Xian Group. Chang Ji showed no respect, warning that if such talk continued, it had to stop. I will handle my own affairs, Xixian thought, noting that the man wasn't even hiding his dissatisfaction anymore, wondering who he thought he was. Not hiding, not enduring, and not concealing oneself are the privileges of those in power, he kindly reminded Mayor Cui. Xixian knew well that he was just a toy for Chairman Zhu, and once the old man grew tired, he would discard him like any other plaything. Startled and agitated, Chang Ji stood up and demanded how he dared speak that way, but he maintained that the chairman was just using him for amusement to provoke his father-in-law. Xixian asserted that it was merely a game played by an old man near death who was suffering from the sheer boredom of his life. He refused to listen and told him to shut up, but he calmly continued, asking if he really thought Chairman Zhu cared about the redevelopment of that apartment complex. If Chairman Jin abandoned him, the head of Da Xian would also grow tired of him and cast him aside. Chang Ji roared arrogantly, asking who was abandoning whom while trying to regain his composure. Who does Chairman Jin think he is to abandon someone twice? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything, he snapped, leaving Xixian stunned. What? Chang Ji declared with a wave of his hand that Chairman Jin had discarded him long ago, back when he ran for mayor of Seoul. He roared that the bond between father-in-law and son-in-law was just a label on paper, and now that old man was a stranger to him as he panted in exhaustion. Frowning, he reminded him that they still had a legal bond, and Xixian pointed out that severing it would be the second abandonment, leaving the man stunned as he stomped his foot. Xixian glared, stating that if that legal bond were cut, his life would be over, asking if he realized that even Sun Yang scholarship recipients endured things because of it. He coldly affirmed that the moment that legal tie broke, he would be hunted from Uedo to Siacho, as Xixian looked at Chang Ji with contempt. Do you now want the arrows aimed at yourself instead of those who bring you money? Have you decided to give up, Mayor Cui? It seems I have been dragged into this because of you, which is why I came here out of concern. If you are seeking your own demise, I have no way to stop you. Xixian has lost his patience. If you want to leave, do so quietly. You should draw a clear line because if you affect me, I will not let it slide. He was left alone. In the evening at the mansion, a folder was placed neatly. Yang Tian picked it up to look. What is this? Shu Yun has made up her mind. It is a divorce petition, sir. Shu Yun faced Yang Tian and handed over the documents. He smiled with satisfaction, asking why it took so long to end things with that failure. Shu Yun gritted her teeth in anger and shouted emotionally, Father, I am the mother of 3 sons. I had to consider them as well, didn't I? Yang Tian coldly pointed out that they were all grown up and asked why she cared so much, questioning if she thought they even cared about their parents. He bluntly exposed that the man named Cui was merely someone who took luxury goods from the mall to give to other women. Shu Yun cried out in shock. Yang Tian flipped through the pages with satisfaction, but noticed something was missing, asking why the date was not filled in and telling her to stamp it and finish it tomorrow. She avoided Yang Tian's gaze, stating she would finalize the procedures when the mayor of Seoul's term ended, as a public divorce would cause a media frenzy and bring shame to the family. The children would think so too. He threw the petition down as Yang Tian arrogantly declared that she should not have foolish thoughts or try to ignore the matter. That man should be grateful for being a National Assembly member in the electronics plant district. He growled a warning that if she intended to share the assets he gave her with that man, he would not tolerate it. Shu Yun remained silent for a few seconds before confessing that her father should not worry because that would not happen, as she was also sick of him. Shu Yun asserted that living with that fool until now had exhausted her, and from now on, she would only think of her children. Yang Tian remarked that those kids were just like their father. She raised her voice, insisting the little ones were like her, and that he only thought otherwise because he didn't care about them. He waved his hand to stop her, saying he understood. Xu Yun stood up trembling and asked if he would keep his promise to proceed with the company split. Yang Tian looked at her silently, feeling quite regretful. He wondered how such a carefree child had become so calculating, lamenting that it was his fault his daughter had turned out this way, while Xu Yun felt flustered. Yang Tian confirmed that it would take some time to finalize her share distribution, but he would proceed as soon as son-in-law Qi's seal was on the divorce papers. She bit her lip tightly. Xu Yun called out to him, "But father." Yang Tian frowned and asked what else she wanted. She requested that since the company operated like a shopping mall, he should also grant her the distribution rights. He was momentarily surprised, as Yang Tian sternly questioned if she already knew that the Zun Yang Distribution Company would be launching a new firm next year. Xu Yun couldn't deny it. The old man sighed and told her to curb her ambition as that company was beyond her reach, but she refused to yield, reminding him of her success with the mall. Xu Yun confidently declared that despite different product qualities, discount stores and malls share the same structure, so she was certain she could manage it effectively. Yang Tian explained that adding distribution rights would complicate things. It wasn't simple, as moving Sun Yang's distribution shares to the mall would require a merger. She quickly interjected that it wasn't necessary, as they could simply make the distribution company the parent entity to easily transfer control of the mall and hotel. She added that since the distribution company was unlisted, maintaining control wouldn't be difficult, and they could even raise capital from investors if needed. The old man pondered in silence. She persuaded him that his approval would allow them to avoid taxes while retaining management rights and preventing future suspicions regarding informal inheritance by grouping similar businesses. Yang Tian was surprised by her intelligence, and Xu Yun smiled triumphantly, reminding him she was better than her brothers and asking for his trust, while Chang's held the document with trembling hands. He stood there as if frozen as she arrogantly ordered him to sign, claiming she would wait until after the election to file the divorce papers for his benefit. She told him to be grateful. A terrified Chang's called out to her, but Xu Yun ignored him, noting that no public official in their country had ever divorced before. Since it would be a fatal blow to him, she offered to wait until the election concluded before starting legal proceedings, but things would change starting now. From now on, they would act like strangers. Xu Yun coldly ordered him to pack his belongings and move out within the month, leaving Chang's in a state of shock. He didn't expect Wu Xian's warnings to come true. She continued, telling him not to dream of alimony since he had married into the family with nothing to his name. Xu Yun growled that the house was in her name, and he hadn't contributed even a single 10-won coin during their entire marriage. She warned him to be sensible and not attempt to sue for support, causing him to swallow hard in tension as Chang stammered her name. He pleaded with her, asking why she was suddenly treating him this way, and why they should divorce at their age when there was no apparent reason for it. She glared, asking if he truly didn't know the reason, and as he fell silent, she lost patience, telling him he had overstepped the boundaries of the power her family provided. She raised her voice, asking if he thought he became the mayor of Seoul alone, revealing she funded the 40 billion for his campaign, and Wu Xian exposed Gu Jingzhen's affair. She asked if he knew that, and as Chang stood confused, she sneered, asking if he thought it was just luck, asserting that such absurd luck doesn't exist. She explained that every success is orchestrated by someone behind the scenes, and made it clear she had nothing more to say to him. She declared it ends here, warning that if he continued to pester her, she would file for divorce immediately, telling him to behave himself with utter contempt. Therefore, accept this final favor I am granting you. With those words, she turned and left, leaving Chang's to collapse into his seat, his body hunched over in despair. Chang's was paralyzed with fear, unsure of how to proceed. He sat in a stupor, realizing the Shenyang Group's media arm would inevitably expose his abandonment. News of the Seoul mayor's separation from his wife would soon spread everywhere. Chang's felt a chill, as the law firms run by his in-laws were almost entirely dependent on the Shenyang Group. It was only a matter of time before his livelihood was severed. Clenching his fists, Chang's saw his future clearly, realizing his bid for mayoral re-election was now utterly destroyed. Since the party would never nominate a candidate without a powerful backer, Yangshan asked Zhangqi if the idea of restructuring and consolidating the company was sound. He remarked that the plan seemed solid upon reflection, but questioned if Director Jin had truly conceived it. Yangshan laughed, praising her problem-solving skills, while Zhangqi remained skeptical that Jin Ruiyun could have devised it. That evening at Runji's home, Daejun invited guests inside, mentioning his father was present and suggesting they discuss the matter with him. As they entered, they overheard. "Brother-in-law, please listen to me," Zhang Jai pleaded. "Could you talk to your sister for me?" This is all just a misunderstanding. He was visibly flustered. Brother, please calm down first, Yun-Chi said, though the man was too consumed by terror to find any composure. Honestly, I have no idea where she is, and I don't want to interfere in your marriage, Yun-Chi stated before Zhang Jun asked, what are you two doing? As he entered with Yun Xian, Zhang Dao rushed toward them like a drowning man grabbing a straw, pleading, Director, you know what's happening, don't you? You warned me to be careful just a few days ago, he shouted hysterically. It happened exactly as you said. Xixian's face filled with visible disgust. Xixian frowned and said, Mr. Mayor, your divorce is no longer a private matter. It has become public business. Don't you understand the situation? Zhang Jai looked confused as Xixian continued. Instead of trying to persuade your wife, you should be seeking out the chairman of Sun Yang Group. This is the price for betraying Sun Yang to join hands with Zai Xian Group. He flinched as the room fell silent. Dao Jun saw through him. There was no way he didn't know. He was simply looking for someone easier to deal with to solve his problem. It was no surprise that Zhang Jai found it easier to persuade her than his grandfather, which is why he asked his father to mediate. He muttered about using personal affairs to settle business matters. Isn't my father-in-law being too harsh? Zhang Jai cried out in frustration. Yun-Chi replied, Did you marry my sister without knowing how he is? Leaving him stunned. He angrily questioned him. Brother-in-law, let's be clear. Did you marry my sister because you thought my father was a kind and gentle man? You only did it because he heads the Sun Yang Group. As Zhang Jai broke into a cold sweat, Yun-Chi pointed at him and snapped. So keep your mouth shut. You can only criticize my father if Sun Yang goes bankrupt or he is no longer chairman. Do you understand? The man fell silent, looking utterly dejected. Xixian then spoke up. Mr. Mayor, come talk to me once you admit this is a professional matter. Xixian looked concerned and told Yun-Chi to calm down before turning to leave. Yun-Chi headed upstairs without Dao Jun stopping him, while Xixian offered some kind advice. Mr. Mayor, you should appease Chairman Jin first. Don't you think persuading your wife should come later? He trembled, replying, She already brought up divorce. Do you think my father-in-law will let me see her easily? He remarked disdainfully, Weren't you the one who joined hands with the person in power? Since she's the one letting go, you must find a way to meet him, no matter what tactics you use. Zhang Jai remained silent. Dao Jun thought to himself that he had no intention of stopping the divorce. Their fate had simply run its course. He smirked, thinking that he should at least salvage something before it all ended. Dao Jun suggested that he prepare a gift before meeting his grandfather, noting that even a small token could be displayed in the study. The man looked bewildered. A gift? He asked in disbelief. Of course, you weren't planning on going empty-handed, were you? Dao Jun replied as Zhang Jai awkwardly tried to make an excuse. It's not that, I just don't know what kind of gift to give my father-in-law, he stammered. Xixian added, Mr. Mayor, you mustn't be so forgetful. He lowered his voice, warning that to regain his status as Chairman Jin's son-in-law, he needed to prepare something grand. Dao Jun frowned as the man added that he had already provided a hint. No, I should call it a strategy, he mused seriously. Dao Jun told him to step aside, offering to bring his uncle a glass of water and telling him to relax. Chang Zhai looked flustered and thanked him. Dao Jun exchanged a glance with Xixian before pouring a glass of wine. Xixian followed Dao Jun inside and asked a question. What is it? Do you have something to say? Dao Jun asked. Xixian smiled calculatingly, having already devised a plan, suggesting they should build an apartment complex together. I have no experience in this field, Dao Jun replied. Chang Zhai called out from the other room, asking if Dao Jun and Manager Wu had any brilliant ideas, his eyes signaling a plea for help. You two see my father-in-law often, so you must understand him better than I do, he said. As they prepared, Xixian began laying out a plan for the market. First, you must prove to Chairman Jin that you've completely severed ties with Chairman Zhu, he advised. Chang Zhai broke into a sweat. Seeing his state, Dao Jun knew he hadn't gained much profit. Xixian looked annoyed, telling the mayor that his hesitation left him speechless. Since he gained nothing from this, he refused to waste more time and energy, telling the man to handle it himself before standing up. I have matters to discuss with Yun Jai, so I'll be going now, he said. Chang Zhai hurriedly pleaded for him to wait, questioning if doing so would truly quell his father-in-law's anger. Xixian washed his hands of the matter, stating he couldn't guarantee anything, but simply thought it was the best course of action before coldly turning to leave. Claiming he was too busy, Xixian irritably headed upstairs. As the man watched him go with regret, Dao Jun spoke up to his uncle, and Chang Zhai forced a smile. Yes, Dao Jun, tell me what you think, he urged. Dao Jun mentioned he had heard that Seoul's business plan for the coming year involved developing a new township. If you secretly collaborate with the D-Young group, Seoul will be beyond saving, Dao Jun warned, adding that he heard his grandfather had flipped his desk in a rage upon hearing the news. The man looked soul-crushed. Dao Jun decided his uncle understood enough now and ended his guidance, eagerly waiting to see what choice he would make. On New Year's Day 1999, the family gathered at Chairman Jin's mansion. Yang Kaiyan announced that he had an important matter to disclose, telling his children to listen carefully and refrain from complaining regardless of any dissatisfaction. Everyone listened intently without objection while Ryu Yun waited tensely. The old man began by calling Yun Sunyang, who responded respectfully, and Yang Kaiyan proceeded with what he already knew. Starting this year, you will officially become the director of the Yun Medical Center and the Sunyang Human Resources Development Institute. The legalities are finished, and you will take office once the press release is out. Yun Jai remained silent, calculating his moves. He was told that the Human Resources Development Institute would receive sufficient funding from the subsidiaries, so he must manage it well. Yang Kaiyan warned him not to think about making a profit from that company. As long as it didn't lose money, it would suffice. Yun Jai complied, and the old man then moved to his final question. I have no intention of granting you any further assets. How do you feel about that? Do you have any grievances? He asked. Yun Jai was quite surprised and took a moment to reflect. He surprised the whole room. If I say that isn't enough, will you give me more, father? As the two brothers grew tense, Yang Kaiyan laughed and declined. No, that's not possible, Yun Chi replied cheerfully. Then why did you even ask, father? The old man continued with satisfaction, seeing that he wasn't complaining. You probably don't have much ambition, do you? Fine. Even without me, you still have your two talented sons, so you can get whatever you want, right? Yang Kaiyan remarked that he was the luckiest of the children, a point the old man silently agreed with. While Dong Chi was green with envy, the patriarch continued his orders, stating he would transfer shares of the department store, hotel, apartments, and golf course to the Xin Yang Distribution Company before spinning it off. We will put an end to the cycle of share transfers and resolve the valuation discrepancies during the conversion by turning everything into bonds. Yang Kaiyan looked straight ahead and announced in a low voice, Rui Yun, this is your share. Zhang Qi's eyebrows shot up instantly, and the others were filled with shock. Rui Yun was overjoyed as Yang Kaiyan entrusted her with her portion. Zhang Qi felt as if he had been struck by lightning, while Dong Qi's brow furrowed as Rui Yun thanked her father profusely. The old man exhaled, saying there was no need for thanks. Yang Kaiyan warned her that she had many debts from the process of transitioning to the distribution company's operations. You must generate revenue quickly to repay your debts to the Xin Yang Group. He then turned to his eldest son, Zhang Qi, who replied, Yes, father, before Yang Kaiyan spoke again. Starting this year, you will serve as the vice chairman. He warmly assigned him the responsibility of managing the various industrial subsidiaries. Manage the construction and chemical sectors as you see fit. You have experience in these areas, so it won't be difficult. Zhang Qi suppressed his emotions and thanked the chairman. Yang Kaiyan chuckled to himself, thinking it was too early for him to be disappointed and to wait until the end. He then called for his son, Dong Qi, who responded immediately. Yes, Yang Kaiyan decided that Dong Qi would continue to manage the electronics and trade branches as before, and Dong Qi obeyed. Yes, sir, the old man declared fiercely that from now on, they must fulfill their duties as true vice chairman, and branch managers would no longer need to consult him regardless of what happened. Handle everything with composure. Zhang Qi and Dong Qi both understood that while it sounded impressive, they were essentially nothing more than figureheads. Even if their father gave them more, nothing would change. Yang Kaiyan reminded them that he was speaking out of caution, warning them not to let branch managers lose faith and come to him. He coldly decided that if such a thing occurred, he would move those subsidiaries under a professional management system instead. Yang Kaiyan issued a threat, asking if they understood. The two remained silent, knowing their positions could be revoked at any time, proving that their father was still a ruthless man. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension. Cheng Chi had not been called yet, as there was still news his father hadn't announced. He began to smirk, thinking of the financial firms. Xin Yang Life Insurance, Xin Yang Marine and Fire Insurance, Xin Yang Securities, Xin Yang Card, and the Xin Yang Asset Management Company that was established just last year. These firms are the Sun Yang Group's hidden pillars, acting as a vital powerhouse with vast financial resources. Xiang Jai had been waiting for this moment. When Yang Tian called his name, he eagerly replied, Yes, father, while waiting in suspense. The old man assigned him to oversee non-profit entities like schools, welfare funds, and research institutes, leaving him stunned as he stammered, Father, what did you just say? Xiang Jai was baffled, realizing this meant he was being completely barred from the group's management, even as Yang Tian continued to issue orders. You should also take direct charge of the expert team. He tried to protest, Father, but the old man cut him off, asking if he was dissatisfied. Or should I toss a few other trivial organizations your way? Xiang Jai fell silent and retreated like a scolded dog, muttering, "No, not at all." He then glanced at Yang Jai, desperately clinging to hope. Since he and his eldest brother had long been allies, he believed his brother wouldn't just stand by and let him handle such minor entities, so he began to speak hesitantly. "Father, who will be in charge of the financial sector?" Yang Tian hadn't decided yet, stating he would continue to oversee it for now, which kept Yang Jai silent as well. The old man gave a mocking laugh and asked if he was trying to force him into retirement. He quickly denied it with a wave of his hands as Yang Tian stroked his chin. "I intended to delegate management to you all, but since the distribution of shares is so complex, it will likely require more time to finalize." Upon hearing this, they realized the person destined to control the financial subsidiaries, the group's core, was not present, causing their expressions to darken instantly. Everyone knew the answer as the old man ended the meeting and dismissed them. Yang Tian leaned back, noting their lingering dissatisfaction, while He Gong suggested it was because they hadn't obtained their true desires. Full of calculation, he knew success wouldn't just fall into their laps, stating he had set clear boundaries and would reclaim everything from anyone who grew too greedy. He understood the chairman's reluctance to split the shares, as Yang Tian believed domestic companies only survived through unity, citing Sun Yang Electronics' success across semiconductors, appliances, and mobile phones. These entities had to provide mutual support to thrive, as he had long concluded that the electronics division would collapse instantly without the semiconductor branch. He Gong added that this was similar to how the heavy industry sector bolstered the competitiveness of Sun Yang shipbuilding. Yang Tian confirmed this, noting that without such support, many companies would have been forced to shut down due to financial limitations. He pondered why the chairman didn't just appoint a single successor if that were the case, unable to grasp the purpose of this complex game. The next morning, Yang Jai lit a cigarette at the mansion and questioned Yun Jai. "Did you speak with father in advance?" he asked, prompting a confused frown from the other man, who asked for clarification as Yang Jai brought up the financial subsidiaries, to which Yun Jai honestly denied any prior knowledge. "I only heard about it for the first time today, and it doesn't seem like anything special to me, though it appears our sister was quite taken aback by the news." He was skeptical, wondering if it was truly the case, so he asked directly what his brother meant. Yang Jai ground his teeth in envy, questioning if their father had left that estate to Dao Jun, while Yun Jai remained silent. He adjusted his glasses and admitted he thought so too, causing the other man to shout in agitation as Yun Jai analyzed that despite Dao Jun's youth, he had already proven himself. It had shown their father a keen eye for investment, and it would be difficult to find anyone else capable of shouldering the responsibility of managing the Sun Yang Group's financial company. Yang Jai refused to accept it, shouting indignantly that it was the same as father handing the group's entire bank account to the boy, then asking if he realized the extent of the financial company's shares. He questioned if he knew how much those shares controlled the fate of the Sun Yang Group, but the man calmly replied that the manufacturing and mechanical processing companies held similar stakes. He mentioned hearing that those companies also held significant shares in the group, while Yun Jai realized that since father didn't intend to divide the financial company, he might be consolidating them into a chain. Yang Jai loathed the situation, questioning why the boy should inherit an entire financial company with so many shares, then asked if Yun Jai also wanted a seat at the Sun Yang Group's table. He flew into a rage, claiming he was at death's door while the other man was busy showing off his claws by boasting about his talented son. He frowned and explained that wasn't his intention, as he was only taking over the hospital and research institute just as father had instructed. Yang Jai pointed and yelled, asking if this was the right time to bring that up, or if he was trying to distance himself from his 20-year-old son. Yun Jai asserted that if father ever gave him the financial company, he would hand it all over to his brother because he had no interest in it. The man's expression softened slightly as he explained that while he would yield his own interests, he could not do so for his son's inheritance, as he couldn't bring himself to take away the boy's livelihood. The two stood in silence until Yang Jai crushed his cigarette underfoot and warned him to be realistic about how much time father had left, noting that Dao Jun was only in his early 20s. He doubted the boy could manage Sun Yang's financial arm, further analyzing that if Dao Jun took over while the group was splitting its subsidiaries, he would be in trouble. Yang Jai claimed the cunning predators of Uedo would tear him to pieces, as they were already looking to seize a massive insurance company that currently had no master. He sternly questioned if the man was confident he could protect his son, but Yun Jai didn't answer, his lips merely curling into a mocking smile. He remarked on how absurd they were for counting their chickens before they hatched, which infuriated Yang Jai. But Yun Jai ignored him and left to host a crowded party where Dao Jun stood dazed. He was sweating from exhaustion, feeling for the first time that the house was too small now that the medical organization had arrived, with the film industry crowd expected shortly. Dao Jun dialed the phone, speaking with urgency as he asked if they could clear out a hall at the Gangnam Hotel immediately. Dao Jun estimated there would be about 100 guests arriving in 30 minutes and requested that a banquet and wine be prepared for them. Ryu Yun replied cheerfully, saying she would handle everything since they weren't strangers, and Dao Jun hung up, sensing her joy at getting what she wanted from their grandfather before folding his phone. He approached Yun Jai and told his father to greet the directors and deans when they entered the hall, leaving the man stunned. He reported that the hotel banquet for the medical delegation was fully prepared, as they were all either colleagues or alumni. Since they were all seniors and juniors to one another, he had made all the necessary arrangements, prompting Yun Jai to smile wryly and thank him. Dao Jun confidently attributed his handling of the lively banquet to his past experience, as dozens of shoes lined the entrance, and Ryu Ya's arrival left Dao Xuan shocked to see an A-list star. Everyone stared in amazement as Xuan Jai introduced her. She was friendly, and he was enthusiastic, making the atmosphere warm and harmonious. By evening, the family saw off the guests with Ryu Yun present, while Dao Jun remained calm and sighed in relief once everyone had finally left. The elder spoke cheerfully as Yun Jai approached, suggesting they get some fresh air to sober up before Yun Jai kindly asked to speak with his son. Dao Jun immediately knew it was about the morning meeting with his grandfather, which his father confirmed as they stayed outside, and he guessed his father wanted to discuss the financial company. Yun Jai agreed and asked directly if Dao Jun believed their grandfather would actually let him manage the financial firm, a possibility Dao Jun did not deny. He answered affirmatively, leaving Yun Jai truly surprised and smiling to himself, while Dao Jun noted that if his eldest uncle didn't interfere, he would naturally be chosen, though reorganizing the subsidiary shares would take time. No one knew what might happen in the meantime, which surprised Yun Jai, as Dao Jun observed that only their aunt had achieved her goals so far. His two uncles only held personnel power, but since no one could guess their grandfather's true intent, future changes remained entirely unpredictable. Yun Jai fell silent in agreement, rubbing his chin before patting his son's shoulder and advising Dao Jun not to try and do everything alone. He told his son to ask for help and even offered to fight his own brothers if necessary, which made Dao Jun laugh gently as he made another observation. Dao Jun remarked that the uncles would likely give his father a hard time first, making a surprised Yun Jai burst into laughter as Dao Jun recalled the promise that she would share half with him. Dao Jun wondered if she would share half the shares as promised, and the next morning at the estate, Yang Ji welcomed Mayor Chang Zhai, saying there was no need to come all this way for New Year's. Chang Zhai froze at being called mayor, and though the old man greeted him with a friendly smile, Yang Ji's warmth only made him tremble with terror. Chang Zhai bowed deeply and apologized to his father-in-law for his late arrival, while the old man maintained his previous demeanor. He dismissively said it was normal for officials to be busy, and there was no need for formalities, but Yang Ji's polite words left Chang Zhai pale with fear. He saw himself as the mayor of Seoul rather than Sun Yang's son-in-law, then hurriedly dropped to his knees, pleading, "Father-in-law, I am truly sorry. Please give me one more chance. I was momentarily foolish and lost my mind to delusions of power," Choi Chang-yi cried, striking his forehead against the floor as he begged for mercy. Looking down coldly, Jin Yangchen spoke, "It is over, so stand up." A chill ran down the man's spine at those words, and Choi Chang-yi clenched his fists tightly. Once Chairman Jin had spoken, there was no turning back, and he had to accept that he was no longer the chairman's son-in-law. To preserve his political career, Choi Chang-yi knew he had to at least bid Chairman Jin a proper farewell, feeling as insignificant as a tiny ant. Knowing that his life might be at risk once that old man made up his mind, he wailed, "Please, I beg for your forgiveness." Choi Chang-yi realized that merely asking for a chance to atone was futile, so he shouted that he had already scrapped the new town project with the Dehyun group. "If you give me a chance, I will draft a completely new plan immediately," Choi Chang-yi struggled to say, desperate to convey the depth of his plea for mercy. As he remained prostrate, Jin Yangchen showed clear signs of annoyance and told him to stand up twice as he walked toward his chair. Jin Yangchen paused to find the briefest way to make the man understand, while Choi Chang-yi struggled to his feet and promised to obey his every command. Unmoved, as those words changed nothing, the chairman looked over coldly while the man repeated like a puppet that he would do as he was told. He brought up the divorce again, stating that the proceedings must move forward, and that it was Seo Yun's own decision rather than something he forced upon her. Jin Yangchen immediately drew a clear line, declaring that no matter what happened in the future, the man would never be allowed to step foot in his house again. Choi Chang-yi bowed deeply and repeated his compliance, prompting Jin Yang Choi to narrow his eyes and chuckle with a strange sense of satisfaction. While Choi Chang-yi kept his head bowed low, not daring to look up, Jin Yangchen commanded him to forget everything he had witnessed. "Forget everything you have heard in this house over the last 20 years, he said, coldly drawing a line and telling the man to treat him as a complete stranger. Jin Yangchen affirmed that he would also view him as a stranger, making the man break into a sweat as he realized that keeping his mouth shut was his only way out. If he remained silent, his future path might remain clear. So Choi Chang-yi forced out a promise to forget everything, to which the chairman noted his understanding. "Very well, we have no further reason to meet," the chairman declared. But as Choi Chang-yi bowed, he tried to mention that as the mayor of Seoul, they might cross paths again, causing Jin Yangchen to scoff. With a mocking smirk, the chairman asked what nonsense he was spewing, and as the man stammered in confusion, Jin Yangchen glared and asked if he thought he was that idle. "Having to spend time meeting a superstar mayor like Zhuang leaves me speechless. He deliberately creates distance, and even if the Blue House calls, I have only appeared once since the current president took office. If Mayor Cui wants to discuss business, he should know who to contact by now," he said as Zhuang Zai bowed his head in silence. "I apologize for my lack of courtesy," he said, but Yang Zai ordered him to be escorted out, and he left dejectedly. Zhuang Zai foresaw the future. His political career might be safe, but he would certainly have to close his law firm now, leaving him completely stunned. Early the next morning at the office, Shishian offered a cheerful greeting. "Congratulations, Director Jin, or should I be calling you chairwoman from now on?" Dao Jun expressed his sincere congratulations. "I heard the news from my father. Congratulations on becoming the chairwoman of the Shun Yang Department Store Group." Shu Yun replied modestly, "Oh, please don't call me that, the pressure is immense. Regardless, I must thank everyone, especially Director Wu." He shook her hand enthusiastically, saying he had done nothing, but she smiled politely and credited him for mentoring Dao Jun into the elite man he was before stating she only trusted Dao Jun. Dao Jun smiled in response as she mentioned her insistence on meeting him today, while Shu Yun served tea to her guest. She seriously proposed a partnership, hoping they could be in the same boat, and Shishian did not refuse, noting that working with the Shun Yang Department Store Group was a great opportunity. Shishian looked to the right and asked him to review the documents, which detailed the debts the department store owed to the Shun Yang Group after the equity split. She noted that the board believed it would be difficult to operate a large discount store chain until it started generating business profits. As the data was presented, the two carefully reviewed it. He flipped through the pages while Dao Jun scrutinized them, and Shu Yun waited anxiously until they both understood the situation. Shu Yun concluded that the costs for expansion and construction were significant, and the projected revenue for the department store and hotel was unrealistic given the current economic slump. "It will be hard to achieve," he analyzed, adding that opening 4 more discount stores next year seemed entirely unreasonable. "It only increases the financial burden," he said, causing her to frown as she noted this was her first business project since becoming chairwoman. Shu Yun insisted that the discount store project could not be delayed, as it was a matter of proving her management capability within the group. He realized her intent was to change creditors. Dao Jun lowered his eyes, thinking about how the eldest brother viewed every single brick of the Shun Yang Group as his own. He assessed the situation, noting the second brother believed he was the only one fit for the chairmanship. Dao Jun saw they were both baring their claws to steal their sister's assets, while she sought a third party's help. Explaining her plan, she requested Director Wu's help, asking if Deya Construction could handle the development of the large discount store chain for her. He was quite surprised that she had even come up with this idea, as she seemed determined to solidify her business standing and clearly didn't want to miss this opportunity. Shishian pondered for a moment before expressing that it wasn't difficult at all. In fact, he felt he should be the one bowing in gratitude to her. Shishian was not easily fooled and knew she wouldn't just hand it over, while Dao Jun secretly rejoiced that Shishian's demeanor had become more confident. He understood her situation perfectly and was showing her who held the upper hand, while she insisted that the compensation would be very generous. The amount was fixed before the equity split, making this an internal transaction to facilitate operations. Yet he questioned why such a favorable deal was being offered to him, as Dao Jun silently analyzed the situation. He feigned ignorance and kept probing just to force her to say the words he wanted to hear, causing Rui Yun's face to twist as she begged him for a lifeline. The company needed to escape financial pressure, so this was the only way. Rui Yun was truly at her wit's end, and pleaded for his help as he thought to himself with satisfaction. She finally brought herself to ask for help, and Xixian stroked his chin, asking if she intended to treat this as a debt. She guaranteed full interest payments from the start of operations, but he leaned forward and asked what collateral she could offer if this was to be a credit transaction. Rui Yun felt hesitant, suggesting that discussing collateral was quite awkward given the close bond of trust she shared with director Xixian. Xixian explained that if one borrowed from both friends and a bank, they would usually repay the bank first. That is the nature of trust. He asserted firmly that trust crumbles easily before the power of money, leaving her stunned as Dao Jun spoke up to remind them. He suggested they get to work quickly and start by reviewing this set of documents, to which Xixian nodded in agreement. He picked up the documents as Rui Yun bowed politely, hoping she would propose a suitable rate for a happy cooperation before he took his leave. Rui Yun looked utterly desperate and fumed over what that man wanted after she had offered him such a good deal. While he sat back down, he explained that it was because her weakness was known, making Rui Yun shout in surprise as Dao Jun analyzed that he could understand a company's internal state just by looking at the books. He likely realized that before her grandfather could grant her the mall shares, she might be stripped of all her assets. As she fumed, he continued, saying there was nothing to regret, which was why he was so cold, leaving Rui Yun feeling helpless and wondering if it was truly hopeless. Dao Jun confirmed this and pointed out that the management of the distribution fund and the mall already knew, though it was difficult for them to say it directly. She was speechless with shock as Rui Yun grumbled about that wretched old man in a fit of rage, leading Dao Jun to ask if she was truly unaware of this. She was livid. What was going on? He began to entice her, explaining that this was a test from her grandfather, and if successful, the shopping mall group would be hers. Rui Yin's eyes widened as Dao Jun analyzed that her core business was distribution. He asked if she realized its connection to capital flow and the economy, smiling as he concluded that this was indeed the true nature of the test. It was an epiphany for her. Early the next morning at the office, the two discussed matters privately. Rui Yin anxiously asked what the best approach would be. Dao Jun calculated silently, wanting to gauge the depth of her ambition. He began probing by suggesting they postpone the construction of the mega supermarket. She grimaced, insisting that was impossible. He then began his analysis, suggesting they instead initiate a decisive restructuring. He advised liquidating several golf courses and low-profit apartment complexes. Rui Yin listened intently as he suggested keeping the malls and hotels as they were company symbols. She pursed her lips. Rui Yin muttered that she couldn't liquidate assets yet, looking troubled as she feared such a move would be perceived as a lack of competence. Dao Jun knew otherwise, explaining that when a company is short on funds, selling assets for capital is a priority that her grandfather would highly value. He sighed in frustration, noting her only solution seemed to be extracting money from fantasy. Rui Yin smiled radiantly, asking if that wasn't the most straightforward method. She remarked that simple is best and asked him to persuade Director Wu for her, noting that his success was tied to hers. Rui Yin continued prattling about them being partners in the same boat. Dao Jun chuckled to himself at the thought before turning serious. He remarked that it was good she brought it up, as it was time to verify her loyalty. Dao Jun suggested they have an honest conversation. He revisited the past, asking if her previous promise was still valid now that they were officially partners. Her face instantly turned ashen. She stammered about giving him half. Dao Jun exhaled sharply and nodded, noting that her reaction alone provided all the answers he needed. He claimed to understand, causing Rui Yin to panic and demand to know what he meant. Dao Jun strategized, noting she would soon be the owner after the spin-off while his own position remained uncertain. He bluntly exposed her, stating there was no guarantee he would receive the finance company. Since she was cash and he was a mere note, she likely wouldn't keep her word. She hurriedly tried to explain, urging him not to misunderstand. Rui Yin insisted they would remain allies until the inheritance process was fully completed. Dao Jun saw through her facade. She had no desire for a real partnership. He wasn't shocked, realizing she only intended to exploit him, and he accepted it calmly. He didn't particularly care, though he was slightly repulsed by her avarice. He understood perfectly that a woman like her would never be satisfied with just a shopping mall. Dao Jun gave a thin smile and offered a gentle warning for her to reconsider, suggesting that if he were to own Sun Yang Finance, he might have a change of heart. Sun Yang's survival is far more valuable than your current assets, though Su Yun didn't quite understand as he struck her where it hurt most. At that point, I might actually want to cooperate with you. he said, causing her eyes to widen in shock as Du Jun stood up to leave, mentioning he would seek Director Wu's assistance regardless. He smiled confidently, dismissing it as a private matter. The next morning at HVK, a folder was tossed down for Du Jun to examine while Shihu kept his eyes tightly shut. 400 billion must be transferred immediately to cover the interest, he noted during a brief silence as the man rested his chin on his hand, declaring that all hotel and mall profits would be diverted to debt payments. Even a single month of lost revenue would likely trigger the accumulation of additional interest. Du Jun chuckled, thinking his grandfather was being quite harsh. Shixian remarked that this was not an inheritance of assets, but rather an inheritance of debt. I have gathered all the debts from the subsidiary companies and sent them to you. Review them carefully, as this is actually a great opportunity for you. He suddenly realized, could it be that you want to take over the shopping mall? Du Jun was ambitious, replying that he was more interested in the controlling shares than the mall itself, which money could not buy. Is it not because those shares only circulate within the inner circle of the ruling family? Shixian tried to dissuade him. Du Jun, as long as you are not obsessed with the Shun Yang group, you could use that money for a much better company. He paused to reflect. Shixian was about to say more but stopped. No, never mind. Dreams are not something that can be calculated by rational gains and losses. He smiled and replied that while it might seem irrational now, once he sits in the chairman's seat of Shun Yang Group, everything will naturally become logical. Du Jun asserted that the position was not a symbol of wealth, but a symbol of holding absolute power. He knew well that the chairman of Shun Yang controlled the country's power structures. Only that position could satisfy his grandfather's ambition. He asked curiously, what will you do once you have that power? Du Jun closed the documents. I will think about that once I actually have it in my hands. He decided, first, we must provide 400 billion in support, and naturally we will have to pledge the shares as collateral. Shixian agreed immediately. The next day at the Jin family high-rise proceeded as usual, but then Shi Yun suddenly appeared. Oh my dear brothers, what is going on here? She continued mockingly, coming here with such expressions on your faces. Yingjai frowned, remarking that she seemed far too calm for someone who had nearly destroyed the entire company. You look far too cheerful. These words caused her to turn away irritably. If you intend to provoke me, stop. That matter is already over. In contrast, Dongjai calmly replied, I am not here to provoke you, but to see exactly what you are planning. Let's speak frankly. However, Shi Yun indifferently replied, I can handle my own affairs. Why are you so curious? At this, he immediately questioned her. I am talking about the Wu Shixian matter. He is not as trustworthy as you think. Hearing this, Shi Yun countered. Trust has nothing to do with it. It is just a transaction. Suddenly, Yingjai could not help but shout. Do you really think both the bonds and that debt are that simple? Do you honestly believe Wu Shixian lent you money just for a bit of interest, when he is a man who would readily turn down 100 billion? Shi Yun's face showed clear confusion. 100 billion? What do you mean? Dongjai explained immediately that their eldest brother had offered to buy back the shares she pledged to Wu Shixian for an additional 100 billion. But he refused, stating he did not want money but rather a business opportunity. Then he sternly warned her. He meant that Wu Shixian was not the kind of person who only knows how to make a quick profit in Uido. Faced with their attitude, Shi Yun stood frozen in doubt, while Dongjai remained extremely bitter. He used the building as collateral while relentlessly demanding interest and principal, until he finally seized the entire property, acting no differently than a lone shark. You've fallen into a trap, he reproached her, questioning if she could handle the massive upcoming disbursements for the first major supermarket project, as a single mistake could cost her everything. Despite this, she remained unfazed, asking, so what? Which immediately provoked Dongjai into exclaiming, what? Do you still not understand? Suddenly, Rui Yun interjected, so, are you saying I'm avoiding a tiger only to run into a leopard? At that, they nodded in satisfaction, remarking that she was finally starting to understand, though a smug smile soon touched her lips. Then Rui Yun calmly added, no, that's not quite right. It would be more accurate to say that after avoiding the tiger, one encounters a pack of wolves. Those words made Dongjai exclaim in astonishment. What? While he nervously swallowed his pride. Meanwhile, Rui Yun sternly questioned him about giving another 100 billion to old Wu Shixian. How can you charge your sister high interest yet be so willing to give a stranger such a large sum? Having his hidden motives exposed, Dongjai could only manage a slight cough as she continued to demand that they use their money to save the company if they were so afraid of losing it. Lend me 400 billion plus another 100 billion, making it 500 billion. With a delighted smile, Rui Yun directly pressured them. The interest will be half the bank rate, and I'll gradually earn the money to pay you back. That way, you won't have anything left to worry about. Isn't that the case? As soon as those words were spoken, the room fell into a state of tension, and Rong Jai himself began to realize that following Rui Yun's plan would leave him with no way to rejoin the shopping mall conglomerate. As the recession passed and the economy recovered, Rong Jai remained silent for a moment longer, knowing the loan would soon be repaid, while Rui Yun's crisp laughter rang out. Meanwhile, the situation continued to evolve. The Gyusung Group paid no heed to the IMF crisis, launching an aggressive global acquisition campaign that resulted in them owning over 400 overseas subsidiaries and climbing to the second position in the business world. They surpassed the Shenyang Group, which was struggling due to the economic crisis. However, the prolonged economic downturn and the shrinking of the global market eventually took their toll. The Gyusung Group's standing was severely impacted, and their focus on expanding into developing nations prevented them from escaping a steady decline. Finally, Gyusung's financial creditors signed a restructuring agreement as the sky turned to twilight, and Dao Jun, carefully reading the newspaper in his hand, noted that the Gyusung Group had officially dissolved. The great beast has fallen, and scavengers will soon rush in to tear apart every shred of its remains, prompting Yang Ji to gently ask, "Do you want to take a piece of it? You have plenty of money. Surely you still have $1 trillion." Hearing this, he humbly replied, "One shouldn't intentionally pry into another person's account," before inquiring, "Is there anywhere I can spend my money?" Yang Ji immediately suggested Gyusung Shipping and Shipbuilding as a worthy investment, placing a folder of documents on the table. "Give it a look," the old man said as he let him examine it, further advising that it would be very useful for polishing his company's reputation. However, Dao Jun very frankly admitted, "I have no intention of polishing the company's image. Besides, this company lacks personnel more than capital. Even if it were acquired, there would be no one to manage it." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man made a surprising offer to lend him personnel, causing Dao Jun to freeze for a few seconds in shock. Conversely, Yang Tian maintained a calm demeanor, remarking that others worry about a lack of money, but no one ever worries about a shortage of people. He slowly turned his surprised gaze toward him while Dao Jun speculated in his mind about his grandfather, a thought that made him feel quite tense. He then tentatively suggested that he lend the old man money to buy back that company, but Yang Tian immediately shook his head. No, it would be difficult for Shun Yang to execute since there are rumors of restructuring, making it impossible to acquire other companies without government interference. He said with a smirk, "Which is why I want you to use your company's name. Once things settle down, I will reclaim the ownership," he added, leaving Dao Jun unable to hide his astonishment once again. He quickly realized the plan was for Fantasy to acquire Gu Song Shipping and Shipbuilding, then hand it over to the Shun Yang Group at the right moment. Although Shun Yang Heavy Industries operated in shipbuilding, they were not the industry leader, as Xi'an Shipbuilding held the top position. However, if Shun Yang and Gu Song merged, they could push Xi'an down to second place and rise to become the leader in the field. The more Dao Jun thought about it, the more tense he became, realizing his grandfather intended to use him for this goal. But Yang Tian suddenly interrupted his confusion. "If you do not like it, then forget it. It is fine," the old man said with a gentle smile, leaving Dao Jun skeptical as he wondered if it was truly all right to refuse. At that moment, another file was brought out as the old man suggested a test, leaving him bewildered and only able to utter a confused sound. Dao Jun slowly took the file and pulled out a piece of paper, and as soon as he read the clear title, he was startled. It was a business cooperation agreement and a copy of the contract between Fantasy and Shun Yang Department Store, causing Dao Jun to look at Yang Tian in a hurry. As if understanding his thoughts, the old man's smile widened slightly, but that alone was enough to make Dao Jun break into a cold sweat, realizing his grandfather knew all about the contract. If anything displeased him, he could threaten to cancel everything, causing the words to catch in his throat. He quickly regained his composure and stated that he understood and would follow his grandfather's wishes, while Yang Tian hinted at his approval. "Dao Jun, I am very pleased with you," the old man said, while Dao Jun sighed helplessly and acknowledged it as the praise continued. "I mean, I am satisfied because you understand everything even without me mentioning the details," and a faint smile crossed his face upon hearing those words. Dao Jun thought to himself that he also liked his grandfather, even in the guise of a man willing to threaten the grandson he adored, as a new day began peacefully. Today, Xi'an informed him that the lender for the Jiu Xing Group had reached out to ask if he wanted to acquire the company. Dao Jun nodded slightly, as he had already been worried about how to discuss the Jiu Xing Group situation with him. Sensing the coincidence, he realized something and asked if the lender had made an attractive offer, which surprised Dao Xian. he realized his grandfather had conspired with the lender to bait them, while Shixian mentioned the offer to settle their debts and negotiate. They were promised there would be no losses, but Dao Jun could not hide the skepticism in his voice. Noticing his reaction, Shixian asked what was wrong, and Dao Jun slowly recounted the events of the previous day. After a brief, awkward silence, Shixian asked if his grandfather had shown him the contract involving his aunt. Receiving no answer, Shixian understood and sighed at how terrifying the man was, while Dao Jun remained composed. Dao Jun admitted he wasn't sure of his grandfather's hidden motives, but they had to take the lead for now. To secure the mall group, they needed the grandfather to move all shares into Shun Yang distribution before transferring them. Without the share transfer, it would be a foolish move for Fantasy to lend 400 billion won without collateral or build a debt-ridden supermarket. He explained that his grandfather had requested the matter be handled this way, while feigning ignorance of their takeover plans. Dao Jun said they had to accept the request due to the stakes, but Shixian corrected him, saying it was Dao Jun's burden alone. With a mysterious smile, Dao Jun confidently declared that he would be the one to take over the shopping mall. Dao Jun also revealed that Shixian would receive a massive profit after they acquired and resold Jiu Xing shipping and shipbuilding to Shenyang. Startled by the proposal, Shixian asked if he truly intended to give him the entirety of those profits. Dao Jun confirmed it, telling him to consider it a special reward for his role as the representative director. He looked at Shixian, thinking that he would spare no expense to keep such a partner by his side for as long as possible. He wondered when the last time he mentioned retiring was, but he knew he had to delay that retirement to finish this great task. Dao Jun then stood up, announcing his intention to go meet with his grandfather as he spoke casually while leaving. "I have to go hear about the plan to acquire the Jiu Xing company," he said. Seeing this, Shixian shouted, "Hey, where are you going? I haven't finished talking yet." He continued to try and hold him back, but the young man insisted on slipping away. Time flew by, and soon night had completely shrouded the grand villa. Despite the late hour, Rongqi arrived to deliver the news, just as his father had said it would be beneficial. Acquiring the Jiu Xing shipbuilding company would be ideal, but the government might question the true motives behind our current restructuring, Yang Zhen remarked with a slight smirk. "That is why we need a proxy, someone to acquire the company and hand it over to us once things settle down." These suggestive words made Rongqi's expression stiffen. He then asked hesitantly, "That proxy, could it be?" But the old man cut him off before he could finish. "You catch on quickly. Currently, only a foreign investment firm could mobilize that much capital." Rongqi's face darkened further at the next question. "The fantasy company has a close relationship with us, so wouldn't collaborating with them be logical?" Anxiety gradually began to stir within him. He desperately wanted to ask what that close relationship actually entailed. Nevertheless, Rongqi only dared to say in a low voice that the other party had agreed to cooperate with them. Yang Zhen nodded and said, "Yes, buying a company at a low price and selling it years later at a higher price to pocket the difference. Isn't that the specialty of our friend Wu Shixian? He won't be able to refuse. I will also step in to help him acquire the company." Hearing this, Rongqi quickly spoke up. "Then I will go meet Wu Shixian. Since we are only using his name as a front, I will personally handle the acquisition process." However, the old man flatly rejected the idea. "It won't be that simple." Rongqi paused in surprise. At that moment, the old man sternly warned him. "That man Wu Shixian is not the type to say thank you or promise to do a good job just because you are handling things." Rongqi's mood sank accordingly. He actually understood what his father meant. His palms clenched tightly, yet he had to feign ignorance. Since this was the perfect opportunity to confirm the nature of that close relationship, he carefully asked, "What do you mean, father?" The old man immediately replied, "I said the proxy would handle it. I never said they would only do the menial work." Yang Zhen then looked directly at Rongqi. "Occasionally, a proxy can even hit a home run, can't they? He is not someone who will submissively follow your orders." Rongqi stood stunned as he reasoned it out. "Are you suggesting that, after acquiring the Jiu Xing shipbuilding company, if he catches the scent of profit, he might not obediently hand the company back over, right?" The old man gave a slight nod. "Exactly." That confirmation immediately agitated him, and a doubt began to form in Rongqi's mind. "Was I wrong? Isn't fantasy my father's company?" He then analyzed carefully. If it were his father's hidden company, it would be content with menial tasks rather than aiming for a home run. That left only one possibility. Rongqi immediately shifted his attitude. To ensure no issues arise and to prevent Wu Shixian from getting any wrong ideas, I will handle this matter very cleanly, father. Yang Zhen smiled with satisfaction. I can trust you, right? The Jiu Xing Shipping and Shipbuilding Company is essential for us to lead the LNG industry. We absolutely cannot let it slip away. Rong Qi nodded in response. Yes, please don't worry, father. I won't allow them to seize that company. After that exchange, Yang Chun's expression softened slightly as he spoke in a lower tone. Dong Jai, though I have no grievances with you, this is an order you must execute with all your might. Dong Jai listened in silence while the old man began to encourage him, saying there would be other chances to seize and use to strengthen the company until one day it would become as formidable as the current Sun Yang Group, proudly declaring that the company he and his sons managed could grow to twice its size. Knowing not every word was sincere, Dong Jai immediately bowed and promised to do his best to meet his father's expectations. As silence returned to the room, he realized that whenever his father offered comfort or encouragement, it was a sign he was concealing something. Meanwhile, Dong Jai met with director Wu Shixian and greeted him politely, asking for his assistance. Wu Shixian appeared somewhat surprised as he shook hands, wondering how he could help since he heard Chairman Jin had already settled everything. Dong Jai replied graciously that while it would be ideal if things went according to plan, he warned that reality is rarely so cooperative. He predicted that various people would inevitably try to interfere with their progress, a mysterious smile playing across his features as he spoke. Wu Shixian felt skeptical, noting that this humble attitude was the complete opposite of the arrogant man Jin Shangjai often grumbled about. He quickly added that only those ignorant of Sun Yang's might would dare to interfere, then asked the vice chairman to lead the way. The two went inside to begin their negotiations, and amidst the tense atmosphere, Dong Jai took a slow sip of tea before suddenly probing for information. I heard you are mentoring the youngest grandson of our family, he said in a gentle tone, asking directly what he thought of Dao Jun. He gave a cold snort inwardly, thinking it better than telling him what he wanted to hear, before Wu Shixian cleverly replied that the boy was a natural-born gambler. He is the total opposite of his father Ying Zhai, he added, causing Dong Jai to frown and repeat the word gambler, as Wu Shixian began to explain. Yes, he possesses sharp intuition and courage. He is bold, knows when to advance or retreat, and has an exceptional ability to read trends. Dong Jai quickly caught his meaning, asking if that was a compliment suggesting the boy was perfectly suited to be a power player or an investor in Ru Yidao. Wu Shixian happily confirmed this, noting that the boy was now even better than him and could hold his own at the poker table. Dong Jai hinted that the qualities of a gambler he described were useful for more than just poker, causing Wu Shixian's expression to turn serious, as Dong Jai concluded that those traits were the exact skills a businessman needed. Wu Shixian was astonished, recalling Dao Jun's words that this man was the best of the three brothers. Dao Jun told him not to worry about a man who only stays cooped up in an investment firm. Yet contrary to his assessment, that man's judgment was remarkably sharp. He nodded in agreement, admitting the logic was sound, but then he suddenly shifted his tone to address the vice chairman. Shixian asked point-blank if he was being wary of his young nephew, which visibly surprised Rong Jai before he clarified that the identity of the next Shun Yang chairman remained uncertain. He asserted that Dao Jun would surely be the third-generation chairman, leaving Shixian silent in confusion, while Rong Jai calmly added that he only intended to protect his own interests from the boy's reach to secure his children's future. At that moment, Shixian understood the situation and smiled, realizing Dao Jun had chosen the right person while Rong Jai remained perfectly at ease. Shixian noted that the elder Chen Rong Jai now viewed Dao Jun as a rival and was taking action. The following day, Rui Yun asked in shock if he was certain. Lin He nodded in confirmation, making Rui Yun restless as she wondered if her brother had made that decision. But Lin He immediately denied it. He clarified that a 20 billion won investment did not require the vice chairman's approval, explaining that broad directives for venture capital had been established the previous year. Since then, the specialized team had handled the subsequent steps, likely only requiring his approval for the total sum, and he provided further details. He admitted he wasn't privy to the internal specifics, but noted that those in the know were reportedly accumulating shares under aliases. Rui Yun was visibly displeased and questioned when the stock issuance would be announced, to which Lin He responded gently. He stated that no specific date was set, but the announcement would be made once the stock price reached approximately 20,000 won. Rui Yun gasped at the mention of 20,000 won and asked for the current price, prompting Lin He to reply. He noted it was around 10,000 won, and some had already withdrawn, causing her to bark an order for Director Lin to find the exact details within 2 days. she threatened to reevaluate his competence if he failed, reminding him that his directorship was only a temporary one-year position, which left Lin He bowing in fear. He quickly departed, leaving her alone in the large room where Rui Yun began biting her nails out of intense anxiety. She reasoned that if the stock price reached 20,000 won, Shenyang Electronics would invest, making that price target an absolute certainty. Her eyes widened as she realized that if the market learned of Shenyang Electronics' investment, the price would skyrocket and double her profits, leaving her smirking at her own insight. With that thought, she immediately ordered a car to take her to Uedo, as the afternoon hours quickly slipped away. Rui Yun arrived looking composed, but a question from the lady about the popularity of new data technology startled her into a brief affirmation, creating a tense atmosphere as Dao Jun watched her curiously. Meanwhile, she continued, asking if Director Wu was truly unaware, which would be quite disappointing. In response, Xixian calmly replied that there are always trending and promising companies, and this one was no exception. He then carefully explained that while this case was unique, her information seemed to have arrived quite late. With a serious tone, he emphasized once more that Director Jin should not put her faith in mere rumors. As Xixian sat down, he warned that no matter how accurate the information might be, she should never consider investing in stocks. His tone grew even firmer as he asked if she had already mortgaged her personal assets just as she had with the company's shares. He stated that tampering with corporate funds was an irreversible mistake and advised her to focus solely on her business operations, while Rui Yun merely grimaced as she looked at Xixian. I am not saying this as your creditor, but as an investment expert and someone who shares a close relationship with you. As for Dao Jun, he was inwardly praising Xixian for his intervention, noting that such behavior was typical of reckless heirs from wealthy families. His gaze shifted toward Xixian, reflecting on how the more people tried to stop them, the more certain these individuals became of their own judgments, just as he had predicted. Rui Yun immediately denied everything, asking Director Wu if he was mistaken, as she viewed him only as a creditor and not a shareholder of her company. She even began to shout, causing him to smirk inwardly, as she argued that temporarily utilizing company funds was not illegal. Xixian countered by asking how she planned to handle potential losses, noting that recovering capital would not be an easy task. Remaining incredibly arrogant, she retorted that her presence there was specifically to verify the facts, and told him he shouldn't be so quick to lose his temper. Suddenly, Dao Jun stepped in to mediate, suggesting they stop the back and forth and instead allow each person to voice their opinions for further discussion, asking for her thoughts on the matter. He also proposed that they first verify the authenticity of the information, suggesting she might gain a different perspective once the facts were clear. Rui Yun frowned as she looked at him, while Xixian simply shrugged, agreeing that Dao Jun's suggestion seemed reasonable and offering to speak first. She then announced that Sun Yang Electronics would be investing 20 billion won, claiming stock prices would keep rising, and it would be a waste to miss such an opportunity, only to be rebuffed by him stating they were already aware of that. Director Jin. He cautioned that, as an investor, one should never place absolute trust in anything until the funds have actually cleared the bank account, further reminding her that even with a signed investment contract, errors and losses are not uncommon in this industry. However, Rui Yun only showed her irritation, telling Director Wu how annoying he was being since she had signed and canceled many contracts before. She claimed to be well aware of such basics, and loudly declared that her confidence was precisely why she was prepared to invest 20 billion won. On the other hand, Rui Yun suppressed her anger and emphasized that the investment was insignificant, arguing that 20 billion won was merely the design cost for a mobile phone project at Sun Yang Electronics and required no hesitation. Meanwhile, Dao Jun observed her, realizing she had only come to hear the answer she desired, and concluded that they should provide her with exactly what she wanted. He smirked slightly, knowing this played right into his hands, as Rui Yun continued her argument, stating that once the stock price reached 20,000 won, they will announce Sun Yang Electronics as the investor, which means the stock price will climb far beyond 20,000 won. Isn't that right? Once the investor is revealed, the share price will double instantly. Am I wrong, Xixian? She asked after regaining her composure. So you intend to buy at 10,000 won and sell once it hits 40,000 won, correct? To which she gleefully replied that was exactly her plan. This left Xixian even more puzzled, so he told her to just proceed without informing him. Caught off guard, Rui Yun quickly made an excuse about easing her anxiety, causing him to sigh in frustration. Xixian reluctantly offered his advice, stating that since her mind was made up, he would only suggest selling everything once the price reached 40,000 won. She joyfully responded that they finally agreed on something, as she also believed 40,000 won was the right time to sell, while Dao Jun silently observed her. She had finally heard what she wanted after confirming her own judgment with an investment expert like Uncle Wu Shixian. She would mobilize all funds from the subsidiary companies to purchase new data technology stock, and after quadrupling her initial investment, she might even disregard Uncle Wu Shixian's instructions in her excitement. She would briefly hesitate over reinvesting all her gains, but the surging stock price would make her burning greed impossible to restrain, causing a subtle, cunning smile to appear on his face. If that happened, she would be walking straight into a dead end of her own making. A few days later, the market's volatility brought both cheers of joy and heavy sighs of despair. The stock market in late 1999 was turbulent with new data technology at its center, leading director Lee Ziang-sun to hold an emergency press conference in a packed room where he adjusted his mic and began to speak. To expand our brand globally, New Data Technology has decided to enter into a partnership with the Shun Yang Group. This announcement immediately caused a stir among the crowd, and after the meeting, Wu Shixian couldn't help but shout that everyone had gone mad now that the market capitalization had reached trillions of won. He continued to complain about how a company with only 30 billion won in revenue and ongoing losses could have such an inflated stock price. The stock market is truly insane, he remarked. But Dao Jun calmly replied that those hoarding the shares hardly cared about such details. While scanning the newspaper, he added that people were saying only a fool would miss this wave, though Wu Shixian urgently warned that this wave would crash and leave them with nothing, insisting they sell the next day. However, Dao Jun simply smiled and said, "Uncle, even if my prediction is wrong, the company still has a budget of 3 billion won. If there is a loss, it will only be my personal investment of 500 million won, right?" he asked, asserting his confidence. "Fantasy company won't lose those 3 billion won, and neither will I. Just watch until the very end," he said, his sound logic causing Wu Shixian to pause for a moment. He then calmly recalled his words from a few days ago about the stock price reaching 250,000 won, to which Dao Jun gave a gentle nod. "Yes, but since you didn't believe me, I made a personal investment," he said, his excessive composure once again leaving his uncle utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the situation at the corporation managed by Seo Yun was quite different, where Lion Ziyu was desperately trying to dissuade her, warning of the great danger. Funds that should have been used to pay the invoices of the mall's suppliers had all been poured into investments for new data technology. He hurriedly emphasized that they also had to pay massive commissions to the Myeongdong money lenders and deal with the risks of trading under false names. "It's extremely dangerous," he warned, yet Seo Yun coolly replied that 2 months would be enough, as long as he kept his mouth shut and prevented any information leaks. Lion Ziyu hesitated to protest, but Seo Yun suddenly slammed the table and demanded if he knew what the current unemployment rate was. With a furious tone, she exclaimed that their department store had already reduced its staff to the absolute minimum. She asked if he could stay rational if they had to fire over half the staff, like the Sun Yang affiliates or the Daehyun and Jongno groups. Those accusations made him shrink back as he stammered an apology, while Seo Yun continued to threaten him, telling him to keep a tight lip if he couldn't stop the rumors. She warned him he would see what real restructuring looked like, harshly ordering him to cut over half the mall's suppliers and demote all hotel staff from management down to seasonal workers. "Do you understand?" she barked, leaving Lion Ziyu with no choice but to reluctantly accept before quickly making his exit from the room. She was left there trembling with agitation, thinking to herself that she had wanted to stop and follow Du Jun's advice. She had sold all her shares at 40,000 won, but seeing the price skyrocket made her so frustrated that she bought back in, a secret known only to director Zhang Im. However, watching the stock price rise so steadily, she realized a single week's profit could equal an entire month's revenue from the department store. Seo Yun unconsciously pursed her lips, wondering how she could possibly stop, as her thoughts faded into the tense air. A few days later, a new day began peacefully. The Sun Yang Group building stood in silence as Du Jun pushed the door open and entered, asking his aunt why she had requested to see him. Upon seeing him, Seo Yun's joy was evident as she immediately asked if he could speak with Director Wu about deferring her interest payments for a while. She explained that the unstable economy had caused a sharp decline in the mall's revenue, leaving them with only enough capital to keep the food outlets running. His eyes widened slightly at the news as he realized she had fallen into a quagmire from which there was no escape, yet he feigned surprise, asking if the crisis was truly that severe. She hurriedly lamented that the hotel's vacancy rate had exceeded 70%, complaining to him that people were now only visiting the mall just to look around. It was no longer possible to distinguish the shopping mall from a marketplace. While Dao Jun calculated his next move, as the stock price surpassed 200,000 won. Selling all her shares now would yield a massive fortune, yet doing so would mean the department store group would slip through her fingers forever. He suddenly offered a sheepish apology that left her bewildered, but Dao Jun then pointedly noted that the matter would have been settled if she hadn't sold at 40,000 won. Caught off guard by his words, she felt awkward, but Su Yun calmly brushed off the error, claiming she wasn't suited for stocks and was content with a fourfold profit. Conversely, his smile widened as he decided to probe her once more, with Dao Jun revealing that the stock price might even surge past 300,000 won. "That is truly staggering, isn't it?" he said, causing Su Yun to cry out in shock at the 300,000 won figure, though a brief smile flickered across her lips. Dao Jun noticed the subtle twitch of her mouth and felt certain she had purchased another round of shares, prompting a devious smirk to form on his face. He could only hope that the department store group would not be driven to the point of complete insolvency. Dao Jun then made a suggestion, warning that the plane might crash if they weren't careful, to which Xiao Yun replied with confusion, asking what on earth he was talking about. He immediately explained that the stock price reaching 400,000 won was merely an evaluation made by the Zuyudu group. He noted that a plane suddenly surging in altitude indicates an abnormality, meaning it could plummet at any moment. She frowned upon hearing that, asking if he meant the investment was dangerous, but he then suggested that selling at the right time would result in a massive profit from the stock sale. He reminded her of the high-risk, high-reward principle, and as expected, Xiao Yun excitedly agreed before Dao Jun called out to her in a low voice. Raising his hand, he advised her not to purchase any more shares, then lowered it to illustrate his next point. He reminded her that the plane could crash at any time, but she simply laughed it off and waved him away, telling him to stop speaking such nonsense and asking who he thought she was. He stood up abruptly, promising to speak with the director and telling her not to worry, as the man was not someone who only cared for money while ignoring those in need. Xiao Yun's eyes instantly brightened as she told him she was counting on him, promising that she would definitely repay the debt she owed him in full. Facing her innocence, he cheerfully remarked that there was no debt between family members before quickly turning to depart. He left a hopeful Xiao Yun behind while coldly concluding that family always caused trouble, slowly closing the door with his hand. He let out a weary sigh after everything that had transpired, and on a beautiful new day, a significant event occurred at the fantasy company. 3 people entered one after another and looked around cautiously until their attention focused on the opposite side, where Jin Dao Jun introduced himself, prompting Sheng Min to ask if he was the chairman's grandson, which he confirmed with a nod. They looked at each other in shock after hearing his answer, and then Sheng Zia inquired about the reason he wanted to meet them. At that moment, Dao Jun directly proposed that if they desired a promotion, they should take his side. This sudden declaration left all 3 stunned, but he calmly continued, stating that he had heard everything, even from the most secretive individuals. He decided to speak plainly and placed a folder on the table, calmly requesting that they examine the documents first. He further instructed that if they met his one condition, the documents would take effect immediately, causing the 3 of them to look down as Sheng Min checked the file first, followed by a hesitant Jiang Yu. Finally, Sheng Zia pondered the matter seriously as a heavy silence filled the room, while Dao Jun watched them with a calm expression. He suddenly reminisced about how he had once remarked to Lin He that she didn't even understand the stock market, wondering what on earth she was thinking. Facing that inquiry, he immediately revealed it was because of the people at Sanjiang Securities. Upon hearing this, Dao Jun was somewhat surprised and asked, "Sanjiang Securities?" Then his gaze slowly shifted toward them. "They promised to inform us of the right time to sell the stocks, yet they constantly urged us that the share price would continue to climb." That information came as a shock that made him freeze, but he quickly and carefully probed further. "Do you mean the people from Sanjiang Securities are acting as advisors to my aunt?" The man dejectedly confirmed their role as advisors. "Yes, these individuals are considered veterans with years of experience, but I feel very concerned because they are acting far too recklessly." Returning to the present, Dao Jun suddenly gave a cold snort before taking the initiative to ask, "Are you all satisfied?" In that atmosphere, Cheng Min and Jiang Yu silently exchanged glances. A moment later, he replied, "Isn't Fantasy Investment the largest investment firm right now? I have never heard of recruiting personnel with such extraordinary conditions." He then voiced his doubts. "Since you have been so forthright, could you perhaps explain the reason why you are making such an astonishing proposal? And what is the single condition you want us to meet?" Cheng Min's expression also turned serious at that. A 1,000,000,000 annual bonus and a guaranteed 5-year contract regardless of performance. The other 2 waited in silence. If these men agreed to work for him for 5 years, they would acquire a sum of money that others could not earn in a lifetime of hard labor, provided they met just one condition. At this moment, Dao Jun cleverly explained, "I know you are serving as advisors to my aunt, Director Jin Rui Yun." The name he uttered immediately startled them, while Dao Jun continued, "As you are well aware, Director Jin Rui Yun currently holds shares in new data technology. You simply need to ensure that my aunt cannot sell those shares on the market." Cheng Min's gaze instantly shifted from bewilderment to fear, and even Jiang Yu could not hide his shock. Meanwhile, Cheng Zia blurted out, "Prevent Director Jin Rui Yun from selling her stocks." In contrast to them, Dao Jun merely smiled. "That is correct. I want my aunt to remain a shareholder of that company forever." This statement once again struck Cheng Min with great force. Jiang Yu was so shocked he was speechless, while Cheng Zia pressed his lips together as if in a struggle. Dao Jun continued to lead them on, asking, "Why are you so surprised? It's not as if only 1 or 2 people in this world suffer losses from stock trading." Gradually, he began to persuade them, mentioning other victims among their own clientele. There must be quite a few clients who suffered losses and saw their careers ruined because they trusted your words, right? However, the man spoke up hesitantly. "But if we keep advising her to hold onto stocks that are at risk of plummeting, then?" As if anticipating this, he immediately questioned, "Are you close with Director Jin?" That question made Cheng Min break into a sweat. "What?" Before he could process it, he added, "I am asking if you have a close relationship with Director Jin Rui Yun. How long have you known Director Jin? I heard you have only met my aunt once." Dao Jun calmly remarked, "In this case, wouldn't using the word betrayal be a bit of an exaggeration?" Hearing those words, Cheng showed an obvious awkwardness, but Cheng Zia suddenly spoke up. "I want to ask one thing. Why do you want to push Director Jin into such a situation?" At that moment, the corners of Dao Jun's lips curled up once more. Despite that, he remained outwardly calm. "It is just a minor family squabble." Then, everything began to shift. He had sold all the shares when they reached the 250,000 won mark, turning the company's initial 3 billion won investment into 500 billion won. "My personal investment of 500 million won surged to 80 billion won. And while Uncle Wu Shixian also earned about 16 billion won, I never saw him show any sign of regret or jealousy. He seemed determined to present himself as a seasoned professional who moved on immediately after selling his shares. A man of such character that he never vented his anger or felt regret even when alone. Only a few days after I liquidated all my stocks, the prices began to plummet like a crashing airplane, turning Uedo, which should have been filled with millennial excitement, into a bleak and gloomy place. Most importantly, Director Jin Ruyun's investment of 100 billion won shriveled away as that metaphorical bomb detonated, leaving her with less than 10 billion won. At that moment, a phone suddenly hit the floor amidst a scream as Ruyun roared in fury, demanding to know when Director Lin and the others would arrive, since she had ordered them to come immediately. Lin he stood by awkwardly and explained that he couldn't reach anyone because they were refusing to answer their phones or show up for work, prompting her to shout a firm command. She ordered him to send people to capture them by any means necessary, whether by involving the police or otherwise, but he hurriedly tried to explain the situation. He asked the director if it was even possible to recover the original funds now, suggesting it would be better to focus on compensation for the losses rather than hunting down those 3 men. This reminder silenced Ruyun completely before she suddenly ordered a car to be prepared for Pingcheng, a reaction that made Lin he feel greatly relieved as he complied. That same afternoon, the scene shifted to a familiar villa where Yang Kaiyan coldly asked about the amount, while she stood before him looking utterly pathetic. When she admitted it was 100 billion, he began to frown and asked if she had gambled the entire sum on stocks before erupting in a shout a second later. He demanded to know if she was insane, reminding her that the money he gave her to manage the mall was meant for the shop owners. Yet she had dared to pour it all into the stock market. Ruyun could only tremble as she apologized to her father, claiming she was under immense pressure regarding business capital and had been trying to find a way out. Before she could finish, he cut her off by noting that her capital was now scattered across Uedo, but she was quick to shift the blame. She argued that she had trusted Sanjiang Electronics because they were also an investment firm, but he sternly asked if she only invested because they did, causing her to avoid his gaze. Yang Kaiyan criticized her for not realizing how different she was from the Sanjiang group, asking if she had no dignity left after merely following in another company's footsteps. She timidly argued that Sanjiang Electronics had also made a mistake by investing 20 billion won into a company that was on the verge of collapse within just a few months. She claimed she wasn't the only one who lost money since Sanjung Electronics had as well, but he immediately countered by asking what her point was. At that point, Ruyun desperately pleaded for his help just this once, promising she only needed to get through this current crisis. However, Yang Kaiyan simply turned away and asked why she didn't just ask Director Wu Shixian for help, since there was nothing he could do, leaving her to tearfully confess the truth. "No, father, I can't borrow any more funds from Director Wu." Suddenly, he slammed a thick folder onto the table, and Yang Tian made a declaration. "I have finalized the corporate separation as you requested. From this moment on, your company will have no association with the Shun Yang name. It will be a completely independent entity. There will be no shared stock with Shun Yang whatsoever." With a piercing gaze, he warned her that assisting her would be equivalent to embezzling company funds, asking if she wanted an old man like him to end up behind bars. This revelation terrified her. "Father, what am I supposed to do in this situation? Handing the shopping mall group over to me now is a disaster. Please, let's go back to the way things were." Instead, he bluntly rebuked her, saying she hadn't just lost money on those shares but had lost her mind as well. "You were the one who wanted this from the start. Are you trying to back out now?" She hurriedly tried to justify herself, claiming that wasn't what she meant and begging him to help her through this crisis. At that moment, he truly lost his temper. "Wake up! Do you even realize how much capital I handed over to you?" A torrent of scolding was directed at her. "Is it all gone now? What kind of madness have you been up to?" Ultimately, Su-yun could only call out to her father in desperation. "Father!" Yang Tian then began to interrogate her about whose name she had used to invest in the stocks. "Or did you use someone else's name?" Surprised by the sudden question, she pouted and asked why he was bringing it up. Her reaction caused him to shout, "Answer me immediately." This caused Su-yun's face to turn pale as she confirmed his suspicion. Hearing this, Yang Tian let out a helpless sigh, muttering that it was absolute insanity. Su-yun quickly asked, "Father, what's wrong? Is there some kind of problem?" No answer was provided, only a heavy silence. Then Yang Tian called her name, Su-yun. She instinctively responded, "Yes, father." He continued by asking if Director Lin was the person she trusted most. Su-yun naively replied that he was indeed very trustworthy. He then delved deeper, asking if the man was also loyal to her. This made Su-yun feel suspicious. "I believe so, but father, why are you asking? You're making me feel uneasy." However, he simply dismissed her. "Fine, I will take care of the remaining matters myself. Go back and manage your company." Meanwhile, she misinterpreted his words and felt delighted. "Father will handle it himself." Su-yun quickly made a promise, happily saying, "Thank you so much, father. I will run the company exceptionally well." She even confidently asserted that she would do her utmost to liquidate the 140 trillion won within a single year. Suddenly, Yang Tian looked astonished. "What are you saying? 140 trillion won?" Su-yun was also taken aback and asked, "Didn't you just say you would take care of it for me, father?" At this, Yang Tian shouted in a rage, "You still have the nerve to say that? After the split, all business and financial matters are your responsibility. Even if you lose everything, what does it have to do with me?" Realizing the grim reality, she wailed in despair, "Father!" In contrast, Yang Tian remained cold, stating that the only thing he would handle was ensuring she didn't go to prison. "After all, she is my only daughter, and what father could simply stand by and watch his own child be hauled off to prison?" Upon hearing those words, Zio Yun gasped in terror. "To prison." She stammered, wondering why, but he dismissed her, telling her she didn't need to know and to just go home. Instead, she stubbornly clung to him, crying out for her father, which forced Yang Tian to raise his voice. "I told you to leave. I have no desire to see your face right now." Startled by his tone, Zio Yun finally fell silent, no longer daring to utter another word of entreaty. Zio Yun's feet slowly turned toward the exit, and she trudged away step by step, muttering under her breath as she retreated in dejection. The door clicked shut, leaving Yang Tian alone to wearily rub his forehead. Moments later, HG's voice rang out, reporting that after several rounds in the Mingdong district, the assets had been divided among 16,000 individuals. He continued his report calmly, covering everyone from the representative directors to the residents of the Mingdong district. Hearing this, Yang Tian let out another heavy, frustrated sigh. He then quickly inquired if Zio Yun had been involved, to which HG immediately replied in the negative. Feeling a sense of relief, Yang Tian remarked that it was a stroke of luck, while HG followed up with a cautious question. "Though nothing serious has surfaced yet, should we investigate the stock purchasers as well?" HG asked. Yang Tian began to analyze the situation, noting that over 5 trillion won had simply vanished. That 5 trillion won didn't belong to the conglomerate, nor was it tax revenue. It was the hard-earned money of mothers who carried their children to brokerage firms just to invest for their daily expenses. The fury of millions of people erupted with enough force to tear the very sky apart. Folding his arms solemnly, he realized that if this matter were not settled smoothly, the consequences would be dire. Even the government administration would be impacted. Work with extreme caution until a suitable scapegoat is found, he commanded. As for HG, he privately thought that the chairman did not view this incident as a mere stock market dip. Yang Tian then revealed his strategy. While the share price of that new data company was at its peak, he had halted the sale of Shun Yang Electronics stock. Despite knowing they could have reaped tenfold profits, doing so would have turned them into the sacrificial lambs of the situation. This revelation left HG quite astonished. "Is it possible that you already foresaw this outcome, Chairman?" HG asked. Yang Tian immediately confirmed his suspicion, asking how he could possibly have remained ignorant of such a thing. It was clear that corrupt politicians were colluding to manipulate the stock market. He bluntly added that he would much rather lose 200 trillion won than face the alternative. If they had sold off all their shares, the public would undoubtedly have pointed to Shun Yang Electronics as the root cause of the entire catastrophe. Ji was deeply impressed. Since Shun Yang was now also a victim, they would avoid suspicion. He wondered how the chairman, at 80 years of age, could still maintain such impeccable judgment. Meanwhile, Yang Tian quickly issued his instructions, noting that the prosecution and the Financial Commission had already launched their investigations. They would be scrutinizing the forces behind the price manipulation. So he ordered the matter to be handled cleanly to ensure Zhao Yun's name never surfaced. HG voiced a slight concern, asking the chairman about the company's status and worrying that even a minor slip-up could allow the fantasy company to seize control of their management rights. Upon hearing this, Yang Tian leaned back to reflect, the image of Dao Jun's face and the company's future momentarily flickering through his mind before he calmly offered his response. It remained the same, and the discussion concluded there. The following day, a new morning dawned at the fantasy company building, yet Shixuan appeared quite dejected. "The collateral shares we hold only account for 30%, while Director Chen Ruyun still maintains 35%, he noted as Daejun smiled beside him. "She lost 140 trillion won. After all, that amount has already wiped out more than 25% of the value." Even so, Shixuan questioned whether she would give up the company easily. But Daejun confidently explained that her loss of 140 trillion won in stock investments was a grave criminal matter. There was no way to cover this up. At this point, it wasn't just a business failure she could walk away from, causing Shixuan to sigh. "So must I take the brunt of it and play the villain again?" Shixuan asked, but Daejun shook his head, stating that he would be the one to step forward this time. He further asserted to his uncle that they needed to clarify who the true owner of the shopping mall was, which caught the older man by surprise. "Are you really going to reveal yourself?" Shixuan warned, adding that his aunt would be shocked and the rest of the family would become even more wary of him. But Daejun just smiled calmly, saying she wouldn't tell the others. "Actually, it's more accurate to say she won't be able to speak," he added, leaving his uncle confused until a sudden, piercing scream erupted. "Director Wu, please save me." Lin Ziyu burst in, shouting, "Manager, save me." Seeing him, Shixuan hurriedly asked what was wrong, and a trembling Lin Ziyu explained that Shenyang had turned him into a scapegoat. "If this continues, I'll be forced to take all the blame," he said, shocking both of them with the news as he tearfully recounted how manager Li Zuji had paid him a visit. "He nitpicked every flaw and shifted all the blame onto me. It's truly unjust," he lamented, leading Daejun to suspect that if Li Zuji had intervened, they must have uncovered Director Lin's illegal acts. Director Lin understood the contract between her and Fantasy perfectly, knowing that the only way to escape Shenyang's threats was to turn to Fantasy. The company had the potential to become the new owner of the mall, and facing the panicked Lin Ziyu, Daejun simply smiled as his thoughts aligned. "It was a blunder not to see our true colors. A fox fleeing the Shenyang tiger has only walked into a wolf's den," as both Shixuan and Daejun now looked quite menacing. This was Director Lin's fate, and Daejun then spoke up, setting a condition for their assistance to the director. "We must know everything," he demanded sternly. "Tell us exactly what mistakes were made or what laws were broken over there." Lin Ziyu confessed to causing a massive disaster, but Daejun dismissed it, saying he wasn't talking about the director's own mistakes, which caught the man off guard. "I'm talking about Director Chen Ruyun, since manager Li Zuji is merely acting on her behalf," Daejun clarified, getting straight to the point. His face froze in shock. At that moment, he emphasized that if Director Jin Rui Yun had held a knife to Director Lin's throat, he should seize it and hold it to hers instead. Following those words, Lin Huiyu remained motionless for a while as the three people in the room faced each other in tense silence. Sweat poured off Lin Huiyu from the stress as he struggled to swallow. In his fear, he hesitantly asked, "Manager Jin, is that really true?" In response, Dao Jun seriously asked if Director Lin hadn't already anticipated this outcome, the possibility of the fantasy company taking his aunt's position. Lin Huiyu admitted that was the case, but Dao Jun pressed further, demanding he reveal the whole story and pressuring him about the 140 trillion won his aunt lost in stock investments. He questioned the origin of those funds and where the capital came from. Xixian stood by silently as if waiting, which only added to the man's discomfort and hesitation. Nevertheless, Dao Jun smirked, saying they needed this to hold a knife to his aunt's throat, or else manager Li HD would suggest they both lower their weapons first. These words prompted Lin Huiyu to look at Xixian. All he received in return was a shrug from the man. Meanwhile, Dao Jun clarified that he wasn't telling him to set a trap for his aunt. He only needed to tell the truth to provide sufficient evidence. Then, he softly warned that he would be the one to decide if the truth Director Lin provided would become a sharp blade. Time passed until the afternoon, when the meeting room was filled with investors, all wearing equally solemn expressions. Lin Huiyu quickly started the meeting, urging the CEO to make a choice as time was running out. Hearing this, Su frowned at Director Lin. He asked why he was in such a rush, saying one should show gratitude, especially since Chairman Jin had supported them so much. In response, he became even more frantic, arguing that they had to save their own lives first. However, this only met with Su's anger. He told him his behavior was unacceptable, questioning how he could betray Director Jin after she had trusted him so much. An argument erupted, but everyone else remained silent. Lin Huiyu argued back fiercely, asking if they thought he was saying this just for his own gain, to which the other man retorted, "If not that, then what?" Finally, he couldn't hold back and shouted that Director Jin was the one who caused the mess, yet she was shifting all the blame onto him. His anger echoed through the room as he mentioned the 140 trillion won, fearing he might face a decade in prison for it. Lin Huiyu then bitterly declared that if he had to go down, he wouldn't go down alone. Those words startled Su, who gasped in shock. Meanwhile, Lin Huiyu revealed that all the records for the Sun Yang shopping mall and hotel passed through his hands, and he possessed all the files on the embezzled slush funds. He threatened that if this came to light, not only the mall executives, but all related general managers would be summoned. Su slammed his hand on the table, angrily asking if he was being threatened. In contrast, Lin Huiyu calmly reassured them. "CEO, this situation isn't entirely bad. It's an opportunity to rebuild." He then suggested that this was their chance to join forces and escape Director Jin Rui Yun's shadow. Su immediately questioned him, asking if he was referring to Fantasy Sound. He confirmed it, stating they were waiting for the right moment and shouldn't let the opportunity slip away. At that moment, Su fell into thought for a moment while he continued to explain that Fantasy was merely an investment firm. By contract, if they became the largest shareholder, the mall group would achieve an ideal separation between ownership and management. After hearing that, Su finally understood, asking if the mall could potentially transition to a professional management system because they were an investment firm. He firmly asserted further, asking if there was any company owned by an investment firm that didn't follow a professional management structure. "Actually, we already separated from the Sun Yang group a long time ago, and Chairman Jin can no longer do anything about it." With those final words, he captured their attention. The prospect of escaping the family's control made the silent investors reconsider their positions, and only Su was laughing inwardly at the thought of running a completely independent company. The scene then shifted to the skyscraper where Dao Jun worked. Even though it was early morning, Rui Yun entered gleefully. Then, the first thing that caught her eye was his presence. As expected, she appeared overjoyed to see him. Dao Jun spoke calmly from his side, welcoming her. She approached him and asked where Director Wu was, wondering if he had arrived yet. Dao Jun immediately replied to his aunt, informing her that Director Wu would not be coming today. He explained that he was there on the director's behalf, and she could discuss any matters with him instead. Rui Yun quickly agreed upon hearing that, noting how convenient it was to settle things easily with her own nephew. She felt they could speak freely. Dao Jun simply gave a polite nod as was expected. In response, she eagerly asked if Director Wu had mentioned anything to him. This question caused Dao Jun to suddenly turn serious. He stated that they first needed to confirm whether she could fulfill her debt obligations. News of the massive stock losses had already spread throughout the industry, so he advised her not to try and hide it. Despite this, Rui Yun burst into laughter. "Don't exaggerate like that. You're making me worry," she said. Meanwhile, Dao Jun continued his interrogation, noting that even paying off old debts was difficult. "You also need to figure out how to immediately repay that sum of over 100 trillion won." He asked for her plan, but she remained indifferent. "Well, since you put it that way, I'll be counting on you," she replied. Dao Jun was puzzled, asking what she meant by relying on him. "Yes, lend me a little more," she said. This surprised him, and he asked if she truly wanted to borrow more money. 150 trillion won. "I'm borrowing exactly the amount needed for the stock collateral," she promised, suggesting the interest terms remain the same and asking him to relay this to Director Wu. Dao Jun silently judged her, thinking she still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation, before asking if she meant she was unable to pay the principal and interest. Su Yun defended herself, claiming he was being overly dramatic and that she wasn't unable to pay, but simply wanted an extension on the deadline. Dao Jun's tone grew more serious as he demanded she state clearly whether she could pay on time with only a few days left in the year. He pressed her to admit if she was truly insolvent, leaving Su Yun stammering in shock at his directness. He placed a folder down and stated he would record her answer as an inability to pay, then threatened to begin transferring the collateralized shares as per their contract. This included the distribution company, the department store, and the hotel, all moving to Fantasy's ownership, and he asked if she had any objections. Su Yun became agitated and asked how he could treat her this way, but he coldly told her not to shout since his hearing was perfectly fine, leaving her face red with rage. She asked if that bastard Wu Shixian had ordered this, but he didn't answer and only stared at her coldly while she muttered in frustration. She complained that they had used some random money to buy the Shun Yang Motor Company for a bargain, and were now targeting her business like common thieves. Refusing to back down easily, she ordered him to tell that bastard he would pay a heavy price for looking down on the Shun Yang group. Seizing the moment, he calmly countered that relaying such useless words would achieve nothing, causing Su Yun's expression to turn blank with confusion. He sternly reminded her to wake up and ask if she truly believed that screaming and making a scene would solve her problems. With a piercing gaze, Dao Jun declared that the department store group she held would belong to him today, a revelation that sent Su Yun into a state of deep shock. Despite her shock, she tried to persuade him to talk to Director Wu, but he abruptly cut her off with a cold tone that made her freeze. Dao Jun asked why he should bother persuading Wu Shixian when the man had no interest in the department store group anyway. Su Yun was stunned and asked what he meant and why Wu Shixian would have no interest in such a business. Dao Jun calmly explained that if the entire department store group, including Shun Yang Distribution, slipped from her grasp, she should consider who would take it. He noted it certainly wouldn't be Wu Shixian, and while she was still trying to understand, he quickly revealed the truth. He emphasized that everything would belong to him, stating that both the motor company and the department store group would be firmly in his hands. Finally, Dao Jun coldly announced that he had no intention of feeling even the slightest bit of sympathy for her current predicament. Rui Yun could only stare in disbelief, while Dao Jun watched her in silence, wondering if the shock was too much for her to handle. She still didn't grasp his meaning, and after a moment, Rui Yun struggled to speak, asking Dao Jun what on earth he was talking about, to which he simply shrugged and confirmed that was exactly what he meant. He clarified that while Director Wu Shixian actually had no interest in this matter, the contract was entirely his own idea, yet she continued to question him. She asked if it was true that her company would belong to him, and Dao Jun calmly responded, asking if he had ever spoken nonsense to her before. He declared that he would be the owner of Shun Yang Distribution starting next year, provoking Rui Yun to scream and accuse him of betraying her. Dao Jun shot back, asking when they were ever in the same boat, and reminded her that their family had always lived in a state of high vigilance. He then bluntly accused her, stating that betrayal never existed because she had never truly viewed him as a partner from the beginning. Rui Yun's face contorted with rage as she realized she had only been using him, and she screamed at the bastard for daring to make a fool of her. Her bath towel fell to the floor in her fury, but she ignored it, suddenly asking if he was also the one who suggested the stock investment. He frowned and asked if she had forgot, reminding her that when her stocks gained 4,000 times their value, he was the one who advised her to sell. Though she had sold them, she secretly bought them all back behind his back. When he finished speaking, Rui Yun suddenly shrieked, prompting him to tell her to calm down. Rui Yun continued to yell, asking how he dared, but he coolly replied in his capacity as the major shareholder of Shun Yang Distribution. Dao Jun slowly stated that he hadn't decided whether to let Director Jin Rui Yun keep her position, suggesting it would be better for her to remain calm and rational. Rui Yun immediately mocked him, telling the brat to follow the contract, which would only give him a 30% stake. She admitted he was a major shareholder but told him to stop dreaming about fantasies, as he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything, while continuing to berate him. She told him a shareholder should only care about dividends and focus on keeping their seat at the annual shareholders' meeting. Rui Yun struggled to breathe with a distorted expression, while Dao Jun remained composed, speaking as a shareholder with a 30% stake. He stated he would sue her for abuse of power and embezzlement for losing company funds in stock investments, causing Rui Yun to finally show fear. He analyzed further, noting that once a major shareholder speaks up, replacing the CEO or other company leaders is not difficult at all. With a cold gaze, Dao Jun added that people like her, who manipulate the company without an official role and cause damage through embezzlement, must be removed from the organization. Thanks to that intimidation, Seo Yun regained her composure and attempted to explain, asking if his grandfather had failed to teach him such matters. She smugly raised her voice to explain that holding no official position within the company was a strategy for these exact situations, allowing one to rule without bearing any responsibility. With a smirk, Seo Yun confidently declared that such was their nature, to which Du Jun smiled and replied that he didn't need a lesson to understand that. He countered just as sharply, noting that the entire nation was aware of it, not just him, prompting a sarcastic retort from Seo Yun. She mocked him, saying that even if people knew, they could only watch helplessly, and that he was no different from an ordinary citizen who likely had no idea how to act. Following his logic, she further questioned whether a major shareholder truly possessed the power to replace the CEO or the leadership at any given moment. Seo Yun then asserted that those individuals must also be held accountable, but as soon as she spoke, Du Jun let out a faint, cold smile before taking his next move. He quickly pulled out his phone and pointedly asked if everyone had heard clearly, leaving Ryu Yun completely stunned by his actions. At that moment, the investors and Lin He suddenly arrived, their presence catching her off guard as Ryu Yun scrambled to her feet while they entered. Lin He held his phone out as evidence while he calmly remarked that his aunt insisted everyone must share the responsibility. He glanced over and suggested they listen to the thoughts of those expected to share the burden, questioning if they would truly take the fall for her, which provoked Ryu Yun fury as Dao Jun continued. He suggested that instead of accepting a random disaster, they might all point their fingers at her to save themselves, noting that the 140 trillion won director Ryu Yun lost belonged to the company they managed. Dao Jun provided further detail, mentioning that director Ryu Yun placed absolute trust in their unwavering loyalty. He asked if it was true that she expected them to bear the legal consequences for the missing funds, and as he finished, Lin He slowly tucked the device into his pocket. A moment later, he bowed deeply and apologized to the director, stating he could not afford to grow old in prison, prompting the others to echo his apology in the awkward silence. Ryu Yun was stunned once more, her fists clenching tightly in rage as she gritted her teeth in utter shock. She then denied everything, asking who mentioned prison and questioning their faith in Sun Yang as she desperately tried to persuade them. She claimed that whatever the boy did was irrelevant and that the worst outcome would be a suspended sentence, to which Lin He immediately responded. He suggested that the director would likely be declared innocent, a response that confused Ryu Yun, before he added that if people like them received suspended sentences, then the director would surely be acquitted or have her prosecution suspended, causing her to bark a command for silence as if her secret had been exposed. He countered by asking why she had conducted a secret investigation behind their backs if she truly trusted them, leaving Ryu Yun visibly terrified. She stammered in confusion, but Dao Jun suddenly interjected, telling her to stop digging for minor flaws to exploit the company's leaders, which made Ryu Yun scream in shock. She cried out in disbelief, but he immediately clarified that if any of them were placed under legal investigation, he would file a lawsuit against her. He noted that everyone present would serve as a living witness, effectively silencing her before he took the initiative to stand up. Dao Jun reassured them that their current positions would remain unchanged regardless of the company's direction, asserting that they were in a state of war and could not afford to act recklessly. Finally, Dao Jun told everyone they could return in peace, leaving only Ryu Yun to hang her head in utter helplessness. After some time had passed and the room grew quiet, Ryu Yun lay slumped on the chair in a daze while Dao Jun waited silently for the right moment to suggest they speak realistically now that she understood everything. He emphasized the problem, asking how she would manage to earn 140 trillion won to repay the company within the next few days. Grandfather is not the type to invest money in a company that has completely separated from Shun Yang, so there would be no way to stop the inevitable. Additionally, Dao Jun suggested that while she still had her elder uncles, they were far more heartless than him, so there was no need for further discussion. He then took a deep breath to compose himself before Dao Jun directly offered her a choice, telling her he was giving her an opportunity. He explained that if she seized this chance, they would be allies in the same boat, as he was not the type to betray others just to save himself. Despite this, Xiao Yun firmly objected, asking if he expected her to work under him and how he dared to say such things, but Dao Jun made a proposal. He told her to look at director Wu Shixuan and see that he also worked under him, asking if she did not see the respect they shared. She immediately questioned if they were truly equals and why director Wu Shixuan would do so. Yet Xiao Yun suddenly realized something. She quickly inquired if he was the true director of fantasy investment, to which Dao Jun responded with a cold and indifferent expression. He told her to look at the bigger picture, leaving her stunned, while Dao Jun glared and mentioned being the majority shareholder with over 95% of the shares. He continued to strike at Xiao Yun with an increasingly terrifying tone, stating that he was the one who controlled over 70% of the company's funds. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was utterly shocked as she faced Dao Jun, her breathing quickening and her thoughts falling into total disarray. Fantasy Investment was the firm holding the largest amount of cash in the entire country, and she could not hide her panic regarding its true owner. Wondering if it was truly Dao Jun, she listened as he revealed that the acquisition of the Ye Jin Group and the takeover of Shun Yang Motors were his doing since the year 2000. He noted this happened while he was still a first-year university student and asked her directly if she truly wished to treat him as an enemy. Xiao Yun was left in a state of total confusion as he reached out his hand, advising her to take it since she could never defeat him no matter how hard she tried. He suggested she continue enjoying her life as a member of the wealthy clan, noting that her elder brothers would never offer her such an opportunity. Dao Jun's proposal weighed heavily on her, leading a hesitant Xiao Yun to ask if her father already knew the truth, which he immediately confirmed. He stated that the old man was the only one who knew his true identity, which was why he had been granted control of the motor company, continuing to pressure her mentally. He confidently asserted that the chairman's favor was not due to bias, but because he was the only family member worthy of being trusted to lead the Shun Yang Group. At that time, Rui Yun was both skeptical and surprised, while Dao Jun anticipated her thoughts, explaining that unfortunately, his grandfather favored his son over his own granddaughter. "Is that why grandfather only entrusted me with the company's financial management?" she asked, and Dao Jun quickly added that he had a certain premonition. "He likely foresaw that you would eventually seize everything for yourself," he said, causing Rui Yun to break into a cold sweat under the soft glow of the ceiling lights. The light brightened the room as the two sat down to talk, with him revealing everything transparently and leaving nothing hidden. "The decision is now yours," he stated, bluntly warning her that a 10,000-year prison sentence awaited if she refused to cooperate with him. The embezzlement of 140 trillion won would become the top headline in the news. She remained in a state of shock as they sat in a heavy silence, staring at each other. He silently hoped she understood that their grandfather wouldn't help her regardless of the circumstances, as he loved Shun Yang above all else, and only trusted the one he saw as the future leader, Yang Tian. Meeting those expectations, Dao Jun displayed a rare maturity. Returning to the present, she began to inquire about the terms of their potential alliance. Satisfied that this moment had arrived, he smiled and explained that she would need to manage the shopping mall conglomerate on his behalf. Meanwhile, director Wu Shixian would manage fantasy. Though Rui Yun appeared visibly surprised by the arrangement, he immediately clarified the situation. He explained that he would hold the final authority over executive appointments, and she would no longer be permitted to use company funds as she currently did. She listened intently as he guaranteed her a life of worry-free luxury, prompting Rui Yun to pick up her fur coat and ask what her next move should be. Having prepared in advance, Dao Jun got straight to the point, offering to purchase her shares in Shun Yang Distribution for 140 trillion won. Amidst Rui Yun's tension, he noted that he would become the majority shareholder with a 55% stake before producing a polished pen. Dao Jun cheerfully invited her to cooperate so she wouldn't lose her status as Jin Yang Tian's daughter, and she slowly reached out to take the pen. Her fingers brushed the pen, signaling her consent. As the situation settled and night fell, he went to meet with Yang Tian. Once a territorial dispute concludes, the first step is to report the outcome to the emperor, following the necessary protocols and etiquette. In response, Yang Tian remained composed, noting that nothing feels more like a betrayal than hearing such news from an outside source. He quickly asked about his granddaughter's state, to which Dao Jun replied that she was fine and that he would ensure her lifestyle remained unchanged, causing the old man's expression to soften. "I appreciate your hard work," the old man said, though Dao Jun still expressed his regrets for causing him any distress. Yang Tian offered him words of comfort, sharing that although he had felt uneasy after leaving the conglomerate, he could finally rest easy now. The elder praised him for not being the type to forget favors, smiling with satisfaction before the young man made a proactive promise. "I will make the conglomerate even stronger and more prosperous," he vowed, as Yang Tian nodded before suddenly questioning Dao Jun. "I have a question," Yang Tian said skeptically, asking if the stock market was a trap for Ryu Yun, but Dao Jun denied it. "No, everyone knows new data technology," he explained, pointing out that she was merely one of the many who had invested. The difference was that, while ordinary people invested small savings, she had used a massive amount of money taken from the company's funds. Yang Tian still questioned if he had been the one to spark the incident, but Dao Jun remained calm and denied the accusation. "I just didn't miss the opportunity. I was lucky," he said, and the elder stopped asking but continued to scrutinize him closely. Dao Jun broke into a sweat, realizing the man didn't trust him and likely thought he had done something underhanded. Eventually, Yang Tian called his name, and when Dao Jun reflexively answered, the elder gently advised that he hoped the boy would not be like him. Surprised by the request, he reflected for a moment before assuring the elder that he understood what was causing him worry. He promised that such a thing would never happen, now or ever, which finally made Yang Tian smile brightly. "All right, thank you," the elder said, and though Dao Jun smiled back, he knew this man had ruthlessly cast aside his only brother for the company. He concluded that his grandfather feared he would treat his children the same way, while Yang Tian asked why Ryu Yun's management was so successful. Dao Jun answered skillfully, suggesting that she had successfully grasped the true nature of their VIP clientele. He hypothesized that it was because she stood at a higher level than them, a point that the elder quickly agreed with. "Yes, her social ties with the wealthy make it natural for her to understand their needs," the elder explained. He added that her insights were valuable, and the staff followed them perfectly, telling him that he should learn from this. He nodded, saying he wouldn't need to learn it since she would continue in that role, while secretly calculating his next move. His grandfather would understand the meaning, that he would keep her in her current position rather than discarding her like a useless person. Yang Tian replied softly, noting that he appreciated Dao Jun for being unlike others who only knew how to spend, as he possessed excellent foresight. He shared his experience, stating that the ability to evaluate objects was the result of constant observation and daily interaction. Finally, Yang Tian confidently remarked that discerning true value wasn't for boasting but required practice, advising him to refine his skills further. Dao Jun then asked if such a skill was necessary, not only for managing malls and hotels, but for many other endeavors as well. The old man smiled kindly, saying that since he was still young and life was long, it would be a useful tool to enrich his future. He followed along and replied that he would keep it in mind, as the atmosphere between them grew significantly more peaceful. Dao Jun sensed the old man's internal conflict regarding his daughter and grandson, but when he tried to speak, Yang Tian cut him off. Then looking at him with a gaze full of pride, Yang Tian praised him once more in an affectionate tone. He told him he had worked hard, causing a flash of surprise in Dao Jun's eyes as memories of his humble beginnings resurfaced. Having seized the Yajin Group and planned for Shun Yang Motors, he now controlled the hotel and mall, making him a major group leader. Now ranked 17th in the business world, Dao Jun humbly credited his success to his grandfather's timely gift, further pleasing the old man. Yang Tian joked that his modesty was misplaced, before confiding that the chairman of Duxuan had heavily supported his own eldest grandson. Despite receiving massive capital and investments, that man had squandered everything and was now living as an unemployed person in the European branch. Dao Jun smiled at the hidden meaning as the old man advised him to continue moving forward quietly and steadily, one step at a time. Dao Jun quickly agreed to be more cautious to avoid involving anyone else, which allowed Yang Tian to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Later that day at a luxury apartment, a glass was slammed onto a table as Rui Yun grumbled, asking if he would keep his word or cast her out. Dao Jun gently replied that he would certainly keep his promise, as he was not the type of petty person to go back on his word. He clarified that she would be the official vice chairman in charge of operations, emphasizing that she must take more responsibility for the company. Dao Yun scoffed at being vice chairman while he was chairman, but Dao Jun explained that he only owned the company, and would only monitor its performance. He revealed that the chairman position would remain vacant, a surprising fact that stunned Rui Yun as he continued to provide more information. That position could be yours, or it could be filled by two others, or perhaps a representative from the board of directors of the hotel and shopping mall with an outstanding track record. She suddenly smirked with heavy sarcasm, asking if he intended to oust her if her business results were poor, to which Dao Jun readily admitted that for a business person, competence is everything. His next words forced her to knit her brows, as he stated they only needed to care about revenue, profit, and strategic vision, prompting her to ask hesitantly. Her request to continue using the hotel suite as her office was met with his immediate refusal, as Dao Jun firmly stated it was not allowed and issued his own demand. I have set up a vice president's office at the Shenyang distribution headquarters, so you should work there. However, you may still use the hotel suite as your home. Xiao Yun could only submit to these arrangements with bitterness, while Dao Jun thought that since he had granted her half the power, it was time for her to learn what she lacked. If she succeeded, he would continue to partner with her, but if she refused to change and remained a foolish corporate matriarch, he would not. He silently judged that she would only become a mediocre wealthy woman, and in the next moment, Dao Jun took the initiative to call out to her. To lift her spirits, he brought up a different topic, noting she had likely guessed his ultimate goal was the chairmanship of the Shenyang group. He suggested that if she stayed by his side and helped him, she would become the sole vice president of the Shenyang group, implying he would keep that position open for her. Despite this, she asked dejectedly if she would always be his subordinate, but Dao Jun calmly reassured her that she should simply take things one step at a time. Xiao Yun suddenly grew angry, asking what on earth he meant by one step at a time, and arguing that the title of vice president of the shopping mall group was merely a hollow name. She claimed it had prestige but no real power, yet he dismissed her and advised that the road ahead was long and would be quite time-consuming. He told her to prepare in the meantime, leaving her to frown in confusion and ask what she was preparing for, to which he bluntly replied that she should prepare everything. He told her to prepare to overthrow him and take his place, further suggesting that while he was busy eliminating his uncles and dealing with his cousins, she would have her chance. He noted that if she prepared well, she would have many opportunities to make him disappear, a statement that caused Xiao Yun's face to harden slightly. As she gradually understood, she asked if his point was that once he cleared all the obstacles in his path, she would only have to contend with him alone. Xiao Yun even smirked as if she were the one who would benefit from the struggle, but Dao Jun remained calm and laughed, warning her it wouldn't be easy since he was no pushover. This reminder acted as a wake-up call for her, while he became pensive, thinking that hope is the cruelest thing, driving people to endure the impossible because of their expectations. People continue to endure and wait through hardships because of it. Just as in the mythical Pandora's box, it was curiosity and expectation that forced humanity to bear all those perils. She will continue to be led astray by her own foolish expectations as time continues to slip away. And late at night, Yang Jai shouted in a fit of rage. This brat has finally started to show his true colors, and that foolish girl Zai Yun actually let him snatch the shares right from under her, while Dong Jai spoke calmly nearby. He slowly took a sip of tea, noting that since their father had kept things so tightly under wraps, it was no surprise fantasy could seize them so easily, yet the man still lost his temper. Dong Jai analyzed that businesses like shopping malls, hotels, supermarkets, apartments, or golf courses only require purchasing land and constructing buildings. Then questioned the other man about whether they needed technology or machinery, but before he could answer, Dong Jai dismissed it, saying they only needed real estate and manpower. However, Yang Jai was completely bewildered by what he was hearing, so Dong Jai quickly suggested that the two of them should invest in the real estate market together. They would build a hotel and brand it with the Sun Yang name to finish the job, and he immediately outlined a plan to entice Zai Yun's subordinates to join them. Therefore, he told him there was no need to worry, but Yang Jai coughed slightly and asked if it was true he had been meeting Wu Shixian often lately about the maritime company. He also asked about the Gu Song shipbuilding acquisition, and if anything related to this had been mentioned, but Dong Jai simply frowned and said that was exactly his point. Wu Shixian is likely lost in his own delusions right now, which truly shocked Yang Jai, who asked what kind of delusions he meant as he mysteriously shared a secret. It was the delusion of becoming the leader of a massive conglomerate, but the man still did not fully grasp the situation and blurted out his confusion. Dong Jai then explained the details, stating that fantasy's capital comes from America, and the Americans place their full trust in Wu Shixian. He was the one who acquired the company by seizing rare opportunities from the IMF, and he firmly believed that even if he acted as the boss, the American investors would remain silent. However, Dong Jai suddenly cut him off, saying it was still possible to turn that delusion into reality, which made the man uncomfortable as he wondered what was happening. This time, he sternly reminded him, asking if he had forgotten that 17% of their group's shares were held by Sun Yang Motors. If Dao Jun were to seize the financial arm of the Sun Yang Group as well, Wu Shixian's face would appear to suggest an exchange of those 17% shares. By trading them for a few companies within the group, he would at least break into the top 5 business rankings, and Yang Jai's expression darkened as he realized the implications. He quickly imagined that it would be the same as losing half of Sun Yang, and both men suddenly fell into an uncomfortable silence. Gentle morning sunlight bathed Yang Ji's villa, creating a scene that stood in stark contrast to his mood, and he was very surprised as Dao Jun replied in a serious tone. Yes, the atmosphere immediately grew heavy as both fell silent, and Yang Ji spoke first, mentioning that the restructuring of a Jin and Sun Yang had already been completed. It is said that director Zhao Dahao and chairman Song Xian Cheng have resolved everything smoothly, earning them high praise from the business community. Dao Jun maintained a calm demeanor, appearing as though he intended to initiate a change, which piqued the old man's curiosity as the youth nodded softly. Indeed, it is undeniable that surpassing Dejiang Motors is a difficult feat, so we must look toward the global market, he said, prompting a dry laugh from Yang Tian. My boy, Dejiang is merely mediocre on the international stage. If we cannot even catch them, what hope is there for the world? The elder remarked, but he continued to provide examples. He argued that production volume and sales figures are not everything, noting that even the Olympics feature various events, which led the old man to offer a light jab. You certainly have a way with words, the old man remarked before asking directly what he meant, to which Dao Jun replied that they should become a beloved car company, leaving Yang Tian skeptical. Suddenly, the old man burst into laughter as if it were a joke and continued to mock him, saying that even a passing dog would laugh at someone who cannot even handle romance talking about being loved. Flustered by the sudden teasing, he blushed and asked if that kind of love was the same as this, but Yang Tian simply brushed the matter aside. Fine, never mind, the old man said, falling into a pensive silence as if waiting for someone, until a gentle voice suddenly called out from nearby. I have arrived late, Chairman, a voice said, causing both of them to turn instinctively and see Zhao Dahao standing before them. Yang Tian greeted him warmly, remarking that it was a shame to call him away on New Year's Day, when he should have been home receiving blessings from his grandchildren. Zhao Dahao gently replied that receiving greetings from grown children was more of a burden than a pleasure anyway, as he placed a gift bag onto the table. He noted that this was actually a good opportunity, and upon seeing him, Dao Jun bowed and wished Director Zhao a healthy new year, to which the director kindly acknowledged his presence. When the director asked why he was alone, Yang Tian explained that it was actually the boy who had requested his presence, causing Zhao Dahao to chuckle. Is that so? It is quite pressuring to be summoned by the largest shareholder, he remarked, a comment that left Dao Jun feeling somewhat surprised. Realizing that Director Zhao knew he was the true owner of Fantasy, he felt uneasy until the old man reassured him that the director was a very discreet person. Since Shanjiang Motors had been handed over so readily, it was only right to explain the reason, and Zhao Dahao looked at him with an expression of complete trust. Dao Jun politely admitted his surprise, but noted it was not a secret that needed hiding, before apologizing to Director Zhao for any perceived rudeness. Zhao Dahao calmly replied that it was necessary given the many prying eyes, as the world would be in an uproar if they knew a 20-year-old student had acquired the Ye Jin Group. He further speculated that since the student was a third-generation heir of the Shanjiang Group, it would surely cause a scandal involving allegations of privilege and illegal gifting. He thought to himself that he only wanted to avoid his uncle's attention, while Yang Ji took the initiative to stand up. Fine, let's go to the study to talk privately, the old man told Dahao cheerfully. It seems this boy has much to say to you. Dahao looked on expectantly, but he was stunned after hearing the plan to turn the brand into a beloved company. Dahao nodded solemnly as Dao Jun explained his vision of producing unique, specialized cars that people would truly yearn to own. Dahao pondered the idea of a desirable car, while Dao Jun began analyzing the industry trends from around 1996. He explained that Ajin Motors bought a Lotus design for a two-seater convertible, but its manual production led to inevitable financial losses. Dahao recalled the past and confirmed he was the one who stopped that production line before asking for more specific details. When asked if he wanted to make sports cars, Dao Jun denied it, asking why they would ever produce a vehicle at a loss. He shifted focus, explaining his goal to create special models like a compact car that female office workers could buy on credit. He confidently proposed a coupe for men in their 30s and a pickup truck that middle-aged men would want as a second vehicle. Dahao was visibly moved by the idea, but pointed out that compact cars and coupes were already saturated in the market. He argued that pickups didn't fit local tastes, but Dao Jun insisted that people simply didn't want the current models available. Dahao was shocked, so Dao Jun explained that existing compacts looked cheap, coupes lacked elegance, and pickups looked like utility trucks. Dao Jun asserted that no one would want such unattractive cars, while Yang Ji remained silent and listened to the conversation. Dahao countered by saying that regardless of how good the design was, those types of vehicles would never sell in large numbers. Yang Ji argued logically that family cars were the primary sellers, and that other categories rarely reached a break-even point. He noted that the industry relied on mass production, but Dao Jun proposed a new strategy of operating the production lines in two directions. Dahao questioned if parallel production could work and held his head in disbelief, asking if Dao Jun even cared about profit. But Dao Jun saw that the 21st century would be an era of diversity and difference. Dao Jun clenched his fist, declaring that they must develop challenging cars and maintain a mindset that caters to the dreams of enthusiasts. He stated that even a decade of losses would be acceptable because everything in the world would be completely different 10 years from now. Following those declarations, Dahao and Yang Tian looked at each other and shared a knowing smile. A moment later, boisterous laughter echoed through the room, while Dao Jun watched his two seniors in bewilderment as the old man spoke nostalgically. "You sound just like I did when I first founded Sanjiang Motors," the old man said, and Dahao nodded in agreement, noting that the chairman had once said the same thing. The next words were spoken by both in unison. 10 years of losses are fine. If needed, I will even sell the underwear I am wearing to invest." This left him completely stunned, while Dahao continued the story, mentioning that only a year after receiving the accounting report, things changed. He asked if the boy knew what was said, and as curiosity took hold, he repeated the words verbatim. "He told me that if this continued, my neck would be in danger, so I had to get rid of the losses immediately." Dao Jun's expression soured as his good intentions were twisted in such a way, but the old man quickly encouraged him, saying it was fine. "I trust you will be different from the chairman," he said, leading the young man to casually ask the director if he understood his intent, to which Dahao replied cheerfully. He mentioned his grandson was very wealthy, but are you certain you can handle this? Besides, the most vital requirement for a popular car is its design, he said, and Dao Jun replied immediately. "I will recruit the best designers. Just let me know the criteria for the car," he said. But Dahao seriously warned Dao Jun about the risks. He warned that once a car company starts losing money, it is hard to recover, and the investment could be lost. But Dao Jun firmly replied that he had enough funds for 10 years, including China. This revelation left Dahao stunned, questioning the mention of China while looking at Yang Tian in confusion. Sensing the situation, the old man acknowledged the boy's determination. "Fine, I admit you are serious, but it will cost a fortune. Time, quality, and money are 3 factors that are always at odds," he explained. Dahao then seriously stated the requirements. To shorten the time frame and improve quality, a massive initial capital investment would be necessary. Dao Jun asked for an estimate of the amount, leading Dahao to reflect that China would certainly implement a 50-50 investment system. So it would be at least $250 million, which would allow for an initial production scale of about 100,000 units, he calculated. Dao Jun nodded in agreement and finalized the plan to start the business with an initial investment of $500 million. Finally, he mentioned that this included any additional costs from the rush, and the amount Dao Jun disclosed left the man gasping in utter disbelief. In contrast, Yang Tian clapped incessantly and boasted about the boy's wealth, while Dahao remained in a state of shock amidst the tense atmosphere. Later, at a major corporation, Rui Yun and Chang Zi faced each other in silent tension. She noted his healthy look, while he sneered that she maintained her appearance well for a woman in her 50s. She replied with cold indifference, "I've heard plenty of such compliments. Does it feel so different now that I'm no longer your woman?" Zhang Zi simply adjusted his glasses, noting her stony demeanor, before she bluntly told him to stop there and state his business. She proposed a business partnership rather than a reconciliation, leaving him surprised by her sudden invitation to collaborate. Zhang Zi mocked her, asking why she'd want a partner now after the price he paid to leave, and if her father would truly stay out of it. She asserted that her father was unable to interfere, yet he remained skeptical about whether the man would truly keep his hands off. He questioned if her father really surrendered the company without any safety clauses, but Zai Yun countered that she understood the matter better than he did. She dismissed the idea of safety clauses as useless, nonchalantly declaring that she currently possessed nothing at all. Zhang Zi frowned and asked what she meant, but Zai Yun brushed him off, so he decided to drop the matter since she refused to explain. He asked again if she truly wanted to partner with him, causing Zai Yun to look away pensively before offering a playful response a moment later. She expressed a desire to work in the Pyeongchangdong office before she grew old, a remark that was enough to turn Zhang Zi's face pale. Time passed quickly, and Su Yun had returned to the corporation. Inside the office, Dao Jun spoke up first, mentioning he had reviewed the report and asking if she had devised a strategy yet. She immediately replied that she was working on it but questioned if they weren't being too hasty. With a worried expression, she added that Incheon International Airport was set to open next March, yet there wasn't even a plan for selecting contractors, making their rush seem premature. He stood his ground, noting that his grandfather's approach was always to finish adjustments before the bidding war erupted. He asked if she was ignorant of this. Though she felt belittled, she bit her tongue, and Dao Jun quickly followed up with more data. He understood the scale of Incheon Airport perfectly, insisting they could not let the duty-free business opportunity slip away. He then provided further essential details. Additionally, reports suggested the government would grant licenses for at least 3 downtown duty-free shops in Seoul to coincide with the airport's opening. In contrast to him, Su Yun offered a confident smile, asserting that there was no way they could exclude the Sun Yang group, because they were always part of the Big Three. Her remark caused Dao Jun's expression to turn icy. A moment later, he called her name, and Su Yun instinctively looked up. He challenged her, pointing out that the government was aware of the change in their company's shareholders and knew they were now independent of Sun Yang Group. He asked if she really thought they would still be favored under that pressure. Su Yun appeared dazed. He continued indifferently, stating that grandfather would definitely not interfere this time. While people used to act on their own, they would now do nothing without grandfather's direct request. Su Yun began to ponder his words more deeply. Witnessing her reaction, he let out a frustrated sigh. Dao Jun then took charge, announcing he would meet with officials from the Ministry of Finance and the Customs Service to settle things. He instructed her to thoroughly review the documents regarding the duty-free shop. She immediately pouted, questioning why she had to go through such a pile of paperwork. Ultimately, he had to remind her of her role. When she asked who would have the final say, he pointed out that she was the vice president. Su Yun scowled inwardly for a few seconds, but she soon let out a helpless sigh and set her pen down. Her demeanor became more haughty as she asked if he truly knew nothing about her. Dao Jun coldly replied that he knew she had never bothered to read a single document. He explained that if she wanted to succeed in business, she had to examine those files and understand them thoroughly. He didn't expect her to be an accountant, but she at least needed to review the reports and plans. She gave a reluctant nod, promising to look at them, but suggested that her talents should be utilized for more appropriate and efficient matters. Dao Jun spoke slowly, stating he had plans to leverage her connections, but the timing wasn't right. However, Su Yun cut him off. She claimed that her greatest skill wasn't actually networking. Her mysterious tone piqued his curiosity, and she then boldly declared she was an expert at driving consumer shopping behavior. Dao Jun paused in surprise, asking exactly what she meant by that. He wondered to himself if she really influenced how people shop, as fashion trends were typically dictated by elite designers and top-tier celebrities. In return, Zio Yun bluntly requested that he approve several billion won in marketing expenses, and then wait to see how she would handle it. Faced with her unusual demeanor, he fell into deep thought, and as the next few days passed quickly, things finally began to progress. Numerous magazines were now scattered across the table, and seeing them, Dao Jun curiously asked what they were, to which she boastfully replied that they were lookbooks for this year's spring and summer fashion shows. At the same time, Zio Yun filtered out the valuable information, noting that these lookbooks included collections from Paris Haute Couture and major fashion weeks in Milan, New York, and London, leading her to assert her point. She explained that their task was to select marketable items from the collection as the primary rule of the industry, while Dao Jun stared indifferently at the pile of books before she boastfully told him to just wait and see. Men generally lack interest in fashion, which is a disadvantage when managing malls and hotels. Yet Dao Jun's gaze happened to fall upon something specific, and he quickly picked up a volume, asking his aunt what it was since it didn't look like clothing. Zio Yun took a quick glance and pointed out that items like curtains and bedsheets were also very significant. Meanwhile, he found another magazine and asked if those items were the same, prompting Zio Yun to suddenly ask for his opinion on them. Dao Jun followed his intuition and remarked that they looked quite nice, causing her to smirk and reply that they were naturally beautiful since they were all expensive luxury brands. She noted that the cheapest item cost a department head's monthly salary, while the expensive ones equaled a year's pay. But his indifferent reaction to her analysis made Zio Yun sigh in frustration before telling him to listen closely. She explained that being expensive didn't always mean it was good, as some things only looked pleasant to the eye while others truly shone when worn or placed within a home. Then she bluntly asked Dao Jun how he would choose, and he honestly replied that he would naturally prioritize items that were practical and usable. However, Zio Yun challenged him by asking if he thought things that were merely visually appealing lacked significance, questioning if people would even reach out to touch something that wasn't beautiful. That question led him to deduce that if a customer never touched a product, a purchase would never occur, and if they weren't satisfied with its use, they would never return to buy it again. Dao Jun gradually fixed his gaze on Zio Yun, who seemed to be waiting for that exact moment to declare that fashion, in general, required a refined sense of taste. Zio Yun then asserted that while budget stores were organized by price points, the cost was irrelevant when it came to luxury goods. Finally, she boastfully raised her voice, stating that the key was to attract customers solely through aesthetic sophistication, a moment that changed his perception of Zio Yun as he felt a sense of her superiority. In the following days, the atmosphere at Sun Yang Group shifted noticeably, and a surprised Dao Jun stood outside as he contacted a company in Paris to send them all the materials. Voice from inside confirmed the order, and as someone rushed out of the room, he looked closer and found it hard to believe that Zio Yun was now busily delegating tasks. Jia Yuan, standing nearby, asked if the setting was still being handled by their old partner, to which she sternly replied that this event was very special as it involved a crucial project. Remember to tell them to pay closer attention. Hearing this, she understood his intent and replied, "Yes, sir." Additionally, Zio Yun pulled out a black card and handed it over. "Use this for the invitations." She gently took it. Then another meticulously prepared letter was handed over by Zio Yun. "Prepare the menu like this and book a chef from Luxembourg. Let that chef handle the cutlery as well, as he has excellent aesthetic taste." The employee nodded. "I understand, Vice Chairman." He then hurried away under Du Jun's watchful gaze, which remained fixed on the exit. Even after they had left, Du Jun kept staring at the doorway. A moment later, Zio Yun sighed. "It's been a long time since I felt this refreshed. Looking at beautiful things is invigorating despite the fatigue. It truly lifts one's spirits, doesn't it?" Suddenly, she turned to Du Jun and asked, "Du Jun, do you know what I just did?" However, Zio Yun maintained a cold demeanor. "You likely used your keen insight to request luxury items with high commercial value. Is that all you know?" She pursed her lips, speechless at his response. "Why is your understanding so limited?" Du Jun then explained. "I'll have to ask you to explain the rest. Are you planning to buy that entire inventory? Spending 10 billion to purchase that lot is impossible." Zio Yun immediately denied it firmly. "Do you take me for a fool who would buy everything, that 10 billion? Is a marketing cost to buy the absolute loyalty of 100 wealthy and powerful Korean socialites." She explained the goal was to have them praise their hotel and mall, which was the true purpose of the 10 billion. Once he understood, Du Jun thought to himself that it had been a long time since he saw her so confident and proud. He wondered if this was her true specialty. Using money to win the favor of the wealthy, Zio Yun continued to outline her plan. First, they had to select standout products for the spring-summer season, then arrange for demo items to be displayed. Du Jun listened obediently. "I understand that part," he said. However, she added that once the demo goods arrive, they must be exhibited along a designed route, allowing customers to examine each item and easily purchase them as coordinated sets. "Isn't that right?" The idea startled him. "Coordinated sets?" Seeing his surprise, Zio Yun explained, "Exactly. If they buy a hat, they must find matching earrings. After that, they'll want a necklace. Once they have the necklace, they'll need a matching dress and then a pair of high heels to complete the outfit. That is my intention." Du Jun wondered, "Can't we just put everything on mannequins?" She immediately criticized him, saying that only applied to standard off-the-shelf merchandise. "Items intended for VIP clients are extremely sophisticated. They must select each piece individually." She waved her hand dismissively. "Mannequins often feel too forced and rigid." Hearing this, Du Jun remarked on how complicated it was. Zio Yun admitted that working in this industry was no simple task. Still curious, he asked if the samples would be delivered to the customers' homes for selection. She nodded, confirming that on the scheduled day, Staff would bring the items and arrange them according to the client's style. They simply shop from home, and Zio Yun even provides thorough consultations for them. It is considered the premier service, so they keep the items at their residences. They also keep a stock at their European villas or New York apartments, as traveling with heavy luggage is far too inconvenient for them. Upon hearing this, Dao Jun told himself he understood, just as she suddenly gasped as if a new thought had struck her. Zio Yun then extended an invitation for him to join them this time, confidently asserting that it would be a wonderful idea. A PR role filled by the grandson of Chairman Shun Yang, the son of an actor and a film director, a handsome third-generation heir with the looks of an idol. Pleased with the idea, she praised him, noting his impressive profile, though Dao Jun still wondered why she had chosen him. Zio Yun reassured him calmly, saying he only needed to make an appearance and a brief introduction while the expert team handled everything else. She confidently claimed those wealthy women wouldn't be able to sit still when they saw a young, handsome third-generation heir of Shun Yang standing right there. Zio Yun directly invited him, suggesting they might even compete to make purchases, and told him it was the only thing he could truly flaunt. Dao Jun was initially quite surprised and felt uncomfortable being used as bait, but he couldn't deny that meeting them would help increase revenue. As the person primarily responsible for the company, he felt it was his duty, and he finally gave a smile. He agreed to proceed with the plan, a decision that left her stunned as she hadn't expected him to comply so easily. Dao Jun smiled politely, explaining it was for the sake of sales and that they should aim to set a new record, which moved her once again. Dao Jun secretly guessed she was surprised because no other grandson in the family would be willing to sell their smile to boost revenue. He understood that most would despise such work and resent having to bow before customers, likely refusing the task in a fit of rage. Dao Jun then asked if Phase 1 was complete, but Zio Yun questioned if he knew the Luxembourg chef she mentioned, to which he admitted his curiosity. She quickly explained that he was a famous chef from a restaurant in Luxembourg, Paris, who would arrive via private jet with his entire staff. Dao Jun was slightly surprised by the mention of a private jet, while Zio Yun calmly added that they would transport all the ingredients on the plane. They planned to display the latest products in the hotel ballroom for 100 wealthy women, making Dao Jun feel heavy-hearted about such an extravagant display of luxury. Meanwhile, Zio Yun smirked, noting that everything, including tables, cloths, chairs, and cutlery, would be fully transported by air. "That is what a true luxury exhibition should look like," he remarked, before lowering his voice to inquire about the identity of those 100 individuals despite his wariness. Xu Yun answered promptly that they were the nouveau rich, noting that their living rooms and homes were far too cramped to accommodate dozens of outfits and accessories. These were people who viewed tycoon families with envy, leading Dao Jun to conclude that they would listen attentively and readily accept her recommendations. Xu Yun confirmed his suspicion immediately, spreading her arms as she explained that hosting the exhibition in the hotel ballroom was her choice, ensuring everyone would listen if she spoke personally. She mysteriously hinted that it might trigger another effect, and when Dao Jun asked for clarification, Xu Yun quickly emphasized the hidden factor. It was jealousy and rivalry. Realizing this, Dao Jun felt exhausted, thinking that women were truly terrifying for turning simple shopping into such a fierce competition. Conversely, Dao Yun aggressively detailed her plan for those 100 people to compete with one another, her words conjuring images of a room packed with people. The individual who placed the most orders would be the ultimate victor, creating an atmosphere akin to an auction for those who feared defeat more than death itself. Her smile grew more wicked as she imagined their desperation manifesting through their shopping habits, while Dao Jun's expression gradually turned cold. He then spoke up, noting that he understood her point, but wondered if this was a sales tactic designed to manipulate consumer behavior. Xu Yun professionally explained that since these individuals frequented boutiques, they held great influence over designers, and their VIP status would eventually cause the trend to trickle down. Despite this, he remained puzzled about how to secure spots in the duty-free shops at Incheon Airport and downtown Seoul, which was their primary objective. Xu Yun smirked, reminding him that the 100 people she had selected were the key figures who held significant influence across various sectors. She had already calculated that by subtly dropping hints during home deliveries, they could consolidate these individuals into a powerful base of support. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes at the realization that true power often came from such leverage, just as Xu Yun paused to address him. Speaking with sincerity, Xu Yun noted that he had previously rejected such methods as appearing trivial and lowly, before offering him some frank advice. She urged him to associate with those seemingly ordinary people who held the nation's power, advising him to build a foundation for future use, leaving him in deep thought. Over the following days, Dao Jun accompanied the team of experts to visit clients, presenting himself with a very polished and professional demeanor. Dao Jun carefully observed the Yin Cheng group, wondering if this was the family destined to become the future president's in-laws, as someone arrived to greet him. When the attendant offered to announce the manager's arrival, he humbly declined, preferring a casual meeting, while a Jin followed closely as they began their work. As the staff meticulously inspected and brought out each item, Du Jun stood to the side, observing the process. He let out a weary sigh. While he knew they weren't overly demanding, the way they treated those outside their clan was an entirely different matter. There was still a long way to go before the exhibition concluded, yet they hadn't even offered him a glass of water. Finally, the first person began to descend. An hour later, an employee went upstairs to notify the clients. Upon seeing them, the staff quickly bowed their heads, and he followed suit, shifting his attention. At that moment, several young women emerged alongside He Yuan, who led the group with a solemn expression. Beside her were several beautiful middle-aged women, followed by some younger girls engaged in conversation. As they approached, he bowed politely. Seeing him, He Yuan smiled and remarked that his presence there was quite intriguing. The tour commenced amidst a sea of jewelry and floral scents, during which Du Jun continuously assessed his surroundings, while the other employees stood in silence. Meanwhile, the women of the Yin Cheng group chatted leisurely about various topics, discussing matters as they viewed the exhibits without requiring any assistance from the staff. It seemed they had seen many such items before, so they felt no need to try them on, only stopping when a unique piece caught their eye. Only then would they summon a staff member to inquire about the item. Du Jun mused that nothing was ever simple before letting out an involuntary yawn. Standing around idly was becoming tedious. Though his legs weren't tired, the lack of activity bored him, and he turned back with a sleepy expression after yawning. Suddenly, Du Jun felt someone watching him. It was Zhai Hui, who broke into a smile and intentionally signaled for him to come over. Du Jun immediately walked over and replied politely. Once he arrived, she asked for his opinion on the piece of jewelry. He innocently replied that it looked quite nice, a comment that caused the room to fall into a sudden silence, leaving the oblivious Du Jun feeling bewildered. The women present stared at him in astonishment, and even the staff clicked their tongues in disappointment, while Du Jun alone broke into a cold sweat. Wondering if he had said something wrong, he quickly added that the item suited her noble style. Yet the ladies' reactions didn't improve, and the atmosphere grew even more awkward. At this moment, NU offered her assessment, and He Yuan, standing beside her, agreed. Mother is right. That young man seems quite interesting and different from everyone else here. He Yuan simply smiled to herself and took a sip of tea after hearing that, while Yejin arrived to rescue him as the nearby staff member professionally introduced the item. This is a 36-inch silver necklace with a 19 diameter, featuring a simple design that elegantly enhances the wearer's beauty. She continued to explain that the classic and elegant yet sophisticated design perfectly showcased the style of a woman with a distinct personality. It represented the dynamic and powerful character of modern individuals in the magnificent city of New York, leaving Du Jun impressed by the staff's professionalism and their ability to describe every piece so fluently. He further mused that with so many products here, they likely had them all memorized, just as He Yuan's voice suddenly rang out. "Is there a problem, young man?" she asked, to which Du Jun politely replied that there wasn't, though she remained skeptical, wondering why he looked so surprised. "I thought something was wrong with these goods," she remarked, while Yejin quickly clarified that there were no issues with the products at all. "These items arrived a few days ago and underwent multiple inspections before being displayed," she added, at which point Du Jun took the initiative to apologize. "I apologize, madam. This is my first time here, so please overlook any errors," he said, but she misunderstood, questioning if Director Jin had sent an inexperienced novice to serve them. "How can this be acceptable?" she grumbled, and sensing the tension, Du Jun glanced at Yejin, who immediately bowed her head in respect. "Forgive us, madam, but Manager Du Jun is actually Director Jin's nephew, and he is here today to oversee the staff as he takes over the mall's operations." The ladies in the room were genuinely stunned, and even Zia En was shocked to learn he was the director's nephew, causing every gaze to shift toward Du Jun. He continued to express his regrets, admitting he should have trained more before arriving, though the tight schedule had not permitted it. "Consequently, things haven't been perfect, and I sincerely apologize again," he said, while she shifted her attitude and asked which grandson he was, to which he softly replied he was the youngest. Her tone turned curious upon hearing he was the youngest, while Endu exclaimed in surprise, asking if he was the sole university law student who ranked among the top 10 in the nation. He quickly responded with humility, claiming that was in the past, and he hardly remembered, as his current workload prevented him from attending school regularly. He admitted his flaws, noting he understood less than the staff member who had spoken. But Zia N remarked that leaders don't always need to know everything, as it isn't necessarily important. She gently explained that as long as customers find the products beautiful and want to buy them, that is enough, while Du Jun listened silently before she ordered 2 elegant hats and some perfume. "That will suffice for now," she said, before instructing the others to pick out their own items and turning to head back. She told them to consult the staff for advice if needed, then invited the young man to join her for a cup of tea and a conversation, and so it was. A cup of hot tea was served specifically for him in that cozy room, where she took a slow sip before asking which year of university he was currently in. He carefully replied that he was a senior, prompting Zia N to curiously ask if he intended to take over the management of the mall, to which he quickly offered an explanation. He explained that everything was just beginning and he hadn't decided yet, as there was no need to rush, causing her eyes to immediately light up with interest. She asked if he wanted to earn his degree from Seoul University first, or perhaps study abroad after graduation to gain more knowledge before taking over the business. Meanwhile, Du Jun wondered why she was so inquisitive about him, eventually suspecting she was trying to gauge whether he had a chance to inherit the Sun Yang group. Or perhaps she wanted to know if he was the type who only thought about securing a small inheritance and settling down. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Or maybe she intended to play matchmaker for him. But she suddenly remarked that he seemed to think quite a lot, noting that young people today are certainly not simple. Du Jun quickly apologized and explained that he was merely wondering if the 2 floppy hats the lady had just purchased truly suited her. Her surprise was evident as she asked if he meant those hats, to which Du Jun boldly expressed his opinion that such a style did not suit her at all. He watched her closely, waiting to see her reaction before deciding his next move. A moment later, Lady Yin Cheng abruptly concluded that she had realized something. She told him it would be best if he stopped trying to take over the management of the shopping mall, a reaction that immediately startled him. Hien appeared perfectly calm after speaking, while Du Jun assessed the situation, shocked because he had expected a completely different reaction from her. He quickly asked why she would say that, and she shrugged, explaining that a wide-brimmed hat would naturally obstruct the vision of an old woman like herself. She admitted she knew she couldn't wear those hats out, which only made Du Jun more curious as to why she had bought 2 of them in the first place. Her brief reply was simply that she liked them, leaving him stunned as Hien remarked that if she liked something, she would buy it regardless. She noted that women will always be women, and if he couldn't understand their basic sentiments, he would never be able to manage this shopping mall. Du Jun remained too shocked to respond while she stood up, commenting that while he might be academically gifted, he was still lacking in matters like these. With a gentle smile, Hien bluntly remarked on his lack of understanding regarding women before they returned downstairs to where the girls were still shopping. She told her daughters to hurry so they wouldn't keep the family waiting, and they agreed as Hien advised them to pick out high-quality items since they were already there. She wanted their purchases to be worth the effort of those who had waited and advised them, which clearly delighted Zai Zai and her friend. As they grew more enthusiastic about choosing jewelry, the lady began walking back up the stairs to her room. But at that moment, Du Jun suddenly spoke up. He asked her to wait, wondering if she was referring to the actress Audrey Hepburn, a sudden question that confused the others while he patiently awaited her response. Hien clearly heard him and paused to reflect before mysteriously promising that he should come to see her whenever he was free. She said they would have more time to talk then, leaving Du Jun with a new realization as the scene shifted to the KC group. This was a major conglomerate specializing in petrochemicals, ranked 14th in the business world, and its current chairman was also a son-in-law of the family. Although it was an open secret that no one dared to voice, the chairman's wife was the true power behind the KC group. Inside the elegant residence, he stood before Shu Zai while the staff bowed deeply in greeting, as Yazhen whispered that they were unfamiliar with her shopping preferences. Chen Daejun realized she had likely heard from the Ren Sheng group that the youngest grandson of the Shanyang group had arrived. As his thoughts trailed off, Shu Zai asked if he was Chen Daejun, the grandson of Director Chen, and he prepared his business card while confirming his identity. He attempted to introduce himself, but she curtly suggested that he should coordinate all business matters through her subordinates instead. She invited him to chat over tea or perhaps a glass of wine, noting that a drink would not interfere with his professional duties. Chen Daejun accepted the invitation since he had no urgent tasks, and their pleasant conversation proceeded smoothly as she maintained a constant smile. He engaged her enthusiastically about his personal life until they stopped near a residential district where Yazhen joyfully reported the latest news. She credited manager Chen for securing this year's spring and summer sales targets, and he responded with satisfaction, though his demeanor shifted once she proved to be correct. he proceeded to visit several other prominent tycoons, where the same scenario repeated itself, and one chairman even granted him a personal audience. This venture yielded significant results, as he gained recognition from key corporate figures and established the necessary rapport to meet them whenever needed. Having reached his desired revenue goals, Chen Daejun returned to Chen Yongqian's villa that night, where the old man abruptly asked what he was planning. Stunned by the question, he listened as Yongqian noted that many elite families were suddenly requesting to arrange blind dates with him, leaving him bewildered. Several days later, the grand banquet commenced, featuring an array of exquisitely prepared dishes meticulously arranged across the tables. The guests applauded the ceremony, as the opening remarks emphasized that a commitment to aesthetics was a vital necessity. The host explained how Shenyang expressed its brand prestige through the trendy heritage line, which featured versatile cropped suits suitable for any event. They also showcased the Signoria line for those seeking classic elegance, while Chen Daejun watched silently from a corner as 7 unique designs were unveiled. Not far from him, Rui En was busy directing the staff, and he watched her focused efforts with a contemplative expression. The presentation's emphasis on luxury and refinement captivated the audience, and the guests began to explore the collection as soon as the introduction concluded. Rui En moved gracefully among the VIPs with her signature smile, successfully selling numerous items through her professional expertise and deep understanding of the clientele. Your presence here has encouraged everyone to spend freely, likely in hopes of securing an invitation to the upcoming fall-winter fashion show. Satisfied with the progress, she nudged him as Zio whispered that they had done enough for now. She suggested that staying too long might diminish their prestige, a sentiment that caught Dao Jun by surprise. He asked if leaving so soon was premature, as many of those present could potentially be of great use to them later. Zio Yun dismissed his concern, explaining that she had already planned to return later to thank the guests and identify the most important figures. Those individuals would be essential for obtaining restaurant permits and government incentives, and Dao Jun expressed his gratitude for the networking opportunity. Zio Yun smirked and told him not to misunderstand, as her actions weren't purely for his benefit, leading him to realize she found him easier to manage than his uncles. She candidly admitted that dealing with him was much more relaxed, a comment that left Dao Jun feeling somewhat confused. His reaction made Zio Yun chuckle, as she explained that she felt a certain confidence in her ability to win against him. She noted that his uncles would never have allowed her to present her ideas or touch the business, and she praised him for the opportunity. He gave her the freedom to act as she pleased despite being rivals, allowing her to plan her moves leisurely, while Dao Jun remained confident. He suspected she was helping him expand his network to pressure his uncles, using him to shoulder some of the burden. She sternly warned him to be wary of his uncles, as they were far from simple and only maintained relationships that yielded personal profit. Zio Yun cautioned Dao Jun that while he was currently protected by his grandfather, that advantage would not last forever. Lowering her voice cautiously, she warned that if anything went wrong, the tax authorities and financial regulators would show them no mercy. They would use every available resource to launch a total assault. A prospect Dao Jun met with his usual stoic expression as he processed her words. He realized she was suggesting they find a scapegoat for such a scenario, an idea she acknowledged with a satisfied nod. She confirmed that his downfall would jeopardize her own peace, then turned to leave while reiterating that her help wasn't purely altruistic. As the rhythmic clicking of her heels faded, Dao Jun felt a sense of satisfaction that his own schemes were unfolding perfectly. He mused that by dangling hope before them, he could lure them into committing themselves and eventually exposing their fatal flaws. Only then could he grasp those weaknesses to create an advantage for himself. One morning in the office, Daejun handed the files to Ajin, carefully instructing her to prepare the list and schedule the visits before reporting back. Ajin gave a serious affirmation, but Ruyun suddenly demanded to see them first. As Ajin turned to Daejun in confusion, Ruyun scowled and snatched the documents while Daejun made a declaration. From now on, I will be the one vetting the invitation list to scrutinize their identities and professions, as that is far more vital than their spending habits, isn't it? She picked up a slip of paper and questioned the note written on it, which Daejun calmly explained was a list of people he would personally give, causing Ruyun to smirk. Reaching for a pen, Ruyun began scribbling on the paper, spending a long time crossing out and revising the content before finally handing the documents back to Ajin. Prepare everything according to my revisions and follow manager Jin Daejun's instructions. Organize the schedule precisely to avoid wasting his time, she ordered, and the assistant acknowledged the vice president's command. Once Ajin had left, Ruiyun exhaled a long breath and remarked that Daejun was a quick learner, noting that his gift list was actually quite sensible. Reflecting on the gifts he had selected, Daejun simply replied that the task had not been particularly difficult. Necklaces for the women and watches for the men. I am merely listing the essentials, he stated, as the other man inquired with doubt about which specific parts had been modified. Zayun rolled her eyes and explained that she only needed to adjust the brands of the watches and necklaces to ensure they complemented the recipient's attire. She questioned him in confusion, asking why he wanted to give them extra gifts when they were of little use, to which Dao Jun solemnly explained that it was because they were government officials. As long as they avoid major blunders, their career paths will remain wide open. This is a long-term investment for the next 5 to 10 years, Zayun remarked gravely. Even without this investment, they are already loyal lackeys who obey Sun Yang unconditionally. Do you realize today's additional gifts alone cost 300 million won? She noted, but Dao Jun firmly replied that he would cover the expense. He assured her that the company would not be short on funds in the near future, and though she waved it off as acceptable, Zayun paused to remind him of her previous warning. There is no telling when the National Tax Service or the Financial Supervisory Service might conduct a surprise audit, Dao Jun added, suggesting they prepare since Sun Yang's distribution arm could be targeted, causing Zayun's eyes to widen in surprise. He proposed a strategy, suggesting that if high-ranking central officials were currently maintaining ties with the North, they needed to have their own people ready 5 years from now. Zayun nervously bit her nails while Dao Jun observed her expression, wondering if she still failed to realize that her brothers were launching an attack against her. He attempted to persuade her to reconsider, noting her closer relationship with his uncles, before Dao Jun firmly pointed out that those two had lost every Sun Yang subsidiary involved in distribution. Do you truly believe they will just surrender and accept such a division of assets? He asked, causing Zayun's face to darken as her entire body began to tremble slightly. Dao Jun elaborated that those two would surely attempt to reclaim the companies the moment they lowered their guard. Then he revealed the reason why they had allowed the entire distribution sector to fall into his hands. It all comes down to those trillions of won, he stated, causing Zayun to frown. Meanwhile, at the group headquarters that afternoon, Chang Zai's voice echoed as he asked Yang Jai if he had heard the news. Yang Jai inquired if he was referring to the matter involving Dao Jun, to which Chang Zai crossed his arms and confirmed that the women were indeed buzzing with gossip about it. He was being described as elegant and sophisticated with a flawless record, and his status as a Seoul National University student made him the ideal candidate for a son-in-law. He added indignantly that the boy had even sent shockwaves through the business world by achieving record-breaking revenue with the department store's spring-summer VIP collection. While the Daehyun department store struggled to even begin its sales, Yang Jai sat in pensive silence, frustrated at having to listen to such matters while already being overwhelmed with work. Feeling extremely irritated, he quietly asked if all of this was truly the work of that boy, Dao Jun, prompting Chang Zai to turn and offer a response. Indeed, wealthy families with daughters are spending lavishly just to impress him, he said, causing Yang Jai to snap in annoyance, questioning why they were still discussing Dao Jun when he had come to talk about Yang Jun. He offered an excuse, claiming he had brought the brat up first because a full discussion would take time, before Yang Jai finally steered the conversation toward the main issue regarding Yang Jun. Chang Ji replied confidently that the task he requested was finished, while the uncle suggested they begin with the simpler matters first. Chang Ji agreed and asked to spare Yang Jun since he had been a wanderer for so long, but Rong Chi smirked and mockingly repeated the word wandering. The uncle looked at Chang Ji meaningfully, noting that the boy had violated his father's curfew to go to Seoul alone, and surely Chang Ji knew why. He lowered his head as Rong Chi mentioned the incident in Gyeonggi last year, where the boy hosted a lavish party with several long-legged models. Rong Chi mentioned the debauchery and asked if he remembered the truth behind it, making Chang Ji unhappy as he asked if the boy should keep living that way. Leaning back in his chair, the uncle replied that if he spared the boy and let him cause trouble in Seoul, it would eventually affect him as well. He frowned and spoke sternly, stating that the boy must be freed so the daughter-in-law could be at peace, as he was only asking for her sake. Rong Chi exclaimed in surprise, asking if he had a child or if she was pregnant, but Chang Ji hesitated and said no, prompting the uncle to ask for the reason. He seriously explained that an investigation into Li Shangzun, the CEO of New Data Technology, would be launched very soon. Rong Chi questioned why the man was being investigated, and Chang Ji gloomily added that trillions of won had vanished without a trace in an instant. Many people were left destitute and forced onto the streets, so the uncle questioned the logic of arresting a CEO whose company's stock was already failing. Chang Ji frowned, noting that with the election only 2 days away, the ruling party needed to secure votes, and both sides were ordering his arrest to increase their support. His mouth curled into a smirk as he spoke of creating a rare fraudster to satisfy the burning rage of the victims, while Rong-chi remained silent. Chang-ji wondered if he should add a few more names to the investigation list alongside that man, which surprised the uncle, who asked who they were. Chang-ji's face turned sinister as he named Wu Shixian, Dao Jun, and even their only sister, Zio Yun, leaving Rong-chi completely shocked. The atmosphere between them became heavy as Chang-ji expressed his anticipation, telling him to wait and see the great drama that was about to unfold. He noted that it would be perfect if they could identify his sponsor in America, causing Rong-chi to shout in anger about the ongoing stock redistribution. He asked why he was causing more trouble and if he thought their father would allow this, but Chang-ji simply adjusted his glasses. He stated that their father couldn't stop it, and the prosecutors couldn't hide anything, while Shixian frowned at a newspaper report about a founder's daughter. She currently managed a shopping mall and had caused massive losses through stock investments, he noted as he set the paper down. Anyone who reads this will recognize it's your aunt, Du Jun replied darkly. I had my suspicions, but the Han Cheng daily confirmed them. He tilted his head, certain it was his eldest uncle's work. Shixian rested his chin on his hand, wondering what kind of brother would betray his own sister like that. Giving her the mall wasn't random. They were just waiting for a mistake to crush her. Shixian asked for his opinion, and Du Jun vowed to stop the humiliation. An investigation by the prosecution would be a major issue, especially with the duty-free shop permits nearly finalized. Shixian reached for his phone. I'll handle the other newspapers to keep this from spreading, Shixian said. Du Jun stood up, saying he would visit his aunt and return soon. Zio Yun screamed in a rage, warning her brother to stop immediately. She slammed the table, asking if he thought she was unaware of his money-laundering shell companies. She threatened to expose his secrets so they could both be disgraced. Zio Yun screamed, vowing to see who would lose more before slamming her phone down. Du Jun handed her a glass of water. Zio Yun took it and asked if he had seen the news. He calmly told her not to worry. We are stopping other papers from reporting this, Du Jun said as he sat down. Only Han Cheng Daily published it, and they will stop eventually. Zio Yun fell silent, staring at the paper with a frown. She knew it wouldn't end there. Once Han Cheng ran the story, the prosecution would act. Du Jun calmly noted they could mobilize her supporters, but for now, she had to avoid the media's attacks. I understand. I have my own ways, Zio Yun replied gloomily. Du Jun then asked if she knew anything about his eldest uncle's shell companies. She gripped her hair, admitting she knew of them but lacked evidence because she never expected this. Her eyes turned cold. Since my brother has been this heartless, I cannot remain still, she said. Du Jun asked in surprise if she had already formed a plan. Her face darkened as she smiled dangerously. She was done with their sibling bond. If he drew his sword, she would respond in kind. Du Jun wondered who could influence the prosecution. He thought of Zhang Zi, her ex-husband, and the mayor. He wondered if their connection was truly over. As Du Jun watched Zio Yun, his phone rang and he answered it. The voice on the other end said there was trouble and that his father was in a rage. Du Jun asked in confusion why that was. He was told a subpoena for him to testify had been sent home. Du Jun remained calm, but the caller warned that the situation was chaotic. Even your own uncle is the one targeting you, the voice said. Du Jun's face grew tense while Zio Yun watched him curiously. Documents were scattered across the table as Yun Jai paced back and forth in a state of confusion, turning toward the door just as Jin Shu poked his head inside and exclaimed, Goodness, brother, why did you summon me in such a hurry? Yun Jai asked cheerfully if Xian En and Tai Xian had arrived with him, stepping aside to let Tai Xian enter as the young man gave a formal greeting, saying, Hello, Director. I heard you called for us urgently, he noted, to which Yun Jai replied courteously, Yes, that is correct. Please, everyone, take a seat first, as the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew somber. As Tai Xian sat down, he asked curiously, Director, did you call us here regarding the editing matter? While Yun Jai closed his eyes wearily. I apologize, but I didn't call you here to discuss the production team's affairs, Yun Jai explained, leaving Tai Xian and Xian En bewildered, while Jin Shu made a blunt suggestion. Brother, whatever the issue is, please feel free to speak your mind, Jin Shu encouraged, prompting Yun Jai to adjust his glasses and admit, Actually, there is a favor I would like to ask of you both. He threw his head back and laughed, saying, Yes, please go ahead. You were the one who helped Xian En and Tai Xian shine, so just tell us what you need. Before Yun Jai finally posed a question. Are the two of you dating? He asked, to which Tai Xian blushed and replied, yes, that is currently the case, leading Yun Jai to sternly request, I want you to announce your relationship tomorrow. Actually, it would be even better if you did it today, Yun Jai added, causing Jin Shu to shout in frustration while Tai Xian and Xian En looked on in confusion, as Jin Shu broke into a cold sweat, worrying that since they were receiving so many advertising offers, this move might ruin all the film crew's hard work. Yun Jai's expression darkened, leaving Jin Shu in a state of shock as a shadow fell over his face, realizing that if he refused now, the relationship between them would come to an end. He knew he wouldn't be able to rely on him for anything in the future, and Jin Shu was lost in thought, considering that the man was also a member of the Zun Yang family. He held the greatest influence in the film industry, and swallowing hard, Jin Shu mused that this was like taking a massive gamble before awkwardly apologizing. This is a bit sudden, and I've been somewhat rude. I'm sorry. With a forced smile, he agreed. That sounds fine. We can discuss marriage later, but keeping your relationship a secret must be exhausting, so you might as well go public now. Tai Xian clenched his fists as director Jin Shu reminded them in a cold tone. Have you two forgotten who is responsible for the positions you hold today? Tai Xian and Xian En exchanged glances as he continued. You should help him at a time like this, and not let those hypocrites out there cloud your judgment. Do you understand? Yun Jai tried to intervene, telling director Jin not to make things so difficult for them, before bowing his head in gratitude and saying, Xian En, Tai Xian, I am entrusting everything to the two of you. I will certainly remember this favor, so please help me just this once, he pleaded, leaving Tai Xian utterly bewildered as he exclaimed, Goodness, Director Jin, why are you doing this? Please lift your head. I understand, so let's just do as you wish, he said before turning to Xian En and adding, Xian En, this secret was bound to come out sooner or later anyway. Should we just go public with it now? He asked, and she replied hesitantly, I will go along with whatever you decide, as Yun Jai broke into a bright smile. A newspaper was slammed onto the table as Yang Ji crossed his arms and growled. These people are pulling all sorts of crazy stunts, aren't they? Before turning to Hang Jai and asking, So does this mean the eldest has begun? You are launching a counterattack, aren't you? He replied, Yes, Chairman. HG added that the Eastern District Prosecutor's Office had quietly initiated an investigation into Vice Chairman Jin Yangji. Yang Tian was stunned. The Eastern District. Isn't that Mayor Q's hometown? HG confirmed. Yes, it is said that General Manager Jin Yangji requested their assistance. The old man's expression darkened as he asked if they dared to involve prosecutors in a family dispute. Yang Tian let out a long sigh, his lips twitching as he wondered if his family had truly reached such a low point. Yang Tian added that he no longer had the face to meet the prosecutor general. Junshuo scratched his cheek and replied, Oh no, Chairman, you are being too modest. The old man then inquired with anticipation. So how is the investigation progressing? Junshuo answered promptly. They have only requested a witness appearance so far, however. Yang Tian asked curiously, Don't hesitate, just say it. Is there some difficulty? Junshuo disclosed that they had suddenly targeted Fantasy Investment, which was rumored to have a close relationship with the chairman. The old man closed his eyes dismissively, questioning what ties they meant, as those people were actually trying to seize his company. Yang Tian then sternly told him to set that matter aside. What about the mess my daughter made? Is it difficult to handle? Junshuo placed his hands on his thighs and replied that since she was a victim who lost a significant amount of money, it shouldn't be an issue regardless of the circumstances. He continued by saying the company's funds had been recovered, and unless the shareholders protested, it would be hard for the situation to escalate. Yang Tian listened with interest. So what will happen if the prosecutor general does not issue any special orders? Junshuo waved his hand, explaining that since they were all colleagues working within the same organization, such a thing would not occur. They would simply verify their findings and reach a conclusion after both sides discuss the matter. Yang Tian remarked calmly. In that case, the prosecutor general has no reason to be overly concerned. Junshuo explained dejectedly that there was actually only one thing weighing on his mind. Would like to confirm something, Chairman? Yang Tian casually told him to proceed, so Junshuo brought up his concern regarding that investment firm called Fantasy. Does that company truly have no connection to you, Chairman? HG fell silent upon hearing this, while Yang Tian's expression turned menacing as he asked why that mattered to him. Junshuo hesitantly explained that Ajin Group, Shancheng Motors, and Deya Construction were being acquired one after another, and now even Shancheng Department Store was facing the same fate. He added that based on share fluctuations, they held a massive stake in Shancheng, which couldn't have happened without the chairman's tacit approval. Yang Tian stroked his chin, and noted that he had sold the motor company during the financial crisis. He explained that he lacked the foreign currency to repay the hot money debts, and the department store was seized because of the trouble his foolish daughter had caused. Junshuo adjusted his glasses as Yang Tian stated there was no tacit consent involved. He then looked at Yang Tian and asked if he had received the latest information. He mentioned that the Financial Supervisory Commission had begun monitoring fantasy investment, noting that while it was foreign capital, its origins remained obscure. It was unclear whether it was speculative or legitimate capital. Yang Tian gritted his teeth in irritation, declaring that money is just money regardless of its source, and told them to stop such pointless actions. Junshi raised his eyebrows, noting that it was speculative capital that had amassed a fortune during the IMF crisis before vanishing, so caution was certainly justified. Yang Kaiyan curled his lip in a sarcastic smirk, claiming he knew them and that they weren't speculative capital. They brought in dollars to acquire failing firms and paid full wages, which wasn't how speculators behave. Junshi lowered his gaze, stating that if the Financial Supervisory Commission launched an investigation, he would take it as a sign that no serious issues existed. Yang Kaiyan scowled and asked if it had already started, to which Junshi reported hearing that a formal request for cooperation had been sent to the U.S. Internal Revenue Service. The old man laughed heartily, remarking that they were quite skilled at putting on a show, before Junshi stood up and acknowledged that he fully understood the chairman's position. He promised to monitor the situation quietly and reach out if anything unusual happened, prompting Yang Kaiyan to smile thinly and apologize for the trouble. Junshi bowed respectfully and left, leaving a furious Yang Kaiyan to shout at HG about how much that man had taken from Yangji, while the assistant apologized profusely. After HG noted that small sums were hard to track, Yang Kaiyan asked about the FSC, and HG confirmed that Vice Chairman Jin Yangji was meddling everywhere, leading the old man to mock his cowardice. HG reminded him that his opponent was no ordinary person and was the type who required absolute vigilance at every single moment. Yang Kaiyan emphasized every word, stating that when facing a fearsome opponent, haste leads to defeat, and one must patiently wait for the right opportunity before leaning back to plan for the post-election period. He decided to remove the FSC director and the prosecutor general for being too easily manipulated by Yangji, a plan that HG acknowledged. The assistant then asked if he intended to leave Dao Jun alone if Vice Chairman Jin Yangji continued to escalate the matter. Yang Kaiyan smiled with clenched fists, noting that if the boy aimed for his position, then the prosecutor's office was a place he would have to frequent in the future anyway. Yang Kaiyan crossed his arms and suggested that a preliminary test wasn't a bad idea, while HG sighed at the thought of a law student debuting before legal authorities so early. As Yang Kaiyan stared into the distance, the scene shifted to a large company where Dao Jun sat across from Jiang Zhai, wondering if he was about to be interrogated. Prosecutor Jiang Zhai spoke casually, suggesting it was just a simple witness statement and nothing significant, though his tone remained speculative. When asked if the matter was grave enough for an interrogation room, Dao Jun calmly replied that he would provide thorough answers once he knew what was considered important. Jiang Zhai scowled at the response before laughing, dropping his pen onto the desk and loosening his necktie as he prepared to change his approach. He remarked on how the world had changed since the days when suspects were forced to reflect against a wall to make dialogue flow better, making Dao Jun realize this was a blatant display of power. With a slight smirk, he contemplated whether to provoke the man a little before Dao Jun suddenly asked the prosecutor if he suffered from an inferiority complex. Yang Zai was stunned, wondering why he was being treated like a criminal after being summoned as a witness, a realization sparked by this display of authority. Is that not the case? Why else would you be so sensitive? Yang Zai roared in fury as Du Jun placed a hand on Prosecutor Li Gangzai's lap. He calmly advised him to lower his voice, noting that no amount of shouting would prevent his transfer to the provincial prosecutor's office next month. Yang Zai flinched as Du Jun played with his psyche, questioning why he was surprised since prosecutor appointments in Korea were hardly state secrets. He indifferently added that while only prosecutors knew about him helping a wealthy friend dodge a DUI for some pocket money, it wasn't truly a secret. Du Jun lowered his head, explaining that this was the reason for his provincial transfer, leaving Yang Zai speechless as Du Jun coldly cut him off. While investigating was a prosecutor's right, anyone could gather information, and Du Jun firmly declared he could use his wealth to investigate the man in return. Claiming his file on the man was likely twice as thick, Du Jun pointed a pen at Yang Zai and told him to stop wasting effort and finish quickly. He insisted there wasn't a speck of dust to be found on him, and as Yang Zai stared at the pen, the tension broke when Du Jun's expression softened. Gritting his teeth, Yang Zai snatched the pen and sarcastically remarked that the tycoon's grandson was quite formidable, predicting he would be a frequent visitor. Du-jun stood up nonchalantly, accepting the remark as a compliment and asking if he was free to leave since there was nothing else. Yang Zai rested his hands on the chair, stating there was evidence Jin Rui-yun treated company funds as her own, while Du-jun watched him silently. Looking somber, Yang Zai explained that when she replaced the funds, the shares of Shanjiang Distribution had already been transferred to Fantasy. She claimed it was a coincidence, but he didn't buy it, prompting Du-jun to close his eyes and calmly state that it certainly wasn't accidental. She took company money and sold shares to compensate. Du-jun speculated as Yang Zai stood up in shock, suggesting she moved funds to a shell company. He noted it likely excluded months of interest from her misuse, and once the fine was paid, it would end, concluding that he had provided his answers. With Yang Zai's veins bulging in anger, Du-jun walked away and pulled out a card, prompting the confused prosecutor to ask what he was doing. Du-jun calmly replied that no matter how thorough the probe, it was a futile effort, akin to merely picking up a few scattered crumbs, warning that the opponent was a powerful tycoon family ruling the nation. He cautioned that the blade of the investigation could easily turn back on them. He added that the case was handed to an obscure provincial prosecutor, just for show, because the one who requested it was no ordinary person, making Yang Zai frown. "That is enough," Du-jun said with a smirk as he made a warm suggestion. "Please accept this. Instead of a family tree, consider it a sturdy lifeline you have grasped." Du-jun held the card while Jiangxi stared at it intently. Then he tucked it into the man's pocket and placed a hand on Jiangxi's chest, telling him to seek him out whenever necessary. Du-jun confidently declared that he would demonstrate how he differed from Vice Chairman Jin Yangji before walking out with a mischievous grin on his face. People usually start with the small fry, yet they never know who those insignificant ones might bring along. Later that afternoon at the office, Chixuan leaned back in his chair. "So did you manage to find anything out?" Du-jun asked nonchalantly, noting that those who cannot afford to appear weak often overcompensate by feigning strength as a defining trait. "And what about you?" Chixuan asked while rubbing the back of his neck, explaining that it concluded with only a few formal questions, since it was a favor requested by Vice Chairman Jin Yangji. He merely went through the motions of an investigation, leading Du-jun to ponder with his hand on his chin that only his aunt remained. While Chixuan realized Vice Chairman Jin Yangji was not actually targeting his own sister, he solemnly informed him that the true target was actually Du-jun, causing the young man to exclaim in surprise, "Me?" as Chixuan began to explain in a somber tone. "Indeed, he wants to conduct a deep investigation into the fantasy company you control from the shadows," he said, causing Du-jun's eyebrows to rise as Chixuan offered his perspective. "Du-jun, you could ask your grandfather for assistance," Chixuan suggested, but he placed a hand on his thigh with firm resolve and refused, stating he could not do anything to disappoint the old man. Chixuan repeated in bewilderment, "Disappoint him?" To which Du-jun narrowed his eyes and asked if it wouldn't be just like running home to ask an older brother for revenge after losing a fight. He recalled Yang Tian's gaze, knowing that if he asked for such a favor, his grandfather would look down on him with utter disappointment, since this was merely an internal family struggle. He exuded a dark aura while noting that his grandfather only cared about the final outcome, leaving Chixuan to gloomily rest his chin on his hand and contemplate the nature of those in tycoon families. Back at the office, Jiangxi's voice rang out as he bowed deeply to Director Jin, apologizing for his previous rudeness, while Du-jun politely lowered his head in return. "It is fine. You are merely performing your official duties, so it cannot be considered rude, especially since I also behaved improperly. So let us just call it even and move on." Jiangxi felt immense relief and thanked him. So Du-jun gestured toward a chair and asked why he had come, prompting a flustered Jiangxi to admit that he had been looking into him. "Director Jin, despite being a third-generation heir of a tycoon family, you are quite unique," he said, causing Du-jun to roll his eyes and scratch his head while admitting he was indeed a bit unusual. "Usually, as long as they do not cause trouble, third-generation heirs are considered filial, but I suppose I am the hardworking type of heir." Jiangxi spoke gravely about how wary the elders had become, and as they conversed, Du-jun calmly asked if he was implying that their very vigilance had triggered this situation, and if they intended to form an alliance with him. Du-jun asked in a low voice about the current progress, and Jiangxi turned to report that instructions regarding Director Jin and Director Chixuan were merely to monitor them, leaving only Vice Chairman Jin Ruixuan. His eyes shimmered with contemplation. Considering the situation, it was clear the prosecution's involvement was merely a distraction. Du-jun pried for information, asking how many close associates prosecutor Li Kang-sik had within the Southern District Prosecutor's Office. "Are you asking how many prosecutors will assist me?" Lee Kang-sik hesitated, noting he had a few close allies, while Du Jun continued to probe for more details. What is your ultimate objective? Is it the prosecutor general position, or are you planning a major case to jump into politics? Lee Kang-sik smirked and asked. An objective. Du Jun remained expressionless, fully understanding the bitterness behind that look. He imagined the applause after passing the bar, as every prosecutor dreams of rising through the ranks. Images of being berated and pushed around surfaced, depicting a man buried under stacks of documents, as his dreams slowly withered into a harsh reality. Du Jun thought of law firms, noting that the most practical goal was to become a chief prosecutor before retiring to open a local practice. Lee Kang-sik was surprised by the question. How about it? Du Jun asked seriously, mentioning a lawyer's exorbitant salary. The man became bewildered, asking exactly what kind of figures he was referring to. Lee Kang-sik responded calmly that when a former chief or high-ranking prosecutor enters private practice, the first year's earnings are immense. Lee Kang-sik's eyes widened in shock as Du Jun watched him. With the right respect and connections, it would be at least 50 billion won. Since you've already searched my personal accounts during the investigation, you know exactly how much I have. He swallowed hard, and Lee Kang-sik flashed a sinister smile, realizing that to earn such a staggering salary, one must accept difficult and high-risk assignments. Du Jun began to entice him, suggesting that the more dangerous the task, the swifter the opportunity for advancement would be. Lee Kang-sik seemed moved. A man holding a knife must brandish it to shine, and a hunting dog must bite fiercely to ensure no one dares to look down on him. He gripped his thigh and furrowed his brow, asking who the target of the blade should be. Du Jun replied with a cryptic question, suggesting the man already knew the answer. His eyes narrowed as he asked if it was Vice Chairman Jin Young-kai of Sunyang. Du Jun merely offered a faint smile. Elsewhere, at a major corporation, Young Jun stood up gloomily as Jin Young-kai praised his hard work. He sat down and asked if the boy had greeted his uncle yet. Young Jun replied that he had gone to see him immediately upon arriving in Seoul, earning him a compliment from Jin Young-kai. Well done. You might not realize it, but Yoon-kai helped a lot when you first joined. Suddenly, Yoon-kai threw the door open, startling both Young Jun and Jin Young-kai. Yoon-kai, what brings you here so suddenly? Jin Young-kai asked. Frowning, Yoon-kai apologized for interrupting their reunion and asked Young Jun to step outside for a moment. Young Jun was stunned, and Jin Young-kai shouted in annoyance at the sudden intrusion. Yoon-kai ignored him, sat down heavily, and told Young Jun that he should stay and listen as well. After the boy sat back down, Yoon-kai spoke sternly, telling his older brother that he surely knew why he was there and that it was time to put an end to this. He demanded that the Southern District Prosecution, or the main headquarters, be told to cease all actions immediately. Young Jun broke into a nervous sweat as Jin Young-kai adopted a mocking tone. Our youngest uncle has truly grown up. Just look at that confident posture, he mocked, noting that he now exuded the aura of a chairman. Yun-jai spoke with frustration, remarking that while using the in-law's media connections was clever, employing such tactics against family was rather cowardly. He frowned and continued, noting that the prosecution was the same. No one is without flaws when scrutinized, except perhaps for him. Are you trying to see who has more skeletons in their closet? Yang-jai grinned wickedly, retorting that, upon reflection, he wasn't an ordinary man after all. I never expected you to settle everything with just a few entertainment rumors. Honestly, I'm surprised, he said as Yun-jai stared intently at Yang-jai. That was only the beginning, he threatened coldly. If you don't stop now, eldest brother, I will ensure you can never show your face in public again. Don't just threaten me, Yang-jai roared in fury, mocking him by asking if he truly thought he could do it just because he was called a director at some tiny film company. Do you think you become powerful? Stop being so arrogant, he snapped, while Yang Jun, flustered by the situation, waved his hands to try and de-escalate the tension. Uncle, I don't know what's going on, but please calm down, Yang Jun pleaded. But Yun-jai remained silent, looking away before crossing his arms to question him. As soon as you arrived in Seoul, you booked a special VIP suite at the Haddad Hotel 6 months in advance, didn't you? Who was that room for? He asked, leaving Yang Jun stunned. He curled his lip and listed names, announcers, girl group members, and even Lee Kingsi, whom he was obsessed with, causing a wave of fear to wash over Yang Jun. Yun-jai issued a warning, telling him to be careful with her. Despite being marketed as a pure and innocent new star, she had actually been a runaway during high school. She has been through everything, and her management company is dangerous too. Their chairman used to be a mobster, he said, causing Yang-jai to frown deeply. And I heard she's had some work done. I wonder if you knew. Yun-jai bluntly speculated that both of them were likely involved in those affairs as well. Uncle, please, Yang Jun cried out in a panic. but Yun Jai simply raised his hand and remarked that a rising actress wouldn't have much money of her own. As sweat beaded on Yang Jun's face, he continued, "That gangster CEO is likely laughing right now, imagining the massive fortune he can extort from you." Yang Jai gritted his teeth and hissed, "Stop it, you bastard!" While Yang Jun looked ready to cry, silence fell over the three as Yun Jai pushed up his glasses. "You know, I'm launching an entertainment channel in August," Yun Jai said with narrowing eyes. "It won't just feature movies and dramas, but entertainment news as well." Yun Jai announced his plan to premiere with a series of exclusive reports on the scandalous behavior of Chaebol heirs, speaking in a mocking tone. "With Yang Jun and Ching Jun appearing together, the ratings are guaranteed to soar," he said, causing Yang Jai to lose his composure and ask what Ching Jun had to do with it. Yun Chi smirked and asked back if he was truly unaware that the boy was living with someone in LA, reportedly cohabiting with a foreign actress. "Were there no reports?" That man widened his eyes in confusion as Yang Chi clenched his fists, noting that the branch office had reported nothing out of the ordinary. The reports he received only stated that performance was stable without any major incidents. Yet that man's expression darkened at the news of him living with a foreign actress. If this information were to leak, it would be impossible to keep quiet, Yun Chi said as he stood up abruptly, mentioning he had hired 30 reporters just to operate that entertainment channel. They were all highly experienced paparazzi, and he indifferently added that they had uncovered this much in just a month, suggesting deeper investigations would reveal even more scandals. Yun Chi glared at Yang Chi and asked if he could handle it, to which that man displeasurably asked if he was being threatened as Yun Chi spoke with pure disdain. He asked if Yang Chi couldn't bear his own child being targeted when he was the one who initiated this, then raised his hand and stated that an inheritance battle was perfectly fine. It wasn't that he was unwilling, as past inheritance struggles were as grand as seizing a country. But Yun Chi gritted his teeth and warned him not to touch the children or let news leak while their father was still watching. Pointing directly at Yang Chi's face, Yun Chi fiercely declared that if his Dao Jun was summoned by the prosecution again, all 30 reporters would focus their attention solely on his elder brother. He then turned and walked away, leaving Yang Chi and Yang Jun stunned as that man's face contorted with rage, while Yang Jun broke into a cold sweat from fear. Yang Ji spoke coldly. "Is that boy telling the truth?" He widened his eyes in panic. Daejun, Daejun." Yang Ji struck Yang Jun hard across the face. "You fool." He clutched his eye and cursed, "Damn it." Yang Ji was filled with rage. He turned toward the phone and grabbed it firmly. He urgently ordered, "Call everyone into my office immediately. The secretary, strategy, auditing, and the business support director as well." Yang Jun sat still, enduring the fury. "You bastard." Inside a skyscraper, Daejun and Jihyun were sitting in a room. He suggested that if they wanted to make connections in the prosecution, they could just target the key figures. "In Korea, is there any bond stronger than being alumni?" Daejun narrowed his eyes. "If you approach the alumni network, building close relationships will be easy," he said calmly. "But when it comes to those in power at the prosecution, it's the political prosecutors, right? Those people don't look after their peers out of sentiment, but for money. When necessary, they can simply be bought with cash. So there's no need to rush now." Jihyun smiled and bowed. He suddenly voiced a guess. "Is it because someone even wealthier than Mr. Daejun is backing them? For instance," Jihyun mentioned a target, "Vice Chairman Jin Yangji, for example." Daejun was in no hurry to answer. He responded with indifference. "You know quite a lot. Once they realize I'm on the same level as the vice chairman, they'll naturally side with me." Jihyun put his hand to his nose. "So we'll start with outsiders like me and prosecutor Lee Gangshi." Daejun's brows furrowed. This man wanted to test the waters, not knowing his place. He was somewhat pensive. "If there's something to be examined and tasted, then I should be the one to do it first." Daejun's lips moved as he quietly called out, "Section Chief Pei." Jihyun turned to answer. "Yes." Daejun leaned forward. "Even my grandfather, chairman of Shenyang, wouldn't promise a future to a prosecutor just for requesting an investigation. That prosecutor must protect my grandfather with their own power before he gives them a bright future." His face turned dangerous. "But for me, as long as they help find the necessary evidence, I've already promised a future." Jihyun turned pale. With this condition, wasn't it a very profitable deal? Daejun leaned back in his chair. "Prosecutor Lee Gangshi went to the trouble of bringing this item, meaning he wants to trade. I've promised a generous price, so let's finish it." He was dripping with sweat. Daejun observed Jihyun. "I don't need to play the role of a prosecutor, I need a thorough businessman," he thought firmly. Because a businessman will never turn his back on a profitable deal. Early morning at a skyscraper, Shixian frowned in anger. As expected, the prosecution was just a test. The real target is the Financial Supervisory Commission. They are investigating more than just our company. They are also looking into you and your personal transactions. They They've started tracing the capital from when Korean fantasy was founded. Daejun turned and asked calmly, "Is there anything to worry about?" Shixian then said, "The amount we've moved reaches trillions of won. Even if we only gather the small sums, it will still be several hundred billion. We call it tax optimization, but to them, it is tax evasion. It is a matter of legal interpretation, and if evidence is found, the tax office will intervene." Du-jun took a small sip of his coffee and remarked on the tension, but Shixian immediately reassured him that in the worst-case scenario, they would just pay the taxes and fines with the money they already had. He hesitated for a long time before saying that this wasn't just about money, causing Shixian to pause and ask if he truly intended to go through with it. Du-jun remained resolute, stating that once a sword is drawn, it must strike. He had no intention of merely using it as a threat or seeking a settlement. This meant the war between the Shanjiang group and fantasy was about to begin, and to be honest, it would be a lie to say he wasn't concerned, wondering if they could breach Shanjiang's solid fortress without both sides suffering. Du-jun's confident declaration that he would not retreat left Shixian stunned as he watched him in silence. After a long sigh, Shixian crossed his arms and asked if he had prepared his blade, to which Du-jun nodded in confirmation. Indeed, the next day, a stack of documents was neatly placed on the table, as Jiangxi reported his findings after tracing the offshore companies. They had discovered something that left both Du-jun and Shixian startled. Shixian tensely picked up the documents and carefully examined them. Upon seeing the contents, Shixian grew pensive while Du-jun waited in silence, though he seemed to have already guessed the outcome from his uncle's expression. It appeared to be valuable information, and Jiangxi nervously swallowed as the entire room suddenly fell into a heavy silence. Shixian put the documents back into the folder and smiled, praising the discovery and noting it would have been difficult without help from the U.S., which allowed Jiangxi to finally relax. He had befriended a third-generation Korean-American during a Ministry of Justice training program who helped him, leaving Du-jun confused until Shixian smirked in response. The money was funneled abroad, specifically 20 billion won from a U.S.-linked account, and Jiangxi added that there were no records of where it went after leaving the States. Usually such cases involve gambling debts. Du-jun was stunned by the mention of gambling, but Jiangxi confirmed that only a member of the owner's family could be responsible. Could Vice Chairman Jin Yang-jae be addicted to gambling? Du-jun felt a sinking sensation, realizing he knew exactly who had been causing trouble with gambling their whole life. Memories of her from his past life surfaced, showing a woman with striking orange hair and a noble face. She was none other than his aunt, Pu Zai-ying. Born into a wealthy conglomerate family with everything she could want, she had married into an even larger one, possessing limitless wealth. She loved to own everything and constantly flaunted herself, with men, gambling, and shopping being the indispensable pillars of her life. Du-jun firmly suggested comparing the offshore withdrawal dates with her overseas trips, leaving Shixian shocked that it was the wife of Vice Chairman Jin Yang-jae, which he confirmed. Indeed, let us attempt a political maneuver by leaking information to the press. Once public outcry erupts, the prosecution will surely intervene. Kang Zai appeared anxious, questioning if any newspaper would dare publish the story, as offending Sun Yang would inevitably result in the loss of all advertising revenue. However, Du-jun remained confident, suggesting that while they might be reluctant, they could be incentivized since they owned sectors like construction, automobiles, malls, and supermarkets. Kang Zai waved his hand, clarifying that was the absolute limit. Even summoning witnesses would prove difficult, likely resulting in nothing more than written inquiries and a final verdict of not guilty. Du-jun reassured him that it mattered little, for even if his uncle were truly innocent, no one would believe it, as their sole objective was to inflict damage. At the very least, the enemy would realize he also held a blade in his hand. So he turned to Shixian and suggested that he should first meet with the eldest uncle. He should advise him that if they ceased their actions now, the tension between both parties would dissipate. Yet Shixian remained hesitant, wondering what would happen if they actually stopped. When asked if they would also stop, Du-jun gave a cunning smirk and replied that they would press on, as they needed to demonstrate their resolve during this first encounter. Otherwise, the situation would simply repeat itself. But Shixian was concerned, questioning if such extremes were necessary since they had already drawn their blades against them. He said that because he didn't understand the situation. That man would not stop until something was crushed, and the only question was whether he would shatter it in his own hands. He needed to realize deep down that they were also armed before he would yield. As Du-jun calmly remarked that Shixian seemed to underestimate the situation by only knowing his father, warning him not to trust anyone in their family. Not only his grandfather, but everyone else was equally shameless, leaving Shixian in silence until they arrived at the Sun Yang Company, where he politely thanked the vice chairman for his valuable time. Yang Jai shook hands courteously, stating it was no trouble at all, and that he was always happy to offer guidance to the most charming nephew of the extended family. As they both sat down, Xixian remarked that simply viewing the matter in a charming light should be sufficient. Yang Jai maintained his polite smile while asking for clarification, prompting Xixian to frown in anger and warn him not to let others get caught in the crossfire just because he was wary of Duo Jun, to which Yang Jai laughed and called it a misunderstanding. He claimed to have no issues with him, nor was he acting out of caution toward Duo Jun, leaving Xixian confused as to what the reason could be if it was neither of those things. The man confidently asserted that Sun Yang Motors had taken something that belonged to him, and he was merely seeking to reclaim it, much to Xixian's surprise regarding the automotive division. When asked if he meant the shares held by Sun Yang Motors, Yang Jai only smirked without answering, leaving Xixian stunned and unable to believe why he would claim them as his own. He argued that they had purchased them legally from Chairman Jin, but the man countered that the ownership had only changed temporarily, or rather, he had merely entrusted them during the chaos of the IMF foreign exchange crisis. Stunned by the mention of the foreign exchange crisis, Xixian thought such an absurd claim was truly shameless, while Yang Jai mockingly added that he would pay the storage fees in full. So you should transfer it back. If necessary, I can even buy it at market price, ensuring it won't be a losing deal, Yang Qi said, and then Xixian asked another question. What if I refuse? Xixian asked, while Yang Qi adjusted his glasses slightly, remarking that Xixian was calculating much slower than those who dealt with money regularly. Even if you keep those shares, they are useless and will only cause more trouble for Shun Jiang Group, so you might as well trade them for what you need, Yang Qi stated, and Xixian seemed to have guessed his intent. Are you suggesting that the trouble involves you using state power to coerce me as you are doing now? Xixian asked, to which Yang Qi added that the Southern District Prosecutors and the Financial Supervisory Service were just the beginning, as more formidable players would soon join. Xixian rubbed his chin in thought, wondering if anything could be more terrifying than the cooperation between the Supreme Prosecutor's Office and the National Tax Service, to which the man smirked and mentioned there was one more thing. Concentrated bombardment from the media, Yang Qi stated, causing Xixian to sigh inwardly and think that Dao Jun had been right about how truly frightening this was. Yang Qi's expression shifted instantly upon hearing that, and the room fell into a heavy silence until he finally spoke up a moment later. I assumed Ying Zhai's friend was just an ordinary person, but it seems I was completely mistaken. Neither Ying Zhai nor his friend are to be underestimated. Fine, let's set aside these minor stock issues and discuss something bigger. I want every company acquired by Fantasy to be placed under the protection of Shun Jiang. I can pay whatever price you ask, he stated, but Xixian frowned in annoyance, suggesting that the man did not yet fully grasp the true value of the HVK group. Yang Qi remained composed, asking if Mr. O wasn't an expert in this field who could objectively evaluate the company, so that he could pay its fair value. Xixian had a different perspective, suggesting they first resolve a minor issue by halting the Financial Supervisory Commission's investigation into Fantasy. If that were done, he would also stop, causing the man to frown in irritation. Stop? What exactly do you intend to stop? Yang Qi asked, but Xixian did not hesitate to expose his opponent, explaining that they hadn't been idle and had done some investigating of their own. It appears you've engaged in several illegal transactions, Xixian noted, to which Yang Qi let out a breath, claiming it was nothing significant for domestic companies. Minor violations like these are common. Even you, Mr. O, might occasionally break a traffic law, and it's just like that, Yang Qi argued, but Xixian was quick to counter. Indeed, I might break the law, but never while intoxicated, whereas this situation is akin to driving drunk and running a red light, Xixian replied, leaving Yang Qi bewildered as he asked what was meant by drunk. Xixian's face hardened with seriousness as he revealed that the transaction funds had been funneled into a casino. The man was stunned by the exposure, and Xixian calmly continued. We are currently identifying the person behind this, and since that account belongs to a subsidiary of Shun Jiang, it will be difficult for you to deny it. Yang Qi was so tense that sweat poured down his face. Xixian then handed him a business card, stood up to leave, and provided his phone number. If I don't receive a call from you by the end of the day, I will release all of this information to the media, he warned, leaving Yang Qi feeling as though he were plummeting into an abyss. His fists clenched tightly as he questioned what the man meant by gambling, standing alone in the dazed silence of the room before furiously calling manager Jun Hao to his office. He demanded all foreign exchange account records immediately, and after some time passed, Jun Hao arrived to find Yan Jai radiating a murderous aura. That man asked if there were any suspicious transactions among the records, specifically those that had not been reported to him, leaving Jun Hao too paralyzed with fear to move. After a moment, the manager replied that he had received no reports outside of special matters, prompting Yan Jai to scowl and demand to know if any large sums were suspicious. Jun Hao suddenly remembered something and pulled out a document, reporting that there was a list of transactions made by the madam. He noted that he had highlighted the sections he thought were relevant, and as Yan Jai's face hardened while reading the information, Jun Hao confessed the truth. When he had questioned her, she told him not to interfere, leaving Yan Jai stunned by the figure on the paper, 300 billion, while Jun Hao remained silent. Yan Jai roared in anger, asking if it was certain his wife had used the money, to which the man confirmed the withdrawals occurred mostly in America and occasionally Morocco. Gritting his teeth in a fit of rage, he ordered the man to get out, and as a trembling Jun Hao exited, Yan Jai slammed the stack of documents onto his desk. Veins bulged on his forehead as he seethed with hatred for Wu Shizun, muttering that no matter how hard that man tried, he would learn that Korea belonged to Shan Jiang. He intended to show him that no newspaper would dare publish a story without Shan Jiang's consent. And the next day at the headquarters, Yan Jai relaxed in his chair and asked for an update. Hansu reported immediately that not a single word regarding gambling, foreign accounts, or overseas transfers had appeared in the media, making that man feel very confident. He remarked that Wu Shizun had targeted the wrong person and decided not to stop the investigation, but rather to accelerate it once they found even a shred of evidence. He planned to mobilize the tax office to tear Fantasy apart until they begged for mercy, at which point they would discuss the Ma matter. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening drew their attention, as Xian Yu entered with a polite greeting, prompting a confused Han-Su to ask what was happening. Xian Yu hesitantly presented an online news report, causing Han-Su to cry out in alarm while Yan Jai, still oblivious, demanded to see the content. Han-Su tremblingly handed it over, and though Yan Jai began reading with a calm demeanor, his expression quickly twisted into something hideous. The report detailed high society gambling involving famous figures at a Las Vegas casino, specifically mentioning a key member of Shan Jiang who had been spending lavishly. According to an industry insider, the eldest daughter-in-law of Shan Jiang, Ms. P, had squandered over 100 million won before totaling $300 million in just 3 days, leaving Yan Jai shaking. Xian Yu explained that the news broke this morning in an American publication called the Korea Times Journal, which was the most influential newspaper for the overseas Korean community. Yang Jai was so enraged that he crumpled the paper in his hand and slammed the newspaper onto the table, cursing and demanding that every representative in the U.S. be recalled immediately for allowing such an article to leak. He ordered them to suppress the article in America at all costs to prevent it from reaching Korea, and Han-Su and the others fearfully obeyed his command. After the two of them hurried out to handle the matter, Yang Jai remained there fuming and panting heavily as he gnashed his teeth in anger at Wu Shixian. Yi Yangji was currently watching the news on TV, where Tai Huan was reporting on an investigation into a group of over a dozen social elites involved in international gambling. Authorities possessed concrete evidence proving these acts, and since they violated foreign exchange management laws involving a major conglomerate, a corporate investigation was now unavoidable. Notably, the gambling locations were not the usual spots like Macau or the Philippines, but rather the U.S. and Morocco, whereas previous trips were often disguised as group tour. However, the activities in Las Vegas and Morocco, currently under investigation, involved individual gambling with estimated bets ranging from several billion to hundreds of billions of won. Suddenly, a remote control was hurled at the TV, and as everyone in the meeting room fell into a terrified silence, Yang Jai screamed like a madman. He demanded they immediately take down all online posts and stop the news from spreading, threatening that if the reports weren't retracted as false by tomorrow, they would all be finished. Everyone scrambled to leave as soon as the order was given, fleeing the room in a panic and leaving Yang Jai standing there entirely alone. Gritting his teeth, he growled Wu Shixian's name in hatred before calling someone and shouting orders into the phone. He demanded that the Central Prosecutor's Office and the National Tax Service take immediate action to raid Fantasy and search every inch of Wu Shixian's life. As Yang Jai's expression soured, a furious roar echoed through a certain high-rise building, calling out the name of Li Gangja. Xiang Min continued to berate the terrified Li Gangja, who could only bow his head in silence as he was asked what on earth he thought he was doing. He questioned how they would settle this now that Shan Jiang's legal team would swarm them like hornets, likely including over 10 former prosecutors. As Gangja accepted the scolding in silence, a frustrated Xiang Min adjusted his tie and asked if he knew how long the previous director's term had lasted, to which Gangja tremblingly replied 8 months. Xiang Min agreed, noting that while the legal term was 2 years, the man resigned after only 8 months due to the pressure exerted by Chairman Jin of Shanjiang. He yelled that a mere prosecutor like him had dared to touch the eldest daughter-in-law of that family, asking how many people he expected would have to resign because of this. When Gangjai remained silent, Xiang Min lost his temper and struck him, calling him an idiot and blaming him for the fact that even the chief prosecutor had been summoned to the central office. Gangjai held his head and pleaded his innocence, explaining that he had already gathered bank records, matched them with Pu Ziying's travel history, and secured a promise for Las Vegas CCTV footage. With this evidence, she will have no way to deny her guilt, and we can even link this case to the Sanjiang Group's illegal money transfers. Please trust me, he said, as Shang Min silently scrutinized him before asking with suspicion, "What is wrong with you?" Without evidence, catching them is impossible. They just need to use a wheelchair once to escape, and you're essentially helping them get acquitted, leaving Gang Zhai speechless and regretful. I apologize and will take full responsibility. You can conclude this matter by stating it was the impulsive act of a prosecutor blinded by ambition. Shang Min's face turned red with rage at such stubbornness, wondering if the man intended to save face until the end. Yet Gang Zhai remained silent. He silently stared at the business card amidst Shang Min's fury, who asked if he knew the fate of a fired righteous prosecutor, either a gold badge in Ruidao for saving the nation, or becoming an obscure neighborhood divorce lawyer. Since you aren't the type to sacrifice for the country, you should prepare for life as a common lawyer. But Gang Zhai only responded with a smug smirk. He thought to himself that in just 1 year, the man would be envious of him. While back at the company, Dao Jun calmly reported that Li Gang Zhai had taken full responsibility. Xixian curiously asked what his eldest uncle would do now, and Dao Jun pondered for a moment before saying they would soon see if he was merely hot-headed or truly capable. If he only focuses on suppressing public opinion, it means he is a coward, but if he chooses to attack us instead of cleaning up the mess, that would mean he is very tough, wouldn't it? Xixian added that it would also mean he is a fool, which Dao Jun confirmed just as Zai Shu rushed in breathlessly. Panting heavily, he announced that the National Tax Service and the prosecutor's office had arrived, prompting Xixian to remark on Vice Chairman Jin Yingjai's speed. Dao Jun agreed, noting he hadn't expected such decisiveness, though his uncle disagreed with that assessment. He claimed it wasn't decisiveness, but rather a hot temper causing him to lose his cool, while Zai Shu urgently reminded them that it was no time for small talk. Xixian slowly set down his coffee cup and asked for 10 minutes, to which Dao Jun crossed his arms and noted that his uncle usually spoke for much longer. "Let's make it 20 minutes then," his uncle replied with a smirk before instructing Zai Shu to go out and stall them for a while. He was told to disable the elevators and lock the emergency exits, and as he looked on in confusion, Xixian explained that whether it was the tax office or the prosecutors, it would take them exactly 20 minutes to reach the office, a realization that made Zai Shu exclaim in delight before quickly heading out to handle the task. Xixian walked over to his desk and made a phone call with a composed demeanor, reaching out to Vice Chairman Jin Yingjai. "This is Xixian speaking," he said, while Jin Yingjai smugly assumed something urgent had happened for him to call first, though Xixian remained unhurried. They moved faster than I anticipated. The press conference had barely concluded before they struck, and Yingji even had the audacity to offer a hypocritical warning. "Since they are civil servants on duty, you should remain polite and not instruct your staff to block them or destroy documents." He countered without hesitation, stating that in 20 minutes, they would all withdraw, leaving Yingji stunned. "Did you seek help from someone influential, or did you have Daejun complain to my father?" Wu Shixuan immediately retorted. "I am no longer a child, so I do not engage in such tattling. The reason those officials raiding my company will retreat is because of Vice Chairman Jin Yingji himself. You will personally issue the order." Yingji was shocked, asking what nonsense he was speaking. Wu Shixuan spoke sternly, informing him that he was on his way to meet Vice Chairman Jin Dongji, causing the man to frown in irritation. "Dongji, is he the only savior you could come up with?" Wu Shixuan simply offered a polite reminder for him to stop interrupting and listen closely. "I currently hold a transfer agreement." Yingji's eyes widened in shock. He confidently confirmed it was a contract to transfer the entire 17% stake in the Shenyang Group, held by Shenyang Motors, leaving the man terrified. Wu Shixuan continued, noting that the two of them were currently in a tense struggle for control of the group, and while 17% wasn't a decisive blow, it would break the balance. "What do you think?" Yingji could no longer contain himself and shouted, asking what he was saying. Wu Shixuan remained composed, stating that once Vice Chairman Jin Dongji seized control of the Shenyang Group, it would be enough to receive a few valuable subsidiaries in return. Daejun was quite satisfied, while Yingji roared through the phone, "Hey, Wu Shixuan, Wu Shixuan kindly reminded him to watch his language, asserting that he was not his subordinate and that he should not address him so familiarly. Whether the Shanyang Group shares I hold remain with me or fall into the hands of Vice Chairman Jin Dongji will be determined immediately after this phone call. What is your choice? Yingji stammered for him to wait, as Wu Shixuan turned the tables and threatened that if the tax officials took even one more step into his office, then Jin Dongji's control over the group would increase by 17% this very day. On the other end of the line, Yingji could not stop trembling. Now livid with rage, the man's face turned purple. Daejun had long ago calculated that the share structure between the eldest son Jin Yingji and the second son Jin Dongji only defined the nature of the businesses they managed. It did not clearly establish ownership of the subsidiaries. While their grandfather was still alive and watching with sharp eyes, the two brothers focused on their own sectors, but if he were to pass away, a struggle for power would be inevitable. In such a scenario, this 17% stake would become a powerful weapon. Yingji clenched his fists in fury, growled every word, demanding the shares and promising that he would never have to deal with the tax office or prosecutors again, even offering more subsidiaries than Dongji would. He added that he would pay a very high price for that 17% stake. Wu Shixuan merely scoffed, asking if the man truly took him for a fool. I am not so generous as to provide wings to someone who went out of his way to cause me trouble and then stabbed me in the back. Exposed, Yingji was speechless with rage. Shixuan then presented a condition, telling him to choose whether he would keep the 17% stake or hand it over to his brother. Yang Jai gritted his teeth in frustration, while Shixuan continued to provoke him, mentioning that the noise outside was likely the tax authorities. He noted they were likely bypassing the lower floors to head straight for his office, and would end the call once they arrived, leaving Yang Jai stunned. That man frantically shouted for him to wait before promising to call back, though he still hesitated as he weighed his options carefully. Ultimately, Yang Jai made the call and ordered his subordinates to contact the tax director and demand an immediate withdrawal, leaving the recipient in disbelief. Infuriated, Yang Jai barked at the man to follow orders immediately while at the villa. Yang Tian asked if Yang Jai was truly the mastermind. He confirmed this, explaining that Vice Chairman Jin Yang Jai had hurriedly contacted the tax officials to make them retreat from Fantasy's headquarters like a receding tide. The old man cursed him for being a fool who lacked professional integrity, while He added that the man had agreed to testify in the gambling case to ensure a light fine. A $50,000 account had even been prepared for the prosecution, yet Yang Tian remained deeply displeased by the entire situation. He called him a useless failure for causing the prosecution to lose face, while He remained silent as Yang Tian asked if the report was genuine or just a ploy. He replied that while it began on the vice chairman's orders, Fantasy must have offered a more significant bribe to make the investigators change their course. The old man pondered the situation, deciding not to interfere further as long as the fallout did not spread to Xu and Yang, and He respectfully complied. He sighed wearily, lamenting that he still had to mediate the petty squabbles of children at his age before ordering them all to be summoned. Before long, the entire family had gathered with tense expressions, and Shixuan was currently so terrified that she did not dare to move a muscle. Yang Tian sternly asked if they understood why they were there, declaring he was too ashamed to leave the house before Shixuan attempted to protest. She argued that her brother had started the trouble that nearly jailed her, but Yang Tian's fury did not wane as he scolded her for investigating her own kin. He ordered them to use every connection to settle the matter quietly, while Yang Jai remained silent and Shan Jai watched the scene with secret delight. When Shan Jai claimed he was uninvolved, Yang Tian barked that he was no different for hiding in the shadows while his brother took the heat. He criticized the man for being excessively selfish and cunning, warning him to either stand his ground or withdraw completely rather than acting so underhandedly. He warned that such behavior would eventually lead to total ruin, prompting Shan Jai to lower his head and comply as Yang Tian issued a final warning. It is terrifying to read the news or watch the reports. Do not let the name Shanjiang appear again, for if it is still mentioned in 3 days, you had better be prepared for the consequences. Mobilize every director to suppress this and halt the Choi market immediately. Seo Yun remained silent, though her expression betrayed her deep resentment. Yang Chen growled in anger, asking if he needed to intervene since she hadn't stopped him, or if she wanted him to expose the amount he took from Daehyun Group to the entire nation. She waved her hands in a panic, promising to handle it today, while the old man sighed and told them to listen carefully to his words. He explained there was a reason he left the shopping mall and hotel to Seo Yun, leaving all his children dazed and seemingly unable to accept the decision. Yang Chen ignored them and continued, stating that when he founded Shanjiang, His only thought was industry for the nation, meaning developing industry to repay the country. They all listened intently as he recounted the past, a time when business was simply the duty of producing and selling goods. Things seen everywhere now were once so rare people feared using them, a reality they couldn't imagine since he had changed and no longer held those ideals. Yet he had never forgotten his original intent, viewing hotels and shopping malls as nothing more than mere tools for generating profit. They didn't align with the ideal of serving the nation through industry, which is why he separated them, only for everything to be squandered in less than a year. Was it simply due to Seo Yun's incompetence? They must abandon the idea that Shanjiang is invincible, as the world is full of predatory wolves. They are waiting for any sign of weakness, and as they listened to his lecture, he warned that they would strike at the slightest opening. A single minor error could lead to a lifetime of regret, leaving everyone present tense and too afraid to utter a word. Yang Chen added that the same applied to Shanjiang Motors and Fantasy, noting that the IMF crisis had shattered the nation's defenses, and he had to protect Shanjiang. That was why it was sold for next to nothing. Otherwise, foreign forces would have crushed them, and even the main headquarters would have been jeopardized. They were tasked with reclaiming Shanjiang Motors, which had since merged with Ajin Motors and more than doubled in size. It would not be easy, but its recovery was mandatory. As Xiangzai frowned while plotting his next move, the old man cautioned his children once more. Do not underestimate O.C. Hyun, or think money alone can buy the company back, as he has risen to the top ranks in just a few years, and they will never succeed if they remain arrogant. They must become like wild wolves, patiently waiting for a vulnerability, and when the opportunity arrives, they must have the strength to seize the reins. Seo Yun averted her gaze, unable to look him in the eye, as Yang Chen growled his demand for understanding, to which all three replied in unison that they did. Time passed quickly, and evening soon arrived. Dao Jun cheerfully went to pay a visit, asking if he had been well lately and how his health was. Yang Tian chuckled and told him to take it easy, joking that the boy would cause his early demise. Dao Jun slowly took a seat and softly explained that he was merely struggling to keep his head above water. Yang Tian let out a weary sigh. Today, I summoned your two uncles and ordered them to cease their actions, so do not complicate matters further, lest it negatively impacts Zanyang. Dao Jun smirked at those words and scratched his head sheepishly, remarking that it was fortunate for him, since he no longer possessed the resources to stir up any more trouble. Yang Tian showed no sign of reproach and mentioned that, in exchange, he would give him a gift. When a surprised Dao Jun asked what it was, the old man revealed he had already made arrangements with several authorities. The licensing for the duty-free shops at Incheon Airport and downtown Seoul would proceed without any issues, leaving Dao Jun beaming with immense joy. After Dao Jun thanked his grandfather, Yang Tian questioned him again, asking if he had learned a lesson from this experience and what his thoughts were. Dao Jun openly shared that everything had unfolded exactly as he had envisioned, with the ultimate goal being to ensure such incidents never occurred again. Yang Tian was slightly taken aback that everything went according to plan, and followed up by asking if Dao Jun believed his eldest uncle would stop provoking him without cause. Dao Jun nodded in confirmation. Yes, I made excellent use of the weapon you gave me, grandfather. Yang Tian paused, confused. What weapon are you referring to? He replied truthfully that it was the 17% stake in the Sanjiang Group held by Sanjiang Motors. The old man was stunned. What? Dao Jun then clarified further. I told him I would hand it over to my second uncle, so my eldest uncle immediately backed down. Yang Tian was speechless for a moment before bursting into loud laughter. Yang Tian couldn't stop praising him as a clever rascal, while Dao Jun gave a meaningful smirk. Isn't this exactly what you wanted, grandfather? To utilize what one possesses in the most efficient manner. However, Yang Tian warned, fine, it's good that you understand, but don't overreach. Its effectiveness will fade if used too often. He added, as long as my two uncles don't abandon their greed, I don't think there's anything to fear. The old man asked skeptically, is that so? I have made it clear to your uncles that they must join forces to reclaim Sanjiang Motors at any cost. Dao Jun remained silent and listened intently. Yang Tian evaluated his two sons, noting they weren't just driven by greed. To achieve greater ambitions, they would temporarily cooperate because they were brothers. Therefore, it might be even easier for them to collaborate. He furrowed his brows in annoyance. Sanjiang Motors? Yang Tian nodded in confirmation. Yes, it's only natural to be robbed if you lack the strength. Don't you agree? Hearing this, Dao Jun couldn't help but think he was a truly cunning old man. He would strictly prevent any public conflicts, but he was not only willing to accept internal battles, but would even instigate them if given the opportunity. His fists instinctively tightened. Despite his reluctance, Dao Jun replied, I will prepare myself thoroughly. Yang Tian was very pleased. You should. Even that 17% stake you use as a weapon could become worthless. Do you know why? Dao Jun quickly replied. As the scale of the Sanjiang Group grows, the shares held by Fantasia will eventually lose their significance. Maintaining a stern expression, the old man continued. You understand well. In fact, that share percentage has already dropped to 16%. Many subsidiaries increased their capital after the economy improved. Do you think you can keep up? Dao Jun answered confidently. I will strive not to fall behind so as not to disappoint your expectations, grandfather. Isn't that right? Yang Tian continued to press. Is it truly just my expectations? He lowered his head in slight embarrassment. Actually, I also want to satisfy my own ambitions. This time I realized that it won't be easy at all. The old man was somewhat surprised and asked why he thought that. Dao Jun respectfully replied, I had forgotten about the many years my eldest uncle has spent building his foundation, the network of people he has firmly established over all that time. To match his power, I would need at least another 20 years, or perhaps even more. He is your eldest son, while I am merely the most distant grandson in the hierarchy. In the eyes of those with power, would I even be worth their attention? Yang Tian slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Exactly, that is the true power of Sanjiang. Dao Jun scratched his head sheepishly. Yes, I understood it intellectually, but only now do I truly feel it. This experience has taught me a profound lesson. The old man then added, if you were to do it alone, it might take 50 years. More than half of Jin Yangji's power was bestowed by me, along with 20 years of added experience. He curiously inquired if his grandfather intended to grant him some as well, but Yang Tian merely stroked his chin thoughtfully, considering the requirements for a fair fight. I must certainly grant you some, but remember this. Even if I do, it will not truly belong to you, for these are people, not material objects. Dao Jun immediately asked if that meant there was no risk of losing them since they were human, leaving Yang Tian stunned by the question. A moment later, the old man burst into laughter at the boy's wit, while he confidently promised that if his grandfather entrusted them to him, he would guard them carefully and never let them go. After all, they are merely individuals acquired with wealth, and I will pay the highest price to utilize their strength with maximum efficiency. Yang Tian added that while it begins with money, other things would surely be required later, prompting Dao Jun to ask directly what those things were. However, Yang Tian did not provide an answer, stating that even if he explained it, he might not understand. It was something he had to discover and satisfy on his own. Only when you achieve that difficult task will they truly become your people, to which he nodded sincerely, promising to always keep those words in mind. Inside the villa, Yang Tian coughed softly before continuing, noting that the share transfer procedures were nearly complete, and the other two would be dividing those shares. Based on growth rates, it appeared his eldest uncle, Jin Yangji, would receive a larger portion due to the electronics division, causing Dao Jun to ask for clarification. Yang Tian also announced that the remainder lay within the financial sector, and the group was currently adjusting shares, leading him to think that if his grandfather brought this up, it meant he intended to hand it over, though the mention of share adjustments made him wonder. Yang Tian then asked if he realized how lucrative the financial companies were. Shanjiang Life possessed stable cash flow and was a massive real estate owner, serving as a mirror reflection of the entire conglomerate. Utilizing their accumulated cash to aggressively purchase real estate, they generated massive rental income, which is why they were often referred to as the group's bank. Furthermore, this company held a 7% stake in Shanjiang Electronics, and when asked what he would do with it, Dao Jun wondered if it was being given to him, though Yang Tian only smirked, reminding him that he had forgotten the word if. In that sentence, Dao Jun spoke with a hint of excitement, stating he would use Shanjiang Life as a hub to drive expansion. He aimed to build another massive conglomerate, leaving Yang Tian astonished as he asked if he meant expanding beyond the Shanjiang subsidiaries his uncle's own, which he quickly clarified was not the case. While the Shanjiang companies were targets for expansion, they were not his ultimate goal, leaving the old man to fall into a silent, contemplative state. He hoped this answer was correct, as the relentless expansion of a company was surely the ultimate objective of any powerful financial conglomerate. Bloodline that dreams of expansion rather than merely guarding its current assets is where the heart truly belongs. Du Jun held a clear objective in his mind, for only then could he secure even a single additional share, causing Yang Tian to smile with satisfaction. You truly provide textbook answers, yet you transform them into tangible results that leave no room for anyone to criticize you. Du Jun inquired with concern, suggesting that the situation must be quite awkward for him, which left the old man startled as he asked what he meant, prompting the young man to explain further. If the financial sector is entrusted to me, My uncles will surely protest vehemently, a sentiment Yang Tian agreed with, noting that it would not just be his two uncles. The entire executive boards of the financial firms would also revolt, as bowing to someone the age of a grandson is no simple feat, leading Du Jun to ask if his task was to satisfy their expectations. If it is handed to me, I will not only quell the opposition but transform it into a fervent welcome, leaving Yang Tian to gaze at his grandson in silence. Ultimately, the old man marveled that while loud talkers usually achieve nothing, this boy inspired genuine trust, announcing that the financial sector would be his and to prepare well as the procedures were underway. Yet Du Jun's reaction to the news was unexpected. His expression soured, while Yang Tian silently observed Du Jun's reaction with apparent satisfaction, a detail that Du Jun did not fail to notice. He reflected privately that his grandfather had never specified the exact percentage of group shares held by the financial division, though it surely had to be at least 30%. Combined with the 16% owned by the automotive division, it would total nearly half, a fact his grandfather surely knew. Before Yang Tian's sudden voice startled Du Jun by asking why he had not yet expressed his gratitude, prompting the boy to quickly explain. It is nothing, for as I mentioned, I intend to establish another massive conglomerate, causing Yang Tian to narrow his eyes in silence while the scene shifted to Yang Jai's residence. With all family members assembled, Yang Jai adjusted his glasses and issued a stern reminder that his wife was forbidden from leaving the house and was to remain under house arrest for an entire year. He told her to remember it well, prompting Zai Yang to protest by asking her husband if he took her for a child, which only made Yang Jai grind his teeth in a fit of rage. He asked if she wanted to spend a few years in prison to see how it felt, leaving her stunned as he pointed directly at her face and called her an insane woman. He demanded to know if she wanted her gambling away of hundreds of billions to be featured on the front page of the newspapers, leaving Zai Yang speechless as Yang Jai continued to berate her before the children, vowing to block the prosecutor's summons. He ordered her to stay hidden inside and barely even breathe, threatening that if she took a single step outside, he would utterly destroy her maternal family. Even after his outburst, his fury remained unquenched as he panted heavily, suddenly shouting Jai Jun's name and causing his son to jump in surprise. He commanded his son to drop out of school, get married, and begin his apprenticeship, stating that the marriage had already been finalized, though the young man tried to protest by calling out to his grandmother. However, Yang Jai continued to bellow, telling him to shut up, and that the actress he had been living with had already been dealt with, warning him never to see her again. Jai Jun could only let out a heavy sigh as Yang Jai grandly declared that from that moment on, he would cut off all the family's funds, leaving them with nothing but the ability to eat and breathe. Won't be able to do anything else until you learn to live like a human being. Don't even dream of things returning to the way they were. Then, he turned his gaze towards Su Yang. Yang Jai did not forget to warn his daughter-in-law, telling her to remember that if she dared to ask her family for even 10 won, he would cut all advertising for Hanxi Weng Renmu. Whether the two families turn against each other is for you to decide, understood? Su Yang nodded obediently and replied, "Yes, father." Yang Jai continued, stating that from now on, their shadows would report everything to him. Where they went, what they did, and even the number of dishes in their meals. He wanted every detail. He didn't expect family harmony. He only wanted them to live like decent human beings. He then turned abruptly and left, and only then did they dare to sigh in frustration. Su Yang cautiously looked back before heading upstairs to open the door, where Yang Jai asked with a stern expression, "Is there something else you want to say?" Su Yang bowed and affirmed that she had no grievances regarding his decision and would fully comply with it. He furrowed his brows in confusion, asking what it was. She spoke hesitantly, mentioning there were a few things she wanted to ask of him. Yang Jai pulled out a chair and told her to sit down. Su Yang nodded slightly, and he got straight to the point, asking what she wanted. She timidly requested his permission for her family's newspaper, Hanxi Weng Renmu, to continue investigating the link between her aunt's slush fund and Fantasia. Yang Jai exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Su Yang nervously explained that she heard they had already traced the flow of money into the company. If they investigated a bit further, they might be able to bring Fantasia into the light, and it would be a shame to stop now. Yang Jai suddenly fell into deep thought. He couldn't help but feel enraged by the current situation, where the whole family was causing trouble everywhere, and the only one showing any resolve was his daughter-in-law. Yang Jai suddenly asked, If we were to dig up our family's entire past, how many things would come to light? Su Yang was startled and filled with confusion, asking him what he meant. His expression softened slightly as he told her not to be afraid and to just answer, as he wasn't scolding her. Su Yang was so terrified that she kept swallowing hard, but Yang Jai spoke again. He told her to go to her family's home the next day and collect all the documents they had gathered, including those about their family and Fantasia, everything. She spoke timidly, saying she wasn't well versed in the affairs of her husband's family. He chuckled softly and said he believed her, but since her family surely had the documents, she should bring them all, and he wouldn't hold it against her. "You're right, we need to review all those documents before we can discuss this further," he said. Su Yang thought to herself anxiously that they would have to reconsider. She stood up and bowed politely, promising to go get them the next day. The following morning, Xian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, asking if it was really true. "Did the chairman really say that?" Dao Jun nodded in confirmation, saying the succession process was now underway. His uncle spoke happily, noting that the time had finally come and congratulating him. He replied humbly that it was all thanks to his uncle, as he never could have made it this far without him. Xian burst into delighted laughter upon hearing this. "It's good that you realize that. Ha ha ha. Usually, successful people think they achieved it all on their own." Dao Jun remained silent as he observed his uncle. He mused internally, hoping Wu Shixian still harbored a desire for new challenges, yet he saw none of that. The man carried the air of one who had already attained it all, a truly remarkable fellow, haha. He once mentioned retiring after 5 more years, but now that you control a third of Sanjiang, perhaps you feel your mission is complete. Wu Shixian pulled out a notebook to jot some notes, listing Sanjiang Life, Sanjiang Fire, Sanjiang Security, and Sanjiang Card as the core pillars. "Is that right? What are your plans? Will you retain Chairman Jin's current management?" he asked, noticing Dao Jun's daze as the young man finally regained his senses. "Oh, it's nothing. What were you saying?" he replied, setting those thoughts aside for later, as the chairman wasn't the type to retire abruptly anyway. Wu Shixian patiently repeated his question about the board, asking how he planned to reorganize and suggesting a total replacement, leaving Dao Jun in silent admiration. "You seem a bit impatient. There is still plenty of time," he remarked, but Wu Shixian disagreed, believing that personnel matters should be settled in one fell swoop. "Prepare the list beforehand so you can act decisively when the moment arrives. Handling it during the chaos will minimize any potential backlash." Dao Jun scratched his head sheepishly, worried that causing such a stir immediately upon taking over would crush employee morale. But the older man stood firm. A gradual reduction would be even more detrimental to the company's spirit. It is better to finish it all at once than to let the blade linger indefinitely. Dao Jun fell silent, unsure of how to respond, while Wu Shixian exuded confidence, telling him not to worry as there was no shortage of talent. "Purge the old guard and promote from within. These won't be outside appointments but legitimate advancements that will boost morale tremendously," Wu Shixian said, and Dao Jun nodded, asking him to monitor the credit card company. "I'll start there," he declared, surprising Wu Shixian, who noted that with the new laws this year, the credit card company's revenue was about to reach its peak. "Are you really planning to start with the most successful branch?" Wu Shixian asked, but Dao Jun quickly clarified that the current situation was actually quite perilous. "They are issuing credit cards to individuals without stable incomes," he explained, meeting Wu Shixian's skeptical gaze and fully understanding the older man's doubts. "You likely think I'm overreacting, but you should trust my sharp intuition," he urged. And after a long silence, Wu Shixian finally let out a soft sigh of acknowledgement. He nodded slowly, admitting it made sense since financial disasters always began that way, with Dao Jun adding that credit cards were ultimately just another form of debt. Widespread bad debt triggers financial crises. It's a cycle humanity never learns from. They stimulate consumption to boost the economy, but when that growth is built on the public's credit card debt, a collapse becomes inevitable. The optimistic economic recovery the media is currently trumpeting will soon be stained with the color of blood. Everything will crumble, and Sanjiang Card will emerge as the nation's leading credit card company, he predicted, as Wu Shixian immediately circled the note in his book. "Very well, I will investigate that matter further myself. As I have said, one must conduct actual field research for such things rather than relying solely on news reports." Dao Jun expressed his delight, stating that he could only rely on his uncle, but Xian dismissed the pleasantries, telling him that once he officially took control of Sanjiang's financial firms, many capable people would seek him out. "Keep that in mind, the world is never short of talent." Dao Jun did not respond, yet he understood clearly that his uncle was also making his own preparations. Directors had now gathered in He Jai's office, questioning if that child would truly take over their financial sector. He adjusted his glasses with a hint of helplessness, explaining that since the process was ongoing, He could not provide details or understand why they were so agitated. Yu spoke up irritably, demanding a simple confirmation of the rumors rather than a long explanation, while Yu Zhen expressed his frustration, having expected Yu Run-jai to take the lead instead of the grandson. Min Shi also found it peculiar, noting that the boy was merely a college student. Faced with these interrogations, Jai sighed in frustration before finally speaking up with some difficulty. He stated it was the chairman's directive and asked if they intended to challenge it. Yu Yin frowned deeply, questioning if that was truly the case, while Min Shi pressed for further confirmation. Secretary Li, if you were in our position, could you easily accept this? A mere child who is still wet behind the ears is being handed control over the entire conglomerate's financial resources. There is no telling what trouble this might cause. Jai shouted back in anger, asking if they doubted the chairman, who had always made wise and flawless decisions. Furthermore, Director Jiang, you should not think that way, as your peers from the same recruitment class are still only serving as department heads or even deputy managers. Did you not earn the title of the youngest director by bypassing the deputy position to become an executive? That, too, was a decision made by the chairman. No one dared to question it, and a heavy silence fell over the directors until Min Shi spoke up to ease the mounting tension in the room. Secretary Li, Director Jiang's situation is entirely different, as he earned his position through merit. Yin Jiu added, asking if it was fair to compare a proven professional to an inexperienced child simply because of bloodline. Since the chairman is currently in seclusion, we have refrained from a direct confrontation, but this matter cannot be easily overlooked. I must meet with the chairman myself. Jai gave a meaningful smirk and nodded in agreement, telling them that if they had grievances, they should go and confront him directly, which left them all in a state of shock. They exchanged tense glances as Jai pressed his advantage, instructing them to set a schedule and report back so he could provide a clear explanation that would not compromise his position as secretary. After the directors left, Jai began his silent calculations. They were holding as many as 5 million shares under borrowed names, with everyone from executive directors and department heads to certain employees possessing a stake. This group controlled 25% of the shares, and without acquiring them, it would be impossible for Dao Jun to take command of the financial firms. If this clandestine transfer were ever exposed, it would lead to violations of real-name transaction laws, not to mention the trillions of won in inheritance taxes that would become due. Aware of this leverage, they were intentionally causing a stir. Jai could not help but wonder how that silver-spooned boy would manage to handle these cunning old foxes. Back at the villa, Yang Tian greeted the visitors with a cheerful smile, asking if they had come to check whether he was still breathing, to which they offered polite grins. They insisted they only visited to keep him company and prevent him from feeling lonely, noting that seeing the chairman in such good health put their minds at ease. Yang Tian approached and patted their shoulders, urging them to sit and chat since old men like them always had much to complain about, acknowledging how exhausting it all was. Once everyone was seated, a heavy silence filled the room as tension gripped their faces, while Yang Tian remained perfectly relaxed, having already anticipated their true intentions. He told them to speak their minds, since he had plenty of free time to listen to whatever nonsense they had brought, causing their expressions to darken with doubt. Wu Zhan was the first to speak up, pointing out that Chairman Dao Jun was still nothing more than a mere student. He suggested that Dao Jun should gain a few years of practical experience after graduating before joining the board. While He Ying agreed there was no reason to rush the transfer, Yang Tian cut them off, questioning how he could be sure of living much longer, noting that if he died tomorrow, his funeral would be filled with laughing guests, which flustered Min Su. Min Su insisted the chairman was still robust, but Yang Tian saw through them, asking if they meant his grandson Dao Jun should undergo several years of training first. When he asked if they meant Dao Jun should only join management after that, Wu Zhan joyfully agreed, promising to place the boy in key positions as early as possible. The old man smirked at them and told them to go ahead with that plan, but as he turned back, Yang Tian had one more question to ask. He asked what any of that had to do with the actual transfer of ownership, leaving the entire group speechless until Min Su stubbornly tried to argue back. Min Su claimed that few people could work under such a major shareholder and that there was no precedent for it, prompting Yang Tian to fall into deep thought. He scratched his head sheepishly, laughing as he remarked that since he had never held a formal job, he probably didn't understand the mindset of regular employees. Deathly silence descended upon the room before Yang Tian abruptly placed a phone call, which was answered almost immediately by Dao Jun. Upon hearing him address his grandson, the directors were struck with horror as Yang Tian urgently told the boy to come over right away. He told Dao Jun that some people were upset about the companies being handed over and were currently pressuring him, asking the boy to come and help his grandfather before hanging up. The group sat frozen in silence until Wu Zhan finally stammered that there was no coercion involved and begged the chairman not to misunderstand their intentions. He Ying added that they were only offering opinions for the good of the company, to which Yang Tian nodded, asking if they really thought he would badmouth men he had worked with for 20 years. He told them not to worry and suggested they meet Dao Jun for an informal interview, admitting that even he sometimes doubted if giving the company to a youngster was the right move. If you notice any flaws, feel free to remind him, as it is not difficult to advise a child, and my Dao Jun is not the type of fool who would disregard the words of his elders, a statement that made the group break out in a cold sweat. Yang Tian was feeling quite smug at that moment, knowing the boy was certainly not the type to compromise in such a way, which left him wondering what the child was actually plotting. A moment later, Dao Jun finally arrived and bowed politely to greet them, and as he said hello to everyone, the directors courteously returned the greeting. Yang Tian sat there waiting for the show to begin, and soon everyone returned to their seats as Dao Jun remained confident while Yang Tian gave the signal. He told them there was no need to beat around the bush and to speak freely while he simply remained silent and listened, causing Wu Zhan to nervously cover his mouth. He then tried to compose himself before speaking, noting that he heard Dao Jun was very interested in finance and had learned a few things at Fantasy Investment. Dao Jun nodded in confirmation, prompting Wu Zhan to ask which specific field interested him most, whether it was stocks, investment funds, or derivative products. He did not hesitate to reply that those were tasks for specialists, as he was more interested in business management and found long-term investment quite appealing. He added that corporate analysis and M&A activities like acquisitions and divestitures were interesting, leaving them to look at each other in shock, unsure of how to process his response. They wondered if this was just a child boasting or a sign of superior ability, so they quickly followed up by asking if the scale of the capital he managed was quite substantial. Dao Jun maintained his confident demeanor as he explained that he did not manage the capital directly, but rather the company did, while he focused solely on the financial operating system. Suddenly, Yang Tian spoke up in a bored tone, saying it was not interesting at all, and telling Dao Jun to clearly address what they were actually curious about. He mentioned they were worried about what a child like him would do if given a massive financial conglomerate, so he should help ease their anxieties. Feeling exposed, they began to cough incessantly while Dao Jun obediently followed suit, stating his belief that the ideal business model involved the separation of ownership and management. He explained that he had no intention of interfering in the operations of financial companies, as he would only exercise his rights as a major shareholder to offer opinions on appointing CEOs and executives. He noted that as long as they achieved good results, they would not need to worry about his reaction, leaving Wu Zhan and even Minzai to look at each other in satisfied surprise as Dao Jun sensed their relief. He told them they would no longer have to bow to a child every day to submit reports, which was far better than having an incompetent person claim they wanted to participate in management. He asked if a child who did not interfere and only focused on performance was much more comfortable to work with, then inquired about their thoughts on his perspective. After they quickly nodded when asked if their worries had eased, he looked around with suspicion and noted that he did not see managing director Jiang Duo hang anywhere. Asked what kind of person he was, Wu Zhan described him as a definite talent who would shoulder the future of Shanjiang. His demonstrated abilities and achievements are currently unmatched, which is why the chairman made such a bold personnel appointment. But why do you ask? Daejun revealed his intentions while I was managing the group's companies, appointing Executive Director Jiang Daeaksheng as the Executive Vice President in charge of all financial firms with full authority. Yuzhen's eyes widened upon hearing this. Yuren froze for a moment. Even Ming Shixi was stunned, and Yinji was momentarily speechless. Daejun thought to himself that his appointment as Executive Vice President was even more shocking than the news of him gaining full control. Yang Kaiyan burst into delighted laughter at the checkmate move, while the entire room fell into a heavy silence. Observing the scene, Daejun could only describe it as a finishing blow, perfectly separating ownership from management. They would not interfere in business operations, a move the board highly welcomed, as the manager was not an outsider but the exceptionally talented Vice President Jiang Daeaksheng, whom they recognized. Opposing this decision would prove that their previous claims of worrying about the company's welfare were nothing but empty rhetoric. It would reveal they cared only for their positions, not the firm. Rejecting Jiang Daeaksheng would embarrass director Yang Yuzhen and make Chairman Jin, who approved the promotion, look like a fool. If they agreed, they would have to accept their former subordinate as their superior starting today, causing all their faces to turn grim. Daejun feigned innocence and asked why they looked like that, questioning if Vice President Jeong Dae-akshung was unqualified and demanding an answer. Yet no one dared to speak. Ming Shixi was at a loss for words, and Yang Kaian watched the unfolding drama with great interest. What is this? Are you ignoring the largest shareholder's question? This is a personnel matter, not a management one, so it is perfectly appropriate for a shareholder to ask. Yinji hesitantly agreed, but noted the decision was sudden, to which Daejun interjected that a vice president under 50 was indeed a major surprise. Yinji was left speechless, so Daejun continued, asking if any advanced global financial firms promoted staff based solely on age or seniority. One of the IMF bailout conditions is opening the financial market. As foreign capital pours in, we must follow their practices to compete, utilize, or absorb them, right? I view Vice President Jeong Dae-akshung as a symbol of that shift and believe Sunjiang is ready to enter the global arena. But seeing the director's expressions, could I have been mistaken? Yang Kaian observed everyone seriously before finally declaring that they all knew what their first task should be. They had to prepare a thorough report to address all of Daejun's inquiries, and the group immediately thought of how to counter foreign capital. Despite his reluctance, Yuzhen had to comply and offered to prepare it immediately, but Daejun declined, saying it was unnecessary. I have prepared a document for us to discuss. Please gather all the management leaders from the financial firms. Discuss it thoroughly and simply report the final results to me. Wu Zhen was bewildered, asking when he had prepared it, as Dao Jun had been secretly calculating for a long time, intending to borrow prestige from elsewhere to add pressure, even though he had kept it hidden. No, it is a document prepared by the Fantasy Investment Headquarters in the U.S. Analyzing Zun Yang's financial companies alone took several months. Yang Tian was also stunned, wondering if they were being analyzed from America and expressing curiosity about the document's content. Dao Jun remained silent for a moment before calling out to Director Yang. Wu Zhen did not dare to delay and replied immediately. Dao Jun wanted to investigate further, asking if Zun Yang Life invested in many places, including domestic bank financial products. Wu Zhen was a bit confused as to what he wanted, but Dao Jun quickly provided a detailed analysis, noting that for such products, information on expected profit performance and safety levels is usually sufficient. However, can anyone explain where my invested capital actually flows? And do I truly understand the exact structure of the products I am investing in? Wu Zhen frowned in confusion, asking what he meant since bonds, stocks, and commodity investments only require identifying the location. But he shook his head and countered that things are much more complex now. Even bonds are bundled from various sources into a single financial product. For instance, one could mix residential mortgage-backed securities from Florida, including corporate bonds in the UK and government bonds in Mexico. He shouted irritably that it sounded complicated, but were they not still just bonds in the end? Dao Jun disagreed, noting that if that were the case, there would be no reason for concern. But the truth is entirely different as many other factors are added here. This bond package also contains derivatives that bet on the recovery rate. Wu Zhen was now grinding his teeth in rage as he questioned him in a low voice. Dao Jun, what are you trying to say? Are you implying that I am unqualified to be a director because I don't know the details of those products? Dao Jun said nothing, but he didn't believe a life insurance CEO could know every single product the company invested in. However, the man thought it best to maintain his dignity and stay on good terms with him. Since he would be seeing him often, any conflict over minor issues would only hurt himself. So Dao Jun continued to speak calmly. Not at all, for how could you know? The ones who need to grasp every detail are the analysts. If the investment specialists do not understand the product details, then they deserve to be fired rather than the director. Wu Zhen was stunned and asked what he thought the director's responsibility and necessary knowledge were. Dao Jun explained that there are many responsibilities, but the most important is accurately judging the danger level of the rising water beneath one's feet, and where it will eventually stop. As the meeting grew tense, Dao Jun gestured to show them that if the water only reaches the nose, one is still lucky. But if the water rises above your head, there is no way to survive. Don't you agree, Chairman Li Minzai of Zun Yang, and what do you all think? Dao Jun looked up at them with a stern expression, and a flustered Minzai admitted he hadn't realized the warning was meant for him. Dao Jun asked again, stating that the credit card business is essentially lending, where the core issue is the ability to recover capital. Minzai was stunned by the question, but Dao Jun continued, noting that jobless housewives and students are borrowing hundreds of millions in cash. He mentioned that even steady earners are trapped in debt cycle, and challenged them to see how many Sun Yang employees use card kiting to pay debts. Habits are dangerous. People are so used to credit cards and spending their salaries on them that debt cycles have become an accepted norm. Debt is no longer feared by users or issuers, prompting Yang Ji to ask if this was the sign of the rising tide. Dao Jun countered, asking if it was the director's duty to judge whether card kiting was a danger or a lifeline for the Korean economy. Yang Ji closed his eyes to focus before asking for the group's thoughts, leaving everyone in the room feeling extremely uneasy. Yang Ji grew irritated, asking if they still believed Dao Jun needed years of departmental rotation to be qualified for his position. Dao Jun asked if he could speak, and after Yang Ji's silent nod of approval, he posed a question with a hint of doubt. He noted it was his first time hearing he needed training at his own firm, leading a flustered Hao Yin to claim it was just a suggestion. Yin Ju also added his thoughts. Indeed, we assumed you would manage the front lines directly, which is why we made that proposal. Please do not misunderstand. But Dao Jun denied this without hesitation. Not at all, there is no misunderstanding. I will remain on the sidelines to observe, but I am prepared to join the fray if necessary. Will you need to rotate through the various departments for training then? The directors fell silent until Yu Zhan quickly intervened, suggesting it might be best for him to consider it. He should decide for himself. After today, I believe he will make the suggestion if needed without any coercion. Dao Jun watched them in silence, realizing this was the most logical approach, allowing him to evaluate and decide his own path. It served as both support and a way to evade responsibility, causing him to smirk with satisfaction as Yang Tian asked if everyone had seen enough of his grandson to form an opinion, to which they all responded in unison. No, I agree, and I do as well, they replied, leaving the room in silence until Yang Jiang finally spoke up, asking Dao Jun if it was truly the case. Regarding the promotion of an executive to the highest position, Dao Jun explained that a face-to-face meeting was required for a final decision, though executive Jiang Daoxing possessed an excellent reputation. According to CEO Yang, rumors suggested he was capable of shouldering the future of Sun Jiang, causing the old man to knit his brows in deep suspicion. Did those rumors originate from Xayadu? He asked, and when the young man nodded in admission, Yang Tian closed his eyes to reflect before finally speaking. Dao Jun, while finding suitable new talent is essential, you must not overlook the veterans. They must be allowed to depart with dignity, as insulting them could lead to grave consequences, to which Dao Jun replied that he would retain their positions for a time. If they demonstrate sufficient competence, I have no intention of replacing them. But Yang Tian immediately rejected this, leaving the young man surprised as the elder continued. It is merely a matter of time before they must all be replaced to signal to the entire staff that the era has changed from mine to yours. Target the leaders, but minimize any potential negative fallout during the process. They have been loyal to Sun Jiang after all, so you must not allow their ruthless removal to become a grim vision of the future in the eyes of others. Those who feel betrayed will inevitably turn to betrayal themselves. Do you know why? Yang Tian asked, prompting Dao Jun to offer his own speculation. Perhaps it is because they can rationalize their own treachery, Dao Jun suggested, earning a satisfied nod from Yang Tian, who agreed that if they remained blameless until the end, then you must provide them with enough compensation so they do not feel slighted. But if any reprehensible mistakes are discovered, you must eliminate them without mercy. The remaining tenure at Sun Jiang must serve as an example to everyone in the company, whether as a positive or negative lesson. And Dao Jun nodded, promising to keep those words in mind. Yang Tian wore a satisfied smile, yet Dao Jun could not help but wonder if his grandfather possessed even a shred of pity or sentiment for the past. CEO Yang Yuzhan of Sun Jiang Life had shared trials and tribulations with him for over 30 years, yet he showed no concern for the man, making Dao Jun wonder if he would eventually become. Just like that, the following day, Dao Heng arrived at Dao Jun's house upon invitation and asked why he wanted to meet, to which Dao Jun did not hide his intentions. I have a few things to ask. You likely know that the financial division of the Sun Jiang Group will be handed over to me. He nodded immediately and said, yes, I know. Dao Jun tried to speak as sincerely as possible, stating that he was not like his uncles and had no intention of taking any major position in the company. Dao Xing sighed in surprise, remarking that what happens inside the building cannot be understood from the outside, as financial reports are not everything. The atmosphere you feel in the lobby, the expressions of the employees, and the noise in the offices, those are the company's true face. Dao Jun exclaimed, really? And the man added more. Titles like chairman or vice chairman do not exist in the company's system. Yet anyone with those titles who enters the lobby receives a 90-degree bow from everyone. Dao Jun calmly crossed his arms, saying he disliked such sights as they were outdated and like gangsters. Daoxing gently remarked that he might not understand, leaving Dao Jun puzzled until he revealed the answer. It is the pragmatic nature of salaried employees. Dao Jun was so shocked he stammered, "Pragmatic," while wondering what else was on the man's mind. This man was truly special, perhaps embodying the unpredictability his grandfather mentioned. Daoxing added that 99% of employees bow respectfully to the owners as if they were mob bosses. Yet they never say a word to them before leaving the company. Dao Jun nodded in agreement, admitting it was true, and Daoxing continued. It is not that they are unaware, but if the chairman personally approaches and shakes their hand, everything changes. They fall into the illusion that they are special rather than part of that 99%. That is the reason. Confused, Dao Jun asked what he meant, but Daoxing did not answer and instead continued his explanation. Not wanting a position means you only check business results annually and replace the entire leadership if they fail to meet requirements, right? He admitted it without hesitation. That's right, he said. Daoxing seriously analyzed that while such a method is Western, simply adopting Western ways is not enough to call it modern management. People must also fit the Western system. But in our country, the mindset of master and servant, or lord and loyal subject, is still deeply ingrained. Dao Jun fell into deep thought, marveling to himself that CEO Jiang Daoxing was indeed a very extraordinary individual. He rose to the rank of vice chairman, but was eventually ousted when Jin Yanji took over as chairman and began a restructuring, dissatisfied with Jiang Daoxing's aggressive management style. He then asked if there was anything else to say, and Jiang Jun calmly replied that even if he did nothing, he should still occupy the highest position. Daoxing was bewildered, asking if that was necessary since each subsidiary already had excellent directors. Dao Jun pointed out that those directors were no exception. They were merely servants following orders. Working under orders provides peace of mind because it means one does not have to bear responsibility, which is far more burdensome than people realize. Sometimes it is even unbearable. Daoxing was stunned by his thoughts, wondering how someone who understood that could say he would step back and only remain a shareholder. Is it because of my age? Dao Jun rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. On the surface, it's age, but internally it's because I must be more cautious. At this moment, he felt no hesitation in his heart. He wondered if the man could read his thoughts from his expression. Daoxing gently asked, "It's quite stressful, isn't it?" He sighed and admitted, "A little bit." After all, this wasn't a family that would just leave behind an apartment. Daoxing seemed sympathetic. To the clan, you're like a great shark in a movie. Everyone knows something is in the water, but no one knows its true shape. They don't know its size or how ferocious it is, but they know it exists and that it will eventually strike. Dao Jun asked curiously, "So they are wary of me?" Daoxing calmly continued, "Actually, the shark must be afraid too because it thinks whatever is on the surface might harm it. Your situation might be even harsher. The moment you take control of Shanjiang's core companies, the family elders will launch their attack." In his heart, Dao Jun agreed. A shark was a very accurate metaphor, but fortunately, no one knew the size of his teeth. "Is that so?" He turned back and asked, "Can you handle it?" Daoxing was stunned, asking what he meant. Dao Jun smiled and said, "If people find out I trust you, many troubles will arise. Some will threaten you, while others will try to win you over. Countless things will happen." Hearing this, the man's lips curled into a smile. "If you give me the authority to exploit those situations as they arise according to the specific circumstances, then I have no reason to refuse." Dao Jun looked at him and thought to himself that he could now guess what kind of person this man was. He didn't have the nature of a servant. He was a man suited for the Western system he had mentioned earlier. He suddenly stood up. "Can we stop here for today?" Daoxing was a bit surprised, so Dao Jun calmly explained, "Isn't this an interview to understand what kind of person the other is? Take your time to decide." Daoxing couldn't help but exclaim, "We aren't equals. You are the one with the power to choose, while I am the one who must be chosen. It's a clear difference." Dao Jun laughed heartily, but noted that for someone who had to be chosen, the man was very dignified and calm, as if he had nothing to regret. "And I think even if it's not me, someone else will choose you. Doesn't everyone praise you as the future CEO of Shanjiang Life?" Daoxing remarked that Vice Chairman Jin Yangji and Vice Chairman Jin Zhangji felt the same. "But I am waiting for your guidance." Dao Jun remained silent after hearing that. He and Daoxing continued their conversation. He asked skeptically, "Is it because I'm young that you think you can lead me as you wish? Is that what you mean?" Daoxing immediately countered, "Not at all. If you were easily manipulated, Chairman Jin wouldn't have entrusted the core subsidiaries to you. Despite your youth, you were talented enough to be chosen by the chairman. Doesn't that prove how exceptional you are?" Dao Jun listened in silence, inwardly admiring the man's sharpness. He sighed and said, "If that's how you see it, then you're not wrong. But does that alone make me better than my two cousins? Daoxing added. There's another reason. I have many friends in Uedo, and some of them told me that Jin Daojun is the future of finance. If Jin Daojun takes control of the financial investment sector, the entire Korean financial market might fall into his hands. Daoxing spoke with a look of great pride. Daojun couldn't help but smirk as he asked who had been spreading such nonsense. Before honestly admitting, he had several acquaintances on Wall Street. They told him that at Fantasy Investment, there was a legendary figure known as Fantasy Boy, an investment genius with a sharp eye for startups. He was an investor who had never failed, known as Hogwarts Jin, the Fantasy Boy. When asked if it was him, Dao Jun repeatedly denied the claim. Dao Heng was stunned by the news and asked what he meant. So Dao Jun explained that he was actually an investor for fantasy based in the United States. He shared that he used farm sale money for Wu Shixian to invest in the U.S., and though it grew significantly, he wasn't a genius. Dao Heng then asked if he was Hogwarts Jin. Dao Jun didn't give a straight answer, noting that while the U.S. headquarters staff occasionally called him Hogwarts, that was the extent of it. He told him not to overpraise him or seek a partnership based on that title, leaving Dao Heng flustered as he claimed he hadn't made any decisions yet. He felt fortunate that Dao Jun was managing the group's finances instead of his cousins, and Dao Jun asserted that he must therefore protect and support him. He warned that his two cousins would certainly, and quite publicly, seek every possible way to eliminate him and seize the financial companies. The man was deeply worried about being caught in a storm if he chose incorrectly, while Dao Jun responded with a meaningful and subtle smirk. Dao Jun remarked that Director Jiang finally understood his warning about threats and enticements, noting that the man had already committed to the path. Dao Heng confirmed his stance and waited for a decision, while Dao Jun silently observed, knowing the sharp man realized that refusing to cooperate would lead to conflict. Dao Jun knew he would have struck if rejected, but since Jiang Dao Heng chose him, he had to prove it was the right move and began assigning tasks. He ordered him to develop a plan to take full control of the subsidiaries, including life insurance, property insurance, securities, and credit cards. Dao Jun planned to execute the takeover swiftly once the company was his, and after Dao Heng confidently agreed to prepare, Dao Jun expressed his full trust in him. He promised that a perfect plan would earn him compensation equal to the CEO of Sanjiang Electronics, the highest-paid executive in the entire Sanjiang group. Dao Heng was left speechless by the offer, and as Dao Jun mentioned they would discuss his title later, the man could only stammer out his thanks. Dao Jun told him to save his gratitude for when the instructions were successfully carried out, thinking to himself that nothing was officially decided yet. Dao Jun noticed that despite his deliberate use of the word instruction, Director Jiang showed no resentment and instead appeared quite enthusiastic. The man admitted he didn't expect rewards without achieving results, then excused himself to begin the extensive work that lay ahead. Dao Jun stood up to see him out, saying, "Yes, thank you for your hard work all this time." The two shook hands in perfect accord before Dao Jun suddenly spoke up. Director Jiang, I have one final question." Dao Heng nodded attentively. "Yes, boss." He then voiced the concern weighing on his mind. "I am still very young. Does that not worry you?" Dao Heng, still holding his hand, replied with absolute confidence. "I believe in the miracle standing right before my eyes." Time flew by, and December arrived. Inside the villa, Dao Jun was intently reviewing documents, but the signature upon them caused him to freeze in shock. Dao Jun remained silent for a long while, prompting Yang Kaiyan to urge him, "Come on, kid, just stamp it. Why are you being so meticulous?" Dao Jun snapped back to reality. Yes." Yang Kaiyan didn't forget to remind him, "Don't bother trying to calculate the figures. The structure of these shares is far too complex to be calculated in one go. I will explain it to you after you've stamped them. If you don't want to, you don't have to." Dao Jun remained confident, saying, "No, I will do it." He proceeded to press the seal onto the documents. The assistant quickly retrieved the folder and then departed immediately. Dao Jun watched him leave in silence. Yang Kaiyan then asked, "Are you curious?" Merging the 4 key financial firms and several small subsidiaries with group shares added as a reward. Dao Jun gave a shy smile, wondering to himself what the final percentage was. Yang Kaiyan laughed and said, "Your influence within the Shunjiang group accounts for exactly 1/10. Dao Jun was stunned, unable to believe it was only 10%. Seeing his reaction, the old man asked, "What, is it not enough?" Dao Jun waved his hands to clarify, "No, it is plenty." Yang Kaiyan sighed as he looked at his grandson. "It's not just enough, it's perfect, isn't it? Such ambition," he replied with a shy smile. "It really is enough." Yang Kaiyan continued, You were the one who confidently claimed you would build a new Shunjiang using the subsidiaries and the HVK group that Fantasy currently owns. Dao Jun affirmed with conviction, I will certainly achieve it. After hearing this, the old man fell silent for a moment before slowly standing up and moving. He sat down intimately beside Dao Jun, caught off guard. The young man couldn't react in time. Is my voice too low, or do you want me to sit closer to you? Yang Kaiyan called out in a low voice, Dao Jun? He obediently replied, yes. The old man asked seriously, do you understand my reasoning for doing this? Deep within Dao Jun's heart, his perspective shifted and the lingering unease vanished instantly. He nodded in confirmation. I understand perfectly. The subtle figure of 10%. It is a ratio just sufficient to prevent my two uncles from taking dangerous risks to seize your shares, yet large enough that they cannot afford to overlook me. It is a number that will make them want to win me over by treating me kindly. That was your intention, to ensure I wouldn't be dragged into trouble. Dao Jun sincerely grasped Yang Kaiyan's hand and spoke with gratitude. Thank you, grandfather. I truly thank you. The following morning at the corporate headquarters, Yang Jai stared at the paper in his hand, his brow furrowed deeply. 10%? Yes, Vice Chairman. Control of the 4 core companies and 6 affiliates has been inherited by Shun Jianglai. That man was now laughing triumphantly in his heart. Among all the blood relatives, your father has never shown this much affection for anyone. I was worried, but is it only 10%? I hold 36%, my eldest brother has 33%, Fantasy has 16%, Jin Dao Jun has 10%, and the remaining 5% belongs to the directors. Jai Ziu nodded in confirmation. Yes, that is correct. There are 34 people in total, with 21 retired and 13 currently in office. The detailed list is in the attached documents. Yan Qi remained silent as he carefully flipped through them. However, his expression shifted a moment later. They were all the chairman's right-hand men, and Jai Ziu Qi continued calmly. Yes, only the chairman can reclaim those shares, but since he distributed them to recognize their contributions, he likely has no intention of taking them back. Yan Qi immediately ordered to approach these people at once, then hesitated, saying to wait and observe a bit more, as making a scene now would alert his father. Jai Ziu agreed, noting there was still plenty of time to act slowly. Yan Qi quickly changed his plan to monitor his eldest brother's movements and increase surveillance on everyone he met. Provide a full report. Jai Ziu promptly accepted the order. Understood, Vice Chairman. He leaned back wearily as Yan Qi thought to himself that there was no need to seize the boy's shares, as he could do nothing with only 10%. There was no rush. He would continue playing the role of the kind uncle and slowly turn him into a loyal dog, just as the sound of objects being smashed rang out. Rong Qi cursed angrily, shouting that he had repeatedly stated he didn't need the obvious share structure of the San Jiang group. He ordered an investigation into every entity or individual capable of influencing the conglomerate, while Sheng Zhu stood frozen in silence as Rong Qi continued his outburst. Listen carefully, there are certainly shares hidden under other names. Do you still not understand my father? His ambition for power is beyond imagination, and he will not relinquish it until his final breath. He must have hidden a final trump card somewhere, perhaps entrusted to an organization or an individual. The man snorted in irritation. Sheng Zhu finally spoke up. Vice Chairman, to be honest, those agencies are currently following the chairman's will. However, they are extremely sensitive to shifts in power, and once the vice chairman consolidates his strength, those organizations will naturally pivot to support him. Rong Qi fell silent as if deep in thought, causing the entire room to grow tense as he took a deep breath. He then offered his thanks, and Sheng Zhu bowed in apology. Rong Qi finally calmed down but noted they still had to identify the individual shareholders. Sheng Zhu nodded, agreeing that a detailed list of long-term shareholders was necessary, just as the man suddenly recalled something. Right, oh, that's it. There are definitely shares held under other names. Focus on those who are hard to find, such as. Sheng Zhu quickly added those with unknown addresses, immigrants, or long-term overseas residents, and Rong Qi nodded, ordering him to find them all. Additionally, use all the capital from my companies to buy up shares on the market. I need to know how much we can gather. He quickly accepted the order. Understood. And Vice Chairman, we should at least have a safety measure in place, shouldn't we? Rongji listened with doubt. A safety measure? Sheng Zhu explained further. Yes, I believe the 2 key shareholders are Jin Daejun and Miracle. In my opinion, the link between these 2 shareholders is General Manager Jin Yunji. As your younger brother, you simply need to maintain a good relationship with him. Rongji began formulating a plan. With 53%, I will become the master of the Zunyang group, Sheng Zhu continued. Exactly. One could say the group's future is currently in General Manager Jin Yunji's hands. Elsewhere, the ground was littered with cigarette butts as someone stomped on them in a fit of rage. That person turned out to be Changji. He gritted his teeth in fury. A mere foundation chairman position is worthless. I am his son as well. Furthermore, I haven't done anything wrong or caused any trouble, and neither have my children. Yet he completely cast me aside and handed 4 major companies to a grandson who has barely outgrown his childhood. Damn it, I've lived in their shadow for too long, causing me to lose my own standing. My eldest brother took over all my duties, leaving me with no chance to speak with father or any reason to enter his study. That's why he never notices me. I've been my brother's shadow all this time, so he should be the one protecting me. Today was just like any other day. The weather was clear, and the streets were bustling with people. Sunlight shone everywhere, including upon the headquarters of the group. Ruoxian and the others were gathering. Yoonji asked her caringly, "Hey, what do you think of this place? Is the atmosphere all right?" Ruoxian quickly replied, "It's very nice, but why are there no customers? Even if it's early, is this place not doing well?" Yoonji then explained, "Christmas Eve is the opening day. It hasn't officially started business yet." Hearing this, Ruoxian covered her mouth in surprise. "If it's not open, how can we eat here?" Yoonji sincerely took her hand. "Since there wasn't a suitable place for important meetings with partners in Shangyendong, I prepared this spot." He informed her, "It's under your name." Ruoxian was stunned. "What?" Yoonji reassured her. "The general manager here is very talented. I spent a fortune to recruit them. So you only need to drop by occasionally. Now that the children are all grown up, you should have some work to keep you occupied." Daejun watched the scene and couldn't help but remark, "Father is quite the romantic, isn't he?" Xiangjun added, "Congratulations, mother." Ruoxian remained silent, simply accepting the gesture. Then Yoonji spoke up to invite them. "Come on everyone, let's try the food first. Let's taste the signature dishes and evaluate them together. The chef here was formally trained in Italy and France, so it will definitely be good." Daejun suddenly asked, "Father, are you going to use this entire building?" Though puzzled, he replied, "Yes, how did you know?" He looked at Yoonji, speechless, wondering how he could not know. The company names in the lobby all belong to Dad, but the building is named Yun, which is the same Yun from Mom Lee Shuxian's name. Lee Shuxian teased him, saying anyone could see that, while Yoonji shyly explained that Wu Shixian insisted on it for a low rent. He gently took his wife's hand and sincerely asked how she felt about having a building named after her, making Lee Shuxian bashfully cover her face. She told him to stop in front of the children, and though Yoonji tried to compose himself, the whole family soon burst into laughter. Duo Jun was happy to see this, and later that night at home, after a few beers, Yoonji began to confide in his son, asking if he was doing okay. He wondered how a 24-year-old could manage over 10 subsidiaries, and Duo Jun recalled 9 from HVK Group and 4 from Shanjiang Finance. He couldn't remember all the smaller ones, and when Yoonji asked if he was exaggerating, he simply gave a light smile without arguing. He explained that grandfather and Uncle Wu Shixian were experts at restructuring, and he honestly didn't have the energy to track every minor subsidiary. His father dismissed this, saying he managed many companies and believed even a small workshop required close and constant supervision. Duo Jun called out to him softly, and when Yoonji listened, he explained that the scale of their companies was vastly different. He listed his top-ranked insurance firm, his auto company's huge market share, and his construction firm's high ranking, leaving Yoonji speechless. Finally admitting defeat, he joked about his boastful son before asking if his uncles had tried to contact him yet. Duo Jun shook his head, saying they hadn't, though they should have contacted his father since he was the key to controlling both Fantasy and himself. That person would become the group's majority shareholder, and Yoonji agreed, asking what his next step should be. Duo Jun suggested he claim he wouldn't interfere until his son finished school, but Yoonji remained somewhat skeptical of the idea. He pointed out that graduation was only months away, so Duo Jun mentioned his plan for graduate school, which his father doubted. He questioned how someone who skipped undergraduate classes could attend graduate school, but Duo Jun sighed, mentioning grandfather's age and his upcoming enlistment. He wanted to postpone his military service to care for grandfather while he was still alive, fearing what might happen while he was away. Yoonji frowned in confusion, reminding him that he was actually exempt from service, which left Duo Jun completely stunned. Yoonji quickly made a phone call, identifying himself and asking the person on the other end if it was true that Duo Jun was exempt from military service. "Is that so? I see. It seems Dao Jun hasn't heard the news yet. I understand, thank you. Let's arrange a get-together when you're free." Dao Jun asked hesitantly, "Who were you calling father?" After hanging up, Yun Chi replied, "Secretary General Lee H.G. I was asking about your enlistment. You've been exempted from military service. The reason is your past serious traffic accident, supported by medical certificates of poor health. All the legal procedures have been fully processed." Stunned by the sudden news, Dao Jun could only mutter, "I see." Later, at Dao Jun's private residence, the TV news featured the new coach of the South Korean national football team. Watching the news, Dao Xing asked, "Do you like football?" Dao Jun replied, "Just a bit. I usually only watch the national team's matches." They both continued watching the sports segment in silence. Dao Jun thought to himself, "Is there any sport that remains interesting when you already know the outcome?" Dao Xing then asked with a hint of confusion, "It's New Year's Day. Why aren't you at home instead of coming here?" Dao Jun honestly admitted that he wanted to avoid the company executives coming over to pay their respects. Since it was the first day of the year, Dao Xing was shocked by the answer and asked, "You don't want that?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, it's annoying when too many people visit. Greeting someone the age of my son is hard enough, but greeting those older than my father is even more exhausting." Dao Xing asked skeptically, "So, are you comfortable with me because I'm not as old as your father?" Dao Jun burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. He continued, "I came to support and empower you." The man froze for a few seconds, asking, "What?" Dao Jun then began to explain clearly. "Tomorrow, go to the office and subtly reveal that you had a private meeting with me on New Year's Day." Dao Xing was still confused. He then asked, "Director, who do you think holds the real power at Shanjiang Group?" Dao Xing quickly answered that it was Secretary General Li Hg, who is considered the chairman's right-hand man. "Isn't that right?" Dao Jun softly asked, "Then how does one become truly powerful?" He provided the perfect answer, "Through trust." Dao Jun looked skeptical, but Dao Xing nodded in confirmation. "Yes, it's about gaining absolute trust from the one in power. Everyone knows this." Dao Jun couldn't help but pause at the phrase, "powerful person." It is a word full of allure. The one standing beside the ruler possesses immeasurable strength, sometimes even surpassing the person he once served. However, trust alone isn't enough to become a person of power and influence. Director, in my opinion, this is how a powerful person is defined. A powerful person is someone who can meet the ruler at any time, discuss any topic they wish, and ensure that most matters are executed swiftly through that ruler. Without either of those factors, one cannot be considered truly powerful. Now, guess if Secretary Li Hg is such a person. Dao Xing objectively added that he was quite strict. One could even say excessively so. Dao Jun shook his head and said, "That's not what I meant." The man looked startled as Dao Jun continued to explain. "Everyone in the Sanjiang Group believes Secretary General Li Zuzhen is the one with real power, except for grandfather. What matters isn't who holds the actual power, but who is perceived to hold it." Dao Heng noted with wide, surprised eyes. He then seemed to realize that if everyone views someone as powerful, they will overstep their bounds, as Dao Jun smirked meaningfully. Today's meeting will expand Director Jiang's scope of action, providing a rare opportunity that he must focus on exploiting. Dao Heng cried out in delight that he understood, while Dao Jun looked forward to seeing the plan Director Jiang had arranged. He quickly produced numerous documents for the table, which Dao Heng analyzed, suggesting they first integrate subsidiary systems into a synchronized server. Through that system, you will be able to effortlessly monitor daily operations and track the cash flow of subsidiaries in an instant. Dao Jun looked at the documents in confusion, questioning the surplus cash flow analysis and the efficiency of subsidiary operations. Dao Heng asked hesitantly if the capital gained from these sources would be used to repurchase the company's shares. He nodded in confirmation, explaining that the current share structure was unstable and at risk of being seized by the vice chairman. This was an outcome he wanted to avoid, especially since grandfather was watching closely, preventing them from trading openly. However, they were certainly accumulating shares in secret, waiting for the right moment, as Min Zai shouted in a fit of rage. "What, does he really consider the credit card company a burden? Did that brat actually say that?" Dao Heng nodded in confirmation. Dao Heng agreed that while Jin Dao Jun seemed extraordinary, he was actually just a stubborn third-generation tycoon heir who believed only in himself. Min Zai trembled with anger, questioning why the boy thought they were in debt when their performance was better than anyone else's. He gnashed his teeth in frustration over the New Year's trouble, while Dao Heng remained silent, recalling Dao Jun's previous instructions. The goal was to make the opponent believe he truly felt that way, and he had wondered how Li Min Zai would react. Dao Heng eventually admitted that if he were in that position, he would be absolutely furious. Dao Jun nodded, noting that anyone would be upset if their successful business was dismissed as useless by a wet-behind-the-ears brat. His pride would be deeply wounded, leading him to seek a confidant, though it certainly wouldn't be my grandfather, as no one dared oppose the chairman. Aside from the chairman, Vice Chairman Jin Yonki holds the most power, Dao Xing noted with a pale, shocked expression as he voiced his suspicion. "Are you actually intending to sell the credit card company?" Du Jun maintained his composure and clarified that he merely intended to exchange it. He planned to select a prime subsidiary from his eldest uncle's group for the swap, yet Dao Xing remained hesitant, questioning the credit card company's current state. until Du Jun confidently asserted that its condition was exactly why he could fetch a premium price. Daoxing failed to grasp the strategy at first, prompting the other to emphasize that he should not be too reluctant to let go, as he never allowed anything once in his possession to truly slip away to another. Whether it concerned wealth, corporations, or individuals, he believed the credit card company would eventually return to him even if he let it go, leaving a confused Daoxing to ask for a clearer explanation of his thoughts. Du Jun suggested that since the matter was difficult to grasp, he should simply observe, while Min Xie inquired about how they should deal with that fellow, Director Jiang. "It appears he wants to turn you into his most trusted aide," Min Xie remarked. But Daoxing countered that as the youngest executive, he was likely the one most easily dismissed rather than chosen as a confidant. "Every CEO within the subsidiary network is older than my own father, including General Manager Jin Enki. It was difficult for them to follow the orders of a child." So Min Zai remained silent and listened before signaling Du Zixing to leave. He told him that he had worked hard and should just humor the boy for now, then dismissed him, leaving Min Zai alone in the room after the man bowed and exited. He picked up the phone and ordered his subordinates to check Vice Chairman Jin Yangjai's schedule, instructing them to arrange a meeting if there was any free time. Min Zai hung up the phone in a rage, the veins on his forehead bulging with anger, before later arriving at the group headquarters to offer a humble greeting. "I have arrived a bit late to greet you. My apologies, Vice Chairman," he said, and Jin Yangjai politely replied that it was no trouble at all, as his personal visit was highly valued. "Everyone is currently busy seeking out their own masters to pay their respects, so no one has time to care about their neighbors," leaving Min Zai flustered as he grasped the man's meaning. He tried to stay composed and told him not to worry, but Jin Yangjai asked him directly if he intended to just let the situation stand. Min Zai did not hide his intentions regarding the financial branches, questioning if he would truly allow the group's financial system to fall into the hands of a child, which made Jin Yangjai pause and sigh in frustration. He asked if they really had to discuss such heavy matters at the start of the year, wondering if Director Li had been bullied by his nephew, which caused Min Zai to hesitate. He then proceeded to recount everything to Jin Yangjai, and as time passed, Jin Yangjai received news that General Director Li Min Zai had gone to see the chairman first on the very first day of the year. Gui Bin nodded in confirmation and asked if there was a problem, while Jin Yangjai inquired about Dao Jun, who was reported to have only met with Managing Director Zhang Zhaozian. Jin Yangjai grew suspicious since Zhang Zhaozian handled the life insurance sector, and he stroked his chin thoughtfully after the man nodded in confirmation. He wondered if those old men had already begun to rebel on the very first day of the year, as they would never normally humble themselves like that. Yet that boy had declined the greetings of his elders, making him think his dear nephew still hadn't learned how to properly conduct himself around his seniors. Suddenly, someone else in the room spoke up, suggesting to the vice chairman that the situation seemed quite suspicious. Jin Yangjai immediately asked what was suspicious, questioning why someone like General Director Li Min Zai wouldn't go straight to the chairman if he had a grievance. Why would he come to Vice Chairman Jin Yangjai instead? He only smirked and asked what the man would even say to his father. Would those old men really expose their own guts just because they didn't want to work with a child? Dao Jun remained silent, not knowing how to respond. Jin Yangjai continued, saying they had no one else to rely on and must have wavered between his brother and himself before finally choosing him. Jaishi also spoke up, asking the vice chairman if he thought General Director Li Min Zai was simply complaining, to which he countered by asking what else it could be besides resentment. Jishi clarified that the man needs to survive, so he likely reached out first to propose a deal. No professional would be so desperate as to just cling on. Interestingly, the credit card company's CEO was the one who stepped up. After all, the head of finance should be the life insurance CEO. Donkey fell into a silent contemplation before looking up at him. "You didn't come here just to raise questions, did you? What conclusion have you reached?" Suddenly, the room became so tense that no one dared to make a sound. After a moment, Jishi suggested meeting CEO Jiang Zhaoxing, and Zhaoyuan agreed, noting that if Vice Chairman Jin Yangqi knew, they must as well. Donkey felt a massive headache. "I expected this, but not so soon. It is frustrating that two adults must tensely monitor every single move of a mere child." Donkey then decided to approach him quietly while being careful not to leak any news. At dusk, Dao Jun anxiously asked if his second uncle had reacted. Daoxing reported that while it started as a formal greeting about recent events, the man eventually began inquiring deeply about him. When Dao Jun asked for his response, he laughed and said he made him seem overwhelmed, claiming he only cared about the securities firm and nothing else to keep it plausible. His expression shifted instantly upon hearing that. Dao Jun explained it was because the Shanjiang Financial Group holds a massive stake in the conglomerate. Daoxing added that he appeared troubled by the unwanted card company and subtly hinted at a potential trade. If offered a couple of heavy industry firms, they might have been sold to Fantasy's HVK group. Here is the list of heavy industry companies owned by Vice Chairman Jin Yonki. I have highlighted the companies that could be exchanged for the card company based on their comparable market value. Dao Jun quickly took the list to review. He then asked if Vice Chairman Jin Yonki had made any moves, and Dao Xing confirmed that assistant Bai Junha had paid him a visit. Dao Jun immediately recognized him as Jin Yonki's right-hand man and asked what the man had to say. Dao Xing revealed the truth. The man told him to stop putting on a show for a kid and state his true desires. Dao Jun marveled that such a shameless man was a strategist. Dao Jun curiously asked how he replied, and Dao Xing admitted he asked for time to think before asking what answer Assistant Bai was expecting. Dao Xing explained that they want to gauge his greed to make a fitting offer, but in return, he would have to help them seize what Dao Jun owns. Dao Jun fell silent. I am also curious about the extent of your greed, he said, asking how the man intended to respond. Dao Xing replied that he wanted to discuss that very matter with him. The air seemed to freeze as Dao Jun realized this man wanted to see not just his authority, but what he could actually provide. He then slowly set the documents down. Duo Jun crossed his arms as Zhuo Heng, the chairman of the Shanjiang Financial Group, cried out in shock. What? He countered by asking if the man disliked the title that would be on his business card. Zhuo Heng's eyes widened in surprise, as Duo Jun easily surmised that the man had assumed he would be the one taking that position. He never truly believed that I wanted to separate ownership from management. Because I was young, I temporarily stayed behind the scenes, but they believed I would step forward at any time, as no one in the Chaebol world ever truly retreats. The entire room suddenly fell silent, and after a while, Zhuo Heng asked in confusion if he was truly serious, to which Duo Jun responded with a gentle question of his own. Do you intend to stand by me without any guarantees? If so, I cannot trust your sincerity, as it is impossible to weather the storms together without gaining anything. Zhuo Heng stammered as he continued. You promised me the best treatment at the Shanjiang Group, he argued, but Duo Jun disagreed, suggesting that while it might seem sufficient now, things would change. Once people have enough money, they always crave something more, whether it be power or ideals, Duo Jun said, prompting Zhuo Heng to clench his fists and ask how he knew. I apologize for the abrupt question, but I must ask how you can have such thoughts at your age, to which Duo Jun smiled gently and reminded him that he was the one who called him a chaser of illusions. However, when you become chairman, and how long you hold that seat depends entirely on you, and if you fail to meet my expectations even slightly, I will do more than just remove you from that position. Zhuo Heng asked in a panic if he meant immediate termination according to the management contract, or if they would walk the path together until the end, and Duo Jun nodded in confirmation. He easily grasped the man's intent and asked if he was hoping for a happily ever after, suggesting that if so, he should head to Jeju Island instead, buy a garden house and live a life farming carrots. Duo Jun added, warning Zhuo Heng not to dream of fairy tales before asking if the offer was enticing enough. The man laughed and admitted he would be a fool to refuse, then quickly stood up and mentioned he would meet with assistant Bai Junhe again before leaving. I have already decided what to tell him, he said, leaving Duo Jun with a satisfied smile while in another room. Rong Jai stood solemnly as Yun Jai remained blissfully unaware and cheerful. Now our family even gathers on New Year's Day, Rong Jai remarked, adding that work had become the primary reason for their meetings instead of affection, noting that one must sacrifice something to gain another. Rong Jai sat down and spoke sincerely, apologizing to Yun Jai and explaining that his visit with coffee and cheesecake was not just for New Year's greetings. I came for business, as without it, I am not sure when we would ever meet, he said, to which a somber Yun Jai replied that he should be the one apologizing for not visiting his elder during the holiday. You were also busy hosting guests all New Year's Day, so it just turned out this way, Rong Jai said with a smirk, adding that he found their current situation acceptable despite their busy schedules. Meeting for work is not a bad thing at all, Rong Jai continued, prompting Yun Jai to stop beating around the bush and ask what the business matter was. You are a vice chairman and far busier than I am, Rong Jai noted before asking if he had spoken with Duo Jun recently. Yun Jai asked with suspicion if the matter involved Duo Jun, and when the man nodded in confirmation, Rong Jai's gaze sharpened as Yun Jai began to ponder the situation. He flatly refused, but don't think about using me as a messenger. Until Dao Jun actively seeks my help, I won't get involved. Yang Jai clarified that he wasn't asking him to deliver a message, but rather that Dao Jun likely had something to say, and he wanted that relayed. Yang Jai was slightly surprised as Yang Jai continued, mentioning rumors within the group that the boy had been struggling lately, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Yang Jai asked if he ever thought their father forced Dao Jun to take over. Yang Jai calmly ate his cake, noting Dao Jun's immense ambition and doubting he'd find it a burden. Yang Jai disagreed, arguing that great ambition doesn't mean wanting useless things. Dao Jun wants Shanjiang Group's shares, not the torture of facing the board every day. Even he found it exhausting, so Yang Jai adjusted his glasses and asked if Dao Jun really found it difficult. Yang Jai sipped his coffee, admitting he was just checking rumors. These were just rumors from various sources, but he reminded him of his previous promise to sell to Dao Jun at a very high price. He was still willing to keep that promise, so Yang Jai asked for his price. Yang Jai smirked, having achieved his goal, and said he needed to see the goods first. Yang Jai remained firm, stating he would check, but hoped it wasn't just a probe, or he would remove him from any future negotiations. Yang Jai spoke awkwardly, admitting he hesitated to bring this up because he didn't want to be seen as someone targeting what his nephew owns. He asked him not to be so blunt, explaining that he only spoke up because he desperately needed the finance division, to which Yang Jai nodded. He agreed to view it as a fair transaction without ulterior motives, while Yang Jai smugly took a bite of his cake. Meeting as brothers for work isn't a bad thing, so Yang Jai suggested they share a glass of soju once they finished their business. As they sat discussing in the room, Daoxing asked in confusion if it was a total sale rather than an exchange, and Dao Jun nodded in confirmation. Indeed, he turned pale and wondered if the boy was sane, considering the credit card company was currently printing money like paper. Given its future value, the acquisition cost would be astronomical, and the Shanjiang Group didn't have that kind of massive cash reserve available. The chances of the deal collapsing were high, so Daoxing gulped and asked why he changed his mind after saying he wasn't in a rush for money. Dao Jun explained that sticking to one's word isn't always consistency but can be stubbornness, as plans must adapt. Daoxing then asked for his price. Dao Jun smirked and left the decision to the other party, suggesting that he set the price himself and he would follow that decision. Daoxing was suddenly put in a difficult position, so Dao Jun clarified that he wasn't asking for a final sale price, but a starting bid for an auction. He was bewildered and auction. He nodded and said, "That's right, I want to give the two vice chairmen a little surprise. Few things in this world stir a man's pride more than an auction, and having a young nephew run it will surely ignite their determination." Duo Heng was completely stunned. "Do you plan to step forward yourself?" He replied confidently, "I am about to graduate, and I want to engage in a fierce battle of wits with the two vice chairmen as I enter society. Perhaps we can uncover their true colors." Soon, the newspapers were filled with information, and everyone was discussing the matter. Yang Jai slammed the newspaper onto the table in a rage and fell into silent thought, just as Bai Jun-hee, the executive assistant, arrived. Rong Jai also wore a solemn expression, while Li Min-xiu, the chairman of Sun Jiangji, was so terrified that he was sweating profusely. Yang Wu-zhan of Sun Jiang Life and Yin Kui of Sun Jiang Security were also present when Yang Jai finally spoke, saying everyone must have read the news. "So let us discuss how we should handle this." Wu-zhan tried to stay calm, asking if the article was true or if the journalist had just fabricated it from random rumors. Rong Jai immediately countered, "Chairman Yang, your instincts have dulled. This news was released by our side, and it is entirely accurate. It is an offer directed at my brother and me." Wu Zhan blinked in confusion at the mention of an offer, while Rong Jai narrowed his eyes and said, "Buy Sun Jiangji at a high price, or I will sell it to the De Xian Group." They were startled, their expressions turning grim, and Yin Kui was too terrified to speak until Yang Jai suddenly mentioned Min Xiu, causing him to jump in fright. "Chairman Li Min Xiu, what do you think?" He was bewildered and hesitated, stammering that he meant. Seeing such an attitude, Yang Jai became furious. He shouted loudly, "What kind of man are you? A CEO who just stands by while rumors spread that his company is being sold?" Yang Jai continued to scold him, asking if that was the proper attitude for a chairman. Min Xiu hurriedly bowed and apologized repeatedly, but the other man only sneered at his behavior before ordering Min Xiu to suppress the news immediately, remove all online articles, and ensure no further information spread. Junhee bowed and accepted the order, saying yes, vice chairman, before quickly heading out to work, while Min Xiu remained fearful, secretly observing the situation. Rong Jai pressed further, asking Chairman Li Min Xiu if he had any thoughts on Assistant Bai Junhee leaving like that. He was confused, wondering what he should think, and could only stare wide-eyed at the other man, which further irritated Rong Jai. If I were in your position, I would have called a press conference immediately to declare the rumors of Sun Jiangji's sale as baseless. You seem quite leisurely, Chairman. If you do not want to see the stock prices soar, then deal with it immediately. Why are you still standing there? Min Xiu was flustered after being berated. He hurried away immediately, stammering his compliance, while Wu Zhan and Yin Kui were also pale with fear. Rong Jai then turned to address Chairman Yang and Chairman Gao. They both replied in unison, and Rong Jai continued by asking if Sun Jiangji were actually sold. Would acquiring the shares held by their two companies be sufficient? Calculate the minimum price based on the current stock value, while also determining the maximum based on the average stock price over the last 3 months. Yang Jai asked his colleague if he truly believed Dao Jun would sell the credit card company, and Rong Jai nodded firmly, certain that Dao Jun would indeed sell it, prompting Yang Jai to approach him curiously. "Why are you so certain?" he asked, to which the man replied that a credit card company wasn't some corner grocery store, and questioned if he thought the boy could make such a decision on his own. He must have consulted with Wu Shixuan of Fantasia. He intends to sell the credit card firm and reinvest that capital into another venture. Or perhaps he will use it to acquire a company that Fantasia actually requires. The entire room suddenly fell silent as Yang Jai let out a frustrated sigh and spoke again. "You two should determine the valuation first," Chairman Yang Jai ordered, leaving Wu Ken bewildered as he was tasked with going to meet Director Zhang Daoheng. He needed to uncover exactly why things had reached this point and what Dao Jun was truly planning. So Wu Ken immediately accepted the order. As time quickly slipped away, Yang Jai rubbed his forehead in exhaustion, while Rong Jai couldn't help but smirk, noting that the boy hadn't caused a single bit of trouble throughout his university years. He hadn't even been involved with women, so perhaps after suppressing himself for so long, he was finally letting loose. Though Yang Jai added that this was 100 times more serious than women or alcohol, daring to sell the entire company was simply beyond words. Before Rong Jai turned to ask what he planned to do, he wondered if they would just sit by and watch him buy it back, but he was still hesitating, and the older man didn't dare make an immediate decision either, insisting they had to run the numbers first. Currently, they lacked the funds to acquire the credit card company, so Yang Jai confidently declared that the other should withdraw and let him handle it, prompting Rong Jai to ask suspiciously, "This is something my nephew threw out. If there's a profit to be made, I have no reason to back down," he said, and Yang Jai added that their division would only benefit Dao Jun, asking if he thought they were the only ones watching this. Rong Jai countered immediately, stating that not only the Duxuan group, but also those without a foothold in the credit card industry would swarm like a broken beehive, and the financial sector would be watching closely even if they reached an agreement. This battle was far from over, and as the room filled with the scent of impending conflict, the newspaper was once again slammed onto the table while Yang Tian asked angrily. He demanded to know if the boy had leaked this, or if the reporters had fabricated the story, to which He Zhu carefully reported that it had indeed been leaked, confirming that Director Zhang Daoheng had been seen the previous night. Zhang Daoheng had been drinking with several journalists, leading Yang Tian to immediately ask if he was the one who had instigated Dao Jun's actions. He Zhu quickly disagreed, saying it was impossible since he knew exactly what kind of person Dao Jun was, and that Zhang Daoheng was certainly nothing more than a puppet in Dao Jun's hands. After hearing that, Yang Tian found it plausible, agreeing that no one would dare instigate that boy, as Dao Jun was the one with the talent for manipulating others. The old man furrowed his brows in thought, feeling a sense of unease because the boy had grown up without ever disappointing him even once. If he was doing this now, there had to be a reason. So when He Zhu worriedly asked what their next move should be, Yang Tian could only respond with a sense of helplessness. He urgently suggested that they could adjust the share ratio of the credit card company before it was too late, but Yang Tian only responded with a cold snort. He said immediately that if it could be adjusted so easily, wouldn't there have been a flaw in the inheritance process? Hua Ying replied that it wasn't the case. "I still hold Dao Jun's legal seal. Even if I can't transfer all the shares, moving just a small portion is enough to make selling the company impossible." Yang Kaiyan clicked his tongue and said, "My friend, you still don't truly understand Dao Jun." Hua Ying was confused and didn't understand yet. The old man seemed to know his grandson well. "Go to the district office and check. Do you think that boy would just let you keep his legal seal? If he wanted to change it, he would have done so long ago." Hua Ying was left speechless. Yang Kaiyan continued, He isn't the type to hand over his assets for others to keep or transfer, which is exactly why this feels so strange. He had just acquired a lucrative company, yet he intended to sell it immediately. At that moment, Dao Jun and his grandfather were sitting at a roadside eatery, having a simple meal. Yang Kaiyan asked, "How is it? The flavor of the awful soup here hasn't changed in over 30 years. Some things remain constant despite the passage of time. Isn't that wonderful, don't you agree?" Dao Jun replied while eating hungrily. "Yes, it's delicious." However, Yang Kaiyan didn't see it that way. How could children understand such a profound flavor? Dao Jun was puzzled and said he already found it tasty, adding that everyone likes good food regardless of age. Seeing his expression, Yang Kaiyan remarked on how irritable he was. The old man quickly set down his spoon, and Dao Jun took a deep breath. He confidently told his grandfather not to worry, promising that even in 30 years, he would still protect the Sun Jiang group. Yang Kaiyan couldn't help but feel skeptical. Really? He remained very confident. "Yes, if there's any change, it will only be that it grows stronger, never weaker." "To be honest, you're worried, aren't you?" Yang Kaiyan was slightly stunned. "What?" Dao Jun asked again. "You're wondering if I'm actually going to sell the credit card company, right?" Yang Kaiyan hesitated, asking if the news report was just fiction. He quickly revealed the truth, saying he was the one who leaked it, which the old man likely already knew. Yang Kaiyan seemed to have guessed as much. "Who is it? Your uncles?" Dao Jun nodded in confirmation. Yang Kaiyan said nothing and simply observed him in silence. The old man picked up a piece of meat and remarked on how hot it was. Yang Kaiyan chewed the meat with relish, noting it was well cooked and quite good. "I've never liked credit cards. They're no different from usury. But remember, whether money comes from loans or service fees, money has no label, and that same money can strangle you at any time." "Are you sure? I heard the credit card company is very profitable." Dao Jun remained calm because the company was a gold mine. "That's why my uncles will be willing to buy it back at a high price, right?" Yang Kaiyan shook his head in frustration, unable to predict what his grandson was thinking. Dao Jun simply used the analogy of a bull leaving home only to bring back a whole herd of cows. The old man quickly added that he should let it be slaughtered, leaving only the bones. "Let them suffer a bit." Hearing this, he couldn't help but cry out, "Oh my grandfather, what are you saying?" In his heart, Dao Jun thought differently. The bull that left home would return with a carriage laden with treasures known as Sun Jiang shares. At Yun Qi's office, Rong Qi reached his breaking point and shouted incessantly as Yun Qi remained indifferent, leisurely reading his newspaper. No matter how talented Dao Jun is, he is still just a child, and since the credit card industry is inherently risky, it is no wonder he feels uneasy. That is why he wants to give up, Yun Qi remarked, asking if the article was true, something Rong Qi had already anticipated. "No, this is a message for Yang Qi and me. If we do not buy at a high price, he will sell to someone else, which is clearly a threat." Yun Qi fell into deep thought before finally deciding that he would meet Dao Jun and take everything back, regardless of what the boy said. Rong Qi was pleased with this outcome, but he became confused when Yun Qi casually asked if he was free that evening. He simply insisted that they must have dinner and a drink tonight, leaving Rong Qi frowning in confusion at the sudden invitation. Yun Qi gestured for silence as he made a call, telling Yang Qi that despite his busy schedule, they absolutely had to meet tonight. Rong Qi was stunned as Yun Qi continued, stating he would handle the credit card company matter and that both of them must attend dinner at the Sanjiang Japanese restaurant at 8 o'clock. He then informed Rong Qi that they would meet at 8, thinking to himself that he needed to be present to know what was being said behind his back. Since he had to be there, Rong Qi felt forced to agree to the meeting before turning around and walking away. He slammed the door shut with a loud bang to show his anger, leaving Yun Qi to sigh and remark that acting really should be left to the professionals. It was harder than expected, and inside a skyscraper, the sound of bitter complaining echoed continuously as someone grumbled that they should have just met at the office. Wu Zhen looked around in confusion, wondering where they were, while Yin Jiu guessed it was Fantasy's headquarters just as Dao Jun appeared and invited them to sit. He confirmed it was Fantasy's headquarters, where he usually worked alone with only a few staff members, while the others stood there hesitating. He urged them to speak casually as before, explaining that as a shareholder without an official title, hearing them use formal language made him feel awkward. Wu Zhen hesitated to agree, but Dao Jun nodded in confirmation, explaining that it was simply to make their conversation more comfortable. However, he noted that their relative positions remained unchanged. causing the three of them to look displeased, while Dao Jun smirked triumphantly. He clarified that he still held the power of appointment as their superior, but then shifted focus to ask if they had read the news, leaving Wu Zhen flustered. Wu Zhen confirmed they were about to discuss it, but Dao Jun interrupted, asking to speak first, to which Wu Zhen nodded in agreement. Dao Jun called out, "Director Lee Minrui, I watched the press conference." Minrui forced a smile and asked, "Is that so? You saw it?" Dao Jun stroked his chin. "Yes, it was on the noon news. However, during that briefing, you completely denied the report. What exactly did you say?" "That stock prices shouldn't plummet over a reporter's fabrication, correct?" Minrui confirmed nervously. "That is correct." He knit his brows and questioned the man. "But how can you be so certain it was fiction?" Minrui flushed as he explained that a profitable Shanyang subsidiary had no reason to be sold. Dao Jun then added that transactions within a holding company involve major shareholders transferring their divisions, meaning only the ownership structure changes. "In that case, shouldn't your first action after reading the article have been to ask me?" He then spoke solemnly. "To be perfectly honest, if I desired, those minor companies would be crushed under my feet with a mere snap of my fingers. At most, they only manage insurance agents." Minrui's face turned red with rage. Yuzhen could not restrain himself and barked, "What are you implying? Do you intend to discard everything to start an investment firm?" Dao Jun remained unfazed. "I would love to, but since this is my grandfather's legacy, I will retain it for now. I will transform Shanyang Securities into a professional investment firm, so that must stay." Minrui ground his teeth and pointed at Dao Jun, shouting that the brat knew nothing. While Yuzhen and the others watched, Dao Jun stood up calmly and said, "I have made my point. I will liquidate the credit card company and eliminate any low-profit entity at any time. The benchmark will be my personal profit margin, which I can disclose whenever necessary. If my methods do not suit you, you have only one alternative. Go work for my eldest uncle's company, which you all seem to favor. But before that, submit your resignations. I am serious. Since I did not appoint you, you do not respect me. You only see a 10-year-old boy. I must personally appoint my own CEO. That way, the pinnacle of your career will be tied to me. I require subordinates who share those memories. I have finished. You may all leave. I have much to do." After hearing this, they stood up submissively and departed one by one. The door slammed shut with a loud bang, and Dao Jun smiled triumphantly. "Now they will rush to my eldest uncle and embellish my words. He will judge me based on those reports, which is exactly what I hope for." The atmosphere at the dining table was incredibly tense. Rongji frowned and asked, "Are you being serious?" Dao Jun replied confidently, "America is currently flooded with real estate-based financial products. Investing there could easily double our assets within a few years. Such returns are incomparable to mere credit card transaction fees." He thought to himself that while doubling might be a stretch, a 60 to 70% profit was entirely feasible. Rongji sighed as he listened to Dao Jun speak. Rongji listened in silence. Dao Jun recalled Francis Underwood's words, "Choosing money over power is a mistake that most people make. Wealth is like modern architecture in Sarasota, collapsing after only 10 years, but power is like a stone castle that endures for half a century. Yet I am still the fool chasing money. My two uncles are the wise ones trying to scavenge the power I discarded." Dong Jai laughed aloud, saying they were now the old generation who knew nothing of stocks or funds, while praising his nephew's talent. Doubling the profits, Ying Jai now viewed Du Jun differently, seeing how he bid low and then used clever words, proving he possessed the true nature of a merchant. Ying Shi asked once more, "Ying Jun, do you plan to sell Jia Yang card to the Daxian Group?" Du Jun shook his head and replied that he had not made a decision yet. "I consulted with director Wu Shixian. You both know the head of fantasy investment, don't you?" Ying Jai answered immediately that he did, and Dong Jai nodded beside him. Du Jun spoke solemnly. He said the banking union is very interested, believing that acquiring Zun Yang card is the fastest path due to its solid network and diverse card portfolio. Ying Jai was stunned, and Dong Jai was equally surprised by the mention of the banking union, a place of great financial power. He quickly warned Du Jun that the Zun Yang name must never fall into the hands of others. "Every company is steeped in your grandfather's legacy. You understand that, right?" Du Jun was well aware of their tactics. They wanted to use his feelings for his grandfather to manipulate him, but he remained calm. "I haven't reached a conclusion yet, as this isn't a matter that requires haste." Du Jun looked at their expressions and could easily guess their thoughts. His uncles were likely very anxious, fearing that rushing would lose them the chance. But if he delayed, he might change his mind and the credit card deal would collapse, especially his second uncle who was very restless. Regarding liquidity, the sooner they acquired Zun Yang card, the better. Dong Jai then spoke softly, "Du Jun, why don't you just transfer it to us? The price will be very generous." Ying Jai paused, questioning what he meant by us. So Dong Jai explained he wasn't suggesting a split but a proposal for joint ownership. That man became irritated, asking who permitted this and how much longer the nonsense would continue. He told Du Jun to stop the talk and hand over Zun Yang card, as managing it was not easy. Right, I will pay you a worthy price. He shouted the order for the matter to end there, which left Du Jun appearing suddenly flustered. Uncle, the truth is. Ying Jai slammed the table in anger and told him to be quiet, saying that no matter how shallow he was, he must realize the Zun Yang name was not to be used so lightly. Do you not feel ashamed? Du Jun stood up abruptly and bowed his head sincerely, apologizing to his uncle. Ying Jai only snorted, leaving Du Jun feeling very confused. Second uncle, aren't you going to speak? Why are you hesitating? Finally, Dong Jai spoke up, telling his brother that shouting would not solve the problem. He said Du Jun was still inexperienced but smart enough to be persuaded slowly, then told him to sit down, and Du Jun obediently followed. Yes, Dong Jai continued. You are an adult now and a major shareholder in the Zun Yang financial sector, so you must know how significant this is. Now, right here, promise me just one thing. Du Jun asked politely what he should promise. Rong Jai proposed that even if Sun Yang were liquidated, the name must never be discarded, reminding Dao Jun of how much his grandfather had cherished him. He urged Dao Jun to listen to his second uncle, but when Dao Jun tentatively asked if he should sell it back to both of them, Dong Jai spoke up to correct him. What do you mean both uncles? Hand it to me, Rong Jai barked, but Dong Jai retorted sharply, telling his brother to stop being so stubborn. Dong Jai, don't you realize you lack the strength for this? This is 1 trillion. Do you even have the means to produce that much money? He argued that even the steel or machinery branches would need to sell a subsidiary to raise that capital, just as Dao Jun summoned the courage to speak. Eldest uncle, I am sorry to interrupt, but the figure is not 1 trillion, Dao Jun said, leaving them both bewildered as he firmly corrected the amount. It is well over 1 trillion, he declared, leaving both of them submerged in a profound silence. You finally have to name a price. Fine, let's do this. The minimum valuation set by Fantasy and Shancheng Pavilion is 1.2 trillion won. I believe 1.4 trillion is a reasonable figure. If you both can afford this amount, I will hand over Shancheng Pavilion to preserve the Shancheng name. Ying Jai fell silent upon hearing this, as did Dong Jai. Dao Jun knew better than anyone that 1.4 trillion was a sum Dong Jai could not raise without liquidating subsidiaries or mortgaging company shares for bank loans. Ying Jai did not rush to agree, saying he needed to analyze this further, but would strive to meet the terms. He then suggested calling in the execution team to begin negotiations. Dong Jai clicked his tongue in irritation, while Ying Jun smirked, thinking to himself that an easy battle holds no interest and that it is only right for some blood to be spilled. He continued, stating that he would accept payment in the form of 3-year maturity bonds. After all, since they were family, he felt obligated to provide favorable conditions for his uncle. I am in no rush for the money, so I will have my team prepare the detailed terms immediately. Both men were now struck with disbelief as they both began to hesitate. 3-year maturity bonds meant deferred payment. There is a saying that with debt, one might even dare to eat a whole cow, and it was not until a moment later that Dong Jai finally spoke up. Wait, Dao Jun, what did you just say? Are you certain about the 3-year bonds? Dao Jun nodded in confirmation, stating that in exchange, the total value of the deal would be 1.4 trillion won. It might not be the exact figure, but I understand the bank debt exceeds 400 billion. Therefore, after deducting the debt, the actual amount remaining is only slightly over 900 billion. Dong Jai muttered to himself, as if deep in thought. 900 billion was not an amount he was calculating as insignificant enough to be repaid 3 years later. Whether it was 900 billion or not did not matter. The only thing on his mind was whether he could issue nearly 1 trillion in bonds, and Ying Jai also fell into a deep silence. A 3-year time bomb. The sight of both parties scrambling for this bomb was truly entertaining, and that man asked again with a hint of disdain. Dao Jun, are you in your right mind? With 3-year bonds, once the credit card company is sold, your revenue stream will be severed, and you will immediately fall into a financial crisis. Dong Jai spoke up irritably, telling his brother to stop talking nonsense, as the companies under Dao Jun's control were no different from money-printing banks, making a financial crisis impossible. Dao Jun, valuing Shancheng Pavilion at 1.4 trillion means you will reclaim all the subsidiary shares, correct? He nodded in confirmation and said yes. Except for 3 or 4 related subsidiaries, all core company shares will be transferred. Including Shancheng Life and Shancheng Security, the total value will be nearly 3 trillion won, Dong Jai noted with satisfaction. Very well, and you also confirm that you will accept the entire payment in 3-year maturity bonds. Ying Jun nodded upon hearing this and spoke with a radiant smile. Yes, eldest uncle, we are family after all. Meanwhile, Dong Jai feigned composure while drinking beer as Ying Jai sat in silent thought, Dao Jun having already departed. Dong Jai was the first to ask what he thought, and when Ying Jai asked for clarification, he explained that he was wondering if Dao Jun had been sincere today. Yang Chi smirked, telling him not to overthink it. Whether the boy was hiding his true nature or had simply reached his limit, it changed nothing. Regardless, they had to seize all the companies and shares Dao Jun held. He then downed his beer in one gulp as Rong Jai asked hesitantly, "Brother, is it absolutely necessary to take Sanjiang card? It doesn't even hold any shares in the group." Yang Chi set his glass down gently, appearing very knowledgeable. "That brat always makes that face whenever he's in trouble." Rong Jai simply called out, "Brother." Yang Chi snapped back in anger. "Enough, what's the point of pretending to be kind brothers caring for each other now?" Rong Jai lost his patience too. "Fine, what now? Do you want to bid for a company? You know that if we fight, only Dao Jun will benefit." He clenched his fist in rage. "And if we don't fight, you'll be the one to benefit, right? If you don't have the guts to throw money around, then give up now," Rong Jai shouted. "Why? A credit card company helps with cash flow, but your electronics division alone is more than enough. Besides, you have many consumer companies and no shortage of cash. Why be so greedy? Are you just trying to mess with me?" Yang Chi was infuriated by those words. "What? Mess with you? You brat, I'm the one being played. Father played me." The glass shattered as Rong Jai froze, seeing Yang Chi trembling with rage. "Since I was a child, Father said it 1,000 times, hammering it into my head." He remembered the lecture clearly. "Yang Chi, you will be the captain of Sanjiang one day. I will give you everything I own. You must build an even greater Sanjiang." Yang Chi slammed the table. Unable to contain his emotions, he roared, "I lived believing those words for decades. Yet at this age, I haven't even received half of it. Do you understand? Everything you have and everything that brat has belongs to me. But now I have to pay for what was already mine." Rong Jai remained silent, not daring to speak. He watched his older brother and wondered if this was the fate of the eldest son, bearing the weight of expectations and immense pressure. Yet he also assumed everything belonging to their parents was rightfully his. Rong Jai pursed his lips for a long time before finally speaking in a low voice. "I see, then I must change my way of thinking as well." Yang Chi was confused. "What do you mean? How do you plan to change?" Rong Jai gave a meaningful smile. "Initially, I thought we could each expand the group in our own way, filling in the gaps and even trading if necessary, a sort of healthy competition. But it seems that won't work." Yang Chi frowned, puzzled. "What are you talking about?" Rong Jai declared directly. "Let's fight for the shares until one of us collapses and can't get back up." He was stunned by the declaration. Rong Jai stood up slowly. "You learned from Father too, didn't you? Anyone can be bought with money. The important thing is having the will to seize it at any cost. Then you'll realize money isn't the most important thing. I've heard that so often I've memorized it, and it's true." Yang Chi was speechless. Before Yang Chi left, he added, "I will take Sanjiang card." Yang Chi's teeth ground together in fury. He couldn't help but scream, "You bastard, still acting superior until the very end." Meanwhile, at the Sanjiang group, Dao Jun questioned Dao Heng. "How are the instructions I issued progressing?" He quickly reported that the 4 executive directors were already waiting in his office, while staff members stood ready outside each subsidiary's executive suite. "Everything will commence the moment you step inside." Dao Jun nodded and told him to handle it swiftly. As the elevator reached the 24th floor, Dao Heng replied with a nod, and they both hurried inside. Min Zai and the others had been waiting for a long time, including Yu Zhan and his group. Dao Jun walked in and gestured politely for them to remain seated, telling everyone to make themselves comfortable. Only after receiving his permission did they dare to sit. Dao Jun immediately called out for Director Li Minzai, who responded to him instantly. "Yes, sir." Dao Jun then announced that the credit card company was being sold, and as of today, he was dismissed from his position, leaving the man in utter shock. He further explained that Vice Chairman Jin Ying Jai and Jin Dong Jai had been informed and would take over, noting that any potential reappointment would be entirely up to them. Despite his bewilderment, Minzai forced a bright smile, causing Dao Jun to furrow his brows in confusion, wondering if the man had lost his mind. His eldest uncle would never allow him to retain his directorship when so many others were lined up for the position. He then turned his attention to Director Yang Yu Zhan and Director Gao Ren Gui, who both acknowledged him as he delivered the news. "Both of you are also dismissed. Since you've shown more loyalty to my uncle than to me, you should follow him. I'm sure he'll find a place for you somewhere." Yu Zhan spoke up in a panic, trying to protest, but Dao Jun had no interest in listening. He lowered his voice and issued a stern warning, asking if they finally understood the situation. He demanded to know who held the authority over personnel decisions. As they sat there dejectedly, Dao Jun warned them once more that the moment they stepped out of the room, they were to remain silent. Get everything that transpired at the Shun Yang Group. If you must reminisce, do it silently in your heads and never let a word escape your lips. If I see anything regarding this in the press, I will personally dig up every secret from your pasts. Dao Heng listened in silence as Dao Jun reflected on how anyone who rose to become a CEO of a Shun Yang subsidiary was bound to have a filthy history. They were likely covered in filth, and if they failed to keep their mouths shut, it was only a matter of time before an investigation turned them into criminal defendants. Gao Ren Gui was the only one who felt safe, yet he didn't dare move. After finalizing the remaining procedures, Dao Jun ordered the 3 directors to erase all traces of their presence at Shun Yang and hand over their phones. They obediently handed over their devices. Upon being promoted to the rank of director, they had each been issued a phone intended strictly for business purposes. However, most of them failed to keep their professional and personal lives separate, using the devices for both. Regardless, the phones remained company property, though he made sure to offer them some reassurance. Do not be overly concerned. I have no intention of prying into your private calls. I will only verify work-related matters before having the devices destroyed. Dao Heng quickly collected all their phones. Dao Jun then spoke with a cold, firm tone, telling them that while they might have much to say, they should keep those thoughts to themselves. I apologize, but I am simply not in the mood to listen to anything you have to say. Dao Jun glanced at Dao Heng, signaling him to take over, and the man immediately understood. The audit team is currently clearing out your offices, where everything will be inspected and personal items returned to your homes. Private cars are waiting in the lobby, and every face there is as dark as soot. Dao Xing spoke without hesitation, stating he would escort them to their desired locations, and as he walked slowly while pointing toward the exit, they had no choice but to depart despite their objections. Dao Jun watched the scene in silence while only Hao Ren was visibly pale with fear, and once they were alone, Dao Jun suddenly addressed him as Director Jun Hao Ren of Shun Yang Fire Marine. He responded immediately, and Dao Jun got straight to the point, noting that Shun Yang Fire Marine is an unlisted company with 75% of its shares owned by Shun Yang Life. Hao Ren nodded in agreement, and Dao Jun politely asked whether he intended to follow the 3 who had just left or take over the parent company, Shun Yang Life, to prove his worth. Hao Ren was left completely stunned by the unexpected question. Dao Jun read his expression perfectly, seeing that he was clearly conflicted, wanting to celebrate but feeling as though he were betraying his former colleagues. However, their relationship was not close enough to justify a refusal, so Dao Jun gave him a reason to agree by sincerely asking for his help. He pointed out that it was time for a generational transition, and that Shun Yang Life remained the true core of the Shun Yang Financial Group, regardless of outside opinions. Dao Jun insisted no one was better suited for the role than him, and after a moment of being dazed, Director Jun Hao Ren eventually managed to express his gratitude. He promised to do his best not to disappoint, and Dao Jun smiled, thanking him for graciously accepting the position as director of Shun Yang Life. Hao Ren's heart raced as Dao Xing reminded them that the entire financial leadership was waiting in the conference room. Dao Jun stood up and invited Hao Ren to join him so he could introduce the new director to the other executives. He quickly agreed, and they soon reached the conference room where the atmosphere was thick with tension among those gathered. Dao Jun confidently took his place, pulling out his chair with ease before introducing himself as Jin Dao Jun. As everyone sat frozen, Dao Jun announced that 3 executives had just departed from Shun Yang, causing a wave of hushed murmurs. While they struggled for words, Dao Jun continued, stating that anyone unhappy with the personnel changes was free to leave at any time. He warned those who chose to stay that he would not tolerate any childish complaints regarding the future, asserting his authority over the room. He told them that as executives, they must embrace their leadership roles, especially since he had no intention of interfering with daily operations. He claimed he would not hold any official position within the Shun Yang Financial Group, but their guilty expressions suggested they did not believe he would remain a silent observer. Dao Jun announced that this would be the first and final time he convened all the executives, as a single meeting would suffice. He explained that he only wanted to discuss personnel appointment principles, stating that no outsiders would be hired, as leaders and internal promotions would be prioritized. They exchanged glances upon hearing this, after which Dao Jun formally introduced Jun Hyugern as the new CEO of Sanjiang Life, noting 3 CEO positions remained vacant. Those roles would be filled by the current deputy directors, leaving the crowd stunned as murmurs began to ripple through the room. Dao Jun continued his introduction, announcing the formation of the Sanjiang Financial Group's General Strategy Board. with Director Zhang Zuoxian serving as the new vice chairman. He instructed the new CEOs, Vice Chairman Zhang Zuoxian, and all executives to manage the company well, as he would only review quarterly performance reports and adjust positions accordingly. He warned that ruthless pragmatism would be enforced, so they should be prepared, and he asked the vice chairman to handle the aftermath. Dao Jun quickly finished his duties and returned to his office to deliberate further with Zhao Zixing. At the end of the first quarter, I will terminate the 10 lowest performing directors so that our vice chairman can get his hands a little dirty as well. He was startled by the number, asking if it was truly 10, but Dao Jun countered by asking if he was actually afraid of just a few individuals. Create a significant impact on the staff, we must be firm. We will reward the top 10 teams generously so that while one side feels a bone-chilling wind, the other welcomes the warmth of spring. Everyone will realize the company has changed, and Zhao Zixing agreed, proposing a massive bonus to offset the shock of the 10 firings, which Dao Jun readily accepted. Dao Jun told him to make such decisions independently in the future without seeking permission, and Zhao Zixing smiled, saying he wouldn't refuse the authority. Dao Jun added that he would grant him even greater powers later, and told him not to be shocked, leaving Zhao Zixing in eager anticipation. As Zhao Zixing expressed his anticipation, the school grounds were bustling under the brilliant sunlight, with people in graduation gowns chatting happily. Dao Jun asked with concern if she was doing all right, noting it had been over 2 weeks, and Minyang pointed to her exhausted face as proof. Dao Jun hadn't expected her to look so haggard and offered to send wild ginseng, but Minyang dejectedly replied that this place was like a prison and asked him to visit often instead. After staring at Dao Jun for a long moment, Minyang asked if the rumors were true about him taking over the Sanjiang Group's financial division. Dao Jun smirked and replied that he was merely an apprentice starting a difficult journey, rather than having fully taken over. He noted that failing would result in being exiled to Jiuje Island per family tradition, but Minyang encouraged him to try, jokingly promising to drag him back by the hair if necessary. Dao Jun laughed heartily at the remark, but his amusement was cut short when he noticed several guards had suddenly appeared at the entrance. Soon after, a man walked in with measured steps. It was none other than Yang Tian, and the students' eyes widened in sheer astonishment at his presence. They quickly bowed in respect, stammering out their greetings. The Yun family following behind looked just as bewildered as more people continued to enter. Among them was Su Yun. With his entire family now present, Dao Jun's expression immediately darkened as he turned his gaze toward Min Yang. He signaled her with his eyes to run, but Min Yang remained frozen in confusion. By the time they reached her, it was already too late. Yang Tian spoke with a playful scold. "You brat, I've finally arrived. Why are you just standing there? Come here at once." Dao Jun could only manage an awkward smile. Yang Tian stared intently at Min Yang before nodding with a satisfied grin. "She's quite lovely. She looks nothing like her father. Her mother must be a great beauty." Min Yang was stunned by Yang Tian's words. He quickly followed up with a kind inquiry. "It's quite all right. Tell me, what is your name?" Min Yang bowed her head politely. "I am Su Min Yang. Please forgive my late greeting." While Yang Tian beamed with satisfaction, Dao Jun was inwardly trembling with apprehension. Only Min Yang remained lost in confusion. The surrounding students began to whisper as all eyes turned toward Dao Jun's family, who were now the center of attention. En walked over and patted his son's shoulder, a proud smile spreading across his face. "Congratulations on your graduation. You were quite the slacker, yet you still managed to pull it off." Dao Jun felt a surge of happiness, but Su Yun spoke up dismissively. "What do you mean managed? The school handled everything for him." Yang Tian immediately snapped at her. "Can't you watch your mouth for once?" Rebuked, she fell silent and didn't dare speak again. Suddenly, Su Yun turned her attention to Min Yang. "Is this Dao Jun's girlfriend?" She bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, I suppose you could say that. I am Su Min Yang." Su Yun frowned, clearly puzzled by her hesitant response. Seeing the confusion, Dao Jun formally introduced her. "This is my girlfriend, Su Min Yang. She was my classmate, passed the bar exam last year, and is currently interning at the Judicial Institute." The Yun family gasped in surprise upon hearing her credentials, and even Yang Tian was impressed. "Remarkable. You passed while still in university." Just then, another person approached. "Greetings, Chairman." Yang Tian looked pleased to see a familiar face. "Judge Su, it's been a long time. Did your father not accompany you?" "I don't see him here," he quickly explained. "His health has been poor, so he couldn't make the trip. Had he known you were coming, he would have certainly made an effort to be here." "That's a pity." Dao Jun watched the interaction in silence, finally realizing that his grandfather and Min Yang's father were actually old acquaintances. Yang Tian then introduced him to the others. "I'm not sure if you kids know, but Judge Su's father was once the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court." Su Yun gasped in shock, but Yang Tian's next words startled everyone. He was the one who fined our Sanjiang group 20 billion won in back taxes. Even after I personally treated him to a nutritious soup and asked for a review, he showed no leniency. Su Rui felt extremely awkward, so Min Yang quickly stepped in to defuse the situation, warning that people might misunderstand since bribing officials is a crime. But Yang Qian responded skeptically, saying she didn't know her grandfather well enough. Left in a state of confusion, she listened as Yang Qian recounted an old story about how, the day after finishing that nutritious soup, the man sent over an envelope containing 14,000 won. "Do you have any idea how furious I was?" he asked, and as Du Jun tried to console him by saying it was only natural, the old man revealed his anger stemmed from an old debt. The special soup portion actually cost 17,000 won. He was still short by 3,000 won, and since I was certain the judge had eaten the special portion, I was left fuming, while Min Yang and Du Jun could only listen in stunned silence. Yang Qian burst into a loud laugh as if nothing had happened, just as Zhu Gu approached and remarked that he had expected the chairman to visit the principal's office instead of coming straight here. Yang Qian replied that he hadn't come to see the principal, but rather to watch his grandson wear his graduation cap, prompting the other man to respond with a look of helplessness, noting that the chairman hadn't changed a bit. "Regardless, I haven't had the chance to thank you yet," the man said, leaving the old man confused until Zhu Guo clarified that he was referring to the matter of building the new dormitory. Having only just received the report himself, Du Jun felt a bit bewildered, recalling that while his grandfather had donated many scholarships when he first enrolled, he didn't remember any promise regarding a dormitory. Yang Qian spoke calmly, suggesting they view it as the price paid to ensure the school allowed a lazy student who never studied, like himself, to graduate without any trouble. "Didn't do it to earn your gratitude, and in truth, it wasn't even my own money. I'm not sure if you're aware, but those funds were actually donated by Daya Construction." He told him to call Director Wu Shixuan later, leaving Zhu Guo enlightened, while Du Jun stared at his grandfather in disbelief, speechless because the money from Daya Construction was actually his own. Du Jun could only manage a forced, reluctant smile as Yang Qian leaned in and whispered into his ear that building one's reputation using someone else's money was also a form of business. After telling him to remember that lesson, the old man happily shook hands with Zhu Guo, leaving Du Jun with an indescribable feeling in his heart as he bowed politely at the villa that afternoon. He politely handed it over, announcing it was his gift to his grandfather, and as Yang Qian reached out to take the diploma and asked for confirmation, he simply nodded and said yes. The old man stared at it in silence for a long while before casually sliding it across the table, remarking that such a diploma wasn't really all that important. Du Jun was bewildered by this reaction, as it was a far cry from how his grandfather had acted upon seeing his admission letter to the S University Law School. Yet Yang Qian remained silent. He then asked the boy if he knew what kind of place the S University Law School truly was, noting that while getting in was as difficult as reaching for the stars, graduating was easy, with very few failing to earn their degree. Du Jun understood immediately, noting that while a few students might choose to drop out, almost no one was ever expelled for failing to keep up with the curriculum, which made Yang Qian chuckle to himself. As he prepared to leave, the old man remarked that the thing with true value was something else entirely, and as Yang Qian pulled an object from the bookshelf, Du Jun's curiosity was instantly piqued. He nodded and produced the admission notice, confirming it was indeed his. This document was worth thousands of times more, tens of thousands of times more than a common diploma anyone could obtain. For him, this was sufficient. Yang Tian then carefully tucked it away. Dao Jun watched in silence as Yang Tian quickly returned to him, remarking that the gift he received was more than enough. The remaining gift would simply be the expansion of the Shanjiang companies. Understanding this, Dao Jun nodded and promised to double or triple their size. Yang Tian reminded him to let him witness it before he passed away. He confidently assured him that he would certainly see it happen. Yang Tian was extremely pleased, noting how quickly the boy understood him. He then decided it was time to present his graduation gift. At his command, a figure entered and bowed politely. Yang Tian introduced him as CEO Wu Bingjun. Dao Jun greeted him respectfully as Jin Dao Jun, and Bing Jun quickly responded. "It is an honor to meet you. I am Wu Bingjun," he said. He seemed to recognize the man from Shanjiang Security, who then suggested a way to address each other. He asked if he could call him manager, to which Dao Jun politely agreed. Bing Jun continued, stating that his driver would now be one of their employees and was waiting outside. A four-man security team would be stationed at the entrance whenever he was at the Shanjiang headquarters or the WEBTOON fantasy office. They would also follow him closely until he reached home. Dao Jun acknowledged the information, and Yang Tian immediately spoke up. He dismissed the man who left shortly after. Yang Tian then asked if he knew who that was. Dao Jun guessed he was from Shanjiang Security, and the old man nodded in confirmation. Indeed, this team was formed exclusively for him, managed by Director Wu with 40 to 50 members. Dao Jun was bewildered, wondering why so many were needed when 10 would suffice even with shifts. Though titled as bodyguards or security personnel, they also handled illegal matters, leading him to wonder if he would assign them tasks beyond protection. Seeing him dazed, Yang Tian asked if he was surprised, to which Dao Jun awkwardly replied that he simply felt the staff count was a bit high. Yang Tian merely smirked and remarked that it was actually quite few, warning him not to think about increasing the numbers further. He was stunned by this. Sitting leisurely on the sofa, Yang Tian informed Dao Jun that Vice President Wu would now prioritize his instructions above all else. He spoke with pride, stating they would be available 24 hours a day to take his calls whenever needed. Dao Jun was quite surprised and asked for clarification. He asked if they would handle absolutely anything, and Yang Tian firmly confirmed that every wish would be fulfilled, though there was one thing he must remember. With a somber expression and a deep gaze, he warned him never to order them to do anything that would wound their pride. Dao Jun now had new questions, but how much could he truly trust Vice President Wu? Yang Tian provided him with a perfect example. Even if you shared your most shameful secret from the depths of your heart, he would keep it hidden and take it to his grave. Is that answer sufficient? He nodded slightly, feeling at ease about the matter, and replied that he understood and would utilize him effectively now that everything was settled. Yang Tian urged his grandson to get to work, but Dao Jun lazily replied that he was free today, happily bringing up the gift he had received. It would be disrespectful to simply leave after receiving such a grand graduation gift. So Yang Tian excitedly asked if he wanted to have a drink. Dao Jun frowned in disagreement, telling him to prioritize his health and that he would order tea instead, which made the old man grumble in dissatisfaction. The old man complained that it was his graduation day and they should at least share a toast. So Dao Jun finally compromised and agreed. He told him he could only have one glass of wine, which made Yang Tian smile brightly and warmed the atmosphere as he smiled back in happiness. On a March morning as spring began to bloom, Dao Jun and another man sat deep in thought inside a quiet room. The man spoke first to break the silence, noting that while there was initially no reason to investigate, he discovered his brother, Jin Shang-jun, worked there. Dao Jun replied that he wanted to look into it, and the man reported that there was nothing unusual, as the person was neither a fraud nor a criminal. With the investigation report on the table, Dao Jun leaned back and sighed, thinking to himself that while the scale was small, the revenue was notable. It seemed to be a business model driven by passion, with a decent reputation for discovering new talent and producing suitable music. As Dao Jun looked out the window, he noted the company mainly operated in the underground scene, and the man calmly asked for clarification on what exactly underground meant. He explained they specialized in niche music genres and asked if anything else was needed, to which Dao Jun smiled and thanked him for his help. He said that was enough and thanked him for his hard work, but as the man prepared to leave, he suddenly stopped and asked how the new employee was doing. He told him to speak up if there were any issues, but he comfortably replied that everyone was quiet, which suited him perfectly. Hearing that answer made the man sigh with relief, and a moment later, he stepped out of the tea shop. Dao Jun picked up his phone to contact someone, starting with a greeting to his uncle, before the scene shifted to another man entering the company. Huang Zhao requested assistance, explaining he had an appointment with Director Wu Shixuan, while the receptionist hesitantly verified his identity. Could it be? After a moment, she asked again if he was the director of Time Music, and he calmly confirmed that he was indeed Zhao Wangu. The receptionist gestured for him to follow, noting that the director was expecting him, and led him toward a door labeled CEO's office. She softly opened the door to announce the arrival of Time Music's director, and upon hearing the invitation from within, she ushered Huang Gui inside. He entered the room and looked around in awe as Wu Shixian greeted him warmly, prompting Huang Gui to step forward, shake hands, and introduce himself as Zhao Wangu before Wu Shixian invited him to sit. With 2 cups of tea neatly arranged on the table, Huang Gui initiated the conversation by admitting to Director Wu that he was still in a state of shock. He shared his feelings, explaining that after their phone call, he had looked them up online only to discover that Fantasy Investment was a massive corporation. Wu Shixian sighed in amazement, questioning how an entertainment executive could be unaware of such an investment firm, causing Huang Gui to scratch his head in embarrassment. He explained that he never thought investment mattered to him, but Wu Shixian's next question, asking if he had never intended to seek funding at all, left him speechless. To hide his awkwardness, he sipped his tea while Wu Shixian watched silently before sternly stating he would get straight to the point, to which Huang Gui submissively agreed. Wu Shixian presented the terms, announcing that Fantasy would immediately invest in Time Music, a revelation that left the man stunned and flustered. Stunned that his own company was the target, Huang Gui was so shocked he spilled his tea and turned red, while Wu Shixian handed him a towel and spoke slowly. He confirmed the investment terms would follow industry standards and suggested that the director visit other entertainment firms to research typical funding conditions. This was to allow him to verify if the terms were reasonable for his industry, and Wu Shixian concluded by offering an initial investment of 2 billion won. Hearing that amount made Huang Gui jump as he stammered 2 billion, but Wu Shixian calmly told him to focus on the words initial phase instead. He added that they could invest up to 20 billion if results were good, leaving Huang Gui restless and unable to stop wondering about the motive. He couldn't fathom why such a firm would pour so much money into his business. Just as Wu Shixian continued the discussion, Wu Shixian stated there was only one condition, and as the man held his breath in anticipation, the request turned out to be quite simple. He specified that even with 2 billion, the money must not be used to support indie bands or underground singers, as the director should handle those as he always had. Still confused, Huang Gui asked for clarification, but Wu Shixian pivoted, mentioning that debuting a new girl group typically costs between 500 million and 1 billion. When asked if that was true, he hesitantly admitted that while he wasn't sure, it did cost a lot, as Wu Shixian elegantly picked up his tea and calmly continued. Allocate 2 billion to develop 2 groups. A girl group can start earning money after just a few shows, right? In other words, train rookies who have the potential to generate profit. Huang Zhao suddenly fell silent upon hearing this. He looked up at Xixian and spoke candidly, stating that he had no intention of expanding into that field. It is not within my vision. While sipping his tea, he didn't stop evaluating the man across from him. The room was silent for a few minutes until he called for Director Du, who responded immediately. Yes, Xixian's face darkened as he enunciated every word, asking why he didn't think carefully before answering. Every word he said made Huang Zhao's face turn pale. You are lucky right now, like finding a gold nugget while walking down the street. He got straight to the point and laid out a plan. Use that gold nugget to run a good business and make a lot of money. Then use that very money to support the 3 indie bands and 2 underground artists you like. He concluded with a question for Huang Zhao, asking if he knew how to distinguish between a hobby and a job. The man turned pale as the word hobby echoed in his mind, his hands trembling as they gripped his thighs. Xixian returned to the business topic, mentioning that the Fantasy headquarters in the U.S. invests heavily in the film industry. When asked if he knew, Huang Zhao stammered his reply. He said no, so the man didn't mind explaining that they mainly invest in Hollywood blockbusters, but also invest a lot in independent and art films. Those investments rarely see a return, so why keep investing? Do you know? Every word Si Hyun spoke carried the weight of a seasoned veteran, explaining that this is how the film industry grows. Rookie actors from indie films and young directors from art house cinema eventually transition into commercial movies. He concluded that this cycle is what allows Hollywood to thrive. Si Hyun then turned to look at Huan-Jiu, offering a word of praise. I've done some research and found you're highly regarded for your eye for talent. So use that vision to find individuals who possess both commercial appeal and star quality. He made it clear he wouldn't hesitate to spend money, whether it be on idols, girl groups, or ballad singers. Train them to be stars. I will provide unlimited funding. So don't worry, then use the profits those stars generate to fund artistic projects. Isn't that a good plan? Isn't the math quite simple? Yuan-Jiu spoke up hesitantly, asking if he could pose a question, and Si Hyun casually gave him permission to proceed. He still harbored some lingering doubts, wondering why the investment was being made in him when Gangnam was filled with idol training agencies. Under the man's indifferent gaze, he continued to explain his thoughts, suggesting it would be more logical to invest elsewhere. I truly want to know why you chose a company like ours that follows a completely different path. He replied naturally, I told you already, you just got lucky. Unable to grasp the meaning, the man asked why he was the lucky one. Si Hyun let out a long sigh, looked him directly in the eye, and asked if his company had just hired someone new. His name is Jin Sangjun. Although confused, Yuan-Jiu rationally confirmed that he was an international student. It was then that the man dropped a bombshell. He is the son of my close friend. Yuan-Jiu was left speechless with shock, his mind now filled with images of Sangjun shining under his new title as the son of a tycoon's friend. The clear blue sky heralded a beautiful day. A voice spoke up to ask if the conversation had ended well. Si Hyun joked that they might lose 20 billion, while the other person seemed a bit dazed. Dao Jun didn't show much emotion, simply replying that they should consider it a very expensive tuition fee. The man didn't press further and asked, "That's quite a grand tuition fee, so what do you plan to do next?" Dao Jun wasn't too concerned, feeling he had done enough. "I've helped as much as I can. If it still doesn't work out, then Sang Jun is on his own. I won't care what he does anymore." Just then, a man rushed in and called out urgently to the chairman. Si Hyun, slightly surprised, asked what was happening. The man handed over his phone and urged him to look. On the screen was a breaking news update. Zhu Yangyin, the honorary chairman of the Daehyun Group, passed away at 10 p.m. last night at Daehyun Hospital in Seoul due to old age. The immediate cause was acute respiratory failure from pneumonia, and he was reportedly conscious until the very end. Si Hyun was stunned by the news he had just received. Dao Jun was no exception, his eyes widening in shock. In the large room, the television screen also began broadcasting the news. Since announcing his retirement from management last May, Mr. Zhu Yangyin had stepped away from the front lines of business, splitting his time between his home and Daehyun Hospital in Seoul for treatment. It is reported that since August, he has been confined to the hospital due to severe arthritis that hindered his mobility, with a reporter now broadcasting live from the scene. The funeral for the late Chairman Du will span 5 days as a private family service, yet with the involvement of 5 major economic bodies like the National Federation of Industries, it is essentially a corporate funeral. Xixian signaled Dao Jun while the news was still broadcasting, mentioning that the Federation of Industry suggested holding the ceremony as a businessman's funeral. However, considering the situation at Daxian, he immediately ordered his subordinates to monitor the stock price of Dazun in real time. He demanded reports every 10 minutes, and the man who rushed in quickly complied before he returned to his phone. Conversations with industry insiders began with "It's me," while Dao Jun appeared to be deep in thought that evening at the massive villa. Yang Kaian sat leisurely on an exquisite sofa and suddenly asked if everyone had paid their respects, to which He Zai, seated nearby, responded. He confirmed that senior secretaries from the Blue House and ministers had arrived on the first day, and most chairmen of major groups had also finished their visits, prompting Yang Kaian to ask again. When asked about their own family, the man, who seemed to have all the information, replied fluently that Vice Chairman Jin Yanji and Jin Zhangji had visited on the first day. However, Chairman Jin Zhangji had yet to appear, causing the old man to let out a cryptic sigh as He Zai asked when he intended to go himself. Yang Kaian replied with an unreadable expression that he would wait until the day before the burial, smiling as he imagined the children's tears would have dried up by then. He remarked that seeing their faces then would be interesting, ignoring He Zai's concern, as he mused that death prevents one from seeing their children's true expressions and schemes. He Zai asked for confirmation if he intended to witness it personally, and the old man confidently agreed, noting that both of his sons were exactly the same. They had never earned a penny themselves, yet never lacked money, a thought that made him smirk at the joy of seeing while alive what he couldn't see after death. He Zai suggested that things might be different for Shan, Jiang compared to the fragmented De Zun, where the children were likely struggling to contain their suppressed rage. The old man laughed and asked if he was trying to comfort him, asserting that regardless of the scale, human greed knows no end. Yang Kaian jokingly told He Zai to visit his grave later and recount the events, leaving the man confused and asking for clarification. He indifferently remarked that his death would be the end for him, but He Zai would remain to witness the inevitable infighting among his children. He told him to recount every single detail without omission, causing He Zai to fall into a rare, pensive silence before he suddenly posed a question. "What should I do?" Yang Kaian withdrew his smile and looked into the distance, while He Zai watched his every movement, waiting for an answer. Yang Kaian didn't offer a clear hint, saying it was up to him as he couldn't give orders, though he did have one favor to ask. His eyes were deep and weathered as he warned him not to be too greedy, leaving him somewhat confused by the implication. Indeed, Yang Kaian didn't want to explain right then, only saying that he would understand once he had passed away and left this world. Following those words, the room fell into a long silence as the sky changed colors while a car traveled down the highway. The driver handled the car steadily, while Yang Kaian sat expressionless, prompting Dao Jun to watch him in silence. He recalled hearing that as people age, their energy moves to their mouths, yet Dao Jun was the one who asked why the funeral was at a temple. Yang Kaian seemed to know the reason well, explaining that it was to satisfy the wishes of Chairman Zhu's wife, who was venting her long-held resentment. The answer confused Dao Jun even more, so Yang Kaian explained that she had wanted to kick her husband out of the house her entire life. he began to share some old gossip, mentioning how that man, Zhu Yangyin, always loved being out and was far too obsessed with women. There were rumors that 3 of the 8 children on the family registry were illegitimate, a claim that shocked Dao Jun into asking if it was true. Yang Qian didn't answer immediately but laughed, simply saying that no one knew for sure since the man denied it every time he was asked. His voice was tinged with nostalgia, as he added that there might even be other children who weren't listed on the official registry. Whenever a child was born, he would settle a portion of his assets on them and send them abroad, leaving Dao Jun momentarily speechless. Dao Jun couldn't help but think that those women and their children must have heard the news of Chairman Zhu's death by now. They were likely rushing to book flights to Korea, which would surely trigger a massive upheaval of inheritance lawsuits and paternity tests. He was certain that the Duxuan group would spend a fortune to silence the media, ensuring no illegitimate child ever set foot in the company. They would likely receive a substantial settlement before vanishing, a thought Dao Jun found amusing even as he focused on his grandfather's words. Yang Qian continued, saying that for a wife with such a husband, his death was a release since she barred him from the house for his final days. Seeing Dao Jun's mind wandering, the old man snapped at him to ask what he was thinking, causing him to start making excuses. When he claimed it was nothing, Yang Qian saw right through him and bluntly stated that his thoughts were written all over his face. He voiced his own suspicions, asking if he was being compared to that old man Yu Yangyan, while Dao Jun quickly explained that wasn't the case. The old man raised his eyebrows and pressed him for an answer, leaving Dao Jun feeling helpless as Yang Tian exhaled sharply while waiting. Returning to the main topic, he stated that as far as he knew, there were no illegitimate children, as he had always been cautious regarding the 3 things men must guard against most. Dao Jun looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant by as far as he knew, to which the old man casually replied that one could never be certain no woman had ever been involved. He suggested a woman might have gotten pregnant without informing him, leaving Dao Jun completely stunned as Yang Tian spoke with a hint of embarrassment. He marveled at sharing things with his grandson that he hadn't even told his own children, prompting the young man to chuckle and remark on their silent connection. As the car continued to move, Yang Tian called out to Dao Jun, who responded, before the old man began to meticulously instruct him on every detail. He warned that if anyone claimed to be his child after his death, a thorough DNA test must be conducted, to which Dao Jun followed up by asking what should happen next. Yang Tian outlined a few moves, stating that his uncles would surely try to drive such people away, which was necessary to prevent them from ever stepping foot into Shenyang. With a touch of compassion, he told Dao Jun that if they were living in extreme misery, he should provide just enough help to allow them to live with dignity. Understanding the sentiment, he seriously promised to ensure they lacked for nothing, a response that made the old man smile, deepening the aged wrinkles on his face. Thanking him, Yang Tian placed his weathered hand gently on Dao Jun's as a warm gesture of gratitude, smiling happily under the soft glow of the sunlight. He confessed that the uncomfortable feeling of being stuck between 2 shores had finally vanished thanks to him, and seeing his grandfather's relief, Dao Jun couldn't help but smile warmly in return. Car pulled up to a grand temple, where a swarm of busy reporters immediately began snapping photos from every direction. Eager for a hot scoop, they quickly targeted the vehicle carrying the pair, while Dao Jun looked outside and remained silent for the moment. Seemingly accustomed to such situations, Yang Tian turned to Dao Jun and told him to lower the window, leaving both the young man and the driver puzzled by his intentions. Dao Jun immediately warned Yang Tian that reporters would point their cameras inside, but the old man stood firm, insisting that was exactly why the window should be open. He ordered it opened at once, and the driver complied as the glass slowly descended, revealing a barrage of flashing cameras that Yang Tian faced with total composure. Dao Jun struggled to understand his grandfather's actions, as the car eventually navigated several winding turns to enter the temple grounds. Dao Jun finally voiced his confusion about the sudden move, but Yang Tian only smirked at his innocence, cryptically remarking that his face would be all over the front pages tomorrow. Dao Jun mused that a youth accompanying the Shanjiang chairman, a grandson rather than a son, was a story the press would surely feast upon. Though questions lingered, he wondered why the chairman chose to expose this now. Amidst the funeral crowd, Zhu Shixi, the eldest son of the Dezing Motors chairman, bowed in gratitude to Yang Tian for attending. The elder politely dismissed the concern, mentioning the drive was easy, before gently patting the man's back. He expressed remorse for not visiting during the illness, noting that one must bid a final farewell to those departing. Before Chairman Zhang Jiu's portrait, Yang Tian stood in silent, profound sorrow. As the Zhu descendants stood by with stoic faces, Dao Jun realized these were people he once wouldn't have even dared to look at. Moving away, Yang Tian told Zhu Shixi that he had much to discuss with his father, but now this was the only opportunity remaining. The man bowed respectfully in response, then turned to signal his staff. He offered to arrange a meal immediately, and an attendant moved to guide Yang Tian, but the chairman paused to attend to one more matter. Yang Tian called out to Duo Jun, who had been silent, and took his hand to lead him forward, presenting him to the Zhu family. He introduced Duo Jun as his filial grandson and his constant companion in his later years. Duo Jun finally grasped the strategy. The press photos and the introduction to the De Xing group leaders were all part of a calculated move. Under the scrutinizing eyes of the Zhu family, he realized his grandfather was announcing the existence of Shan Jiang's youngest college graduate grandson to the world. Standing tall as the chairman's sole companion, Du Jun understood that the hidden figure controlling Shan Jiang's finances was finally being unveiled. With the media buzzing and the De Xing chairman watching, every move he made would now carry immense weight, a fact he confirmed by looking at Yang Tian. He had made a spectacular debut at this very funeral, and Yang Tian jokingly nudged him to stop standing still. Realizing his silence had lasted too long, Du Jun immediately bowed low and offered his deepest sympathies to the grieving family. Zhu Shixi reached out to greet him, seemingly identifying him as the young man rumored to lead the next generation. Yang Tian casually remarked that he was just a boy with a knack for stock trading and asked the man to provide him with guidance. Duo Jun gave a forced smile as another man, Zhu Wangxi, introduced himself as someone who had only heard of Duo Jun's reputation. Recognizing the name from his research, Duo Jun knew this was the sixth son who inherited the entire financial sector of the group, including De Xian Investment Security and the investment fund. The situation was identical to mine. After reflecting, he quickly extended his hand in response, introducing himself as Jin Dao Jun. He remained silent, offering only an enigmatic smile. While outside the temple, despite the gloomy weather, people dressed in black continued to stream in and out. While Dao Jun was eating at the funeral, Yang Tian called out to him without much interest, asking him to take a look at those men over there. Not far away, a group was deep in discussion, prompting the old man to remark that despite just losing their father, none of them appeared the least bit sorrowful. Dao Jun instinctively shared his thoughts, noting they couldn't cry forever after several days. But Yang Tian, still harboring resentment, incredulously asked if a mere handshake had made him sympathize with them. That crowd is currently no different from the monarchs of the warring states period, weighing whether to form alliances to seize more power within the De Xian Empire. Dao Jun let out a short laugh and wondered if Sun Yang represented the Three Kingdoms era, while Yang Tian gazed into the distance before calling out his name again. Sensing a lesson was coming, he listened as Yang Tian suddenly asked if it was true that Westerners would temporarily lower their weapons during Christmas, even in the midst of war. Dao Jun replied with confusion, explaining that it wasn't exactly like that as it only occurred once, referring to the event known as the Christmas Truce. British and German forces at Ypres established a truce on Christmas Eve. A German soldier in the trenches began singing Silent Night, and when the British heard him, they cheered in response. They decorated the trenches with lights and small trees before a brave soul emerged holding a candle, leading to a German officer shaking hands with a British corporal to finalize the ceasefire. However, the soldiers from both sides were later court-martialed, and such an event never repeated after 1915, a story Yang Tian listened to before offering his own instructions. He insisted that regardless of how fierce their Three Kingdoms conflict became, they must maintain a ceasefire during his funeral, then asked for confirmation if his meaning was clear. Dao Jun felt a sense of helplessness hearing such a request in this setting, and looking at the elderly man's face made him feel quite uneasy. Although it was a difficult promise to make, he eventually offered a compromise, agreeing to maintain peace throughout the 49 days of the mourning period. Under the old man's calm gaze, Dao Jun firmly declared he would ensure no disturbances occurred, silencing both his uncles and cousins, while Yang Tian watched him silently before responding. Suddenly, the old man chuckled, confusing Dao Jun, before laughing heartily at his bold words. He doubted it was possible, but admired the confidence just as Wang Kai approached to speak with Yang Tian. Noticing he hadn't touched his food, the person asked if it wasn't to his liking, prompting Dao Jun to turn as the old man smiled and replied that it was expected at a funeral. He remarked that it was perfectly fine to eat one's fill if hungry in such a place, then asked if he was Wang Kai, who responded with a respectful bow. After he confirmed his identity, Yang Tian gestured for him to be led away, noting that no one had any business with a retired old old man living behind the scenes. The man interested in the one holding the subsidiary, Wang Shi, quickly bowed in gratitude and said, "Thank you, sir. Please excuse my intrusion." Then he looked toward him and asked, "Mr. Jin Daejun, could you spare me a moment?" The old man couldn't resist the urge to correct Wang Shi of Daxian's words. "Hey boy, don't you know I was once so close to your father that we called each other brothers? Why use such formal titles with a nephew like you?" He scratched his head with a forced smile, as if he had suddenly gained a brilliant nephew, and Wang Shi quickly changed how he addressed him. "Could you join your uncle for a cup of coffee? I have something important to discuss." He curled his lips into a faint smile, adding, "It won't hurt to listen." That expression made Daejun fall silent for a moment, while Yang Ji immediately signaled for him to go and hear what this newly appeared uncle had to say, wondering what nonsense he was about to spout. Daejun nodded obediently, and when they reached a secluded spot, Wang Shi handed him a cup of coffee and began, "Mr. Jin Daejun, please don't mind what the chairman said. I have long viewed you as an executive." Daejun smiled gently and acted friendly, saying, "No, please speak freely, sir. If it isn't too rude, I shall call you uncle." Hearing this, Wang Shi relaxed and replied, "I would welcome that. You have both great looks and a pleasant personality." He did not respond, merely taking a soft sip of coffee. Seeing Daejun's silence, the man questioned him again. "So, what did my nephew do to impress Chairman Jin and gain control of Shanyang's financial network at such an age?" Wang Shi's eyes were filled with scrutiny, but he answered evasively, "It is likely because I am the youngest grandson and my father is the youngest son, so perhaps he feels a special affection for me." He tilted his head, probing if the things he couldn't give his son were passed to his grandson. Wang Shi did not hide his suspicion, adding, "But isn't it a bit much for that grandson to sell the company his grandfather worked so hard to build?" Hearing this, Daejun's face went blank as he inwardly lamented how blunt and hasty the man was, revealing his true intentions the moment they met. He glanced at the man, the sixth son of the Daxian group, who had already learned that Shanyang card was for sale and was salivating because they lacked a credit card company. Daejun took another sip of coffee, doubting if the man even had enough money to buy it, even as his own heart filled with secret jubilation. "I am grateful that you are so enthusiastic today, uncle, going to such great lengths just to try and place another card into my hand." Despite his thoughts, Daejun maintained an innocent facade and said, "First, since we are family, I plan to present the proposal to my two eldest uncles." Wang Shi immediately corrected him. "Oh, that wouldn't be selling the company. That would just be a restructuring of shares." Daejun ignored him and continued rambling. "Only receiving cash and selling it counts as a true sale. I intend to separate the company clearly and sell it at a high price." The man quickly suggested, "Have you set a price? My rough estimate is around 1.2 to 1.4 trillion won." Those words made him marvel at the man's financial mind. He calculated quickly, knowing that no one sells at cost without adding expenses and profit. Daejun's sharp sense of profit. Dao Jun's actions quickly earned Wang Zai's praise, as the man remarked that his nephew was truly extraordinary and had good reason to surpass his predecessors. He spoke softly to discuss the terms, asking for the price and suggesting a family discount, while Dao Jun's disdain for the man only intensified, believing the man lacked the funds and would leave empty-handed despite his posturing. Dao Jun countered Wang Zai by bringing up their family ties. He suggested the man be generous and view the payment as pocket money for a nephew, leaving Wang Zai stunned that he would actually sell to an outsider. He responded with a deep understanding of the market, asserting that blood relations held no weight in business, and he would sell to anyone for the right price. Dao Jun narrowed his eyes, his expression sharpening as he questioned if the man truly possessed enough capital to take over their credit card company. Wang Zai took a deep breath and calmly chided him, noting how absurd it was for a merchant to worry about a customer's financial capacity. Dao Jun stood his ground, claiming he only asked out of concern that the man couldn't keep up, which forced a smile onto Wang Zai's angry face. He asked why Dao Jun felt that way as his expression grew more sinister, noting that the eldest, Zhu Tizai, was ruthlessly using the auto industry to expand his power. "Do you believe it?" Wang Zai's eyes lowered as he mentioned how the brothers were left with mere scraps after their companies were seized, yet Dao Jun remained unfazed. Any keen observer could see that the era of bullets had ended and the war of money had begun, prompting the man to mutter to himself about the nature of war. Finally, Wang Zai presented a cold reality, realizing he had no time to look elsewhere, which made Dao Jun sense that this man had a different goal in mind. He kept his gaze fixed on the man, realizing that since he couldn't possess all of Daxian, he had pivoted to firmly securing his current holdings. Because Wang Zai had ruined the inherited financial sector by hoarding Daxian shares, Dao Jun did not hesitate to expose the man's hidden motives. He asked if the man planned to retreat from the struggle if he secured enough funds to buy back Shun Yangji. earning a cold snort from him. The man marveled at how his nephew had seen through him at their first meeting, acknowledging there was a reason Chairman Jin favored him so much. Wang Zai extended his hand and bowed slightly to show a desire for peace, stating that staying too long would be disrespectful to the departed. He bid farewell while reiterating his offer, and Dao Jun felt a chill from the man's grip as Wang Zai took the initiative to shake his hand when he didn't react. He warned Dao Jun never to forget he was a candidate to buy Shun Yangji, leaving Dao Jun silent and puzzled by the strange handshake. Feeling the unexpected strength of the grip, Dao Jun watched as Wang Zai turned and walked away quickly, humming a tune with a smirk. He left Dao Jun with a tangled mess that was far from simple, hiding a much more complex conspiracy. Back at the Jin family estate, he returned quickly after their talk. Yang Cheng was being engaged by a group of people, but he waved as soon as he saw Dao Jun. The guests turned their attention toward him. Understanding the old man's intent, the guests stood up and thanked him for the valuable insights. That man left just as Dao Jun arrived. Upon sitting down, Dao Jun showed a look of dissatisfaction, which Yang Cheng noticed and began to probe. What did he say? Dao Jun answered honestly. He mentioned wanting to be considered as a candidate to buy Shanjiang. The old man was momentarily stunned. Zhu Huangxi, did he really say that? Dao Jun nodded slightly, and Yang Cheng continued to inquire. And what about you? What did you say? Dao Jun looked toward the door without emotion. He left before I could answer. The old man then tested him. I see, so what are your thoughts? If Zhu Huangxi offers the best conditions, would you sell it to him? Dao Jun immediately reaffirmed his position as he had previously stated. I only intend to expand the Shanjiang name, not dismantle it. It will belong to one of the two elders. This made Yang Cheng laugh loudly again. So Zhu Huangxi's efforts were in vain. Dao Jun's next words bluntly interrupted the old man's joy. Not necessarily. I believe he still achieved his goal. The old man became curious. Dao Jun speculated. He might not actually intend to buy Shanjiang. He likely just used me to create that appearance. Even Yang Cheng found that hypothesis hard to believe. Dao Jun glanced at Zhu Huangxi's figure by the door. He seems to want to spread rumors that he is also competing for Shanjiang. The old man followed his gaze and judged the man. Why pretend? He gains nothing from involving you. Dao Jun smiled, certain of his guess. His target isn't me, but his brothers. Specifically, he wants to put Chairman Yu Taixi at ease. Yang Cheng froze for a moment before blinking, laughing awkwardly as he scratched his head and complained. Goodness, that family is full of schemes. Yang Cheng then shifted back to the main topic. But how are you so sharp? How did you figure that out? He recalled the scene between them. Despite the crowd, the man had insisted on a private meeting and even made a show of shaking hands, just like an advertisement. Dao Jun smirked, confident in his deduction. The financial chairman of Daxian met the heir of Shanjiang, and he surely wanted someone to hear about it. He didn't notice the satisfied smile on the old man's face. Yang Cheng took a sip of tea, set the cup down, and continued his questioning. Will that really make Chairman Yu Taixi feel at ease? Sitting opposite him, Dao Jun frowned slightly. It's not exactly a perfect plan, but it's enough to buy some time. He will likely drag out the negotiations with me and spread rumors through the media. Dao Jun's expression darkened as he spoke, knowing he would secretly acquire shares and seize control of the De Xian group to solidify his power. Yang Qian's mouth tightened into a thin line as he fell silent, crossing his arms and straightening his back to issue a new challenge to his grandson. Yang Qian smirked inwardly, wondering who would truly claim the chairmanship of the De Xian group, knowing such a prosperous conglomerate would fail if divided. Unfazed by those words, he softly asked if the elder still intended to reunify the corporation, to which the old man nodded and began to lecture him. He explained that all rivers eventually flow into the sea regardless of their winding paths, and it was only a matter of time before someone achieved that goal. Following Yang Qian's lead, Dao Jun suggested that the head of De Xian Motors was the most prominent candidate due to the company's symbolic and massive scale. Yang Qian realized that the construction and shipbuilding arms were also symbols of De Xian, while Dao Jun noted that being the eldest son provided a significant advantage. He urged the old man to look outside at the courtyard fires, and as Dao Jun watched the flames, he remarked that this was strictly a family funeral service. His attention shifted to the arriving guests, noting that the one presiding over the reception of dignitaries was none other than the eldest son. Dao Jun realized the family funeral was a calculated move to signal to the visitors that the eldest son was now the undisputed heir of the group. He looked toward Yang Yin's portrait, thinking that a corporate funeral would have been far more fitting for a man of the late chairman's stature. A business-class funeral organized by the 5 major economic associations, including the Korea Enterprises Federation and the Chamber of Commerce, would be standard. With the Federation of SMEs and the Korea Management Association organizing it, the deceased's status would rise, but the eldest son would lose the spotlight, which Yu Taishi surely anticipated. That was why he insisted on a family funeral, and Yang Kaiyan felt increasingly bewildered by Dao Jun's profound analysis. Just what kind of person are you? The old man wondered as Dao Jun looked stunned, while Yang Kaiyan sighed in admiration at the boy's ability to predict everything. He claimed he only wanted the family to see off the deceased together, suggesting Dao Jun might be overthinking, which caused the boy to hesitate. He reminded the old man that the burial was tomorrow, yet he could not stop speculating about Wang Chi on this final night spent with the deceased. Yet they had summoned a stranger like him to deceive the public, causing Dao Jun to remain highly vigilant toward that uncle. He didn't believe they felt any grief for their late father, a statement that made the old man freeze as the atmosphere turned strange before Yang Kaiyan asked what he planned to do. The old man nonchalantly crossed his arms and asked if Dao Jun would organize his own future funeral as a family rite, or in another manner. Or do you intend to hold a corporate funeral to seize the spotlight and overshadow your eldest uncle's prestige? As the family's eldest grandson, Dao Jun did not yet dare to take control of the situation, so he quickly feigned ignorance. That is for the elders to decide. As the one with the lowest status in this family, the only thing I can do is follow the decisions made by my seniors. The old man immediately countered his words, asking if he meant he would simply follow every arrangement made by the elders, even if it went against his own wishes. Those words left Dao Jun silent for a long moment, as he wondered why the old man was acting this way, especially since he had said funerals were the responsibility of the children. He had no place to intervene, and while the old man understood that logically, he seemed hurt that Dao Jun intended to remain a mere bystander. After careful consideration, he managed to provide a reasonable answer, stating that while logically he must follow the elders' arrangements. However, regarding his personal feelings, he would follow his own heart. Yet Yang Chen remained entirely unsatisfied, barking, "What? Are you playing with me? Fine, then what exactly does your heart dictate?" Dao Jun asked in a low voice if the old man wanted his grave to be located at the Shanjiang Music Hall Park in Yangjin, to which the man arrogantly crossed his arms and asked, "So what?" He tilted his head as if proposing a deal, promising to visit him every single morning for 3 years, a statement that truly stunned the old man. Realizing he was on the right track, Dao Jun continued fluently, explaining that he truly wished to observe a 3-year mourning period in a tent, but he could not neglect the corporation the old man had entrusted to him. He offered a faint, reassuring smile, promising to visit every morning instead, which caused Yang Chen's expression to soften as his eyes narrowed instinctively. Ultimately, Yang Chen could not hide his embarrassment and feigned a cough, remarking that such sweet talk was indeed pleasant and must have been well practiced, while Dao Jun shared in the joy of that expression and asked if he would accept his sincere devotion. He feigned anger at the teasing, grumbling about the noise from this fellow, yet Yang Tian remained sharp and ever suspicious. "Do you plan to just idle away your life once I am gone?" he asked, doubting that someone who treasures every second would visit him every morning for 3 years. He turned away as if pouting, saying that occasional visits to share news of the world would suffice. Those endearing expressions moved Dao Jun, who recalled his grandfather always saying death was final. Despite his usual coldness, seeing him hope his descendants wouldn't forget him and would visit his resting place proved that he truly feared loneliness. Yang Tian quickly stood up to change the subject, saying they were not on the same wavelength, while Dao Jun did not forget to give a final reminder before leaving. "Yes, please go back and rest well. Even a young person like me finds staying up late exhausting," he said, as the old man turned away with a brief, "I suppose so. I will return tomorrow to see him off one last time," he thought, and upon exiting, Yang Tian was met by Tai Zhai's group. When asked if he was already leaving, he replied that he would return tomorrow, noting he was too old to break a promise to an old friend, to which the powerful man politely replied, "Chairman, you are too kind. Your personal visit is deeply appreciated," they said, and as Yang Tian approached, Tai Zhai bowed respectfully while Guang Kai maintained a welcoming and grateful attitude. Not wanting to be difficult, he simply agreed, but when the two men shook hands, the strength of the grip was strangely intense. He turned red and groaned in pain as the old man's attitude grew fierce, warning him not to touch his things, leaving Guang Kai stunned and flushed. "Sir, what do you mean?" he asked, while Tai Zhai watched their hands closely as Yang Tian issued a direct threat in front of everyone. "Even your father never touched my belongings. Though we argued over ownership, we never greedily tried to take what was not ours." He was still struggling with the pain and could only mutter, "Chairman," while Dao Jun stood by, silently evaluating the situation. Guang Kai's eyes remained relatively calm, as the old man added a soft reminder that Shun Yang was not something he could ever touch. I am warning you. If you dare touch the Shun Yang credit card company, you will realize how terrifying this old man can be. Remember it well. He quickly tried to mediate the situation, urging the chairman to stay calm, and Yang Tian remained composed enough not to cause a scene. You are lucky this is a funeral home, or I would have raised my voice, he said, and as he left, Tai Zhai finally unleashed the beast of rage within himself. What exactly are you plotting in this house? He demanded, terrifying Guang Kai, who quickly claimed he was only asking about the company's status. Their loud argument caught his attention, but Dao Jun was quickly pulled away by Yang Tian, who only smiled triumphantly once they had departed. He was bewildered by that sudden change of face, and soon the two of them reached their vehicle, where Chen Yang habitually looked toward the bodyguard. Are there many reporters outside? The man stood at attention and reported that he had called for more press, causing the old man to smile with satisfaction before giving instructions. Is that so? Well done. Lower the windows later so the reporters can do their jobs easily. He quickly accepted the order and replied, Yes, sir. But Chen Daejun, who was following behind, couldn't help but complain that it was enough, while Chen Yang sat down comfortably and responded, In this life, no one knows what is truly enough. It is only a matter of knowing when to stop, the experienced man lectured him, adding that satisfaction was just another way to justify giving up. Remember that well. Chen Daejun remained silent to avoid further lecturing, so Chen Yang prompted him to smile. You brat, your image will be broadcast nationwide tomorrow. So do you really want to let that handsome but grumpy face appear in the newspapers? He didn't back down and retorted that they had just left a funeral home, and he couldn't possibly be smiling happily, which made the old man reflect and realize the situation was indeed as he said. Regardless, just maintain a pleasant expression. Once Chen Yang finished his business, Chen Daejun asked curiously why he had acted that way. Why did you do that in front of Chairman Zhu Rongyi? Were you trying to help him? The old man rolled his eyes and slightly curled his lips. Chen Yang leaned back in his seat to relax and laugh, stating that helping Zhu Rongyi in this situation would only cause more chaos for the Daxian group. That house is too quiet, so I just wanted to add a little excitement, he said, a comment that quickly made the young man crack a smile as well. A black and white newspaper featuring Chen Daejun's face spread rapidly as his details were uncovered, but he frowned upon reading it, feeling the phrasing was too mild as the letters danced before him. Daeoksheng watched Chen Daejun sighing wearily and advised him that it was a time for celebration, but he just lay back on the chair in frustration and covered his forehead. I am extremely reluctant and must decline. Seeing this, the man quickly showed his sincerity by acknowledging that traveling might be inconvenient now. But as long as you give the order, we will support you to the best of our ability, because the expression on your face is a command to us. Daeoksheng glanced at the newspaper and affirmed that the article had clearly shown everyone that he was a close relative, one who is fully trusted by Chairman Chen. So from now on, anyone who meets you will see you as one of the successors of the Sun Yang group. Chen Daejun was slightly moved, but remained silent until his reason won out, leading him to stretch and declare he would join any entertainment program if it benefited the business. This made the man smile with satisfaction, and Chen Daejun recounted the funeral events without reservation, noting that Chairman Zhu Rongyi's interest in the credit card company was quite intriguing. Hearing this, Dao Heng was so shocked he slammed his chair. Was there really another bidder entering the fray? But he quickly regained his composure. In truth, the old man had other motives, but regardless of his goal, there was certainly an angle they could exploit. Dao Heng began to grasp Dao Jun's intent. You mean to use him as a signal flare, don't you? He suddenly recalled two familiar faces. Indeed, the two vice-chairmen would never cooperate, but if this happened, a major shift would occur immediately. Dao Jun quickly identified the problem at hand. It was enough for his two uncles to know that a formidable outside rival had emerged. He then hurriedly probed him. What if Chairman Zhu Wangxi offers the best terms to acquire the credit card company? What are your plans then? Dao Jun gave a slight nod. He had planned for everything, recalling that Wangxi was still unsure if Chairman Du would present a contract. Even if they offer the highest possible price, I definitely won't sign. Despite the situation, Dao Jun remained perfectly composed. He has no intention of buying it anyway, but we can use this to our advantage. Hearing this, Dao Heng's expression softened as he reaffirmed his position. I told you to trust me. If he offers any terms, I'll simply raise the purchase price and interest rate until he flinches. However, doubt began to creep back into his mind. If the company is sold, that money won't reach us immediately, will it? Dao Jun noticed the change. He understood why Jiang Dao Heng was constantly anxious while running the business. No one knows when a company will face a crisis, so one must always have contingency plans ready. But losing a key safeguard now made his unease understandable. Understanding Dao Heng's weakness, he quickly moved to reassure him. Don't worry, I will personally cover the entire deficit from the Sun Yang credit card transfer, so please put your mind at ease. Reassured by these words, Dao Heng calmed down and quickly countered. To be honest, I don't fully know Manager Jin's capabilities yet, so do you think I can just take your word for it? Dao Jun's lips curled into a smile at this response. So you still don't fully trust me, do you? This expression unexpectedly annoyed him. This was no laughing matter, as even an investment master has financial limits. Dao Heng asked him directly, how can an individual possibly cover the operating profits of a leading domestic credit card company? Yet Dao Jun remained fearless, arrogantly noting that the company's revenue for the past year was 1.25 trillion won. He tilted his head and said a condition in a cold voice. If you need it, I'll transfer 2 trillion into the company account immediately. Are you satisfied now? He quickly deduced the situation and was stunned by the thought. Are you planning to take money from fantasy? Dao Jun replied with a faint smile. How could I use company funds so recklessly? Dao Heng was completely bewildered. His face turned pale as a thought struck him. Is that your personal money? Such a massive amount. After composing himself, Dao Heng continued. Since you aren't one to boast, I'm relieved. I'll do my best not to mention the funding shortage to you again. He didn't forget to evaluate Dao Jun, trusting the man's wealth more than his own foresight. Dao Heng placed his faith in his triumphant smile. After all, that seemed more logical. Suddenly, the door burst open. Yang Jun returned and mockingly remarked, well, our youngest has become an A-list star overnight, but is still working so hard, I see. But a chilling silence was his only response. Hearing a noise, he glanced toward the door while Du Jun's heart began to race with unease. You certainly didn't come here because of that article to make me an errand boy for your parents, did you? Or are you acting on your own again? Yang Jun continued to dodge the point, claiming he simply thought of his younger brother after reading the paper and decided to drop by. Sensing the atmosphere, the man quickly prepared to leave and excused himself. He didn't reply, offering only a slight nod before the other man leisurely took a seat on the sofa. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Jun finally spoke. Today is Chairman Yu's funeral procession. Aren't you going to attend? Du Jun gave a brief reply. Yes, he replied, prompting the man to excitedly reveal that his father and the second uncle had already departed, noting that most leaders of the Federation of Korean Industries would be present. Yet Du Jun remained entirely unfazed. Du Jun provided a concise confirmation, knowing that being blunt was the quickest way to force Yang Jun to the point, which left the man momentarily speechless before he tried to change the subject. I heard you had a private meeting with Chairman Zhu Wangsik of Daehyun yesterday, didn't you? His rapid investigation of the matter provoked a surge of anger within him. He was impressed by how quickly the man gathered information. Du Jun tried to counter him, but Yang Jun interrupted before he could finish, asking what the two had discussed and if he could share the details. He showed no outward signs of annoyance, but inwardly challenged the man, thinking that nothing special had occurred and wondering which of them would lose their patience first. Unable to get the answer he wanted, the man intentionally brought up another matter, mentioning rumors that old Zhu Wangsik had asked for the credit card company to be transferred to him. Du Jun fell into deep thought as the man became more specific, realizing that if this were true, then Zhu Wangsik had likely been careless. Perhaps someone was tailing his grandfather or himself at the funeral. Meanwhile, Yang Jun continued his wild speculations, asking if he truly intended to hand the credit card company over to the Daehyun group before he was abruptly cut off. I have no idea where you heard such rumors, but it was precisely because of those false reports that grandfather personally issued a warning to the Daehyun family. Du Jun curled his lips slightly as he reminded him that their grandfather had strictly forbidden the transfer of any Sun Yang Group subsidiary into the hands of outsiders. Yang Jun grew restless upon hearing that, questioning if it was truly his grandfather's wish, while he took the opportunity to expose the man's motives by telling him to state his business directly. There is no need for such theatrics, he said, leaving Yang Jun momentarily speechless before the man shamelessly demanded that they get straight to the point. Transfer the credit card company to my side instead of giving it to the second uncle, he proposed. But Duo Jun only responded with a look of pure contempt. He crossed his arms and feigned ignorance to toy with the man, asking him to state his terms for the transfer, since a major corporation was hardly a cheap corner store. Duo Jun delivered a final blow by mentioning the many livelihoods at stake and the substantial annual revenue, forcing Yang Jun to admit that his family would offer 10% more than the second uncle's bid, which made him frown in surprise. He wondered if they were simply competing to see who had more wealth, thinking such a mindset was incredibly short-sighted. Yet he remained composed and noted that 10% would amount to nearly $1 trillion. Seeing him waver, the man immediately chimed in about the large sum of money, but as soon as he finished, Dao Jun's questioning tone turned incredibly cold. Do you really think I'm that greedy for money? He dejectedly touched his ear and casually responded to the man's offer. I'm not selling the company because Shun Yang lacks capital. I simply dislike the credit card company's business practices, so I want to sell it. At this point, Yang Jun, unwilling to beat around the bush, impatiently probed him. Are you saying that offering more money is meaningless? Dao Jun didn't answer immediately, instead adding some trivial remarks. To get what you want, you must first understand what the other party desires. The man caught his drift but couldn't help asking again. And then what? What is it you want? Finally, he bluntly concluded, I don't know, a statement that drove Yang Jun nearly insane as he screamed, What? His face turned red with rage, but he could do nothing. Dao Jun, you. Now Yang Jun no longer maintained his conciliatory attitude. Are you mocking me? You think you can act superior just because you have a few subsidiaries? He shouted directly in the middle of the office. Where did you learn such arrogance? Even after the outburst, Yang Jun only saw Dao Jun's nonchalant expression. At that moment, he smirked triumphantly. There was no helping it. The man's personality remained unchanged. Dao Jun sat with his arms crossed, his lips moving slightly. Actually, I don't have any clear expectations. Yang Jun frowned in anger. Stop talking in circles and just say what you want directly. In contrast, Dao Jun remained calm. Think about it. How many people go to the supermarket and only bring home exactly what is on their list? When you have plenty of money and see something you like, you buy it instantly without a second thought. He smiled slightly and said, People call that impulsive spending. Yang Jun was momentarily stunned. A bead of sweat rolled down Dao Jun's cheek. It was truly irritating that no matter how much he said, the man didn't understand a word. Perhaps he needed to be taught a lesson he would never forget. Then, he continued to persuade him. Vice Chairman Jin Zhengji is not someone easily pushed around in the business world. Don't just keep using the same tactic of raising the price. Try to propose a plan that truly satisfies me. Yang Jun just pursed his lips in silence. Dao Jun's cold eyes observed him. Indeed, for those who consider money everything, there is no room in their minds for anything else. Suddenly, Yang Jun spoke. Dao Jun stood up in front of Dao Jun. I still remember my promise to elevate you to the second most powerful position in the Shun Yang group. Yang Jun's brows furrowed tightly. Dao Jun only smiled calmly and crossed his arms. But first, you must be the one standing at the peak of this conglomerate. Only then will your words carry real weight. Yang Jun's face flushed with fury as he roared. If I could reach the highest position on my own, I wouldn't have any use for you. You must be the one capable of putting me at the top to be worthy of that second spot. Meanwhile, Dao Jun still replied nonchalantly. In reality, with my current abilities, I can certainly help my second uncle become the leader, and wouldn't it be natural for me to take the second-in-command position then? You should just look ahead calmly. It is perfectly fine to start right now. A look of surprise crossed Yang Jun's face as Dao Jun mocked him, telling him to keep trying because he might one day stand on equal footing with him. Yang Jun gritted his teeth in anger at those words before the door slammed shut, leaving Dao Jun to look over coldly and sigh as the evening sky darkened and a pizza sat on the table. Dao Jun glanced around and asked if everyone who visited received such a welcome, to which Wang Shi laughed while chewing, saying he only provided this special treatment because Dao Jun was unique. His gaze locked onto Dao Jun as he asked if it was bothersome, prompting the young man to tilt his head and admit it was strange, even though he had reserved entire restaurants before. Dao Jun's voice echoed through the shop as he noted he had never rented out an entire pizza parlor like this. While Wang Shi picked up a slice of pizza. I feel a bit self-conscious, but pizza is a personal passion of mine, and though it might be unexpected, I don't believe it's something that needs to be hidden or felt ashamed of. Dao Jun suddenly turned serious and suggested they get down to business or discuss any special plans, causing Wang Shi to look impressed, noting that his reputation was well-deserved. Remarking how wonderful it would be to have a grandson like him, he smirked and confessed to spreading the rumors about acquiring Sun Yang credit card, to which Dao Jun calmly replied that he had already guessed as much. As Wang Shi savored his pizza, he remarked that Dao Jun must have also realized he had no genuine interest in actually taking over the company. Dao Jun replied nonchalantly that he knew, recalling Yang Tian's face and noting that his grandfather had also seen through it, staging that performance solely for the chairman's benefit. Wang Shi suddenly raised his wine glass and scoffed at the idea it was for him, suggesting they be honest and admit the old man did it for his favorite grandson instead. Dao Jun remained silent with pursed lips, while Wang Shi took a sip of wine and asked if the price had fluctuated at all since the news of his involvement broke. Leaning back in his chair, Dao Jun noted that the others were still wary of one another and hesitant to make a final move, then asked about the chairman's brothers. Wang Shi listened to him and asked if they had fallen for the trap before setting his glass down, remarking that they were likely accustomed to dealing with such tactics. Wang Shi suddenly admitted they might have been a bit overconfident, to which Dao Jun responded that they were still a long way from being able to manipulate them. Wang Shi sat with his arms crossed, noting that neither of them were the type to trust easily, prompting Dao Jun to smile and ask the chairman to go ahead and speak his mind. When Dao Jun asked what his next move was and how he could assist him, Wang Shi was so caught off guard that he spat out his drink. He then clutched his stomach in laughter, coughing into his hand as tears welled up from his amusement, remarking on how well the young man was performing. He mentioned that he was starting to feel the need to be cautious of him and questioned if this was appropriate, given they were still business rivals, while Dao Jun remained composed. "It is fine. I have no intention of competing with the Duck Shuan group yet, as that is still a long way off, and my true opponent will not be the chairman. Instead, it will be your successors," he said while staring straight ahead, noting that competition should be left to the appropriate generation where each era faces its own. "Since I am roughly the same age as your grandson, I hope you will show me some leniency," which intrigued Wang Zai, who remarked that he should have been the one to say that first. "You should also go easy on my youngsters," he added before draining his glass and closing his eyes. Then he poured a drink for Dao Jun and suggested they get down to business. Within the Shun Yang Life Insurance subsidiaries, there is a unit specializing in loss assessment and insurance investigation called Shun Yang Special Accident and Loss Assessment. Correct. Dao Jun confirmed this as a thought crossed his mind. He wondered which company it was, as it seemed too insignificant for him to have noticed, and it was strange to hear Chairman Du mention that name while Wang Zai refilled his own glass. It is likely because this company was never on the list of entities requiring close monitoring, so it is natural that you are unfamiliar with its assets. Wang Zai raised his glass and explained that the business was actually the result of a merger between 3 companies, including DX Communication, LVKS, and another entity. All of them operated in the insurance industry, leading Dao Jun to ask if the DX acronym implied it was once an affiliate of the Duck Shuan group. Wang Zai nodded slightly in confirmation, causing Dao Jun's expression to turn solemn as he realized he was completely unaware of such a significant matter. No one had bothered to report it, and he felt the need to hold people accountable at the office. While Wang Zai smiled and added that Duck Shuan Motors currently holds a stake. They own 2% of that unit, which made Dao Jun's eyes widen in shock, as something this important should have definitely been reported to the higher-ups. Yet he was entirely in the dark, so Wang Zai smirked and advised him not to be too surprised since this had only occurred a few days ago. Confused, Dao Jun asked for clarification, so Wang Zai held up his glass and explained that Duck Shuan Motors had acquired a parts company recently to secure their patents through a merger. Dao Jun frowned slightly, realizing the parts company's shares had been transferred to Duck Shuan Motors, and Wang Zai took a sip, noting it was understandable his company didn't know yet without an official announcement. Dao Jun smirked silently, thinking excitedly about his incredible luck in stumbling upon such a massive financial windfall without even having to try. Dao Jun then asked seriously if he intended to acquire those shares, to which Wang Zai replied that he was willing to offer a generous price and asked for his thoughts. Hearing this, Dao Jun crossed his arms and said he needed to think it over carefully, which startled Wang Zai so much that he frowned in anger and questioned the hesitation. "Look at it this way. To you, it is just about money, but to me," Dao Jun interrupted with a calm smile, suggesting it was an incredibly valuable asset. He gazed forward and advised not to view the matter solely through the lens of money, causing Wang Zai to break into a sweat and ask loudly what else it could be if not money. At that moment, Dao Jun spoke up with a smirk. "We shall conduct a fair exchange. I will transfer my 2% stake to the Daxian company. In return, transfer 2% of Sun Yang Electronics shares to me." As Wang Shi's eyes bulged in shock, Dao Jun calculated that based on today's stock prices, the value disparity was nearly 20-fold. Now it was time to test Chairman Zhu Wang Shi's mettle. Wang Shi slammed his hand on the table in a rage, shouting, Why are you suddenly bringing up such nonsense? Does that even sound reasonable? He frowned and barked. 2% of Sun Yang Electronics. You speak as if you are oblivious to the facts. Do you have any idea how massive the price gap is between the two? Setting the price aside, how could I even amass such a large stake? Dao Jun merely crossed his arms and watched him. Sun Yang Electronics closed at 227,001 yesterday, while Daxian Motors was only at 21,001, Wang Shi explained, gesturing with both hands. You know this full well, yet you still make such a request. A tenfold difference is no trivial matter. Hearing this, Dao Jun felt a wave of irritation. Realizing that talking to this man would be a tedious endeavor, he coldly appraised Wang Shi, noting that the value of an item depends entirely on who holds it. What the masses accept and are willing to trade is called the market price. But if an object holds special significance to an individual, then market valuation becomes utterly absurd. An item can be so uniquely exquisite that someone might willingly pay 10 times the market rate simply because it is a piece of pottery left behind by their ancestors. Even if the item isn't rare and is only worth 5 million won, Dao Jun's thoughts turned to the Sun Yang Group. If he could seize control of the conglomerate, then he would gladly pay 10 or even 100 times the current price for those electronics shares. Suddenly, Wang Shi heard Dao Jun speak again. Let me ask you one thing, he said coldly. Between Sun Yang Electronics and Daxian Motors, which one would you rather own? Wang Shi pursed his lips in thought. Dao Jun watched Wang Shi intently with an expectant smile. For someone desperate to control the Daxian Group, the value of Sun Yang Electronics stock was no different from the value of Daxian Motors shares. Dao Jun leaned back in his chair, appearing immensely confident. Ordinary people might see a 20-fold difference in stock prices, but for us, it is not like that at all. To him, key shares were the ultimate stepping stone to the chairmanship. As the sign hung on the closed door, Dao Jun crossed his arms and watched Wang Shi, whose lips began to quiver. Wang Shi then chuckled. Regardless, a 20-fold increase is simply too excessive. Dao Jun frowned and asked, what about Chairman Zhu Jishi, your elder brother? Would he also find this 20-fold gap too high? It went without saying that to solidify his position within the company, he would surely ignore the price. Dao Jun narrowed his eyes, his gaze locking onto Wang Shi. The man sitting before him, Zhu Wang Shi, understood that better than anyone else. Wang Shi finally spoke up. To acquire a full 2% of Sun Yang Electronics, then we must sweep up all the shares on the market. You understand how much of a shock that will cause, don't you? At that moment, Dao Jun calmly replied, asking why there was such a hurry. Wang Shi asked in surprise what he meant. Meanwhile, Dao Jun crossed his arms and explained that since he held 2% of Dihun Motors, they could take their time with the deal. A drop of sweat rolled down Wang Shi's cheek as he asked if he had to hand them over whenever requested. Dao Jun smirked and replied that a counterattack required meticulous preparation. Leaving a powerful weapon for oneself was the only way to truly surpass an enemy. Hearing this, Wang Shi stared in shock while Dao Jun simply smiled back. Wang Shi nodded and muttered that there was indeed no rush. Dao Jun then added that they should also take their time purchasing shares of Sun Yang Electronics. He confidently persuaded Wang Shi that they could change their strategy when the time was right. The man frowned and remarked that his nephew truly had a knack for business, having made a 20-fold profit. Dao Jun replied nonchalantly. He explained that he had no intention of trading that trump card for money, so it wasn't just a matter of profit. Wang Shi seemed to grasp his meaning. He raised his glass, and both Wang Shi and Dao Jun toasted together. Inside a towering skyscraper, Rong Qi frowned and demanded to know the reason. Dao Jun politely replied that he didn't intend to use an auction to drive up the price, as they were not strangers to one another. He gestured while explaining that he would be satisfied as long as the price reflected the company's true value. Hearing this, Rong Qi remained silent. A thought flashed through Dao Jun's mind. Despite the good news, the man's expression remained unchanged. It made sense, as he knew nothing in life was free. Rong Qi crossed his arms and asked why he wouldn't want a higher bidding price. Dao Jun asked if he felt confident enough. Rong Qi frowned in confusion, so Dao Jun observed him and noted that Sun Yang Electronics currently held a massive internal reserve fund. He expressed his belief that the eldest uncle would offer a price far exceeding the actual value of Sun Yang credit card. Rong Qi listened intently to him. In that scenario, he would almost certainly lose the bid. Rong Qi then questioned why Dao Jun was still choosing to transfer the credit card company to him. Dao Jun calmly nodded in affirmation. Surprise was evident on Rong Qi's face as he asked why. Dao Jun simply smiled and admitted he was afraid, prompting Rong Qi to frown and ask what he feared. He remarked that people generally assumed the eldest son would naturally inherit the entire conglomerate. If the eldest uncle were to acquire the credit card company, he would become even more convinced that the Sun Yang group belonged to him, and he would stop at nothing, using the most despicable means to seize my rightful inheritance. Rongqi smirked dangerously and asked about himself. In contrast, Dao Jun flashed a smile and suggested that while he might be mistaken, he saw a distinct difference between the two men. He envisioned Rongqi standing beside Tizai. One only aimed for ownership of the conglomerate, while the other possessed the genuine desire and will to manage the business. Dao Jun then looked down and stated he only wished to choose a safe haven. Rongqi pursed his lips while observing him. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows and spoke, telling him he was indeed mistaken, as he also wanted to seize the entire Sun Yang group just like his eldest brother. Dao Jun calmly replied, "I see you are quite blunt." Rongjai crossed his arms, acknowledging that there was indeed a difference. "At the very least, I have always viewed leading a major conglomerate as a heavy responsibility." He quietly observed that Dao Jun already seemed exhausted and pressured just by managing the heavy industry sector. He coldly pursed his lips, thinking that if this man became the chairman of Sun Yang, his past life might have taken a different turn. His face was filled with shock at the thought. A man holding a gun appeared before Dao Jun as the bullet was fired. Dao Jun's eyes widened in surprise, wondering why such a memory had suddenly surfaced. Sweat beaded on his cheeks. He reminded himself never to feel any sympathy for those people. He stared at Rongjai, knowing the time would come when they would discard everything unnecessary. It would be foolish to show affection for a pig destined for slaughter. Dao Jun's lips moved as he prepared to speak, and then he spoke up frankly. "So you have made your own decision. As long as you provide a reasonable justification, I am willing to support you and hand over the credit card company." Dao Jun's eyes were full of confidence. "However, if the reason is not convincing enough, I will sell it to the highest bidder and ensure it does not fall into the hands of you two, because the first bidder has already revealed themselves." Hearing this, Rongjai inquired, "You mean the Dahun group, right?" Dao Jun confirmed it. Rongjai smirked and advised, "If you transfer it to Dahun, grandfather might be very angry." Dao Jun smiled calmly. "I do not think he will stay angry for long. I have a way to appease him." Rongjai's eyebrows furrowed. "I am only now realizing that you are the most formidable person in this family." He shrugged, adding that no grand reason was necessary. "The simplest and most logical way is for the eldest son to take over the subsidiary." Rongjai's expression was serious. "If that does not work, then money is the only option." Dao Jun bowed his head and sighed, saying it could not be settled with money. Rongjai narrowed his eyes and insisted that it could. Astonishment appeared in Dao Jun's eyes. He wondered why, as the heavy industry sector was facing a severe cash shortage, which was why he wanted the credit card company. Sun Yang Electronics was actually the leader in capital mobilization. Rongjai sat with his legs crossed and asked, "You said the credit card company is valued at about 1.4 trillion won, right?" Regarding the bonds maturing in the next 3 years, Dao Jun quickly interjected, "You do not need to remind me. I will keep my word." Suddenly, Rongjai made a decision. "I will pay an extra 100 billion, no installments. I will transfer the full amount in cash on the day the contract is signed." "Is that all right?" Dao Jun stared in surprise, his mind racing as he sat before Rongjai, wondering if something was wrong with the man's head, or perhaps he was the one failing to keep up. If the younger brother offered an extra 100 billion, the older brother would surely raise the price to 2 trillion. Rongjai smiled calmly. Suddenly, Dao Jun seemed to grasp something. He placed his hands on his thighs, leaned forward slightly, and asked, "Tell me, what is that 100 billion really for?" Hearing that, Rongqi leaned back in his chair and chuckled, remarking that he finally understood 100 billion was no simple sum, while interlacing his fingers. With a mysterious look, Rongqi explained that it was a cryptic type of money with an untraceable origin, and no matter its use, it must never cause any trouble. Dao Jun was momentarily startled and thought to himself about slush funds, as Rongqi's gaze seemed to pierce through everything, while he noted that the eldest brother never used personal wealth. Even when spending 2 trillion won to acquire the Shenyang credit card company, that capital was still corporate money. His uncle's voice suddenly resonating. "You cannot use that money recklessly because the people at the tax bureau are truly terrifying," Rongqi said, while staring intently at the person across from him. "There will come a time when you need this sum, as it is truly valuable. Unlike unusable money hidden in shell companies, only completely laundered funds can be effective," he added before adjusting his vest. At that moment, Dao Jun calmly asked if he should give his eldest uncle a few days to think, suggesting 3 or 4 days would suffice, as Rongqi stood up and tucked his hands into his pockets. Of course, his uncle replied while observing Dao Jun, noting that if old Wu Shixun knew about that 100 billion won in slush funds, he would surely be overjoyed and accept immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Rong Qi turned away, leaving Dao Jun to calmly purse his lips before the closed door until he suddenly lowered his head and laughed. He already had such funds at his disposal, and as memories flashed through his mind, he thought of the money he had hidden within a fantasy company in the United States. Those funds had been transferred to shell companies in remote parts of the Netherlands and transformed into legitimate investment losses. Now, Dao Jun sat with his arms crossed, stating he needed to find the weaknesses of certain individuals. Hearing this, Bing Jun narrowed his eyes slightly and asked who they were, to which Dao Jun turned and identified them as the finance chief and the project director of the Shenyang Group. During the 1997-1998 IMF crisis, Bing Jun appeared surprised and asked how deeply he should investigate them, while Du Jun's brow furrowed slightly. "Find every document related to Vice Chairman Jin Zhangji for me," Du Jun requested, causing Bing Jun to startle as his eyes widened and thoughts flashed through Du Jun's mind. Was even Wu Bing Jun hesitant to cross the vice chairman? He observed Bing Jun and asked if the task was too difficult, to which the man hesitantly replied that it wasn't exactly that. But suddenly Bing Jun voiced his concern, asking if he would be all right doing this, and Du Jun calmly looked at him, asking what he meant, prompting Bing Jun to explain frankly. Once you involve yourself in such matters, there is no turning back except through confrontation where both sides pay a heavy price. While I investigate them, Vice Chairman Jin might also begin digging into your past. Du Jun smiled inwardly, realizing the man wasn't worried about facing Vice Chairman Jin, but was afraid of a sneak attack on him. Then he glanced at Bing Jun and asked if he had information on their team yet. Du Jun thought about the mysterious group, knowing that besides his two uncles, there must be someone like Director Wu Bing Jun supporting them, or perhaps having a close relationship with him. At the same time, Bing Jun calmly replied that he did not know them, as their work required clarity and no entanglements to prevent information leaks. Therefore, no one knew each other's true identities, and though his gaze didn't waver, I knew they were tough characters who could strip away your entire 10-year past in just 1 week. Hearing this, Du Jun was slightly surprised and flashed a meaningful smile, asking how long Director Wu would need to uncover his own 10-year history, to which Bing Jun quickly responded. "It would only take me a week as well," Bing Jun said, and Du Jun smirked with interest, saying he wanted to see his own past next week and asking if he could do it, leaving Bing Jun momentarily stunned. Afterward, the man turned his head to look over and asked if he truly wanted to investigate his own past, to which Du Jun nodded and confirmed that he did. Bing Jun frowned slightly and stated that he would need 10 days because if he was going to do it, he had to do it thoroughly, while Du Jun observed him. "You're right, I will wait," Du Jun said as the man narrowed his eyes with determination, vowing not to let him down, while Du Jun closed his eyes and thought the situation seemed quite interesting. Then he clasped his hands together and returned to the main point, asking how many days were needed for the investigation, and Bing Jun sat up straight to calmly explain. 20 days would suffice to investigate the department head and the 2 vice chairmen, and if any issues arose requiring more time, he would report it immediately as Du Jun looked up at him. "Investigate me first before moving on to those 2, Du Jun said as he stood up, and Bing Jun also rose, addressing him as the department head. "Furthermore, do not worry about Vice Chairman Jin retaliating," he said with a polite smile, explaining that he only wanted to gather information and had no intention of threatening anyone. Hearing that, Bing Jun replied that a sword in its scabbard is truly fearsome, assuming he understood this, as sunlight streamed through the glass windows of the corporate building. A CD lay next to the files as Shixian picked up a card for Caliphar Itotlier, and Du Jun looked over expectantly, noting it was the name of a bank in Aza. "Do you recognize this place?" Shixian asked while he was intently examining the envelope. "No, banks are popping up like mushrooms after the rain. How would I know? You have to give me time to look into this one. We're leaving tomorrow, yet you're only bringing this out now." Hearing that, Du Jun simply smiled and replied, "I have about 10 days, so please look into it for me." Shixian muttered to himself, 10 days? That's quite a while. Suddenly, Du Jun crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. "It's been a long time since I've had a break, so I plan to take this chance to relax." Shixian frowned and asked, "Relaxing? Don't you have some other scheme in mind?" Du Jun calmly replied, Not at all, I'm serious. I've already booked a room at a nearby resort. I planned a vacation for over a week before visiting Labuan. Shixian's smile revealed his interest. It was a way to kill two birds with one stone. Then he walked over to his desk. Afterward, Shixian placed the letter on the desk and sat down. When you withdraw the money, remember to transfer it here. This is a bank in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. If you're worried about traveling, I can recommend someone trustworthy to hold the funds. Du Jun looked over calmly and said, I don't plan on taking the money out. Just leave it in that account for now, as I don't need it yet. Shixian's eyes widened in surprise. What? You're just going to leave the money in Vice Chairman Jin's account? Meanwhile, Du Jun sat with his arms crossed. Yes, according to him, without the CD files and the card, no one can find it, so it's fine to leave it there. Shixian knit his brows in thought. So you're just going to bury the money? I heard Labuan banks don't pay interest. They're just for safekeeping. He smirked confidently and replied, It's not worth closing his account for a bit of interest. This alone is enough to serve as vital evidence. Shixian was stunned and asked in confusion, Evidence of what? Suddenly he flinched and frowned. Don't tell me you're planning to? Du Jun only gave a mysterious smile. You guessed correctly. He turned to Shixian and added, A powerful weapon for the future is worth more than 100 billion won today. There's no need to overthink it. Leaving it as is the best choice. Shixian was even more surprised by those words. That money can actually become a weapon. Du Jun placed both hands on his lap as he spoke. Yes, he said the account would be deleted as soon as the money is withdrawn or transferred. I want to keep it because I'll need it. Shixian looked at Du Jun blankly. An account alone is hardly a weapon. Standing up beside Shixian, he said, I'll explain everything to you once I've handled it. Du Jun flashed a highly confident smile. Evading 100 billion won in taxes is a crime even more serious than embezzlement. I have the evidence in my hands. Only a fool would delete it. The plane soared through the vast sky before landing on the tarmac. The roar of the engines echoed throughout Kota Kinabalu International Airport, a small airport with a 3.7-kilometer runway. Du Jun walked forward slowly, a smile still on his face. Suddenly, he turned around and called out, Manager Sheng Zun. Sheng Zun quickly ran over to him. Yes, Du Jun looked at him and gave instructions. Contact the legal office and tell the director to take the earliest flight tomorrow morning. Sheng Zun nodded and replied, Yes, I'll do it right away. Du Jun spoke with satisfaction. While we wait, let's enjoy some vacation time. A luxurious resort with a large pool appeared where everyone was playing by the water. As Du Jun watched them, he suddenly saw Ronan running toward him, sweat beading on his cheeks. If you had informed me beforehand, I would have prepared a proper welcome. Hearing this, Du Jun smiled and waved his hand. I'm not here on business this time, so there's no need for a formal reception. Don't worry about it. Let's eat something before we talk. Ronan nodded quickly in confusion as delicious food was placed on the table, his face clearly showing his internal panic and state of disarray. Du Jun sat with his arms crossed, observing him, thinking that the man likely saw the press labeling him as Sun Yang's hidden power and feared this private meeting would be seen as choosing a side. A thought crossed his mind that if they weren't careful, the man could become a target for Vice Chairman Jin Young-kai, all while Du Jun watched Ronan eat French fries. Despite his anxiety, the man couldn't refuse the meeting. Du Jun suddenly spoke up, saying it wasn't a major matter but merely a request for him to look into something. Ronan immediately looked up and asked how he could help, prompting Du Jun to point toward a long beach to the north with golden sand and stunning scenery. Ronan followed his gaze and agreed that there were many beautiful beaches there, while Du Jun rested his chin on his hand with a pensive expression. When Du Jun mentioned hearing about a resort being built there despite no visible progress, Ronan smiled hesitantly and wiped sweat from his cheek, explaining that such projects take a long time. He added that incompetent people often plan long-term investments just for show without making much headway, leading Du Jun to speak his mind directly. I see. Please look into it for me as I want to purchase this beach to build a villa, Du Jun said, causing Ronan to flinch and ask in shock if he truly meant a villa. Du Jun crossed his arms and asked if there was an issue, to which Ronan hurriedly explained he thought it was for a resort, while Du Jun gestured to ease the tension, claiming no interest in business. He remarked that buying a beach for a private vacation villa sounded pleasant, since the secluded area offered peace and quiet, leaving Ronan momentarily speechless. Du Jun smiled, thinking it was natural for a wealthy third-generation heir to build a villa in such a scenic place, even as Ronan warned that the land alone would cost tens of billions of won, before Du Jun coolly mentioned his 100 billion won budget. Ronan's hair stood on end as he shouted in disbelief at the 100 billion won figure, while Du Jun watched him, thinking the man must consider him insane for spending so much on a seaside villa. He raised his wine glass, concealing a meaningful smile behind it, certain that the corporate director would report everything back to his two uncles. a map appeared showing Labuan Island, a unique federal territory of Malaysia that was once part of the Sultanate of Brunei. The national flag fluttered, marking the island's official transfer from Brunei to Britain in 1846, followed by Japanese occupation during World War II before it eventually returned to British control. Before it officially became a Malaysian federal territory, Labuan began developing into an international financial center and free trade zone about a decade ago. As the car pulled into its spot, Du Jun adjusted his suit. He reminded his companion to watch their surroundings carefully, as someone was bound to be tailing them, leading Mr. O to ask grimly if they should use force to interrogate anyone suspicious they found. Du Jun immediately replied that they should just follow the person silently, as simply identifying their destination would be enough. They were definitely Sun Yang's henchmen, causing Cheng Zun to break into a cold sweat. But Dao Jun understood the situation and stepped out of the car. He stepped out composedly and looked up at the building, where a man in black blocked his path to offer assistance, but stepped aside once Dao Jun produced a black card, allowing Zara to greet him with a smile. She requested to verify his account number and asked for ownership documents, so Dao Jun sat down and handed them over while she focused on typing. Zara presented a keypad for him to enter his password, which Dao Jun did silently before she warmly informed him that the information had been confirmed. When she asked if there was anything else, Dao Jun calmly requested a balance check, and after Zara typed away and handed him the documents, he frowned while scanning the details and asked a cold question. He inquired about today's exchange rate for the won, prompting Zara to ask for a moment before she wrote a figure down and slid the paper toward Dao Jun. It was 1,297.7, totaling 116.6 billion won, which led Dao Jun to remark how strange it was, causing Zara to ask if there was an issue. He immediately explained that there was a significant discrepancy, as the balance differed greatly from what the previous account holder had stated, but Zara responded firmly. She insisted there were no errors after her thorough check. So Dao Jun frowned and demanded to see the transaction history, noting that the data mismatch suggested either a mistake or intentional manipulation. Since the bank denied responsibility, he decided to investigate himself, and after she complied and handed him the printed documents, he began to examine the information. Dao Jun scrutinized the records from November 1997 and 1998, noting that over $50 million had been transferred from Hutchison, UK, and Manhattan Chase, causing him to smirk as he recalled the country's financial collapse back then. It was unbelievable that someone dared to embezzle over $100 million, and while Dao Jun thought his second uncle was truly ruthless, he simply claimed he might have misremembered the figures, remarking that memory could never be as precise as official records. He listened as Zara gave a polite smile and asked if he required any further assistance. Dao Jun stood up and declined, explaining he was only checking the funds for potential future use, to which she courteously replied that he was welcome back at any time. Dao Jun turned to offer his thanks and took his leave, heading toward the exit while lost in deep thought. Although the accounts from the US and UK were under different names, having the amounts, dates, and banks meant he held half the clues, so he relaxed and told his driver to begin their move. The driver complied, and when Dao Jun asked Chief Moon Cheng Zun if they were being followed, he confirmed there were two individuals who did not appear to be working together. Dao Jun wondered if they were his acquaintances, and a flustered Cheng Zun identified them as security personnel, prompting Dao Jun to ask which faction they belonged to. Cheng Zun looked down and explained that one worked for Vice Chairman Jin Rong Jai, while the other was unfamiliar yet strangely recognizable. Dao Jun calmly crossed his arms and told him to take his time since they were clearly internal spies, leading Cheng Zun to ask how they should deal with the situation. "Are we tailing both of them?" He gazed out the car window. "Leave Vice Chairman Jin Yang's men be, just concentrate on that spy. Let's see who's getting anxious now that the youngest has run off to this place." Dao Jun stated his primary objective. "We must identify the mastermind to hold them accountable." Cheng Zun replied firmly, "Understood." He narrowed his eyes, wondering who it could be as a flicker of contemplation crossed Dao Jun's gaze. He considered Yang Jai or Vice Chairman Jin Yang's associates, as only he seemed suspicious. At sunset in Dao Jun's Korean office, Bing Jun bowed and apologized. "I heard there's a saboteur in our team. My apologies, manager." Cheng Zun blended into the crowd, while Chief Wen trailed the stalker, but failed to identify him as he stood before the hotel. The man entered the hotel and vanished without checking out, causing Chief Wen to lose his trail. Dao Jun remarked that it happened too suddenly for them to react. They couldn't react in time while abroad, perhaps due to the language barrier, he said, pouring water into a filter. Don't worry, Chief Wen will handle his duties well. Bing Jun asked for forgiveness as Dao Jun turned around with his drink. Then let him investigate my past or any crimes I might have committed, he said with a slight smirk, curious to see just how much the man knew about him. Dao Jun set his glass down, noting that Manager Jin had nothing interesting to uncover. After he took a sip, Bing Jun remarked that while his cousins were troublemakers during their youth, he had focused solely on his studies. Dao Jun leaned back in his chair, musing that his clean record left no room for criticism. However, the older man sternly warned him not to become overconfident. Dao Jun watched Bing Jun in silence as the man explained that tracing hidden accounts was currently impossible, as all domestic records appeared perfectly legitimate. There are no accounts under aliases, Bing Jun noted, observing Dao Jun. You are truly wealthy. Dao Jun wondered silently why the man was smiling, finding nothing humorous about searching for anonymous accounts. Dao Jun stated firmly that he held no illicit funds under other people's names, as everything was legal and required no secrecy. Bing Jun then raised a suspicious point. I see, though I find the American firm Fantasy Investment quite suspicious, Bing Jun admitted, but I lack the resources to investigate them thoroughly, he responded with some hesitation. Is that so? It is difficult in America, and illegal financial dealings carry severe penalties. I don't touch dirty money, he replied as the morning light began to shine. 10 days later, Dao Jun examined documents regarding Vice President Lin Zhongzhen and manager Jiu Hua. Bing Jun provided details about their activities during the IMF crisis. While many were losing their jobs, these two were promoted, one from director to vice president, and the other from team leader to department manager. Frowning slightly, Dao Jun reviewed Lin Zhongzhen's file, noting that the management, finance, and administration departments are typically the first to face cuts during a company's downturn. He then looked at Jiu Huan's photo, questioning why a director and a team leader would receive promotions while the entire company was reeling from the IMF crisis. Dao Jun turned to Bing Jun, noting that Lin Zhongzhen had jumped 2 ranks from executive director to vice president. Bing Jun confirmed this, adding that Lin Zhongzhen now managed a staffing agency. This firm supplies temporary labor for Shun Yang Construction's residential projects. Bing Jun suspected he inflated the worker count. He adjusted his glasses, noting the deception went even further. Bing Jun continued gravely, stating the vice president's brother owns that firm and reportedly pockets tens of billions of won annually. Dao Jun was shocked, realizing the amount reached tens of billions. A smirk played on his lips. Without the eldest uncle's consent, this would be impossible. Dao Jun placed his hand on the file, asking if this was Shun Yang Construction's secret money laundering route. Bing Jun agreed, citing a proverb. Where there is grain, pigeons gather. The larger the bait, the more parasites there are. He asked if many assets were being siphoned off without his eldest uncle's knowledge. Bing Jun explained that while the vice president might overlook a few billion, last year's figure hit 10 billion won, making it hard to believe it went unnoticed. Dao Jun's face darkened. 10 billion won could no longer be ignored. He surmised Lin Zhongzhen dared to embezzle so blatantly only because he believed Vice President Jin Rongji would shield him. Dao Jun frowned, realizing that because the man knew too much about the vice president's affairs, no one dared to punish him. He noted that Lin Zhongzhen likely didn't realize how fractured the family had become. Cheng Zun leaned forward. It seemed Lin Zhongzhen's time was nearly up. He then asked about manager Rong Jiuhuan. Bing Jun added that rumors suggested the man had essentially struck gold. His life improved in the blink of an eye. Dao Jun exclaimed in surprise at the sudden transformation. Jiuhuan waved to his family. Yes, his fortunes had soared since 1998. He moved his family to the U.S., enrolling his children in prestigious private schools in Boston. Bing Jun frowned deeply. Usually, fathers providing like this must sell their homes and move into cramped quarters, but he was different. His lifestyle only became more opulent. Dao Jun rested his chin on his hand, sensing the vice president had granted him a significant portion. He realized that without his eldest uncle's direct involvement, the man wouldn't dare flaunt it so openly. Bing Jun remarked that even with great wealth, one should live discreetly to be wise. Jiuhuan began his games, yet he was different, spending so extravagantly that his own colleagues began to gossip. Bing Jun searched his coat, mentioning the man had done something even more scandalous. He produced a photo of a female employee from the same floor. Dao Jun picked it up, asking if it was an affair. Bing Jun mockingly confirmed that immediately after sending his family to America, the man started a relationship with a beautiful coworker. Jiuhuan took the employee out for meals, buying expensive jewelry and enjoying lavish dinners at 5-star hotel restaurants. Bing Jun mentioned he even fast-tracked her promotion. Dao Jun narrowed his eyes, noting that a newcomer seeing such things would think they had found their dream partner. Bing Jun called it a fatal mistake. If his wife found out, divorce was certain. Since the adultery was his fault, losing half his assets wouldn't be surprising. Not to mention child support, a deadly weakness even worse than embezzlement. Dao Jun spoke politely, telling him he had worked hard. Bing Jun wondered why he said that, as it was his duty. He asked how Dao Jun planned to handle this trash. He calmly replied he would sweep it under the rug as if unseen, but the man must pay up first. Bai Yang Jun suggested that if Dao Jun wanted to personally intimidate the man, it would be difficult, so he should leave the matter to him. However, Dao Jun was momentarily stunned, thinking that instead of threats, it was time to extend an invitation. His lips curled into a dangerous smirk as he asked if the other man knew the legendary industry, saying about making an offer that those living in sin could not refuse. Bai Yang Jun explained that while films called it an invitation, it was actually a threat in reality. But Dao Jun merely crossed his arms with a welcoming smile and said he was different. He intended to present an offer powerful enough to ignite their inner desires, ensuring they would accept it with joy. He explained that despite holding their weaknesses, he would not use them for intimidation, so they would feel gratitude rather than fear. Bai Yang Jun requested a clearer explanation of what that invitation entailed, and Dao Jun immediately clarified that the concept was quite simple. Both of those men already knew the scent of wealth and how to squander it, having already tasted the sweetness of money, and his smile grew more pronounced as he spoke. He only needed to give them a deeper, more intense taste of that irresistible flavor until they became so addicted that they could no longer retreat. Everything would be simple after that. But Bai Yang Jun fell into deep thought before looking at Dao Jun seriously and stating that while he lacked the status to advise, he wanted to warn him not to nurture the ambitions of others just to get what he wanted. He advised making them so terrified that they would willingly surrender what he desired, as fear was a far more effective tool for subjugation than greed. Dao Jun argued that while money might not solve every problem, having an abundance of it changed the situation. And when Bai Yang Jun warned that their greed could never be satisfied, he suddenly called out to Director Wu. Bai Yang Jun responded, and Dao Jun calmly remarked that while humans might overcome their fears, very few could ever conquer their own greed. He predicted that the lives of those two men would eventually collapse under the weight of their own avarice, adding that he was merely using money to achieve his objectives. He noted that they were the ones accelerating their own ruin through their greed, causing Bai Yang Jun to widen his eyes before looking down and mentioning something interesting. He recalled one of Aesop's fables where the sun, not the wind, was the one who finally forced the man to remove his cloak, but Dao Jun immediately countered that idea. He agreed but noted this situation was different, his face full of resolve as he declared he wouldn't just make them remove a cloak, but force them to abandon their easy lives. He would make them work according to his will. As sunlight hit the high-rise building, where Gui Huan was clicking his mouse before picking up the phone to identify himself. The person on the other end apologized for the urgent call, identifying themselves as a representative from Spencer Stewart, a high-level recruitment firm, causing Gui Huan to knit his brows. He wondered if he had heard the name before as he stood up and asked the caller to wait a moment while he opened the door and stepped up the stairs. He questioned why a headhunting firm would be looking for him, and the caller explained that Spencer Stewart was a global executive search group with branches in over 50 countries. They explained they had reached out because the reputation and talent of Rong Gui Huan were truly exceptional, but he reached into his pocket and stated he had no plans to switch jobs. The phone rang, but it was essential to know one's true worth, wasn't it? The caller insisted they knew manager Rong was one of the top talents at Sun Yang Construction. The issue was whether his current compensation truly matched his talent and position. As Cairo Huan pulled out a cigarette, he replied that he was quite satisfied with his current situation, which made the other man pause in surprise, asking if he was serious since a Sun Yang manager earns about 5,000 million won annually with bonuses up to 600%. He suggested that Cairo Huan was undervaluing himself by half, leaving the man bewildered as he tried to remain calm, reminding himself of his substantial special bonuses. Those bonuses were quite high, yet Cairo Huan firmly declined, thanking them for the interest but stating he wasn't interested before trying to hang up as the caller shouted. The voice on the phone pleaded for manager Rong to wait, suggesting there was no harm in a single interview and that he didn't need to switch jobs immediately, but should just come to understand his value. Cairo Huan wavered as they promised absolute confidentiality for any information shared, and though he hadn't intended to switch jobs, he admitted to himself that he was curious. He wondered if they would truly pay double as promised and figured there was no harm in listening. So Cairo Huan asked what the interview would be like. One morning at a high-rise building, Cairo Hyun looked at a business card and questioned if HW Construction was formerly known as DAEAA. Jan Yu answered bluntly that it was true, while Cairo Hyun noted that people had recently been using the term HR to refer to the personnel department. Jan Yu warmly explained it was due to American influence, but Yubin added that since human resources remained a top priority for businesses, they had sought out talent like Manager Rong. Cairo Hyun smiled with satisfaction as Jan Yu gestured, noting that HW Construction had grown tremendously since the SMC project in the Sungam-dong area. That massive project had lasted over a decade, resulting in a constant labor shortage and making it extremely difficult to find skilled professionals. Yubin explained that when they contacted the headhunting firm, Manager Rong was immediately recommended, prompting Cairo Hyun to lift his glass of water. Jan Yu and Yubin exchanged glances as he candidly admitted that, like many rapidly growing companies, their finance department was facing several issues. They had spent lavishly after earning so much, but now they were facing the consequences, leading a curious Cairo Hyun to ask what those consequences were as Jan Yu explained. Their controlling shareholder was an investment firm, which led him to realize it was Fantasy Company. As Jan Yu shared that the U.S. headquarters had conducted an audit and issued such harsh criticism that the entire company was in a panic. They scrutinized every improper expense and even threatened criminal prosecution for the entire staff, leaving Cairo Hyun silent with his brows furrowed. Wondering if the Americans really audited the books that strictly, Cairo Hyun set his glass down and expressed his fear that he wouldn't be able to handle such a company. He stood up and said he had only come to see his current value on the labor market, but it seemed there was no need to hear anything further. I apologize, gentlemen, but I must ask that we act as if today's meeting never took place. I am truly sorry for wasting so much of your time. Jan Yu tried to hold him back in confusion, asking why it was so sudden and suggesting he hear their specific proposal first. Jiu Hyun bowed formally and replied that it wasn't necessary, admitting he was wrong to come with such an insincere attitude before apologizing again. After that, he left. Jan Yu and Yao Bin remained silent as sunlight bathed the company. Zhang Yun asked in confusion what was happening, while Jiu Hyun's eyes widened in shock. As the images caught his eye, Jiu Hyun frowned, thinking they had intentionally met far from the office to avoid detection. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun gave a cold command. Stop feigning innocence and tell the truth. Sweating profusely, Jiu Hyun pleaded with the vice president, claiming that if he thought the meeting with HVK Construction was for some ulterior motive, he was mistaken. Explained they kept pestering him, so he only met them to tell them to stop contacting him, begging for belief. Zhang Yun pointed at his face, shouting that while others might do this, he certainly shouldn't, asking if he was wrong. Jiu Hyun bowed his head in defense, admitting the other was right, but arguing it wasn't serious since he only refused the recruitment offer and left immediately. The entire office fell silent as Zhang Yun observed Jiu Hyun. The man's lips twitched with tension as he stammered, addressing the vice president. He asked if there was a misunderstanding, claiming he truly wanted to dedicate his life to Sun Yang Construction. Zhang Yun slammed his hand on the table, calling him crazy for claiming loyalty while having tea with a competitor's HR staff, questioning his sanity. Terrified, he asked the vice president if the chairman or vice chairman had seen the photo yet, worried about how he would explain himself if they misunderstood. Zhang Yun growled each word, mocking the idea of a misunderstanding and calling him naive. He roared in anger that nowadays, if someone offered a higher salary, there was no way to know if he intended to jump ship. Jiu Hyun frowned in worry as Zhang Yun waved his hand dismissively. He warned him to wait, as rumors would spread quickly and he wouldn't escape the heavy price he'd have to pay. Jiu Hyun squeezed his eyes shut as he was told to get out. Then the fool walked back to his desk. Jiu Hyun sat down and held his head, breathing heavily until his phone rang. A message caught his eye, telling him to check his email. He clicked the mouse and saw photos of his affair appear on the screen. The image showed him kissing someone in a car. Jiu Hyun's face filled with horror as he looked around, gritting his teeth and wondering who dared to do this. The phone rang again, heightening his tension. Jiu Hyun gripped the device tightly and asked with a trembling voice. He asked who it was, and the person on the other end replied they were the one who sent the email. Jiu Hyun screamed in a rage, demanding to know their identity. He looked around at everyone before leaving in a fluster. Entering a secluded area, he barked into the phone, asking who they were and if they were the one who sent that email. The voice on the other end said it was a long story and suggested they meet to talk, promising to send the time and location. Jiu Hyun leaned against the door as the caller added one more thing. If he tried to back out, the photos in the email would be sent to every employee at Sun Yang Construction, and naturally, his family in the United States would receive them as well. His face stiffened during that afternoon in the high-rise. Jiu Hyun asked in a panic, who? Who are you? Du Jun opened the door warmly and said, "You have found the right place, please come in." He continued in a mild tone, "Since you have already come all this way, surely you won't just turn back." Du Jun placed a glass of water on the table. He watched Jiu Huan silently as the man lowered his head in awkwardness. Du Jun spoke up to reassure him, "Do not be too worried. I truly have no desire to put you in a difficult position." Jiu Huan felt a slight sense of relief. He immediately added, "If you had simply nodded when offered double the salary and a generous bonus at the very beginning, things would never have reached this point." Jiu Huan gasped in astonishment. "So you are from HVK Construction?" Du Jun replied bluntly, "That is correct, but there is a solution for every problem. There is no need to pressure one another. Since things have already turned out this way, I shall make you a different offer." The man frowned in a panic, wondering what on earth was going on. Du Jun let out a sigh. "Honestly, why are you in such a hurry? You keep missing out on such rare opportunities." He then commanded in a stern voice, "Manager Jiu Huan, shut your mouth and let me finish what I have to say. Is that understood?" Jiu Huan broke into a sweat and replied, "Yes." A stack of photos was slammed onto the table, leaving Jiu Huan completely baffled. Du Jun leaned forward. "What do you think? This scenery is like a dream, is it not?" The man agreed in confusion. "Yes, the landscape is indeed magnificent." Du Jun explained, "This is Kota Kinabalu in Malaysia, a world-famous resort destination." Jiu Huan scratched his head. "But why are you showing me this?" He spoke suggestively. "Vacationing there for 5 years would not be a bad idea, would it?" Jiu Huan jumped in surprise. "What are you telling me to do?" Du Jun calmly explained, "I will be building a massive resort there at the end of this year. It will take about 3 to 4 years from design to opening, and likely 5 years to stabilize operations." He stated flatly, "My point is that you should go there and live comfortably while performing your specialty, which is financial management." Jiu Huan stood there stunned. Du Jun gave a sinister smile and commanded, "Quietly liquidate all assets and keep this a secret for me. Leave the matters here to the Fantasillo Investment Company." He spoke with firm conviction. "I will ensure total confidentiality so that no one can find you. The investment profits will certainly be far more attractive than keeping money in a bank." Jiu Huan questioned him, "Are you telling me to go into hiding?" Du Jun crossed his arms and suggested, "Before the resort is operational, you can stay at a hotel for convenience or rent a beautiful villa to rest." He added further benefits. "Furthermore, that place has beautiful girls in bikinis 365 days a year, all of whom are much prettier than the female employee you are seeing. As the resort's top executive, perhaps those girls will even take the initiative to approach you first." Jiu Huan was speechless. Du Jun curled his lips and speculated, "Of course, since it is an overseas assignment, you will receive a full special allowance, and your salary will double every year. You might even save a significant amount of money." The man's eyes darted around as Jiu Huan fell into deep thought. Du Jun reminded him, "If you refuse, you will be the only one to suffer. All it takes is for you to meet the rival company's personnel to hear their recruitment offer." That was sufficient to incite suspicion, and as the room fell into a heavy silence, he refused to ever personally address such questions. Du Jun remarked that regardless of his explanations, others still saw him as a man ready to betray them at any moment. Since he managed the vice chairman's slush funds, they would never allow him to simply resign and leave in peace, causing him to knit his brows. "You are already aware of how ruthless the Sun Yang Group can be in these matters. No one can foresee what might occur." Jiu Huan cried out in a panic, "What slush fund? How could I possibly know about that?" As Du Jun raised his hand and narrowed his eyes, "I despise wasting time on trivialities, so stop acting." "Save that, I've never betrayed anyone lying for your wife." Jiu Huan was stunned as Du Jun spoke in a low voice about the 100 billion won the vice chairman collected during the crisis, causing Lin to flinch. Du Jun continued suggestively, questioning how he withdrew such a massive sum while the nation's economy was collapsing, noting that he was certain the man knew the details better than anyone. Jiu Huan explained in confusion, "Wait, did you say 100 billion? That's incorrect. I only sold a shell company worth 50 billion, before quickly covering his mouth. Du Jun smirked triumphantly, noting that it turned out he had secretly sold a non-existent shell company to Jun Yang Construction. Observing Jiu Huan's demeanor, he realized the man only knew about the 50 billion, suggesting the rest must be known by CEO Lin Zhangyu, before crossing his arms and demanding all documents related to that shell company. In exchange, he promised to guarantee the man's safety, adding slyly that the offer for a position at the resort remained on the table. Jiu Huan frowned in terror and hesitantly asked if he could pose a question, to which Du Jun agreed, telling him to go ahead. "Vice Chairman Jin Zhangji is your uncle, isn't he? Why are you digging up his weaknesses?" Jiu Huan asked, prompting Du Jun to narrow his eyes and retort, "You are aware that I transferred the Sun Yang credit card company to him, aren't you?" he asked, and the man immediately confirmed he had heard about the sale. Dao Jun rested his hand on the back of the chair and asked if the man knew why he would sell a company that generated hundreds of billions in annual profit to his uncle. He grimaced and continued, noting that a credit card company was a golden goose and only a fool would sell it, especially on credit, while Kui Huen listened in silence. A typical salaryman could never grasp such deep family secrets. Dao Jun concluded, stating that while there were many reasons, it boiled down to one thing. He explained that his company had been seized and his own uncle had robbed his nephew, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he remarked that he had essentially given it away for nothing. Therefore, I must have a weapon to strike back, he said, and as silence fell between them, Kui Huen let out a sigh, admitting he had truly fallen into the trap. Dao Jun frowned as Kui Huen looked toward him and asked what he would have done if the documents hadn't been kept, causing him to half-close his eyes. Every employee keeps an insurance policy for themselves. If he weren't that calculating, he would never have dared to get involved in the vice chairman's affairs. Kui Huen showed a hint of admiration, admitting he hadn't expected someone born with a silver spoon to be so knowledgeable, while Dao Jun noted the man's shifting attitude toward him. He must think he has some leverage over me now, Du Jun thought as he slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Don't you dare act so arrogant! Watch yourself, you bastard!" While Kui Huen flinched at his hissed words. "Dragging you down to hell with me is a simple task. I've seen plenty of people who think they're royalty just because they have a little money," Du Jun shouted angrily. "But tell me, how many of them actually live out their lives in peace after acting so reckless?" Kui Huen broke into a cold sweat as Du Jun glared at him, knowing he had to crush the man's spirit immediately to maintain control. For if a panicked Kui Huen ran back to snitch to the vice chairman, everything would be ruined. He growled, "A man who was on the verge of falling into the abyss is now living in paradise. Thanks to whom? Thanks to me. Wake up or you'll end up dead," causing Kui Huen to stammer, I, before speaking up firmly. "I have the documents regarding the vice chairman's shell company," Kui Huen declared, making Du Jun snort coldly in fury as he questioned the man seriously. "You only know part of the story, don't you? There is someone else besides you," Du Jun stated, offering a new condition. "If I were to offer 10 times the amount I promised you, I bet he would come running eagerly, even willing to lick my boots to show his gratitude. But what about you?" Du Jun continued to provoke a stunned Kui Huen. "You're just a philandering husband ready to betray the vice chairman. Is your wife generous enough to ignore your affair with a company employee?" Du Jun asked as Kui Huen's face drenched in sweat, and he clenched his fists. Du Jun lost his composure and pointed at Kui Huen. "What are you still sitting there for? Bring those documents here immediately. My patience only lasts until the end of today. Bring the files now, and the manager position at the Kota Kinabalu Resort will still be yours as promised," Du Jun said, and Kui Huen stood up abruptly and hurried away. At the office the next morning, Xixian pulled out a file and asked if it was the one, to which Du Jun confirmed. Yes, they set up a shell company for resource trading in Eastern Europe and sold it to Shun Yang Construction before quickly disposing of it as a risky asset. "A classic trick in the financial industry," Xixian muttered, furrowing his brows as he tossed the file onto the table. "In the United States, this crime could lead to a life sentence," Du Jun added, "but here, it's only 3 years of probation," causing Xixian to grit his teeth in annoyance and say, "Damn it, I thought Vice Chairman Jin Yingji was the kindest of your 2 uncles, but who would have guessed?" Xixian leaned back in his chair and remarked, "While the whole country is struggling through a crisis, he exploits it for profit. Truly shameless, but that's how the Chaebols always are." Du Jun explained, "That's exactly why I have the chance to gain leverage over them. Even Vice Chairman Jin Yingji is capable of such things." Xixian speculated, "What do you plan to do now? Are you going after the remaining 50 billion won?" And Du Jun replied grimly, "That's right. Director Lin from Ehun likely handled this matter, and in exchange, he was given control of a labor supply company. I'm certain of it," Du Jun stated. Xixian asked seriously, "It's hard to sway the stance of those at the top, you know that, right?" And Du Jun calmly replied, "Yes, I've seen many things clearly this time. I once tried to use mutual benefits and win-win principles to achieve my goals. But sometimes, I realize that power is the shortest path to getting what I want, so I will use my own strength to deal with Director Lin," Du Jun said, bowing in gratitude as sunset enveloped the room. "Thank you for agreeing to meet me. It must have been a difficult decision for you," Du Jun said, and Zhang Zun inquired, "It's fine. Aren't you one of the 3 main pillars of the Shun Yang group now?" He crossed his legs as Zhang Yun spoke with a hint of sarcasm, despite being the most fragile pillar of the clan, while Dao Jun remained composed. The old man certainly had the audacity to be so snide. Dao Jun sat across from him, modestly claiming he was only filling the position temporarily and lacked the skill to manage everything. Zhang Yun was puzzled by the mention of a temporary stay, but Dao Jun countered that the man surely knew about the impending transfer of Sun Yang credit, which other financial firms would soon follow. Zhang Yun crossed his arms and asked if he meant rotating capital to handle tax issues, but he quickly clarified that was not the case. Dao Jun nonchalantly stated he knew nothing of such matters, as they were for his grandfather to decide, prompting Zhang Yun to think of Chairman Jin Yang Kai. As the man rested his hands on his thighs, Dao Jun narrowed his eyes, realizing his grandfather still held absolute authority over everyone in this circle, while Zhang Yun began to sweat. He questioned if Dao Jun's words were instructions from Chairman Jin, then admitted he didn't understand why he was even there as he rested his chin on his hand. He explained he was merely weighing whether to report this to his grandfather, and thought it best to consult Executive Director Zhang Yun first, which left the man wondering. When asked what the report concerned, Dao Jun cryptically mentioned discovering an interesting fact that involved Director Lin. A bewildered Zhang Yun listened as Dao Jun got to the point. The entire seasonal workforce of Sun Yang Construction had been quietly taken over by another company. Upon hearing it was Director Lin's family business, Zhang Yun flinched, while Dao Jun calmly remarked that the man was well aware of his grandfather's policy. Any lucrative position had to change owners every 2 years. It was an unwritten rule to let everyone take turns profiting since their greed was inevitable. Dao Jun stared directly at Zhang Yun, noting that Director Lin's family company had held a monopoly for over 3 years, causing the man to gasp in shock. He shouted, demanding to know by what authority the boy spoke to him, claiming his actions followed the vice chairman's orders, but Dao Jun's gaze turned icy. He asked if Vice Chairman Jin Zhang was the one who authorized the annual embezzlement of tens of billions, causing Zhang Yun's face to pale with panic. As 2 glasses of water were served, Zhang Yun lowered his head while Dao Jun calmly noted that the stolen amount was too massive for even Vice Chairman Jin Zhang to ignore. He interacted with others, thinking that if he just took a little more one last time, his small-time theft would eventually spiral out of control as greed took over, much like how Zhang Yun laughed while counting his money. After embezzling 300 or 400 million won, his courage grew until the amount eventually increased tenfold, leading the man to inquire in a state of confusion. He asked if the vice chairman had said something, but Dao Jun's silent, intense stare only heightened his fear. The chairman knew but ignored it without a warning. He speculated that a plan to deal with the matter had long been in place, making Zhang Yun flinch as he wondered how he would be handled. Dao Jun asked naively if he was truly unaware, which was why he seemed so startled, while Zhang Yi began to break into a cold sweat. He suddenly inquired if the man wanted to hear his assessment of the situation, suggesting that the CEO might be harboring secrets for Vice President Jin Zhang. Zhang En listened in silence, as he realized that the labor supply company was merely a reward intended to buy silence or acknowledge past efforts. Dao Jun continued solemnly, noting that if it were truly for silence, his uncle would have simply paid a massive sum to end it. Instead, that company was established for his uncle's descendants to enjoy wealth indefinitely. Zhang En's eyes widened as Dao Jun knit his brows, questioning why Director Zhang En would choose to bear such a foul reputation for the sake of his uncle, leaving the man visibly bewildered. He struggled to maintain his composure, shouting for the boy to stop his baseless speculation, and claiming that if his brother's personnel company was overcharging, they could simply inform the vice president to rectify it. Zhang En left in frustration, while a thoughtful glint appeared in Dao Jun's eyes as he realized that letting him report to his eldest uncle would ruin everything. So he crossed his legs and noted that the man still didn't seem to understand. Zhang En turned back in a rage, telling him to watch his mouth. But Dao Jun replied seriously that the vice president was not the issue, as the real problem was his grandfather. Or rather, the chairman had already begun considering the formation of an inspection team, and Dao Jun narrowed his eyes, revealing that Director Li Hg had already completed the task of assembling a special task force. He asked if the man understood that the first name on the audit list was Sun Yang Construction, noting that the reason for targeting the construction company first should be quite obvious. Zhang En gnashed his teeth in disbelief at the chairman's actions, realizing that his personnel company would likely cause Vice President Jin Zhang a massive headache for concealing its existence for so many years. If his grandfather found out, he would surely be consumed by rage, prompting Zhang En to approach Dao Jun and reach for a glass of water to regain his composure. After taking a sip, he asked what Dao Jun was truly after and why he kept provoking trouble, to which Dao Jun immediately issued a demand. He told the man to clean up the mess and disappear to Europe, America, or Germany, promising that he would handle all the necessary arrangements for his departure. The man gasped in confusion, but Dao Jun leaned forward, asking if director I am only aimed for the executive director position, or if he actually harbored ambitions for the presidency of Shun Yang Construction. He spoke in a low voice, stating that such a seat was not for everyone and only those who had toiled on construction sites were worthy, leaving Zhang En speechless. He added that for a mere bookkeeper like him, the current position of business director was already the pinnacle, especially since that personnel company would only last a few more years. The day he left Shenyang would be the day the company closed, so Dao Jun advised Zhang En to consider it an early retirement and gather his funds before it was too late. Dao Jun's expression softened as he noted how difficult it was to answer, suggesting the man's current state was no different from when he was managing slush funds for his uncle. Zhang Ye clenched his fists, fully aware that investing 50 billion won into a non-existent company would make him a criminal accomplice if the scheme were exposed. He was consumed by the flow of money, yet he stubbornly chose to sit atop a mountain of wealth. Now, Zhang En stands at a critical crossroads. Though you are unaware of the true cause, you should realize this is the second chance I am granting you, provided there is a fair exchange. You must sacrifice something else, and you surely understand this is just as perilous as before, Dao Jun urged, wondering why a man with 20 years of bookkeeping experience was thinking so slowly, and what could possibly take more than 10 seconds to decide. Zhang En fell into deep thought while Dao Jun felt a hint of tension, fearing that if the man reported this conversation to Vice Chairman Jin Zhongjai out of loyalty, all his plans would vanish. Dao Jun's eyes widened as he thought, but I trust in Lin Zhang En's greed, for he is a man who embezzled tens of billions of won through a staffing company arranged by Vice Chairman Jin Zhongjai. Someone addicted to money like him can never turn back, and Zhang En's lips moved as he called out to Jin Dao Jun, questioning him with a serious expression. It seems you are in dire need of something, so speak up. What is it you want? Dao Jun thought decisively, all right, and seized the moment to ask. You purchased a shell company during the IMF crisis, didn't you? A ghost corporation located somewhere in Nanjai, Dao Jun said in a torrent, explaining that they had transferred 50 billion won into a paper company and exploited the national chaos to legitimize it as a corporate loss. He sternly demanded the transaction records while Zhang En stood in shock, and Dao Jun waited for a response as the man swallowed hard. Zhang En proposed letting the matter of the staffing company slide, and Dao Jun curled his lip into a smirk as the sunlight reflected off the skyscraper. Zhang En bowed his head in apology to Vice Chairman Zhang Jai, who frowned and asked if it was truly necessary for him to resign. I hold Director Lin in high regard, but Zhang En replied, flustered, that he understood yet felt compelled to quit, prompting the other man to speak up in a low voice. There are times in life when one needs money and makes mistakes out of desperation, so it does not matter. But Zhang En explained in confusion that it was not so. I have betrayed the vice chairman's trust and committed an unforgivable act, and after much reflection, I fear I will only cause more terrible trouble if I continue. I fear I will cause even more terrible things, he said as he looked up. And while Zhang Jai exuded a cold aura, Zhang En quickly added more. Not just my family, but even my relatives have been lured into this lifestyle. He lamented, saying everyone is now like ants drawn to honey, seeking any way to get money, and he can no longer turn a blind eye to how far things have gone. Zhang Jai inquired about his future plans, and Zhang En forced a smile, replying that his children are grown, and he no longer needs to accumulate wealth. I intend to take my wife on a trip to Southeast Asia for a while to find peace of mind, he stated, asserting that he would return all the money he had greedily embezzled and then withdraw. Zhang Jai generously proposed that since he understood how hard Director Lin had worked, the man should simply consider that money as his retirement pension. He narrowed his eyes and growled, asking if the man knew why he was doing this, while Zhang En stood at attention with a trembling lip and bowed 90 degrees. Of course, I have nothing but gratitude for you, Vice Chairman. Rong Jai waved his hand. Oh, why make things so awkward? Do you remember Gui Huan? He asked. That matter is settled, but what is the deal with Gui Huan? How could he suddenly resign and then just vanish? Rong Yun hesitated. Actually, I was about to tell you about that, Vice Chairman. He scratched his head and continued. He had an affair. Rong Jai cried out in surprise. What? An affair? Rong Yun said. Yes, he was involved with a young female employee at the company. I heard the trouble was so great that he flew to America to settle family matters. He said everyone in the company knows his face, so he can't show up for work anymore. Rong Jai slapped his forehead. Good heavens, that is just terrible. The man frantically tried to reassure him. Please don't worry, I have handled everything. He knows that speaking out would only bring him ruin, so he will definitely stay quiet. Rong Jai glared at Rong Yun. He better. Director Lin remembered to warn him again he must keep his mouth shut. Rong Yun forced a smile and replied, "Yes, sir. I will make sure he keeps this secret until he dies." He put his hands in his pockets and stood up. "Fine, I won't meddle in family affairs, though it is a bit of a pity." Rong Yun stood across from Rong Jai. "Thank you, Vice Chairman, for your support all this time. I will stop by the company to visit you occasionally. I hope you won't refuse to see an old man like me then." He shook Rong Yun's hand. All right, we have been close for so long. Don't be so formal, come visit me once in a while," he said sheepishly. "Vice Chairman, I am truly grateful to you for everything." Rong Yun smiled warmly, and Rong Jai responded politely. He then frowned and reached into his coat, picking up his phone. "Tail Rong Yun and check all his bank transactions. Yes, monitor his relatives as well," he ordered in a dark tone. "Also find out where Gui Huan is, and investigate that woman he was seeing," Rong Jai reminded them with a growl. "Investigate thoroughly." In the morning at the Zai Company, Dao Jun and Rong Jai signed the contract. He signed quickly, and Rong Jai added his name. Dao Jun handed the contract to Zhao Xing as Rong Jai leaned back. Zhao Xing bowed and left. He raised his hand as Rong Jai smirked. "Regardless, I still have to thank you. Thanks to you, my capital rotation has become much smoother." Dao Jun shook hands with him. "You flatter me, uncle. It was just a normal transaction." Rong Jai asked, "How did you like Labuan when you visited?" "It was very pleasant," he replied calmly. "And of course, I also visited that strange bank." Rong Jai probed, "Do you really intend to build a whole resort in Kota Kinabalu?" Dao Jun said, "I haven't officially decided. It's just a preliminary survey. If all goes well, I'll start construction soon." His eyes gleamed. "With that kind of money?" Dao Jun explained. "Yes, I want it to be my personal property. If it's under the company, there will be too many complications. It would be very complex," he added. "If it's in my name, our family can visit freely, and I can use it as a benefit for the executives." His voice was full of praise, noting that the idea was quite good. Xixian remarked that investing untraceable funds abroad was a logical move before offering a serious reminder. "Remember to draft a contract with the Zun Yang Financial Group subsidiary to include the resort in the employee and executive benefit package." Dao Jun was surprised by the cleverness of the plan, while his uncle explained that the tax office wouldn't scrutinize those employee benefits. It also facilitates flexible capital creation later. Dao Jun marveled at the meticulous planning, knowing few employees actually receive overseas trips. His expression relaxed, realizing it was just a way to siphon funds for personal use. As sunlight hit the building, Dao Jun gestured as he instructed them to discreetly buy Zun Yang construction bearer bonds maturing in early 2003, leaving everyone stunned. Someone raised their hand to ask about the appropriate budget, to which Dao Jun leaned on the table and replied that they first needed to see how many shares were available. The person apologized in embarrassment, and Dao Jun ordered them to execute the plan immediately and provide a report. Watching them leave, Dao Jun felt prepared and raised his glass, noting that while they were accumulating Zun Yang Heavy Industries stock, they had hit a slight snag. Since they were major shareholders, they couldn't buy too much, but he sipped his water, knowing they could acquire as many bearer bonds as they wanted. Dao Jun looked toward the door, wondering what Vice Chairman Jin Rongji would do if he ran out of cash before the bonds matured. He was genuinely curious. As his gaze lowered, Xixian entered and asked what he was brooding over, but Dao Jun quickly denied having any schemes. His uncle held up a stack of papers, offering the first reports from the staff in Malaysia, which Dao Jun examined with a frown as the initial feedback was mostly negative. With the rest of the feedback also being pessimistic, Xixian noted that despite the beautiful scenery, the lack of direct flights made the decision difficult. They believed profit required more Korean tourists, but Dao Jun calmly argued that airlines would eventually open direct routes once the demand from travelers increased. Xixian looked at him seriously, asking if he planned to sign with travel agencies, as that would only work with a steady flow of visitors. He spread his arms, suggesting they simply advertise it as a paradise resort on Kota Kinabalu's beaches, prompting Xixian to ask if he intended to bet everything on marketing, or perhaps start a travel agency. But Dao Jun leisurely replied that he had his own methods, given his father was a media mogul in Korea. Launching a massive media campaign wouldn't be hard, he thought, imagining that wealthy, famous men might already be enjoying themselves there. A few nights later in the skyscraper, people were busy on their phones while a man broke into a sweat. Meanwhile, Dao Jun stood silently by the window. With determined eyes, he wondered if profiting from others' tragedies was right, clenching his fist as he realized such disasters created winners and losers among millions of investors, leaving some rich and others ruined. Watching the television, he realized he was also struggling within this harsh world, destined to face one of two fates amidst the smoke-filled office. Daejun's eyes narrowed as he wondered if there was any chance of victory, before reaching for the phone to command the leadership to gather in the meeting room. His footsteps echoed as Daejun walked down the hallway and swung the door open, meeting a room of silent people who stood up without a word. Daejun explained that they must have seen the latest news, which was why he called the meeting. As he leaned his hands against the table while everyone remained silent, he issued an extremely important directive, warning that anyone who disobeyed would be fired immediately. Just as Shixian pushed the door and rushed in, Shixian paused upon seeing the gloomy atmosphere, and when Daejun turned to ask if Director Wu had anything to say, he remained visibly flustered. Shixian told him to proceed, so Daejun sternly ordered that his instructions were simple. Act as if everything were normal once the stock market opened tomorrow. He growled that they should ignore the recent situation and refrain from selling, leaving everyone stunned as one person jumped up to question him. When asked what he meant, a man in glasses protested that a crash was inevitable, and the room grew chaotic as they demanded to sell everything to save the situation. Daejun remained calm, having expected this strong reaction since their bonuses were several times higher than their annual salaries. Shixian shouted for silence and warned that anyone who dared to interrupt manager Chen Daejun would be fired immediately. He told them to follow Daejun's orders unconditionally, and as they bowed in silence, Daejun sighed and requested that if customers wanted to buy back shares, he instructed them to fulfill those requests, but strictly forbade any panic selling, insisting they retain their current holdings, as the staff broke into a cold sweat. As they looked down, Daejun reminded them to buy more blue chip stocks before the market closed, as they would surely hit the floor. He urged them to buy immediately without hesitation, as Shixian listened quietly, assuring the worried group that the market would stabilize within a few days. Daejun advised them not to follow the crowd, but to maintain their own resolve, and once the meeting ended, everyone rushed out of the room. Daejun and Shixian watched the others leave before Shixian asked if he had gone mad, to which Daejun calmly replied that he was perfectly sane. Shixian started to walk away, praising Daejun's hard work and saying he would see him tomorrow, which left Daejun surprised that he had nothing more to say. After complimenting his judgment, Shixian mentioned needing to contact various places in the U.S., leaving Daejun to gaze somberly at the falling rain. Daejun crossed his arms solemnly and declared he would bear all the consequences, while Dao Han watched him intently, and Dao Zixing spoke to the manager with concern. You must have seen the news by now. This is clearly an act of terrorism, and the United States won't just stand idly by, even if it leads to war. They will certainly intervene, but Dao Xing asked in confusion where that would be. Dao Jun repeated his point, asking who the war would be against, to which the man hesitantly replied it would be against that terrorist group. If it is just a small, isolated terrorist organization, what do you think the probability of a U.S. defeat is? Dao Xing fell silent as Dao Jun calmly tried to reassure him. This is a grave situation that will inevitably shock the public, but I urge everyone to remain calm. Dao Han and Dao Xing pondered, believing a nationwide terrorist attack in America was impossible and that the government would never permit it. On the contrary, if they launch a counteroffensive against the terrorists, the stock market will recover quickly, Dao Xing said as he quietly called for the department head. It won't be too late to decide after we see how the American stock market reacts, Dao Han remarked after letting out a short cough. The American Stock Exchange has announced that it will remain closed for at least the next 4 to 5 days, so we are forced to make our own decisions. Dao Xing exclaimed in shock at the closure, losing his composure. But since Wall Street is the backbone of the U.S. economy, suspending trade during such a crisis is logical. Dao Han lowered his hand as Dao Xing addressed Deputy Director Jiang. Yes, Director, he requested that we follow Manager Jindi's proposal, as he is an investment expert whose skills far exceed my own. Dao Xing frowned while Dao Jun observed him, thinking that the director's extensive experience was truly a reflection of his age. He thought to himself that while the man appeared to listen, he was likely cursing him internally amidst such high risks and massive market volatility. As a major shareholder and a member of the chairman's family, few would happily agree even if I took full responsibility. That evening at the office, the news played on the television. Dao Jun listened intently after returning to Uedo, where he stayed awake all night to catch the urgent news broadcasts, likely along with many others. As he leaned back, he noticed that lights in all the major buildings remained on throughout the night. Yankee grimaced as the 12-day market closure caused global stocks to plummet in what could only be described as a total disaster. Wang Shi answered the phone tensely, and it wasn't until the market finally closed that the staff could breathe a sigh of relief and head out for some entertainment, while HG gazed into the distance. Everyone needed to rest and regain their strength, as Yang Cheng maintained a solemn expression while preparing for a long-term battle with no end in sight, prompting Dao Jun to let out a sigh. He stared silently at the ceiling, realizing it was time to check the results of the secret transaction he had quietly executed a few days ago. So Dao Jun reached out and clicked his mouse. The results of the put option contracts that were activated today appeared on the screen, and Dao Jun's eyes widened as he began to count the digits one by one. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Dao Jun leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling in deep thought. Although he expected a profit, the actual returns far exceeded his expectations, so he decided to log in and check the Japanese stock market before making a final assessment. Dao Jun silently scrolled through the data, his mouth hanging open as he stared at the screen. He was left speechless. The profits were even greater than the entire Korean market. Dao Jun reflected that for him to earn such a fortune, someone else had to lose an equal amount. The volatile arrows indicated that the KOSPI 200 had dropped by 7.96 points, while the KOSDAQ index also suffered a sharp decline of 11.59%. Red-tinted figures appeared in a single day due to the severe crash on both exchanges, as the total market capitalization evaporated by 27.7 trillion won, including 23.4 trillion won from the main exchange. Dao Jun narrowed his eyes as 4.3 trillion won vanished from the KOSDAQ. Every investor suffered devastating losses, especially the securities firms that profited from short positions. They were likely taking the full blow from the put option contracts. Yet today was not the end, but merely the beginning as he leaned his hands on the desk. A tiny group had reaped massive profits through put options, and while everyone predicted the market would continue its freefall tomorrow, the true nightmare was only just beginning. Investors would scramble to buy put options once more. Dao Jun watched the night sky, knowing that on the final train, those who boarded late would only face ruin. This was a gamble not everyone could play. As the high-rise buildings remained lit, Dao Jun's eyes grew heavy, and the next morning at the office, he answered the phone. "Rachel, please withdraw 100 million USD from the account for charity and make the donation under the name of Fantasy Investment New York." The person on the other end was stunned, asking if it was truly $100 million. He confirmed the account could afford it and requested the funds go to relief organizations or memorial projects. Rachel could decide on the recipients herself. Dao Jun hung up, knowing a tragedy could not be solved with money, but it might at least alleviate some of the suffering. His face was filled with contemplation. It might seem selfish, but it helped put his mind at ease as he recalled that in 2001, the IT bubble had already burst, leading to early interest rate cuts. However, to mitigate the impact of the September 11th attacks, the U.S. Federal Reserve aggressively accelerated the reduction of interest rates as the arrows plummeted disastrously. As a result of the continuous easing policy, the base interest rate dropped from 6.5% to 1.75% within a single year, after which rates continued to fall and remained stable at 1% for a long period. While people worked in a state of panic, the low interest rates revitalized the stock market, and the previously recessed market gradually regained its upward momentum. Dao Jun found it somewhat strange that two major shifts occurred after this. First, the way everyone at Fantasy treated him had completely changed. He mused that although Uncle Wu Shixian remained the official CEO, everyone treated him like an honorary chairman, and even Wu Shixian himself rarely issued instructions unless absolutely necessary. Dao Jun broke a sweat as he became the only one buried in work. In the office, CEO Wu Shixian leaned back in his chair as Dao Jun grumbled, asking why he was just sitting there with his hand on his forehead. Shixian wondered if something was wrong or if he was being stingy with the representative director's salary. He replied that he only asked because it seemed odd, but Shixian was confused about what was strange. Dao Jun frowned slightly, asking if he planned to retire early. Shixian grinned and narrowed his eyes, saying he had been considering that for a long time and it was only a matter of time. Dao Jun gestured as he explained that he was only in his 50s, yet while many others were struggling to find work, he was already calling it quits. Shixian countered that everyone was different and he was not like them. Thanks to a certain someone, he was now wealthy, and it would be frustrating to keep working himself to the bone. Dao Jun spoke seriously, telling him he was still far too young to retire, but Shixian laughed nonchalantly, asking where he would even put all the money if he kept working, leaving him feeling quite helpless. With a look of pure satisfaction, he remarked that Fantasy would manage just fine without him, leaving Dao Jun in a somber silence as he considered that among Wu Shixian's duties, managing the HVK group was the most critical. He secretly realized that the reason the man continued to work until now was that he was quietly calculating the right moment to hand over these responsibilities to him. Shixian expressed his confusion, asking why the boy was staring so intensely, while he merely smiled, hoping that the moment they were anticipating would arrive a bit later as their eyes met. During the morning at the office, Bao La mentioned that if one closely observed the actions of Shun Yang Securities following the September 11th terrorist attacks, one would notice something unusual. When Dao Jun asked what was so strange, she explained that his company hadn't reacted at all, behaving as if nothing had happened and continuing operations as calmly as any other day. Dao Jun listened with a smile as she added that despite the sharp drop in stock prices, they had focused on aggressively buying up blue-chip stocks. Thanks to that, the company pocketed a massive profit, leaving Bayala puzzled as to how such a thing was possible if stock prices continued to plummet. Wouldn't the company suffer heavy losses that are hard to recover from? She asked. He calmly explained that it was because they knew how to restrain their greed. Bayala mused, restrain greed. Do you mean other securities firms were too greedy? She asked. Dao Jun analyzed that when the market is highly volatile, large capital begins to move. It is an inevitable rule as everyone yearns for success. He continued, explaining that Shenyang had dared to set aside that ambition due to the massive scale, choosing instead to focus on protecting client assets, as Dao Jun had calculated. A company that can safeguard its client's capital is one that earns the trust of those who fear losing money more than anything else. With a gentle expression, he added that they always keep this in mind, no matter the circumstances. The clients are the ones who truly own that money. Dao Jun wondered to himself if this was friendly enough. Scratching his head, he mentioned that since then, he had to attend a series of interviews to help promote the company's image. Dao Jun spoke warmly, noting that in 1998, Shenyang Electronics' revenue surpassed 20 trillion won, and in just 2 years. The year 2000, that figure had soared to over 34 trillion won. This year, with the bursting of the tech bubble, revenue dropped to around 32 trillion won. He smiled with narrowed eyes, noting that operating profit had also dwindled to about 2 trillion won, less than 30% of the previous year's 7 trillion. Even so, the company still took pride in its position as the nation's leading conglomerate. Dao Jun thought of Yangji, realizing that no matter how impressive the achievements of the financial group he managed were, it still could not compare to the electronics company led by Vice Chairman Jin Yangji. To shake the foundation of the affiliated companies, they would have to give up their core assets, but Shenyang Electronics was like an impregnable fortress. He thought of an office, realizing a direct attack on that stronghold was like a grasshopper trying to kick an elephant. The foundation of that solid fortress had to be shaken so the emperor sitting upon it would fall. As Yangji's silhouette appeared, he knew the one to do this was not himself, but the emperor's younger brother. Vice Chairman Jin Zhangji was at the modern HVK Group Automotive Research Institute, where the bulletin board was covered in papers. The staff kept their heads low while Shixian stroked his chin in contemplation. Pointing to a prominent display, Shin explained that because it was a compact car, they chose a rounded rear design to provide a greater sense of security. He added that the lines and ridges along the body rose toward the rear to create a dynamic and powerful look. Zienman stated they prioritized a low-clearance design to improve road grip, thereby optimizing the driving experience for users. Dao Jun silently scanned the room as he observed the vehicle, a car with a 796cc engine displacement, a 4-speed automatic transmission, and a 2-seater configuration. It was enough to make anyone fall in love at first sight, and it was everything I had ever desired, Dao Jun thought as he evaluated the car before him. Although it didn't immediately excite him, it was still charming and adorable enough to make anyone who saw it smile and offer a compliment. He questioned why a convertible version couldn't be made, leaving Zienman to awkwardly scratch his head as he explained it was to comply with European safety standards. We faced significant pressure regarding production costs because cost-effectiveness could not be guaranteed, so that plan was scrapped during the design phase. Dao Jun lowered his head in dejection, his face devoid of emotion, as he had repeatedly instructed them not to worry so much about profit margins. He wanted them to focus on creating a truly impressive car model, yet in the end, they still could not escape the deeply ingrained pressure of performance metrics. Everyone broke into a sweat, while Zion stood frozen as they gathered around the vehicle, and Xian Jiang stroked his chin in thought, while Dao Jun fell into a deep contemplation of the living legend who had propelled Yajin Motors to the second spot in the country, leaving everyone in silence. Xian Jiang offered his praise, remarking on how impressive it was and thanking everyone for their hard work, which caused Zian's expression to relax as the staff exchanged joyful glances and Dahao spoke up. The entire development team could leave early today to go home and rest comfortably. as new tasks might be waiting for them tomorrow, and then the employees departed. Dahao turned to Xianjiang and suggested they have a drink together, and as the glass was placed on the table, Xianjiang lifted it to sip slowly while Dao Jun remained still, and Xian watched closely before Dahao asked the chairman for his honest opinion, leaving Xianjiang surprised. He insisted he was being sincere, appearing flustered as he asked what was wrong. Then Xianjiang countered by questioning how many small cars their country actually had, and if that amount was not already sufficient. Dahao responded that having only 2 seats seemed like a limitation for this model. But the man explained that every car has its strengths and weaknesses. Families of 4 would not choose a light vehicle like this because they prioritize safety for their young children. So this compact car is merely a secondary option usually meant for just 2 people. Dao Jun remained silent as Xianjiang set his glass down and told them not to worry about his opinion anymore, warmly remarking that he was merely like the fading light of a wandering sunset. An old man like him was past his prime and should have departed long ago. And as Xianjiang looked at Dao Jun, Dahao softly protested that he was still capable. Xianjiang waved his hand dismissively, stating that he only remained in his position because he still had enough strength to represent them in official financial circles. He added that now that Chairman Du of the Xian Group had passed away and Chairman Jin of Shun Yang had retired, he could not deny the fact that his own role had come to an end. Xianjiang stood up abruptly and told them to ignore his views and adjust things as they saw fit before excusing himself to withdraw, leaving Dahao calling out in confusion while Dao Jun watched him go. Xianjiang reassured him that it was fine and told him to sit back down to finish their talk, noting that an elder truly deserves respect only when they know when to step forward and when to step back. With his hands clasped behind his back, he expressed his desire to be seen as a true elder by them, while Dao Jun's group watched his retreating figure and he shrugged at Xian. Hao sat back down and suggested they speak candidly, but Xian turned to him and admitted he knew very little, as for a middle-aged man like himself. A good car was a large and spacious one, where the trunk could ideally fit several golf bags, but as for compact cars, the opinion of an expert in the field like him was what mattered most. So when Dahao asked what Dao Jun thought, he replied that it was exactly the car he wanted and was good enough despite not being perfect. He wondered if you were satisfied with a car that had a nice design, a fair price, and acceptable safety. Du Jun visualized a response. Yes, it is the kind of car middle-class parents buy for their children's graduation, one that a new employee can finance over 3 years while remaining stylish. It does not make one feel inferior or lacking in luxury. He smiled softly, noting that the new car had partially met his expectations. Diho shared that while he agreed, Japan's Daihatsu would soon launch a 600cc 2-seater convertible model. Du Jun thought of the Daihatsu Copen. Would it debut this year? Diho explained that while it might be acceptable domestically, the international market was different. We face many rivals. It is embarrassing, but Korean cars are still bought mainly for their low price. He touched his neck, noting the new car's weak price competitiveness. We cannot just focus on the domestic market and rush into mass production. Du Jun asked if breaking even on Hu Motors' net profit would boost price competitiveness. Diho was stunned. He suggested they could accept losses on the M211 model, since profits from other lines would be enough to compensate. If we abandon profit goals to focus on increasing production, price will no longer be an obstacle. Si Hyun pondered the benefits of expansion. Du Jun turned to his uncle. Would you manage a company that generates no profit? He waited for an answer. Si Hyun noted it was fine, but warned that the stock price would plummet. Du Jun stated this was a long-term strategy. Regardless, maintaining the automotive stock price was not their responsibility. Diho listened in silence. He looked up when called. Director Du Jun watched Diho intently. He felt a bit of tension. They needed to clarify the goal for them. Slow and steady. It does not matter if it takes 20 years to build a reputable brand. Du Jun spoke seriously, prioritizing closing the gap over immediate profit to boost competitiveness. Diho gasped in shock, asking if he was serious. He firmly replied yes. Si Hyun suggested Director Du try it, even if they made no money from car sales. His uncle analyzed that this man would earn profits from Sunyang Group's financial sector and inject capital into the auto company just to cover salaries. Investing in R&D and expanding production lines would be enough. Diho was moved, thinking they might eventually surpass Daehyun Motors. Du Jun waited silently for a response. The major shareholder had clearly stated that the goal was expansion, not profit. No matter how much the stock dropped, the leadership would remain as long as they stayed on target. Diho's lips moved slightly. Si Hyun's face relaxed. We must capture over 50% of the small car market by next year. Du Jun listened, If selling at cost failed to achieve this, replacing the CEO would be justified. Deho firmly agreed, staking his position on this goal. He curled his lips in satisfaction. Deho wondered, June? He was confused. Why are you so adamant about launching the new model in June, when the Frankfurt Auto Show is in May and Paris isn't until October? I was considering the Paris Motor Show, Dao Jun smirked, explaining that the World Cup in June would present a magnificent opportunity for them. Shishian exclaimed in shock. Are you serious? Even if it's hosted here in Korea, it will just be a playground for other nations. At best, the home team will only reach the qualifiers, so why pick the World Cup? Dao Jun lowered his head and chuckled, firmly stating that this time would be different. Isn't there a home field advantage? If they perform well, the whole country will celebrate like a festival, and our sales will be legendary, Dao Jun suggested as Shishian and Dahao exchanged looks. Organize an event, he asked in surprise, to which Dao Jun raised his hand and replied that they should raffle off 100 new cars to random customers for every Korean victory. Shishian was equally bewildered, as Dao Jun explained that the raffle pool would be drawn from spectators at the Korean matches based on their seat numbers. Dahao stammered, wait, hold on, 100 cars is far too many. For a major event like this, giving away about 10 cars should be plenty. He began listing the expenses for a new car launch, noting that money had to be poured into everything from television and newspapers to the internet. Dahao continued, mentioning the costs of hiring writers for special articles and promotional models, arguing that 10 cars were enough given how fast the budget was vanishing. 10 cars is more than enough, he insisted, but Dao Jun countered by asking what would happen if the Korean team reached the quarterfinals instead of just winning once. Dahao was stunned, as Dao Jun calculated that giving away 500 cars for the quarterfinals and 1,000 for the semifinals would create a massive sensation. Quarterfinals? Semifinals? They muttered before both burst into laughter, with Dahao adding that 1,000 cars would be worth it if the team actually made it that far. He squinted, calculating that at 10 million won per car, 1,000 cars would cost 100 billion won, a worthy investment for such a historic national milestone. Dahao somberly added that giving away 100 cars for a single victory might not yield any more media impact than giving away only 10. Dao Jun revealed his plan, suggesting they bet on a miracle because each victory would exponentially increase the promotional effectiveness for the new car. If 100 cars per win generates 1 billion won in media buzz, do you have any other ideas? Dahao asked, and Dao Jun immediately responded. Keep an eye on a player named Pu Zai-cheng among the roster this time, Dao Jun said, prompting the others to ask who that person was. He played for a professional team in Japan and has been called up to the national squad. We should sign him and coach Gus Hitting. Shishian pressed his hand to his forehead and grumbled. If you don't like the new model, just say so. Are you trying to ruin it with these marketing stunts? Shishian rested his hand on his chin, but after reconsidering, he felt it was best to follow the young man's advice. Dahao looked at the director and asked why he had suddenly changed his mind. Shishian scratched his chin and explained that he had known about the boy's reliance on intuition for a decade. The uncle added that while it was hard to believe, his hunches were always correct. Therefore, listening to anything else was pointless, as the results had already proven everything. Dahao was left speechless while Shishian cheerfully noted that this time would be no different. The more significant the situation, the more precise his intuition became. The uncle confidently suggested that the director should try trusting him just once, leaving Dahao looking dejected. Jun enthusiastically proposed signing a 1-year contract with coach Gus Hitting and a 5-year deal with player Park Hee-seong. He suggested offering them the highest possible promotional fees. Dahao's lips quivered as he thought of the boy's stubbornness, feeling helpless since his personality mirrored his grandfather's. He could only hope the boy's intuition was as sharp as the old man's. Duo Jun asserted that both individuals would become national stars once the World Cup concluded. Consequently, he intended to expedite the advertising contracts with Sun Yang Life Insurance. Shishian laughed heartily, telling him to rest easy because even Chairman Jin couldn't rival this young man's intuition. Dahao's face turned pale as Du Jun watched Chang Rui at the office the next morning. He seriously requested that his uncle-in-law abandon his mayoral ambitions and instead aim for the National Assembly in 2 years. Chang Rui, drenched in sweat, argued that the timing was too sensitive for such a move. He feared he wouldn't have the same courage in 2 years. Du Jun fell into thought, realizing that Shishian had already flatly refused to assist his uncle-in-law. He surmised that his uncle-in-law had no one else to turn to, thinking of Yang Chi-en. Furthermore, with his grandfather's ultimatum, no one would dare act as a lifeline for Mayor Chang Rui. Duo Jun seriously questioned whether his uncle-in-law had even secured a nomination yet. When Chang Rui didn't respond, he noted that someone else was already leading the polls by a wide margin. Unless an unexpected event occurred, it was unlikely he would make the candidate list. Chang Rui hesitantly called out to Duo Jun, but Duo Jun insisted on finishing his point. He explained that he was wagering his own reputation. Since Sun Yang's financial branches were under his control, betting on a guaranteed loss would put the entire company at risk. He envisioned the old building, noting that no victory ever truly silenced the supporters of the loser. If the rivalry became too bitter, the next mayor of Seoul might target him. Duo Jun suggested that he might need to proactively form an alliance and become a supporter to resolve any potential animosity. He contemplated that it wasn't the right time to get deeply involved in politics, as his grandfather's connections were sufficient. Chang Rui shouted in frustration, questioning if he truly had no chance of winning. Duo Jun calmly replied that he had informants everywhere and could learn anything about Uido with a single call. He urged his uncle-in-law to stop clinging to his current path. The man grit his teeth as Duo Jun advised him to prepare for the upcoming election instead of fighting a useless battle for the mayoralty. Chang Rui asked indignantly if he was expected to flatter his rival. Duo Jun explained that political wins are unpredictable, so he should avoid being labeled as anyone's puppet. Chang Rui frowned, but Duo Jun advised him to gracefully yield the mayoral candidacy. Dao Jun watched him closely and proposed that if his uncle withdrew from the mayoral race, he would fund his parliamentary campaign in 2 years. He also promised to secure the nomination, leaving Chang Rui stunned by the guarantee as his eyes widened and Dao Jun spoke with absolute confidence. He claimed a single call to his grandfather would finalize the matter and urged his uncle to trust him, while Chang Rui hesitantly asked for a favor. Chang Rui asked for help joining the Yuri party, and though Dao Jun's gaze turned icy as he weighed the man's utility, he outwardly relaxed and agreed. He stood up abruptly and suggested that before the parliamentary elections, his uncle should serve as an outside director for Sun Yang Life Insurance. He promised to provide an office for occasional legal consulting, to which Chang Rui awkwardly scratched his cheek and wondered if that was truly sufficient. Chang Rui boasted that legal work was his forte as a former prosecutor, while Dao Jun looked at him with a friendly smile despite the man's grin. That smile made him never want to see the man's face again, as his expression turned sinister, knowing his life would only last until his value was drained. On June 4th, the crowd erupted in cheers as the national team's opening match began at the Busan Asia main stadium. The text on the screen shifted to display a series of new reports, with one particular article rising to the top of the page. The HVKF Group's car advertisement campaign became a viral sensation on social media, generating a massive wave of public interest. Sanyang Electronics launched a unique event, offering every customer a 300,000 won reward if the national team secured their first victory. Beyond that, the company sent well wishes to the team, as Daewoo Motors announced a program where 2,200 customers would receive 220,000 won if the team won a qualifying match, totaling 500 million won. The article noted that while other promotions had complex conditions, their company was the only one daring enough to give away 100 cars without any strings attached. Those cars were worth 10 million won each, and at the HVK headquarters the next morning, Dahao put down his phone and rubbed his forehead in exhaustion. The phones rang so relentlessly that they were forced to block the numbers, yet Dahao massaged his neck and admitted it was a spectacular victory. Dao Jun calmly reassured him that while it seemed crazy, they had already won, leaving Dahao to sink into deep contemplation and wonder. He admitted he knew little about football, but questioned if their team could actually defeat a European power like Poland in this World Cup. Dao Jun assessed that their team would surely win based on their true strength, while the other man waved his hand and conceded that even a loss today would be acceptable. They could still be proud of their passionate support for the national team, though Dahao worried about the upcoming match against the Americans, as the PR department felt like a war zone. Lu Bu's employees were constantly on the phone, as reporters called incessantly to verify the truth of the advertisement's claims, leaving the staff overwhelmed. Dao Jun calmly noted that the chaos was merely proof of the advertisement's incredible draw. Even if it felt like a battlefield, it was a perfect opportunity for the media team to prove their worth, though Dahao closed his eyes and warned that this was no joking matter. He reminded him that they had pushed public expectations to a new height, meaning the advertisement for the next match required extreme caution, yet Dao Jun remained firm. "Director, we aren't a fraudulent operation," he explained with a smile, acknowledging that they would face heavy criticism if their predictions were wrong. Dao Jun looked at the newspapers and emphasized that maximizing advertising impact was his priority, noting that the public was currently obsessed with their car, while competitors' massive investments were being ignored. Hao felt anxious, realizing they were committed now and could not stop, meaning the next advertisement would also have to include a prediction. He noted that a failure today would lead to public outrage, but Dao Jun immediately replied that he had already finalized the content for the next match, leaving Da Hao stunned. "What, you've already decided? Is it a win or a loss?" he asked while breaking into a cold sweat as Dao Jun gave a subtle nod and gestured while speaking at length. "We wish to extend our warmest congratulations and heartfelt applause to the national team for delivering such a dedicated and stirring performance." Da Hao grumbled, asking if he was planning to retreat and calling it unprofessional, but Dao Jun frowned, wondering if he would be criticized regardless of whether he predicted or withdrew. When the older man guessed it might be a draw, Dao Jun told himself he had to answer carefully to avoid being seen as a fraud, reminding him that the wording must be logical for a win, loss, or tie. Da Hao rested his chin in his hand, agreeing that the phrasing would be perfect for a draw, while Dao Jun waited expectantly for the official results on June 10th. He stood up with his hands on his hips and announced that the entire staff would watch the 8:30 p.m. match together, suggesting they see the outcome before deciding on the next ad, to which Dao Jun agreed. "Yes, if we lose today, we will certainly have to change our media strategy," he thought to himself, though he remained confident that such a thing would never happen as a player scored a goal. That night, the South Korean team secured their first World Cup victory, and as the emotional crowd cheered, everyone turned their attention to the newspaper advertisement. The ad, which had predicted the win, became a bigger sensation than the match itself, drawing all eyes to the mysterious silhouette of the car as everyone wondered what model it was. Now, HW Motors' prediction for the next match had become the focal point of national interest, following the previously announced schedule. The HW Motors advertisement was set to air on Monday, June 10th, coinciding with the match between South Korea and the United States. The match ended in a 1-1 draw, and the advertisement captured the public's intense attention with its specific message. "We wish to extend our warmest congratulations and heartfelt applause to the national team for delivering such a dedicated and stirring performance." It was a perfect fit, and the homepage received massive traffic. The media department was currently overwhelmed with calls asking about HW Motors' profit, and the server remained down due to the overload. The article's popularity grew, catching the attention of international news agencies who were eager to see what the advertisement for the third match would predict this Friday. On June 14th, the ad released before the final group stage match against Portugal truly shocked South Korea, leaving the PR department to sit in a daze after unplugging their phones. That was all they could manage. Da Hao leaned back with a pale face, noting that if they won tomorrow, they would head to Incheon Stadium for the drawing event. He waved his hand, telling Dao Jun to handle it himself if they lost. Dao Jun smiled calmly as the team officially secured their place in the round of 16. Da Hao stood under the spotlight. While no one cared about the first two draws, this one was being broadcast live, and reporters asked him how the company could predict things so accurately. They asked if he had mobilized a team of experts or if the rumors of a profit were true. Da Hao responded warmly, saying that wasn't the case at all. He explained that the company simply incorporated the people's wishes into the advertisement. As the TV aired his interview, he spoke of their longing for a first victory in the tournament. He spoke of wanting to witness a passionate match and dreaming of the round of 16 alongside the Korean people. Dao Jun watched while drinking water, noting there was no profit there. He remarked that the old man was quite an expert at answering. Da Hao then held up a yellow card, declaring HW Motors the true champion of this World Cup. He shook hands with Chi-en. Daehyun Motors had spent about 100 billion won to sponsor the World Cup and confidently claimed the promotional impact would be worth 10 times that amount. A voice from the room asked what was next, wondering if they were preparing to celebrate reaching the quarterfinals since they were only facing Italy. Dao Jun remained silent before saying, "Again 1966, we can definitely do it." Da Hao was startled, while Zai Qi and Shixuan were bewildered as Zhai Zio and Hao Xiu looked at each other. He calmly stated that during the 1966 World Cup, the North Korean team faced Italy and won with a score of 1-0. He meant they would recreate that historic moment. As Da Hao stammered in surprise, Dao Jun moved to reassure him. He told them not to be too surprised, as this was the slogan used by the Red Devils' official cheering squad. Shixuan asked if he was being serious. Dao Jun turned to his uncle and confirmed they needed to prepare large billboards. Chixuan was confused, asking how he knew a slogan that was usually kept secret. Dao Jun replied that he underestimated the information-gathering abilities of Sun Yang Group staff, as it only took an hour to find out. Chixuan's face relaxed as he realized he had forgotten that. He turned his gaze to Dahao, noting that the "Again 1966" slogan would echo throughout the stadium if they acted quickly. Impact would be many times greater once the cheering squad helped promote it. As Dahao fell into thought, Jai Zio asked anxiously if the team would win or lose against Italy. Xixian waited for an answer while Dahao squinted one eye, and the room fell silent as a smirk played on Dao Jun's lips. He confidently suggested they look at the promotional slogan, asserting their victory was certain and the national team would win, prompting Xixian to ask. Xixian told him not to be so vague and asked for the final result, while Dao Jun explained they didn't start this business just to gamble on winning or losing. He noted that the promotional content had luckily matched the results so far, which was the most important factor, just as director Zhao had emphasized in his interview. Dao Jun raised his hand and proposed increasing the giveaway to 500 cars to show their confidence, a number that left Zhai Zio completely stunned. Dahao lowered his face and crossed his arms, remarking that he wouldn't mind giving away even more since those cars were the reason he was still standing today. He smiled radiantly, admitting he had never felt this thrilled before, and declared that they had to play their best when the momentum was this high. He believed this would boost the morale for every match and support the team, while Dao Jun reminded him to register with Seoul Stadium for June 29. Dao Jun declared that they would launch the new in Seoul 4 model on that day, which was the date of the third-place match, as player and smiled with satisfaction. On June 18th, the match against Italy in Daejeon ended with player An's winning goal, causing the crowd to erupt in thunderous cheers. Fans now only cared about two things: how far the team could go, and when HVK Moto would fulfill its promise to release the new car model. The nation was overwhelmed with emotion on the night of the 22nd, when Korea reached the semifinals, and the youth flooded the streets to celebrate all through Saturday night. They celebrated until the next morning, and back at the office, Jai Zio mentioned that the company had called an emergency meeting to discuss their strategy. Everyone was glowing with excitement for the upcoming semifinal as they discussed their plans, while Dahao sat in the quiet room with his eyes half closed. He suddenly laughed and asked Dao Jun if they should take a risk and bet on the national team making it to the final match. Dao Jun remained silent while Jai Zio and Hu Shiwo smiled brightly, but then he suggested they stop, causing Dahao to cry out in surprise. As Jai Zio and Hu Shiwo looked on in confusion, and the room fell silent, Dao Jun explained that they had already achieved a media impact worth 100 times their costs. He argued that continuing would lose its appeal and emotional impact, and everyone listened intently as he noted that the public's focus had shifted. He pointed out that people were now only concerned with the semifinal victory and who the final opponent would be, raising a new strategic concern. Dao Jun warned that spending heavily on advertisements, as they had before, would only increase their risks, leaving Dahao breaking into a cold sweat. Jai Zio and Hao Xiu listened intently. Surely everyone believed the Korean team would win, as any citizen of the Republic of Korea would naturally assume. Everyone lowered their heads, for who would dare predict their own team's defeat? Dao Jun stated that if the team lost in the semifinals, the responsibility would be theirs, his brow furrowing. He predicted HVK Motors would then bear full responsibility. The room grew somber as Dao Jun sternly reminded them they were not prophets, while Dahao rested his chin on his hand. If they predicted a loss and it happened, how could that be a good result? He urged them to consider the matter carefully, prompting Xixian to ask a question. So you think the team will fail in the upcoming semifinal? Dao Jun did not rush his reply, noting that the Korean team reaching the semifinals was already a miracle. Placing his hand on the table, he said defeating Germany would be a true miracle, perhaps even legendary, but there was no need to discuss it further. He leaned toward the likelihood of a loss, so Dahao suggested they prepare a contingency plan for that potential failure. Dao Jun countered by asking if remaining silent to pique interest might actually be the most effective approach. Xixian snorted and scratched his head, while Ziu Xian remarked that sparking curiosity to stir public opinion was a clever idea. Jai Zio added that human curiosity peaks when the familiar suddenly vanishes. Normally, their company's ads appeared during every match. Now that they were gone, that alone would spark debate, with people wondering why the advertisements had stopped before the semifinals. They looked at each other as Dao Jun stood up, saying it was time for the real football experts to take over. He gave his final opinion, stating tournament rank no longer mattered. The team had progressed so far that they were bound to receive immense praise and sponsorship. Dahao laughed, noting they had already signed the tournament's two biggest stars anyway. Dao Jun suggested gifting the entire support staff as well. Since a subcompact car seemed unfitting, he proposed giving them mid-sized HVK Motors sedans instead. When Hao Xiu hesitated, Dao Jun listed the coaches, coordinators, doctors, physiotherapists, trainers, analysts, equipment managers, translators, and PR staff. It was a large group, and he pointed out that they had worked silently behind the scenes during the times when no one noticed them. He asked what the media reaction would be if the company showed such sincere gratitude, and Zhu Xian agreed it was a brilliant idea. Such delicate care would surely be heartwarming. Dao Jun bowed sincerely, hoping the department heads would handle the execution smoothly. Looking over the newspapers on the 25th, he saw there wasn't much backlash regarding the absence of their company's advertisements. However, many noted the pages felt empty without the horoscope section. The results came quickly that night as the German team won the semi-final. Many had anticipated this outcome before the HWKMOTOS advertisement failed to appear. Yet the majority of comments were filled with praise and gratitude for the South Korean team's miraculous journey to the semifinals. A vehicle was delivered by the staff on the 26th, and the arrangements were finalized instantly. We wish to express our profound appreciation to the national team for their miraculous achievement in reaching the tournament semifinals. From Coach Mu Zinker to the culinary staff, who meticulously prepared the team's meals, HWK Motors has provided a modest token of appreciation as a gesture of our heartfelt thanks. A long procession of vehicles departed that evening, and the news broadcast opened with footage of over 100 cars traveling toward the Paju NFC. An employee shook hands with a security guard. Although the head coach and players did not appear in the report, everyone from the coaching staff to the security personnel at Paju NFC was featured. Within minutes, everyone received their car keys, leaving many moved to tears, including the cafeteria staff at the Paju Center, while the news camera crew captured every emotional moment. On the evening of Saturday the 29th, a crowd assembled at the stadium to watch the 8:00 p.m. match at Daegu Stadium on the massive outdoor screens. Citizens began congregating in the early afternoon, passing by rows of vehicles as they emerged from the City Hall subway station. The first sight to greet them was a dozen small coupes from the Insanbon line, while a male staff member enthusiastically invited everyone to take a closer look. Visitors were encouraged to open the doors to inspect the interiors and test the driver's seats, while female staff and over 10 volunteers distributed informational flyers and guided the guests. People gathered around the cars to take photographs, and the atmosphere at City Hall Square grew even more vibrant with performances by famous vocalists. As the public waved their flags high, we took pride in the fact that our month-long World Cup promotional campaign had exceeded all expectations. Yet back at the office, the staff bowed their heads in terror. Yang Jai crossed his arms and demanded answers, noting that the sponsorship costs alone reached $1 billion USD, while domestic event expenses totaled 400 billion won. "Is that correct?" he growled. "Why is no one answering me?" To which Guangju stammered a confirmation. Yang Jai unleashed a barrage of questions, asking how they could invest so much and still lose to mediocre companies like Ajin, Sun Yang, and HWK, questioning if those rivals had spent trillions of won to outmatch them. Guangju hesitated, mentioning it was due to their advertisements, which prompted the man to demand an explanation of what those ads were, as he fell into a tense silence before Yang Jai grinned. "You talking about that advertisement that would even leave Nostradamus in shock?" he asked before slamming his hand on the table, causing everyone to bow in panic while Guangju remained silent. Yang Jai grimaced and shouted that while he might not have been a diligent student, it was obvious from looking at those ads that they were the result of meticulous calculation. "It wasn't a prophecy," he stated, asking if they had seen Zhou Dahao's interview, while Zhu Jun speculated that although the chairman's logic seemed sound, such ads couldn't exist without a fortune teller's guidance. Referring to the eldest son of Zhou Dashi, everyone watched him as he explained that they posted every morning and correctly predicted the day's match results, making them impossible to stop. Yang Jai grew irritated and asked if he was suggesting they should also go find a prophet, to which Zhu Jun replied that they simply needed to adopt the mindset of HWK Motors. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and asked what he meant, while Du Jun craftily explained that the mastermind behind the ad campaign must be recruited as the chairman ordered. The one who skillfully crafted the slogans, balancing prophecy with the people's hearts, must be brought to our company, Yang Kai remarked with praise. "Excellent," Du Jun said with a triumphant smile. inquiring if that meant he would be able to bring that person into the fold. Du-jun responded with confidence, asking for trust and a generous budget, vowing to recruit him even if he had to stuff money into his mouth. I will bring him back no matter what, he vowed, while Yang Kai stared at Du-jun in silence, contemplating and then repeating his words. Stuffing money into his mouth. Would he really come? It might not be that easy, he added, noting the boy was the richest person under 20 in the country, with over 100 billion won in public assets, and being the heir to the nation's largest financial groups. Yang Kai's veins bulged at the thought. How much would it take to bribe someone like that, 1 or 2 trillion won? Du-jun stammered in shock, asking if it was that person before Yang Kai slammed the table. Indeed, it is the very person everyone knows, the most talented individual in the Sun Yang group, he roared, describing a third-generation grandson so brilliant. Even a truckload of people like you wouldn't interest Chairman Jin. That man is Jin Du-jun, Yang Kai emphasized, questioning if he could really recruit the ad's creator. Was it truly Jin Du-jun who planned this? Yang Kai asked irritably, wondering if any other third-generation heir in that house was as intelligent as him. The others are just useless braggarts like you who achieve nothing, he snapped, as Du-jun's face turned pale while Du-jun ate with the family. Yang Kai chewed his food while Dong Kai ate, and Hang Yi took a sip of water, as Du-jun lowered his gaze and wondered why he had been summoned there. Dong Kai praised him for his work with Sun Yang Motors, but he just smiled awkwardly and said he only offered a few suggestions for the slogans. Yang Kai told him not to be too modest, noting that his campaign had completely overshadowed the electronics division's promotions in the news. He suggested that all subsidiaries should benefit from such national events, while Du-jun wondered what they were plotting in front of director Lee Hang-yi. Once the meal was over, Yang Kai suggested they get to business, and Dong Kai leaned back, saying his wealthy brother should take responsibility. He proposed being promoted to chairman so he could handle the presidential race, leaving Du-jun stunned that they were planning for the election. Dong Kai claimed their father wouldn't object to the change in leadership as it was just a matter of titles, but Yang Kai had further questions. Everything should be changed at once, but the shares must be redistributed fairly, he said with a sinister expression, offering his brother 15%. With this clever nephew's 5%, my holdings will reach 56%, Rong Jai said with a smirk, noting there would be no obstacles to your ascension to chairman. Director Lee stood up and placed the documents on the table, requesting instructions on the current updates, while Yang Jai inquired about his father's well-being. Director Lee hesitated before relaying the message, stating that according to the chairman, a presidential term lasted longer than a lifetime regardless of who was elected. He added that the future master of the presidential palace would certainly need their assistance, as Du-jun watched the exchange in silence. The older brother radiated a gloomy aura, raising questions about the chairman's health, while Director Lee invited Du-jun to examine the documents and test his intuition. Yang Jai studied the papers intently while Rong Jai scanned the text, but Du-jun feigned ignorance, noting only that the candidates were currently neck-on-neck. Director Lee adjusted his glasses and asked for a prediction, but he simply remarked that 5 months remained, and politicians often said 3 months felt like centuries. An election could feel as long as the 500-year Joseon dynasty, and Director Lee mused that the unpredictable situation made it hard to guess as Yang Jai set the papers down. Agreeing that Du-jun had a point and further talk was useless, he sternly ordered them to follow custom and report the 70-30 split, leaving Du-jun confused. Director Lee explained the 70-30 split was insurance for the next administration, but when Rong Jai asked if they were giving 70% to the ruling party, the director disagreed. He clarified they were backing the opposition party for the first time, leading Du-jun to realize this was the debut of the Conservative Party as the opposition. Yang Jai grumbled about whether Du-jun needed to know this and suggested Director Lee had made a mistake, but the director explained it was the chairman's order. Since Du-jun led a corporation and was a member of Shun Yang, it was natural for him to assume responsibilities befitting his status, leaving him in deep thought. Explained that whoever provided funding under the Shun Yang name during a presidential election would be seen as the group's political leader. Director Lee turned to Rong Jai, noting that while Vice Chairman Jin Rong Jai claimed to be short on funds, he likely intended to make a significant contribution under his own name. Yang Jai raised his hand and told Du-jun the matter was settled, then smirked while asking if he now understood why his grandfather had placed him there. Du-jun politely asked if it was because he had to share the responsibility for such a significant matter, that represented the entire conglomerate. Yang Jai curled his lips in amusement and confirmed that Shun Yang would indeed be sponsoring the presidential race this year. He stated that Du Jun only needed to cover a portion of the expenses, but the young man hesitated, admitting he was unsure how to raise such a sum. Rong Jai glanced at him and offered to handle the arrangements, suggesting that preparing 20 to 30 billion would suffice before turning to Yang Jai for confirmation. "I will handle that matter," Yang Jai said as Dao Jun bowed in gratitude, thanking him before standing up and asking his uncles to contact him if they needed anything as he took his leave. Yang Jai agreed, and while HG remained silent, Yang Tian grumbled at the villa that afternoon, asking if Dao Jun intended to wait until he was dead to visit as Dao Jun offered an apologetic smile. "I apologize, I was far too busy last month, but I promised to visit you more frequently," he said, to which the old man retorted that it was fine, and that coming while busy was what mattered. Yang Tian remarked that visiting only when free was pointless, leaving Dao Jun silent as he painfully observed how much the old man had visibly weakened in just 1 month. The old man cheerfully noted that there had been plenty worth seeing the previous month, with Yang Tian praising him by saying he had performed exceptionally well. Dao Jun placed his hand on his neck and credited director Dao De Hao for the success, claiming he had contributed nothing, but the old man countered by telling him not to belittle himself. Yang Tian proudly shared that Dao De Hao had called him several times to praise him, claiming the advertisement's success and the trillions in revenue were all thanks to him. Feedback from overseas distributors was excellent, and everyone was overjoyed, as Yang Tian attributed this priceless success entirely to his efforts, causing Dao Jun's expression to soften. Yang Tian curiously asked if he had come today regarding the presidential election fund, but he immediately replied that he was only there to visit his grandfather. Yang Tian speculated that he wanted to withdraw early and asked if the other two had pressured him, to which Dao Jun confusedly scratched his head and admitted he felt some pressure. He explained that his uncles decided the election spending, while he only handled a portion, leading the old man to wonder if he was confident in profiting without holding power. Dao Jun clarified that it was not like that, and he simply felt a bit anxious discussing the matter, leaving Yang Tian lost in thought. Yang Tian suddenly called out to Dao Jun and seriously reminded him that he needed to transform wealth into influence, as money was just a number that could secure power. But Dao Jun replied that it did not apply this time. When Dao Jun said it was still too early for him, Yang Tian disagreed and clarified that he meant it was necessary to establish close ties with the political establishment. Dao Jun mentioned that since even his father had stepped back from the market, he knew no one currently in office and would meet them later when the need arose. Yang Tian gritted his teeth in displeasure at his childish thinking, pointing upward as he declared that he was no longer just a third-generation scion, but the rightful heir managing son Yang's finances. After appearing in the media several times, no one viewed him as a mere young master anymore, leaving Dao Jun feeling helpless as he realized his grandfather had misunderstood his reasoning. Yang Tian described how even the lowest-ranked companies were quietly seeking ways to approach the election campaign, scouting everywhere for information. The old man added that withdrawing would bring no benefit, and he should minimize losses, while Dao Jun thought to himself that it was not yet the right time to explain everything clearly. He softly replied that his thinking was still too immature, and he would meet representatives from both parties, to which Yang Tian remarked that he would inevitably get his hands dirty sooner or later. "Suppose I should pick up the pace, maintain proper etiquette, and just get acquainted," Dao Jun said warmly. "But I didn't come for that today. I came to visit you, grandfather." Yang Tian burst into a delighted laugh, calling him greedy, while the young man stood confused. Yang Tian then asked if they could truly converse like a normal grandfather and grandson, making Dao Jun break into a cold sweat as silence fell between them. Dao Jun fixed his gaze on Yang Tian, who suddenly smiled and remarked on how his grandson's filial piety made him worry about his health, while he himself wondered if the boy was living well. "Enough of that, let's set it aside," Yang Tian said as wrinkles deepened on his face, noting that every time they met, their only concerns seemed to revolve around the company. Dao Jun pressed his lips together in silence, thinking seriously to himself as his hands instinctively gripped his knees. Realizing that showing filial piety required more than just pleasantries, he looked at the cross-armed Yang Tian and decided to discuss business to demonstrate his leadership and the burning passion still flowing through his veins. After a long exhale, Dao Jun suggested changing the subject, prompting a puzzled Yang Tian to ask what it was as the young man turned his head to the side. "It seems Dahun Motors is determined to make a major move. I've heard they plan to launch a new model to compete directly with ours the moment it debuts." Yang Tian seemed intrigued by the prospect of a grueling battle, while a bead of sweat rolled down Dao Jun's cheek as the old man finally spoke. "You are going to fail," Yang Tian stated, leaving a surprised Dao Jun to ask why, which only made the elder find the situation more amusing. "You must have anticipated this yourself. How can a sports car with a limited audience possibly compete against a rival's four-seater multi-purpose vehicle?" Dao Jun raised his hand in protest, insisting he still wanted to surpass them and asking if there truly was no way to succeed, piquing Yang Tian's curiosity. "You little rascal, are you just trying to play games to keep me from being bored?" Yang Tian asked, causing Dao Jun to smile sheepishly at the old man's sharp intuition. "No, grandfather, you see I have no other choice," Dao Jun replied before Yang Tian frowned and asked if he thought he had forgotten the boy's previous words, regardless of his failing memory. "I could never forget company matters," the old man said, glaring forward and stating that it wasn't just about sales, but about creating a truly flawless vehicle, a car that makes people crave ownership just by looking at it. "Wasn't that the goal you once mentioned?" Yang Tian asked, leaving Dao Jun speechless. Yang Tian continued to press him about having a long-term vision, while Dao Jun realized that the things he thought were forgotten were still vividly remembered by the old man. Realizing his concerns for his grandfather's health might have been misplaced, Dao Jun listened as Yang Tian spoke again. "Regardless, you won't win in terms of sales volume," Yang Tian noted. But Dao Jun placed his hands on his thighs and argued that they wouldn't be outshone in terms of prestige. The old man nodded, noting that neither Dahun nor Shun Yang made much profit from small cars, while Dao Jun looked down, thinking not of Shun Yang but of the WRC. "I really wanted to be blunt with him, but I chose to endure it. Since this company was a gift from him, I would always be seen as nothing more than the heir to the Shun Yang group." Suddenly, Yang Kaian looked at Dao Jun. The compact car line at Dexian was merely meant to complete the product lineup, which you must have realized by now. He turned his head and replied that he believed this series would be the start of building a unique identity for Shun Yang Motors. Yang Kaian pointed at Dao Jun with satisfaction and noted that while compact cars weren't the main focus, the Korean supporters known as the Red Devils had become quite famous during the recent World Cup. Even the international media reported on it heavily, and he nodded obediently in agreement. Meanwhile, Yang Kaian recalled the cheering crowds and suggested trying to turn that sports car into a second Red Devil. The tournament had ended, but those red cheering shirts were still selling very well. At that moment, Dao Jun smiled with relief as the old man's thoughts mirrored his own. He watched Yang Kaian intently, noting that despite being over 80, the old man's instincts were just as sharp as those of young marketers. Dao Jun's expression softened slightly. Had he been worrying for nothing? Back at the Shun Yang headquarters, Rong Jai sat before a coffee and asked if providing 2 billion won was too much of a burden. Dao Jun scratched his head as he answered. He admitted it was a heavy task, but said he had no choice but to meet the quota. Hearing this, Rong Jai laughed contentedly and decided that the first disbursement would be 15 billion. "I made that decision because I saw you were capable of providing 2 billion won, Rong Jai said. Meanwhile, Dao Jun narrowed his eyes, thinking he had finally figured out the source of this 2 billion won requirement. His 10% stake in the Shun Yang group was worth exactly that amount. With sweat on his cheeks, he told his uncle that he didn't know how to create a slush fund within the company. Rong Jai let out a long sigh. "They say the rich only get greedier, and you are no different," Rong Jai said before looking up to ask why he wouldn't spend 2 billion won when he had made nearly 1 trillion in Indonesia. Dao Jun rubbed his chin and explained that the money needed to be laundered through another cycle and was likely in South America by now. At that moment, Rong Jai folded his arms. "Did Oshishian tell you to do that?" Rong Jai asked, and Dao Jun obediently confirmed it. Then Rong Jai rested his chin on his hand and muttered about the urgency of transferring funds to that side. Meanwhile, Dao Jun observed his uncle with a calm expression, while thinking that he must not leave any trace of where the money had been sent. This illegal election fund would eventually be uncovered, and someone would have to take responsibility. Rong Jai's devious nature surfaced. He would surely blame a board member, but Dao Jun refused to be like them. Followed by a crowd in suits, he knew that in just 2 years he would officially take over the company. Instead of being loyal, they were likely annoyed at having to work under a young man like him, as reporters surrounded them. Furthermore, they weren't clever enough to fake loyalty to the point of standing trial for him. Dao Jun became more determined to protect himself first and ensure he left no vulnerabilities. Suddenly, Rong Jai spoke. "If you work at Shun Yang Securities for a few days to earn those 2 billion won, it would be worth the effort. Do you want to try?" Dao Jun was startled and asked what he meant. Rong Jai smirked confidently and suggested placing high-priced buy orders just before the market closed to push up the final price. Dao Jun imagined the crowd fighting over the shares. Regardless of the reason, retail investors would flock to buy when they saw the price rising, allowing him to take profits once the stock stabilized. The money just keeps growing. If you do this for a month, earning 100 billion is easy, but the small investors ultimately suffer the losses. He stared at Rong Chi's face, realizing that his uncle's method of making a fortune in just a few days was this. Then Duo Jun smiled and replied, "I understand, uncle. I will follow your guidance. Is Vice President Jin Rongui so anxious for the funds that he wants them a day early if we start now? How should the transfer be handled?" Rong Chi glanced over, scribbled on a small note and pushed it toward him, saying he should just transfer it to this associate. After speaking, he stood up to handle the rest, but then Rong Chi suddenly called out to Duo Jun, who looked up at him with a puzzled expression. Rong Chi gave a meaningful smile and welcomed him to this world before leaving, while Duo Jun watched his departure with a cold gaze. "I'm sorry, but it's not time yet. You should worry about the legal consequences in court, old man." As sunset hit the apartment, Duo Jun gave an order. "We must block them completely and leave no trace." Bing Jun looked down at the paper and then tucked it into his pocket. "Is all the money in this bag?" Duo Jun raised his glass and mentioned it was 2 billion won. Bing Jun replied that if the prosecution investigated, they would trace the money flow rather than the deliverer, searching all his accounts to match the 2 billion since the deliverer is just a pawn. Duo Jun turned and explained that they could never trace the money because it had been laundered through American accounts and had no link to him. Bing Jun was stunned to see it was now personal funds. Duo Jun smirked, saying company money was untouchable and this small amount wasn't urgent, leaving Bing Jun shocked. "It seems you have more money than I imagined." Duo Jun glanced at him and asked if he was curious, but Bing Jun quickly denied it. He adjusted his glasses and said he was relieved as long as he didn't lose his salary. A thought then flashed through Duo Jun's mind. Joking like this makes things feel a bit lighter. Suddenly, Bing Jun asked who had personally delivered the money, and Duo Jun answered nonchalantly. "It came from a reliable source, so there's no need to worry." Bing Jun's sharp eyes glinted behind his glasses as he noted how thoroughly it was checked. "That reliable person didn't deliver it themselves, did they?" Duo Jun was surprised, and Bing Jun frowned slightly as he began to explain. "Leave matters like this to us next time. A reliable person and their subordinates are very different, as the latter could leak information at any moment." "I'll keep that in mind." A black bag sat on the table under the light. A drop of sweat fell down a cheek. Diho, the name was Clark. He heard they were selling for 3 million won less than them. Duo Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise, thinking the initial price was over 6 million. Are they really willing to take a loss just to enter the market at this price? Hearing this, Dahao crossed his arms and remarked that they must be intent on crushing us completely. At that moment, Duo Jun turned to him and said, "Director, let's move past this petty competition," explaining that they didn't manufacture this car line just to chase sales or profits. He reminded him that selling 7,000 units by next year was enough, though Dahao scratched his head, noting that the staff felt that target was already quite difficult to reach. "With the rival company applying this kind of pressure, I fear no one can withstand it." Furthermore, he thought about the red car. Word is that the performance feedback hasn't met expectations, and when Duo Jun asked if it was serious, Dahao sighed and replied that the car simply failed to satisfy customer demands. He spread his arms, noting that while it looked powerful, it was ultimately just a light vehicle that customers had mistaken for a sports SUV. Duo Jun's expression turned solemn as he realized it was a technological issue, making it hard for a startup like theirs to compete with seasoned giants while considering international clients. With endless options, they didn't care about the company's history, which was the harsh reality Duo Jun faced before asking Dahao if they should acquire another company, leaving him stunned. Frowning, Duo Jun suggested targeting firms in Europe or Japan to acquire a supercar manufacturer and claim their technology as their own. Dahao broke into a cold sweat and pointed at Duo Jun, asking if he thought supercar brands were toys that could be bought on a whim, while the young man remained silent. Dahao was shocked, but Duo Jun placed his hands on his knees and insisted he was being completely serious about the acquisition. They weren't just buying for ownership, but investing to gain technology. If feasible, he would evaluate the business potential before finalizing a full takeover. Resting his chin on his hand, Dahao remarked that while acquiring companies for technology wasn't rare, the scale of such ambition was truly immense. He imagined two directors shaking hands, knowing that many firms acquire others for their tech and then discard them once their value is exhausted. They sell them off afterward, so Da Hao narrowed his eyes and asked if he even had the funds, but Du Jun remained confident, saying he would find a way if he truly wanted it. Standing up, he explained that reaching new heights required a powerful catalyst, specifically a partnership with a foreign automaker possessing superior technology. He asked his elder to find a suitable company, and Da Hao smiled with satisfaction, agreeing to begin researching various supercar manufacturers immediately. Standing with his hands on his hips, he noted that since they didn't make high-performance cars, they needed to carefully investigate firms with the specific tech they required. Du Jun looked at Da Hao and entrusted the director with full decision-making authority as a car appeared on the television screen. The 9 p.m. news began with a very special event, reporting that the HVK Auto brand had created a vibrant atmosphere today. It perfectly captured the explosive spirit of the Red Devils as two celebrities waved to the crowd, alongside head coach Gus and soccer star Hu Zaichang. These heroes had led the national team to the World Cup semifinals, and the crowd cheered relentlessly. Notably, HVK Motors covered the entire 22% tax for the winners and handled all registration procedures. The cars were met with great fanfare, allowing the winners to simply take their keys and drive away like a scene from a movie, while the television continued to broadcast the event. The convoy appeared to be moving as Red Devils from Seoul, Busan, Daegu, Incheon, and Daejeon took the wheels of their vibrant red S-Kilo vehicles. As they departed the factory one by one, Shixuan laughed with delight before turning to Du Jun and calling out to him. "How much did you spend to get results that far exceed traditional advertising? The brand's prestige has soared," he remarked, and Du Jun smiled, replying that he simply used the marketing budget for heavy TV promotion and newsroom incentives. Shixuan spoke with satisfaction, noting that the company brand was featured for a full minute on a show with a 25% rating, making it truly worth the investment. Then Du Jun suggested posting an announcement tomorrow, and when a surprised Shixuan asked what it was, Du Jun calmly explained, "Yes, an announcement that fantasy employees will receive an immediate 15% discount on the S-Kilo, along with an additional year of free warranty." "What do you think?" he asked, prompting Shixuan to rest his chin on his hand and predict good sales, while Du Jun noted that many assistants there had low salaries. "They will likely take notice of this offer," he said, but Shixuan folded his arms and nodded, saying they wouldn't buy it if a golf bag didn't fit in the trunk. Du Jun asked if they could just use the passenger seat or buy it as a second car, but Shixuan smiled and said they only chose German cars for their second vehicles. "Don't expect too much," he said as sunlight hit the windows, but a few days later Shixuan placed a folder on the desk and admitted he was wrong. He looked down at Du Jun and noted that the fantasy staff's reaction was more enthusiastic than expected for a sub-10 million won car, while Du Jun took the papers and realized nearly 100 people had applied as Shixuan sat down. "It seems our company salaries are quite high, as regular employees, especially the single ones, are all signing up," he said with a delighted expression, noting that many managers were joining in too. "They are even selling the 2,000cc domestic cars their wives drive to buy this, while executives buy them for their children." Yet Du Jun calmly analyzed that the financial burden remains the main issue. "Perhaps a 48-month installment plan would have been better," he suggested, but Da Hao immediately cut him off. "That is not allowed. 36 months is the limit, or did you not consider the financing costs?" he asked, while Du Jun looked at Da Hao and realized they still lacked funds in this financial climate. "Buying a car from the company would become a burden for them, wouldn't it?" he asked, and the man raised his hand and explained that the price could not be lowered further without increasing company costs. "Nothing can be done," he concluded, causing Du Jun to frown in thought and wonder if he had misread the situation, as his intention was not simply to sell the cars at a lower price. He then asked for their thoughts on credit card installments, causing Da Hao to break into a cold sweat of shock, while Shixian's eyes widened in disbelief at the mention of credit cards. Dao Jun clasped his hands together and explained that credit card companies like Shun Yang and Da Xian were currently in a fierce competition, with both having recently updated their policies. He smiled at those across from him, noting that paying a few million won periodically was far more manageable than a lump sum of 10 million, a payment policy that left both Da Hao and Shixian stunned. As the directors deliberated, they realized that while reaching an agreement with the credit card company could lead to a breakthrough, the risks involved for the card issuer were significant. The secretary whispered that the current fierce market competition presented a perfect opportunity to quickly attract customers, though they noted that while buying cars with credit cards would eventually become common, it was not yet the norm. Currently, installments were only possible through car and finance companies, but Dao Jun smirked, thinking that integrating this into card financial services was a viable opportunity before he stood up to give his instructions. He told them to create a financial program acceptable to the partners, planning to meet the two credit card company representatives he already knew, one being his eldest uncle and the other, Wang Shi, whom he also called uncle. He turned away, and as he looked at the tense Dahao, he found it even more intriguing that the credit card company was destined to go bankrupt the following year. He departed in front of Shixian, wearing an arrogant smile as he realized that with just a few more well-placed bombs, they would find it impossible to escape their impending doom. Beneath the yellow ceiling lights, Wang Shi sat with his arms crossed and questioned the idea of credit card payments, to which Shijun responded with a calm demeanor. He explained that it wasn't a particularly unique payment method, since people often bought items on installment, then stared at Wang Shi while noting that only the amount was larger, and the bank still determined the credit limit. Dao Jun's voice remained steady as he compared it to purchasing a 3 million won luxury bag, mentioning that while their company supported 36-month installments, credit cards offered even more. Pointed out that paying over 48 or 60 months via credit card wouldn't be an issue, prompting Wang Shi to reflect on the idea while Dao Jun kept a close watch on him. He suggested that the man carefully examine the interest rates to build a payment support program, starting first with the new Esqualo model. If successful, they could expand to other models later. Hearing this, Wang Shi smiled and closed his eyes, remarking on Dao Jun's apparent closeness to Shun Yang Motors that led him to personally propose a partnership. Dao Jun enthusiastically replied that since the Shun Yang Group companies belonged to his grandfather, he was naturally connected to them, though Wang Shi frowned and asked if that was the only reason. Dao Jun nonchalantly suggested they discuss that later and focus on business first, causing Wang Shi to lean back and remark that his enthusiasm was quite interesting, as he had heard some rumors. The man narrowed his eyes and asked if Dao Jun was facing major difficulties, to which Dao Jun frowned and gestured broadly, blaming the car company's chairman for the mounting losses and impending bankruptcy. Wang Shi winked playfully, noting that while the light cars were losing money, selling just a few flagship models would compensate for half of those losses. He mentioned that Dushian Motors had a diverse product line, but Dao Jun smirked and retorted that their management was so excellent that they were simultaneously losing money and tarnishing the brand's image. This sight left Guang Kai stunned, after which he burst into laughter and slammed the table, relishing the chance to see his brother's contorted face. Dao Jun watched him calmly, stating that the situation could be reversed immediately by launching a car line that allowed credit card installments. That was our company's assessment, as Wang Zai wiped away a tear and noted that Sun Yang Capital would take all the 36-month installment plans. He then clasped his hands together, declaring there was no way he would let his company shoulder the 48-month installment packages. With a sinister look, Wang Zai said he would consider it if the Sun Yang Capital program was used, but he was startled when Dao Jun calmly smiled and agreed to the deal. A drop of sweat rolled down Wang Shi's cheek as he asked if he truly intended to completely scrap Shun Yang Capital's car financing support program. He warned that sacrificing company profits just to help others required careful calculation, but Dao Jun simply sighed and replied that they were not strangers, as Director Wu Shixuan was like a mentor who taught him everything about finance. He added that Shun Yang Motors was the legacy his grandfather left him, then lowered his head and remarked that while making money from money was easy, dealing with sales was truly exhausting. Hearing this, Wang Shi smirked at the gravity of the situation while observing the young man across from him who treated financial business like a game, which made him feel quite dizzy. Dao Jun quickly replied that it was active cooperation rather than a rivalry, prompting Wang Shi to clap and agree to view it as such for now, a smile appearing on his face as he mentioned he was once indebted. As the thought flashed through Dao Jun's mind, he wondered if the man meant he had used him to play a double-sided game during the acquisition of the credit card company. Wang Shi spread his arms, stating that he first had to test this credit card installment program, and if it proved to be all risk with no profit, then they should act as if the conversation never happened, while Dao Jun smiled to himself, knowing the man couldn't lose money given the card fees and interest rates. He realized he needed to finalize the deal before any hesitation set in, provided no credit card crisis occurred, so he stood up and spoke. He agreed that the man should do so, but told him to remember one thing, causing a surprised Wang Shi to ask what it was as he looked down, knowing exactly how much Dazun Motors earned from installments. Dao Jun confidently thought that if handled well, all those profits could be shifted to credit cards, a prospect that startled Wang Shi since Chairman T. She managed the car installment program. Seizing those profits would be a great temptation for Chairman Zhu Wangxi. And as a ray of light shone through the window, Rong Jai sat cross-legged, musing that life often makes one need what they once discarded, to which Dao Jun merely shrugged. He agreed, saying that had he known this, he would have just rested, as he never expected the car installment program could be integrated with credit cards. Rong Jai glanced over and asked who had come up with that idea, wondering if it was his, while Dao Jun maintained a calm expression. He replied that it was director Wu Shixuan's idea, as he believed Shun Yang's sales were declining primarily because buyers felt the financial pressure was too great. Dao Jun thought to himself that using the Shun Yang name instead of H and W made it feel like his own business, while Chen Rong Jai asked why they needed this when Shun Yang Capital already had a 36-month installment plan. He sighed, explaining that he wanted to raise interest and extend the payment period, but Capital strongly objected for fear of being seen as more expensive than competitors, causing Rong Jai to smirk at how calculating consumers could be. He noted that while longer terms increased total interest, customers only focused on the high interest figure and complained about the cost. As Dao Jun looked up, De Zun Credit Card Company expressed interest in active cooperation, while Shun Yang Capital hinted at using the installment program for the new model, leaving Rong Jai surprised by such concessions. Since automotive revenue was Capital's main source of income, Dao Jun watched the man closely and remarked that they simply had to support each other during such times. You know, Director Wu is famous for being meticulous, uncle. Besides, it wouldn't be right for us to take all the profits while burdening the credit card company. Rong Jai remained silent as Du Jun stood up and mentioned that Shun Yang Motors would send a proposal soon for his review, to which Rong Jai simply agreed. He bowed politely and left while Rong Jai silently watched Du Jun's retreating figure. With the path cleared and his uncle's indifferent expression, it was time for the HW Motors team and the credit card company to negotiate. The bustling streets stretched ahead, yet danger was visible everywhere. With just a bit of attention, one could see a crisis was imminent, but stopping now was no easy task. As people bustled about, the struggle of those living on loans mirrored the greed of credit card companies luring new clients for transaction fees. Bank cards were used everywhere, and even for car purchases worth tens of millions of won, the companies never waived those lucrative fees and interest rates. He placed the folder on the table and announced the contract was signed, noting as he sat that increased sales would offset the high transaction fees. Du Jun smiled and asked if he had met him in person, noting that the two credit card companies were preparing to launch a massive advertising campaign. He remarked that their S-Kilo line would benefit from the fame, while he turned and noted that the man wasn't exactly a stranger. Du Jun inquired if he had said anything else, causing De He to frown in anger and remarked that the man spoke as if HW Motors belonged to him. He grumbled irritably that the man kept repeating Shun Yang Motors throughout the meeting, which was infuriating, to which Du Jun replied calmly. He clearly called HW Motors Shun Yang Motors on purpose, as if he intended to direct operations like the company chairman. He gritted his teeth in silence, surprising Du Jun, before grumbling that he was speechless because the man claimed the concept had issues. He argued that the car lacked international competitiveness and shouldn't be launched, then rambled to Du Jun about focusing on mid-sized cars while meddling incessantly. He asked what had been said to him, and he pointed away, stating that if they weren't in the middle of negotiating the installment contract, he wanted to scold him for meddling but had to concede to avoid losing the deal. Hearing this, Du Jun simply smiled and told him he had worked hard. On the surface, all three companies seemed to be thriving, as young people comfortably swiped their cards for expensive two-seater coupes. The allure of earning points was irresistible, and thanks to the debut of the credit card car installment program, the credit card markets of Shun Yang and Dexian were set ablaze as new customers flocked in, some rushing to dealerships the moment they saw the monthly payment rates. A cheerful voice echoed in the office suggesting they raise the sales target to 7,000 units, as De He was now ecstatic and aimed to sell over 10,000. The company is considering raising the sales target to approximately 12,000 units. Dao Jun asked curiously, wondering if profits would dip slightly due to credit card transaction fees. De Hao rubbed his chin in thought, noting that while total profit might remain similar to the 7,000 unit target, increased production would lower capital costs, though that wasn't the primary concern. There was something far more significant at play. Dao Jun remained silent and listened as HW Motors established a brand image entirely distinct from Dexian. Unlike a manufacturer that merely churns out repetitive models season after season, the most crucial factor was that the younger generation's first vehicle was an HVK. This effectively secured a loyal customer base, causing Da Hao to laugh heartily as he imagined Chairman Zhu Ben De Hun screaming in frustration over selling light cars at a loss while sedan sales plummeted. It would be strange if that man weren't driven mad with rage. He agreed, knowing that once their advertising campaign officially launched, the situation would intensify. Even more so, he interrupted Dao Jun, since the two most expensive sports superstars currently active have already signed exclusive contracts with us. The public will surely go wild, and I am certain the leadership at Dexian will be completely purged this time. He then asked if the man had his eye on anyone in particular. Setting aside personal relationships, De Hao was caught off guard by the sudden question and fell silent as he began to think deeply. After a moment, De Hao spoke, noting that only one person from marketing came to mind, someone who had been treated as redundant since Chairman Zhu. She took power and would surely be the first to be fired. Dao Jun nodded in agreement, noting that if the person was merely in marketing, there would be no reason to target them unless they possessed something truly exceptional. De Hao provided a brief introduction, explaining that this man was the pioneer who planned Dexian's participation in major international rally championships. Currently, no one in Korea understands rally racing as well as he does, but because Dexian's performance was lackluster, Chairman Zhu, she lost all interest in the endeavor. If one acquires a European sports car brand, participating in rally races is a must to showcase the technology. Hearing this, Dao Jun smirked and spoke with confidence. The first person dismissed by Dexian will be the very first individual we recruit. In 2003, the Financial Supervisory Commission uncovered a massive issue involving credit card bonds that shook the financial market. Credit card bonds are short-term loans utilized by credit card issuers to provide advance payments for the amounts charged by their customers. While the scale of credit card bonds was estimated at 50 trillion won, the Financial Supervisory Commission's investigation revealed the actual figure exceeded 90 trillion won. On March 17, the Financial Supervisory Service announced comprehensive measures for credit card companies, partially easing strict regulations to assist them in raising capital. However, the problem stemmed from the company's own excessive tightening. Self-rescue included the pressure to inject their own capital to reduce bad debt, prompting Dong Jai to ask his subordinate about short-term bonds. Han Yilun reported anxiously that they were currently surviving on surplus capital from affiliated companies, but he feared they could only hold out for a few more days. Zhang Zhu quickly added that while they had temporarily eased card limits, cash services would have to stop next month because the company had run out of funds. The meeting room fell into a sudden silence before El Han nervously stated that they had to secure more capital from affiliates to avoid a major crisis next month. Rong Chi flew into a rage upon hearing this, declaring it unacceptable for a credit card company to seek loans just to maintain its cash flow. He refused to let stable affiliates be dragged into this financial swamp, while another worried voice noted that stopping cash withdrawals would lead to a total loss of control. Hansen added that if Shenyang credit cards were suspended, it would severely impact both the card company's stock and the entire Shenyang group. Rong Chi ground his teeth and lashed out, demanding to know why they were only warning him of the danger instead of finding a way to overcome it. Rong Chi then asked about Dao Jun. No, he meant the bond situation at Shenyang Life, prompting El Han to report that 300 billion won would mature in 2 months. He admitted they could not afford the payment and had no choice but to request an extension, causing Rong Chi to clench his fists in a silent rage. When someone suggested it was time to discuss the government's self-rescue policy, the vice chairman asked in bewilderment what they meant. Mujin argued that they had to increase the credit card company's capital, as any other measure would merely be a temporary fix before the worst-case scenario occurred. That scenario involved a total halt of all credit card transactions. While others remained silent, Mujin confidently stood by his opinion. He believed the Shenyang name still held enough public trust that a capital increase wouldn't be an excessive burden, despite others trying to quiet him. Someone whispered to save that for later, but it was too late as Rong Chi seemed interested and asked how much capital would be required. When asked for a figure, Mujin quickly cited 400 billion won, prompting Rong Chi to knit his brows and ask if that amount would cause any issues. He explained that such an amount would not only resolve the immediate crisis, but also stabilize the cash flow, making a fourfold capital increase entirely feasible. Rong Chi then asked if they were issuing shares with a par value of 5 trillion won at 20,000 won each, and Mu Jin did not hesitate to clarify. He argued that for Shenyang, a total of 400 billion won, consisting of 100 billion in capital and 300 billion in surplus, should not be a problem. The group was now paralyzed with tension as they tried to warn him, but Mu Jin remained entirely focused on his presentation to the vice president. He insisted that the 800 billion won bond for Shenyang Life must be extended, as even a 400 billion won injection couldn't sustain it, leaving Rongqi in grim silence. After a moment, he let out a mocking chuckle and noted that since the situation had been thoroughly exposed, there was nothing more to discuss. Can we conclude this meeting now? He did not hesitate to leave immediately, and while everyone else rose from their seats, Rongqi suddenly turned back. Speak with me for a moment. Vice President Yao Han was startled to hear his name called and hurriedly followed as the sound of steady footsteps echoed. Yao Han followed timidly behind Rongqi, who issued a stern warning not to let him see that scoundrel again, then mentioned the Sun Yang life bonds. I will handle them myself, but as the CEO, you must resolve the remaining difficulties. Yao Han remained silent, not daring to utter a word while thinking to himself. If the capital increases by 100 billion won, the shareholding ratio will drop below 30%, and control over the Sun Yang credit card company will be lost instantly. Conglomerates would rather discard their subsidiaries than lose management rights, but given those instructions, Yao Han replied softly that he would try. Very well, I will do my best. Meanwhile, at the corporation, Shixian crossed his arms, appearing quite impatient as he demanded the truth. You anticipated this would happen, didn't you? Duo Jun remained composed, noting that this was a business where debts simply continued to pile up. Even if it hadn't reached this point, I felt it would be difficult to keep steering the company. Upon hearing this, he gave a mocking smirk, saying that regardless, ticking time bomb beside us has been pushed far away, which is a great stroke of luck, though Duo Jun did not share that sentiment. It is good that the time bomb is gone, but that doesn't mean everything is fine. Shixian felt some doubt and asked how things would proceed from there. Duo Jun remained calm, explaining that a credit card company is like a bank that lends first and collects interest later. If card issuance and credit limits are managed well, it is an excellent business. He had already formulated a plan, noting that banks conduct detailed investigations on every borrower and only lend once they have secured collateral. But credit card companies don't need that since terms are usually a month and amounts are small. By properly assessing credit and income at issuance, the risk of loss can be significantly reduced. Why reject such a business? Shixian remained worried, noting that reclaiming the credit card company wouldn't be easy, but Duo Jun quickly reassured him that there was no rush. However, we must accumulate shares as the price continues to drop. We have many ways to handle this smoothly, and taking back the card company will be simple. The challenge lies in securing two benefits simultaneously. The next day at Sun Yang Group, Rongqi roared in anger, questioning why the deadline could not be extended. Duo Jun remained silent for a moment before calmly stating that it was true, explaining to his uncle that even he was currently facing financial hardships. Rongqi was driven to a state of fury, and it took a while before his anger finally began to subside. Duo Jun continued to observe his opponent with a calm demeanor. He sat down in his chair with a huff and asked what he meant. Duo Jun admitted with feigned reluctance that he was currently strapped for cash because of the credit card crisis. Life and fire insurance firms are drowning in debt, and I have even considered taking out high-interest short-term loans just to stay afloat. I am so short on cash that I had to borrow from my father's hospital, so you must understand how pathetic my situation is. Rongqi was bewildered and speechless, recalling that consumer debt was only 48 trillion won back in 1999. By the end of last year, that number had surged to 268 trillion won, and the moment credit card limits were reduced, 3 million people were blacklisted for bad debt. Duo Jun spoke dejectedly, mentioning how insurance premiums paid faithfully every month have now become a crushing burden. If you do not step up to settle those bonds, I am afraid it won't be long before we are all in dire straits, so please reconsider. All our plans have crumbled, and the subsidiaries are struggling financially. At the end of the day, we are merely money lenders. Still, the eldest uncle has the industrial group, so his financial standing must be stronger than ours, right? Rongqi turned away in anger, stating that even the subsidiaries were facing bankruptcy, while Duo Jun secretly laughed. This would usually be a small matter, but this situation was different. He pretended to continue, suggesting that his uncle wait a while to see if the government would offer support. Rongqi firmly asserted that the government would not save them, as this financial crisis broke out just as the new administration took power. He believed that because the crisis stemmed from the public's reckless spending, no government would risk the controversy of a bailout. Duo Jun could not help but be impressed by his reasoning. If they wait until the payment deadline, they might truly go bankrupt. but he could see they had already made some preparations. He then suggested that his uncle try a private loan first. Rongjai replied irritably, saying that if borrowing were that easy, he wouldn't need help, as the banks were currently paralyzed by the credit card crisis. Dao Jun's tone became solemn as he asked about the eldest uncle, which left Rongjai looking somewhat stunned. With companies like Shanjiang Electronics and Monson, he has plenty of profitable businesses, yet I heard his reserve funds are also empty. His uncle's face darkened immediately as he asked if Dao Jun was playing innocent or intentionally making things difficult. But Dao Jun quickly tried to persuade him. He argued that this was no time for power struggles, as the government had announced that credit card companies needed trillions of won to stay afloat. With national bad debt at 90 trillion won, he asked his uncle to consider Shanjiang credit card's portion and urged him to resolve the matter before it was too late. Rongjai shouted, asking how he could suggest such a thing when he knew the man would never lend a single penny from the company funds. He insisted the man was only waiting for a chance to strike, but Dao Jun nodded and told him to stop asking for loans and start using threats instead. His uncle was confused by the daring suggestion, so Dao Jun explained that if Shanjiang credit card could not survive this, it would have to declare bankruptcy. Rongqi turned pale as if he had realized something, and as he muttered a question, Dao Jun gave a slight smile and told him to be honest about the bankruptcy. If the Shanjiang credit card company collapses, the industrial and construction sectors relying on its loans will falter, inevitably triggering a chain reaction across the Shanjiang Group's core subsidiaries. Rongqi was struck with astonishment as he understood their mindset perfectly. A Chaebol's greatest fear is being perceived as inferior to other heirs or dragging a subsidiary into a crisis. He would certainly be frantic with worry over public perception. So Dao Jun pressed further, noting that the shares held by both uncles combined with his own were all intricately linked. If even one person's shares are sold, the balance of power will instantly collapse. So spread the rumor that the only way to save Shanjiang from insolvency is to sell off shares in key subsidiaries. Rongqi furrowed his brows in suspicion, questioning if he knew that neither he nor his eldest brother would ever consider selling the company. They had never entertained the thought of abandoning the Shanjiang Group for even a second. Yet Dao Jun remained composed, asserting that negotiation required more than just words. It demanded concrete action. "You mean making people believe I have no choice left but to sell my shares?" the uncle asked with hesitation, wondering what specific action he was referring to. He immediately proposed his idea, suggesting that the uncle suspend the cash advance services, which caused Rongqi to flush with rage and shout as the atmosphere turned heavy with tension. Dao Jun eventually added that it would only be temporary, explaining that if Shanjiang credit card services were halted, the stock price would plummet, affecting more than just that single company. Instead, the entire group's stock value would crash, posing a true threat. Rongqi was stunned and asked in disbelief if he truly had to move against his eldest brother to prevent the worst-case scenario, to which Dao Jun nodded firmly. He confirmed that despite any reluctance, action was necessary, as the thing both uncles feared most was a collapse in the entire group's stock price. Even after some time had passed, Rongqi remained uneasy and questioned whether the stock prices of his own financial companies would also suffer a decline. He mentioned hearing that the casting company and Shanjiang Life Insurance were facing severe capital shortages, accusing him of being no different from his brother and merely teaching people how to ruin themselves. Dao Jun scratched his head in embarrassment, admitting it was true, while his uncle furrowed his brows and wondered why he was suddenly speaking such nonsense. Rongqi seemed to realize that he had another scheme in mind, causing Dao Jun to drop his smile and turn incredibly serious, noting that they had yet to grasp the fundamental difference between him and his uncles. He declared that if the future of the financial companies within the Shanjiang Group were to fall into ruin, he would be willing to discard them all, leaving Rongqi pale with panic as he gasped in shock. Ignoring the reaction, Dao Jun asked if he truly believed the credit card company would have been handed over if there had been any intention of keeping the subsidiary at all costs. He explained that one only needed to value the company's assets at a certain level, and then, before the crisis deepened, dismantle and sell them off at the highest possible price. His uncle's face flushed with fury as he barked, calling him a bastard and asking if he truly thought the company his grandfather had left behind was something that could be so easily discarded. "I have endured and overcome countless hardships to build the Sunyang Group into what it is today. If we sell or surrender every time we face an obstacle, the name Sunyang will lose all its meaning." Dao Jun remained silent, offering no immediate response. After a moment, he spoke calmly, noting that the times had changed and they couldn't rely on old methods to maintain the Sunyang name. Rongji cried out in disbelief, "What?" but Dae-jun warned him not to take the credit crisis lightly, as internal profits had plummeted with no sign of recovery. With internal earnings dropping sharply and showing no signs of a rebound, he suggested they simply buy the company back once the market stabilized. Rongji remained defiant and shouted, asking if he considered the company to be nothing more than common merchandise. Dae-jun did not hesitate to admit that, to him, it was exactly that. Although mergers and acquisitions seemed complicated, they were essentially just trading goods. Selling the struggling Sunyang Life now to buy a better insurance company later was the strategy. Renaming it would be enough, and perhaps the new company would be even more successful than the current one. His uncle was left speechless, unable to find an immediate answer. Dae-jun added that he shouldn't be blamed for this decision, as it was his uncle's own doing. Had the 800 billion won in bonds been settled on time, there would be no need to trade the company back and forth. The real cause of Sunyang Group's hardship was his uncle's credit card company. Hearing this, Rongji swallowed nervously, his hands clenched into tight fists. Observing his uncle's reaction, Dae-jun could tell his mind was in a state of total confusion, after hearing words only someone with no loyalty to Sunyang would say before the door was shut. Rongji stared toward the door for a long time before finally taking a seat and sighing heavily, wondering if he had to pretend to be fooled, even though he was well aware of the boy's dark nature. He questioned if he should do as he wished while the media continued to broadcast the news. Starting at midnight, Sunyang Card's cash advance services would officially be suspended, making it the second company after Kakao to halt such operations. A Sunyang Card representative claimed they were working hard to restore services as soon as possible, though the Sunyang Group had yet to release an official statement. That evening at the headquarters, Rongji and Dongji sat in the vice chairman's office. Dongji frowned irritably, asking what the plan was and if things would be resolved as smoothly as the press was told. Rongji admitted he was at a loss and had given up. Hearing this, the other man felt a surge of smugness, mocking how prideful his brother had acted before the failure. Rongji added helplessly that between the debt to Dae-jun and the card company's operating costs, they needed nearly 1.4 trillion won, a sum they couldn't find, not counting previous investments. Dongji smirked and remarked that their nephew had dealt him a painful blow. Right. His brother still tried to justify it, saying it wasn't necessarily a trick. He argued that he had benefited from the boy all year, and found it hard to believe that Dae-jun could have anticipated everything. Dongji adjusted his glasses and spoke slowly, noting that everything aligned with terrifying precision while Rongji listened in silence to what he had to say. Yangji harbored his own doubts, finding it hard to believe that the liquidation of the card company had been planned so meticulously, as Dongji attempted to explain. They say a few coincidences make a necessity, but I believe this is just a fluke. More importantly, we must secure 60 billion today to ensure services resume tomorrow. Yangji guessed his intent immediately, asking if he wanted a loan, which Dongji admitted, prompting that man to look at him with utter disdain for his audacity. Dongji no longer cared about such things, knowing bankruptcy was inevitable, but Yangji coldly told him to handle it himself. Stop complaining to me, he commanded, but Dongji loudly protested that he was truly penniless, to which Yangji suggested abandoning the card company. Losing a debt-ridden company was fine, but the real issue was Dae-jun, leaving Yangji bewildered as to what the boy could possibly have to do with it. Dongji then revealed that the heavy industry and construction shares were pledged as collateral and would fall to Dae-jun, though Yangji scoffed, dismissing it as Dongji's problem. To him, it was just moving shares from one pocket to another, whether held by a brother or a nephew, but Dongji continued to speculate. If the 800 billion isn't repaid to Sunyang Life, he threatened to sell all his shares and withdraw from the venture entirely. Selling everything to buy it back cheap later was exactly his style. Yet Yangji was struck with panic at the thought of him dumping all the shares. Is Dae-jun crazy? Dongji smiled meaningfully, asserting that the boy was the brightest among them and knew his threats would force them to recover the capital. Yangji fell silent, calculating that Dae-jun's 10% stake plus the 800 billion in collateral equaled at least 7% of Dongji's 33% holding. 17% of the shares could vanish in an instant. If they fell to fantasy, the firm would own 33% and become Sunyang's second-largest shareholder. By winning over other shareholders, fantasy could seize all of Sunyang, a thought that made him instinctively bite his lip before Yangji finally proposed a figure. I will provide 1.5 trillion in exchange. Dongji interrupted him without hesitation, asking if he wanted Dae-jun to surrender the pledged shares. Is that right? That man nodded in praise, remarking on his brother's sharp wit despite his age, though Dongji flatly refused. I cannot. If I surrender that 7%, I lose my chance at the seat beneath that portrait, so we might as well collapse together. Yanji gave a meaningful laugh, calling him a cruel bastard and noting his cleverness, though his plan still had many flaws, leaving Donji bewildered. That man nodded in confirmation, stating that if what he said was true, he could simply take the 1.5 trillion to Daejun, who would surely hand over the collateral. I don't care if Shenyang Card goes bankrupt. If Daejun and I reach a direct agreement in this room without you, what will you do? Donji stood frozen in shock, unable to find his voice as he furrowed his brows in deep irritation. Yanji pressed on. Why should I save Shenyang Card from bankruptcy? Instead of wasting trillions to save a company for a few commission pennies, wouldn't owning 7% of the group's shares be far more lucrative? Donji ground his teeth in a silent rage. Yanji, however, remained remarkably pleasant. It has been a long time since I've seen you this panic. Seeing your current state only reassures me that my choice was correct. That man didn't hold back and burst into a loud laugh. Donji didn't argue but merely let out a long sigh, softly remarking, "That boy Daejun is truly a formidable opponent." Yanji was momentarily stunned. "Daejun?" Donji nodded in confirmation. "Indeed, he just gave me a very valuable suggestion. Do not think Daejun is the only one who knows how to dump stocks. I can also liquidate all my shares in the group." Yanji laughed uproariously. "You want to sell your shares? Are you truly prepared to abandon the seat beneath that portrait? You, of all people." Donji admitted without hesitation that if he couldn't reach it even by crawling, he might as well let go. Yanji easily saw through him. "You should come up with a more plausible excuse if you want to beg for money. A man who would crawl toward that seat even if he lost his limbs is now saying such things." Donji only smirked. "There are still many things you do not know." Yanji began to lose his temper. "Enough!" Yet Donji refused to stop. Sometimes the desire to destroy is even more intense than the desire to build. The urge to prevent someone else from sitting in that chair is greater than my own ambition to occupy it. If I sell all my shares, no one will ever sit in the chairman's seat of Shenyang Group again. Once control over the subsidiaries is lost, Shenyang will dissolve and the chairman's seat will vanish along with it. Hearing this, Yanji only curled his lips into a smile, his voice brimming with confidence. "No, you could never bring yourself to abandon Shenyang, so go ahead and try." Donji was left in a state of confusion. Yanji stood up and added, "Enjoy the chairman's office while you still can, because you won't have another opportunity to step foot in here again." He then slowly walked out. Donji was so enraged that he ground his teeth. The following morning at the group headquarters, someone entered. Upon arrival, Yanji remarked, "It is truly difficult to meet even though we are in the same building. What has kept you so busy?" Daejun stood up to receive him. "I apologize, uncle. I should have come to visit you sooner." Yanji quickly gestured for him to stop. "All right, no need for formalities. Sit down. You know the reason I called you here, don't you? The current situation has become extremely grave." He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, is it because of the credit card crisis?" Yanji continued. He boldly claimed he would resolve it in a day, but the cash advance service has been paralyzed for 3 days now. Most affiliated stores are refusing to accept Shenyang cards, yet your second uncle just stands by and watches. Daejun had been aware of this for a long time. Yes, this matter has been on the front pages of the newspapers constantly. Some even suspect this is an intentional default. Yanji smirked with a look of utter contempt. An intentional default? What nonsense. You know very well he isn't that kind of person. Daejun did not hesitate to voice his thoughts. "If it were me, I would let the company go bankrupt." Yanji cried out in shock. "What?" He explained further. When Shenyang Card was handed over, the group's shares were completely withdrawn. Shenyang Card is an independent company, entirely separate from the group. A card company's essence relies solely on people and money. So even if it collapses, it won't affect the heavy industry subsidiaries. Just let it go bankrupt and stir up all the filth. Isn't this a prime opportunity to sweep away the remnants that have lingered for so long? Yang Jai nodded slightly and added, "You can do that, but not with that other line." The name Sun Yang carries a completely different significance for him than it does for you. He won't simply abandon a subsidiary like that. Du Jun calmly countered. "Do you truly believe that?" Yang Jai pushed up his glasses. "Yes, regardless, let's set that aside for now. I summoned you for another matter." Du Jun quickly responded, "Please go ahead, uncle." He didn't hesitate to get straight to the point. "I want to buy back the shares you used as collateral when the credit card company is handed over to Dong Jai. What do you think?" Du Jun was feeling quite satisfied at that moment. He finally brought the matter up. Yan Jai remained silent, waiting for Jai Jun's response. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. "I cannot give you an answer right now because the deadline is still 2 months away. They still have a chance to settle the entire debt." Jai Jai asserted confidently. "That will not happen. Without our capital, Dong Jai cannot survive this crisis." Dao Jun asked back with concern. "But they could also use stocks as collateral to borrow from financial institutions, right? According to business practice, shouldn't we wait until then?" he realized the truth. Vice Chairman Jin Yan-jai wasn't presenting a bleak future for Sun Yang. He was targeting the collateral currently in his hands. As expected, Yan-jai asked for the value of those bonds. Dao Jun did not hesitate to answer. 800 billion won. Yan-jai then made a generous offer. I will pay double the value. Sell those bonds back to me. Dao Jun was celebrating inside because he had taken the bait, but he feigned confusion. Yan-jai stopped hiding his intentions. You are an expert in this field, so you must be quite free. Bonds are just a commodity that can be traded at any time. If Dongjai pays the debt, I lose 800 billion, but you will surely profit. Right? Dao Jun hesitated, then said, theoretically, that is correct. The man asked impatiently, or do you plan to use Sun Yang Group's controlling shares to overthrow your uncle and take the chairman's seat? Dao Jun's eyes widened in shock. Even now, he was still being tested. He quickly denied it, saying that managing a few financial companies was already exhausting. Yan-jai was impatient. Then sell them now. There is no reason to hesitate when doubling your money. Dao Jun asked for more time. Can you give me 1 day to consider? The man's face darkened as he warned, if you plan to refuse me tomorrow, then do it now. He wanted to know the boy's true intentions. Dao Jun became cautious. The hostility was too obvious now, and he had to avoid it at all costs. He feigned innocence. Why do you say such scary things? I only need time to review the contract terms to give the best answer. However, Yan-jai did not believe him easily. Really? If you delay more than a day, I will assume you have other intentions. Dao Jun looked at him and sighed. This way of cornering people was exactly like his grandfather. He spoke up to reassure him. I will not let that happen, uncle, at least not for now. He knew he must not become that man's enemy. Later, at a luxurious location, Dao Jun bowed politely and spoke. Thank you both for coming on such short notice. Financial Supervisory Commission Chairman He Jun replied, you said you would help solve the problem, so of course we came. Policy Bureau Director Wu Bin sat silently nearby. Dao Jun understood immediately. If his words were empty, the man would leave at once. First, please have a seat. Dao Jun spoke politely as he gestured toward the table covered in a variety of rich dishes. Since both of you are the busiest people in the country right now, I'll get straight to the point. Yuan Bin happily agreed. That sounds good. Actually, I was going to suggest the same thing, he replied seriously. What do you two think about Sun Yang card? Both of them suddenly fell silent. After a moment, He Jun spoke up. Since you brought it up, I'll be blunt. Compared to other card companies, Sun Yang card is still quite stable. A 400 billion injection would be enough to put out the immediate fire. With the Sun Yang Group's ability to raise capital, shouldn't they be able to handle this easily? Yet, they suddenly suspended their services. Aren't they openly defying the government? Dao Jun listened in silence as Yuan Bin added. Some card companies can't survive even with a 1 trillion injection, yet they're still trying to save themselves. Meanwhile, Sun Yang is just giving up. They're evading responsibility, aren't they? He Jun nodded repeatedly in agreement. Confused, Dao Jun asked, what do you mean by defying the government? Yuan Bin reacted strongly, saying, you really don't know. They're trying to force the government to bail them out with public funds. Hearing this, he realized they were still unaware of the internal conflict. He Jun said bluntly, come on, tell us what you want. Dao Jun didn't hesitate to propose. Please issue an order to suspend Sun Yang card's operations. Those cards are useless now. A suspension order is all it takes. He Jun was stunned. What? Yuan Bin couldn't help but shout. Do you realize the consequences of what you're saying? Dao Jun nodded firmly. Yes, it will be the first credit card company to go bankrupt. Choking with rage at his words, the man stammered. Are you trying to fan the flames? The entire card industry is already, He Jun calmly advised. Let's hear him out first. Please be quiet. Hearing that, Yuan Bin sat back down in silence. Dao Jun then explained, the new government has just taken office and hasn't even hosted a banquet for the chairman at the Blue House yet, but they're already facing this situation. You must be quite flustered. Therefore, you're likely weighing how much pressure to put on the Chaebols, but those tycoons won't back down so easily. Yuan Bin remained silent while He Jun seemed lost in thought. Dao Jun continued, the order to suspend Sun Yang card's operations will serve as a powerful message from the new administration. With such a severe penalty, the Chaebols will be forced to be cautious. After a while, He Jun set down his glass. But if that happens, Sun Yang card will go bankrupt. They won't have a chance to save themselves or do anything else. Don't you realize how massive the shock of Sun Yang card's bankruptcy would be? Dao Jun smirked slightly and confidently gave his assurance. As for all the aftershocks, I will take full responsibility for them. He Jun still didn't understand. What do you mean? Dao Jun explained further. If Sun Yang card goes bankrupt, as you said, it will be a massive shock to the public, and people will fall into a total panic. it's possible that affiliated stores will start refusing other credit cards as well, because they'll fear not being paid for card transactions. Yuan Bin quickly added, furthermore, if the fear of a chain of bankruptcies spreads, short-term bonds might stop circulating, leading to a complete freeze in capital flow. Dao Jun nodded in confirmation. I'm well aware of that, but wouldn't that be the strongest possible message to send to the Chaebols right after the new government takes office? Since this is the Shun Yang group, He-jun agreed that if the entire shock could be absorbed, it would be feasible. Since Duo Jun was willing to share, he would prepare a business to immediately acquire Shun Yang card. He was stunned by the mention of a takeover. Yuan Bin sighed in frustration, noting that no one would want to buy a credit card company now, even if they were paid to do so. He-jun formally called out to Jin Duo-jun, who immediately responded, "Yes, Chairman." He-jun remained hesitant, saying it wasn't as simple as it sounded because you know your grandfather's power well, don't you? Duo-jun asked if He-jun would proceed if he could handle that matter. He-jun couldn't give a firm promise, as everyone was struggling with card companies and no one would buy a bankrupt one. He immediately took out his phone and asked for a moment before inviting the director in. Both of them were bewildered as a person quickly appeared. That person walked in slowly while the other two looked on in confusion. Duo-jun calmly put his phone away, noting that whenever the Korean economy fell into a crisis, this was the individual who stepped in to rescue bankrupt firms. Shixian introduced himself as the director of fantasy, Wu Shixian. He-jun stood up in amazement. He remarked that tonight's dinner would likely be a long one. After the greetings, they all sat down properly, and Duo-jun spoke first, as he already knew. Although Fantasy was a foreign capital fund, it was a model investment firm where ownership and management were kept entirely separate. He-jun admitted his surprise, confessing he had expected them to dismantle and sell the Ye-jin group immediately after the takeover. He hadn't expected them to develop it to this extent. Shixian didn't hide anything, stating that acquiring Shun Yang card would be no different. They plan to apply advanced American management styles to restructure the company, making it transparent, healthy, and free of bad debt. Yuan Bin asked curiously. He asked if the buyer was the Fantasy Investment Fund, but Shixian shook his head, explaining they would establish a separate legal entity as a subsidiary of American Fantasy. This was because the major conglomerates still viewed Fantasy with suspicion and discomfort. He-jun then asked to pose just one question. He asked for the honest reason behind wanting to buy a credit card company during such difficult times. Shixian received the question very calmly. He then gently explained that the primary reason involved the automotive industry, specifically the new HW model, the Esqualo. He-jun laughed, mentioning his daughter had just bought one. He added that he even had to act as her guarantor. Shixian nodded, confirming that Shun Yang Capital was originally responsible for the installment plans for that model. However, credit card companies were now handling it, and the current situation showed that sales were plummeting solely because of those card companies. Even though they had done nothing wrong, He-jun rubbed his chin in thought. Shixian continued his persuasion, stating he could no longer just stand by and watch. Therefore, they decided to enter the financial sector directly, as finance was essentially Fantasy's greatest strength. "We are confident we can outperform any other firm in Korea," Shixian stated while Dao Jun listened silently. Shixian then added a condition. "If you agree, I want to finalize everything as quickly as possible." Zia Jun was surprised by the aggressive timeline. Shixian didn't hesitate to admit, "Yes, I intend to acquire Sun Yang card within the first half of this year. If not Sun Yang, another card company will suffice. We cannot afford to be picky now." Zia Jun and his team were stunned. Dao Jun observed silently, knowing they had to hide their exclusive focus on Sun Yang card. Sensing something unusual, Zia Jun forced a smile and said, "Understood. I cannot give you a definitive answer at this moment. However, I will consult with the relevant departments and notify you of our decision soon." Shixian felt quite satisfied with that response. As the meal continued, Shixian sighed wearily, questioning if it was wise to acquire a card company burdened with so much bad debt. Dao Jun sipped his water in silence before replying, "I have a long-term plan. With a few years of hard work, it will stabilize and become a golden goose for us. Furthermore, my eldest uncle said he would cover the losses." Shixian was shocked. "Your eldest uncle? You mean Vice Chairman Jin Zhengji?" Dao Jun shook his head and corrected him. "No, I mean Vice Chairman Jin Yingji." Shixian was incredulous. "What? Why would he be involved?" Dao Jun gave a meaningful smirk. "Greed for shares has blinded him. He promised to pay an additional 800 billion to buy back Sun Yang's convertible bonds." Shixian gasped, "That's insane. The wealthy truly live in a different world. Wait, if we acquire Sun Yang card first and clear the debt." Dao Jun spoke softly. "Yes, that massive 800 billion will flow into our pockets, and we will own both the card company and those shares." Shixian was stunned. The next morning at the group headquarters, Jin Yingji was in high spirits, seeing no reason to pass up such a profitable deal. Dao Jun, however, appeared troubled. "Honestly, I feel a bit guilty," the man replied dismissively. "Guilty? Nonsense, there is nothing to worry about. It's all family money anyway." Dao Jun scratched his head awkwardly. "It's about my second uncle. I should have spoken to him first, but it was hard to bring up." Jin Yingji reassured him. "Fine, it's better if I handle it. I will take care of the difficult conversation." Dao Jun nodded obediently. "Yes," the man kept urging him. "I told you it's fine, just get the contract ready quickly." Dao Jun replied promptly. "I already have a draft ready. I will bring it over tomorrow morning once it's finished." When Dao Jun mentioned a legal review, Jin Dao shouted impatiently, "Forget the review. Just finish it and bring it here immediately. I will sign it and transfer the funds instantly." Dao Jun nodded in agreement. "Understood. I will see you tomorrow then." After finishing, he left the room. Yet Dao Jun felt uneasy. Everything was going smoothly, so why did he feel so anxious? He had met with the Financial Supervisory Commission last night. He should have received a call by this morning at the latest, but there was still no word. Meanwhile, at the villa, Yang Kaiyan sat leisurely sipping tea. "Did you rush here because you were afraid I would stand in your way?" Dao Jun was not surprised. It seemed the old man already knew everything. He asked with concern if the old man was all right, but the elder immediately retorted. "About what?" Dao Jun then clarified. "Won't this situation tarnish the Shun Yang name?" Yang Kaiyan frowned in annoyance as he looked at his grandson. "You caused trouble, and only now come here to check my mood." Dao Jun bowed his head and apologized for his actions. "Because everything happened so suddenly, I didn't have time to inform you." Yang Kaiyan continued drinking tea calmly. "Matters like this must be handled with lightning speed." "Fine then." He curiously asked if anyone had contacted him yet, and the old man nodded, confirming it happened early this morning. A high-ranking economic secretary from the Blue House called, claiming it was at the request of the Financial Supervisory Commission chairman. He repeatedly stressed that you were the one who first suggested it. That man has already realized this is an internal family war. Dao Jun was incredibly tense. Yang Kaiyan gently set his teacup down and called his name. He quickly responded, and the old man asked seriously if he was confident he could revive it. "A credit card company that is already in shambles." Dao Jun couldn't help but admire him silently, noting that the old man hadn't forgotten the core question and remained very sharp. "What should I do if I am not confident?" Yang Kaiyan answered bluntly. "Throw it away. I have told them that countless times already. The money game ends in either total bankruptcy or, even if profitable, being unable to escape the world's judgment." Dao Jun disagreed, stating that even if it was on the verge of ruin, he would rebuild it from the ground up to be rock solid, and Yang Kaiyan nodded. "Naturally, that is how it must be." He was a bit surprised, and the old man added, "Only a fool sells at the peak and then buys it back when it is about to go bankrupt. You are not like that. You must have a different vision to do this, right?" Dao Jun confirmed that in the future, he would make the card business a key player in Shun Yang's financial sector. And Yang Kaiyan began to lose patience. "Look at you still haven't finished. What else is there?" Dao Jun scratched his head awkwardly and admitted the truth. He was honest with Yang Kaiyan, detailing the reasons for his hurried meeting with the Financial Supervisory Commission regarding the card company's mortgage issues, and the deal with Vice Chairman Jin Yangji. That is how it happened. The entire house suddenly fell silent, and Dao Jun asked worriedly if the old man was okay. Yang Kaiyan looked dazed. "Yeah, why wouldn't I be?" he added. "It is because you are not saying anything." The old man sighed in deep frustration. "I am speechless and stunned by my own eldest son, who has shown just how foolish greed can make a person." Dao Jun waved his hands in denial. "Not at all. If I could seize 7% of the group's controlling shares, I would also spend the money without a second thought." Yang Kaiyan scolded him angrily. "The stupidity isn't there. It's why he didn't think like you. He should have focused on Shun Yang Card, a bottomless pit that requires endless funds to save. Yet that man, Yangji, only cared about the stocks." Dao Jun remained silent, not daring to say more. After a moment, he simply said it was just his good luck. Unless one had lived 2 lives, such thoughts would be impossible, as no ordinary genius could easily foresee the massive credit card crisis 4 years away. Yang Chen continued his reminders. "Humility is enough. You must treat your uncles as practical lessons. If greed blinds you, you'll get lost even with a map right in front of you. Remember this well. If your only motivation for seeking the Sun Yang chairmanship is greed for the position, you will never truly own this room. Never let your goals blind you to the ultimate destination. Otherwise, you won't hold this position for long." Dao Jun nodded in agreement. "Yes, I will sit firmly. Sun Yang's tens of thousands of employees will be the solid foundation for that chair." Jin Yangji, whose only goal was to pass Sun Yang Group to his son, had managed to keep this room. This would be a clash between Dao Jun and Yangji, and perhaps Jin Yangjun would also hold his ground. Dao Jun bowed and said, I will keep your words in mind, grandfather. Yang Chen made a suggestion. I'll make a few calls to help you. He was bewildered by the old man's words. Yes, who do you mean, grandfather? Yang Chen clarified further. That Sun Yang card debt. Ask them to help settle it all at once. Dao Jun pondered. How will the high-ranking officials interpret my grandfather's words? They might see it as pressure to reduce Sun Yang's debt, which could create an unnecessary burden for those who have to watch the new administration's expressions. No, what if they misunderstand it completely? Dao Jun scratched his head awkwardly, simply requesting a quick temporary announcement that the government would take strong measures. No need, I'll handle it myself. Yang Chen frowned in annoyance. Well, why calculate so intricately? The old man quickly grabbed the phone to call. Just say I'm submitting a civil petition to the senior economic advisor. Tell him it's urgent and invite him for afternoon tea to discuss it. Right, just meeting at Myeongdong near the Blue House is fine, Dao Jun suggested. If you have an appointment this afternoon, please have lunch with me today. I'll have someone prepare it at the hotel. Yang Chen spoke calmly. Why should we meet? You're the one who needs to go. He cried out in confusion. Pardon? The old man smiled meaningfully. Go meet them yourself and decide what to do. Dao Jun realized in shock that although his grandfather arranged it, he wanted to give him full decision-making power, which would also lessen the pressure on them. Wasn't this the most skillful assistance? He smiled happily and replied, Thank you, grandfather. Yang Chen also warned that it wouldn't be easy. You're not the only one who knows how to send a petition. Dao Jun was very confident. Since I'm the first to file, I at least have the upper hand. When the government makes the announcement, Vice Chairman Jin Zhangji won't remain idle either. He'll use every connection to stop the extreme measure of business suspension, and the senior economic advisor will surely be part of that network. Yang Chen agreed. Indeed, so many things happened in one day, and there will be more incidents ahead, so the one who starts first naturally has the advantage. Certainly. The old man silently watched his grandson with a meaningful look. At a certain building, Dao Jun bowed respectfully and said, Please excuse my intrusion. Shang Jiyumin, the senior economic advisor to the Blue House, extended his hand warmly. You are being too polite, Jin Daejun. Meeting in person to discuss this is much more efficient. If Chairman Jin were present, it would be difficult to speak so candidly. I assume you are not one for beating around the bush. Daejun agreed completely, noting that if there were no secrets, the discussion would conclude quickly, as it would be rude to delay such a busy man. As hot coffee was served, Daejun took the initiative to ask, What do you think of the move I am making this time? Does it look like I have a chance of winning? Zhu Min hesitated to give a definitive answer, saying it was hard to tell. You must show me your trump card first before I can predict the outcome. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that despite the man's claim of being direct, he was still playing political mind games. Daejun made a direct proposal. In addition to Sun Yang card, he would rescue one more credit card company that was on the verge of collapse. Zhu Min was surprised by his attitude. He explained plainly that since the government would not provide public funds, if Sun Yang card went bankrupt, one or two other companies would also fail to survive. We'll save one of them, so please take your pick. Zhu Min remained silent, unable to respond immediately, before finally letting out a long sigh. Honestly, I find this a bit hard to grasp. Taking on two debt-ridden card companies is an immense burden. Are you certain you can handle it? Daejun remained confident, stating that he only made the offer because he could handle it, as Fantasy Investments' financial power exceeded everyone's expectations. With American capital flowing in, it creates a positive image of attracting foreign investment to save a failing Korean firm. What do you think of this, sir? Zhu Min adjusted his glasses slightly. This trump card of yours is quite powerful. Daejun then asked if he wanted to hear about his second hidden card. What if the second credit card company belongs to the Daehyun Group? Zhu Min was stunned. Daejun confidently noted that they were barely surviving on life support. Without support from Daehyun Motors, they have no funds left. Zhu Min stroked his chin in thought, musing that a situation involving both Sun Yang and Daehyun would be quite intense. He smiled inwardly while watching the other man's expression. It made sense for him to be excited, as this was the perfect time to show the world something significant. Why not demonstrate the power and authority of the new administration by dealing with the two conglomerates manipulating Korea? It was a compelling vision. Daejun continued to persuade him, arguing that if these two were handled, other large corporations would fall in line to avoid becoming the next targets. They would quickly resolve bad debts and focus on stabilizing their businesses. Zhu Min nodded, admitting it sounded logical, though the stakes remained incredibly high. Daejun easily sensed his hesitation. He realized the man was complaining because he feared the media would cause an uproar. Zhu Min reacted immediately, noting that while they were in a honeymoon phase, the media would not stay quiet if the government attacked their major advertisers. To protect Sun Yang and Dehyun, they would launch an assault, turning the honeymoon into a nightmare in an instant. Dae-jun assured him that wouldn't happen, leaving the man bewildered. Huh, you're only now revealing that the biggest advertisers aren't the Sun Yang and Daxian groups, but Sun Yang Electronics and Dehyun Motors. Their owners dislike the heads of those other companies for reasons you likely know. Jiu-min understood as Dae-jun added that while not every newspaper would praise the Blue House, they would at least remain silent. Even the most vocal Han Sheng Yinbao has ties to Sun Yang Electronics, so they will likely offer only a perfunctory critique for appearances. You have no reason to worry. He was so stunned that he began to sweat, while Jiu-min stroked his chin in deep thought as Dae-jun quietly sipped his coffee. Jiu-min gave a knowing smile and asked what Jin Dae-jun stood to gain, noting that while he knew of the ties to fantasy investment, he couldn't fathom why Dae-jun would lead the charge to destroy his own family's subsidiary. Dae-jun frowned impatiently, reminding him that he had already explained that matter during his meeting with the chairman of the Financial Supervisory Commission, which Jiu-min then seemed to recall. You mean the complicated internal family issues? He asked, and Dae-jun nodded in confirmation, leading the man to dismiss the topic and address their current discussion. I must act as if this never happened, he said, surprising Dae-jun, who wondered why he was suddenly being evasive when this was clearly not a losing deal. Jiu-min admitted that since they couldn't use the power of the Blue House or the government to settle his family matters, Dae-jun would need to be specific about those internal issues for the meeting to be productive. Dae-jun listened in silence as the man frowned, stating he felt like he was being led by the nose and asking if Dae-jun understood, which caused Dae-jun's expression to darken. As Dae-jun and Jiu-min remained silent in the room, he realized that the man would only agree to act once he fully grasped Dae-jun's true intentions. He needed to present a more relatable and grounded scenario, rather than macro-level issues like personal share transfers. So Dae-jun continued the conversation. If the advisor still agrees with my proposal, then starting tomorrow, I will begin accumulating shares of Sun Yang Card and Daxian Card, focusing especially on Sun Yang Card. Its price has plummeted below face value, but once the market stabilizes, the returns will surely be tenfold, prompting an appreciative smile from Jiu-min. You are truly talented, Junior, he said, reminding Dae-jun that they attended the same university, though he wondered why the man was bringing up their school now. He asked directly how much Dae-jun planned to make from this deal, and Dae-jun noticed his tone had shifted completely, as he mentioned his capital was quite substantial. I am unsure of the exact profit, but if you are interested, Senior, just say the word. After all, I am just a student with no real use for such money. Jiu-min remained silent for a moment before telling Jin Dae-jun not to mimic the condescending attitude of the Chaebols. Dae-jun admitted that they never spoke as bluntly about money as he did, because their subordinates always handled everything without them needing to say a word. For instance, pocket money for small expenses doesn't require a quid pro quo, he said, surprising Jiu-min, who quickly regained his composure and replied that the label of money depends on its value. A massive sum is a bribe, while a small one is just pocket money. Is that so? Dao-jun nodded slightly. Quantity is merely a relative concept. Regardless, I have no desire to argue over this if I have inadvertently offended you. I sincerely apologize. To me, it is just pocket change for my parents, but for others, it is a sum that can alter their entire destiny. His words were not wrong, and Jiu-min understood. I did not say that to elicit an apology. I simply believe we should be more cautious with one another. In any case, I understand your point. Dao-jun asked directly, can I take that as a positive sign? However, the man shook his head in refusal. I cannot guarantee anything right now, but I believe this is a deal worth considering. Even so, he still found the response unsatisfactory. Such a vague answer is insufficient. I require a firm confirmation. A single mistake could cost me everything, leaving me with only 800 billion won in cash. What about the company and the shares? 3 years of effort were not meant to yield a mere few hundred billion. Dao-jun spoke solemnly to the advisor. Jiu-min reacted as he continued the serious exchange. A deal worth considering? I did not seek you out just to hear an answer like that. This is not just worth considering. It is an exceptional solution. To execute this plan, I personally met and lobbied everyone from the Financial Supervisory Commission to CEO Wu Qixian of Fantasy Investment. Is this not the very crisis the current administration has faced since its inception? I have provided an opportunity for you to resolve it cleanly while demonstrating the new government's strength. Yet all I receive is worth considering. Jiu-min was at a loss for words, and Dao-jun continued to express his stance directly. Your hesitation will displease Fantasy Investment. Taking over a company on the brink of collapse is already an extremely risky move. The new government should be the one acting with urgency before Fantasy changes its mind. Jiu-min tried to advise him anxiously, Jin Dao Jun, please stay calm. Dao Jun stood up abruptly. I will give you exactly 1 hour. If there is no clear response by then, I will act as if this meeting never took place. The man gasped in confusion. What? 1 hour? However, he ignored him. You are the senior economic advisor to the Blue House, are you not? Summon the relevant ministers and present this to the president immediately. 1 hour is more than enough. Any further delay will only make me doubt this administration's competence, and that doubt will turn into a loss of trust. If you cannot resolve this issue decisively, I will be the first to withdraw from everything. That is my final word. With that, Dao Jun walked out. Once you have backed an opponent into a corner, you must never leave them an escape route. Sometime later, back at the corporation, Dao Jun was so anxious that he could not sit still, pacing back and forth. Xixian remarked irritably, honestly, you're giving me a headache. Just sit down. Even if this fails, you still have your 800 billion won intact. Is there a need to be this stressed? You haven't lost anything. However, Dao Jun did not see it that way. He will certainly think so, but to me, this represents a 7% increase in my chances of reaching my grandfather's office. It is a grand objective that 800 billion won cannot match. Xixian smirked and told him to rest easy, as the plan was flawless, with no villains or victims except for themselves. Dao Jun asked in confusion if he meant them, and the man nodded, confirming they were proceeding because they trusted his word about the credit card industry's bright future. If this sector fails to expand, they would suffer heavy losses. Dao Jun called out to him, and Xixian immediately looked up and asked what he wanted. He asked how much cash was currently in the man's wallet, leaving Xixian bewildered as to why he would suddenly bring that up. He inquired if the number of cards exceeded the amount of cash, and after checking his wallet, Xixian confirmed that was indeed the case. He noted that aside from a backup check, the wallet held nothing but cards, representing the future of the industry, while Xixian remained silent. A phone suddenly rang, and Dao Jun answered it immediately, acknowledging the advisor and noting that Jiu Min had provided a response. The meeting had concluded with a consensus to proceed with the plan. He acknowledged this, stating he was with CEO Xixian and would report back, much to Jiu Min's delight. Dao Jun politely said he would follow up later, thanking the advisor and apologizing for his previously impulsive behavior. After a few more words, the call ended with the assurance that everything was for the collective good and that an official government announcement was imminent. Dao Jun happily announced that it would be the signal to begin their cooperation, while Xixian clapped, remarking on how they had succeeded without any effort. He noted that his two uncles had suddenly been made to look like fools, adding that the eldest must be the most devastated after losing 800 billion won in 2 months. He wondered how much that arrogant face would contort. Meanwhile, at the corporation, a worried subordinate was advising the vice chairman. They could not simply wait for their demise and needed a rescue plan immediately as the situation worsened, a sentiment by who echoed. Cash advances had been suspended for some time, drawing a fierce reaction from the financial sector. Yet Rong Jai massaged his temples, claiming users were already accustomed to the change. He told them to hold on a bit longer as he would resolve everything instantly, leaving the group in silent apprehension until Yin Xiu rushed into the room. Yin Xiu urgently informed the vice chairman that something had happened, and when Huishi asked why he was so frantic, he urged him to look at the news. He quickly turned on the television to see a breaking news report that the government had suspended Shun Yang Card's operations, leaving everyone in the room stunned. A glaring headline on the screen announced that the decision was final. Starting at midnight on April 20th, Shun Yang Cards would no longer be functional. Zhang Qi's face darkened as he realized that in just 2 days, the credit card company's flagship product would be reduced to nothing more than a worthless piece of plastic. The room was thick with tension as everyone held their breath and remained motionless, while Zhang Qi stood frozen in shock, oblivious to the phone that had suddenly begun to ring. As news of the operational suspension broke across all media platforms, a knock sounded at Yang Qi's door, and he invited the visitor in, having already been expecting them. Zhang Qi entered with a look of deep resentment and a furrowed brow, remaining silent while the news anchor's voice continued to drone on in the background. The suspension of Sun Yang Card represents the most aggressive action taken by the new government, escalating the credit crisis to a critical new stage despite orders for companies to manage their own recovery. Since Sun Yang Card failed to take significant action, the financial elite view this as a stern warning of the government's resolve to end the crisis. Yet the Sun Yang Group has made no official move. They have yet to issue an official response to the government's maneuver, leading Yang Qi to remark on how remarkably bold the current administration has become. Zhang Qi got straight to the point, asking if this was some kind of prank, but the man immediately denied it, claiming he had no ties to the government and had not interfered in the matter at all. With only 2 days remaining, Zhang Qi was forced to plead for help, insisting that the company must be saved from bankruptcy and demanding an immediate injection of 400 billion. Yang Qi waved his hand in refusal, claiming he had no money, which made Rong Qi grind his teeth in fury and shout that he had already warned him. "If I'm pushed to the brink, I'll do anything," Rong Qi threatened. But Yang Qi just sat there nonchalantly and calmly asked if he was referring to the threat to sell the group's controlling shares. Rong Qi felt increasingly irritated by his brother's composure, prompting Yang Qi to suggest that if selling the shares could resolve the issue, it was the only responsible thing for a business leader to do. "Isn't that the duty of a corporate head?" Yang Qi asked, causing Rong Qi to shout "brother," as a stack of documents was suddenly tossed onto the table. Yang Qi spoke slowly, noting that timing is everything, and his brother's threats were now hollow. Before telling him to look at the papers, Rong Qi opened with trembling hands. His face turned bright red with rage as Yang Qi smiled triumphantly, revealing he had signed the deal days ago, and that Rong Qi now owed him 800 billion. He added that if Sun Yang collapsed, he would gain 7% more shares, so he had no reason to help and actually hoped for its swift bankruptcy. Rong Qi's hands shook uncontrollably as veins bulged on his forehead in anger toward that brat Dao Run, while Yang Qi continued to add fuel to the fire. "Don't blame my innocent nephew. He had to endure your temper, but he couldn't risk losing an 800 billion debt," Yang Qi said, causing Rong Qi to slam the documents down and shout at him. "Do you really think the shares I put up as collateral are only worth 800 billion? Rong Qi asked. But Yang Qi remained calm, noting the boy knew those shares were priceless even if the situation was now clear. Yang Qi remarked that the boy Dao Run valued money more than the chairmanship and was quite calculating for his age, likely realizing that taking over Sun Yang was impossible, though Rong Qi still refused to believe it. Rong Qi wondered if he had misjudged the boy's ambition, which he thought exceeded both uncles combined. While Yang Qi boasted that with 43% of the shares, he only needed 8% more to become the chairman of Sun Yang. He planned to sway the board and toss a few subsidiaries to Zhao Jun or Wu Qixian to settle things. While Rong Qi looked completely devastated, Yang Qi continued relentlessly, suggesting that if Rong Qi surrendered his remaining shares, he could keep his vice presidency and current subsidiary, since he clearly possessed a strong passion for business. "Besides, we are blood relatives, and family is always better than outsiders regardless of what anyone says," Yang Qi added, leaving Rong Qi so infuriated that he was speechless. As he turned to leave in a huff, Yang Qi warned him to watch for tomorrow's front page of the Han Cheng Raibao, leaving Rong Qi to frown in confusion and ask what he meant. Yang Qi didn't hesitate to reveal that he would give the media the green light, allowing those who had only watched from a distance to finally tear the Sun Yang group apart. He warned that Rong Qi would become a disgraced director overnight, ensuring that no one would want to deal with him and leaving him with no way to escape his predicament. Rong Qi slammed the door in a rage and stormed out, disgusted that the man who had just lectured him on the importance of family could speak so ruthlessly. Yang Qi laughed loudly in satisfaction. While at the villa, Rong Qi went to see Yang Kaiyan, who immediately got straight to the point. When Yang Kaiyan asked who had taken the shares, Rong Qi dejectedly admitted it was his brother, to which the old man calmly replied that it was a relief and snapped at Rong Qi's protests, saying it was lucky they hadn't gone to an outsider. "What if some random person enters and seizes Sun Yang's shares?" Dong Jai said urgently. "There is still enough time to reclaim them." Yang Chen understood his meaning. "So you have the time, but you lack the funds?" He nodded in admission. "Yes," the old man quickly followed up. "So you aren't planning to beg me for money, are you?" Dong Jai pleaded shamelessly. "I apologize, father. Please just help me this once." Yang Chen coldly refused. "I have no money. When the group's shares were divided, I made it clear that I would not interfere even if you went bankrupt." Dong Jai thought resentfully that his father hadn't even transferred the inheritance to him yet. Everyone knew the old man had trillions stashed abroad. Even a small fraction would solve everything. He refused to give up. "Father, I beg you, I won't ask for money anymore. Just please make one phone call to the bank." Yang Chen replied irritably. "Let the banks empty their pockets to see my wealth." Dong Jai waved his hands, explaining, "That's not it. Please, father, just act as my guarantor for a loan." The old man snapped back. "In your dreams, bank presidents in Korea are like fish on a chopping block right now. With the government scrutinizing every detail, they wouldn't dare issue an illegal loan. You don't even have anything left to use as collateral." Dong Jai bit his lip, not daring to speak, and lowered his head in dejection. Yang Chen looked at his son and seemed to feel a hint of pity. His voice softened. Dong Jai? He quickly replied, yes. Yang Chen asked him directly. You've never faced a real hardship before, have you? Dong Jai shared candidly. Father, even though I've only walked the flower-strewn path you prepared for me, it's impossible to never stumble. Yang Chen brought up something else. I am talking about a life-or-death crisis, a situation hanging by a thread. Dong Jai pursed his lips, thinking that if this wasn't the moment, then when would it be? His father knew but still asked. If his older brother secured over half the shares, he would be ousted from Sun Yang's headquarters and left to live like a hollow shell. Yang Chen patiently lectured him. The ancients said that within every crisis lies an opportunity. That saying exists for a reason. Overcome this trial on your own. Only then will Ying Jai truly respect you, Dong Jai said in confusion. To survive this crisis, my only option is to use all my remaining group shares as collateral for a loan. Yang Chen reluctantly agreed. Then do it. Those shares are the only valuable thing you have left anyway. Dong Jai felt as if he were falling into an abyss. He had been abandoned. Father! His legs couldn't stop trembling. He had been cast aside. Finally, Dong Jai left with a darkened expression, his figure looking utterly dejected. Yang Chen suddenly spoke with hidden meaning. He doesn't even know who stabbed him in the back, yet he runs here to threaten this old man. Meanwhile, at the annex of the central government complex, the exterior was under heavy guard. Inside, a tense meeting seemed to be underway, attended by the Vice Minister of Finance and Economy and the Senior Economic Advisor to the Blue House. The Director of Bureau, one of the Financial Supervisory Commission, was also present, along with several others. They were the creditors of Sun Yang Motors, and Wu Shixian was among them. Representing Power Investment, Jiu Min spoke first. Only 18 hours remain before Sun Yang Motors officially ceases operations. The best-case scenario is to revoke the suspension order. Second option is to minimize the suspension period as much as possible, or at worst, dissolve it entirely. At that moment, a creditor spoke up. How could you implement such an emergency measure without any prior notice? This is absurd. Is there a plan for our trapped capital? Everyone remained silent, and after a while, the director of the First Policy Bureau spoke. Zai Jun from the Financial Services Commission spoke up. And yet, aren't you the one sitting here, the leading banks of Korea, who poured money into short-term bonds simply because you blindly trusted the Sun Yang name? The creditors fell silent. Zai Jun continued. When lending 10 million to ordinary citizens, you demand all sorts of collateral and guarantees, yet you threw away tens of billions just because you trusted the word prestige. Is the government expected to act like debt-collecting thugs for you? Jiu Min added. Those present must decide on two things within the next 18 hours. First, how to handle the defaulting consumers who can no longer pay. Second, what percentage of debt recovery will satisfy you financial officials? Isn't that right? Shixian raised his hand to stop them. If you want me to take on all those short-term bonds, I will leave right now. As the director said, you risked your money just for the Sun Yang brand, so you must take responsibility, and that responsibility is the debt recovery rate. If I don't take over Sun Yang card, you know your bonds will turn into scrap paper, so please think carefully before you speak. There will be no bargaining or haggling. They remained silent, observing each other's expressions, until Hao Jun suddenly raised his hand to speak. Director Wu, first let me confirm one thing, Shixian replied casually. Yes, please go ahead. Hao Jun did not hesitate to share his thoughts. By saying that, can we assume you have already secured the management rights for Sun Yang card? Shixian quickly replied. If the outcome of today's meeting satisfies me, then tomorrow, I will buy up every share of Sun Yang card being dumped on the market, making me the largest shareholder with a 40% stake. By combining my shares with those of the financial sector, I will take control immediately. Furthermore, if everything goes smoothly, I am prepared to acquire the collapsing Dazun card as well, a detail that I believe will make your decision much easier. The creditors were stunned, hardly able to believe their ears. Shixian then asked for permission. To allow you to deliberate, I will step out for a moment. Please excuse me. He left quickly, leaving only the creditors behind. Zai Jun then asked for Director Wu's opinion. So, how do you plan to handle the delinquent cardholders? Shixian curiously asked if the government would forgive their debts, but he immediately denied it. No, we have no such plans. Living expenses might be one thing, but this is credit card debt. We fear public backlash for encouraging moral hazard, Shixian confirmed. If the government does not intervene, I will handle it myself. You need not worry. Jiu Min joined the conversation. Are you planning to sell the bad debt to specialized collection agencies, those companies that operate under the guise of credit information? They specialize in buying up bad debts that banks or finance companies have failed to collect, usually at 10 to 30% of the original value. They then unleashed a team of debt collection specialists who terrorized debtors like gangsters to seize assets. marking a golden age for these credit information firms. Xixian remained perfectly calm as he replied that Shun Yang's collectors alone wouldn't suffice, and since he refused to lose a single cent, he would liquidate all bad debts depending on the response of those whispering outside. They coughed a few times to break the tension, while others exchanged silent glances as Xixian continued his analysis. Shun Yang card is merely the opening shot, as all 8 credit card companies are currently locked in a life-or-death struggle against a wave of defaulters. If the current administration has made such a bold move, they must demonstrate unwavering resolve, for if they release debtor relief policies just to secure the upcoming election, they will swarm like hungry wolves demanding the government take responsibility for tens of trillions in debt, and we shall join that pack. Everyone fell into a silent state of deep reflection, while over in Rong Jai's office, the man carefully examined the documents in his hands before Xixian spoke up. I chose to meet you privately to avoid disturbing the shareholders' meeting, as the only real change is that the vice chairman and Shun Yang card are now parting ways. Rong Jai appeared somewhat perplexed and asked why he was being shown this, since a simple announcement regarding the change in major shareholders would have sufficed. Xixian boldly proposed a deal, leaving Rong Jai even more bewildered as he questioned why a deal was necessary if he was no longer involved with Shun Yang card. Xixian spoke candidly, noting that the Shun Yang name was the one thing that still bound them together, which immediately sparked a thought in Rong Jai's mind. Realizing the man didn't want to abandon the Shun Yang brand, Rong Jai cut to the chase and asked what he wanted, to which Xixian suggested they form an alliance. Rong Jai's eyes widened in shock as Xixian explained that while Fantasy holds roughly 16% of the group's shares, Shun Yang card has been completely severed from the system. If the group forced them to vacate the headquarters or change their name, they would have to comply, leading Rong Jai to make a deduction. Xixian nodded in confirmation, stating he simply wished to remain where he was as his employees were resistant to change. He explained that if the Shun Yang name and their workplace remained undisturbed, the staff would feel secure, noting that ordinary people don't care who sits on the throne. As long as their livelihoods are secure, they don't care who the hell the largest shareholder is. A realization that finally dawned on Rong Jai. When asked if this meant the management team would remain undisturbed, Xixian replied that while he wouldn't do a massive overhaul, he wouldn't make any absolute promises. He intended to remove the incompetent individuals who ignored the crisis, leading Rong Jai to realize only the primary shareholder was changing before asking what the alliance entailed. Xixian noted that since his 7% stake had fallen to his brother, Vice Chairman Jin Yang Jai, his position was failing, prompting Rong Jai to ask if Fantasy would use its 16% to back him. Xixian smirked, correcting him that it was 23% rather than 16%, because he was reclaiming the shares that had been used as collateral. Rong Jai's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized he had lost both his company and his shares, and with his 26% stake, Fantasy's 23% now made them nearly equal. Realizing that Fantasy could provide the support he needed, Xixian solemnly addressed the vice chairman, promising to help him maintain his current position. Rong Jai was stunned by the proposal, but Xixian continued to urge him, suggesting that their alliance could prevent Vice Chairman Jin Yang Jai from seizing control of the Shun Yang group. Rong Jai took the opportunity to criticize his brother's management skills, asking manager Wu if he knew how many companies the man had already driven into the ground. He claimed that over a dozen failures had been concealed, but Xixian remained unmoved, telling the vice chairman that such complaints were irrelevant to him. Xixian stated he had no interest in Jin Yang Jai's past incompetence and only cared about the present, leaving Rong Jai trembling with anger as he pointed out that the current business performance was impeccable. He noted that Shun Yang Electronics was currently very profitable, causing Rong Jai to lose his temper and shout that it was merely a result of favorable market conditions. Rong Jai argued that even a puppet could succeed in such a climate, to which Xixian calmly replied that he actually preferred Jin Yang Jai to remain as a mere puppet. Rong Jai was left speechless as Xixian explained that as a shareholder, he prioritized security and stable dividends over the risks of uncertain growth. He then asked for a definitive answer, leaving Rong Jai to hesitate and reflect deeply before finally making his choice. Having reached an agreement, Rong Jai accepted the offer, and Xixian prepared to leave, requesting that the Shun Yang leadership be notified of their partnership. As Xixian was about to depart, Rong Jai suddenly stood up and asked if he could ask one more question now that they were working together. Xixian was slightly surprised when Rong Jai bluntly asked about the true position of his nephew, Dao Jun, within Fantasy. Still feeling wary, Rong Jai wondered if the boy was the majority shareholder. But Xixian simply replied that Dao Jun had invested a significant amount and held a substantial stake. Xixian easily saw through his concerns and told him not to worry, as Dao Jun's goals and ambitions were entirely different from theirs. When Rong Jai asked what those goals were, Xixian admitted that he could not say for certain. He suggested that the young man's objectives were likely even grander than becoming the chairman of the Shun Yang group, leaving Rong Jai stunned as the door closed behind him. Rong Jai stood there muttering about goals greater than the chairmanship, but he soon realized he needed to focus on seizing the opportunity now that he was safe from his brother. He believed that by bringing Xixian to his side, he could fundamentally shake the foundation of the Shun Yang group, while news of the event continued to spread. The Sun Yang card incident that rocked the financial sector has been settled amicably, the Ministry of Finance and Economy announced. Following a marathon meeting, the government, financial leaders, and Sun Yang card stakeholders reached a dramatic deal, allowing services suspended for 2 months to resume at midnight. Yang Jai angrily interrogated him. "You worthless fool, what the hell is going on?" Jun, he was equally bewildered. I'm investigating it right now, sir." Yang Jai was infuriated by that answer. Good God! He couldn't resist striking Jun He violently. "You bastard, you're only looking into it now." He held his face in agony. I'm sorry, Vice Chairman." Yang Jai barked at him. "Get the hell out of here. Go to the Blue House or the Ministry of Finance and verify this immediately." Jun He hurried off to comply, while Yang Jai remained consumed by rage, his hands trembling. Yang Jai wondered in bewilderment. What on earth is happening? He scowled, feeling incredibly frustrated. After a moment of reflection, Yang Jai left and stormed toward Dong Jai's office. His irritation peaked as he burst in and shouted, "Dong Jai!" The man was sitting calmly, reading through files. Dong Jai was clearly annoyed by his brother's behavior. "Don't you know how to knock?" Yang Jai ignored him and pointed rudely at his face. "Hey, what's the deal? Are you still confused and unable to confirm anything? What are you talking about?" He got straight to the point. "Sun Yang card, what kind of trick did you pull? How did you save it?" Dong Jai sat there calmly reading. "That sounds strange. Were you hoping for a suspension and bankruptcy? Now that it's settled, you should offer congratulations or acknowledge my hard work. Shouldn't you say that first?" Yang Jai roared. "Stop the nonsense and talk." Dong Jai sighed heavily, feeling a headache. He spoke truthfully. "I only settled the liquidity problems. I cleared the debts and brought the services back online." Yang Jai pressed him. "How? Did you sell off all your shares?" Dong Jai shook his head and continued. "No, a wealthy man has acquired Sun Yang card. It no longer belongs to me." Yang Jai was left speechless as Dong Jai chuckled softly and added, "The stock price fell below 1,001. He bought up every share on the market and swept up the holdings of other shareholders as well. With a 42% stake, it is effectively a takeover." Hearing this, Yang Jai was filled with regret over the time Dong Jai had pleaded for help. He should have snatched up those dirt-cheap shares to take over the company himself. He yelled, "Who is it? To whom did you sell it?" Dong Jai finally snapped back. "Watch your words. I already told you I didn't sell. That man acquired the shares on his own, is that clear?" Yang Jai refused to back down. "It's all the same, so who is he?" Suddenly, another voice rang out in the room. "Were you looking for me?" Wu Shixian arrived just in time. "I didn't mean to, but I accidentally overheard your entire conversation." Chen Yangji was stunned by his appearance, while Chen Daejun greeted him warmly. Director Wu has arrived. The door wasn't closed and you were speaking quite loudly. Unless I intentionally avoided it, anyone would have heard. It's fine. The fault is ours." Chen Yangji seemed to have guessed the truth. Could it be you?" Wu Shixian bowed slightly. "Yes, I am the representative for the majority shareholder of Shenyang Card, Wu Shixian." The news hit him like a thunderbolt. Chen Yangji couldn't believe that the new owner of Shenyang Card was Wu Shixian. This was a serious problem. This man had nothing to lose and was ignorant of Shenyang's power. Chen Daejun immediately made his intentions clear. "I have some business to attend to with Director Wu. If you have other matters, let's discuss them later." Chen Yangji understood and turned to leave, but Wu Shixian called him back. That's right, Vice Chairman Chen Yangji. I have something to say regarding the debt repayment. May I see you after my meeting with the Shenyang Card Management?" Chen Yangji was bewildered. "What? Repayment?" Wu Shixian nodded as a reminder. "Yes, I believe we agreed to pay in 3 installments, but I would like to settle it all at once." Chen Yangji's face turned pale at the mention of shares purchased through bond collateral. Chen Daejun immediately stepped in to mediate. Now, let's discuss that later. Meet with the management first. They must be trembling with fear right now, terrified that their names are on the purge list. They deserve to know their fate soon so they can sleep soundly tonight, don't you think?" Chen Daejun lightly patted Wu Shixian's shoulder. The two of them exchanged meaningful looks. Chen Yangji grew even more furious at the sight. Later at the group headquarters, he had a private meeting with Wu Shixian and went straight to the point. Did you acquire Shenyang card? Wu Shixian didn't hesitate to admit it. Yes, I swept up all the shares that dropped below face value. As you know, it wasn't a very difficult task. He asked indignantly, why? Wu Shixian was taken aback by his reaction. Pardon? Chen Yangji questioned him irritably. Why would you target a credit card company drowning in debt? Do you think it's easy to revive? 3 million people are in credit default. There's no way to recover. However, Wu Shixian did not share that opinion. Is that so? In my eyes, the number of people remaining after subtracting those 3 million is far more significant. Chen Yangji pointed at him and shouted, are you trying to sell refrigerators to people in the Arctic? You aren't some amateur who believes the hollow words of those useless speakers, are you? Wu Shixian understood his opponent well. Chen Yangji's words were not wrong. The credit card industry was like a sky full of dark clouds with a dim future, but he didn't intend to follow or refute his every word. He responded calmly. Vice Chairman, everyone should mind their own business. It's quite rude to meddle in another's company. There is only one topic between us, the creditor and the debtor. Chen Yangji was driven to a frenzy of rage, gritting his teeth as the man dared to look him straight in the eye. He vowed to teach this insolent brat a lesson. Shixian added that he would follow the vice chairman's wishes, whether by repaying on the bond's maturity date or through a lump sum settlement. Upon hearing this, Yang Jai couldn't help but curse, thinking this would only benefit that brat Dao Jun, while Shixian's interest was piqued. I heard the news. They say you repurchased it at twice the price, Shixian remarked, and the man simply nodded before Yang Jai arrogantly proposed buying back his own collateral shares. However, Shixian would not let him have his way so easily, stating that he had no intention of selling and advising the man not to bring it up again. Yang Jai's face flushed red as he sat trembling with rage, gritting his teeth at the man's audacity. Shixian maintained a polite smile, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses as he looked toward the man and proposed an alternative to the shares. What if I were to buy you out instead, Director O Shixian? The man asked, causing Shixian to widen his eyes in surprise and ask for clarification. Yang Jai frowned and got straight to the point, noting with a smirk that since Fantasy held 16% and would eventually acquire Dong Jai's 7% collateral, the total would reach 23%. With the total reaching 23%, Shixian maintained a calm smile and reminded him that his philosophy was to keep ownership and management strictly separate. He calmly assured the man that he would not interfere in the operations of the Shun Yang Group, expressing his desire to remain in his current position. Instead, just provide me with a generous dividend at year-end, he said, but the man immediately signaled for him to stop, clarifying that was not his intention. In the tense atmosphere, Yang Jai's expression hardened as he explained that those shares could sway the entire Shun Yang Group, while Shixian sat back leisurely on the sofa. Parent company shares naturally exert control, so I see no difference, Shixian remarked, causing Yang Jai's face to redden with anger as his muscles twitched. Realizing the man was playing dumb, he gripped the arm of his chair and argued that the difference was vast, offering 25% of the Shun Yang Group based on revenue and profit. Consider the profits, scale, and brand, then pick a company for yourself, he continued, leaving Shixian stunned and wide-eyed at the mention of 25%. Yes, I am referring to the subsidiaries. I will hand over whichever one you desire, and I mean that in the most literal sense, the man confirmed. Yang Jai smirked, feeling he had control, as he listed the transfer of personnel rights, business strategies, and development goals. I will grant you full authority. What do you think? He asked, prompting a shocked Shixian to seek confirmation while Yang Jai wore a triumphant smile. I am not so idle as to treat this company like a game, he stated. But Shixian regained his composure and reminded him that as an M&A expert, he could simply liquidate those assets. I have no desire to exhaust myself with management, he added, causing Yang Jai to frown as he realized the negotiation was becoming increasingly difficult. He turned back with a relaxed expression and a gentle smile, thinking that even if this kid sold off every subsidiary, he could simply rebuild them, as Yang Jai's glasses gleamed. A devious smirk played on his lips, knowing opportunities to seize the chairmanship were rare, so he looked up at him and offered a polite, formal smile. I never reclaim what I have given, so whether you sell it all or drive it to bankruptcy is entirely up to you, he said as Shixian glanced at him briefly, while Yang Jai sat seriously at his desk, remarking that the brothers were truly alike. You two are identical, he noted, and hearing this, the man was curious and didn't understand the meaning, asking how they were alike, to which Shixian looked over and spoke. Vice Chairman Jin Zhangji made the exact same proposal, which startled Yang Jai, while Shixian lowered his brows with a sharp glint in his eyes, smiling as he said that despite different wording, their goals were the same. Join forces with me to kick the other out of Sun Yang, he revealed, causing Yang Jai to freeze upon hearing those words, his face contorting as he glared and questioned him. "Zhangji plans to cast me aside," he asked, and Shixuan shrugged and leaned back on the sofa, noting that while the phrasing differed, the vice chairman hadn't explicitly said he would oust his own brother either. Yang Jai could no longer sit still and demanded to know what the man had said, but he remained unfazed and answered calmly and directly. "My answer to both of you is the same," Shixuan said as he tilted his head and told him he had no interest, suggesting they just pay him generous dividends, leaving Yang Jai gnashing his teeth in frustration. He clenched his fists so hard his veins bulged, and though disappointed the man didn't take the bait, Yang Jai relaxed his grip, relieved he hadn't sided with his brother to attack him. Gritting his teeth and frowning at him, he warned that he must keep his word and absolutely never interfere in Sun Yang's internal affairs. Shixuan offered a faint, polite smile, stating that for him, it was best if Sun Yang maintained the status quo, which finally allowed Yang Jai to calm down. Returning to a serious tone, he asked what maintaining the status quo meant, to which Shixuan relaxed his expression and replied that it was meant quite literally. Yang Jai sat up straight and bluntly addressed the point, remarking that it sounded as if he were being told not to touch his younger brother. Shixuan spoke calmly and asked directly if he intended to make a move against him, smiling knowingly as Yang Jai clenched his hands and declared that a kingdom cannot have two kings. Shixuan responded composedly, stating that this was not the feudal era but a democratic nation where harmony was derived from checks and balances. Yang Jai flared up again, slamming his fist down and shouting that Sun Yang was not a country, his face flushing red with rage. With eyes wide and glaring, he roared that it was a private asset he had built himself, while Shixuan stood up and picked up his suitcase. "It belongs to the shareholders, not an individual, but I won't argue about that," he said as he looked at the man politely and offered serious advice, wanting to see a Sun Yang where the two brothers competed in their own fields. "You should abandon the idea of eliminating Vice Chairman Jin Zhangji," he said with his brows lowered and a firm gaze, speaking decisively as long as he remained an influential shareholder. "I won't just sit back and let that happen," Yang Jai shouted in a fit of rage, his facial muscles tensing as he glared at Director Wu. He stood there with a nonchalant smile despite Yang Jai's fury. Then Wu Shixian spoke directly with a serious tone. "With Fantasy's shares and that collateral, although I cannot personally choose the new leader of Sun Yang." His expression suddenly turned icy, and his gaze sharpened as he continued. "At the very least, I can drag down whoever is currently in that seat. This means that whoever joins forces with me will be the one to ascend the throne that the vice chairman just mentioned." Yang Jai felt the weight of every word, his face flushing even deeper with rage. The scene shifts to Rong Jai sitting on a sofa with his arms crossed and an annoyed expression, saying, "Just tell me what's on your mind." Yang Jai appeared and sat before him with crossed arms to begin the conversation, asking, "Shouldn't we settle the score with Wu Shixian?" To which the other replied, "What?" Rong Jai looked at him and asked point-blank, "If it weren't for Wu Shixian, were you planning to kick me out?" He answered decisively without any hesitation. "Yes." Hearing this, his face contorted and his eyes narrowed in displeasure. Yang Jai, now at his desk, finally made a serious proposal. "Rong Jai, let's purge all the outsiders from Sun Yang and start over." He began to use his silver tongue to persuade him, saying, "Look at the state of us brothers right now. If this continues, we'll eventually have to live at the mercy of Wu Shixian's whims." In contrast, he seemed to relax his face and accept his fate, saying, "There's no other way. That man only holds shares and does nothing. He just stands by and watches us tear each other apart. What can we do?" Yang Jai anxiously clasped his hands together, his voice tinged with urgency as he said, "That's why we must find a way. We can't just sit here and take it. I promise that if we drive Wu Shixian away, I will help you restore your shares to over 30%. Rong Jai felt a hint of doubt regarding his brother's words and asked, "Is that true?" Yang Jai's face grew more distorted as his lips curled with every word he spoke. "Of course, otherwise you would never agree to join forces with me." Rong Jai raised a finger and analyzed the situation, adding, "By the way, let's do one more thing. We must also deal with that brat Dao Jun's shares." Hearing that familiar name, he was suddenly jolted into remembrance. "Dao Jun?" Rong Jai's eyes turned sharp and malicious as he tensed his facial muscles and said, "Just think about it. What if the 10% he holds falls into Wu Shixian's hands? He would immediately become the second largest shareholder. Furthermore, if he uses Fantasy's financial power to acquire more stock, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become the largest shareholder." Yang Jai remained completely calm regarding this matter and leaned back against his chair, saying, Don't overthink it. The shares held by government agencies and banks are always on our side. Unless he seizes those, he can never become the largest shareholder. He didn't seem to care much about the issue and reminded his younger brother. Are you considering the possibility of Dao Jun joining forces with Wu Shixian? Rong Jai, on the other hand, crossed his arms and spoke very seriously about the matter. We cannot underestimate this. Recalling Wu Shixian's expression, he spoke with a grave face. Wu Shixian is Njai's friend after all. What if Wu Shixian slowly whispers into Njai's ear, and then Njai goes and persuades Dao Jun? What then? Hearing this, Yang Jai slapped the armrest of his chair a few times and said, Fine, let's deal with Dao Jun first so he doesn't get any other ideas. Rong Jai then gestured and proposed an idea. Instead of that, wouldn't it be better to bring Dao Jun over to our side? Hearing this, he asked directly about the plan. How? As his eyebrows lowered, he opened his mouth to reveal his plan. During the share restructuring, we'll give him an additional 10%. That way, only our family members will remain. It sounds much more reasonable. Hearing those words, Yan Jai was slightly startled and remarked that it was quite impressive, as Dao Jun's image flickered in his eyes with a sinister smile. Giving Dao Jun another 10%, and reclaiming it would be simpler than handling Wu Shixian. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the exterior of a massive villa. Inside a private study, Yang Qian sat in his chair with a furrowed brow, unsure if his grandson was too cunning or if his own sons were simply fools. The handsome Dao Jun offered a faint smile, remarking that one cannot defeat a man blessed by fortune, while Yang Qian leaned back and noted he had recovered the card company, kept the shares, and pocketed an extra 800 billion. Attributing everything to luck seems a bit forced, boy. Yet Dao Jun humbly replied that it was merely the timing of the credit card crisis and pure chance. The room fell into a sudden hush, as they both remained silent for a moment before Yang Qian pointed directly at him and spoke his mind. I suspect you might have even predicted this entire credit card crisis, the old man said, his sharp analysis hitting the mark as he gestured toward the youth. It is quite peculiar for a financial expert like you to quietly abandon such a lucrative business that generates steady fees and interest. Dao Jun broke into a slight sweat but maintained his composure, claiming he only felt a sense of unease and never expected the credit card debt to explode to such an extent. Yang Qian fell silent and closed his eyes in acceptance, crossing his arms as he noted that while the scale of the explosion was luck, the rest resulted from insatiable greed. Yang Qian gritted his teeth in frustration at the thought of his sons, noting that the second uncle had been reckless in his pursuit of the cash business. The eldest son paid an extra 800 billion just to keep his shares, proving they are all cut from the same cloth, while Dao Jun silently observed his grandfather's expression. Inside the private room, Dao Jun sat across from his grandfather, Yang Qian, who raised an eyebrow and seriously asked what his next move would be. Do you intend to demand a subsidiary split based on your current shares? The old man asked, as Dao Jun, dressed in an elegant suit, carefully considered his response. No, I already have the financial sector you provided, which should be worth 30% of the shares, he replied with his hair perfectly styled. He explained that while his second uncle's power would diminish, no one could lead the heavy industry sector better, prompting Yang Qian to smirk at the boy's cunning for leashing his own uncles. Leaning back, the old man asked about the 800 billion windfall, to which Dao Jun folded his hands and seriously replied that he only intended to hold on to it temporarily. By informing the Financial Commission of my intent to buy, they will surely pressure Duxuan, he said with a sharp gaze, noting that Duxuan would suffer if they failed to meet government demands. They will share the same fate as Shun Yang Group, he concluded, causing Yang Qian to laugh heartily and admit that even he was not as ruthless as this young bandit in his prime. Dao Jun's eyes shifted as he exhaled a relaxed breath, but Yang Qian suddenly narrowed his eyes and asked seriously what he would do if only 2 massive diamonds existed in the world. He looked at the old man with a hint of surprise and asked, Yes, as Yang Qian's brow furrowed in deep thought before the old man tensely asked whether he would buy both or just one. Hearing the question, Dao Jun's eyes widened as he fell into a brief silence to contemplate, realizing the diamonds mentioned were the Shun Yang and De Xian credit card companies. Resting his hands on his thighs, Dao Jun looked toward his grandfather and answered candidly that he would buy both. Yet the old man's expression only grew more stern as he pressed further. Have you ever considered how to buy just one but reap the benefits of owning both? The elder asked, causing Dao Jun to startle as Yang Chen crossed his arms and sighed, claiming he had misjudged the boy. How can you do business if you are this soft? The old man remarked, prompting Dao Jun to scratch his head with a sheepish smile, admitting his own gentle nature before politely continuing the conversation. Could you give me the answer, grandfather? He asked, to which the elder narrowed his eyes with seasoned authority and declared that the value of 2 diamonds should simply be concentrated into one, leaving Dao Jun stunned. With half of his face cast in shadow and a gaze that grew increasingly grim, the old man suggested keeping a single stone while casting the other into the deep sea or crushing it to pieces. As the image of a flawless, shimmering diamond appeared, Dao Jun's eyes widened in shock as he finally realized that the price of the remaining stone would then double. Seeing that the boy understood his point, the old man smirked with satisfaction. This concludes the episode, and we hope for your support to motivate us to produce more exceptional series.